Inside the dormitory of the beast-taming academy of the Tyro Empire, Heya softly reminded him, "Young Master Rain, the academy's assessment is approaching, and you're still tending to this tulip." A man was watering a tulip on the balcony. He, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, stood behind him, her figure voluptuous. Rain stroked the petals. "Don't rush, Heya. I have a feeling my companion spirit pet is about to awaken." Heya walked to his side, wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him, saying, "No matter what happens, I will always take care of you." Ren of the Villet family awakened the contract codex, but his companion spirit pet is a tulip, which experts determined could not grow no matter how it was cultivated. "Heya, this tulip is sentient. It resists my inclusion of it in the book of contracts." "Young master, how could a spirit pet with intelligence grow so slowly?" Heya retorted softly. Ryan took her hand and pulled her into his arms. Just then, the tulips suddenly burst into golden light. At the same time, a system notification appeared in Ren's mind. "Congratulations, host, on awakening the female contracted divine beast training system. The host can no longer contract male spirit pets. The system provides a female spirit pet training program. Current spirit pet, bronze 2-star tulip. Next stage, silver tulip flower spirit. Points are earned through daily interactions with spirit pets. Tulips can evolve into the sacred tulip queen." Ren excitedly hugged Heya tightly. "It's leveled up. You're my lucky charm." Heya gripped his hand tightly. "Young master can finally raise another spirit pet." Ren opened the contract codex, and a phantom image of its bronze cover floated before him. The first page recorded the tulip's attributes. Companion pet, tulip. Rank, bronze. Star rating, 2 stars. Status, healthy happy. Skill, empowering petal. When used by other spirit pets, it increases their constitution and ability limits. 1 petal falls daily. Ren bent down and kissed the petals under the balcony. System notification. The spirit pet tulip feels its master's kiss and is very shy and happy. Reward, 10 points. Rain picked up the tulip pod and said to He, "You wait for me at home. I'm going to find Mentor Selena." Heya leaned in and kissed his cheek. "Be careful on the road, my young master." Rain suppressed his emotions and left the dormitory. As he reached the courtyard gate, the sunlight shone brightly on his blonde hair. Ren arrived at the gate of the Mentor's residential area. Each noble Mentor occupied 3 8-story buildings, enjoying first-class treatment. A maid was trimming the plants in the courtyard. Upon seeing Ren, she greeted him and said, "Young Master Ren, Miss is practicing the piano. Please wait in the side hall." Ren nodded slightly and followed the maid into the side hall. The hall was elegantly and comfortably furnished, and melodious piano music drifted from upstairs. The piano music stopped, and Selena appeared in the doorway of the side hall, wearing a white dress adorned with crystals, her long silver hair contrasting with her pointed ears. 2 butterflies floated on her shoulder, the golden 9-star sacred sound twin spirit butterflies, one responsible for attack and the other for support. "Ryan, what brings you here at this hour?" Selena's gaze fell on the potted tulips on the table. The white butterfly on her shoulder flew to a petal and spoke in a human voice. "Little butterfly, Ryan, your tulip wants you to kiss her more." Rain looked at the tulip, confirming that his companion spirit pet had developed sentience. Selena asked in surprise, "Little white, are you sure it has developed sentience?" The blue butterfly spoke up. "It seems it's not a stupid flower." Tulip petals drifted down onto the white butterfly, which accepted the gift. Selena nodded and said helplessly, "So, you came to see your mentor to check on your companion spirit pet?" Rain stood up. "Yes, Mentor Selena. My current companion spirit pet is more support-oriented. I'd like to contract an offensive spirit pet." Selena walked to the sofa and sat down. "Right now, you only have a bronze 2-level contracted spirit pet willing to contract with you." She reminded that beast tamers must rely on their companion spirit pets to advance and upgrade their star level, and the level of the secret manual is closely related to the level of the spirit pet. Rain unfolded the bronze codex in the air and consulted his mentor, Selena, on choosing a spirit pet. Selena said calmly, "Your tulip is a plant-type spirit pet. If you are considering offensive power, a fire-type spirit pet would be more suitable. However, if you choose a water or earth spirit pet, you can form a symbiotic system with greater future potential. I suggest raising a mermaid. If raised properly, it can be upgraded to a golden spirit pet, the Storm Mermaid. The focus of contracted spirit pets is on future development, not immediate assessments." Selena added that light-type spirit pets are also good, but they require more resources. Ren bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance. Selena looked at this tulip prince and said, Very good. Tell me how to get your first mermaid. A thought struck Ren. Do you have any connections? Selena gently tapped Ren's forehead. I do have a mermaid here, but she's too weak, so I'll give her to you. Selena led him through a side hall to a pool carved from sapphires. The water was crystal clear, radiating a chill and the energy of water elements. The bottom of the pool is covered with white sand and colorful pebbles, where a small figure is curled up, a baby mermaid. Her fishtail shimmered a pale blue, and her upper body resembled that of a human little girl with fair skin and light blue curly hair. Her fishtail was dull, and her face was pale. As you can see, Selena said calmly, before hatching, I tried to stimulate her ancient bloodline, but her life essence was damaged. System notification, special mutant female spirit pet, Starlight Mermaid, juvenile/damaged origin/bloodline mutation. Status, extremely weak, life energy depleted, yearning for care, future ultimate form, sacred starry sea diva/storm mermaid queen/deep sea mermaid overlord. Recommended development direction, sacred starry sea diva. Development value, 8 stars, maximum 10 stars. Rain walked to the edge of the pool and gently stroked her light blue hair. The mermaid slowly opened her eyes and rubbed her cheek against his fingers. Rain lifted her up in his hands. Would you like to come with me? The little mermaid's tail swayed weakly. She curled up in Rain's palms and nodded gently. The bronze codex glowed, and Ren felt his life force being drawn to it. The little mermaid floated to Ren's side and gently kissed his forehead. The secret manual turns to the second page. Companion spirit pet. Unnamed, mermaid. Rank, bronze. Star rating, 1 star. Status, weak, anxious, full of expectation. Skills, none. Selena was shocked that the mermaid had voluntarily become Rain's companion spirit pet, which meant that she would live and die with Rain and would not lose her life force when her master died. Rain gently stroked her face and whispered, Little one, your name is Vivian. Vivian squinted her eyes and rubbed her cheek against his fingers in acknowledgement. Selena watched this scene with a complicated expression. Rain Valit, take her away. Rain held Vivian in his arms and bowed to Selena in gratitude. Back in the apartment building, Rain held a potted tulip and hugged Vivian. He opened the system shop and found the item to restore the mermaid's essence. Dewdrops of Life. Rare. Effect. Slowly repairs non-fatal fundamental damage and nourishes the soul. Price, 500 points. Rain discovered he already had 510 points and immediately redeemed them. Heya, seeing the little mermaid in her arms, exclaimed, Young master, this is... Ryan smiled and handed Vivian to he. Be careful, she's very weak. He carefully took her and gently kissed Vivian. Rain dipped his finger in the dew of life, and Vivian immediately woke up, reached out and licked it, absorbing it before her body emitted a faint glow. System notification. The spirit pet, Mermaid Vivian, has used Dewdrop of Life. Status update. Healthy, full of vitality, undergoing fundamental repair. Fundamental repair complete, hidden potential activated. Learn skills. Water Shadow Star Arrow, Starry Rain, Growth Path, Starlight Mermaid. Vivian tried out her new skill, Starry Rain. And on the balcony, blue water elements and starlight and moonlight converged to form a miniature rain. A magical rain covered Rain, he, and the tulips on the coffee table, invigorating the three and dispelling their fatigue. Nourished by the magical rain, the tulip's petals were full and vibrant. Rain gently stroked Vivian's head. My sweet baby, my darling daughter. He placed Vivi in a small basket lined with soft velvet, and Heya walked over to comfort her. Sweetie, little darling, your master needs me. Ryan nodded and walked towards the bathroom, where he unbuttoned his coat. The hot water was ready. In the enormous white jade bathtub, magical petals floated on the surface. Rain pulled he into his arms, while Vivian, in the basket, was suggested to join them in the bath. The next day, with he's help, Ryan dressed neatly, holding tulips and carrying a mermaid in his arms, ready to go to class. Heya kissed him. Young master, this is today's good morning kiss. Within the academy, aristocratic students make up about 10% of the student body. They are divided into teams of 3, each led by a mentor, ensuring personalized education. Rain walked into the classroom, where the academic year supervisor stood on the stage. Students, he said, the academy will be issuing practical tasks. The supervisors will assign tasks ranging from 1 star to 10 stars based on the student's performance. You will travel through the Academy's teleportation array to provinces and even the borders of the Empire for practical combat training. Completing tasks will earn you corresponding stars, which are crucial for the grade level assessment. Reaching 300 stars will grant you the title of Baron and a Fief. Titles and fiefs are crucial for contract masters, and Ren understands that as long as he builds a complete spirit pet system, he can become an all-rounder. The mission begins. Rain arrives at the meadow, where Selena and 2 civilian girls are waiting. The 2 girls are dressed in simple uniforms. Rain, holding tulips and carrying Vivian in his arms, walked towards them. Selena ordered, "You 3, change into civilian clothes and come with me." Rain returned to his residence and, with his help, changed into casual clothes to complete his daily interactions. System notification. Ding. The spirit pets Tulip and Vivian have sensed their master's affection, rewarding 20 points. Current points, 30. Selena looked at Rain, who had returned on time, and gave instructions. Target the uninhabited area outside the northwest border of the Empire. Go and see if there are any suitable wild spirit pets. The female student, Olina, was astonished. The yellow cat on her shoulder was her companion spirit pet. Selena cautioned, spirit pet contracts cannot be forced. Everyone nodded and followed Selena to the Academy's teleportation array. After a flash of light, they appeared in the border town of Algarinberg, the last supply point before entering the northwestern no man's land. The city guard stepped forward to check her identity. Selena took out her Academy badge token, and after confirming her identity, she was allowed to pass. Just as everyone was preparing to take action, a mentor named Sean, dressed in a white robe with gold trim, appeared with 3 students and tried to greet them. Selena interrupted coldly. "It's none of your business, let's go." Sean didn't seem to care. "Professor Selena, it was just a greeting." Selena scoffed. "I have no interest in academic year supervisors, so don't bother me anymore." Sean turned to Ryan. "Your tulip got upgraded? That's rare." Ryan calmly replied, "Thanks to the family's support, it's just a small improvement." Selena interrupted the small talk. "All right, let's go." Rain nodded and followed Selena and the 2 female students into the street. Selena glanced at Ryan and reminded him, "Don't talk to that man in front of me again." Ryan smiled. "Understood, mentor." The female student, Joanna, nervously clung to Ryan's arm. "Ryan, I'm so scared." Ryan cursed inwardly. This guy. Joanna's companion spirit pet, the Wolfwoman Hunter, is already a bronze 4 star, ranking high in her grade. She only wants to get close to Rain to obtain resources. Olina was disdainful of Joanna's advances. Ryan said, "Miss Joanna, with our mentor here, we'll be safe." Selena's voice was cold. "I won't intervene unless I encounter a problem that you can't handle." Joanna noticed the mermaid in Ren's arms. "Is this your newly contracted spirit pet?" Ren nodded. The group left the city, with rolling hills and sparse vegetation in the distance. Selena stopped, the blue and white twin butterflies on her shoulder fluttering their wings. The pets in the outer area are mostly bronze 1 star to 6 star, with very few silver pets, most of which live in deeper areas. She pointed out the Earth/Poison dual-type Sand Scorpion, the Wind/Wood dual-type Tumbleweed Sprite, Eagle Claw Griffin, and Moonlight Spirit Fish, and suggested contracting Tumbleweed Sprite for crowd control and team tactical enhancement. Selena scanned the students. Rain's encyclopedia is full. The other 3 may proceed to Windhaven Canyon to form a contract. Olina nodded. "We'll do as you say, lead us there." Selena led the group forward. A blue spirit butterfly leads the way, while a white spirit butterfly monitors the surroundings. Windy Valley is wide, with 2 mountain ridges flanking the valley, which is the habitat of the tumbleweed spirits. On the ground, clumps of ordinary tumbleweed rolled about. Selena instructed, "These are just ordinary clumps of grass. Continue exploring. I'll keep watch on you from here." Vivian, nestled in Rain's arms, grew restless in the strong wind. He looked down at the mermaid. "Should we hide inside the book?" Joanna pointed into the distance. That clump of grass was different from the other tumbleweeds. The group saw a pale blue clump of grass, nestled steadily in place on the leeward side of the rock. The tumbleweed spirit rolled a few steps against the wind, displaying its intelligence. Olina tried to approach and coax it. Its behavior proved that a contract master needs to negotiate with a spirit pet, including food, treatment, and even mate arrangements. Even if a spirit pet is forced into a contract, it may still harbor thoughts of rebellion and even launch a counterattack against the contracting master and other spirit pets during battle. Olina kept trying to communicate with the tumbleweed spirit. Little one, we're not here to hurt you. Do you want to leave this canyon and see a wider world? She took out a wind magic stone and a wood magic stone from her secret manual. Come with me. I'll feed you with these, okay? The tumbleweed spirit's green leaves trembled slightly, clearly tempted. Olina threw out the wood magic stone, and the grass spirit lay down on it to absorb the energy while rubbing its leaves against Olina's hand. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Olina summoned the bronze 5-star contract codex, and the light covered the grass spirit, which then willingly accepted the contract. Olina happily opened the secret manual. From now on, you'll be called Little Green Dumpling. The secret manual shows contracted spirit pet, rolling wind grass spirit, Little Green Dumpling. Level, bronze, star rating, 3 stars. Status, satisfied, happy, curious about owner. Skills, swaying sand, listening to the wind, basic rooting. Both Rain and Joanna noticed that Little Green Dumpling had excellent potential, with skills that combined interference, perception, and defense, making it extremely valuable for training. Selena coldly reminded him, you are now a bronze 5-star contract master, and 2 spirit pets are enough for you to nurture carefully. Then, she turned to Joanna. Your demon hunter wolf girl is purely offensive. I suggest pairing her with a control-type spirit pet to form an offensive and control system. Joanna asked in confusion. Minter, if the demon hunter wolf girl has low defense, shouldn't she be paired with a spirit pet that can heal or enhance her defense? Selena shook her head. No need. The demon hunter wolf girl can awaken powerful offensive skills under pressure. You just need to use a control-type pet to restrict the enemy and create an environment for her to deal damage. Joanna nodded, her eyes resolute. Understood, Minter. How should I choose a spirit pet? Selena continued her explanation. There are 2 types that can be found on the outskirts. One is the rare plant species, Whispering Orchid, which releases hallucinogenic pollen and can be bound by vines. Another type is the Shadow Spider, which shoots tough webs and has strong control over them, but it usually lives in dark caves and may be inhabited by bear-like monsters. The choice is yours, but if you can't find the Whispering Orchid, you'll have to find a suitable spirit pet nearby. Your time outside is limited. Joanna's demon hunter wolf girl is a humanoid spirit pet that Rain and Olina envy, with intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary spirit pets. Humanoid spirit pets are easier to upgrade than ordinary spirit pets. The star rating only affects the strength of the same level. Upgrading mainly depends on potential, bloodline, accumulation, and opportunity. Joanna hesitated in her choice. Choosing the Whispering Orchid offered little hope of success, but it was safe. Entering the dark cave could lead to danger. In the end, she decided, Minter Selena, I choose the Whispering Orchid. Rain glanced at her, his opinion of her rising. Selena nodded. Then let's head to the Whispering Forest. The forest air was cool and refreshing. Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, casting dappled shadows, and a gentle breeze rustled the fallen leaves. A noble Minter wearing gold-rimmed glasses held a green snake in his hand. When did I allow you to contract such trash? Alice, a commoner female student, covered her mouth and sobbed, tears welling up in her eyes, but she could only stand there. Sean's hands were stained with blood, but he smiled. Alice, there's no need to apologize. People grow by making mistakes. He wiped his hands clean, gently stroked the student's hair, and said, Green Snake is not suitable for you. It will ruin your future. Alice nodded, suppressing a sob. The male student beside her asked, Instructor Sean, could you recommend a suitable spirit pet for a contract? The white eagle landed on Sean's arm and whispered a message. Sean nodded in response. You'd be suitable to form a contract with another Whispering Orchid. Selena led Rain and the other 2 into the Whispering Forest. The blue spirit butterfly on her shoulder sensed their target and narrowed down the search area for them. She pointed to the grassy area ahead. Go look over there. If you can't find it, choose another spirit pet. The 3 split up to search. Rain held a potted tulip, the plant bending low to guide them. Though small, the tulip had absorbed resources over many years. Its wisdom far surpassed its strength. Following the directions, Ren saw a familiar figure in the distance. The blonde beauty. He turned and waved to him. Young master, I came out to look for you. What are you looking for? Rain became alert. He, as a maid, did not have the authority to use the Academy's magical teleportation array, and this might be an illusion set up by the Whispering Fairy Orchid. He looked at Joanna and Olina, wanting to call out, but no sound came out. Heya smiled and pulled him into her arms. Young master, sleep. Rain smelled her scent, conscious but unable to move, as if trapped in a state of sleep paralysis. Heya gently stroked Rain's hair and said, "You know, young master, Heya fell in love with you the moment she saw you. Stay with me forever." Rain struggled to stay conscious. He was slightly surprised that this weak human could resist her illusions. Heya lowered her head and kissed Ryan, whispering, "Call me Mom." Ryan refused. He came to his senses. Heya shrieked, "You're no good boy, Ryan." Golden light bloomed in the air, accompanied by the fragrance of tulips, gradually engulfing the illusory figure of the whispering orchid. System notification. Companion pet tulip has automatically learned the skill, Absolute Parasite. Absolute parasitism. Tulips can release pollen that seeps into the soil and absorbs nutrients from the roots of other plants. Tulips absorb a large amount of life essence and are about to evolve. The whispering orchid cried out in terror, begging for mercy, but the golden light still devoured her illusory body. Rain's bronze codex upgraded to a silver codex, and the tulip transformed into a tiny flower fairy. Companion pet, Silver Tulip Sprite, unnamed. Level, Silver, star rating, 3 stars. Skills, Empowered Petals, Absolute Parasite, Golden Guardian, Spirit Drain, Reward Points, 500. The tulip fairy flew to Ren's side, her blonde hair tied in pigtails, wearing a gold petal skirt, and her white stockings decorated with petals. Rain named her Tilope, and the elf protested in a sweet voice, "I'm not your little baby, you perverted dad." Rain snapped out of his daze, saw the purple orchid at his feet, and waved to Joanna and Olina. The two walked over and looked surprised when they saw the orchid. Joanna hugged Ryan and kissed his cheek. "You are my lucky god." Just as Joanna was preparing to form the contract, a boy's voice rang out. "Wait, everyone, we found this whispering orchid first." 3 students from Tylo Academy walked over. The boy in the lead had neatly combed short brown hair and, like Rain, came from a noble family. "Ryan, we have been observing you for a long time. Seeing that you are standing still, we know that you are trapped in an illusion. We are afraid of disturbing this whispering orchid." Ren sneered. "So, I owe you a favor?" Roger frowned slightly. "You do owe us a favor." Ryan's voice was low. "What I set my sights on is mine." Roger nodded. "I respect your logic, but you don't deserve respect." Before the battle, Sean applauded from behind the students. "Since you have a dispute about Whispering Orchid, why don't you have a fight? What do you think, Instructor Selena?" Blue and white stars in the sky converged to form Selena's figure. "My student will not lose to your student. Let's begin." The battle was about to begin, with the tulip fairy Tilope and the mermaid Vivian floating in the air in Ren's arms. The orange cat and blue grass ball on Olina's shoulder are ready for battle. Joanna summons a 4-star monster hunter wolf girl, her wolf ears standing up, her gray tail bristling, and her claws sharp. Roger chuckled, summoning the silver codex in midair and releasing 3 contracted spirit pets, a bronze 5-star stone-armored rhinoceros, with a robust physique covered in solid stone and sharp rhinoceros horns. The 4-star bronze thunder sable, with claws embedded in the soil, excels at surprise attacks. The 1-star silver steel needle feather eagle, with sharp eyes locking onto aerial sprites. Roger's 2 female students also summoned a spirit pet, a bronze level 3-star big mouth thorn flower, which can spit venom from a distance. Alice summons a resonant lily of the valley, which sways in the wind, sending out sound waves that soothe allies, grant partial immunity to crowd control, and even heal. Both sides have 5 spirit pets, but Rain's lineup is clearly at a disadvantage. The front row only has a tumbleweed spirit, which cannot move after activating Root, and can only serve as a low wall. Roger sneered. "Admit defeat now, and everyone will be fine." Rain smiled silently. The tulip fairy Tilope would become the nemesis of the tumbleweed fairy. It appears to be 5 against 5, but it's actually 5 against 3, and Ren also has 530 system points that he can exchange for powerful support at any time. "Smoke," Olina gestured, and Little Green Dumpling immediately spun rapidly in place, creating a horizontal smoke wall in the center of the battlefield. Although it couldn't stop the stone-armored rhinoceros's charge, it effectively cut off the battlefield, preventing the enemy from getting close easily. Taking advantage of the moment, Tilope released golden pollen, which blended into the sand and drifted towards the enemy. Several steel needles shot out like rain, in large numbers. Joanna turned pale with fright, the wolf woman completely defenseless. Olina had the tumbleweed spirits take root to form a low wall, but the steel needles could still pierce through the gaps between the blades. Tilope activated her skill, Golden Guardian, again, and golden petals flew precisely to the target, transforming into a semi-transparent magical cloak that completely enveloped Rain and his companions, as well as their spirit pets. Holding the little orange kitten, Olina watched Tilope's performance and couldn't help but marvel at the growth of Rain's spirit pet. Outside the battlefield, Sean and Selena also showed surprise. Miss Selena, you truly have an excellent teaching style. Without family support, he managed to cultivate a talent to this extent. Are you perhaps grooming Ren as your fiancé? The students present were shocked. Joanna and Olina's expressions changed slightly, and Roger also felt jealous. Selena did not respond. The evolution methods of each contractor's spirit pets are a hidden treasure. Rain was able to evolve the bronze tulip into a silver elf, which could not be achieved by simply piling up resources. On the battlefield, the rain of steel needles dissipated, the smoke billowed, and a stone-armored rhinoceros appeared, charging forward with its sharp horns pointing straight ahead, its power unstoppable. Its eyes were filled with shock, clearly not expecting that Ren and the others could cope unscathed. Joanna, tell the werewolf to stay away and deal with the lightning sable. Leave this big guy to me. Olina stood up, the little orange kitten in her arms, facing the charging stone rhinoceros. Rain and Joanna nodded in agreement. Olina's little orange cat was no ordinary cat. Ryan and Joanna had already looked up information about it. Companion pet, causality cat, little elder, rank, bronze, star rating, 5 stars, attribute, gold, order. Status, feeling the big guy in front of me is being rude, I've decided to teach it a lesson. Skills, incompetent hiss, cats are reverse butterflies, who dares to hiss at me? Incompetent breath, breathes at any enemy unit, extremely insulting, forcing the enemy to prioritize attacking the young and old. Cat is a reverse butterfly. When in contact with an enemy locked by powerless breath, you can exchange body sizes for a limited time of 5 minutes. The higher the enemy's level, the shorter the duration. Who dares to spit on me? After successfully swapping the size of the enemy, you can use your powerless breath to exchange for one of the enemy's skills. The original body cannot use powerless breath again. This type of spirit pet with the order attribute is extremely powerful, and its training resources are scarce. The stone-armored rhinoceros charged towards the young old man, snorting loudly. The young old man exhaled continuously. Just as the rhinoceros horn was about to touch it, the little old man leaped lightly, his paws touching the rhinoceros horn, activating. Cat is a reverse butterfly. The young man became the soul of the rhinoceros, while his original body turned and charged towards the soul. Even the stone-armored rhinoceros's breath couldn't pull his body back. The little octogenarian controlled the rhinoceros's body and continued moving forward, even imitating roars. Olina walked over to the little orange cat and slapped it down to stop it. Roger saw his spirit pet charging towards him and hurriedly mounted the thunder sable to escape. The thunder sable transformed into a blue blur, moving at incredible speed. The plant-type spirit pets of Sean's team suddenly became listless, and the female student's attempts to purify them were unsuccessful. The form of another student's big mouth thornflower collapsed. Roger commanded the silver 1-star steel needle feather eagle to charge towards Ren, the mermaid, and the tulip fairy. It was incredibly fast, its feathers as sharp as needles. Tilope unleashes Golden Guardian, golden petals forming a shield. Vivian gathers water elemental energy and casts Water Shadow Star Arrow to attack the steel needle feather eagle. Rain leaped to shield Tilope and Vivian, using his body to block the attack. Rain opened the system shop and redeemed the most cost-effective item, the Bloodline Activation Stone, targeting Vivian, and successfully used it. Vivian's ancient bloodline erupted, and she began to evolve. The spirit pet, Mermaid Vivian, has evolved into Starlight Mermaid. Level upgraded to Silver 1-star. Status: Perfect, Moved, Admiring. Learn new skills. Thunderstorm, Tidal Hymn. Upon hearing the system notification, Rain immediately checked Vivian's new panel in the codex. Companion spirit pet, Starlight Mermaid, Vivian. Rank: Silver. Star rating: 1 star. Attributes: Water, Light, Thunder. Skills: Water Shadow Star Arrow, Starry Rain, Thunderstorm, Tidal Hymn. Thunderstorm unleashes the power of thunder, summoning a small-scale thundercloud to unleash a rain of lightning arrows, dealing a fatal blow to enemies. Tidal Hymn controls surrounding liquids to impact enemies through chanting, inflicting slowness on those hit. The evolved Vivian was no longer the size of a palm. She clung tightly to Ren's leg, standing about a meter tall. Her blue curly hair cascaded down to her waist, the ends shimmering with starlight. Her light blue eyes were slightly moist, and her fishtail was covered in sapphire-like scales that shimmered with light. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and the power of thunder coalesced into raindrops, pouring down on the Steel Needle Falcon. The Steel Needle Falcon let out a terrified cry. Electric currents ran through its body, and it finally collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The outcome is decided. Ren looked at Roger, who was riding on the Thunder Sable. Roger's eyes were bloodshot as he drew his noble short sword and commanded the Thunder Sables to charge. Enough, Roger, a loss is a loss. Sean intervened in time, noticing that Joanna's demon-hunting wolf girl hadn't made a move yet. Given Roger's current state, the consequences of facing an offensive spirit pet head-on would be unimaginable. Minter, Roger still wanted to argue. Let's go, Sean said in a low voice, leading the team away. Joanna also successfully formed a contract with the Whispering Orchid. Rain went to a corner alone and picked up Vivian. She looked slightly shy, with tears still glistening in her eyes. Rain kissed her cheek, and Vivian let out a silvery laugh, her fishtail swaying happily. Tilipy watched from the side, feeling jealous, so Rain picked her up and settled her down. Everyone's here, let's continue. Selena glanced at Vivian in Ren's arms and nodded. The inner area is dangerous, please be prepared. Rain frowned. Raising 2 silver tier spirit pets was already quite a hassle, let alone getting them into the inner circle. The spirit pets consumed a considerable amount of food daily. Mermaids ate moonlight algae or elemental magic stones, and flower fairies ate dawn nectar, all expensive ingredients. A long-term lack of these could lead to malnutrition, hence the existence of the spirit pet nutritionist profession, who created diets for the spirit pets. Gold coins were extremely valuable to ordinary people. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins, and 2 copper coins could buy a slice of bread. An average laborer earned about 20 to 30 copper coins a day. Entering the Beast Taming Academy provided a monthly stipend of 30 silver coins, which was especially valued by ordinary students. The Academy's funding came from imperial appropriations and tuition fees. Chapter 15 Return. Rain quickly realized that Selena had taken on a rather complicated case. A few days later, Selena, along with Ryan and 2 others, entered the inner perimeter of the No Man's Land. The inner area was even quieter than the outer area. There were no chirping insects or roaring beasts, only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves and the murmuring of the river. Rain opened the map and whispered, "There are quite a few hidden underwater along the Sefin River." Shoo! Selena raised her jade finger to signal for quiet. "They're here." Following the sound, Ren saw an emaciated white tiger with sharp horns on its head and wings on its back. It leaped into the deep water and hunted down crocodile-like monsters. The riverbank was instantly illuminated by a blinding flash of light, followed by thunder. Electric currents surged like countless silver snakes underwater. The river boiled, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh and blood. A painful and furious roar came from underwater, followed by a giant crocodile over 20 meters long surfacing. Its entire body is covered in thick, jet-black scales, each engraved with various soul imprints, and its blood-red vertical pupils reveal its brutal nature. Joanna exclaimed in shock, "The Golden King Beast, the soul-eating black crocodile actor." These kinds of spirit pets are the dream of every contract master, but their infamous reputation has led to the deaths of many. At this moment, the black crocodile was being bitten on the neck by the white tiger, its entire body covered in lightning, and it was in excruciating pain. Selena pointed to the white tiger and explained, "This is our commission mission. The white tiger's name is Krishna, a legendary queen and the Golden King Beast." Olina whispered, "Isn't that the contracted spirit pet of the 7th generation dean of the Beast Taming Academy?" Selena nodded. The current 11th generation dean is the granddaughter of the 7th generation dean. She sensed that her grandfather's last contracted spirit pet was about to perish, so she issued the request. Joanna gripped Ryan's arm tightly, while Vivian and Tilipy nestled in his embrace. Selena shook her head. "No need to interfere. A king has his own way of dying. Our mission is complete. The Golden King Beast transcends star levels. Even platinum or diamond tier spirit pets would find it difficult to withstand its power. It possesses the qualities of a king and can awaken the contract codex, forging a contract with a spirit pet." The battle suddenly shifted. Black Crocodile Akdu lashed out with his tail, striking Krishna hard in the side. The white tiger still held her neck, lightning erupting from its forehead like a flashbang, turning the world white. Ryan closed his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was lying on his large bed in the college dormitory. Selena escorted the group back to the academy. Rain was unaware of what had happened. Before losing consciousness, he seemed to hear a system notification. Detected the fall of 2 golden king beasts nearby, automatically absorbing the dissipated king essence. Special soul fluctuations detected. Incomplete inheritance of the contract codex, currently being analyzed. Analysis failed. Energy structure is complex. Some data has been recorded. 3 days later, Rain woke up. He appeared at his bedside and wiped his cheek. Young master, please rest well these next few days. I've already asked for leave for you. The master is preparing to hold a birthday banquet and has also said he's arranging a marriage for you. Ren looked at Vivian and Tilopi, a calm expression in his eyes. He understood that his position in the Earl's mansion was not prominent, but for the moment, everything was peaceful. Chapter 16, Selena's Guide. Rain naturally had to attend his cheap old man's birthday party. As a silver contract master, his strength was enough to impress the old man and even prompt him to increase his investment. Roger, the same age as Ren, only possesses a silver-tier spirit pet thanks to his family's support. If Ren didn't have a system, Roger alone could easily overwhelm the 3 of them. Silver-tier contract masters are extremely rare at this age, signifying a massive amount of resources provided by their families. However, Ren doesn't rely on his family. He also has channels to acquire resources through points and system exchanges. Becoming a lord gives you more confidence than simply being a contractor. Rain had already finished washing up with Hera's help. He pulled Hera into his arms, feeling at ease as he inhaled her fragrance. Hera gave him a light kiss on the lips. This is a good morning kiss, young master. Ren inwardly sighed, feeling fortunate to have transmigrated into the body of an earl's son, surrounded by mature and beautiful female servants who cared for him, leading a life of luxury. But his lust for power left him unsatisfied. He hoped to inherit his father's title, or at least obtain a fiefdom from the old man. For breakfast, Hea prepared bouillabaisse, barley porridge, foie gras, and medium-rare steak for Ryan. Ryan ordered a bottle of red wine, and Hea complained that he was drinking so soon after waking up, but ultimately gave him a lingering good morning kiss. Tilopi and Vivian ate moon algae and morning glory nectar at the small table, occasionally exchanging bites of each other's food. Ryan elegantly cut his steak with a knife and fork. There was a knock at the door. Hea went to answer it and told Rain, "Young master, your classmate Miss Christie's has come to visit." Looking out from the balcony, Ren saw a young girl in a gothic Lolita dress standing at the entrance to the front garden, holding a black lace parasol. Christie's was a recluse and rarely visited others. Ren invited her in and prepared a set of cutlery for her. Christine sat down without ceremony, glanced at Ren with her beautiful purple eyes, and took a sip of her black tea. Breakfast proceeded in silence, but she remained composed and showed no embarrassment. After finishing the last sip of tea, she put down her cup and broke the silence with a clear voice. "Ren, please teach me how to turn my life around." Ren was greatly surprised. Christie's explained that news had spread throughout the academy that Rain had evolved 2 bronze-level spirit pets into silver-level ones in just a few days. She suspected that Rain was hiding something, rather than what was being rumored. She continued, saying that she had observed Selena's mentor and believed that the mentor was not the aggressive type, but rather might have a tendency to be controlled. As a good-for-nothing at the time, Rain couldn't possibly have suppressed Selena. "So you must have a way, please help me. My mentor, Phil, has a similar personality to Selena. As long as you are willing to give me the Selena strategy guide, I can agree to any condition and help my little black dog evolve to silver." Critis's eyes were sincere, as if she were making a vow. Chapter 17, There are a lot of older brothers. Ren never expected Christie's ideas to be so amazing. Selena's strategy? Her idea stunned Ryan. "That's right, according to my analysis, as long as..." "That's not true," Ren interrupted. A fanatical glint flashed in Christie's eyes. "You drugged me? It must be some kind of secret drug that could keep a gold contract master completely unaware, right?" Hea covered her red lips, shocked and unable to believe that such a secret was hidden behind Rain. "It's not what you think," Ryan coughed lightly. "That's not true. Absolutely not." Christie's put away her seriousness and smiled jokingly. "It's just that we don't have enough chips. After all, we're all nobles." She took off her black leather shoes, revealing her small, white-stockinged feet. Rain looked at her and said calmly, There are no secret medicines or strategies. Christine's red lips parted slightly, her voice laced with sarcasm. So you mean there's nothing to talk about? Do you expect me to beg you in such a lowly manner? Rain didn't respond, only watching her every move. Seeing this, he led Vivian and Tilope out of the bedroom. Seeing Haya leave, Rain said, "Let me see your little black dog. I really didn't drug it." Christine placed the black lace parasol that was leaning against the table on the table. Little Black has always been here. Rain frowned slightly. The umbrella was actually her companion spirit pet. What are its skills? To block the sunlight. Very competent. Reminds me of the old tulip mania, Ryan commented casually, neither denying nor exaggerating. Christine curled her lip. It's more useful than flowers, at least it can. Rain chimed in. Yes, it's better than a flower. At least in a sudden downpour, it preserves some dignity for its master. Christine looked slightly surprised, then poured herself a cup of red tea, blew on it to cool it down, and said, I didn't come here today to hear your evaluation of Little Black. For a contract master, it's almost unacceptable to give non-teaching evaluations of a companion spirit pet. Ryan picked up his knife and fork. I can help you. Christine interrupted excitedly. You mean, you gave me that medicine? But that would be so embarrassing. That's not what I meant, Rain said, a vein bulging at the corner of his eye. I can teach you directly how to train Little Black. Christine stopped joking around, thought seriously, and finally smiled. So, what are your conditions, Ryan? I want a fiefdom. Upon hearing the conditions, Christus's eyes flashed with anger. Under the current state of the empire, to obtain a fiefdom, one either needed to be granted a title by the royal family, inherit a title from one's father, or follow a nobleman to receive a reward. Achieving the highest score in the Academy's graduation exam with 300 stars and obtaining the title of Baron is virtually impossible. The Imperial Beast Taming Academy is rigorous. Within a year, students must simultaneously achieve top scores in both individual and team assessments. A fiefdom is easier to obtain than the reward for being first in the Academy. You mean, to advance a bronze-level spirit pet to silver level, you need a territory? Critus asked incredulously. Even if I had territory, I wouldn't trade it for this. Ryan said calmly. Of course that's not what I meant. I only have one sister, but I have 17 brothers, which is far too many. Christie's picked up the silver knife and rubbed it, displaying the demeanor of a noblewoman. Rain explained that he lacked the capacity to kill, nor could he bear the responsibility of murdering a nobleman. Essentially, he faced a similar dilemma. Crates was not the legitimate daughter of the emperor, her companion spirit pet was mediocre, and her family support was limited, but as a noble lady, she was still able to marry into a wealthy family. Rain tapped the table lightly, mentioning the marriage his father had arranged for him. Christine interrupted, saying she couldn't interfere with noble marriages. Rain simply explained his problems and stated his goals, stars, and a baronial title bestowed by the royal family. Christie's was shocked. Although Rain came from a similarly humble background, he was already a top student at the Beast Taming Academy, ranking first in both team and individual assessments. Only by completing challenging missions and accumulating stars could one obtain the title of Baron. This required not only the strength of one's spirit pets, but also enduring life-or-death trials and securing resources. Rain offered a deal. He would provide Christie's with a method to advance her companion spirit pet to the silver rank, and in return, she would help him obtain information about the other 2 female students in Roger's group. Christie's initially struggled to understand and question the method, but ultimately agreed to try. Rain explained that Roger's mentor, Sean, was ambitious and would train his students to compete for achievements. By gathering information, she could understand the new contracted spirit pets and commissions within the group, giving Rain an advantage. He added that the evolutionary form of each spirit pet is not fixed. Vivian could evolve into different water attribute forms, and the mermaid's final evolution depends on the nurturing method and the spiritual energy absorbed. Tilope accumulated a large amount of energy in her tulip flower form and evolved directly after absorbing the life essence of other spirit pets. Vivian, on the other hand, was carefully nurtured by Selena, and Rain repaired her life essence and stimulated her potential. Rain opened the system to check the methods for advancing and training spirit pets. The golden advanced forms of the Silver Tulip Fairy and Starlight Mermaid were expensive. Tilope could choose between the Arrogant Witch, Guardian Angel, or Royal Princess, each with its own benefits. Vivian could choose between the Galaxy Chanter, Star Guardian, or Deep Sea Elegy, each emphasizing different magical abilities. Each form required 3,000 points, which he couldn't afford at the moment. As for Christie's little black, the lace sunshade, Rain chose the silver tier form, Shadow Moon Canopy, which possesses protective and amplification abilities. The amplification can instantly enhance a contractor's attack or defense and allow them to use pet skills. It costs 200 points, but Rain currently only has 30 points, so he can only help her research it in a few days. Christine didn't care how Ren researched it. She only cared about whether the deal could be struck. As long as Ren could provide the advanced methods, she would help him. It was only a few days, she could wait. She stood up, lifted her skirt, and curtsied to Ryan. Then I'll wait for your good news, Ryan. After seeing Christie's off, Rain plans to interact with Vivian and Tillapi daily to earn points. In the bedroom, he was soothing her two little ones. Vivian rested her head on his long lap, while Tillapi nestled in her arms. He gently stroked them while softly humming a lullaby. Noticing Ren's movement, Haya turned her head slightly. Young master, has Miss Christie's already left? Ren nodded, went to the bedside, picked up Vivian, took her place, and placed the little mermaid in his arms. Vivian smiled, kissed Ren on the cheek, then shyly buried her face in his chest and murmured softly. Rain looked down at Vivian in his arms, his fingertips gently brushing through her blue hair. She simply buried her face deeper, but her fishtail swayed merrily. Tillapi was not to be outdone. She flapped her wings, flew to Ren's nose, sprinkled pollen, and gently kissed him. Ren sighed and pulled Tillapi into his arms as well. Tillapi looked up at him, as if she wanted to speak. You can speak in front of he, Ren reminded her. The little elf was overjoyed and could finally speak. Silly master, take Tillapi out to play. Haya covered her mouth in surprise. Young master, this little darling can actually talk. Tillapi flew to Haya's palm and rubbed against her hand. Mommy. His heart melted, and she hugged Tillapi tightly. She's such a sweetheart. Vivian looked up and gave Haya a pitiful look. Haya patted her hair. Your mommy's little darling too. Ren joined in, looking at the spirit pets with doting eyes. Haya reached out and pinched his cheek. You will always be Haya's most cherished little boy. The little tulip fairy Tillapi continued to whine. Young master, Tillapi wants to go out and play. Ryan nodded. I took the day off today. Let's go out for a walk together. The Imperial Beast Taming Academy covers an area the size of a small town, complete with teaching areas, training grounds, spirit pet areas, gardens, lakes, and commercial streets. On the shopping street, Ren held Vivian in his arms, while he held Tillapi. The little mermaid clung tightly to Ren's shoulder, appearing somewhat socially awkward. Tillapi, nestled in his arms, pointed curiously at the dessert shop and whispered, Mommy, I'm hungry, I want some. Haya was completely charmed and looked at Rain. Young master, look. Tillapi, being clever, saw that Haya couldn't make the decision, so she flew to Rain's ear and pleaded, Master, I want to eat lots of sweets. You'll give Tillapi what she wants, right? Ren frowned slightly and threatened, If you dare to say another word, I'll take you into the secret dimension. Tillapi playfully made faces at him and continued to act coquettishly. Chapter 20 Vivian, the ultimate social anxiety and heavy dependence. Haya watched this scene and couldn't help but chuckle softly, her shoulders trembling slightly. She quickly pulled Vivian into her arms, tapping her little nose with her finger to signal her to stop. Let's go. Ren snorted and led his family of 4 into the restaurant. The waitresses at the restaurant entrance paused for a moment when they saw Ren and he approaching. Ren's short, blonde hair was meticulously combed, and his emerald eyes were sharp as an eagle's. The Vivian he was holding made him appear even more approachable. Ren wore a Noble Academy uniform with a blue background and silver trim, and his white shirt collar was adorned with 2 gemstones, exuding an air of nobility. The maid bowed respectfully, her head bowed nervously. Welcome. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Ren, her ears slightly red. Ryan patted Vivian's hair. I want a quiet private room, preferably by the window. This girl is shy. Vivian buried her face in Ren's arms, blushing, only her slightly red ear tips showing. The maid quickly led them to the crystal hall on the 3rd floor. After they sat down, Ren casually ordered some desserts. The maid hurriedly left, leaving them alone in the private room. Although Vivian no longer hugged Ren tightly, she still clung to him. Ren wondered, how could she, who was so shy, accept him as her master so quickly? How did Haya manage to make her depend on him? Ren looked at he. Today, she wasn't wearing her black and white maid dress, but an elegant light purple knee-length skirt paired with gray lace stockings, exuding mature charm. Her long golden hair was elegantly styled in an updo, with a few wisps falling beside her ears. Her gentle demeanor made Rain's heart flutter. He lowered her head to tease Tilopi, and Rain instinctively grabbed her hand, interlocking their fingers. Young master? Heya was somewhat surprised, her eyes filled with affection. Do you want a hug? Rain chuckled. I'll hug you again tonight. Heya's cheeks flushed instantly, and she lowered her head with a shy smile. At this moment, the maid brought the desserts. Here are your cream puffs, lemon sprinkle, tiramisu, coconut cream pie, jam cake, and 4 servings of moon algae lime soda. Please enjoy. The maid withdrew, and Heya picked up a silver spoon, bringing the creamiest tiramisu to Ren's lips. She expertly prepared to catch the spilled cream, but Ren did not open his mouth. What's wrong, young master? Heya asked, puzzled. I don't eat things that aren't imported. Ren pointed to Heya's lips. Heya had no choice but to put the dessert in her mouth, then leaned down and moved closer to Rain. Ryan accepted the gift steadily, and the two fed Tilopi and Vivian to each other. Rain held the moon algae and lime soda to Vivian's lips. Drink up, this is your favorite. Vivian shyly pointed to Ren's lips and covered her face with her hands. Ren was stunned, not expecting Vivian to want him to feed her like he fed he. Seeing this, Tilopi flew angrily between them. You little fish master, unless you feed me like this too, otherwise. Humph. Tilopi's tiny figure. Ren smiled and could only advise Vivian. I'll feed you like this when you're older. Vivian nodded gently, temporarily appeased. Tilopi stomped her foot in anger. Why only appease her, and not me? Chapter 21 Substitute Mentor, Filtsepsh. Rain knew that Tilopi was a jealous brat, so he gently pulled her into his arms and kissed her cheek. From now on, I won't just feed you. I'll make you give me lots of little babies. How about that? Who wants to have your baby? Tilopi struggled to push him away and threw herself into Heya's arms, her heart pounding. He gently patted Tilopi's back, comforting her. Okay, mommy will feed you some sweet cake, okay? Rain continued feeding the mermaid lowly in his arms desserts. Only the sounds of eating and he's whispers filled the private room. After finishing their desserts, Rain led them out of the restaurant, packing up several more desserts at the door. After dropping Tia off at her dormitory, he said to Heya, I'm going to find Instructor Selena. Heya nodded and kissed Rain's forehead. Take care on the road, young master. Rain led Tilopi and Vivian to Selena's mentor's dormitory. The maid in the courtyard was still trimming the greenery. When she saw Ren arrive, she stepped forward and bowed, saying, Young Master Ren, Miss is recovering from her injuries and is probably not able to receive guests. Ren frowned. Selena was injured? The maid continued, Miss's injuries require rest. The priest has already come to see her and said that she is fine for now, but will need time to recover. I will certainly convey your concern. Ryan nodded. Thank you. The maid suddenly added, Miss instructed me to let her know if her students visit. You have completed a 10-star request. Ren was stunned. That mission was actually 10 stars? Could it be because the battle between Krishna and Actor had increased the difficulty? It seems that the Academy has raised its standards for evaluating student strength, and the battle prowess of the Golden King Beast has become the benchmark. Understood, thank you, Ryan said, then turned and left. On the way, he met Joanna and Olina. Rain, have you spoken to your tutor, Selena? Joanna asked. Today, she was wearing the Academy's blue dress with white stockings featuring cherry patterns, making her look both cute and playful. Yes, the mentor is recovering from his injury. He's fine. Ren nodded. Olina breathed a slight sigh of relief. We were going to thank Instructor Selena for getting us safely back to the Academy. Rain noticed their nervousness and said gently, You can personally express your gratitude after your mentor recovers from his injuries. Just as the group was about to part ways, a cold voice rang out. I will lead the group for the next few days. A tall woman walked over, her long black hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a black mentor's robe, with Red Cross symbols in her golden pupils. She wore black stockings and red high heels, and looked coldly at the three of them. My name is Filtsepsh. I will be in charge of you until Selena recovers. Before she finished speaking, she raised her long whip and lashed it out. The tip of the whip landed precisely on a stone slab in front of their feet, making a loud crack sound, and the stone slab shattered. Didn't you hear me? Now run. Joanna and Olina practically screamed and ran away in a panic. Rain quickly followed. This woman was not to be underestimated. Filtsepsh. Rain remembered that Crates had mentioned her name before, and he hadn't expected to run into her so soon. Crates even said they had similar personalities? Similarities? Selena is aloof, while Phil is practically a queen, always ready to whip someone. Chapter 22 Mother-in-law or Sister-in-law. As the three of them ran, Fayer had already begun her pursuit. As soon as she stepped into her high heels, she leaped up and struck Joanna, who was running at the back, with her whip. Smack! Joanna screamed as the whip lashed her forward, the excruciating pain in her back nearly causing her to lose consciousness. The three of them never expected their mentor to actually take action. Joanna. Olina turned around and saw this scene, her face pale, and hurriedly tried to help Joanna up. Phil lashed out with her whip again, striking Olina as she turned around. Olina cried out in pain and staggered to the side. Fayer approached step by step in her high heels, looking at them coldly. Your physical abilities are no different from ordinary people. Even if you are a contract master, you are just a burden to your spirit pet. She looked at Ryan. What? Are you going to end up like them, lying here for pointless feelings? Ren's heart tightened. As a nobleman, being whipped would be a huge loss of face, but if he ignored it, his relationship with the two women would likely become strained. Phil seemed to see through Ren's hesitation and sneered. If you don't get out, you can try, young master of the Villet family. Rain quickly instructed Tilope to release Golden Guardian, and 3 petals floated around the three of them, forming a protective barrier. Then he grabbed the two women and started to run away. Phil stared blankly at Tilope's skills, forgetting to continue attacking Ren, and watched the three of them escape. Tulips, Phil murmured, a hint of nostalgia on her face. The three finally reached the outside of the square, completely exhausted. Joanna and Olina, in particular, were in pain as the whip marks on their backs began to bleed again, turning them pale. Christie's brought 2 students to their side and showed no surprise as she watched the two sitting on the ground in pain. It seems you've already experienced the mentor's methods firsthand, Curtis said with a smile. The 2 students beside them gently wiped the wounds on Joanna and Olina's backs, muttering, Honestly, Christie's is in such a good mood. Joanna stared at the bloodstains on the handkerchief and gasped, What is this? The female student explained gently, These are impurities in your body. Although Instructor Fayer was harsh, she did it for your own good. These words stunned Joanna and Olina, and Ryan looked at them in surprise as well. Rain suddenly regretted not stepping forward to take the whip himself. Although he didn't like being tortured, he remembered Phil's momentary days when she saw Tilope unleash her skill, and he was puzzled. Is it really because such a strong woman is concerned about the dignity of the aristocracy that she hasn't laid a hand on me? As he was pondering, Fayer walked up to the group and looked at them coldly. The sound of high heels echoed in the empty square. I really admire you. You dare to whisper to each other during my class. She swung her long whip and slammed it to the ground, making a piercing sound and leaving a charred mark. The surrounding students all turned to look, and after recognizing Instructor Tsepsh, they began to leave quickly. The noble students avoided him like the plague and did not dare to linger at all. Fayer took out a cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and lazily exhaled a white smoke ring. You guys run 50 laps around the Academy Square. Then she pointed at Ryan. As for you, run 100 laps. This differential treatment stunned everyone. Why should we? Olina and Joanna stepped forward. Although Rain had just shielded them from the whip, they still felt immense pressure facing a noble mentor like Phil. Fayer chuckled softly and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. This is our family matter. Family matters? Olina, Joanna, and even Rain were stunned. Fayer sneered. It seems your young master doesn't know anything yet. Her laughter carried a hint of mockery. But it doesn't matter. There's plenty of time later to learn. She paused, her tone turning icy. Now, the discussion is over. As the mentor, I have the right to adjust each student's training. Christine and her 2 students had already started running, and they dared not question Phil. Joanna and Olina had no choice but to obey. This was a family matter among nobles, and commoners had no right to interfere. Ryan had no choice. He and Phil were not related at all. Could it be that the marriage arranged by Victor is really his mentor's daughter or sister? Regardless, Ryan felt a chill run down his spine. This meant that, given his familial relationship with Phil, he would definitely receive special treatment in the future. What are you all standing there for? Fayer raised her long whip slightly, making a whistling sound as it cut through the air. Get on the right track. Chapter 23 Blonde Mature Woman and Red-Haired Knight. Ren gritted his teeth and persevered, completing 100 laps around the Academy Square. He didn't understand why he had to run there, when there were dedicated training areas. He was filled with curiosity about his impending marriage. Phil's cool and mature charm made him wonder if it was possible she had a daughter of marriageable age. The Tsepsh family was based in the north. How could they possibly be connected to the Verlit family in the south? Her family, like the Verlitz, were counts. Could Phil's sister or daughter be like her? The thought that his future wife might be a queen who liked to whip people made Ren somewhat depressed. He shook his head, suppressing these thoughts. Finally, he exhausted his last bit of strength, crossed the finish line, and collapsed into a warm embrace. Does it smell good? Is it soft? A cold, beautiful voice rang in her ear, its breath brushing against Ren's forehead. The other girls watched in shock as Rain actually hugged their mentor. Phil? Rain? You let go. Joanna rushed forward and pulled him away, while Olena also helped to pull Rain out of Phil's arms. Phil didn't move, letting them struggle to pull Ryan away. Looks like he's really exhausted, she said coldly. He can't even stand properly. Changing the subject, Fayer revealed a meaningful smile. However, being able to accurately find the support point can also be considered a talent, right? The suggestive words made the other girls blush, but Christine didn't react at all. You guys. Fayer changed the subject. Go to the joint training arena at the Imperial Higher Academy and start the matchmaking battle. Everyone was taken aback. It was a platform that connected with other academies. Once you entered it, you would be transported to a virtual space to engage in battle. Fayer gave no chance to object, continuing to urge him on with the whip. Crack. Despite their exhaustion, everyone followed Phil to the large building with its shimmering ruins. On the trial platform, many instructors were already waiting with their students. Phil pointed at Ryan. You go first. She walked onto the platform in her red high heels, grabbed Ryan's hand, and the two of them pressed down on the stone tablet. Activate single-player random matchmaking mode, Fayer announced coldly. The runes on the stone tablet were instantly activated, and the light engulfed Phil and Rain, teleporting them to a forest. Before them stood a red-haired girl clad in silver knight armor with gold patterns, flanked by a blonde mature woman. The blonde woman smiled brightly. Yo, Phil, is this your student? She doesn't look too well. Phil released Ryan's wrist. Sophia, mind your own business. Let's begin. The blonde woman pointed at Rain. Arya, beat her student to tears and make Phil feel what it's like to be hurt. Rain felt that he and the girl opposite him were like spirit pets, while the blonde mature woman and Phil were like contract masters, commanding their spirit pets to fight. The red-haired girl, Arya, nodded, her face showing no sign of underestimating her opponent. She gave Ren a standard knightly salute, her movements clean and efficient. A flash of silver light appeared in the air, and a knight's manual appeared before her. Rain became alert. This was no ordinary knight. Arya was a knight of the Codex. A knight's codex could nurture equipment, view its attributes, and awaken combat skills. Arya drew an ancient long sword from the secret manual, pointed it at Ren, and then charged towards him. Rain ate a bite of Telepy's empowering petal, which restored some of his strength, and a layer of golden protective clothing appeared on his body. Arya clearly understood each contractor's weakness. Once the spirit pet was defeated, the contractor would also be affected. She unleashed a fiery red aura and charged rapidly towards Rain. Fire Knight. Seeing Arya charging towards him, Ren immediately gave the order. Vivian, activate, title him, and Water Shadow Star Arrow. Vivian responded, and blue starlight surrounded her. She clasped her hands together, and an ethereal chant arose, drawing water elements to her side. A magical rain curtain appeared out of nowhere, the raindrops falling on Arya's fire attribute battle aura and being quickly evaporated. Arrows formed from water elemental energy continued to shoot towards her. Arya remained undeterred and continued charging towards Rain, her fiery red battle aura surrounding her as she withstood the water-based attacks and continued to advance rapidly. Rain was stabbed by Arya's sword, but fortunately Telepy's Golden Guardian blocked the attack in time, sending him flying several meters away. Seeing Ren being knocked away, Arya didn't say a word. Her eyes were firm, and she pounced on Ren again. Chapter 24 Telepy's new skill. Arya's mentor, the blonde, sophisticated Sophia, crossed her arms and flashed a sunny, confident smile. Philip, judging by your student's disheveled state, she probably won't make it to the next round. How about we make a bet? Sophia's tone was provocative. I bet your student can last long against Arya. I bet he'll lose within 30 seconds. The stake. I'll bet on your. No need. I don't have a gambling habit. Phil replied calmly, watching the battle unfold on the field. Oh, you don't dare to gamble, Sophia said with a mocking smile, as if she already knew that Fayer would not agree. At this moment, Arya was extremely fast, completely ignoring Telepy and Vivian, and only chasing after Rain to launch an attack. Vivian was helpless. Her thunderstorm was created by condensing thunderclouds and releasing violent lightning, but with Arya fighting at close range, she dared not use it rashly for fear of accidentally injuring Ren. Therefore, Vivienne chose to release the Water Shadow Star arrow, which condensed into a blue longsword with its tip flashing with violent lightning. After evolving into the Silver Starlight Mermaid, she mastered the three elements of water, light, and lightning. This Water Shadow Star arrow, which fused with the power of lightning, was the first time Rain had ever seen it. At this moment, Rain was rolling sideways in a sorry state, dodging Arya's fierce attacks. His stamina had long been exhausted, and he barely managed to avoid them with the help of his spirit pet. Arya also felt the threat of the lightning behind her. The lightning stung her skin slightly, but she was confident enough in the armor's defense and believed that as long as she defeated Rain, everything would be over. She quickly gathered her fiery red battle aura behind her, forming a thicker protective layer, and continued her attack on Ren. She had broken through Ren's golden shield, and in her eyes, Ren, now unprotected, was as fragile as a piece of paper. However, she clearly underestimated Vivienne's Water Shadow Star arrow. Whoosh! The blue arrow of light, imbued with the power of thunder, shot toward Arya at lightning speed, causing even Sophia to show a worried expression. The Mentor's intervention is meant to prevent fatal injuries, but once the Mentor intervenes, it means admitting defeat. Arya gripped her longsword tightly with both hands, and a fiery red aura burst forth, evaporating the soil beneath her feet into water vapor. The surrounding air distorted, and the vegetation quickly withered. Rain realized that Arya was charging up her ultimate attack. Just then, Vivienne's Water Shadow Star arrow struck her back, accurately hitting the weak point of her aura protection at the junction of her shoulder blades. Puff! The lightning within the arrow erupted instantly, like a flood bursting its banks, violently striking Arya. Arya froze, but she still swung her sword at Ren. Her longsword, enhanced by her battle aura, stretched to over 20 meters in length, making it almost impossible to dodge. Eek! Vivienne let out a sharp cry, while Tilope watched anxiously from the side, feeling utterly helpless. Her skills were ineffective against the Mystic Knight, and Arya ignored all of her defenses. In battle, only Vivienne's methods pose a threat. As the fiery sword swung down, Ren's last thought was, I still need to raise another spirit pet. Very good, the blonde, mature woman Sophia nodded. For an early-stage contract master to fight a Mystic Knight to this extent, truly worthy of the title. At this moment, Phil was already in her high heels, ready to step in and block the attack for Ryan. But Ren did not rely on Phil. He had the system in his mind. With the system, how could he not be able to beat them? Rain quickly opened the system shop and browsed the pet skill descriptions. Flower Decree. Tilope consumes half of her own magic power to communicate with all the surrounding plants, causing them to respond to the decree and grow wildly to bind enemies or entangle allies for protection. Points, 100. Redeemed, current points, 10. Rain quickly converted the skill, and Tilope's eyes lit up. Just as Phil was about to make a move, Tilope flew in front of Ren and burst into golden light. At this moment, Phil was stunned, not expecting that Rain had a trump card up his sleeve. As Tilope activated her skill, an invisible wave spread out from her center, the ground trembled, and thick tree roots, vines, and grass blades burst forth from the soil, quickly spreading around Ren and Tilope, forming a powerful plant barrier. The vines even entangled Arya and her longsword. At the same time, Vivienne also released Tidal Hymn, drawing in the surrounding moisture and adding another layer of water shield to the plant barrier. Boom! Arya's great sword, imbued with an aura of destruction, slammed down upon the plant barrier and water shield. Tilope and Rain were enveloped in a shield, plunging them into darkness. Tilope, I'm not scared. Tilope stubbornly insisted in Ren's arms. Rain smiled and gently stroked her hair. I know my sweetheart is very brave. Perverted master, who is your sweetheart? Calling me so intimately. Disgusting. Tilope said this, but obediently rubbed against Ren's palm. Chapter 25, Revisiting Selena. The roar shook the entire forest, and the scorching air and icy water vapor collided violently, bursting into thick fog, filling the air with the smell of burning vegetation. When the bombing ended, the plant barrier dissipated, and Rain saw Arya lying on the ground. It turned out that Vivienne had fired an arrow after Arya swung her sword. Her performance greatly pleased Ren. A clearer understanding of his two spirit pets, One is a support and the other is a mage. He clearly lacks roles as a warrior, tank, and backline assassin. A fully developed contract master can handle almost any battle. Arya lay on the ground coughing up blood a few times, then nodded to her mentor, Sophia. We've lost this time. Sophia stepped forward and began casting a healing spell. The shock in her eyes was undisguised. She clearly found it hard to believe that a silver contract master could defeat a silver codex knight. Phil quietly walked to Ryan's side, checked that he was all right, and whispered in his ear, "She's mute. She can't speak. You." Ren nodded, walked to Arya's side, and smiled as he extended his hand. The red-haired girl, Arya, rested her head on Sophia's lap, stared at Rain's outstretched hand, paused for a moment, and then grasped it with difficulty. This fierce battle finally came to an end with this silent handshake. After the battle, Rain and Phil were teleported back to the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. Seeing that Ryan was in such a disheveled state, Christie's and the others clearly knew that he had been through a fierce battle. Not bad. Phil coughed lightly, as if acknowledging Rain's performance. You go back first, everyone else. Each of you do a round of the coordinated match. Ryan nodded, preparing to go home to celebrate his father's birthday. He had no intention of bringing back any rare treasures to show off. Back in his dorm, Ryan took a shower to wash away his fatigue and changed into new clothes. When Hera saw that Rain was covered in wounds, she rushed over, gently stroked his cheek, and showed a pained expression. Young master? He asked gently, showing particular concern upon seeing Rain's injury. Hoo-hoo, hey, it gently blew out a few warm, fragrant breaths. Does it hurt, my darling? Heya addressed him so affectionately for the first time, he was slightly taken aback and immediately pulled her into the bathroom. My whole body aches. Can you check me over? The bathroom door was closed, while the two flower fairies and the mermaid remained outside. How outrageous. Tilly Pie stomped her foot in the air. I'm the one who's suffering the most. How could she secretly heal her injuries? She grew increasingly angry, flying to the bathroom door and pounding on the smooth door panel. You worthless master, you scoundrel. Come out if you dare. Eek. Vivian looked at the door with a wronged expression. At this moment, Ren was soaking in the bathtub, the bathroom filled with the fragrance of he, the steam swirling in the air, more intoxicating than any perfume. Priya's maid's skirt was already damp with moisture. Tillapi approached the door, then suddenly heard something and quickly covered her mouth. Vivian tilted her head, looking at Tillapi with a puzzled expression, and made a confused eek. Tilliped flew to Vivian's ear and whispered something excitedly. That evening, Ryan dressed in fine clothes, preparing to visit Selena again and take the opportunity to ask for leave. On the way, Tillapi playfully flew to Ren's ear and imitated Hea's voice. Wait, something's not right. It flew to the other side of Ren and imitated Ren's voice. How could this be wrong? This is it, let's try it. Rain stopped and looked around. Fortunately, it was dark and there was no one else on the academy path. He reached out to grab Tillapi, but she darted in front of Ren, making a face. You scoundrel owner, you're a pervert. Vivian remained nestled in Rain's arms, her head buried in his chest, but in the moonlight, her ears were slightly red. Tillapi flew onto Rain's hair and played with it. You little fish master, I told you to secretly heal your wounds. Can't Tillapi check them? I definitely will in the future. Rain sighed and let Tillapi rest on his head. When you're a little older. Tillapi seemed satisfied, hummed twice, flew over to Rain and kissed him on the cheek. Mwah. Vivian heard the kissing sound, looked up at Rain, tears welling in her eyes, and sobbed. Eek. Ryan kissed her to comfort her. At the same time, Ryan quickly kissed Tillapi to avoid being accused of favoritism. Vivian, who was being kissed, let out another soft moan, her voice filled with shyness and satisfaction, and continued to snuggle in Ren's arms. Tillapi stopped throwing a tantrum and flew into Ryan's arms to be with Vivian. Arriving at Selena's door, Ren tidied his hair, which had been messed up by Tillapi, and then straightened his collar. The maid at the door recognized him. Young Master Ren? I need to speak with my advisor. Please come this way. The maid gestured. I'll go inform the young lady. Yes, thank you for your trouble. Ryan was still led into the side hall. Although Selena didn't want to see guests in the morning, Ryan had visited twice in one day, so as long as she wasn't too badly injured, she would still see him. Chapter 26 Going Home Together. Shortly after, Selena entered the side room, wearing a light blue sundress, her long, fair legs exposed, barefoot on the soft carpet. She didn't appear as pale as the rumors suggested, and Ryan had a vague feeling that she might be faking illness. Mentor Selena. Rain stood up, walked to the door, and helped her up. Selena glanced at Ryan's hand supporting her arm, then looked up into his clear green eyes and waved her hand. I'm fine. Her gaze shifted to Telepi and Vivian on the sofa. Are you planning to take leave and go home? Ryan was puzzled. How did she even know his father's birthday? Yes, about 3 days, Ryan replied. Selena sat down on the sofa and gestured for him to sit down as well. Honestly, I don't recommend you go back. This year is your golden learning period. Missing even one day could be a regret for you. She then looked at Telepi and Vivian. But recently, I've seen you grow. Then, you can go with Pepe. It's on the way, Selena added. Pepe? Ryan asked, somewhat confused. Who is that? It's Phil Tsepsh, the mentor who taught you in my place. Selena's gaze lingered briefly on Ren. Ryan suddenly realized that he might be marrying her daughter, so it would make perfect sense for them to go home together. You've met before, haven't you? Selena asked. I've seen him. Ren nodded. How are you feeling? Ren hesitated. She is a very responsible mentor? Yes, that's right. Selena chuckled. Pepe is actually a very nice person. You'll see as you get to know her better. Ryan had some doubts and wanted to ask Phil more, but he was worried that Selena would notice something was wrong. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back and get ready. Selena waved her hand. Oh, by the way, thank you for the dessert. It was very sweet. Ryan. Ren gave a slight bow, maintaining his politeness, and said, I'm glad you like it. Then he carried Telepi and Vivian away. Selena watched Ryan's departing figure with a deep gaze, then picked up the small cake next to her, took a bite, and ate it with a smile. The next day, at the first light of dawn, 2 carriages were parked outside the main gate of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. One was imposing and extraordinary, while the other was ornate and exquisite. The carriage in front was pulled by 2 magical beasts covered in dark scales and with a single horn on each head, and the 4 corners of the carriage roof were decorated with the coat of arms of the Tsepsh family. Each family's coat of arms has a unique meaning. For example, the Werlet family's coat of arms has a blue background and a merchant ship, symbolizing their maritime trade. The Tsepsh family's coat of arms, on the other hand, has a silver background and a bloodstained sword, symbolizing loyal border military nobles. The carriage curtain was lifted by a hand gloved with black lace, revealing Phil's cold and beautiful face. She glanced at Ren, the red X, in her golden pupils appearing particularly sharp. She lingered on Hea for a moment, then said softly, Get in the car. Ren nodded, helped he into his own carriage, and then carried Telepi and Vivian toward the Zepesh family's carriage. He had wanted to ride in his family's carriage, but since it was his mentor's invitation, Ren couldn't refuse. The interior of the Tsepsh family's carriage was more spacious and comfortable than the exterior, with a dark red carpet and the scent of cedar filling the air. Phil sat opposite Ryan, her legs crossed, her red high heels seemingly about to slip off her beautiful legs, the heels dangling in the air. Telepi huddled in Ryan's arms, completely devoid of her usual liveliness, pretending to be dead. Vivian lay quietly in Ren's arms, her face buried in his chest. Phil silently observed Ren's spirit pets, especially Telepi. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Instructor Phil. Ren couldn't help but break the silence. What attribute of spirit pet do you think I should contract with next? Instead of answering directly, Fayer drew back the curtains, rested her left hand on the window frame, propped her cheek in her hand, and slowly took out a cigarette from her pocket, lighting it. You are a contract master who spoils his spirit pet too much. Her tone was unhurried. Your 2 spirit pets, although I've only met them once or twice, are very attached to you. Raising a spirit pet isn't like raising a child. You can't just cuddle and kiss it every day. Look at others. Does anyone act like you do? She paused. We contract masters are different from others. We can create small worlds within our secret manuals, where our spirit pets can cultivate and play. But you probably haven't even truly activated the secret manual space yet, have you? Telepi and Vivian, who were called out, silently lowered their heads, not daring to refute. They knew that they had no right to speak in front of this mentor of the Golden Contract Master. But they don't want to enter the secret space. Ren was somewhat puzzled. What? Phil looked incredulous. You don't want to go in? Your companion spirit pet doesn't want to enter the secret realm. So what about this newly contracted mermaid? Same here, Ren replied somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 27 Female Killer Contract Master? Fayer frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, Spirit pets sometimes need the company of their contract masters, but they also need private space. The secret codex space is their independent room. Your situation, Phil looked at Rain. Maybe the legendary female killing contract master. A female killing contract master? Ren was somewhat confused. Yes, you have a fatal attraction to female spirit pets. Once they form a contract with you, they will become extremely dependent on you and unwilling to leave you. They resist entering the secret space because you yourself are more attractive than any space, Phil continued to explain. Ren paused for a moment, then noticed that Vivian and Tilope had both nodded, seemingly in agreement. But Phil's tone was tinged with regret. You have lost the qualification to contract a male spirit pet. This means you have missed out on many powerful spirit pets. Rain knew that the system itself could not contract male spirit pets, and he had already realized this limitation. There have only been a few female killing contract masters in history, but their endings were all tragic, Phil said in a low voice. These contract masters eventually succumbed to the favoritism and jealousy of their spirit pets, and the close spirit pets killed each other in the struggle for favor. Rain felt a chill run down her spine. So that's turning to the dark side because of love? That's right. Fair nodded. You must keep them all on equal footing and not let any of the spirit pets realize that they have fallen out of favor. Otherwise, they will start a fierce fight and may even use any means, whether they do it themselves or use the enemy's hand, to get rid of the spirit pet you favor. Tilope and Vivian flashed through his mind. He dared not imagine whether, in some fierce battle, they would turn on each other in their struggle for the Emperor's favor. What chilled Ren even more was that Tilope and Vivian did not refute this, nor did they even give him a comforting look. Is being handsome really a mistake? Ren thought to himself. Fayer coughed lightly, a relaxed smile on her face. However, there are advantages to being a female contract master. Every time you sign a spirit pet, she will voluntarily become your companion spirit pet and will never betray you. They're willing to do anything for you, Phil added. Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Phil, Rain said gratefully. It's not over yet, Fayer said with a smile. Now let's talk about your third spirit pet. Ryan became serious. Oh, does Instructor Phil have any advice for me? Phil stretched, revealing her alluring curves, and the fragrance emanating from her body made Ren feel somewhat dazed. Fayer casually said, judging from your current two spirit pets, the third spirit pet should ideally be of the lightning, metal, or ice type. As for fire and water types, we won't consider them for now. Ren nodded. These suggestions did make sense. Vivian's primary element was water, with secondary element being lightning, and Tilope's skills could also provide some protection. The metal and ice elements complement Vivian's attributes better. Ice can freeze enemies, while metal complements Vivian's lightning skills. Phil continued to analyze. Fire and water elements are not suitable, since fire will conflict with Vivian's water element. Ren immediately understood that the fire-type spirit pet and Vivian's skills were indeed incompatible, as water and fire are mutually exclusive. Metal and ice types would be better choices. Your mermaid already has a secondary attribute of lightning, Phil concluded. Therefore, the best choice is an ice-type spirit pet. What do you think? Ryan was a little stunned. Although Phil's tone was still very natural, the word "we" made him lose his composure. However, he quickly recovered. After all, they were now family. So the use of "we" was not surprising. Ice type. Ren pondered for a moment. Okay, an ice type spirit pet should be a good choice. Fayer smiled and nodded. Yes, ice type is the most suitable. Chapter 28 The Marriage Partner, is Teacher Fayer? This tactic seemed somewhat familiar to Ren. He consulted Selena, who gave him a long explanation and ultimately decided that he wanted the mermaid and Vivian. Is it still like this now? Is he born to be a kept man? And just as Ren had expected, Phil flicked Ren's forehead. I've already prepared everything for you. You'll know when we get back to your home. Rain wondered if that ice-type spirit pet was part of the dowry. Phil reached out and placed her hand over Ryan's eyes. Sleep, you'll be home soon. The mature, beautiful woman's palm and a strange, comforting fragrance seemed to possess a magical power that he could not resist. Looking at Ryan, who was fast asleep with his head resting on her lap, Phil stroked Ryan's forehead, a tenderness that shouldn't have appeared in her eyes. The Villet family, where Rain lives, is located in the port city of Azure Harbor in the southern province of the Tyro Empire. As a noble family of counts, the Verlit's fiefdom encompassed the bustling port of the southern province and the surrounding rich territories. The wealth and power of the Villet family are unmatched by that of ordinary earls. Even the Zepesh family, to which Phil's mentor belongs, has long been entrenched in the northern border of the empire and has a distinguished military record. However, compared to the Werelect family, who made their fortune through maritime trade, they were still somewhat lacking in financial resources. Of course, perhaps in the eyes of such an established family, the Wellwright family is nothing more than nouveau riche. The carriage finally stopped in front of the magnificent archway of the castle's main gate. The servants, who had already received the news, lined up to wait respectfully, their posture humble. The head butler, Abel, bowed meticulously. Young Master Wren, welcome home. Madame Zepesh, the Earl is already waiting in the drawing room. The old butler, Abel, was dressed in a tailcoat and had white hair. He had watched Rain grow up since she was a child, and he never expected that she would now be of marriageable age. This sudden change left him somewhat dazed. He had a good impression of Rain. The boy was not as spoiled as other young masters and was quite gentle with the servants. But that disappointing tulip caused Abel to sigh many times behind his back. Looking at him now, this young master has transformed into a silver contract master. He gazes at the radiant flower fairy and mermaid in Wren's arms, and the powerful northern lady beside him. Abel was filled with emotion, realizing that his deceased mother, Ryan, had perhaps already arranged everything for him. Compared to his other siblings, Ryan seemed somewhat out of place in terms of appearance. All offspring with the Villette bloodline have light blue hair and pink eyes. Only Rain inherited his late mother's blonde hair and blue eyes. Fayer and I entered the living room. The floor was covered with a soft handmade carpet with an intricate wave pattern. The walls are inlaid with polished mother-of-pearl from the deep sea, shimmering with a mesmerizing luster. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the dome, with each crystal carved into the shape of a water droplet. In the center of the living room was a coffee table made of dark silver wood, and an elderly man sat in the main seat. It was also Ryan's adoptive father, Victor Verlet. He wore a simple, dark blue velvet robe and few accessories, but the imposing presence of someone long accustomed to a high position enveloped the entire space like an invisible force field. Rain, you're back. Victor's light blue hair was now streaked with silver, and his voice, though slightly hoarse like that of an elderly person, was still deep and powerful. He glanced at the two spirit pets in Wren's arms and nodded. It seems you've grown a lot at the academy. Victor's voice was neither approving nor disapproving, and it was devoid of any emotion. Ryan and Phil sat opposite Victor. The boy looked at his elderly father with a somewhat dazed expression. Yes, I am grateful for the guidance of my mentors. Victor gave a non-committal and said, let's hold the wedding banquet after graduation. After saying that, he glanced at Fayer and asked, what do you think? Fayer, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke, her red lips parting slightly. Everything can be arranged by your excellency. The old count made no mention of fiefdoms or titles, and Wren did not press the matter. But the words he mentioned puzzled Ryan. The mature, beautiful woman beside him, his eyes filled with disbelief, Mentor Fayer. That's right, Phil wasn't too reserved in front of Victor. She smiled gently. The one who's going to marry you is me. Surprised, Ryan? This answer almost made Ryan explode. Did this mean she was his wife? That was so sudden. What? Not satisfied? Phil leaned forward slightly, looking at Ryan's astonished expression, a smile of interest curving her cold, red lips. Or, do you prefer young girls? How dare Ryan refute? At this moment, he was like a helpless husband, only able to accept the arrangements of fate. Like the wife in the film, who doesn't particularly like someone but can't resist trying out the still charming Fayer. How could that be? Wren felt a chill run down his spine. This was a tigress. Actually, I was already smitten the first time I saw you. Smooth talker. Phil scolded softly, sitting up straight, but the smile hidden in her eyes was noticed by Wren. Clearly, this mature and beautiful woman was pleased by the awkward compliment. Count Victor took everything in, his aged eyes seeming to have seen through too much of the world. Since neither of you has any objections, then this matter is settled. Rain, speaking of which, Miss Phil was also your mother's student. Your marriage will put your mother's mind at ease. Wren never expected that there was such a secret hidden in this matter. Wren actually had no memory of his birth mother, and Victor didn't mention it much either. When Phil heard Victor bring up the topic, a fleeting, unnatural expression crossed her cold, beautiful face. Clearly, the passing of Ryan's mother was a significant blow to her. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Phil glanced at Victor, unwilling to linger. Victor waved his hand. Go ahead. Wren, you stay. Fayer bowed slightly, turned around, and walked out of the living room. Only the father and son remained in the living room. The heavy, carved wooden door shut out all outside noise, leaving only the soft crackling of burning wood in the fireplace in the luxurious space. Count Victor gazed calmly at Wren. seemingly reassessing the son he had been neglecting. Chapter 29. Sister Galia. A very nice woman. Victor's calm gaze revealed no emotion to Ren. As a baron, it is beyond my expectations that she would take the initiative to propose to you. You probably don't know how lucky you are. She is a baron who has never been married. If you marry her, you will have wealth, status, and power. But I don't know why she did it. Even if she was thinking about the teacher-student relationship from back then, there was no need to go to this extent. It doesn't make sense for a ruler. Victor looked at Ren with a scrutinizing gaze. So, is this the result of sexual intercourse, or is there some other reason? In terms of strength, you are just a silver contract master, and in terms of status, you do not have a title. But this golden contract master with a baronial title and fiefdom is willing to marry you. Ren, what is it about you that she needs? These questions puzzled even Ren. Yeah, what does Phil want from him? Is it because he's young? Or because he's handsome? Or is it for his meager allowance and lower place in the inheritance order? Obviously not. Before Ren could answer, Victor slowly spoke again. You used a very interesting method to instantly acquire wealth, status, and some power in the north that ordinary people could only dream of in a lifetime. Actually, I think you're secretly pleased, aren't you? Victor's eyes saw through too much. But as a father, I have to remind you that everything Phil Tsepch has given you actually comes from the family behind her. In other words, in the future, you will not only have to take care of your wife's feelings, but also be constantly on guard against the Tsepch family abandoning you. Otherwise you will return to having nothing. Even worse. Finally, Victor added meaningfully, of course, you will always be a member of the Villet family. Your roots are still in the southern lands, still in Azure Harbor. These words of advice made Ren fall into deep thought. It was indeed somewhat unusual for a northern noble to propose marriage to a southern noble. Moreover, the marriage partner was himself, an illegitimate son. Ryan carefully recalled what had happened before he met Phil. It was during that time that Selena took them to do quests, and it was during that time that his two spirit pets broke through to the silver rank one after another. They even eventually defeated Roger's team. Then, he witnessed the duel between two Golden King beasts, and finally fainted and was taken back to the academy by Selena. After waking up, Heya told her that her family was going to arrange a marriage for her. Selena then feigned illness to have Phil substitute for her. When Ryan and Phil first met, she had already revealed that her training of Ryan was a family matter. Perhaps Selena Gomez was involved in this marriage. For a moment, Ryan couldn't understand what kind of bad thing these two beautiful women were plotting together. I understand. Father, Ren nodded to Victor, though he actually had many questions he didn't voice. For example, how did his mother die? But he wouldn't say, and Ryan got no answer when he asked. After saying goodbye to Victor, Ren had just arrived at his room when he found a young girl already lying on his bed. The girl had short, light blue hair, big pink eyes, wore a pure white long dress, and had a gardenia flower pinned in her hair. Brother. The girl's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquettish reproach. Why didn't you reply to any of the many letters Gloria wrote to you? Do you know that Gloria thinks about you every day at home? Gloria Villet was the only girl and the youngest of the 19 children in the family. Ryan gently closed the door and walked to the bedside. How many times have I told you? You're not allowed to sleep in your brother's bed. Gloria snuggled deeper into the soft velvet blankets. I want it. I feel so safe sleeping with my brother's scent. After saying that, she looked at the two spirit pets in Ren's arms with a curious look. Huh? Is this the flower from before? Now it's turned into a fairy, so tiny, and there's even a mermaid. Let me play with it for a bit, please, brother. No, they're not dolls. Ren gave Galia a gentle pat on the head. His warm palms carried a soothing power, making Gloria close her eyes comfortably. Tilope also curiously looked at her master sister, and only after sensing that she didn't seem like a bad person did she fly out of Ren's arms and sit on Ren's shoulder. However, due to Ren's restrictions, she still cannot speak anytime, anywhere. Vivian was no longer as socially awkward and reserved as before. She even dared to turn her head and look at Gloria while nestled in Ren's arms. All right, if you want to play with her, then play with her. Seeing that the two spirit pets showed interest in getting close to Gloria, Ren stopped trying to stop them. Oh, I can finally talk, you idiot master. Tilope flew directly to Galia's head, scattering golden pollen to mark the territory. Your idiot master's sister doesn't seem like an idiot. Ugh, don't sprinkle pollen everywhere, it itches. Gloria touched her nose, a little annoyed. Don't you dare call my brother an idiot. After saying that, she suddenly realized something and quickly covered her mouth. A talking spirit pet. Brother. You. Oh my god. The tulip has become a spirit, and it can even swear. Hey, why are you talking so rudely? Tilope stomped her foot in the air, angrily correcting Goliath's statement. Tilope isn't a spirit. She's evolved. She's a noble tulip fairy. Gloria giggled, her pink eyes curving into crescents. She poked Tilope with her index finger. So, would the noble tulip fairy like to be friends with Gloria? Don't poke people with your fingers, that's so rude. Tilope flapped her wings and flew away quickly. But since you call me the noble tulip fairy, Tilope will reluctantly agree. Tilope's face grew redder and her voice grew softer as she spoke. Eek! Vivian seemed to be infected by the warm atmosphere as well. She leaned out of Ren's arms and gently called out to Gloria. Her fishtail swayed happily, as if to indicate that she was also willing to be friends. Gloria stretched out her hands. Brother, can I hug her? Before Ren could speak, Vivian made a soft ooh sound, which was taken as her agreement. The girl was utterly powerless against these adorable spirit pets. As she carefully picked up Vivian, she muttered a complaint. Honestly, why didn't they let Gloria awaken the contract codex? I really want to have a spirit pet too. Chapter 30 Homeless Children's Rescue Foundation. In Azure Harbor, in such a prosperous port city in the southern province, within the territory ruled by our Vitellet family, there are still around 3,000 homeless children. Inside the Blue Harbor Government Hall, Locke Verlit, the eldest son of the Verlit family, sat at the head of the table, addressing the city councilors. If we don't take action, in a few years they will become thieves, robbers, or gang members. Although our city has many other problems to solve, the children's situation is related to the future of our city. Locke wore a simple white shirt, but all the buttons were made of blue gemstones. He leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table and his hands clasped under his chin. If I, the governor of Azure Harbor, don't pay attention to them, then who will? Who else would give them the opportunity to choose a different life? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience burst into enthusiastic applause. The eldest son of the Verlit family was no longer young, but rather middle-aged, with light blue hair combed back. He took out an exquisite silver cigarette case from his pocket, lit a slender cigarette, and said, "From today onwards, I hope we can establish a foundation to help homeless children." Everyone's breath hitched. Was this going to be a new set of rules for the game? These respectable figures, as well as prominent businessmen from Blue Harbor, do not resist doing charity. Many people meticulously calculate every single expense when accumulating wealth, yet they donate money without batting an eye. Because this is no different from transferring money to another savings account, such as a family establishing a charitable foundation, but stipulating that the members of this charitable foundation must be family members. And now, this eldest son of the Verlit family, in the name of the governor, is establishing a foundation to help homeless children. They don't mind paying some protection money, but the flow and rules of this protection money must be clear. At the very least, they must know how to get their donated money back. Locke clearly saw through everyone's thoughts. He flicked his cigarette ash and pointed to his secretary beside him. Maria, the rest is up to you. Make sure everyone understands that we must take good care of the future of those homeless children in Azure Harbor. I have only one requirement. The children's housing, food, clothing, and education must be purchased and consumed through legal channels, and every allocation and every purchase must be open, transparent, and traceable. Yes, Your Excellency. Secretary Maria, dressed in a smart suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, watched Locke leave before opening the projection magic crystal that had been prepared beforehand. Locke, meanwhile, boarded the carriage and returned to the Valette Manor. Young master, you're back? Abel was in the courtyard, pruning the plants, one of his few hobbies. Although he doesn't need to do these things because of his position, the old man can never stay idle. Well, Butler Abel, is father's banquet ready for tonight? Locke asked, loosening his tie. Everything has been prepared to the highest standards, young master. Abel put down the garden shears and bowed slightly. Locke nodded. I heard. Ryan is back. Yes, and his fiancée, Miss Filt Sepsch. Abel added a comment in time, but it made Locke frown slightly. Ren, this younger brother whom he had once overlooked, has unexpectedly returned to the chessboard. The old count is not long to live, which means the handover of power is imminent, a consensus shared by all his sons. Now, Locke, who has long been confirmed as the first heir, has his most important task during this time, to protect himself. He has been the heir for almost 100 years. The Sepsch family, Locke murmured softly, I hope they don't mess with me. He didn't care whether the old butler could hear him or not, and went straight into his own high-rise building. He went to his study, wrote a letter, and sent it to the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. Then, he picked up the gift box on the table, smiled, walked out of his courtyard, and went straight to the main courtyard. This year, the Earl's birthday celebration was exceptionally grand. The air in the main courtyard was filled with the luxurious scents of spices and flowers. After pruning the greenery and cultivating his mind, the butler, Abel, began the busiest time of the year. That's for receiving guests. Before the magnificent gilded gates of the manor, a long procession of cars lined up, and a grand ceremony showcasing power and wealth officially began. Almost all the prominent nobles and figures in the southern provinces would come to show their support. Even marquises, if they don't come in person, will send a representative. Although Azure Harbor is not the capital of the southern province, Ifmelia, the capital of the southern province, is the political center of the entire province, then Azure Harbor, a city belonging to the fiefdom of the Varee family, is the economic center of the southern province. This place boasts the busiest and most prosperous port in the entire province, which has long been the envy of many families with even longer histories. This time, even the governor of the southern province, Marquis Aubrey, came to the scene in person. He mainly wanted to confirm how much longer it would take for Victor to die. When a tall, imposing middle-aged man with sharp, eagle-like eyes stepped down from the carriage, even Abel, who was used to grand occasions, unconsciously straightened his back. The entire Villette family is deeply honored by the presence of His Excellency the Marquis. Abel's voice was more composed than usual. Marquis Aubrey nodded slightly, but his gaze had already passed over the old butler, sweeping across the entire manor as if it were a physical object, finally landing on the brightly lit main castle. Of course, the clashes between these big shots have no direct relation to the current nobody, Ryan. He had just led Gloria out of the room. Brother, let Gloria continue sleeping in your room tonight. No? This is Gloria's room now. While you're not here, this is where I've been staying. The girl clung tightly to Rain's arm, tilting her head up, her pink eyes filled with dependence and a self-righteous display of coquetry. Rain reached out and gently pinched Gloria's cheek. No, go back to your room and sleep. No. Meanwhile, Phil also arrived at the gate of Ren. Looking at the close brother and sister, she felt a little uneasy. It seems you siblings have a good relationship. The cool voice of the beautiful woman interrupted the warm atmosphere in the corridor. She leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, her golden eyes with scarlet X symbols calmly watching Ren and Gloria, revealing no emotion. Chapter 31: A jealous fiancé, a wronged sister, a respectable nobleman, and Renee's lover. Upon hearing Phil's voice, Gloria hugged Rain's arm even tighter, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. She believed that her older brother was not the type to forget his sister for the sake of a pretty face. Ryan let her hold his arm, but looking at his mature fiancée, he didn't know how to address her for a moment. So he tentatively called out, "Fair?" "What?" Phil walked to Ren's side, her red lips curving into a smile. She stretched out a finger and lifted Ren's chin, carefully examining his handsome face. "Now, what we need to do is hurry up and attend your old father's birthday party, and then hurry back to the academy. Instead of being here, arguing with my sister about who should sleep in which bed tonight." After saying that, Phil kissed Rain right in front of Gloria. The kiss caught Ryan off guard. The fragrance of a mature woman wafted over him. Gloria covered her mouth, her pink eyes widening as she stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Forcibly kissed by her suddenly appearing, fierce fiancé. After a long while, until Gloria could no longer bear it, she realized that she now had to separate the two of them. So Gloria pushed the two of them away, shouting, "No, no, you can't kiss your brother." Stamped for confirmation. Phil's tone was flat. Then she turned to the sulking Gloria. "I'm your sister-in-law. Why can't I kiss your brother?" Gloria was speechless at Phil's assertive question. Her face flushed red, and tears welled up in her eyes. She cried out in a sob, "No way. My brother is mine. You bad woman." Upon hearing this, Fair not only did not get angry, but instead chuckled softly. Rain snapped out of his reverie and quickly changed the subject. "Let's go. Father's birthday party is about to begin." Phil walked ahead, while Gloria clung to Ren's arm, nestled in his embrace, and competed for a spot with Vivian and Tillapi. Her voice choked with sobs. Wait until she marries in, Gloria. She'll make her pay." Vivian stroked Gloria's hair with her palm, making sweet whimpering sounds to comfort her. Tillapi flew to Goliath's ear and whispered something. If other contract masters saw this, they would be absolutely shocked. These two silver spirit pets are surprisingly human-like. They not only possess a clear sense of self, but they are also able to keenly perceive and respond to human emotions, and even actively participate in such subtle and complex interpersonal interactions. This has already transcended the realm of ordinary spirit pets. Perhaps in the future, there will be beings that become king-level beasts, awakening secret scriptures. This is the infinite potential of a smart contract pet. Silly Goliath, don't be sad. That grumpy old lady is annoying, but your silly master still loves you the most. Tillapi can testify. He even calls your name in his sleep at night. This surprised Wren. Tillapi could actually lie. This was the first time Phil had ever heard of a talking tulip. Slightly as she walked ahead, realizing she had made a mistake, Tillapi quickly covered her mouth. Previously, Rain had always forbidden her from speaking in front of outsiders, even in front of Selena. But Phil didn't say anything, only paused for a moment before continuing to walk forward. Upon entering the banquet hall, the dazzling crystal chandelier illuminated the room as if it were daytime, while melodious court music mingled with the reserved laughter and conversation of the guests. The arrival of Ryan and his group did not attract much attention. Even Phil was not particularly dazzling among the many powerful and influential people from the south. If it weren't for the fact that her mother was the head of the Zepesh family, a baron in the north, she wouldn't even be qualified to meet Victor. But others who paid attention to Ryan had to admit that the guy had indeed hooked up with a rich woman. However, in this particular couple, the husband did not hold a title, but the wife did. This means that even if the two have a child in the future, if they divorce, the child will still be taken away by Fair. From a legal perspective, since the children of Rain and Phil can only inherit their mother's title and rank, the humane aspect of the imperial noble law begins to manifest itself. First, we must take care of the party who holds the title, ensuring that Phil's title will be inherited in the future. Secondly, we should consider the children's future and prioritize their ability to inherit the core assets of their parents. But if the two do not divorce and Phil dies someday in the future, Ren will be the first in line to the title because he did not marry into the Zepesh family, but rather married Phil into the Villet family. Of course, even if Ren inherits the title of Baron, this title can only be given to the children of the two of them. If Ren remarries, the children he has with other women will not be able to inherit this title. But this does not stop some people from envying Ryan. After all, being able to avoid decades of hard work is always something to be envious of. As always, there's no way someone would be so foolish as to deliberately cause trouble for an old count's son at his birthday banquet. That would be utterly absurd. This is tantamount to putting the count in a bad light. Unless the two families are mortal enemies. But mortal enemies are unlikely to attend Victor's birthday party. As for the other brothers in the family, they would not cause trouble for Ren in front of everyone at this time, nor would they want to embarrass Ren in front of everyone. The reason why nobles are called nobles is because they value propriety. It's as foolish as someone going to cause trouble for the son of some important person on earth at his birthday party. Even if there is a real conflict, it should at least be expressed subtly. When a nobleman publicly insults another nobleman with words like useless or trash, it is tantamount to declaring war on that family. The clashes between nobles often concealed sharp wit beneath the gentle smiles and seemingly caring greetings of toasting. Young Master Ren, it's been a long time. A viscount's widow, who was on good terms with the Violet family, greeted Ren with a smile and a wine glass in hand. To be honest, she was somewhat unwilling to accept the news of Ryan's engagement. Even though she was a widow, it didn't mean that she hadn't had anything happen between her and Ryan. As a viscountess, she interacts with noble young men from high society, and it's inevitable that she will encounter men who capture her heart among these talented young men. Aristocratic marriages are actually quite simple. As long as the other half doesn't dislike them, that's fine. But this viscountess married a man she hated, and in the mundane years of her marriage, coupled with her husband's death, she also met a boy who captivated her heart. Ren, under such circumstances, this still charming viscountess, Eileen, had several secret and pleasant casual affairs with Ren. Chapter 32 Game of Thrones. Mrs. Eileen walked gracefully in, wearing a royal blue off-the-shoulder dress that accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. The pearl necklace around her neck complemented her fair skin perfectly. Her short brown hair had bangs slightly to the left with a touch of gold highlights, and she wore a single earring in her left ear, a green gemstone butterfly earring that sparkled under the light. Ryan remembered that he was the one who gave it to her. Behind the seemingly dignified facade of this woman lies an unimaginable rebellious streak. Mrs. Eileen. Rain took Eileen's soft hand, which was covered by a black gauze glove, and kissed the back of her hand. Eileen's fingertips twitched very slightly in his palm. Although a flicker of emotion was hidden in her beautiful gray eyes, she maintained a flawless smile. "Young Master Ren, it's been a long time. Your manners have become even more impeccable." Her tone carried a teasing quality that only he could discern. "Look, we're still putting on a hypocritical act." Fayer stood to the side, silently watching the two adulterers reminisce. Meanwhile, Victor's sons and nephews presented him with birthday gifts. As for the gifts from the guests, most of them were received by the butler. After all, most nobles came to Victor's birthday banquet just to join in the fun, not to compete with each other. Even if the younger generation brings out the most expensive gifts, it is still the family's money that is being spent. This is an opportunity to showcase a family's wealth and heritage. First to appear was Rain's eldest brother, Locke. He clapped his hands, and 4 strong servants carried a huge object covered with deep-sea velvet, walking steadily to the center of the hall. The velvet cloth was lifted, instantly eliciting a murmur of surprise. It was a model of an ocean-going merchant ship made entirely of cornflower blue sapphire, and it was almost as tall as an adult. The entire ship was enveloped in a soft, aquamarine glow, with 10 tidal hearts embedded in key sections of its hull, naturally radiating water elemental ripples. "Father," Locke bowed slightly, his voice booming. "May the Velit family, like this unsinkable ship, forever sail against the wind and waves under your guidance, bringing endless glory and wealth to the family." Count Victor gazed at the shimmering merchant ship model, a look of excitement in his eyes. He nodded. "I'm very satisfied." Upon hearing the old man's reply, Locke calmly withdrew. Following closely behind, Ryan's second brother, Carl, also began a show of familial affection. A dazzling array of artworks and rare treasures believed to prolong life were presented to Victor under the watchful eyes of the crowd. But the old man would only smile faintly at each of his descendants and reply with a simple, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." It is difficult to fathom the depths of their feelings, making it impossible for anyone to discern their true preferences. "Truly an eye-opener," said Madame Eileen and Ren, swirling their wine glasses as they watched from below the stage. "Young Master Ren, your 2 elder brothers, one the governor of Azure Harbor and the other the president of the Azure Merchant Guild, are likely to make any gift pale in comparison." Rain knew this brat was trying to provoke him so he could teach her a lesson. But he was not angry, because his older brothers had been studying how to please the old man for decades. Just after Ren's 17th brother finished showing his filial piety, Ren gently patted Gloria's hand and handed Vivian and Tilope in his arms to Gloria for temporary care. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked steadily towards the large harpsichord on the side of the banquet hall, decorated with ivory and silver wire, which was prepared for the band, with his hands empty. Phil and Mrs. Eileen also watched Ryan's retreating figure with great interest. When Ren transmigrated into a noble family, he naturally learned musical instruments. Of course, his music teacher didn't give him a very high evaluation. Victor also knew that Ryan wasn't cut out to be an artist. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Ren's slender fingers pressed the piano keys. Thump. One by one, the deep, slow notes, imbued with a sense of solemnity and tragic destiny, struck everyone's eardrums like an alarm bell tolling from the depths of history. The theme song from Game of Thrones is a piece of music unlike anything ever heard of in this world. Rain's playing wasn't particularly exquisite, but he was able to express the piece smoothly, which was enough. Everyone present, including Victor, stared at the man in front of the piano. This was completely different from the decadent melodies in aristocratic salons. With its unique rhythm and magnificent structure, it instantly captivated everyone's attention. Glory, betrayal, sacrifice. This music, which directly addresses the core of power and the capriciousness of fate, instantly overshadowed all the previous lavish birthday gifts. The guests stood there, mouths agape, speechless. The noble ladies clutched their hearts, their eyes gleaming with the shock of the moment. Even the well-traveled Governor Aubrey put down his wine glass, his expression extremely solemn, as if he saw a microcosm of his family and even the entire empire in the music. He silently instructed his servants to use a magic recording stone to record everything in the hall. Mrs. Eileen had long forgotten the wine glass in her hand. Her gray eyes widened, and at this moment she finally understood that Rain was no longer the boy she remembered who needed secret comfort. Fayer narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly surprised that this young man harbored ambitions she had never seen before. Victor's eyes were also somewhat complicated. This piece of music, given to him, was not meant to flatter him, but rather to interpret and even examine the family game he was in charge of. Everyone also saw the artistic heritage of the Villette family in Ren. For high society, artistic heritage is an implicit yardstick for measuring whether a family has truly entered the top ranks. Clearly, from this day forward, the Villette family will no longer be labeled as nouveau riche in the eyes of those ancient nobles, unless a member of their family can create a piece of music that crushes Ren. As the last note faded, a long, suffocating silence fell over the banquet hall. Rain slowly rose from the keyboard, turned to Victor, and bowed slightly. "This is a gift for you, father." After a long silence, Victor finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. "What an impressive piece of music. What's it called?" "Game of Thrones, father." Rain calmly met the old man's gaze. "Game of Thrones," Victor repeated softly, scrutinizing Ren once more. "Ren, I'm very satisfied." Locke and Carl frowned at these words, because all night, Victor had only told them, "I'm satisfied." The governor of the southern province, Marquis Aubrey, sat beside Victor, gently stroking the magic recording stone in his hand. "Mr. Rain, I wish to present the piece you just played to Her Majesty. I believe Her Majesty would be pleased to appreciate such a thought-provoking masterpiece." This piece of music was so good that a governor would address Ryan as Sir, which was a sign of respect for art. Chapter 33. It turns out to be a small keycap. Count Victor's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he looked at Marquis Aubrey, but he quickly regained his composure. He remained silent, as if weighing the pros and cons. He knew that Aubrey was trying to incite a power struggle among the Villette family's heirs. After all, neither the eldest son Locke nor the second son Carl had the opportunity to appear before the emperor. However, Victor also believed that His Majesty should listen to such music, and even the important figures in the capital should listen to it. Let them get to know Villette in a new light. Since the governor is willing to recommend you to His Majesty, shouldn't you thank him? At this moment, Victor directly agreed on behalf of Rain and looked at his youngest son. "Rain, thank you for your kindness, Governor." Rain understood that Victor's acceptance on his behalf was a tacit admission that he would also be regarded as a key figure in the family's development. Of course, Locke, whose name was written into the will, was still the first heir of the family. But before each nobleman dies, something always happens. For example, he loses his mind and decides to designate another son as his successor. Locke and Carl exchanged a glance. They were both legitimate sons, and no matter how fiercely they fought, they could not tolerate Rain, a son born out of wedlock. But while they were lost in their thoughts, Rain had already boarded a carriage and left the Villette manor. Inside the carriage, besides Ren, Phil, and their two spirit pets, there was another special passenger. Ice, its fur covered in a pure white, snow-like color with a pale blue sheen like ice crystals. It has an elegant build, about the size of an average house cat, and is currently curled up quietly on a soft cushion. Its body emanated a visible chill, causing the temperature inside the carriage to drop several degrees. What is most striking is its pair of heterochromatic eyes. One is a deep blue like ancient ice, and the other is a silvery gray that seems to contain a blizzard. As soon as Ren glanced at it, a system notification appeared. Ding! Uncontracted female spirit pet detected. Frost Phantom Cat. Juvenile/early bloodline awakening. Rank, Silver. Star rating, 3 stars. Status, mentally exhausted, resisting being contracted. Future ultimate form, 9 lives goddess/winter cat-eared queen/frost order ruler. Recommended development path, 9 lives goddess/frost order overlord. Cultivation value, 8 stars. Maximum 10 stars. A spirit pet with an 8-star cultivation value and a silver 3-star value. Is this Feyre's dowry? But the cat seemed arrogant, giving Ren only a fleeting glance before turning its head away without any interest. Has a fatal attraction to contracted spirit pets. As for spirit pets that haven't been contracted yet, they don't have a natural allure for Rain. A Frost Phantom Cat, unique to the Northern Territory, Phil explained to Ren. Moreover, it's the most talented Frost Phantom Cat discovered so far, but even I, a gold contract master, haven't considered contracting it. I don't really like forcibly forming contracts with spirit pets. If even you can't handle it, releasing it back to the Northern Territory is its best fate. Interacted with Telepi and Vivian over the past 2 days. Before returning to the Southern Province, you have 10 points. But now, I have 70 points. Open the system store. Pet sex toys. How to advance and train your spirit pet. Spirit pet skill secrets. Spirit pet weapons and equipment. Pet food and medicine. Rain immediately opened the pet sex toys section and found something suitable for this aloof little cat. Catnip perfume, 50 points. Refined from magically cultivated catnip, it possesses an irresistible attraction to most feline spirits. After spraying, it can significantly increase a feline spirit's affinity and curiosity towards the user in a short period of time, putting it into a relaxed, pleasant, or even infatuated state, effectively reducing its vigilance and resistance. Synchronized heart-shaped ice chain, 70 points. A delicate necklace crafted from eternal ice crystals, with a warm, heart-shaped ruby set at its center. When worn, it transforms a portion of the pain experienced by the user when inflicting pain on their feline spirit pet into pleasure. Keymoji Cat Teasing Wand, 100 points. A seemingly simple cat toy that contains the power of rules. Using it to tease your feline spirit pet greatly stimulates its hunting and playing instincts, and quickly and steadily increases intimacy during the interaction. Each successful interaction, pounce, catch, subtly strengthens the spirit pet's sense of belonging to the user. When Ryan saw that he only had 70 points, what could he do? Redeem the necklace directly. Exchange, synchronize heart-shaped ice chains. 70 points consumed, remaining points, 0. An exquisite necklace appeared out of thin air in his hand. The chain is made of countless tiny, eternally unmelting ice crystals strung together, with a heart entwined in the center by countless intricate patterns. This image reminded Ryan of something unpleasant. Upon seeing this item, the heterochromatic, eyed white cat felt it wasn't anything serious, so it immediately hissed at it. But it was no use. Under the suppression of a gold contract master like Phil, Ren still managed to put the necklace on it successfully. Then, grab its snow-white tail and lift the whole cat up. Something unimaginable happened. Any feline would experience some discomfort if it were grabbed by the tail and lifted up. Meow, meow. The white cat instinctively hissed angrily, but there was a hint of coquettishness in its voice. Rain once again used the system to observe the condition of the heterochromatic white cat. Current status, confused, sensitive, and showing initial special dependence on the host. Ryan casually tossed the cat to his feet, but to his surprise, it jumped right onto his lap. It even rubbed its head against Ren's arm, making gurgling sounds in its throat. It's just a little keycap. Ren's eyes showed disdain, but for some reason, the white cat became even more affectionate when it saw Ren's gaze. Meow-en, the white cat with heterochromia rubbed against Ren's palm while making a sweet sound. You're hopeless. Where did that aloof demeanor go? Ren let out a contemptuous laugh. Seeing this, Feyre could hardly believe it. Could this guy really be that charming? As expected of a female-killing contract master. Then I'll reluctantly form a contract with you. With a thought, Ren's mind flashed, and a silver light burst forth in the air. Chapter 34 New Spirit Pet. Sherry, the heterochromatic, eyed white cat. At that moment, Ren casually gave it a name, and the information from the encyclopedia was displayed. Companion pet, Frost Phantom Cat, Sherry. Rank, Silver. Star rating, 3 stars. Attributes, Ice, Dark. Status, Deeply addicted, absolutely obedient, craving interaction. Skills, Frostclaw Strike, Ice Cat Shadow, Winter's Protection. Frostbite Claw Strike. Sherry can concentrate all her ice and dark magic into her claws to attack enemies. Those hit will suffer continuous frostbite and excruciating dark pain from the wounds. Ice Cat Shadow. Sherry's shadow is briefly activated by the infusion of ice and dark magic, allowing it to detach from her body for short-range movement and deliver a double attack to enemies. Winter's Sanctuary. Sherry will draw upon her surroundings to create an icy shield that not only absorbs damage, but also freezes enemies who are affected by water elemental attacks, whether they attack Sherry or are attacked by her. Accessory, matching heart-shaped ice chain. Congratulations, host, on contracting a silver level 8-star potential spirit pet and gaining 500 points. Current points, 500. Another 500 points earned. Now I can even take care of Kratos' broken umbrella. This is a luxurious cat, but we don't know how good it is in actual combat. After accepting the contract, Sherry inexplicably wanted to get close to Rain. This time, Rain did not throw it away. As a female-killing contract master, Rain was well-versed in the art of harem balancing. If he favored one over the other, it would inevitably cause internal imbalance. He let the heterochromatic white cat rub against his arms, and now Rain was practically covered in spirit pets. On the left is a mermaid, On the right is a cat, and in her arms is a tulip fairy. When Tilipy grows up, I don't know what to do. Does this mean I'm covered in little accessories the moment I step outside? What will happen if I contract a fourth, fifth? Meow. Shirley kept purring, trying to please Rain. Vivian and Tilipy observed their new companion with some curiosity, but the cat seemed completely oblivious, making no attempt to greet its two predecessors. Now, it only has its master in its eyes. They wouldn't start arguing in front of Rain and Phil, both of whom are gold contract masters. But the future is uncertain. Inside the carriage, Phil watched with great interest as Rain petted the cat. She realized she had underestimated the allure of female assassin contract masters for female spirit pets. What's so good about it? A spirit pet formed a contract with Rain. It could sense that even the scent emanating from him was intoxicating. Being held by Ryan is like being in the warmest, softest bed in the world. Such talent is more domineering than anyone can imagine. However, the tragic fates of previous female-killing contract masters may not be repeated in Rain's case. After all, he is a man with a system. From Azure Harbor is short, and it would be even faster if you took a boat. Even when traveling by land, those special magical warhorses still ran at an astonishing speed. In just one day, the two were back at the academy. This is your newly contracted spirit pet. In Selina's dormitory, Ryan and this icy beauty sat facing each other. Today, the icy beauty was dressed in an elegant pure white fairy dress with silver trim, and her white stockings had several gold leg rings that encircled her thighs. She crossed her legs gracefully, her toes, encased in white stockings, lightly touching the ground. To Rain's surprise, Selina's toes were painted with emerald nail polish today, gleaming with a lustrous sheen in the soft light of the side room. But it's clear that, in Ryan's opinion, Selina isn't particularly good at styling. Toenails in shades like deep red or emerald green look best when paired with thick black stockings, enhancing a mature and alluring appeal. And fair is one of the best among them. As for white stockings, you can leave them unpainted or choose light colors such as soft cherry blossom pink or pearl white. Of course, if we follow Selina's style and pair it with gold leg rings, then we could actually wear gold nail polish. Selina clearly hadn't noticed Ryan's gaze, as she kept looking at the white cat on Ryan's calf. When she finished speaking and realized that Ryan didn't respond, she raised her beautiful eyes to look at him and found that he looked somewhat ungrateful. Icy Beauty's blue eyes. Her slender eyes narrowed slightly, and her delicate brows furrowed. Ryan, it seems you're focusing on the wrong thing. A very faint blush, a rarity, flickered across that usually aloof face. Regaining his senses, Ryan quickly nodded. I'm sorry, Instructor Selina, I just thought your outfit today was very unique. The combination of white, gold, and emerald was quite impressive. No, its name is Sherry. Realizing something was amiss, Rain quickly stroked the white cat on his lap and introduced her to his newly contracted spirit pet. You are currently in the most important golden period of your life for learning. I know that at your age, cough. Selina coughed lightly, changing the subject. The hint of embarrassment in her icy blue eyes slowly faded, replaced by a cool and scrutinizing gaze. The combination of ice and water elements is quite nice. Selina used a tactic everyone uses, pretending to be busy in awkward situations. She picked up the coffee on the table and tasted it, commenting on Ren's spirit pet as she did so. Especially the Starlight Mermaid, a natural-born darling of the water element. And what else? The Tulip Fairy, with a secondary attribute of light, although it conflicts somewhat with this cat's secondary attribute of dark, but, never mind. Her words were fluent and professional, but her slightly reddened earlobes and somewhat hurried speaking speed revealed her inner turmoil. Finally, Selina decided to drop the pretense and slammed her coffee cup down on the crystal table. Anyway, I'm a little bothered by you staring at my feet the whole time. Ren thought to himself. I knew I couldn't escape it. This seemingly icy beauty is not as forgiving as she appears. As soon as she uttered those words, the aloof lady, realizing what she had said, covered her mouth. She seemed surprised that she would so bluntly express her dissatisfaction, which was completely out of character for her usual cool and reserved demeanor. Fine, forget I said anything. Selina waved her hand. I heard from Pepe that you played a piece that could be called epic at the banquet. Now I want to hear it live as your apology. You still seem to mind it. Rain felt a pang of anxiety, hoping that this icy beauty mentor wouldn't hold a grudge. Selina mentioned is, of course, Filt Sepsh, their mentor. It's their nickname for each other. Chapter 35, almost got Selina. But Ryan wasn't surprised by Selena's request. Selena loved music, and the icy beauty had been practicing the piano ever since Ryan first visited her. "It is my honor to perform for my mentor," Ryan said, rising gracefully with just the right amount of respect on his face. "Perhaps we can also get to know each other better and communicate more through music. Enough with the chit-chat. I want to hear it now." The icy beauty seemed to be throwing a little tantrum, her urging tinged with a hint of coquettishness, creating a subtle contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Ren was slightly taken aback. According to Christine, this icy beauty did indeed have a strong contrast, and it's something no one else has ever seen before. "Yes, master." Rain walked to the keyboard and sat down, his long, slender, fair fingers beginning to dance across the keys. Selena had already put down her coffee cup, her icy blue eyes fixed on Ryan's profile, so focused and deep as he immersed himself in the music. She slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and listened to Ren's performance. The coldness of power, the difficulty of making choices, the sacrifices behind glory, and the unquenchable fire of ambition are all accurately interpreted by this piece of music. As the last note fell like a crown, Selena opened her eyes again. Her beautiful eyes remained cool and serene, but now held an indescribable emotion. Shock, admiration, curiosity. "Rain, you've shown me another possibility, a possibility that the elven race might have a different fate in the Taro Empire." Selena stood up, stroked Rain's hair, and said gently, "Good boy, perhaps, while teaching you the way of the contract master, we can also explore some deeper things. Music, history, philosophy, politics, the relationships and ways in which different races coexist on this continent." The icy beauty's voice was very soft this time, and her voluptuous figure emanated the natural fragrance of a mature, elfin woman. "Of course, all of this is predicated on you resolving your own issues, such as your spirit pet, your graduation grades, and so on." Ryan's heart stirred slightly. Selena's words had gone beyond the scope of a normal mentor's care for a student. They were more like an invitation for an equal exchange. But before he could thank her, Selena posed a profound question. To create a Game of Thrones song requires extraordinary experience and insight. This doesn't seem like something a young man who has lived under the protection of his family for a long time, is unassuming and humble, and even had an affair with a widow, could easily do. "Rain, your heart is lying. You are a man who craves power." Ryan never expected that Selena had even figured out his bank card PIN. How could she have known? The matter between Ryan and Eileen was never told to anyone else. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Did Phil sense something was going on between the two and then tell Selena? But even if they are best friends, is it necessary to reveal aristocratic scandals? Does she like me? In an instant, Rain had a bold idea. "However, I'm not the kind of mentor who likes to pry into students' privacy." Seeing the surprised look in Ryan's eyes, Selena quickly explained, then gave him the order to leave. "All right, I've seen the new contracted spirit pet, and I've listened to the music. I also forgive your rudeness just now, if there's nothing else." The great Miss Christie's once said that, according to her analysis, just kissing this icy beauty who always has a sour face would produce an incredible reaction. Before Selena's order to leave had even completely faded, Ren moved. Instead of bowing respectfully to take his leave as usual, he took a sudden step forward as he stood up. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Selena's soft waist, pulling her close to his chest. Selena's pupils contracted sharply, and her mind went blank for a moment because of this action that was completely unexpected and beyond the bounds of etiquette. Then, before Selena could fully react, he lowered his head and kissed her. Ugh, ugh. Selena's icy blue eyes widened in shock and bewilderment. Telepede, Vivian, and even the heterochromatic-eyed white cat seemed to be petrified. "What's going on here? Young master, what happened to you? What happened to your face?" As soon as Ren stepped into the dormitory living room, the blonde, gentle beauty, who was wiping a vase, immediately noticed the ambiguous lipstick mark on his left cheek. Ren wiped his cheek. It really was true. The beautiful woman moved gracefully to Ren's side. She didn't ask any questions or show any displeasure. Instead, she thoughtfully took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped Ren's face. After all, taking care of her master's image was also the duty of a personal maid. Ren was somewhat disappointed that Selena ultimately refused to take the final step, but he did manage to witness a side of this beautiful elven woman that was previously unknown to others. While Ren was lost in thought, Heya carefully wiped away the last trace of evidence, examined Ren's clean face, kissed it, and marked him anew. "This is a silent declaration, and also a gentle comfort. Seeing his considerate manner, Ren felt a warmth in his heart and immediately picked her up in his arms. What I didn't get from Selena, I'll take back from he. The familiar, comforting fragrance emanating from he filled the air. The next day, Rain woke up feeling refreshed. The compensation he received in his gentle embrace the previous night had completely soothed the regret caused by Selena. After quickly finishing breakfast and giving the beautiful woman a good morning kiss before leaving, Ryan went out. The three of them arrived at the center of the academy square as summoned by Selena and began to accept the commission. As before, Selena didn't reveal anything beforehand, but simply reminded the three of them. This mission will also involve combat, so you guys, be prepared. The icy beauty remained aloof and ethereal, dressed in a simple white fairy dress, her silver hair cascading down her back, her icy blue eyes calm and undisturbed. However, when she sees Ryan, she quickly shifts her gaze elsewhere, with a deliberate distance. Of course, aside from Rain and Selena, Olina and Joanna were unaware of the hidden secrets. The group headed towards the Academy's teleportation array. While Olina and Joanna chatted amiably, Ren quietly approached Selena from behind and grasped her fair, delicate hand. Those hands were icy and soft, with incredibly delicate skin, and carried the cool body temperature unique to elves. Selena's eyes widened, and she struggled slightly. You, let me go. The icy beauty continued to stare ahead, acting as if nothing had happened, but her low, gritting whispers sounded to Rain almost like a spoiled child. Chapter 36 Taverns and Speeches. Selena hadn't expected Ryan to be so bold. The key point is that this bastard's fiancé is his best friend. How could he dare to do that? Traitor. However, Ren knew to keep a low profile. This wasn't indoors, and there were countless eyes watching outside. He did this merely to test Selena's attitude. Empire West. A region bordering neighboring countries, rich in resources, yet perpetually turbulent. Some areas remain in a state of internal strife. This is the chessboard where local nobles and the royal family wage their power struggles. On the edge of a small town near the border, in front of a simple but fairly tidy wooden house. Paul, how many times have I told you? From today onwards, you are not allowed to go to the tavern anymore. A middle-aged woman wearing a faded coarse cloth dress, her face bearing the marks of years of hard work, was forcefully pulling on the arm of a teenager. Mom, you have no idea what I'm doing. The young man was somewhat thin, but his eyes held a stubbornness beyond his years. I don't need to know that. Do you even know what you're doing? You're plotting a rebellion. The woman's eyes were a little red. Mom is getting old. What will I do if you leave? The young man forcefully broke free from the woman and glared angrily at his mother. Think about it. You worked so hard for Baron Morris's estate for so many years, yet you only received such meager wages. We eat moldy bread and drink bland vegetable soup every day, and we are looked down upon, bullied, and insulted by them. But what about them? Those nobles, those gentlemen and ladies, and their young masters and ladies. They do nothing all day but enjoy themselves, attending balls and banquets every day. Is this what they are destined to be? The woman wiped her tears with her sleeve. You can't risk your life like that. Listen to your mother, find a job. I've already lost my husband. I can't lose my son too. But my father was beaten to death by nobles. Paul's voice was like the howl of a wounded beast, and then he resolutely left the damp, dilapidated wooden house where he and his mother depended on each other for survival. Nighttime, a tavern in a small town. A pungent smell, a mixture of cheap beer, sweat, tobacco, and the restless energy of outlaws, wafted over. The dozen or so tables were all filled with men. Farmers, workers, mercenaries, gangsters, and all sorts of people can be found here. A short, middle-aged man slowly walked up to the crowd. The Tylo Empire, the Tylo people, since I was very young, I have had this dream, to protect the great Tylo Empire. But I failed. 13 years ago, I returned from the front lines. The great Tyro Empire and the Orsa Empire had made peace. But this was not a peace, nor was it that the Tyro people lost to the Orsa people. It was a deception by the Tyro Empire. My 2 sons and I all went into battle, and in the end, only I came back alive. Everyone in the tavern, even the tavern owner, listened intently to the middle-aged man's speech. His name was Lore, and he was a regular at this tavern. At first, everyone thought that such a veteran would definitely be a staunch protector of the Tyro royal family and the Tyro nobles. At first, some people mocked him, thinking he was crazy and that the trauma of the war was making him talk nonsense. Some people also reject him, feeling that he is spreading dangerous remarks. But Lore didn't care. He was like a stubborn nail, standing on the stage time and time again, using his genuine pain and simple logic to express his unwillingness to accept defeat. And each time, he would receive sympathy, applause, and even a few copper coins and a piece of black bread from the other ordinary people present. So you should never underestimate him. How can a poor person get money from other poor people? The reasoning is simple, and he spoke to everyone's heart. What he received was not charity, but an investment of recognition. Lore surveyed the audience, a sense of renewed vitality washing over him. I don't know why they started such a pointless war, but it's clear they owe us all an explanation. Who should pay for the war 13 years ago? As Lore spoke, he asked the entire room in a low voice, and everyone avoided his gaze. After a brief silence, Paul, the young man who had been arguing with his mother, stepped forward, raised his fist, and roared, "Bloodsuckers!" Lore pointed at him sharply, and the two souls seemed to collide violently at that moment. That's right, blood-sucking worms. They shamelessly bleed the Empire dry. They bleed us poor commoners dry. For us, we have never needed these people standing before us, using our hard-earned money to humiliate us. Boom! The tavern was in complete chaos. The long-suppressed anger was completely ignited by this blatant accusation. People were waving their fists and banging on the table. The roars and curses blended together. And this scene wasn't limited to the remote border towns of the Empire's western region. Willshere Town. This is a small town on the westernmost edge of the Empire. Selena explained to Rain and his companions on a town lane. Our mission is to travel throughout this town and record what we see and hear. Will there be battles involved in such a request? Joanna had heard Selena's warning before they set off. Selena's cool gaze swept over Joanna, then slowly moved to the low, dilapidated houses in the town. Battle doesn't just happen in the instant when swords clash. Recording what you see and hear sounds simple. But remember, every word you write could become a footnote to a future storm, or a judgment on the fate of some people. The battle here is a battle of information and stance, a battle of observation and concealment. Every question you ask, every conversation you have, needs to be weighed. Furthermore, you are students of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, and are considered the future elite talents of the Empire. This place borders the Orsa Empire, and there will definitely be many foreign elements here. Do you think, if you encounter those foreign forces, they might target you? So, arriving here safely and returning safely, that's already considered completing the mission. However, there are some hidden risks and enemies behind the mission, which Selena did not mention. That was the gaze of the local nobility. To put it another way, if an instructor from the Imperial Beast Taming Academy were to lead other students to Azure Harbor to secretly investigate and record, wouldn't Rain's father, Victor, take notice of them? At the very least, Rain's older brother, Locke, as the governor of Azure Harbor, would definitely care a lot about these records. The Academy's instructors and students may not be appointed by any powerful institution, but anyone from the capital who goes to a local area to observe will be endlessly interpreted by the local nobles. Chapter 37, He Can't Prove Anything. The four of them were disguised. Even Selena was no exception. As an elf, her appearance was too conspicuous. Elves are not so common. There is an autonomous elven region in the south of the Empire, but there are only about tens of thousands of elves. As for the elves who are granted noble status by the Empire, they will at least live in bustling cities, not in a rural area. At the same time, Rain begged and coaxed them into putting the 3 spirit pets into the contract codex. Otherwise, if others see him, wouldn't they immediately recognize him as a contract master? So, after countless kisses, hugs, and sweet words from Ryan, Tilape, Vivian, and Shirley reluctantly agreed to a short separation from him. It sounds like there's an argument up ahead. Olina, with her hair in a bun today, pointed to a dilapidated stone house in the distance. Selena nodded. We'll go take a look, but we won't interfere. After giving a grand speech at the tavern, Lore returned home the next day to find an old woman in a leather coat blocking his doorway. Old Lore, you haven't paid rent for several months. This place isn't provided to you for free. Old Lore remained calm and composed. I don't have any money right now. I'm still waiting for my pension. The old woman gave a mocking smile, laced with shrewdness and meanness. I don't care where your money comes from. I just want to collect the money. You know that? She stretched out her finger, almost poking Lore's nose, and said, if you can't come up with the money today, get out of here with your junk. When did this house become yours? Lore suddenly roared. When my 2 children and I were fighting on the front lines 13 years ago, you weren't even there. This house was arranged by the Empire, by the western province, so that an old soldier like me could live here. The older woman seemed flustered, but forced herself to remain calm. What's wrong? Why are you so agitated? But even so, no one told you. This is free, right? You go ask the mayor, asked Baron Maurice. Why an old man like me, who lost 2 sons in the war and is now lame in one leg, can't afford the rent for this dilapidated house? It's because there are too many beasts like you. This is my house, and you're just an accountant for the Wisher Town Council. I want to ask you, under what pretext are you collecting rent from me? Do you have a land deed? What right do you have to collect my rent? Does this money end up in the town council's public account or in your own pocket? The old woman was stunned by the shouting. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm just doing what my superiors say. Anyway, if you don't hand over this money, how are we supposed to keep track of the accounts? Ren and the others were also observing all of this from the sidelines. Compared to Alina and Joanna's furious glares, Rain appeared calm and somewhat composed. That's just how the world is. He was just lucky to be born into a good family. Born into an aristocratic family, he had seen and experienced far too much. For example, among nobles, the most frequent topics of conversation, besides eating, drinking, having fun, and managing businesses, were how to make commoners more obedient. Both sides learned from each other and drew on each other's experiences. But Ren also knew that the fact that each class could seize certain benefits in society was, in a way, a sign that the regime of this empire was about to collapse. Selina was a shrewd woman. She knew what everything happening here meant, and she also knew that among her students were commoners and nobles, and that she herself was a member of the nobility. So she didn't say anything, nor did she let anyone speak. She simply had the 3 of them silently remember everything before she left with them. Old Lore could easily produce countless pieces of evidence and medals to prove that he lives in his own house and doesn't need to spend money. He can produce countless pieces of evidence to prove that his wealth was indeed seized by others through trickery and coercion. But he can't prove anything. Like Old Lore? No, there are many, even too many. Selina and Ryan not know? Of course they knew. How could they not know? However, as a nobleman, Ren will not make any statement on this matter. Selina is only responsible for teaching beast tamers and has no responsibility to teach these students. What attitude should she take when faced with such a situation? Perhaps silence is the best answer. Then, the group wandered around for a while. Emaciated children rummaged through garbage heaps for food to stave off hunger. A woman with a blank stare sat on the threshold, staring blankly at the empty rice jar. A jeweled carriage sped through the streets. The patrolling guards, hiccuping from alcohol, wandered around aimlessly. As dusk fell, the group arrived at a hotel, where a silence descended upon them. Selina looked at Rain. Tonight, you go to the Broken Axe Tavern in town. According to the quest, never mind. Your task is just to go there and take a look. Joanna looked at Selina. Teacher, what about us? Alina looked at Selina with the same confused expression. We can't go out. Selina shook her head. In this kind of environment, even if a woman has the ability to protect herself, she can't wander around outside at night. Exposing our strength is tantamount to exposing our identities. And here, once our identities are exposed, the trouble will be much greater than you can imagine. This is not just a security issue, but also a matter of political acumen. Ryan nodded, picked up an old coat, and put it on, then walked to the door of the room. The door creaked open. Be careful. Selina's cool voice came softly from behind Ren. Ren nodded, and then his figure disappeared into the darkness outside the door. The streets of Wushul were even more deserted and desolate at night than during the day, with only the occasional rustling of debris in the wind. In the distance, the faint sound of dogs barking added to the desolation. Following the increasingly strong aroma of ale and the clamor in the air, he found the tavern called Broken Axe without much effort. All sorts of men crowded around the rough wooden table. He randomly picked a table and sat down casually. You may not know everyone drinking here, but you'll definitely not be strangers. The men at the table became curious about the unfamiliar face that had suddenly appeared. Hey buddy, a skinny young man nudged Ryan with his elbow. You look unfamiliar. Where are you from? By the way, my name is Polly, what's yours? Ren picked up his wooden mug and took a sip of his cheap ale. I came here with a caravan. A caravan? Coming to our poor place at this hour? Another man with ruddy cheeks and thick arms looked Ren up and down. Judging by your build, you don't look like a laborer carrying heavy loads. Sigh, I'm just a bookkeeper, barely making a living. Ryan sighed, like a frustrated young man. I'm in a bad mood, so I came out for some fresh air. Chapter 38, Getai Society. It's good to be literate. The burly man next to him took a big gulp of wine, wiped his mouth, and said, "Unlike us, we can't read a single word. We can't even understand the notices posted in the town hall. We just listen to those guys to fool us." "Shoo, it's coming." Polly put a finger to his lips, then stood up, raised his fist, and shouted, "Lore! Lore!" Led by Polly, many other drinkers also stood up and shouted, "Luo air! Luo air!" Ren didn't join in the commotion. After all, he was new. Until the middle-aged man stood in front of everyone, the noisy din in the tavern seemed to be muted by an invisible hand. Tylo 12. Lore was even more audacious tonight, even directly naming the former emperor of the empire. The moment that name was uttered, the air in the tavern seemed to freeze. Even Ren gripped his wine glass tightly. "He lied to me. He also deceived everyone here," Lore said, scanning the room. "He told us that the war was for the glory of the empire." Rain quickly focused his mind on the contract codex. Lore's recklessness was bound to cause trouble. He must ensure that he can summon his spirit pets to deal with any potential chaos. Within the secret realm, a meadow gradually formed thanks to the arrival of 3 silver spirit pets, along with faint sunlight, all thanks to Tilopi. In the center of the meadow, a clear little lake shimmered, its water element abundant and vibrant, thanks to Vivian. At the edge of the meadow, there is a small snow-capped mountain, which is Shirley's masterpiece. This can be considered a prototype of a small world, where spirit pets can create their own environment within the secret codex space. Moreover, they all regard the environment they create as their territory. If they are spirit pets who like farming, they will ask Rain for all kinds of infrastructure materials, plant seeds. Even if they want to build a ranch here, it is possible. However, female spirit pets generally don't set up a ranch in the secret realm because they don't want to make their territory smelly. Moreover, even if they do grow them, it's not on a large scale. At most, they'll grow a few special flowers and plants that are edible. It's more like an embellishment or a hobby, just to show off their individuality rather than to produce anything. Coming to my senses, Lore reignited the atmosphere, shouting, "So, we should fight for ourselves." The drinkers whistled. "Well said, old Lore, but what's the point of all this? How are we supposed to fight for ourselves?" Lore glanced at the tavern owner, who nodded and then gestured to the bartenders. Smack! The wooden door to the tavern was slammed shut, and then with a click, the latch fell. Suddenly, this public place became a closed space, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. "Now, those who are not from Wushel, step forward." Lore stood on the platform, gesturing wildly and issuing orders. In an instant, all eyes began to wander, scrutinizing each other. Meanwhile, the people sitting at the same table as Ryan instantly locked onto Ryan himself. Ryan stood up and sighed helplessly. "All right, buddy, I was just a bookkeeper for a merchant caravan. I swear I was just out for a walk tonight. I never imagined I'd stumble upon a turning point in history." "Don't waste your breath. Tell me, young man, which caravan do you come from?" Lore asked with a scrutinizing gaze. Rain remained calm and composed. "You should have heard of the Azure Merchant Guild of the Villet family. Their caravans travel all over the empire. We just returned from the Orsa Empire." Rain was not exaggerating. His family truly had the capability. Moreover, this was the western part of the empire, and if they wanted to trade with Orsa, the land route was better than the sea route. Verlet. The moment the name was uttered, Lore frowned. One of the empire's most notorious bloodsuckers. This remark immediately drew hostile glances from the others, but fortunately, Lore didn't dwell on it. He never expected that the person in front of him would be a noble young man. After all, how could young masters come to such a dilapidated tavern? "But I could tell you had a very strong southern accent." "Of course, you don't need to be nervous, because what we're about to discuss is all open and transparent." Lore pressed his palm down, gesturing for Ren to sit down, as if he had created this environment and atmosphere simply to make everyone serious. This is a sophisticated form of psychological manipulation. First, establish authority, create panic and cohesion through a high-pressure approach, then show tolerance at the right time to turn potential dissidents into usable pawns. Rain sat down as instructed, and his opinion of Lore rose even higher. He has a strong learning ability. He must have learned from the officers in the army in his early years. We need to establish an organization that can unite everyone for mutual support, and I still keep in touch with my old comrades from all over the world, not just in Wushel Town, but also in Windhelm, Black Iron Fortress, and so on. Almost the entire western part of the empire, they are all doing the same thing as me, which is to organize all those who have suffered injustice. We call it the Getai Society. As Lore said this, he raised his hands and said, We may not seem like much now, but as long as everyone unites, we will speak out if any member suffers injustice, and even organize a march. Ryan listened quietly. The formation of this organization, which brought together a bunch of shady characters, was almost useless because they had no source of income. Soon, everyone would be defeated by the realities of life. Even if they were more united, they'd probably just be a gang, maybe good at collecting protection money from merchants. But if they dare to commit crimes, whether it's violent tax resistance, robbery, or attacking noble properties, they will be swiftly suppressed by the Empire's regular armed forces. The nobles are not to be trifled with. However, this matter had already exceeded Ren's expectations. I can tell you, the Gitai Society is not simple. Anyone who joins us will receive a salary of 2 silver coins for the first 3 months, which is enough to feed everyone. 2 silver coins. Even for an average family, that's about the same amount of money they spend in a month. Even if you can only receive it for 3 months, even if it's just free, what if you quit after receiving it for 3 months? As for where the money came from, Lore didn't say, but Ray knew that it meant that there was a financial backer behind the Gitai Society, who was even willing to spend money to support them. What we need to do is unite. The time is almost here. Lore's emotions grew increasingly agitated. And what we need to do first is settle one thing. Chapter 39, even those from the capital will be killed. The next day, after returning to the inn from the tavern, Ren took a nap and went out again. The town of Wexshire, the Blackstone mine. The mine owner, Deer, was sweating profusely. Damn it, what's going on with those people outside? Dill couldn't understand why a group of young and middle-aged men from the town had gathered together to cause trouble at his mine. The reason was simply that Hans, an old miner who had worked at the mine for 20 years, had his leg broken and suffered severe internal injuries during a mine collapse. And Lore, a lame and widowed old man from the town, actually brought dozens of people to demand compensation for his work injury. Where are the guards? Why haven't the town guards arrived yet? Dill was both panicked and heartbroken. This commotion meant a day's production stoppage. For mine owners like Deer, shutting down production means losing money. As a mine owner, he naturally kept many lackeys, but he was clearly powerless against dozens of young and middle-aged men. Moreover, many of these people were his friends and relatives, including his lackeys. The key point is, the miners started cooperating as soon as they heard that someone was coming to help them seek justice. Pay up. Lore led a group of men and seized control of the entire mine. According to the Talo Empire's mine safety and labor rights, if a miner is injured on the job, the mine owner must bear all medical expenses and provide compensation of no less than 1 year's salary, depending on the degree of disability. Dill, I know you're here. Get out here, and why aren't you paying me back? Pay me back. Pay me back. The crowd was filled with fervor, and the deafening shouts surged like a tidal wave. Ren was among them, as he had now joined the Gitai Society. Rebellion. They've all rebelled. Dill sat in his office, looking out the window, cursing angrily. Go quickly and fetch the town mayor. Dill did not want to compromise, or rather, he did not want to compromise because one scumbag brought a bunch of scumbags to cause trouble. If the mayor or other administrative personnel come to him about this matter, Deer can readily hand over a sum of money to settle the matter peacefully. However, as time passed, the mayor was nowhere to be seen, while the commotion outside grew louder and louder. The mine has completely shut down, and every minute, every second, Deer can hear the sound of gold coins being lost. You've all seen it. Old Hans has toiled for this mine for 20 years, and what has he gotten in return? A crippled body and despair for his entire family. Did Boss Dill ever care about our lives? No. In his eyes, we're not even worth as much as one of his mules in the mine. Carl stood in the crowd, passionately declaring, since he's unwilling to pay compensation, then we'll strike. We can go work elsewhere. It's not worth risking our lives for someone like him. Strike. Strike. Under these circumstances, Dill could only grimacely pull out 50 silver coins. He vowed to bleed money big enough to get the mayor to find a charge against Lore and send him to jail. Ren turned his gaze to Carl, who was surrounded and worshipped by the crowd. That man just said, he's going to work somewhere else? Perhaps. The network and resources behind the Gitai Association are even more extensive than he imagined. They can not only distribute money, but also carry out large-scale personnel resettlement. Back at the hotel, Ryan told Selena everything. Now, Ren feels like he's not a student at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy anymore, but rather a special agent. Selena tapped her slender fingers lightly on the table. That's enough. Let's go back to the academy. What happens next is no longer our concern. The more you know, the less of a good thing it is. If they stay any longer, even Selena, as a gold contract master, won't be able to hold on. In other words, based on the current situation, the tutor concluded that the situation was very complex, and she couldn't handle it. If they stayed any longer, they would no longer be observers, but participants. Rain is alright. After all, he has a powerful background. But as an elf, if Selena gets involved in the internal strife, it's hard to say what will happen. As for Joanna and Olina, as commoners, they were no different from ants in the eyes of other nobles. Even though they were students at the Imperial Academy of Higher Learning, they were no different from other students in the eyes of the local nobles. Baron Morris Estate. His territory wasn't the entire town of Wushul, but rather several nearby villages. Of course, in the entire town of Wushul, even the mayor didn't have as much influence as him. He was smoking a cigar in his study when he frowned at the butler beside him. You mean, those students from the Imperial Academy are getting ready to leave? Yes, my men saw them heading towards the provincial capital, Cheshire. Have you investigated what their request was? And what have they been doing in town these past 2 days? Baron Maurice had a long white beard, which he was slowly combing with his fingers. His slightly cloudy eyes gleamed. The butler, clearly well prepared, immediately reported. Based on information gathered from inns and taverns, their commission appears to be a routine regional ecology and community observation, but they've been very discreet about the specifics of what they've done. However, that blonde boy has been getting quite close to Lore's group these past 2 days. Some people even saw him in the crowd causing trouble at the Blackstone mine. He's very close to Lore. Morris chewed on those words, finally exhaling a cloud of smoke. Then he can't be kept. We don't need to worry about the others, but that kid knows too much about this place. You mean? The middle-aged butler's face twitched. That's from the capital. Kill anyone from the capital. Baron Morris slammed his cigar down on the expensive mahogany table. Just a student, dying in the wilderness of the Western Empire. The bandits, the monsters, the Orsers, even those damned mobs here. Who couldn't be the murderer? Selena, Rain, and the others used the Academy's teleportation array to travel to Cheer City, the capital of the Western Province, and then to Wushul Town. Logically speaking, apart from the high-ranking officials in Cheer City, no one in this town should know their identities. But Maurice and the butler were fully aware of this. Maurice tapped his index finger repeatedly on the table. 3 students from the Beast Taming Academy, plus a gold contract master and 100 cavalrymen, are enough to keep them here forever. Even if we can't keep them all, as long as that kid is dead, there will be no way to prove anything. As for which family's young master he is, or whether he comes from a commoner background, I don't care, understand? The butler bowed deeply. Understood, sir. They will soon encounter a group of bandits. Chapter 40 The Power of the Golden Contract Master. Selena hadn't expected that the academic year supervisor would give them such a tricky task. That's right, this wasn't something Selena wanted to take on herself. It was directly assigned to her by her academic year supervisor. If it were merely a record of poverty and corrupt practices, even a riot by a group of people wouldn't cause any trouble. However, according to Ren's speculation, this rebellious organization clearly has a financial backer behind it. Who was he? Selena didn't want to know. She just wanted to get her 3 students back as quickly as possible. Nothing could be worse than encountering a noble rebellion. If so, it was when they were preparing to flee that they encountered a cavalry force of about 100 men. In a world with martial arts and magic, traditional cavalry has long been obsolete, or rather, they don't wear ordinary armor and ride ordinary warhorses. Each warhorse is the result of generations of genetic breeding, possessing an inherent magic. Warhorses with a shoulder height of 2 meters are not uncommon. The cavalrymen wore magic-forged armor engraved with defensive runes, and they carried either enchanted weapons that shimmered with various colors of battle aura or powerful crossbows loaded with magic-piercing bolts. This is a true killing machine, the trump card of the noble lords. Ren couldn't figure out where this cavalry unit came from either. In a remote town like Wushul, there was only one baron. Logically speaking, a baron should not have the financial resources to maintain such a powerful cavalry. Could it be that the Orsa people have knocked on the gates? Step back behind me. Selena waved her hand, and a secret book burst into golden light in the air. The leading knight captain sneered. So what if he's a gold contract master? They've killed them before. All troops, heed my command. The knight captain abruptly raised the enchanted longsword, burning with peak silver-level battle aura, and began issuing orders through his mask. First and second squads, flank to the left and right. Occupy the high ground on both sides, and unleash a barrage of magic-piercing crossbow bolts to suppress any large spirit pets that the Golden Contract Master might summon. Limit her movement. Third squad, follow me for a frontal assault. Target, that blonde kid. Decapitate him at all costs. Fourth squad, flank them from behind and block their escape from the other end. In an instant, the 100-man cavalry unit, under the command of its captain, sprang into action like a sophisticated killing machine. However, they clearly underestimated the value of a Gold Contract Master instructor from the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy. They may have killed Gold Contract Masters, but having one Gold Rank Spirit Pet and having several Gold Rank Spirit Pets both make one a Gold Contract Master. Not to mention, Selena's companion Spirit Pet is the Golden 9-star Holy Sound Twin Spirit Butterfly. Little white, little blue. Selena's cool voice rang out. Initiate the attack. The white fairy butterfly began to vibrate its wings at a high frequency, emitting piercing sound waves that caused the warhorses to wail in sorrow. The blue butterfly stirred up a cold wind, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. That wasn't all. Another golden 7-star spirit pet popped out of that golden secret manual. The 6-winged angel of cold light has 6 wings on her back and is nearly 2 meters tall. Her figure is upright and perfect. Her eyes are covered with white cloth strips. In her right hand, she holds a long lightsaber made of pure light energy, and in her left hand, she holds a blue transparent round mirror. She held up the round mirror in her left hand, which emitted a wide range of blue light. The cold light covered the cavalrymen directly, instantly covering their armor with a layer of frost, and even the surrounding flowers and plants were frozen white. Selena alone controlled the entire arena. The 3 of them, including Rain, were all stunned. But this isn't the end. Another gold-tier spirit pet has appeared in the secret manual, as if gold-tier spirit pets are as common as free. In the sky, a girl with dragon horns appeared, wearing a silver dress. The skirt moved without wind, flowing with a golden luster. She extended her jade-like finger and pointed at the cavalry below, causing a dense chill to spread out from her body like silk. Golden 8-star spirit pet, silver scale, Saint Elegant Dragon Princess. Before Ren and the others could react, the girl in the silver dress spoke in human language. You lowly ants, how dare you offend my lord? The noble Selena Arcania is the one Idane protects, the mother of Idane, and you dare to attack her. Unforgivable. Rain hadn't expected Selena to be raising such a delusional dragon girl. Even the icy beauties I twitched slightly. All right, little E. Hurry up and transform into your armor. It's Eden's mother. Eden's retorted, then quickly transformed into silver scales, rapidly covering the originally smooth armor of the Cold Light Angel, outlining even more beautiful and powerful lines. Even the edges of the 6 wings on its back were coated with a layer of gleaming silver. Fusion form, Silverwinged Dragon Angel. The 6-winged angel of cold light spoke in a clear, mature female voice, and then charged down from the sky towards the cavalry captain. The cavalry captain's pupils shrank sharply. Not only him, but the entire cavalry was filled with fear. This was the true strength of a Golden Contract Master. One person can easily defeat a cavalry force of 100 men. She has so many methods: crowd control, attacks, air-to-ground strike capabilities, and the highly skilled individual combatants among armed angels. In an almost instantaneous manner, the entire cavalry force was slaughtered with the help of Selena's 4 golden spirit pets. In the end, only 100 or so corpses remained on the field, along with the bloodstained, armed angel standing tall. Come back. Selena held the golden tome, and one by one, her spirit pets began to transform into streams of light and enter the tome to restore their magic power. After putting away the secret manual, Selena looked at Rain with a complicated expression. If the mermaid she gave to Ren hadn't failed to be raised, the strength of this spirit pet team would have risen to another level. However, she didn't say much, only calmly saying, "Let's go quickly." The 4 continued towards Cheshire, but Ryan became somewhat silent along the way. If he remembered correctly, the cavalry unit's target was him? Could it be that his older brothers have become envious and started to interfere with the Imperial Beast Taming Academy's commissions? If it weren't for Selena, would he really be able to withstand his brothers who had lived for decades, or even centuries after he left the academy? This battle also allowed Ren to witness the true strength of the Golden Contract Masters. When they did make a move, it was a coordinated effort from all aspects of the entire team. Moreover, they are 4 talking, high-star gold spirit pets. Mentor Selena. As the 4 hurried along, Rain asked, Is our mission complete this time? Selena knew that Ryan wasn't asking about whether the commission was complete, but rather something more subtle. Chapter 41, Using One Tiger to Devour Another. Upon hearing Rain's question, Selena pursed her lips. According to the explanation given to me by the academic year supervisor when assigning the task, this mission can be considered a failure. Because the mandatory requirement for the commission is a week of observation, but the mentors of the Research Association commissioned by the college should consider this at their discretion and give us the appropriate number of stars. Alina and Joanna only heard that their efforts hadn't been in vain, but Ryan caught Selena's unspoken meaning. This assignment wasn't something Selena herself wanted to take. It was directly given to her by her academic year supervisor. This further confirms Ryan's suspicion that his brothers couldn't wait to get rid of him after he had just returned home. And in such a treacherous way, even if he really dies here, it will be a wasted death. Using the Academy's commission mechanism, lure him to the chaotic western part of the empire, and then have him eliminated by local nobles or rebels. Every nobleman's rise to power is accompanied by risks. They essentially live their entire lives under the shadow of assassination and scheming. Selena's team of students on missions also faces harassment from rivals, while Rain's pursuit of star points is met with interference from his family brothers. The group quickly traveled, passing through Cheshire, the capital of the Western Province, and then used a teleportation array to return to the academy. Back in the student dormitory, Ryan sat on the sofa and took a sip of red wine. He was certain that this matter was definitely related to his older brothers. Two bastards. Hatred between nobles doesn't necessarily require direct conflict, even though he and his two elder brothers had practically never interacted. He knew that Rain was in a bad mood. She was just about to comfort her little boy when she received news of the arrival of guests. "Young master, Miss Christie's has come to visit," the beautiful woman said softly as she approached. "Bring her in." Rain's face was expressionless. His mind was preoccupied with how to retaliate against his two brothers, or even simply make them disappear. "Wait, take her to the side hall to sit for a while." Ren's eyes gleamed as he ordered Hea, who was standing at the door. He then went straight into the study, picked up a quill pen, and prepared to write a letter to his elderly father. Of course, he wasn't going to complain, as that would be too undignified, and he didn't have any real evidence anyway. Nobles have their own methods of revenge. He sat down at his desk, spread out a sheet of fine stationery bearing the coat of arms of the Verlet family, and began to write. "To my esteemed father, Earl Victor Verlet, Lord of the Azure. It is as if we have met in person upon receiving this letter. I have recently returned safely to the college from the western provinces. This trip to the west left a deep impression on me. Poverty, filth, and riots permeated the entire western border. Everywhere were unemployed and lost people. The entire border was shrouded in a cloud of despair. This once prosperous place has now become a breeding ground for resentment and chaos, which is truly regrettable." At this point, Ryan paused slightly, revealing the true intention. "This makes me very worried about the future of Azure Harbor. Under your leadership, Azure Harbor is becoming more and more prosperous and vibrant. But the stronger the light, the deeper the shadow. Especially during this trip to the west, the attack by unidentified armed cavalry made me even more worried. In Azure Harbor, could there also be an army that does not obey you? I have a suggestion for this, which is to establish the Azure Harbor Strategic Materials Tax Bureau. All food, weapons, steel, warhorses, ship supplies, magical ores, and other resources that may be useful to the army in Azure Harbor will be classified as strategic resources of the territory. The sale and transportation of all strategic materials should be subject to tax supervision, and each transaction should have a clearly identified number for the raw material supplier, place of origin, intermediary, and the funds and counterparties involved. The Strategic Materials Tax Bureau has the authority to set annual sales targets for each local vendor in the industry. If the target is met, a certain percentage of tax will be refunded. If the target is not met, taxes will be increased. Simply put, this is not only a tax agency, but also an intelligence agency. Who is buying weapons? Who is hoarding food? Where are the funds going? Which external forces are they connected to? These things can be clearly investigated by the Strategic Materials Tax Bureau, and tax increases can be imposed on merchants who engage in illegal buying and selling. If you sell that much, we'll refund a portion of the tax. If you can't sell it, then it proves you're not good enough, or you're doing business behind the scenes. As a result, Rain's elder brother, as the governor, could only watch helplessly as his power was divided up by Victor, the Lord of Azure Harbor. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Carl, the second brother, and the entire merchant class he represented became the subjects of strict supervision. They might have been doing many things behind Victor's back, doing them secretly, but with this organization, the two of them have to behave themselves. As for whether Victor will agree, Ren has no need to worry at all. This is precisely to consolidate his power while strengthening the family's control over the territory. Any ruler, especially one in his later years, is most concerned with personal power and personal security. If emperors would kill their own sons or fathers, wouldn't nobles do the same? This is called driving one tiger to devour two wolves. After finishing writing the letter, Ryan stamped it with the wax seal and then walked directly out of the study to the side hall. Although the boy hid his emotions well, Hera, who was his partner and bedmate, still noticed that Rain's brows had relaxed a bit. This made her feel more at ease. Rain approached he, handed her the letter, and asked her to send it back to her family. Then he sat down on the sofa opposite Christie's, took a sip of black tea, and said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss Christie's." Today, the Gothic girl is still dressed in a black Lolita dress, with black gauze gloves on her hands. Her slender fingertips gently tapped the rim of the teacup, making a soft tapping sound. She looked up at Ren, a hint of expectation in her purple eyes. "Ren, is your training method ready?" Exchange for the upgrade method for Christie's broken umbrella. So he simply pulled a document out of his pocket and handed it to Christine. The gray-haired, purple-eyed girl eagerly took it, then opened it. Spirit Pet, Sunshade Umbrella, Little Black, Silver Tier, Evolution Plan. Target Evolution Form, Shadow Moon Canopy. Core Attributes, Darkness, Order. Shadow Moon Canopy? That's great. What a great name. Kritis smiled with delight, kicking off her black leather shoes and dangling her white silk-clad feet, completely abandoning any aristocratic demeanor. 1 shadow crystal a day, 10 milliliters of moonlight vine juice a week. Christie's looked at Rain, wanting to kiss his handsome face. That's a really practical plan. Are you sure that following this method will allow me to advance within a month, Rain? If it's true, during this year at the Academy, you can do some things for me that aren't too outrageous. Chapter 42, another important figure appears. Blue Harbor Strategic Tax Bureau? Father, I don't understand why such an institution needs to be established. Blue Harbor made its fortune through commerce, and merchants should be given freedom. At the Valit Manor, Locke and Carl sat before Victor. Victor smiled gently as he looked at the eagerness on his two sons' faces. He picked up a small silver knife and gently sliced the tobacco brick. Finally, the chopped tobacco was placed into the ebony pipe, and a light snap of the fingers was made, causing a flame to burn on the fingernail. His cigarette lighting motion was incredibly professional and elegant. Only after exhaling a long, rich smoke ring did he lift his eyelids. Freedom. That's right, freedom. Locke could only grit his teeth and continue. The flow of gold coins should not be restricted. Both money and people need freedom. Victor put down his pipe, placed his hands on the table, interlacing his fingers. He didn't answer his eldest son's question, his eyes filled with amusement. Freedom. Fear flashed across the faces of the two sons. For so many years, their father had remained the same. He didn't need to explain anything or threaten anyone with anything, because he is an unreasonable person by nature. The atmosphere in the study suddenly became eerily calm. I understand, Father. Carl, the second son, finally admitted defeat. Locke was powerless to do anything. I will obey your will. Very good. Victor exhaled a puff of smoke, then waved his hand, shooing them away as if they were flies. Ended abruptly after an old man repeated 2 words. After his two sons left, Victor's aged fingers stroked the cover of the letter on the table. Rain, you're such a cunning little boy. The two brothers left the study and sat down in a secluded room. Damn it, he's gone senile. Carl, the president of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, could no longer contain himself and slammed his fist on the crystal table, causing the wine glasses to shake. He was even angrier than Locke, because even after that old man died, he would still be subject to such supervision. After all, the name written on the inheritance document is Locke Verlit, not Carl Verlit. Unless he kills his older brother. Of course, he quickly suppressed the thought as soon as it crossed his mind. Calm down, Carl. Locke's voice carried a suppressed calm, a mixture of surprise and smugness within him. Victor was paving the way for him. So what if I'm under his supervision for a while? Once he dies, wouldn't Carl be completely at his mercy? Damn it. Carl ripped open his velvet collar, sending several jeweled buttons flying, grabbed a wine glass from the table, and gulped it down. Who gave him this terrible idea? He strongly suspected that this was his older brother's idea, and then he was playing the nice guy in front of him. Locke was focused. At this moment, he had to perform well. He acted like a big brother. He stood up abruptly, ready to leave. Where are you going? Carl was somewhat taken aback as he watched his older brother's retreating figure. I heard that people from our Villet family have been bullied in the West. As your older brother, I must get an explanation from the Western nobles. Carl was taken aback at first. Then his pupils contracted slightly. You bastard. He cursed inwardly. Inside the secret room, only Carl remained. He overturned the entire table, leaving the room in a complete mess. Meanwhile, Ren was still in his dormitory at the academy, chatting with the noble lady. Something not too excessive? Ren rubbed his wine glass. Like, oh my, how proactive do you expect a girl to be? Christine quietly walked up to Ren and kissed his cheek. Moi. After the kiss, she put on her shoes and left. After the girl left, Rain remembered his 3 spirit pets and quickly released them. Stupid master. Scoundrel. Pervert. Tillapi flew directly into Ren's arms, muttering incessantly. We all saw it. You were behind our backs, getting all close to that dark woman. Shameless. All right. Ryan kissed her cheek to comfort her. Wah. Vivian, the mermaid, stretched out her little hands and hugged Ren's neck, sitting in his arms, looking up at Ren with her eyes full of expectation. Without showing favoritism, Ryan immediately lowered his head and planted a gentle kiss on Vivian's smooth forehead. The little mermaid immediately let out a soft, contented moan, her cheeks flushed with happiness, and she buried her head in the crook of his neck, gently nuzzling him. Meow. Sherry, the white cat with heterochromia, was also standing on Ren's lap, her 2 front paws resting on Ren's chest, licking his cheeks. One blue and one turquoise were filled with a fawning expression. Ren chuckled, kissed it back, and then scratched Shirley's chin. Seeing the 3 spirit pets that immediately wanted to cuddle with him as soon as they appeared, Ren was in an exceptionally good mood. In any case, having them is his greatest source of confidence. After this interaction, each spirit pet also provided Ren with 30 points. Current points, 390. A long way from 3,000 points. The road to pet interaction is long and arduous. I really don't know how I'll manage to keep busy every day when I have 7 or 8 pets. We can't possibly have parties every day, can we? But Ren was still quite satisfied with 90 points a day. The next day, Ryan left on time. The Beast Taming Academy doesn't do commissions every day. The instructors teach theoretical knowledge and have students practice sparring. Of course, besides their studies in beast taming, the nobles never stopped indulging in entertainment. Whether commoners or nobles, they would participate in various social activities and make friends with nobles from all over the world. The Tylo Beast Taming Academy is not only for Tylo people, but also for royalty and nobles from other countries. The college also provides a variety of entertainment venues, including a racetrack, ski resort, opera house, art gallery, concert hall, and even a large banquet hall specifically for holding balls and salons. It can be said that this is a fully equipped mini-high society. Today, Rain is quite well known in the imperial aristocratic circles. His performance of Game of Thrones has garnered him considerable attention from noble ladies and women in the realm of music and art appreciation. But there are so many famous songs on Earth that, in this other world, he has no creative block at all. If he so chooses, he could become the most prolific and stylistically diverse musical genius of our time. And now, there is such an important figure who has come for Ren. The late Emperor's Empress, Megera Tyrell, could be considered either the Empress Dowager or the Empress, because the current Emperor of Talo is her daughter. Chapter 43 The Majestic Queen, The Humiliated Reign. Mizela's inspection of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy caused a stir among the Academy's top brass. The Dean, the 3 Vice Deans, the academic year supervisors, the mentors, and other distinguished figures from the college all turned out to welcome him with the highest honors. The Dean even ordered that the most outstanding students in the Academy line up neatly to participate in the welcoming ceremony. The air was filled with an atmosphere that was different from usual, solemn and tense. With his impeccable appearance, Rain was naturally invited by the Academy to participate in the welcoming ceremony. At the entrance of the Academy, the royal carriage came to a stop, and an attendant bowed to open the carriage door, which was adorned with the imperial emblem. A jade-like hand clad in black gauze rested on the female guard's hand, and a beautiful woman in black stockings stepped out of the carriage door, revealing a voluptuous and elegant noblewoman to the crowd. She wore a deep purple palace dress embroidered with gold phoenixes, and beneath the hem were a pair of slender, beautiful legs encased in sheer black stockings. The scarlet high heels were adorned with black gemstones at the toe, concealing feet painted with deep burgundy nail polish, dangerous yet elegant. On her chestnut-colored hair, every angle of the diamond crown reflected a cold, sharp light. Queen Marcella had a perfect oval face, and beneath her chestnut bangs were a pair of deep, scarlet phoenix eyes, within which a golden six-pointed star pattern slowly rotated. Upon seeing the Empress appear, the Dean of the Beast Taming Academy, a beautiful woman of noble birth who was usually dignified and self-possessed, immediately stepped forward, gracefully lifted the hems of her skirt with both hands, and bowed deeply with a perfectly standard court curtsy. Your Highness's presence is a great honor for the entire Imperial Beast Taming Academy. May your Highness's glory forever illuminate the future of the Empire. The voluptuous Empress smiled gently, her wine-red lips curving upwards. No need for formalities. I've only come here to get some fresh air outside the palace. As soon as Queen Marcella finished speaking, a squad of palace guards dressed in jet-black armor and scarlet cloaks began to pour into the academy. Their movements were swift and orderly, without any unnecessary noise, only the sound of firm and powerful footsteps, as they systematically took over all the key passages, entrances and exits, and high points of the entire academy. It can be said that the security of the entire academy is now under the control of the Queen's personal guards. Everyone was awestruck by the Empress's aura and the imposing presence of the palace guards. Ren stood in the crowd and sighed inwardly. This is what a great person is like. This is the decent life he pursues. With every gesture, the masses bowed their heads, and the heavens and earth were cleansed. Your Highness, please follow me. The beautiful headmistress gestured invitingly. Mijala nodded and, led by the beautiful headmistress, walked slowly forward. The crimson high heels clicked crisply on the bluestone slabs, and the Queen suddenly stopped as she passed the line of students. Scarlet phoenix eyes, which were swirling with golden six-pointed stars, locked onto Ren without fail. You. A simple word, yet it made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. Your Highness, Ren Verlit awaits your command. Ren quickly bowed, not knowing why he had been called upon by this beautiful woman. Selena and Phil were in the Minter team, their hearts pounding. Good child, come here for a moment. Fortunately, the Empress was not angry. She simply beckoned. Ryan immediately ran up and knelt down on one knee. The Queen extended her hand veiled in black gauze, and Rain quickly kissed the diamond ring on her finger. The delicate touch of the black veil and the hard, cold feel of the diamonds came at the same time, carrying a hint of the Queen's cool fragrance. Royal iris perfume. Rain could smell the perfume on her just by kissing the ring. Raise your head and let me take a good look at you. The Empress's voice came from above, carrying a hint of lazy scrutiny. In her eyes, Ren was no different from a plaything. Scarlet eyes that swirled with six-pointed starlight. The Queen scrutinized his face, her jade-like hand stroking his hair. She smiled condescendingly, her full, red lips particularly alluring. Game of Thrones. This seemingly casual question startled Ren more than any rebuke. You have never witnessed true power, yet you have been able to comprehend such music. I admire you. I really like this piece. Being stroked on the head while kneeling, a gesture akin to treating an obedient pet, infuriated Ren. Before Ren could even speak, the Dean interrupted, saying, If your Highness wishes, we have prepared for you in the concert hall, and Student Villet is ready to perform for you at any time. Mijala let out a lazy syllable from her nose and nodded. Sure, a boring, repetitive photo can never compare to being there in person. But I'm a little greedier. I'd like to hear about your other works. Can you do that, my good child? Art has always been a powerful tool for attracting nobles and women. It is my honor to perform for you, your Highness, and I am deeply grateful for your guidance. Besides Game of Thrones, I have some new inspirational pieces recently. Although they are not as mature as the former, I would like to present them to your Highness and ask for your guidance if your Highness would not mind. Rain felt the black-veiled hand resting above his head and secretly remembered this humiliation. But to others, this rascal from the Earl's family was incredibly lucky. To have the opportunity to perform before Her Highness Mijala is a chance that many people would rather die for. It is an immense favor. Is it really just because of her good looks and a bit of talent that she could win the Empress's favor? She's incredibly lucky. Upon hearing this, the golden six-pointed star in Mijala's scarlet eyes spun even faster. Very good. Her black-veiled hand stopped stroking him, and her jade-like fingers circled in Ren's hair, twirling his blonde hair. Finally, she gently tugged at a strand of hair, causing a barely perceptible sting, before completely withdrawing her hand. I eagerly await your new work. Rise, my dear child. Only after the queen turned and took a few steps did Rain slowly stand up as instructed. He silently followed at the back of the line. Countless envious or jealous glances were cast around them. Upon arriving at the concert hall, Marcella stood in the front row, next to the beautiful dean. There was no one else besides them. A group of high-ranking academy officials sat in the third row behind. This child is somewhat rebellious. The empress suddenly spoke, her voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of the headmaster beside her. She didn't look at the dean, but kept her gaze fixed ahead, her tone flat. It's like evaluating a minor flaw in a piece of porcelain. The dean hadn't paid much attention to Rain, learning more from snippets of conversation between Selena and Phil, but she knew how to follow the queen's lead. Your Highness is wise. Violet is indeed more opinionated than the average student. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why he composed works like Game of Thrones. Young people are always full of vigor. Upon hearing this, the Empress smiled noncommittally. Sharpness? I like energetic children like this. Chapter 44 needs to be quick. I can't wait. The side door of the hall was silently pushed open, and Ren's figure appeared in the doorway. Mijala and the noblewoman on the stage then sat down at the piano. As the Game of Thrones theme song began to play, Queen Marcella closed her eyes, her fingers resting on the armrest, tapping gently in rhythm with Ren's. Some of the students and mentors present had never heard of him before. They were surprised that this student, Ryan, who usually had a low profile, actually had such talent. The noble Lady Christie's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. This music, with its strong sense of destiny, was simply tailor-made for a Chunibu middle school syndrome girl like her. As the last note faded, a brief silence fell over the hall, followed by enthusiastic applause. Many of the young ladies and noble women present blushed, their eyes fixed on the blonde boy on the stage. A good performance. Mijala parted her red lips slightly, and the entire room fell silent instantly. Now, let me hear your other inspirations. Ren took a deep breath and, following the memory in his mind, his fingers fell. Moonlight Sonata. This is music that can move countless people to tears. Each of the three melodies contains a different emotional code. The first movement, a sustained slow tempo, with its gentle and profound melody, made everyone present feel as if they were witnessing his countless silent monologues during his time as the useless tulip prince. The second movement, Allegretto, features an elegant and slightly humorous melody. Finally, the art style suddenly changed. The third movement, an exciting allegro. The sonic storm swept through the entire venue. Christie's trembled with excitement, while Selena and Phil were utterly shocked by the rage deep within Rain's soul. As the last devastating chord fell, a deathly silence enveloped the hall. After a long silence, Marcella opened her eyes and began to lead the applause, and everyone followed the queen's lead in applauding. Finally, everyone's eyes, including Ren's, were focused on the most distinguished woman in the empire. A magnificent transformation of the soul. Mijala's beautiful eyes darted around. Good child, what is the name of this piece of music? Tell me. Your Highness, this piece is called Moonlight Sonata. Rain bowed slightly. Moonlight. Queen Marcella repeated softly, her red lips curving into a meaningful arc. But in the third movement, what I heard was not moonlight, but power, a kind of love that I felt was somewhat wild and intense, yet also cautious, trying hard to control, and yet unable to control itself. At this point, Marcella licked her red lips, a hint of excitement in her voice. Is this overflowing, almost all-consuming love meant for me? As Mijala thought this to herself, the six-pointed star in her red eyes shone even brighter. Good child, the Imperial Beast Taming Academy is not suitable for you. You need a better platform to showcase your talents, such as the Imperial Academy of Arts. Upon hearing this, all the mentors present, including the dean, tensed up. Although the Beast Taming Academy doesn't teach music much, that doesn't stop the academy from using Rain as its flagship brand. Once Rain agrees, he will immediately leave the beast taming system and become the queen's favorite artistic minister. Although it's regrettable that the queen has snatched him away like this, they still hope that Rain will agree. It's not a hope, but rather that Rain will definitely agree, and he has no right to resist. Your Highness's kindness is deeply appreciated. How could Rain possibly transfer schools? He didn't want to be a court musician, even if it meant working in the palace. But, for me, music is like breathing. It is the exhalation and reflection of life, but contracting beasts, getting along with spirit pets, and leading them in battle. are the sources of my inspiration. Mizela's eyes. She stood up abruptly. Is that so? I'm very satisfied with your performance today. That's all. This perfunctory ending clearly angered her, and the noblewoman director quickly caught up with her. After the show, Selena looked at Ryan on stage with a cold face and said, "Come to my place." Rain nodded, knowing that the icy beauty was angry. They walked in silence, the only sound the echo of high heels and leather shoes on the ground. Stepping into Selena's elegantly decorated side room again, the atmosphere was completely different from before. The hall was filled with calming incense and Selena's cool aura. The icy beauty snorted and pointed a finger at Ryan's nose. Do you even know what you've done? Soon, news of this will spread far and wide. A student from the Imperial Beast Taming Academy has defied the Empress's will. Do you know what the consequences of this will be? Before Selena could finish speaking, Ryan grabbed her around the waist and kissed her incessantly chattering lips. The icy beauty's reprimand came to an abrupt halt. She hadn't expected Ren to be so presumptuous again. Inside the hall, only their breathing remained. How dare you? Selena tried to push Rain away, but she didn't really use her strength. When she finally got a chance to catch her breath, her voice tinged with shame and anger. You're incredibly audacious. Do you know what you've done? Ryan gently stroked her red lips with his thumb. Professor Selena, I know exactly what I'm doing, whether it's rejecting Her Majesty the Queen in the music hall or kissing you here. You're going to get into big trouble. The icy beauty finally sighed, though her tone had softened. So what? Ryan chuckled lightly. At least I've proven to you that some risks are worth taking. This statement is extremely ambiguous, as if Ren rejected the Queen for Selena's sake. Nonsense. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Paipe's fiancé. A conflict flashed in the icy beauty's eyes. What does your choice have to do with me? Is it really unrelated? Ren approached again, grabbing her wrists and pinning her against the wall. Selena was trapped between the wall and his chest, a hint of panic flashing in her icy blue eyes. If I really go to art school, will you really not care at all? Who cares about these things? Ugh. Selena's eyes widened. Here we go again. That damn bastard. Meanwhile, in a courtyard of the Beast Taming Academy. This is the residence prepared by the dean for the Queen. Regardless of whether the Queen intends to stay overnight, from the moment she steps into the academy, there must be a place for her to rest. A night breeze rustled through the meticulously pruned magical plants. Mizela dismissed her attendants and sat alone by the fountain in the center of the courtyard. Her red high heels had been removed, and her beautiful feet in black stockings were casually touching the cool, flowing water in the fountain, creating ripples. She tilted her head slightly back, closed her eyes, as if reliving everything that had just happened in the concert hall. Ren's focused profile as he played, every movement he made during his performance, the wild soul within his music. Wild love, rebellious child, so energetic. She licked her red lips, and golden six-pointed stars spun wildly in her scarlet eyes. Finally, the string of reason snapped completely. Elsa, go, grab that bad boy and bring him here right now. I can't wait. I need to teach him a lesson right away. Chapter 45 Bad Kid, lie down. Mizela finished speaking, an emotionless female voice rang out from the air. Yes, Your Highness. Mizela slowly withdrew her feet from the water, a triumphant smile curving her full red lips. You can't escape, my naughty child. A naughty child like you needs to be taught a lesson. Ryan had just left Selena's place, and this time he still failed. But half of the anger had already dissipated. The 3 spirit pets were also in the dormitory, being taken care of by Hea. He let out a long sigh and walked along the path in the night, surrounded by the chirping of insects. However, just before he was about to return to his dormitory, a tall and imposing figure appeared out of nowhere and blocked his way. Elsa, the head of the palace guards, nearly 2.3 meters tall, wearing golden armor and a red cloak draped over her back, approached Ren, her cool, mature voice ringing out. Young Master Ren, His Highness requests your presence. As she spoke to Ren, her hand rested on the hilt of the sword at her waist, as if she were about to draw her sword if Ren did not agree. Knowing he couldn't escape, Rain had no choice but to obediently follow her. Upon arriving at a courtyard, Aisha did not lead him directly to the Queen, but instead led him around a long corridor to a bath filled with hot, humid steam. This is a private bath made of white jade, with precious magical petals and spices floating on the surface. Elsa instructed the servants to bring bathrobes to the bathtub. Give him a good wash. Several servants immediately stepped forward and began to undress Ren with swift, but firm movements. Their voices were gentle and soothing. Please relax, young Master Ren. Ren could only let them clean him. Finally, after dressing him in a bathrobe, they took a black cloth strip and blindfolded Ren. Having lost his sight, Ren had no idea what was happening. Then, the head guard, Aisha's cool, mature voice rang out again. Don't ask about what happens next, and don't remove the strip of cloth. Forward by Aisha in complete darkness. After walking for an unknown amount of time and passing through several doorways, the scent of incense in the air seemed to have changed, becoming richer and more personal. Finally, all Ryan heard was the sound of a door closing. Aisha was gone. The air was filled with the scent of iris perfume. That was the scent of the queen. Rain had smelled it before. Standing there, Ryan had no idea what to do, until a jade-like finger with burgundy nail polish traced across his chest, then took his hand and led him forward. Naughty boy, lie down. The woman's voice carried a commanding tone that seemed to take it for granted. Rain fell backward, feeling as if he had fallen onto a silken bed. Then, a warm sensation came over me. 3 whole days. Rain had just returned to his residence. Heya took the ointment and applied it to the bite marks on Ren's neck. Young master, what happened to you? Her voice trembled uncontrollably, and her fingertips were icy as they touched Ren's skin. Not only were there bite marks, but also ambiguous bruises and scratches on the side of his neck, collarbone, and other areas, silently telling the story of what Ren had gone through these past few days. Rain closed his eyes and let Herya apply the ointment. He did not answer, nor could he answer. Humiliation, anger. Mijala, with absolute power, occupied Ren for 3 days, while Ren saw nothing. In the end, if it weren't for a maid reminding Marcella that something had happened in the palace, that woman probably wouldn't have let Rain off so easily. Ryan clenched his fists. Damn bitch. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, the beautiful headmistress was respectfully seeing Queen Marcella off. The carriage curtain was drawn back, and Mijala sat inside, radiant as a rose touched by morning dew, her beauty exquisite, with a hint of languid contentment in her eyes. The dean stood at the carriage door, his posture humble, but his eyes involuntarily swept over the Empress's more languid and charming demeanor than when she arrived, and he felt a little puzzled. Your Highness's visit is a great honor for the entire Academy. If your Highness has the time in the future, we would welcome you to visit and provide guidance again at any time. The beautiful headmistress spoke gently and carefully. Mijala leaned lazily against the soft pillows, licked her red lips, and seemed to still be savoring something. The teaching level of the Beast Taming Academy is very high, and I am very satisfied with it. By the way, I'm also quite satisfied with that energetic bad boy, Ryan. The beautiful headmistress couldn't discern the Empress's mood for a moment. One moment, she seemed to be a good child, the next a bad child. So he should be taught a lesson? Tell him that he must produce new works within a month, and I will come to inspect them then. The beautiful headmistress felt a chill run down her spine. It was a good thing that the Empress could come more often. Maybe there will be more funding next year. It seems that Ryan isn't a bad kid, but a good kid. Before the beautiful headmistress could think further, Mijala continued. Aisha. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the palace guards immediately took out gemstones and rare tonics and put them in a box. The beautiful headmistress was startled when she saw them. These were 2 very good things. The crimson dragon blood fruit and the dragon blood golden thread red obsidian inside the box emitted powerful energy fluctuations. Mijala glanced casually at the box of treasures, her red lips curving slightly. My naughty little rascal has worked hard these past few days and needs to nourish himself. This is a small compensation for his hard work, as well as a reward and investment in his musical talent. The beautiful headmistress accepted the gift with both hands and bowed to Marcella, saying, Vanessa, on behalf of student Rain, thanks your Highness for the gift. Very well, Headmistress Vanessa. Well then, this naughty child is in your care. Don't let me down. Yes, your Highness. Vanessa understands. The beautiful headmistress bowed again and saw the Empress off. Afterwards, she returned to her office and called Fayer over. When Phil strode in with her signature sharp steps, Vanessa looked up and gestured for her to sit down. Teacher Fayer, please have a seat. Vanessa's voice was still gentle, but her expression was more serious. We just saw Her Majesty the Queen off. There are some things that I think it would be better if you took care of them. Fayer's long, slender legs, clad in black stockings, were crossed, the tips of her red high heels lightly touching the ground. Her posture remained aloof and elegant. Dean, please speak. Vanessa took out a gilded treasure box, pushed it forward, and brought it to Phil. This is the Crimson Dragon Blood Fruit and Dragon Blood Golden Thread Red Obsidian that His Highness bestowed upon classmate Ren. Even with Feyre's composure, her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly upon hearing the names of these two things. His Highness hopes that in a month, Rain will be able to create another masterpiece, Vanessa said with a serious expression. So, regarding his studies, as you know, an artist's creative process certainly cannot be disturbed by other things. You mean? Regarding the commissions and beast taming studies, we can put that aside for now. Of course, we will also give Rain a certain number of stars based on his efforts to ensure he graduates smoothly with excellent grades. Vanessa made this decision mainly because she wasn't worried about Ryan's future. Otherwise, if any other student had done the same, she would have scolded them for not studying properly. As for why they chose to talk to Phil instead of Selena, it's mainly because Phil is Rain's fiancé and also a tutor at the academy. As long as she agrees, Selena won't have any objections. Chapter 46 Phil, Ryan, your vision is too narrow. Become a little wild beast. You want me to give up commissions and wait for her to come and inspect my new work. In Rain's residence, he dismissed he and the other 3 spirit pets and sat opposite his fiancé, Phil. On the table was an exquisite treasure box. That's right, creation is secondary. The most important thing is to ensure that His Highness can see you whenever he visits the academy. Pattern in her golden contact lenses looking at Ren. Selena has already agreed to this, which can be considered a special favor from the academy for you. Ryan knew that the 2 beautiful women were powerless to do anything about it, but surely they wouldn't be this cowardly? But in their view, what's wrong with getting closer to the Empress? She was one of the highest-ranking women in the Empire. Even if she spat on Ren's face, Ren could become rich because of it. As for what Ryan had gone through these past few days, Phil and Selena had no idea. Rain knew he couldn't keep defying the Queen. Otherwise, if that woman got angry, not only Rain but his entire family would suffer. All right, I understand. But I'd like to know, if we serve our Empress well, ensuring she's completely satisfied every time she visits the academy, can we reach 100 stars? Since we can't resist, let's enjoy it. Even maximize its benefits. Ryan has a flexible bottom line. What's a year as a male concubine? Rain, you probably don't know what kind of incredible wealth you've stumbled upon. Your perspective is too narrow. Phil, Rain's fiancé, said with a hint of exasperation. That's the Empress. Do you know that? Even if you risk your life to get 300 stars, it will only be in the hope that the royal family will grant you the title of Baron. But if you can satisfy the Queen within this year, it will become your most irreplaceable political capital throughout your entire noble career. If Her Majesty the Empress is in a good mood, bestowing upon you a Baron or Viscount title is just like casually throwing out some pocket money, isn't it? Besides, even if you aren't granted a title, who wouldn't want you when you return to your hometown? At this moment, Phil spoke with utmost sincerity. Even without the support of the Velit family or the Tsepsh family, many noble families will definitely want to recruit you in the future. You're an expert in knowing what the Queen likes to eat and drink, what her hobbies are, what she does every day, and what she dislikes. Even if you told me about this experience, it would be terrifying. I am not very talented, but when I was studying at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, I was favored by the Empress and summoned by His Highness on several occasions. We had in-depth discussions on music, art, and the philosophy of life. Who said you didn't want you? This advantage is something no one else can achieve no matter how hard they try. This golden layer is something no one else can apply. That woman is the current Queen of Tyre, the biological mother of His Majesty King Tyre XIII. Phil became more and more agitated as she spoke, and finally pulled Ryan into her arms. Darling, trust me, everything will be all right. Anyone else can hurt you, but would I? Held in her arms, Ryan could feel the silky smoothness of her fabric and her warmth on his cheek. I understand. That's right. Phil bent down and kissed Ren. Rain nestled in Phil's arms, holding her head, his fingertips unconsciously twirling a few strands of her dark hair. This posture carries a strange intimacy and dependence, as if he really is a boy who needs the comfort of an older, wealthy woman. All right, stop being so coquettish. Her lips parted, and the alluring noblewoman stroked Ren's cheek. Otherwise, I'll just devour you completely. As the saying goes, young girls are easy to find, but noble ladies are hard to come by. Feyre helped Rain up, then stood up to leave. By the way, the box contains the Crimson Dragon Blood Fruit and Dragon Blood Golden Thread Red Obsidian that Her Majesty the Empress bestowed upon you. The Crimson Dragon Blood Fruit is not suitable for you to consume entirely due to your current constitution. It would be best to give it to your Tulip Fairy. She will keep it safe for you and knows how to feed it to you. As for that Dragon Blood Golden Obsidian, it is very special and not an ordinary nourishing substance. Phil leaned slightly forward, her golden red eyes fixed on Ren. Her Highness bestowed this item upon you, which means she acknowledges the trace of faint dragon blood aura that you have acquired through her. This gem resonates with the trace of dragon blood originating from His Highness within you. Wearing it will not only nourish your physique at all times, but will also make you always full of vitality, turning you into, well, a little wild beast? That's right. It will gradually nurture you into a tireless little wild beast that explodes at the slightest provocation. At this point, Feyre licked her red lips. I'm also very grateful to your Highness for bestowing such a treasure upon you, because I also really like little wild animals. After saying these suggestive words, Phil gently traced the collarbone of Rain with her fingertips. At the same time, wearing it will also allow true strong people to sense that you have been branded with Princess Mijala's exclusive mark. It is an invisible protection, and also a declaration of ownership. Princess Mijala possesses dragon blood. Ren's pupils suddenly contracted. No wonder that woman was so demanding. Seeing the undisguised shock on his face, Feyre smiled gently. It's just a dragon. How could the noble Tyro royal family possibly choose a non-human race as their queen? Princess Mijala has contracted with many pure-blooded dragon spirit pets. To her, these treasures related to dragon blood. Phil's fingertips gracefully traced the edge of the box, just like we eat dessert. Thread obsidian from the treasure box. The gem hovered at Phil's fingertip, and then with a flick of her finger, the stone merged directly into Rain's chest. In an instant, Ren's blood and chi surged, as if all the blood in his body had been ignited, and a primal and wild power surged through his limbs and bones. With red eyes and heavy breathing, he stood up and pinned Feyre against the wall. How does it feel, my little beast? Phil wasn't surprised by Ryan's action. Instead, she seductively licked her red lips. But you must hold back, calm down. Just as Ren was about to kiss Phil, the alluring noblewoman reached out and stroked Ren's hair. Calm down. Be good. Her voice was deep and magnetic, with a peculiar soothing power. Remember this feeling, remember this power, but don't let it control you. Noble women prefer wild beasts that know how to control themselves, not mad dogs that only bark. Ren's body stiffened. His breathing became much lighter, but he still felt like his whole body was about to explode. But Phil didn't help Ren. She just pressed him down on the sofa. Sit here for an hour. Be patient. Do nothing. I can't stay here. No female creatures can appear. You have to be patient. Ren. Chapter 47 Tilipy's Grievance. For Ren, that hour was undoubtedly an ordeal and torture. The dragon blood power within his body, forcibly ignited, was like boiling magma. His blood and cells were roaring, clamoring to devour every woman in the world. He yearned for catharsis, for destruction, for the most primal conquest and fusion. Fire, you slut, you idiot, why did you leave? Ren roared at the door, panting as he pounded on the wooden door, but to no avail. Even he and the others were instructed by Phil not to come in. Phil was still outside the door, listening to Rain's curses. Instead of being angry, she smiled with amusement. How wild. She took a slender woman's cigarette from the cigarette case, lit it herself, and then took out an exquisite silver pocket watch from her bosom, gently popping the watch cover open with a snap. At this moment, the alluring noblewoman was like the most rigorous examiner, precisely measuring every minute and every second remaining in this trial. 1 hour later, she then reached out and slowly pushed open the door. The once tidy hall was now a mess, with everything that could be smashed being destroyed by Ren, and the expensive sofa was also torn open with great force. And Ren simply collapsed and fell asleep on the shabby sofa. Phil came to Rain's side and licked her red lips. Looking at the sleeping blonde boy, the effeminate noblewoman began to bend down and undress him. The next day, Ryan slowly woke up from his bed, feeling as if his anger had completely dissipated. Young master, you're awake? The blonde beauty, Haya, was sleeping by the bedside, her head resting on her 2 fair arms. Sensing the movement on the bed, she raised her head and opened her sleepy eyes. Haya, upon seeing the beautiful woman, Ren wanted to do something again. But before he could make a move, the beautiful woman spoke first. Miss Phil instructed that you must endure these 3 days, and then let Tilipy help you take the Crimson Dragon Blood Fruit. Seeing the surprise and agitation in Ryan's eyes, She stroked his hair and patiently explained, as if comforting a spoiled child. My dear, young master, this is all for your health, and Haya said, a blush creeping across her face, and also for everyone's happiness. I understand. Ren took a deep breath. Help me get dressed and wash up. Seeing how quickly he regained control of himself, a barely perceptible hint of relief flashed in Haya's eyes. The beautiful woman skillfully fetched a clean set of clothes and helped Rain change into them. With Hera's help, Rain quickly got dressed and washed up. Then, Ryan put his arm around his soft waist and asked, Where's your good morning kiss today? He looked down at the beautiful woman, who was just as blonde and blue-eyed as him, and kissed her directly. Young master, no? It's okay, I can handle it. But the rule about the good morning kiss can't be broken. After a long while, the two finally parted ways. After finishing breakfast, Ren turned his attention to the 3 spirit pets that had eaten their fill. The food Sherry needs is a type of frostberry from the frigid north. These small, deep blue berries are covered with ice crystals that never melt, exuding the chilling aura of polar winds. Although Ren didn't understand why the beastmasters of all generations thought this was the best food for the frost phantom cat, when a cat should be eating fish. But since this is the experience that predecessors have summarized with countless efforts, and Shirley herself has shown great satisfaction, then Rain will not ask for trouble by feeding her anything else, since he can afford the price anyway. One is only worth 3 gold coins. These 3 spirit pets now consume 8 or 9 gold coins of Rain's every day, which is more than his own food expenses. Fortunately, Ren's treatment within the family has improved, and he now receives 500 gold coins as pocket money each month. After finishing his meal, Rain carried the 3 adorable creatures to the living room sofa and took out the crimson dragon blood fruit from the treasure box, handing it to Tilipy. Sherry and Vivian immediately showed disgust upon sensing the fruit's aura. Only Tilipy's large, orange, jewel-like eyes lit up instantly. Silly master, is this for Tilipy to eat? Of course not. Ren reached out and pinched Tilipy's little face. This is for me to eat, but of course, you can sneak a few bites. You should know how to help me take it more effectively. Humph, Tilipy said, hands on her hips. As the greatest and noblest plant-type spirit pet, the tulip flower fairy, nothing can stump Tilipy. After saying that, she picked up the fist-sized gem, which made Ren a little worried. Could she really handle a fruit that was about the same size as her? Tilipy, clutching the jewel, transformed into a streak of light and plunged directly into the contract codex, her voice still tinged with shyness. Perverted master, don't you dare peek. The more she said that, the more curious Ryan became. However, to respect the privacy of his own spirit pet, Rain decided not to let his consciousness enter the secret book to see what Tilipy was up to. He kissed Vivian, and the mermaid was so shy that she buried herself in Ren's arms and rubbed against him. No matter how many times she was kissed, Vivian always maintained the shy demeanor of a little girl. Wah, darling. Wah. The little cutie cried out nervously in Rain's arms, opening her mouth as if trying very hard to speak. Daddy, daddy. This surprised Ren. Vivian, this little rascal, she actually learned how to call him. Sweetie, what did you just say? Ren gently lifted Vivian's chin, his movements careful. Vivian tilted her little face up, her big, watery blue eyes sparkling with effort. Daddy, daddy, hug. A wave of overwhelming joy washed over Ren. He suddenly pulled Vivian into a tight embrace, as if trying to meld her into his own body, his voice filled with excitement and affection. Okay, I'll hold you. I'll hold my sweet baby forever. Bye. Your spirit pet Vivian, through extreme happiness and constant daily interaction, has begun to grasp a tiny bit of human language. Reward, 50 points. Current points, 440. Meow. Sherry's soft, sweet voice pulled Ryan back from his ecstasy. He picked it up like Ren did, gave it a big kiss, and said, You're my sweet baby too. Gurgle. Shirley squinted her eyes and made a snoring sound. You idiot master. You big idiot. A small golden figure flew out, hands on hips. Tilipy was clearly busy inside. All right. Ren could only kiss her cheek. Current points, 500. Then, sensing something was wrong, Ryan looked and saw that there was still red juice residue on her lips. Where's the fruit? Yes, the fruit flew into Tilipy's mouth by itself, Tilipy said, her eyes darting around, a hint of panic in her voice. There was nothing we could do. You mean, fruits similar to you automatically fly into your mouth? Ren's suspicion immediately made Tilope burst into tears. She threw herself into Ren's arms, pounding his chest with her little fists. Wah! You silly master, what? Rain never expected that she would dare to complain after sneaking a bite. Chapter 48. Someone of your caliber, Hakamai, has no right to criticize me. What Tilope found most unacceptable was the questioning from Ryan. Looking at the little darling in his arms, who was crying uncontrollably, Rain was at a loss for what to do. He could only delve into the secret manual to check on her condition. Companion spirit pet, Silver Tulip Fairy, Tilope. Rank, Silver. Star rating, 4 stars. Status, extremely aggrieved, yearning for comfort from its owner. Skills, Enchanted Petals, Absolute Parasite, Golden Guardian, Spirit Absorption, Flower Edict. It's been upgraded. It was originally a Silver 3-star, but now it's a 4-star? But what does it mean to feel wronged? Could Ryan really have wronged her? Ryan touched her little face. Okay, you've eaten it. I'll just make you another one later. But Rain's comforting words did not immediately stop Tilope's crying. Instead, she cried even harder, her little body trembling in Rain's arms, her golden petal wings drooping. It wasn't until Ryan gave her a series of kisses and hugs that she finally calmed down. Finally, after Tilope's explanation, Ryan understood everything. It turns out that the crimson dragon blood fruit really did fly into Tilope's mouth. Tilope was worried about messing things up and being blamed by Rain, which is why she was so flustered when she came out. But how could a fruit the same size as her fly into her mouth by itself? And she actually dared to eat it. However, she didn't fully absorb the fruit's energy. She could empower the petals and give Ren a little bit each day. Could it be that the plant-based origins resonated with the crimson dragon blood fruit in some peculiar way? Confused, Ryan decided to ask Phil about it next time. After consuming the empowering petals containing dragon blood energy, Ren felt his entire body burning. This energy, combined with the dragon blood gold thread red obsidian within his body, produced a powerful reaction. But a real man is one who can endure. This is a trial of body and will. In short, after digesting this energy, Ren felt his physique gradually transforming. He felt that his current physical condition was comparable to that of a bronze-level knight. This is the benefit of having resources. This is the benefit of being kept by a super-rich woman. And of course, this is also related to Ryan's previous daily diet. For ordinary people who don't have much fat in their bodies, suddenly taking a lot of supplements will definitely cause problems. For 3 consecutive days, Ren spent his time like this. Eat, sleep, take empowering flower petals, and then refrain from touching women or having sex. For the past 3 days, whether it was day or night, Ren simply couldn't sleep. On the 4th day, having successfully overcome his tribulation, Ren was finally ready to unleash a combo attack on he. Young master, don't rush. Heya, I really miss you so much. The next day, young master. Heya will go prepare breakfast. The beautiful woman's voice, tinged with a tired hoarseness, only added to her allure. Let me farm this wave of minions first. Day 3, Day 4, Day 5. Rain's trial lasted only 3 days, but Heya's trial lasted 5 days. You ungrateful little brat. This is absolutely outrageous, you bad boy. On the morning of the 5th day, the blonde, blue-eyed beauty uttered only this curse before fainting. However, Ryan was in high spirits and finally got up to wash and dress himself. This was the first time he had ever tried to wear his own clothes. Although it was a bit troublesome, he managed to put them on, albeit clumsily. He went out with his 3 spirit pets and visited Selena and Phil, but both of these beautiful women were out doing quests with their students. Suddenly, Ren felt a little lost. He was not used to the days of lying down. How powerful his 3 spirit pets could be when they worked together. Imperial Higher School's joint trial platform. Light and shadow flow beneath the enormous magical dome. Rain placed his hand on the sensor stone and selected single-player random match mode. With a ripple in space, he appeared in a scorching desert. This combat environment is very unfavorable for Ren. Then he saw 2 acquaintances, mentors Sean and Roger. In the last battle, Roger fought against all 3 of Rain's men by himself, but in a one-on-one fight, given Rain's previous strength, he definitely couldn't beat Roger. It's hard to say now. Ryan, what a coincidence. Sean greeted Ryan with a warm smile. In Sean's eyes, Ryan is now just a good-for-nothing who can't seize opportunities. How can someone who dares to refuse even the Empress's kindness succeed in anything? Therefore, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. It is indeed a coincidence, Professor Sean and student Roger. Ryan replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. When Ren arrived at the trial stage, he hadn't seen the two players yet. Perhaps they had already entered the matchmaking phase and were waiting here. Therefore, Ren concluded that this was not a premeditated act. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. Roger looked at Ryan, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ryan, coincidence and luck are not the same thing. Oh, Ryan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. What does Roger have to say about this? It's a coincidence that we matched up, and it's also your misfortune. After his previous failure, Roger was determined to learn from his mistakes and work harder. Perhaps he didn't have a system like Ren, whose spirit pets advanced extremely quickly, but he also acquired a lot of good stuff from his father. If Phil can provide a silver spirit pet for Rain to contract, Roger, with the support of his family, can naturally find new spirit pets as well. He suddenly unfurled the silver codex, its light shining even brighter than ever before. The three spirit pets reappeared, but their appearance and aura were completely different from when they last fought. First was the stone-armored rhinoceros. Its originally dull stone armor was now covered with a flowing metallic sheen, as if it had been plated with mithril. 9 bronze stars. The thunder sable was also smaller, like a slightly larger cat, with arcs of electricity dancing around its body, tinged with a dark purple hue. As a ferret, it immediately hisses when it sees Sherry, a feline. Sherry merely glanced at it and ignored it completely. That look seemed to say, "You, a Hakamai of this level, have no right to criticize me." The thunder sable had never suffered such an insult. Its body suddenly erupted with a surge of purplish-black lightning. Old Wumambo ha. Although it's not a feline, it does understand Kazakh. No one knows what it said, but Sherry and Ren's arms suddenly got angry, jumped to the ground, and started hissing at the lightning sable. Woo. Huh. And Ryan and Roger just watched as the two cats hissed at each other. They didn't actually know what the two Hakamai were arguing about, but it was quite amusing. Seemingly noticing Ryan's surprise, Shirley quickly turned around, came to Ryan's feet, rubbed against his trouser leg, and meowed coquettishly. It seems to be telling Ryan that it is actually a lady. How human-like the other person's spirit pet was, Roger was momentarily envious. His thunder sable, aside from fighting and baring its teeth, had never tried to be cute with him. Chapter 49. Roger almost got sick from anger. Sean watched Shirley's rapid change of expression, then pushed up his glasses. A very promising spirit pet. It seems that Instructor Captia's dowry is quite substantial. Ryan and Phil might not be common knowledge within aristocratic circles. Sean and Phil, being both instructors at the academy, were somewhat aware of it. As for how we know this cat is part of the dowry, because the Frost Phantom cat is a unique spirit pet of the Northern Territory. If it wasn't given to Ren by Phil, who else could have given it to Ren? Minter Sean, you flatter me, Ryan replied, bending down to stroke Shirley's chin, and the little girl immediately let out a satisfied purr. Since you're all ready, let's begin. Sean coughed lightly. The crossover match isn't for you to watch your spirit pets argue. Upon hearing this, Roger suddenly turned to Instructor Sean and said, Instructor Sean, I request that this battle be broadcast live. Shouldn't 2 silver contract master students be entitled to that? Oh, this is a bit difficult. Sean stroked his chin, feigning embarrassment. After all, this is your privacy. What if Ryan refuses? I believe Ren won't mind. After all, having all the students from the higher academies observe 2 silver contract masters fighting will allow others to gain some combat skills and experience. What do you think? Ren frowned slightly. Roger still dared to be so arrogant, even knowing that he had 3 silver spirit pets? Of course, this might also be because the terrain gave him some confidence. If the battle between the two is broadcast live, the students on the matchmaking platform can observe and analyze their tactics, the characteristics of their spirit pet skills, and even their weaknesses in real time. For any contractor, this means exposing their trump card to potential future opponents. Roger's move was simply to defeat Ryan in front of everyone and save face. But didn't Ryan also want to do that? Even among noble young masters, there is no shortage of fierce fighting and bullying. Trampling on the other is considered to bring honor to one's own family. Right now, Ren lacks influence within the family. Of course I agree. Ren's lips curled into a smile, and his emerald eyes shone with confidence. It's a contribution to the academy to allow other students to observe and learn. Very good. Sean's eyes flashed with a sharp light, filled with anticipation for the duel. He raised his hand and drew several runes in the air, and an invisible wave spread out from him. Announcement from the matchmaking platform. The Silver Contract Master Duel, Rain Velvet vs Roger August. Live spectating access is now available. Outside the arena, the students from various academies were slightly taken aback by the coordinated action of the Imperial higher schools. Real-time spectating access hasn't been available for many years. Generally, unless there's a deep-seated grudge, people choose to keep a low profile. Not only students from the Imperial Knight Academy, Magic Academy, and Alchemy Academy, but also students from the Imperial Academy of Arts, Imperial Academy of Politics, and Imperial Academy of Military Sciences have access to this collaborative platform. After all, students from political science and art colleges are actually contract masters, magicians, and knights, so they occasionally practice on the collaboration platform. Many young ladies from wealthy families have started taking out gold coins and scrolling through the screen with comments. Wow, is that Violet? He's so handsome. He's practically the epitome of a cool, aloof nobleman. Rain, you really need to transfer to the Imperial Academy of Arts. Those uncouth guys at the Beast Taming Academy don't understand your beauty, much less your talent. Shut up. Rain is the jewel of our Beast Taming Academy. The Art Academy can go to hell. Stop arguing. Listen to me. Rain, I want to have your babies. Humph, he's just a son of a concubine, relying on his looks and luck. The Little Mermaid is so cute. She looks so shy, I want to hug her. Various bullet comments appeared on the screen, and even in this virtual space, the three of them, including Rain, could see them. Roger was furious to see that no one was paying attention to him, and that Ryan had stolen all the limelight from him. Rain Verlit, Roger roared, his voice distorted with extreme anger. Don't get too cocky. He's getting anxious. He's getting anxious. Oh, our young master is getting anxious. As soon as Roger finished speaking, a female fan of Ryan immediately started posting sarcastic comments about Roger, especially since Roger didn't even know who she was. It was infuriating. Calm down, Roger. Sean coughed lightly, reminding Roger. Now, I declare the battle begins. Roger realized he had lost his aristocratic composure and quickly composed himself. Stone-armored rhinoceros, charge. Roger gave the order after taking a deep breath. The stone-armored rhinoceros let out a deep, angry roar, its thick forelegs raised high, enveloped in a heavy, earthy yellow light, and charged fiercely towards Ren with immense force. Even Ren couldn't do anything about this big, strange-looking creature. Even though Sherry is a silver-rank battle spirit pet, she is no match for the stone-armored rhinoceros in a head-on confrontation. Telepy, activate, Golden Guardian. Rain quickly sorted out his thoughts. Vivian, prepare, Thunderstorm. Sherry, activate, Winter's Protection. As soon as Ren gave the order, the enemy's lightning sable flashed to Ren's side, while a steel needle feather eagle began to fire out thousands of steel needles. A few tulip petals covered Rain and his spirit pets. Wah! Vivian gasped for breath, laboriously conjuring a thundercloud, ready to unleash thunderous raindrops at any moment. Unfortunately, in the desert terrain, Sherry and Vivian's combat power was greatly reduced, as there was very little ice and water elemental energy in the space. Seeing the mermaid panting with her tongue sticking out, Rain quickly gave her a reassuring look. The thundercloud had shrunk considerably and appeared to be on the verge of collapse, as if it could be blown away by the hot desert winds at any moment. While the stone-armored rhinoceros boasts extremely high defense, it is also incredibly cumbersome, rendering it practically useless against Ren's three spirit pets. Because both Telepede and Vivian can fly, one has wings, and the other can conjure a ball of water elemental cushion to float in the air. As for a cow trying to bump into a cat, that's simply wishful thinking. So the big rhinoceros charged straight at Ren, and the three little cuties didn't really have any effective way to stop it. Fortunately, Ren's physique is no longer what it used to be, and he dodged the long horn that the stone-armored rhinoceros was charging at him by slightly turning his body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sherry teleported directly to the Thunder Sable. Thunder Sable was surprised by how fast this cat was. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. Shirley slaps down with her paw. It's no joke. Chapter 50. Sean unleashes his power. Umazuli. Sherry slashed down with her claws, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound on the Thunder Sable's belly and ribs. However, the wound was frostbitten by the cold air and did not bleed. The Thunder Sable cried out in pain, letting out a scream Roger had never heard before. Ashiga. Rain never expected that the two spirit pets would almost sing the entire Hakamai song during their fight. Oh, little Shirley is so cute. Mommy loves you, keep it up. Roger was truly heartbroken to see his pet injured, while people cheered from the sidelines. Perhaps, the difference between him and Rain is that his contracted spirit pet isn't cute enough? The Steel Needle Eagle fired a volley of steel needles, all of which hit the golden protective clothing of Rain and the others, without having any effect whatsoever. It didn't even dare to get too close to Ren and his group, especially when it saw Vivian. Its eagle eyes held a look of horror. Rain, you've really angered me. Roger spread his hand, revealing a silver tome in his palm. I'll show you my newly contracted spirit pet. A violent black aura extended from the secret manual, spreading continuously until it finally condensed into a humanoid figure nearly 2 meters tall with a hunched back. It was not a pure shadow, but rather a creation forcibly pieced together from rotting corpses and solidified darkness. Its withered skin clung tightly to its bones, presenting a deathly gray color, and its body was shrouded in an ever-present black corpse aura. This unidentified creature had no facial features, only 2 empty eye sockets, from which shone a scarlet blood-red light. A dark-type silver 4-star spirit pet, the Dark Mist Corpse Demon. The dark, misty ghoul spoke in a human voice, its tone filled with hatred and mockery towards the living. You brat from the August family, tell me. Who are you going to kill this time? Before Roger could answer, it swept its gaze over Ren and the others, and upon seeing Tilopi, its tone was filled with hatred. Light-type flower fairies, what damned creatures. His eyes then skipped over Vivian and landed on Sherry. Oh, what an adorable little white kitten. Let me eat her. Ink Ghost, take them out for me. Just name what you want, Roger said confidently, revealing his trump card. Emogue sneered. Remember what you said. If you fail to do so, all your spirit pets will die. After saying that, its body, which was made of corpse parts and black mist, suddenly exploded and turned into a black corpse aura, which merged into Roger's Steel Needle Eagle body. The Steel Needle Feather Eagle immediately let out a miserable cry. It desperately flapped its wings in an attempt to escape, but the black corpse energy was like a bone-deep infection, instantly enveloping it completely. Then, the Steel Needle Feathered Eagle, its body emanating black mist, swelled up, and its sharp eyes emitted a scarlet light. Possessed by a corpse demon, corrupted winged demon bird. Possession-type spirit pets. Ren had seen it before, for example, Selena S. Silver Scale Saintya Dragon Princess, which could transform into armor and possess a spirit pet to enhance its defense and combat power. The corrupted winged demon bird flew in the air and suddenly flapped its wings. This time, they were no longer pure steel needles, but countless feathered arrows entwined with black energy. These arrows containing corpse poison with corrosive energy that struck Tilopi's golden guardian, seemed to sizzle and emit black smoke as it continuously eroded it. Ryan's expression was grave. Roger was really using every dirty trick in the book on him. Fortunately, Vivian S. Star Spirit Rain has an essence function that can purify these dark energies. Otherwise, Tilopi's golden protective cloak would be useless. Before Ren could react, Shirley meowed and darted away like an arrow. It was incredibly fast, arriving directly in front of Roger, leaping lightly and extending its sharp claws. Roger had no time to dodge and could only watch helplessly as the cat pounced on him. Those gleaming, sharp claws were about to slice into his throat. I'm going to die? The thought instantly flashed through Roger's mind, and his pupils contracted sharply. Sean quickly reached out to stop him, placing his hand in front of Roger's neck. Uft! Sean's golden hand was pierced through by Shirley's claw. Then, the little white cat was thrown by Sean and crashed directly into Ryan's arms. When Ryan saw Sean's scratched hand, the gruesome wound edges were wriggling with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the wound was completely healed, leaving not a single scar. Sean pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression calm and elegant. You're a sharp little guy. You win, Ryan. Duel ends. Winner, Ryan Wellett. Roger was still shaken and didn't dare to say anything arrogant about his ability to win, so he didn't try to argue with Sean. Healed instantly. Is this the power of a golden contract master? Sherry is so strong. She actually managed to break through the defenses of a gold contract master. More comments flooded in from the sidelines, making Roger clench his fists. From beginning to end, he had no presence at all. Even Ren himself didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. This little white cat was just too strong. Impossible. Who told you? This battle is over. The possessed steel-feathered eagle roared in defiance as it pounced on Ren, shouting, I'm going to eat this white cat. This is one of my few chances to advance to the gold rank. Stop. Emogue, come back here. Roger was getting anxious. Although it was common for contracted spirit pets to disobey their masters, the battle was already over. If they continued fighting, it didn't matter if the cat, Rain, got hurt, but Roger would have a hard time explaining himself. Humph, you piece of trash, if it weren't for you. How could we have lost so quickly? Just as the ink ghost was about to approach Ren, the sand beneath Ren's feet gradually floated up and gathered into a giant hand, which directly grabbed the eagle's body. The ink ghost let out a sharp shriek, and the dense corpse energy surrounding the steel needle feather eagle suddenly exploded, like ink dripping into clear water, instantly polluting a large area of the air. Who told you? You could be so presumptuous in front of me. Sean snapped his fingers, and the ink ghost was pulled out of the steel needle voice's body by a giant hand formed from sand. Ugh! The ink demon let out an extremely shrill scream, its entire body twisting and contorting under the kneading of the large sandy hands. A mere silver ghoul dares to break the contract and defy my judgment. Sean pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. It seems my student has been too lenient in his discipline. As his mentor, I have to lend him a hand. Sean walked step by step toward Mo Gue, a golden tome floating above his head, radiating golden light. Finally, golden light condensed into a robe and a staff on his body. Chapter 51 Troublesome Rain. Sean's steps were steady and imposing. With each step he took, his aura became more solid. No, you can't do this. The ink demon struggled frantically in the giant sand hand, its scarlet eyes revealing true fear for the first time. My lord, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Rain, carrying his 3 adorable children, cautiously walked away. He had already witnessed the strength of the instructors at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. Selena alone could wipe out a cavalry force of 100 men, so Sean's strength is probably not much different. Sean didn't say much, but simply raised his staff and pointed it at the ink ghost. Decree. Strip away. The ink demon let out a miserable howl. Its body was originally composed of black mist and rotting flesh, but now these two substances were split in two. Oh my god. It completely shattered the spirit pet's form. Is this Sean's spirit pet, the mantra staff? Interesting. Comments kept floating in the space, but Sean ignored them. Decree purify. The gem at the top of the staff now emitted a pure white light. The ink ghost felt its soul and body being constantly burned, as the black mist and rotting flesh gradually dissipated. Order, restore. The black mist that was about to completely dissipate, and the rotting flesh residue that had just turned to ashes began to converge in reverse, as if a rewind button had been pressed, in a way that defied common sense. With just 3 decrees, the ink demon was plunged into a cycle of torment until it completely submitted. The mantra staff and the 9 laws are far too powerful. They really need to be nerfed. Ryan observed the barrage of comments appearing in the space, and it was clear that there were quite a few mentor-level figures observing Sean as well. Finally, he didn't know what happened, but he was teleported back to the platform. Holding his 3 spirit pets, Rain quickly returned to his dormitory. The gold contract masters are simply too powerful. Ren didn't even realize their strength. If they were deployed to the countryside, who could possibly stop them? This is the essence of the capital city. They would rather be a mentor in the capital than a local tyrant in the countryside. The capital city is the core of power and the embodiment of the Empire's heritage. If Ren wasn't mistaken, Sean's so-called mantra staff should be an order-type spirit pet, which made him envious. The heavy, carved wooden door closed behind him, and Rain returned to his own building. Heya had already woken up and finished dressing and washing up. When the beautiful woman saw Ryan, a hint of panic was hidden in her eyes. But she quickly concealed it and quietly approached Ryan. Young master, you're back? Hiss. It wasn't until dinner that evening, when Rain couldn't hold back any longer, that he slowly spoke to the beautiful woman. Heya, you did a great job, and I'm very satisfied, but there's one thing. I find it hard to accept. Hearing this, the beautiful woman was startled. She had clearly done her best to serve her little boy, so how could there be any dissatisfaction? Young master, is there anything Heya did wrong? She quickly came to Ryan's side, kissed Ryan's forehead, and her eyes flashed with grievance and confusion. The boy's brow unfurrowed under the kiss of her red lips. It's not that it's bad, it's just... Seeing the hesitant expression on her young son's face, the beautiful woman's emerald green eyes dimmed with sadness. I understand, young master. Heyo is getting old. No. Seeing his head made so upset, Ren quickly pulled her into his arms, wrapping his arms around her plump, soft waist. How could that be? After spending time with his beautiful wife, Rain finished his meal and watched Heya's slender figure clearing the table, feeling a warm glow in his heart. But when he turned his gaze to his 3 spirit pets, that feeling of warmth was immediately replaced by a headache. Tilope and Vivian chased and played with each other on the soft mat, making cheerful whimpering and giggle sounds, looking just like close sisters. And what about Sully? Sat quietly on the armrest of the sofa closest to Ren, its elegant heterochromatic blue-green eyes staring unblinkingly at Ren, as if he were the only person left in the whole world. When Ren's gaze occasionally swept over it, it would immediately rub its head against Ren's arm, let out a soft meow, and gently sway the tip of its tail, doing its utmost to please and show affection. Sherry and the other 2 spirit pets didn't seem to have any interaction, nor did she integrate with them. She just tried her best to please Rain. This gave Ryan a bit of a headache. They say 3 women make a drama, and now it's already a drama. The aloof Sherry had no interest in mermaids or flower fairies, and even disdained to associate with them. Internal competition among the females has already begun to emerge after Shirley joined the group. But there's no denying that Shirley was the biggest contributor to today's victory. However, if one becomes overly affectionate towards Sherry as a result, it may cause the other 2 spirit pets to become dissatisfied with Sherry. Rain had witnessed firsthand today how Roger's contracted spirit pet could disobey his commands. Ryan picked up Sherry, and the little one immediately meowed sweetly, even nuzzling Ryan's face and licking his cheeks repeatedly. This immediately caught the attention of Tilope and Vivian, who rushed into Ryan's arms. Silly daddy. Tilope wants a hug too. Tilope started to whine. Vivian wasn't to be outdone, nuzzling her face against Ren's chest before lifting her head and licking his chin, whimpering softly. This forced Ryan to gently lower Sherry's hands, letting her rest in his arms. The female killer contract master is still too lethal to female spirit pets. As soon as Rain pays attention to any spirit pet, the other spirit pets will immediately stick to him and compete for his attention. All right, you're all good babies. Ren was in a flurry of activity, with the 3 spirit pets taking turns to kiss and hug him. He was busy and also troubled. It might be hard for others to imagine, but this is his daily life. Chapter 52, just remember, I will always love you. There are still 8 months until graduation. For the past few days, Ryan's life has remained almost unchanged. Go to the library to browse books, then go home to eat empowering petals, then go to the kitchen with Haya to stir-fry a few dishes, and finally tease the spirit pet. Occasionally, we'll also go for a crossover match to find an opponent. Life was going very well, until Selena returned with Joanna and Olena after completing their mission. Rain, what have you been doing these past few days? In Selena's dormitory lobby, Ryan and the beautiful woman sat close together. Read books and raise spirit pets. Rain reached out to stop the icy beauty's soft waist, but his hand was slapped away. Don't get physical after just a few words. Selena rolled her eyes at Rain. Even though you can't go out on commissions right now, you can't neglect your practical skills, understand? I know. I've been going to the matchmaking event. Ren grabbed Selena's soft hand. The icy beauty struggled a few times, but then let Ren hold her. Those few struggles seemed like just a token gesture. That puts my mind at ease. Selena picked up her coffee and took a sip. By the way, now that you don't have any academic worries, have you thought about where you'll go after graduation? Upon hearing this, Ryan seemed to suddenly remember that he would soon be parting ways with this icy beauty after graduation. Professor Selena, what about you? Are you staying or? The icy beauty held up her index finger to Ren's lips. I don't intend to stay as a mentor. Why? Ren asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Logically speaking, being a tutor at the Beast Taming Academy should mean receiving very good treatment. Because I have finally waited for the person I was meant to wait for. Selena gently stroked Rain's hair, her eyes filled with affection. Professor Selena, have you met a man you like? Ren gave a wry smile. How could a woman like her be willing to be someone's concubine? Besides, it would indeed be awkward to marry the same man as her best friend. No. Selena blushed as she said this. I've been waiting for you to come to the Beast Taming Academy. What? Ren asked, somewhat puzzled. You were waiting for me? Pepe, another lady, and I were all your mother's students. A hint of sadness flickered in Selena's eyes as she said this. Professor Eleanor was a benefactor in our lives. Eleanor, which is the name of Rain's birth mother. When we went to Azure Harbor to carry out the mission, our mentor met your father. We even joked that we wanted to be mentors in the academy and teach her children in the future. Unexpectedly, nearly 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. So Sean is actually ridiculous. Pepe and I never thought about promotions or anything like that. We just waited here for you and made sure you left the academy safely. What about after I graduate? Ryan continued to ask, still harboring many questions, such as why his mentor, Phil, wanted to marry him. Once you graduate, I'll resign and return to the Elven Forest in the southwest of the Empire, Selena said earnestly, holding Ren's hand and patting the back of it. In the future, you might stay in the capital as a court musician, or you might return to Azure Harbor. The Villet family isn't like other families, to be honest. I don't want you to go back. At the very least, you could go back to the north with Pepe. Although, before Selena could finish speaking, Ryan grabbed the back of her head and kissed her. Rain's kiss carried an undeniable force, but also a hint of frustration at being kept in the dark and the arrangements of fate. This time, the icy beauty's eyes no longer showed shock and resistance, but instead were filled with complex emotions, followed by affection and acceptance. She wrapped her jade-like arms around Ren's neck, responding to him. After a long while, their lips parted. Are you satisfied now? You little bastard who's pushing your luck. Selena's beautiful, icy blue eyes glistened with tears, but when she saw Rain's gloomy gaze, her heart skipped a beat. Mentor Selena, why are you doing this? Rain grabbed Selena's shoulders with both hands. You gave me a mermaid, took good care of me, and even if I did something to you, you would forgive me, all because of my mother. Mentor Phil married me, also because of my mother. Even being forcibly kissed by me was a response because of that so-called favor? Ren's tone carried a hint of resentment. Is this your charity, or a mission? No. Ryan, listen to me. The icy beauty hurriedly began, her voice trembling with panic. In my heart, you will always be. Forever what? Forever a little kid you need to take care of? Ren clenched his fist. Or a vessel for your emotional attachments to your mentor? I thought our relationship was normal, that we were attracted to and admired each other. I never expected you to tell me that it was all a deliberate arrangement. It doesn't matter to me at all that my mentor, Phil, is willing to marry me. Because in aristocratic marriages, people always want to sell themselves for a good price. If someone is selling, someone will buy. At the very least, there's some kind of mutual benefit between us, and I might even be able to get a title from my father in the future. But Master Selena, I love you. Rain's voice was firm and resolute. Not because you are a gold contract master, not because you are an elven noble, but because of your tolerance towards me and the warm care beneath your cold exterior. But I only get close to you because I like you, and all your responses to my closeness are based on gratitude towards my mother. Is that right? Mentor Selena, Before Ren could finish speaking, the icy beauty kissed him, passionate yet tender. She cupped Ryan's face in her hands, gazing into his eyes through teary eyes, and this time her kiss was fierce. In the hall, Selena's twin butterflies and 3 spirit pets, including Rain, watched from the side. Their lips parted, tears welled in Selena's eyes. Rain, you're a good boy. Perhaps in the years to come, we'll be separated. But you must remember one thing. Just remember, I will always love you, so don't be afraid. No matter how time fades, no matter how the world changes, I will always, forever love you. Always, forever. I will embrace you every single moment. Even though you are Eleanor's child after we met, in my heart, I have already considered you my own. Chapter 53, Are You Still a Good Kid? Rain didn't return home all night, and he was very worried at home. Fortunately, Selena's maid came to Rain's dormitory and told he that Rain was training at Selena's house. This put the beautiful woman at ease, as her biggest worry was that Ryan would cause trouble at the academy. This is a prestigious university in the capital, and there are countless students with backgrounds far superior to Ren's. She wanted Ryan to take her to a pure land, a place where no one could hurt her. Even if she were just a baron in the countryside, she could take care of Ren for the rest of her life, until she grew old. But the thought of Rain not returning home all night at Selena's house brought a shadow of sadness to her eyes. Bad boy. Do you know? Heya is waiting for you. With Mijala's investment, Ren became insatiably demanding. Even a stunningly beautiful woman like Selena felt that the magic within her body was too abundant. It's obvious that he overdid it during cultivation. In Selena's bedroom, filled with the cool fragrance of flowers and a romantic atmosphere, she never imagined that the boy she had watched grow up would have such an aggressive side. Rain gently pulled the exhausted Selena, who was about to fall asleep, into his arms. Feeling the warmth of Rain, Selena looked up, her eyes filled with both charm and reproach. Next time, don't stay up this late like this again. And, you're not allowed to use that name anymore. It's just too embarrassing. Ren gave an awkward smile. This was just a habit. He whispered those two words into the ear of the icy beauty. You. Selena was instantly embarrassed and angry, clenching her fist and punching Ryan's chest. You child. You have no shame. I told you not to call me that. The icy beauty had clearly never encountered such a clingy boy before. He dares to say anything, but when he thinks about how his mother died shortly after his birth, he clearly lacks some love. A look of tenderness flashed in her eyes as she hugged Rain tightly. From now on, you can only tell me quietly. Rain felt a little suffocated by this tenderness and indulgence, which resembled maternal pampering. If this continues, he won't dare to lose his temper anymore. Sure enough, no man can resist this kind of maternal embrace. In the evening, Ryan and Selena had dinner together. The two had already finished washing up, and as for Selena's feelings for Ryan, throughout that night and day, Ren had already sensed it. However, the icy beauty returned to her previous state, seemingly unaffected by her previous interactions with Rain. Rain, I've said it so many times, no matter how much your mother. No. The icy beauty quickly corrected herself. No matter how much I spoil you, you have to behave yourself when you're eating. That's aristocratic etiquette. I understand. Ren sat back down in his chair and picked up his knife and fork. Professor Selena, then after I graduate you. The icy beauty slammed her hand on the table, which trembled as she said, You little rascal, didn't I already say that we would still have musical exchanges after graduation? Are you still a good child? You're not allowed to question me. Do you understand? At this moment, Selena directly demonstrated her authority, displaying an air of absolute majesty. Meanwhile, Rain stood up and went to Selena's table, sat on her lap, and snuggled into her arms, using the same tricks he used as his junior. So after I graduate, you'll still stay by my side, right? Bad boy. Selena was still a little unable to accept this relationship, and even unable to adapt to the clingy change in Ren. Following you, okay. Now get back to your seat. This is simply disobedient. Upon receiving the reply from the icy beauty, Ryan smiled gently and kissed Selene's cheek. You're the best. Hearing such an unreserved confession, Selena's emotions erupted. She hugged Ryan tightly, tears streaming down her face. My good boy, I will always love you. No matter what difficulties arise, I will always protect you, okay? Don't hide anything from me, no matter what it is. Whether I'm by your side or not, understand. The icy beauty hugged Ryan tightly, rubbing her cheek against his head, hot tears falling onto his forehead. The love you have is no less than anyone else's. You are my man, and a good boy. I will always watch over you. I can't live without you, and I swear I will never leave you. Dinner proceeded in this warm atmosphere until the icy beauty chased Ryan away. Rain felt he was on a one-way street to becoming like his junior, But it's really easy to get addicted to acting cute and charming towards older, wealthy women. However, Rain's behavior as a junior student also indicates that deep down, he is a little boy who longs to be unconditionally loved by every beautiful woman. Late at night, when Ryan returned to his dorm, only a wall lamp was left on in the living room, its dim light outlining his figure sitting on the sofa. She wasn't waiting in the bedroom as usual, but here, seemingly having waited for a long time. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately stood up, her face showing undisguised worry and a hint of exhaustion. Her tense shoulders relaxed slightly when she saw Ryan walk in unharmed. Young master, you're back. Her voice was as gentle as ever, but Ryan sensed a hint of melancholy in it. When Rain went out on commissions before, he would not have shown such an expression or sound. But today, he learned that Ryan had stayed overnight at another beautiful woman's house. Even though she was a maid, she had taken care of Ren since he was a child. This time, there was a hint of distance in her gesture as she took the clothes from Ryan. She knew that Ryan was engaged to another woman, but it didn't matter, because she knew that Ryan had always placed some kind of emotional attachment on her. However, one day, a more noble and more useful, mature and beautiful woman attracted Ren. She was in great distress. Selena is equally mature, equally alluring. She can do even more than Hea, because she can help Ren grow. But all she could do was take care of Ren's basic needs. One day, this little boy will also get tired of her being old, and tired of her being useless, seemingly having no purpose other than cooking, washing clothes, and keeping warm. There are so many women who are more mature and beautiful than her. One day, this little boy will get tired of her. After all, this little boy she has taken care of since he was a baby has met too many beautiful women. The more Hea thought about it, the more she couldn't suppress her emotions. This little boy, whom she always doted on, might be being pampered by other older, beautiful women somewhere, without her knowledge. As Rain looked at he, who was undressing him, he suddenly began to sob, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just wondering, this book doesn't have an outline. After the Academy arc, which is already tagged in the synopsis, including previous foreshadowing, the protagonist will definitely become a lord. So, do you all prefer the protagonist to take over a chaotic and disordered territory, slowly cultivate and develop it, or return to the family, fight for power with his brothers, and seize an already established territory? Please leave your valuable opinions. Chapter 54: The Fusion Killer Move of Spirit Pets. What's going on? Ren looked at the beautiful woman undressing him and suddenly burst into tears. He quickly pulled her into his arms to comfort her. This really upset he, because she smelled the scent of other mature women on Rain. Ryan smells of Selena's perfume. It's his nose that's to blame. The reason Haya was so heartbroken was that she herself also had some need for Rain. She needs someone like Ryan, who, no matter how many Selena's moms she is outside, will still choose to snuggle up in his mom's arms and act cute when she gets home. Now, she feels a great sense of crisis. At this moment, Ren completely panicked. He had seen he in her gentle, tired, and even occasionally stern state, but he had never seen her so vulnerable, crying so bitterly. What's wrong? Ren picked he up and carried her to the sofa. What happened to you? The blonde woman tried to compose herself in Ryan's arms, her voice trembling with sobs and uncontrollable whimpers. No, it's nothing. It just feels like the young master has grown up all of a sudden. What can Ren do? In situations like this, the only option is to go to the kitchen and stir-fry a few dishes. Touching the beautiful woman's cheek, Ryan quickly kissed her red lips, then carried her to cook. The levels of secret codes are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king. Anything above that is beyond our reach for the time being. On a lawn in the academy, Selena sat down with Rain and the other two, patiently explaining the knowledge of contract masters. When a spirit pet reaches the gold rank, a qualitative change will occur, such as the fusion of killing moves. The three listened intently as the icy beauty recounted her story. Different spirit pets, if their power systems can be cleverly combined, will produce an effect greater than the sum of its parts. You should have seen the video of Rain's last battle. For example, your Mentor Sean's mantra staff is an order-type spirit pet, which can be combined with sound-type spirit pets to expand the control range. Ren lowered his head in thought, never expecting such a cunning collaboration. For example, the six-winged Frostlight angel I contracted, which you saw last time, has the attributes of light, ice, and order. When she is paired with the silver scale Saint Ya Dragon Princess, whose main attribute is metal and secondary attributes are time and ice, and who can possess other beings, the divine armament, formed by the silver scale Saint Ya Dragon Princess will be endowed with the power of Order Judgment. The Judgment of Order. A hint of doubt flashed in Rain's eyes. Instructor Selena, what kind of effect would a weapon imbued with the power of the Judgment of Order have? Selena's cool gaze fell on Ren. Let me show you. A secret book radiating golden light appeared in the space, and the tall figure of a six-winged angel of cold light appeared before everyone's eyes, exuding a holy and alluring aura. His towering figure, nearly 2.5 meters tall, was complemented by snow-white skin and flowing silver hair that reached his waist. His eyes were covered by a white gauze cloth, making it impossible to see his gaze, but adding to his mystery and inviolable majesty. She wore silver armor, paired with a white short skirt, the armor adorned with gold patterns, and a purple ribbon tied around her waist. It's somewhat similar to Angewoman from Digimon. Another dragon roar echoed from the Golden Codex, followed by gusts of cold air enveloping the six-winged angel of cold light. These chilling wisps flowed and adhered to her like liquid metal, quickly forming a more intricate and exquisite layer of silver dragon scale armor on her body. Finally, she stretched out her slender hand, and a long sword formed from light magic appeared in her hand. She brought with her a holy fragrance, walked to a large tree, gently swung the long sword in her hand, and then returned to Selena's side. The tree that was struck did not fall, nor did it even bear a sword mark, but it withered rapidly. Within a few breaths, the lush canopy turned from verdant green to withered yellow. The abundant leaves fell like a torrential rain, and the thick trunk withered and cracked at a visible speed, the bark peeling off to reveal the rotten wood inside. The three of them, including Rain, were shocked. Selena's spirit pet was incredibly powerful. This is the power of judgment. When the sword of judgment in her hand strikes a target, the power of judgment begins to unleash its power, sentencing the target to death. Silver Scale Saintess Yealong Princess can then use this power of order to swiftly activate time attribute magic, instantly stripping the target of all their time. At this moment, Ren couldn't help but ask again, how is this different from directly using time magic? Silver Scale Saintess Yealong Princess herself has time attributes. Can't she do it herself? He looked at the holy and beautiful woman beside Selena with a burning gaze. This is a stunningly beautiful woman who is 2.3 meters tall. If you were held in her arms, you would probably be pampered like a little boy. Selena seemed quite approving of Rain's question, a slight smile playing on her cool lips. This is the result of combining different types of spirit pets with their varying abilities. As a support spirit pet of the possession type, Silver Scale Saint Dragon Princess, as a divine weapon beast, has no offensive power of her own. Even if she has truly comprehended offensive time magic, it is still far inferior to this kind of cooperation. Because the power of time and the power of order work together, they are coercive. It doesn't simply accelerate time, but uses the power of order to directly determine the tree's survival status as terminated. In other words, without the premise and framework of order's judgment, the Dragon Princess's time magic cannot absolutely strip away all of a thing's time. This advanced theoretical knowledge of coordination was still too advanced for the three of them. But Selena didn't care. She taught them, and the three of them had to learn. Although you haven't advanced to gold contract masters yet, you must try to make your spirit pets cooperate with each other in the upcoming battles. At this moment, the Icy Beauty gave a death order. The three of you, today you need to come up with a fusion killing move based on the situation of your own spirit pets, even if it's just a concept. Note that I am not asking you to put your ideas into practice, but to come up with a concept, and this concept must be feasible. I am not asking you to make things up. After speaking, the Icy Beauty noticed that Ren was staring at the six-winged angel of cold light behind her, and gritted her teeth. Ren, you have 3 spirit pets. You must consider 2 concepts. The six-winged, radiant angel's name is Xia. This holy and beautiful woman seemed to have noticed the burning desire in Rain's eyes, and she whispered a few words in Selena's ear. The contents of the story made the Icy Beauty blush. Xiao Hope, how could you? Selena exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing her spirit pet's request. There are actually needs among spirit pets. Is especially true for a high-level being like Xia, who possesses great intelligence and emotions. However, such cross-species courtship is actually very rare. The vibrant energy emanating from Rain and the dragon blood power within him undoubtedly attracted Xia. The Icy Beauty quickly turned her head away. It's impossible between you and him. You can't have children. Chapter 55. Selena's image collapses. While explaining to Xia, Selena glanced at her 3 students out of the corner of her eye, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that they hadn't heard their conversation. I like him. Xia's lips parted slightly, her ethereal voice ringing out. He's so cute. All right, I'll grant your wish. What could Selena do? It was her own spirit pet, and she had no choice but to pamper it herself. Then, Rain and his 2 companions sat on the grass and thought. They suddenly noticed that the 6-winged angel of cold light behind Selena took a small step forward, waved to Rain, and had a gentle smile on her lips. This sudden action shocked Joanna and Olina, and even Rain himself was stunned. But with the approval of the Icy Beauty Selena's eyes, he still stood up and went to Xia's side. The holy and beautiful woman, with a tall and straight figure of 2.3 meters, made Ryan look no different from a little boy when he stood in front of her. She stretched out her long, slender arms and embraced Rain. Xia, mixed with an indescribable warm fragrance, completely enveloped Rain. Xia's embrace wasn't tight, but it carried an undeniable sense of acceptance and protection. One of her arms was around Ren's back, while the other hand gently stroked the back of Ren's head, as if comforting a frightened child. Then, she cupped Ryan's cheeks and kissed him with her red lips. Joanna and Olina were completely petrified, forgetting even to breathe. Selena's spirit pet not only hugged Ren, but also kissed him. The Icy Beauty stood to the side, watching this scene, her hands clenching slightly beneath her sleeves. After a long while, Xia finally stopped Rain from pleading with her. She stroked Rain's hair and whispered in his ear, "The light is with you, child." Bye. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the blessing of the golden spirit pet, 6-winged cold light angel Xia, the favor and protection of the Holy Mother of Light. blessed and protected by the Mother of Light. Within 10 days, the host's attractiveness to angel-type female beings will double. Reward points, 200. Congratulations, host, you have received an invitation from the Golden Spirit Pet, Six-Winged Cold Light Angel Shia. Shia wishes to have a duel with you. Reward points, 200. Current points, 1350. For the past 5 days, Rain has been interacting with his pet, earning 90 points every day. With the added affection from Xia's mother, I gained another 400 points. Before Ren could react, Xia looked at Selena, and after receiving the latter's nod of agreement, she carried Ren on her shoulder and then led him into the secret space. Mentor, where are they going? Joanna was stunned. Her brain had completely shut down. Selena didn't know how to answer for a moment. Xiao Hope likes that kid Ren quite a bit, and is planning to take him for some special training. Joanna and Olinao exchanged a glance, and both girls could see the shock in each other's eyes. This must be some kind of unorthodox special training. Selena didn't finish teaching until evening and returned to her dormitory. She sat down on the sofa in the lobby, her hand holding the coffee cup trembling slightly. What is wrong with me? The icy beauty's blue pupils trembled. Why did seeing that scene make me feel? Selena had expected herself to feel jealous, envious, or angry, but that wasn't her true feeling. When she saw Ryan embracing another woman in front of her, she felt a surge of anticipation. Finally, she decided to delve into the secret manual with her consciousness and observe. Once the idea surfaced, it became irresistibly tempting. That evening, Rain finally emerged from the secret manual. His clothes were somewhat disheveled, but his eyes held a great sense of satisfaction. As Ren looked at the messy hall, a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Instructor Selena? The icy beauty saw Ren come out and hugged him tightly, saying, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Rain never expected that after his beautiful wife he cried in his arms last night, Selena would pull the same stunt tonight. What exactly happened? Selena's voice choked with sobs. I'm finished, Ren. Please, go to the secret realm one more time. I'm begging you. At this moment, Selena's icy image in Ren's mind completely collapsed. Ryan could see a range of emotions in Selena's eyes. Chaos, pain, struggle, and a near-desperate vulnerability, including enjoyment. There were still traces of wet tears on her cheeks, glistening faintly in the dim light. Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, who was completely out of control, with tears in her eyes and even a hint of humble pleading, Rain kissed her. But Ryan's kiss only made Selena feel more guilty. Their lips parted, and Selena's eyes showed a hint of despair. Rain was completely bewildered. What's wrong? Did something happen? The icy beauty shook her head. I can't explain it to you, but... As she spoke, she summoned her secret manual. I'm sorry, Ren, I know this is wrong. I shouldn't have done this. But, please, I'm begging you. Please, I'm begging you, okay? I'll grant you anything you want from now on. After saying that, to Rain's puzzled look, he was thrown back into Selena's secret book. Wait, girl, what's going on? Before Ren could react, he found himself in the territory of the six-winged angel Shia within the secret codex. Upon seeing Rain, a delighted smile lit up Shia's face, which was covered by a white sheet. Good boy, you're back again? She walked gracefully and swiftly to Ren, then embraced him and flew into the clouds. Once again, the two found themselves in the floating palace formed by the holy light. Selena went to the bathroom, where steam filled the air. As she bathed, she completely immersed herself in her secret manual. It wasn't until late at night that Ryan returned to his dormitory. This time he dared not stay out overnight again. Otherwise Haya would definitely cry her eyes out again. But he always felt that Selena was heading in a bad direction, and he couldn't explain it. Young master. Haya saw Rain return and smelled the scent of another beautiful woman on him. But this time she felt no sadness, even though she knew the boy's clothes were not the same as the one she had dressed him in that morning. Haya, give me some midnight snacks. Ren gently kissed Haya. I need to think about the fusion attack of those 3 little guys. Haya didn't know what the fusion attack was, but she sensed it must be something very powerful. Yes, my young master. It's so late now, what would you like to eat? Anything is fine. You can arrange it as you see fit. After listening, the beautiful woman kissed Ryan again before swaying her voluptuous figure and heading towards the kitchen. Chapter 56 Rain, the woman who lives off her husband. Ryan was quite content as he enjoyed the roast meat cooked by the beautiful woman and drank the red wine she fed him. Haya was right next to Ren, carefully cutting up patties for him and feeding them to him. He picked up the red wine, drank it himself first, and then slowly passed it to Ren. Meanwhile, Rain was eating while also watching his 3 spirit pets. Selena's request was actually a bit unreasonable, because the 3 little ones currently have far too few skills. Tilopi's skills: Empowered Petals, Absolute Parasite, Golden Guard, Spirit Drain, Flower Decree. Vivian's skills: Water Shadow Arrow, Starry Rain, Thunderstorm, Tidal Hymn. Sherry's skills: Frost Claw Strike, Ice Cat Shadow, Winter's Protection. To create a powerful fusion attack, one could consider the feasibility of fusing skills between different spirit pets. The first thing that came to mind for Rain was Tilopi's Absolute Parasitism and the Flower Edict. The Flower Decree can cause surrounding plants to grow wildly, while Absolute Parasitism can penetrate the soil through pollen and absorb nutrients from the roots of any plant. In this way, Tilopi can gather tremendous energy in a very short time. But how can Tilopi release this energy? It's like using Tilopi as an energy reservoir. Tilopi herself is not aggressive, so she needs other spirit pets to cooperate with her and provide her with an energy output channel. Suddenly, after Hea fed him a sip of red wine, a brilliant idea struck Ren. He excitedly kissed Hea. "Hea, you're amazing!" Stunned by the sudden enthusiasm, but she responded to Ren with indulgence and affection. Although she didn't know what was going on with Ryan, she was sure he had come up with some new idea. Hea's doting care, Rain mastered a fusion attack technique that was highly feasible. That is, through the combination of the Flower Edict and Absolute Parasitism, Tilopi absorbed a large amount of life energy, and then empowered Vivian to eat it by empowering the petals. And Vivian? She can activate Starry Rain, using such a massive amount of life energy. If this spiritual rain, containing immense life energy, were to fall, what would become of it? The effects of the spirit rain will be amplified to the extreme. Wounds heal rapidly, magic power recovers quickly, fatigue is swept away, and it can even temporarily stimulate life potential. This combined killing move has immense strategic value. If the 2 armies clash in the future, Rain could simply unleash this move on the battlefield, bringing the entire army back to full health. Although it's unknown whether it's possible to bring someone back from the dead with widespread treatment, as long as there's still a breath left, there's a very high chance they can be brought back. As for the other fusion attack, Rain doesn't have any ideas yet, so he can only take you to sleep for now. He originally hoped that she could be with Rain at all times. But now, she's starting to struggle. That's incredible. It's like a tireless little wild beast. This is the wonderful use of dragon's blood. The next day, Rain originally wanted to tell Selena about his strategic level concept killer move, but the Icy Beauty had already taken 2 students out to do a commission. Ren didn't know why Selena was in such a hurry. Was it because he had witnessed a previously unknown side of this Icy Beauty yesterday and didn't know how to face Ren? Upon reflection, Ryan did admire Christina somewhat. He hadn't believed that Selena had a crazy side, but no one expected her to be more unconventional than anyone else. Huh? Ren. Sunlight streamed down the academy path, where a girl in a black dress, holding a black lace umbrella, stood quietly, gazing at Rain. A gentle breeze ruffled her neat, short, flaxen gray hair, and her purple eyes gleamed with a mischievous and curious light in the shadows beneath the umbrella. What a coincidence, I was just about to look for you. Ren examined the black umbrella in her hand. You've advanced, haven't you? Christus feigned surprise, lightly covering her lips with her gloved hand as she approached Ren with elegant steps, leaving behind a sweet rose scent. Yes, Little Black is terrifyingly strong now. I was just about to invite you to come with me to the capital for a stroll. Want to go for a stroll? Ren looked at Vivian, the mermaid nestled in his arms, who became visibly nervous upon hearing that they were going out. This little guy is too socially awkward. Ren shook his head. If it's a crowded place, let's skip it. Don't worry. Christus smiled slyly. It's just a trip to the auction. I'll book a private box, how about that? Go to the auction? Ren shook his head. I'm broke. You know how much gold it costs to feed these 3 spirit pets every day. Before Ren could finish speaking, Christina pulled out an amethyst card and handed it to him. This is from Mentor Phil. She asked me to give this to you so you can have some fun. This is her supplementary gold card. It seems to have a few thousand gold coins in it. Is she teaching me how to do things? Rain raised an eyebrow, uttering words of disdain, but his hand very honestly accepted the warm-to-the-touch amethyst card. The card is edged with fine mithril and features an embossed emblem of the Zepesh family, as well as intricate magical anti-counterfeiting patterns. Seeing Rain's shameless act of taking advantage of her, Christine couldn't help but chuckle, her purple eyes curving into crescents. In the girl's eyes, Ryan was just afraid to stand up to his mentor, Phil, so he pretended to be unafraid of his wife in front of her. After all, with Phil's strong, queen-like personality, Rain probably suffered a lot behind the scenes. Alright, now that you have money, can we go to the auction? Instructor Fayer has already given me advice on contracting a second spirit pet. Telepi, who was lying on Ren's hair, gently tugged at his hair. She couldn't speak in front of Kritis, so she could only remind him in this way. It even flew right up to Ren's face, its eyes filled with longing. It's as if it's saying, just go out and have some fun, silly dad. You'll grant Telepi's wish, right? Sherry was being held in Ryan's other arm, but she didn't seem to be very interested. No matter where you go, as long as Ren holds it, that's fine. Ren looked down at Vivian in his arms and gently stroked her hair. Don't be afraid. Just stay in the private room. No one will see you. Eek. Vivian, the adorable socially awkward girl, nodded gently in Rain's arms, which was her way of agreeing. As for why Ren wanted to go, he has several thousand gold coins in his hands now. How could he not want to spend them? Maybe I can even get a new spirit pet? Chapter 57. Taking this living off a woman spree to the extreme. By the way, Miss Christie's, have you ever heard of the Goethe Society? In the carriage, Ren and Christie's rode together. The girl sipped her red tea while admiring the bustling street scene of the capital. Christie's comes from a noble family in the western part of the empire, and she has far more information than Ren. The Revolutionary Society? I don't know it. Christie's narrowed her eyes. What kind of organization is it? Conversations among nobles always involve brief, tentative exchanges of information, during which they tacitly define the boundaries between each other. Ren frowned slightly. Understood. According to Ren's understanding, the influence of the Getai Society is not limited to Wushel Town, but extends to all walks of life in the entire western province, and even has several major financial backers. Therefore, it's impossible that Christine was completely unaware. Her family might even be connected to this organization. In this world where swords and magic exist, it seems pointless to gather a group of unarmed civilians together. But the foundation of the royal family and the nobility's rule is this group of commoners. In particular, the western provinces are adjacent to the Orso Empire, and a large-scale riot could easily trigger a political collapse. It's like a factory owner suddenly discovering that none of the employees are coming to work, paralyzing the entire factory while also facing pressure from business competitors. As a member of the aristocratic class, Rain naturally became concerned when he discovered that someone was eroding the interests of the aristocracy in some way. But since Christine wouldn't say anything, Ryan couldn't do anything about it. Rain picked up his teacup, gently stroking the warm porcelain with his fingertips, and looked out the window. Did Professor Phil say that I should take pictures of anything? A Seraph's pet spirit egg, Christie said softly. Just enough money she gave you. Upon hearing this, Ryan felt a strong sense of unease once again. He was pampered by Selena's spirit pet, the six-winged angel Shia, just yesterday, and even received Shia's blessing. Today his fiancé, Phil, asked Ryan to buy an angelic pet egg. Could this be a coincidence? Selena and Phil's relationship has become so close that they even talk about such private matters? What were these two aloof and beautiful women thinking? So, Phil even knows about his relationship with Selena? I have a feeling that these two women have been sparing no effort in nurturing me, pouring resources into me, paving the way for me, and even sharing information about my growth progress and any details. It was as if they were treating Ryan as a collaborative creation, or rather, like their own child, taking meticulous care of him and planning his future in an almost maternal way. Selena gave him knowledge, opportunities, and favoritism, while Phil offered him power and wealth, even using herself to marry Ryan. Ryan had previously been quite pleased with himself for being able to navigate relationships with several mature women, and even for subtly gaining the upper hand. But now it seems, in the eyes of these two beautiful women, he is like a child who, although somewhat lewd and mischievous, can be manipulated at will. Because he had absolutely no privacy in front of these two mature women. I reckon even the color of his clothes became a topic of conversation between these two beautiful women. Safi Auction House, located in the heart of the capital of the Tai Luo Empire, has been established for nearly 800 years. It can be said to be one of the oldest and largest auction houses on the mainland. This auction house offers a very wide range of items, including paintings, books, sculptures, jewelry, weapons, pet eggs, and more. Of course, live animals are not auctioned at reputable auction houses. Especially under the constraints of the Tarot Contract Master Association, any auction that includes live spirit pets will be considered an illegal transaction. But even with such constraints, The greed of the nobility could not be stopped. The buying and selling of spirit pets represents an entire industry chain. Some contract masters even have their female spirit pets serve others in order to amass wealth. However, such a transaction is practically impossible to occur at a top auction house like Sotheby's. At this moment, inside a luxurious private room, the air is filled with the fragrance of a mature and beautiful woman. Pepe, I really don't know what to do. I'm addicted now. I just want to watch that child interact with other women. Am I too perverted? Silver hair and blue eyes, and a cold and aloof woman with black hair and a high ponytail, sat on a sofa. Upon hearing this, Phil sighed softly, then took out a slender woman's cigarette and lit it. Selena, this is nothing serious. From a psychological point of view, this is not simply a pervert, but rather, an extreme manifestation of possessiveness. Am I not just a simple pervert? Selena's breath hitched, and she glared angrily at Phil. Pepe, how could you insult me like that? Ahem. Fayer coughed lightly, somewhat speechless at her best friend. Then let me put it another way, your possessiveness towards that child is more sophisticated and more greedy. You want to see him blossom, to see him desired, pursued, and even touched by others. And after all those temptations and experiences, he will still choose to bury himself in your arms, act spoiled towards you, call you mommy, and want your kisses and hugs. At this moment, you will get a great sense of control. Selena's emotions calmed down somewhat after her best friend's rational explanation and analysis. Since last night, her mind has been screaming, cursing and condemning her own despicable and twisted nature, and how it has tainted the pure relationship between her and Shia. But, Pepe, is this normal? Selena seemed to desperately need comfort or even validation from someone else, otherwise she would break down. Normal. Fayer chuckled softly, elegantly crossing her long legs encased in black stockings, the tips of her red high heels lightly touching the air. What is normal? Is that how it is? Will it hurt that kid, Ren? Hearing this, Phil extended her jade-like fingers, painted with red nail polish, and gently wiped away Selena's tears. How could it hurt him? He couldn't be happier if you spoiled him like this. Are you serious? Selena still seemed a little incredulous. But, he said he liked me, and as the person he liked, I personally handed him over to another woman, and even admired it all. Isn't this too cruel for him? All Phil could say was that the elves were too naive. So what if they had some strange hobbies? For human nobles, there was nothing unacceptable about that. Selena, if that child were to resist your arrangements, it would have shown by now, Phil said softly. Besides, I'm his wife, and I haven't said anything. Have you considered my feelings when you tell me all this? Seeing Phil's complex emotions, Selena finally snapped out of her daze. Yes, Fayer is the one who was cheated on. How could she enjoy the feeling of being cheated on by someone else's husband? The key point is that she can still sit here and comfort herself. Pepe, could it be that you? Selena seemed to have thought of something, looking at her best friend in disbelief. Wait, your marriage to her was a decision made after the three of us discussed it. Oh right, that territory. Fayer smiled gently. We're all ready. As soon as he graduates, we'll take him to the west, and the three of us will work together to help him manage a territory. If other men knew about Ryan's situation, they would surely be so envious and jealous that they would shed tears. What kind of life does he have? How can someone be so happy? He even has women preparing titles and lands for him. This is simply taking being a kept man to the extreme. Chapter 58, Don't use our kids to swarm the nest again. Titles and territories cannot be transferred or traded, and there are not many ways to acquire them. But this did not stump the three beautiful women. With Phil's comfort, Selena gradually calmed down. Looking down through the glass window of the private room, she saw the figure she had been longing for. Shoo, he's here. What's with the shoo? We're not even with him. Phil rolled her eyes at Selena, her alluring charm radiating. Besides, I don't understand. What's the point of us being here? We're just worried that the kid will cause trouble in the capital. In a place like the capital, once he leaves the academy, if we don't follow him, and he offends someone he shouldn't, who can help him? May appear aloof to outsiders, but with her best friends, she reverts to her elfin vivacity. Fayer stretched out her slender hand, stubbed out the thin cigarette in the ashtray, and exhaled the remaining smoke from her mouth. If you really care that much, why didn't you just bring him here? It feels like we're hiding in a dark corner, like a pervert spying on us. It's just that, I don't know how to face him yet. Just as the two beautiful women were arguing, they suddenly tensed up, as if they sensed an extremely powerful presence. Phil gestured for Selena to quiet down with her eyes. Then a smile appeared on her lips. That woman is here. She really took the bait. The icy beauty got a little angry when this was mentioned. Don't use our kids as bait again next time. It's too risky. Sotheby's auction house is less a trading venue and more an art palace. The towering dome is painted with murals depicting epics of the gods, and the huge crystal chandelier reflects a dazzling light. Rain and Christie's entered together, stepping onto the deep red velvet carpet, which felt as soft as snow. The air was filled with the luxurious aroma of fine fragrances, cigars, and black tea. They went to a private room on the second floor, which had an excellent location overlooking the entire auction hall. Sitting on the sofa, a one-way glass wall blocks the view from the outside world, and delicate snacks and drinks are placed on the crystal coffee table. Below the stage, the capital's elite, dressed in elegant attire, conversed in hushed tones, awaiting the start of the auction. Tilope lay on Rain's head, her big eyes wide open, filled with curiosity about the outside world. Soon, the auction officially began. The first part was the preview. Auction house staff, dressed in uniform and wearing white gloves, carefully displayed each precious item on a red velvet display stand for guests to view up close. Ryan and Christine did not leave the box. Through the one-way glass, they could see the flow of people downstairs. The powerful and wealthy gathered in small groups, constantly commenting on and critiquing each piece of art. As for treasures that can enhance personal strength, these things are not of particular interest to the powerful and wealthy. The powerful and wealthy don't have the habit of fighting themselves. They keep countless lackeys to serve them. Rain also saw a spirit egg carefully placed on a crystal stand on the display stand. It is about the size of an ostrich egg, with gold and red patterns interwoven on its white shell. Bite. High potential female spirit pet detected, Seraphim, unhatched. Status, full of energy, pure bloodline, has sensed the host's presence, and is full of expectations for the host, blessing, and protection. Main attribute, order. Secondary attributes, light, fire. Future ultimate form, goddess of light and judgment / holy winged ruler of power / Valkyrie of War Libra. Suggested training direction. All three are acceptable. Cultivation value, 8 stars. Maximum 10 stars. Upon seeing this information, Ren was taken aback. Another little darling. I'll take her. I absolutely have to. But is 5,000 gold coins really enough for a pet spirit egg with such high potential? This is practically a worthless treasure. Coming to my senses, the preview session ended. A sprightly elderly man in a sharp suit walked onto the auction stage. Wearing white gloves, he bowed deeply to the crowd below, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction will use an incremental bidding system. Each bid must be at least 10% of the starting price of the item. If no one bids after 3 bids, the hammer will fall and the transaction will be declared successful. The successful bidder must pay the full amount within 3 days. If the full amount is not paid by the deadline, the deposit will not be refunded, and the item will be auctioned again." After the rules were explained, Ryan had no interest in listening to his rambling anymore. No matter how prestigious the first lot was, or how renowned the artist behind it, his eyes were filled only with reminiscence. Order-type spirit pets are sought after because they are rare and are particularly easy to combine with other spirit pets to create powerful attacks. But precisely because it is rare, the cultivation resources required are also rare and precious. Because what they need is food that contains the power of rules. In other words, this is a toy for whales. The Seraph's spirit egg is worth at least tens of thousands of gold coins, or even more. Rain looked at Christie's. "You mean? Mentor Phil gave me several thousand gold coins to buy such a pet spirit egg with unlimited potential." As Ren originally planned, he was there to pick up scraps, such as if the Seraphim's spirit egg had been damaged in some way. But it was completely intact, and anyone could tell it was a good thing. Christine was also a little confused. In fact, she and Ryan had similar thoughts. Is that seraphic egg actually a dead egg, or something? I don't know either. Christie's beautiful purple eyes twitched, and she waved her black-veiled hand in the air. "Don't look at me. I'm telling the truth. I'm not kidding you." Christie's dared not offend Rain. After all, her little black dog still needed Rain's help. In the future, we might even be able to learn from him how to upgrade Xiaohei to a golden spirit pet. Just as Ryan was worrying that he didn't have enough money in his pocket, his other mom stepped in. This beautiful woman had also hurt Ren. Su Fuiyu's penthouse suite. A beautiful woman wearing a crown and a long purple dress gently picked up her glass of red wine and took a sip. Her beautiful legs, adorned with lace and gray stockings, were crossed languidly. "You mean, that bad boy, Ren, is upstairs?" Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. The behind-the-scenes boss of the Sufuyu auction house didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of Mizula. He was dressed in a white noble robe with gold trim and bowed to Mizula. I heard that you greatly admire Mr. Ren's musical talent, so I sent someone to report Mr. Ren's arrival to Your Highness. You did a good job, Mizura licked her lips. Go and fetch him for me. Yes, I'll go right away. The middle-aged man lowered his head. He was a prominent figure in the capital and even the entire continent, but in front of the proud Empress Tylo, he was no different from a dog. Just as he reached the door, the chief palace guard beside the Empress moved swiftly, drew his long sword, and held it to the man's neck. Your Highness, this. The chilling murderous aura made the man's hair stand on end, and he almost collapsed. I say you did a good job, but that doesn't mean I'm satisfied with you. Mizula gently swirled the blood-red liquid in her glass, the golden six-pointed star in her scarlet eyes swirling. From now on, don't try to pry into my life. Chapter 59, The Lonely Queen. Just as Ren was racking his brains trying to come up with a huge sum of money from who knows where, several waiters from the auction house came in and told Ren that their boss wanted to see him, and they were extremely respectful. This shocked Christine. Rain actually had such connections. Christine's gaze towards Rain instantly became incredibly complex. Just how many hidden cards did this guy have that she didn't know about? With the favor of Minter Phil, the special affection of Minter Selena, and now this business tycoon's proactive overtures. Has the Valette family become so powerful? Absolutely terrifying. But only Ren knew his own situation. Where did he get the support of his family? Otherwise, how could he not come up with over 100,000 gold coins? Just as he was trying to figure out why, he followed several waiters to the top-floor private room. He also temporarily stored the 3 spirit pets in his secret manual space. As the door closed, Ren saw a beautiful chestnut-haired woman with a voluptuous figure, dressed in a deep purple, noble court dress, standing with her back to him against a huge one-way crystal wall, overlooking the scenery of the capital. She stood tall and straight, over 1.9 meters tall, even taller than Ryan. Sunlight streamed through the crystal wall, outlining a dazzling golden edge around her chestnut-colored hair and voluptuous figure. Even just this silhouette exudes an aura of absolute control and suffocating power. Ren had only seen that figure once, but he would never forget it. Queen Marcella. Only he and the queen remained in the room, so quiet that he could hear his own rapid heartbeat. Mizula didn't turn around, still looking down. Her lazy yet magnetic voice slowly rang out. Bad boy. Do you not even know how to bow when you see me? You have no manners at all. I don't like spoiled little fools. Rain immediately composed himself, knelt on one knee with impeccable court etiquette, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed his head. Rain Verlet greets Your Majesty the Empress. May Your Majesty's glory forever shine upon the Empire. Upon hearing this, Mizula smiled slightly, turned around, sat on the sofa, and beckoned to Ren with her finger. Rain stood up and approached her with a restrained air. Mizula patted her thigh and gestured to Rain with her eyes. And what about Ren? What else could he do? Could a mere illegitimate son of a count escape the queen's clutches? No, he couldn't. So he obediently walked up to Queen Marcella and sat sideways on her beautiful legs adorned with lace and gray silk stockings. The elegant queen smiled, her red lips parting slightly. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Ren's waist, pulling him close to her chest. That's more like it, you naughty boy, you're so lovable. Then, she snapped her fingers, and a magical screen appeared in the space, showing the auction venue. She pointed domineeringly at the screen. Tell me what you want to see. Ryan took a deep breath. In fact, he really didn't want to do this. But making money isn't shameful. He really wanted that seraph. So he decided to try and pull it out a little longer. Your Highness, Ren nestled in Mizula's arms, mimicking Vivian's coquettish manner. Ren has already gotten what he wanted. Oh. Marcella gently hooked Ren's chin with her finger. You've got it. What is it? At this very moment, I received the warmest embrace in the entire continent, and was pampered by the most noble woman on this continent. Marcella was taken aback by Ren's words, then let out a lazy chuckle and tightened her arms around Ren's waist. Little rascal, a hint of genuine pleasure flickered in Queen Marcella's scarlet eyes, the golden six-pointed star in her pupils spinning rapidly, her high-bridged nose touching Ren's forehead. The warmest embrace on the entire continent. The most precious affection, she repeated Ren's words, then spoke to the air. Aisha, go and see what's left at today's auction. Anything that this naughty boy can use, bring it all to him. Although in Ren's eyes, Mizula seemed to be talking to herself, but her every word and action had already determined the end of today's auction. This is the taste of power. It's absolutely captivating. The more he thought about it, the deeper Ryan buried himself in Mijala's arms. One day, he too will become such a great person. Even though he's like a little pet in Mijala's arms now, he still has a strong ambition. Because Ren knew very well that the comfort and gifts he was enjoying at this moment were all based on Queen Myrcella's momentary whim of favor. Once Myrcella gets tired of him, Ren will revert to his original form. After Ren expressed his gratitude and thanks, Mijala loosened her embrace. All right. Tell me, have you had any new works lately? Yes, Your Highness has some. Ren nodded quickly. After witnessing Your Highness's grace last time, I was deeply moved and specially composed a piece called Dance of Flowers to dedicate to Your Highness. Dance of Flowers? Mijala frowned. To be honest, she was somewhat dissatisfied with the name. Since the piece was composed after witnessing her beauty, and she is one of the highest beings in the Empire, how could it be related to flowers and dance? But having witnessed Ryan's talent, Mijala was still prepared to give it a try. With Mijala's permission, Ryan began to approach the piano. He took a deep breath. Although the piece was popular, it wasn't actually that easy to play. Mijala leaned lazily against the sofa. The beautiful noblewoman had only intended to give it a try, but once the romantic melody started playing, her emotions were completely swayed by Ren. An indescribable sense of magnificence filled the Empress's heart. It was as if she could sense a profound sense of loneliness hidden beneath that beautiful melody. It's like a soul dancing alone, maintaining a subtle distance from the joy around it. Her displeasure with the name had long since been soothed by Ryan's playing. This beautiful woman was also captivated by the pure beauty portrayed by Ryan, and even became immersed in it. This piece of music made her confront the extreme loneliness deep within her heart, a loneliness that no one could understand and no one dared to comfort. You naughty boy, you understand me too well. As the last note faded into the air, Mijala instantly appeared behind Ren, a black cloth appearing in her hand. And so, poor Ryan was blindfolded again. Chapter 60 The Melancholy Headmistress. Now, let me see if you, this naughty child, have matured recently. Two fair, jade-like hands, painted with burgundy nail polish, reached out from behind Ren and touched his cheek. With his eyes covered, he could neither see nor move. He could only sense changes occurring within himself. Myrcella, this beautiful woman who was over 1.9 meters tall, directly cast a spell, making Ren much shorter. Suddenly, Ren's height was only slightly more than half that of Myrcella. At this moment, in a garden within the space of the contract codex, Tilope is talking to Vivian. I can't reach it. What should I do? Vivian watched as tiny Tilope struggled to reach the flower on tiptoe, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Oh, please help me. Seeing the little cutie's anxious look, Vivian let out a provocative whimper. They actually made me bring a stool to stand on. This is so humiliating. Tilope's exasperated voice echoed within the secret dimension. But what could she do? She could only move a small stool over, stand on it, and finally, she managed to pluck the petal she wanted. A few days later, Rain returned to the academy. Leaving the Sophia auction, Mijala broke the spell, which relieved Ren and at least saved him some dignity. This time he returned with a full load of goods, including books, paintings, musical instruments, and a Seraphim's pet spirit egg. All I can say is that Aisha is incredibly stubborn. The tall, red-haired female knight meticulously carried out Mijala's orders, which were, whatever would be of help to Ren, she would give to him as a reward. And she actually did it. In the eyes of this palace guard captain, Rain was an artist, so only artworks could be of help to him. As for the pet spirit egg, she had almost overlooked it. Elsa completely ignored all those things like swords, armor, and magical artifacts. Back at the academy, Ren discovered that his two beautiful wives had gone out on another commission. So he had no choice but to bring the Seraph's pet spirit egg to Dean Vanessa's office and ask for her help. Besides Selena and Phil, the only person he could turn to was the dean. Logically speaking, it would be extremely difficult for a student of the academy to have a private meeting with the dean. But even if Vanessa didn't care about Ryan, she had to consider the queen's feelings, so she readily agreed to let Ryan into the dean's office. Rain, did you run into some trouble? What happened to you? Dean Vanessa, this beautiful woman, wore a long, emerald green aristocratic dress, beneath which were a pair of beautiful legs in black fishnet stockings that appeared slightly tight. Her fluffy purple curls, full of retro charm, perfectly outlined her mature face, which had been sculpted by time, and sometimes a hint of sadness could be seen between her brows and eyes, exuding a captivating mature aura. On her fair forehead was etched a budding purple lotus flower, and beneath her thick, long eyelashes, the pupils of her beautiful eyes also held a purple lotus pattern. When she saw Ryan, her eyes widened in surprise. The boy in front of me held a spirit egg the size of an ostrich egg in his left hand, and a mermaid, who looked like a little girl, in his right. A tulip fairy is perched on its head, and a white cat is standing on its right shoulder. Such a comical appearance subtly dispelled the melancholy in the eyes of the purple-haired beauty. Rain didn't know how to explain it either, because he now had spirit pets growing on him, and the little guys just wouldn't leave him alone. It's like this. Dean, I'd like to know how to successfully and safely hatch this spirit egg. The beautiful woman with purple hair gently beckoned to Rain. Good boy, sit down first. Aren't you tired of standing with so many things in your arms? Hearing this kind concern, Rain didn't stand on ceremony and sat down opposite Vanessa, then slowly placed the spirit egg on the dean's desk. These little guys all have great potential. Vanessa's beautiful purple eyes scanned the information of Ren's several spirit pets with just one glance. Ren had heard some rumors about Vanessa, the 11th dean of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy and the granddaughter of the 7th dean. She holds absolute authority in the field of plant-type contracted spirit pet research, and countless students, both inside and outside the academy, hope to receive guidance from this beautiful woman. The lingering sorrow in his eyes seemed to stem from his longing for his deceased daughter. According to some rumors, Ryan heard that the beautiful headmistress and her husband had a strained relationship because her husband had killed their daughter. But as for whether this matter was true or false, and how it resulted in death, Ren had never heard of it. Vanessa's voice was gentle and melodious, like a spring breeze caressing the strings of a harp. I can feel that this little guy really wants to come out and meet you, which is good. After all, not every spirit pet that hatches will necessarily form a contract with the holder of the spirit egg. And the incubation ritual for spirit pets is closely related to the energy used for incubation. What do you mean? Ren was a little confused. He had never encountered this kind of knowledge before. Melancholic, purple-haired woman smiled faintly. For example, the seraph possesses 3 attributes: order, light, and fire. If you try to help her hatch using substances containing fire energy, she will gradually adjust her main attribute based on the energy she absorbs. For example, changing the primary attribute from order to fire. Of course, many contract masters are helpless about this. After all, everyone has limited resources. Upon hearing this, Rain's alarm bells rang. He stood up and bowed to the beautiful woman. Thank you for your guidance, Dean. I will go and purchase some items containing energy of order. Do you have any recommendations? No need to buy it. The purple-haired beauty smiled gently, extending her delicate hand, her fair palm open, and a purple lotus bloomed in her hand. The noble and elegant purple lotus is also one of Vanessa's spirit pets. A soft yet powerful purple halo cascaded down like ripples on water, enveloping the spirit egg. The eggshell frantically absorbed the light emitted by the purple lotus. Although it is a plant-type spirit pet, Rain estimates that under Vanessa's training, its main attribute might be order. Otherwise, the seraphim wouldn't have been eating so happily. Vanessa looked at Rain, her beautiful purple eyes filled with encouragement. Come on, good boy. She took Ren's hand and placed his palm on the eggshell. As she drew near, Ren could smell the delicate fragrance of lotus emanating from her, a mature and alluring temptation. Sense her, call to her. Vanessa's voice was as soft as a whisper, carrying a reassuring magic. Rain closed his eyes as instructed, trying to concentrate. Good boy, come out and meet me. Snap. A subtle yet clear crackling sound stood out prominently in the quiet office. The cracks on the eggshell spread rapidly like a spider web. Finally, a large piece of the shell was pried open from the inside, and a small, delicate, chubby hand struggled to grasp the edge of the shell. Chapter 61: Vanessa's Unresolved Inner Conflict. A beautifully sculpted figure appeared beside Ren. She was about the same age as Vivian, both with the build of little girls, and her head of golden hair, as if woven by sunlight, was naturally curly and draped over her shoulders. Her small, oval face had incredibly delicate features, and her red eyes seemed to burn with a flame. Behind her slender back, a pair of tiny wings were fluttering somewhat clumsily. She glanced at Ryan and tentatively asked, Papa? My little darling, come here. Ren was shocked. It could talk right after hatching. It was definitely a smart pet with unlimited potential. Upon hearing Ryan's words, she flew straight into his arms. As Ryan embraced her, She turned to look at Vanessa. Mommy? Upon hearing this endearing nickname, Vanessa's slender fingers, which were holding the purple lotus, trembled slightly. The beautiful woman's voice was gentle. Little one, I am not your mother. I am Vanessa, one of the people who helped you come into this world. The little seraph blinked her big eyes, looked at Vanessa, then looked up at Ryan, her little face full of confusion. It seems to be asking Ryan why he didn't win over his mother. Rain quickly covered her mouth. This is Headmistress Vanessa, not your mother. Do you understand? The blonde, red-eyed little angel nodded immediately upon hearing this. But after Ryan let go, she still looked at Vanessa and asked in a clear voice, Mommy? It seemed as if he was asking, why don't you want her anymore? Dean Vanessa looked at the almost overflowing grievance in the little seraph's red eyes and sighed softly. Never mind. The beautiful woman moved gracefully to stand before Rain, bent down to touch the seraphim's cheek, and kissed her forehead. Listen to your mother. Follow him, okay? The little seraph felt the gentle touch, and the grievance in her red eyes instantly vanished. She nodded, and her whole body emitted golden light. Rain's silver codex also began to appear in the air, radiating silver patterns that intertwined with the seraphim's body. The silver codex turned to the 4th page and began to display her information. Companion spirit pet, seraphim, unnamed. Rank, silver. Star rating, 1 star. Main attribute, order. Secondary attributes, light, fire. Status, newborn, healthy, curious. Skills, manipulation of power, armament of light and fire. Power manipulation, Seraphim can modify the skill effects of friendly or enemy units. The modification effect is affected by the strength of the Seraphim and the target, as well as their synergy. Light and fire armor. Seraphim can communicate with surrounding light and fire elements, fusing them into themselves to construct magical armor, greatly enhancing their defense and attack power. The more magic power used, the larger the size. Congratulations, host, on contracting a silver level 8-star potential spirit pet and gaining 500 points. Current points, 1850. When Rain saw this, he was almost bursting with excitement. This time, his spirit pet team had basically eliminated a major weakness. This seraph can be used on the front lines of battle, essentially acting as a warrior. Telepi is a strong support, Vivian is a mage and support, and Sherry is an assassin on the side of the battlefield. Vanessa's eyes glazed over as she looked at the skill descriptions on the tome's page. The skill manipulation of power is simply divine. Of course, if the class difference between the two sides is too great, this seraph may not be able to change anything. What a wonderful little one, Vanessa said softly. Good boy. If you ever have any questions in the future, you can always ask me. Ryan nodded gratefully, but he also knew that the beautiful woman meant he could leave. Someone as busy as her must have a very tight schedule every day, and Ryan understands that. Without her, this seraphim probably wouldn't have hatched so quickly, and Ren clearly sensed just now that this newborn little cutie obviously preferred to form a contract with Vanessa. If it weren't for the melancholy beauty's polite refusal, her angel would have followed her. By the way, Dean, this little one seems particularly fond of you, so why don't you give her a name? Rain's suggestion surprised Vanessa slightly. Looking at the little angel with golden hair and red eyes in the boy's arms, a maternal love gradually welled up in the melancholy beauty's heart. She hesitated for a moment, and a gentle and profound light flowed in her beautiful purple lotus eyes. Leona. Vanessa parted her red lips slightly, extended her slender finger, and touched the forehead of the seraph Leona. A purple lotus also appeared on Leona's forehead. Then, the melancholy beauty turned away from Ren, so that no one could see her expression. Go, Rain, guide Leona well. Her future is promising. Rain could sense that the beautiful woman was deep in thought. The back of her plump figure in the green dress exuded a profound sorrow. Seraph who shares a strange connection with her, a name that carries endless longing and sorrow. After a moment of silence, Rain bid farewell to the beautiful headmistress. The moment the door closed, he seemed to hear a trembling sigh coming from inside. Be happy, my Leona. Hearing this suppressed and sorrowful murmur, Ren's eyes were somewhat moved. This melancholic, middle-aged woman was so kind to him, and he really wanted to comfort her. But they had only just met, and if he suddenly snuggled into her arms and acted coquettishly, it would be too abrupt. So Rain had no choice but to quickly leave the dean's office building. Right now, all he wants to do is try out a match and see what kind of power this little Leona has. Upon arriving at the higher education institution's joint matchmaking event, Rain pressed down on the stone tablet. Single-player random matchmaking. Start. A burst of white light enveloped Ren, and then he was teleported to an open space. The surroundings were empty and barren, resembling a martial arts arena. Ryan stood quietly in place. A few minutes later, a middle-aged mentor and a young boy appeared in front of him. The boy was dressed in silver clothing, which did not resemble the uniform of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, nor even the uniform of any academy in the capital. Brandon Sepsch, Silver Contract Master, Bolin Academy, Northern Province. Please enlighten me, the young man began, introducing himself. He then looked up at Ren, his eyes showing some surprise. Uncle. He had black hair and eyes like Phil's, with red crosses in his golden eyes. The moment she saw Ryan, her body tensed up, and her eyes even showed fear and pity, as if she was sympathizing with Ryan's marriage while also remembering how terrible Phil was. Ren hadn't expected such a strange twist of fate. Seeing the boy his own age calling him uncle, he felt a little awkward. Just call me Ren. After speaking, he looked at the mentor behind Brandon, signaling that the other party could announce the start of the battle. Before the mentor could even speak, Brandon preemptively said, "How about, I admit defeat? If you beat me up and leave me bruised and battered, I don't know what Annie will do to me." After saying that, Brandon's eyes showed a hint of envy. Perhaps the reason that the other person was able to live off their family was because of that handsome face? If she accidentally hits him and leaves a wound on his face, Phil would beat herself half to death. Upon hearing this, how could Ren tolerate it? You still think you can win? As soon as he finished speaking, Rain's 4 spirit pets scattered and began to arrange their formation. Upon hearing Ryan's words, a hint of disdain flashed in Brandon's eyes. Although both came from earldoms, he was the legitimate son, while Ren was an illegitimate son, and the support they received from their families was worlds apart. Even among the nobility, there exists a hierarchy of contempt. However, when he saw that all 4 of Ren's spirit pets were silver tier, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But it was just an accident. If you lose, you're not allowed to tell your aunt, okay? Otherwise she'll say I'm bullying her pretty boy. Chapter 62, it's the gigolo here? Ryan ignored Brandon's trash talk and looked directly at his mentor behind him. The mentor nodded and announced the start of the match. Brandon and Ryan both possess a Frost Phantom cat. When there are 2 cats on the field, the hidden code will be triggered automatically. First, Sherry arched her back and hissed at the other cat. Mambo. The other party clearly hadn't expected Shirley to start with such a vulgar insult, and bristled, retorting defiantly. Old woo. Nambe le duo. Watching Kimmy in the training ground, listening to a chorus of cheers. Ryan and Brandon tacitly refrained from disturbing them, letting them snort first. An unspoken rule among contract masters who have contracted with felines: they must make them hiss. Otherwise, their fighting power will drop significantly. After the 2 cats finished greeting each other's families, they stopped. Brandon first summoned a silver-ranked Cerberus, then transformed the Frost Phantom cat into a suit of silver armor, covering the Cerberus's entire body. His training approach differed from that of Rain. He directly trained the Frost Phantom cat into a spirit pet capable of possession, just as that Cerberus was armed to the teeth. Seraph Leona has moved. She sucked her fingers, and her childish voice rang out. Don't possess me. The activation of power manipulation directly disarmed the opponent's possessed weapon, which surprised Brandon. What the heck? The other player, Hakamai, was also completely bewildered. Meow. Ashiga. Just as it was wondering, Sherry moved. It instantly appeared next to the keycap and slapped it to the ground with its paw, making it wail loudly. Frost Claw Strike and Ice Cat Shadow Strike launched simultaneously. This possessed cat was beaten so badly that it couldn't even take care of itself. On the field, Shirley used Ice Cat Shadow to split herself in 2 and chase after Brandon's cat, killing it relentlessly. As Cerberus quickly spewed a ball of black fire to aid its companion, Seraph Leona continued to draw upon the light and fire magic in the space. An orange cloak of magical energy began to condense on her small body, and finally, the light energy armor transformed into the shape of an angel. The magical weapon, nearly 2 meters tall, resembles Yang Jian's heaven and earth transformation technique and Ataki Uchiha Estizu. The time limit for manipulating power had expired, and the opponent's Hakamai began to possess him, returning to the body of Cerberus and transforming into silver armor. However, the armor was covered in cracks, clearly indicating that he had just been badly beaten by Sherry. A dog and an angel were locked in a fierce battle on the field. Brandon was immediately on high alert. Ryan's angel was too monstrous. Not only could it disarm itself, but it could also take on two opponents at once. He summoned another spirit pet. Come forth, swamp poison toad. With his low shout, the ground of the training ground instantly turned muddy, and a huge, dark green toad with a massive body and skin covered in disgusting pustules and slime emerged from the swampy phantom. Its crouching body was already about 2 meters tall, like a kneeling elephant. His bulging cheeks made a dull, gurgling sound, and his pair of dull, yellowish toad-like eyes were fixed on Leona, the most threatening player on the field. This is Brandon's hidden third main spirit pet, a silver level 5-star swamp poison toad. Spray poison mist. Brandon immediately gave the order. The swamp toad opened its enormous mouth, and a pungent, foul-smelling, dark green poisonous mist surged out like a wave, quickly spreading and enveloping not only Leona's magical armor, but also the area around Rain. Brandon had watched the battle footage of Ren and knew that Ren did not have any wind-type spirit pets and had no way to counter such poisonous fog. Before Ren could react, he continued to give the order, poison tongue binding. The swamp toad's long, barbed tongue shot out like a poisonous whip, striking Leona's fire and light armor directly and binding her movements. The situation reversed in an instant. But he has ways to control things, so how could Ren not? Tilopi immediately activated Golden Guardian, granting everyone a defensive barrier and isolating them from the poisonous fog. Meanwhile, under Rain's orders, Tilopi began to issue the Flower Edict. In exchange for consuming half of his magic power, he caused the surrounding plants to grow wildly. Countless thick roots and tough vines burst forth from the earth like a green tidal wave, quickly wrapping around the giant poisonous toad. Even its long tongue, which was covered in sharp thorns, was tightly entangled by several thorny vines. Gurgle. The swamp toad winced in pain, its dim yellow eyes filled with horror. Although the vines that wrapped around it withered and turned yellow instantly due to the toxins, the rate of withering was clearly not keeping up with the rate of growth. Tree roots and vines continued to grow. Impossible. Brandon's eyes widened in anger. He had initially thought Ryan was just a simple pretty boy, but this pretty boy is anything but simple. Otherwise, how do you explain that he possesses so many abnormal spirit pets? They must have amassed a huge amount of resources from many beautiful women. You're not just any ordinary gigolo, you're a high-class gigolo. Brandon clenched his fists, a surge of intense envy, jealousy, and hatred welling up inside him. Ren chuckled softly. You have no idea what kind of being you're facing right now. How could he possibly lose? The care of 4 noble and beautiful women, Selena, Phil, Queen Marcella, and Headmistress Vanessa, it would be difficult for him to lose. Brandon wanted to summon another spirit pet, but Vivian disagreed. Wah! The socially awkward cutie let out a soft whimper, and several thunderclouds began to gather in the sky, bringing with them raindrops of violent thunder that struck Brandon directly. At this moment, Brandon had no means of counterattack. Whether it was him, the 3-headed dog, or the poisonous toad, they were all paralyzed by electric shock. Finally, after the mentor announced Ryan's victory, he teleported away with the unconscious Brandon. Brandon's last thought was to resent himself for not being able to get a decent meal from a woman. Meanwhile, Ren, who had been teleported back to the academy, was also in great trouble. He's now completely covered in spirit pets. Rain held the mermaid Vivian in one arm and the seraph Leona in the other, while the little white cat Sherry was hidden in Rain's arms, only peeking out her fluffy little head from her collar. Tilopi was still lying on his hair. Even the thick-skinned Ryan felt that walking around like this was a bit too much of a risk. He could even feel the shocked, curious, envious, and even amused gazes coming from all around him. Is this treating your spirit pet like a little emperor, and you have to hold it and never let go? To outsiders, this was definitely Ren's perverse sense of humor. He just wanted to be close to his spirit pets and refused to send them into the secret dimension. Soon, a rumor spread throughout the academy that Rain was a perverted pet fetishist. The rumor was quite detailed, claiming that Ren had an extraordinary possessiveness and need for intimacy with his spirit pet, and only felt secure when he was constantly held in his arms. They even cuddle with their pets while sleeping at night. It's like treating their spirit pets as emotional toys rather than partners who fight side by side. Chapter 63. Ryan speculates on the truth behind Vanessa's tragedy. Rain also had some headaches about the drawbacks of female killing contractors. These little ones are still too small to be held. If they all grow up to have mature bodies like the 6-winged angel Shia, how could he possibly be able to hug them all? Young master, When Hea saw Rain return with a new spirit pet, she felt a surge of joy. She had gained another little darling. But thinking about how many days Ren had been gone, she became worried and quickly checked him for any wounds. Before leaving, Ryan made sure to inform his beautiful wife that he was going to an auction, so as not to worry her. As a result, this trip lasted for several days. What kind of auction takes several days? So Hea had to check if something had happened to Rin again. When she looked, it really was true. The neck, hidden by the high collar, was covered in marks. There were many scratches on its back. What exactly happened? Who on earth did this? The beautiful woman asked, tears welling in her eyes as she applied ointment to Rain. How could she do this? She went too far. Ryan sat on the sofa and quickly reassured his beautiful wife. It's nothing. Just some minor injuries. I'm perfectly fine now. You can't play like that, Priya said, heartbroken. Young master, you must tell her to tone it down next time. At this moment, Hea was like an incompetent husband welcoming his wife back after she had gone out to undergo tribulation. He also reminded his wife to tell that man to behave himself. Listening to Hyena's tearful reproach and careful instructions, Ryan's expression was quite varied. He wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. The whim of the most esteemed Empress Mijala of the Empire? So Rin could only vaguely reply, I understand, Hea. Next time I'll tell her to be careful. After Hea applied the ointment to his wounds, Rain breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa. With his help, the pendant on his body finally left. Sherry and Leona also seemed to have a natural affinity for Hea. All Rain could think of was that it was because Hea had always been with him and taking care of him that her scent was similar to Rain's. These spirit pets, out of love for him, became close to Hea. In short, Hea just naturally accepted these little babies, and they didn't resist. The beautiful woman adored her new baby Leona, holding her in her arms and showering her with kisses and hugs. Leona also smiled sweetly and kept calling he mommy. Those soft, sweet, mama calls completely charmed the beautiful woman, making her want to give her all her heart to this new little girl. Our Leona is so beautiful, the cutest little angel in the world. He praised without reservation, completely forgetting that she had just been heartbroken and crying over the evidence on Rain. The other spirit pets naturally used their adorable charms to attract the beautiful woman's attention, each displaying their unique abilities. Tilliped flew in front of Hea, starting to get jealous. Mom, have you forgotten that Tilliped is your cutest and best child? Vivian kept snuggling into his arms, making cute little whimpering sounds. The little white kitten lay on Hea's lap, its belly turned up, purring softly. The beautiful woman felt as if she had fallen into a jar of honey, enveloped in layers of sweetness and happiness. Oh my, they're all good children, all my sweet babies. Hea smiled from ear to ear, wishing she could grow more hands so she could hug all the little ones and love them all at the same time. Looking at the beautiful woman's face, radiating happiness, Ren suddenly realized he was superfluous. He used to be the only one who could act cute with her, but now, as a junior student of Wa, he has a bunch of Wa junior girls competing with him for his affection. Dinner. After finishing his meal under his attentive care, Ryan heard his beautiful wife's request. Young master, Hea wants to become a spirit pet nutritionist. Seeing the longing look in the beautiful woman's eyes, Ryan knew he was going to have to spend some more money from his wallet. Pet nutritionists are a profession that arose from contract masters. They specialize in researching food for pets and can also plan meals and create recipes based on the pet's conditions, as well as, most importantly, cooking. This is a profession that serves contract masters, so you don't need to awaken the contract manual to learn it. Because noble contract masters would never cook for themselves. Of course, professional courses and books for pet nutritionists are not cheap, because if you want to learn how to cook for your pet, you need to prepare the ingredients. As Ryan looked at her, a warm feeling welled up inside him. He pulled Heo into his arms. Okay, there are relevant instructors and courses in the academy. I'll register you for them tomorrow. Rain still has several thousand gold coins, and he doesn't even know what Seraph Leona needs to eat. Order-type spirit pets are rare in themselves, and spirit pets in angel form are even rarer. According to Vanessa, if you feed your pet food with secondary attributes during the breeding process, it may cause it to change its primary attribute in the next evolution. Currently, he doesn't have enough points to buy Leona's advancement method. If Hea becomes a high-level nutritionist in the future, it will be of great use to Rain. With her little boy's consent, Hina finally felt relieved. She kissed Ryan passionately, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you, young master. Thank you for letting Hea take care of you all this time. She held Ryan tightly, as if she wanted to pour all her determination and promises for the future into this kiss. Responded gently, patting her back softly to soothe her agitated emotions. The next day, with nothing to do, Rain, accompanied by several clingy spirit pets, went to the library to look up information. He actually wanted to bother Vanessa again and ask her what the Seraph should eat. But when Rain asked her what she wanted to eat, Leona pointed to the purple lotus on her forehead and told Rain that she wasn't hungry. This silent care filled Ryan with gratitude. However, he can't rely on these beautiful women forever. A true gigolo needs to learn to cook for himself. So, when he flipped through some books about contracted spirit pets, he was shocked by what they contained. The book records that some extreme contract masters have attempted to transform their exceptionally talented offspring into spirit pets. For example, there was once a border baron who, after learning that his daughter had awakened the Knight's Codex and possessed an extremely rare star soul body, attempted to use a forbidden bloodline transformation ritual to refine his own daughter into a humanoid spirit pet with growth potential. Star Knight. According to the book, the ritual ultimately failed due to the timely intervention of the Contract Master Guild. The Baron was executed, but the girl who awakened the star soul body also suffered irreversible damage. Her starlight dimmed, and her future ruined. This immediately reminded Ryan of Dean Vanessa, who, according to rumors, had her daughter killed by her own husband. But how exactly he was killed remains unknown, and the Empire has not opened a case. The man continues to be active in the Empire's political arena. Considering Dean Vanessa's unfathomable sorrow, Rain can conclude that this speculation is probably very close to true. She may have lost more than just her daughter. She witnessed the tragedy of her husband trying to turn her daughter into a tool. The murderer was her own husband, but she was powerless to bring him to justice, and she couldn't even get a divorce. Chapter 64 Father and Son Confrontation. Is Rain facing house arrest? Even if Ryan had anticipated Vanessa's ordeal, he wouldn't impulsively call for her husband to be brought to justice. These are all just his conjectures and cannot be considered substantial evidence. Maybe those rumors are all false. Wouldn't he become a clown then? Even if it were true, he couldn't charge into battle for Vanessa's slightest kindness. He didn't have the ability, and even if he did, he wouldn't. Nobles are not creatures of emotion. They will not take risks if there is no benefit to be gained. Just as Rain was about to leave the library, the dean sent someone to tell him that Rain's elderly father had arrived at the academy and that he needed to go to the dean's office immediately. Ryan didn't know why Victor had come to the college. He knocked on the door and found Vanessa sitting at her desk in the office, while Victor sat on the sofa next to her. Rain, you're expelled from school. When Rin entered the office, the old count offered no pleasantries, only coldly uttering this sentence. Rin knew very well that this was not a negotiation, but an order, a notification. Dean Vanessa made no comment, but simply sat silently at her desk and signed her name on Ryan's withdrawal papers. A few days later. In the past few days, Ryan hasn't seen anyone except for Phil, who came to him to ask him to sign a marriage document. Phil told Ryan that she could take him away in a few days. Perhaps, the two will hold their wedding banquet this month. As for taking him away, Ryan figured it would probably be for a honeymoon or something. Azure Harbor, Villet Manor, Victor's study. Are you still wondering why I asked you to come back? The old man and the young man sat facing each other in the study. Victor struck a match and lit his pipe. I really can't figure it out. Rain sat opposite Victor, his eyes revealing little emotion. You're dragging the entire Villet family to the guillotine. Victor exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his eyes fixed on his youngest son. Ren pondered the old count's words carefully. Could it be that Victor said that because he's getting too close to the queen? Have you figured it out? Victor tapped the table lightly. The reason the Verlet family was able to rise so rapidly in the last 100 or 200 years is because of the support of the late emperor. Our loyalty will always be to His Majesty. After Victor's suggestion, Ren immediately thought of the factional struggles within the empire. How did the late emperor die? All Rain knew was that he died of anger and frustration after the war was lost. But such a great figure should not have died in such a ridiculous way, and after the late emperor's death, there were two voices in the empire. One is the Empress's faction, and the other is the Empress's faction. The Violet family, as a newly emerging noble family that was promoted during the reign of the previous emperor, naturally had its foundation and loyalty tied to the previous emperor's lineage. And now, unknowingly, he's become entangled with the powerful Queen Marcella? Even if Ren is the passive party, even if Ren is just a lowly illegitimate son. From the outside perspective, This is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal. I don't know what methods you used to attract that woman, but in front of her, you are no different from a sheep. Victor pointed at Rain. If one day she suddenly goes crazy and says that you have offended her, the entire Blue Harbor, and even the entire southern province, will become a battlefield for the Empire's political struggles. In fact, Victor's predictions were not impossible, but Ren believed that he was still hiding many things. Perhaps the old man was very afraid that the Queen was using Ren to undermine the Villet family. For example, they could tame and control Ren, then kill Victor and his eldest son Locke, and let Ren inherit the title. But clearly, this potential storyline was nipped in the bud by Victor. Stay put in the manor and get closer to your elder brother. I think you have a lot of new ideas. If you assist Locke well in the future, it will be enough to guarantee you a life of wealth and honor. Ren clenched his fists. Victor was trying to kill him. How could he not know that Locke wanted to kill him? And yet he reassured him that he would assist Locke in the future? This old man actually believes in so-called brotherhood? Ren absolutely doesn't believe it. Ren's eyes instantly darkened. The old count seemed to have seen through his youngest son's ambition as well. He exhaled a puff of smoke. It's not that I'm not giving you a chance, Ren. If I don't go to the capital and bring you back, you might die for no reason some night. In other words, from the moment you met that woman, you were no longer suitable, because power is only accountable to the source of power. Victor's meaning was clear. As a member of the Emperor's faction, he was naturally responsible for the faction. Therefore, he could not trust a son who might one day obey the Empress to take charge of the family. He couldn't even be sure which side Ren would take when the family's interests clashed with the Queen's will. Father, I once heard a nobleman say something like this. He said, he couldn't decide how many sons his father had, but he could decide how many brothers he would have after he ascended the throne. Ren placed his hands on the table, crossing them. And now, this nobleman is sitting right in front of me, telling me that I should properly assist my elder brother in the future? Victor wasn't surprised that Rain could say such a thing. Ever since he wrote Game of Thrones, he knew that Rain had more or less understood the nature of a family. So what do you want? Victor exhaled a puff of smoke. Locke is a very good heir. He knows how to be patient, cunning, humble, and has a thorough understanding of the power dynamics in Azure Harbor. His mother's family also speaks highly of him. At the same time, I believe that Locke will become a loyal subject of His Majesty, just like me in the future. I'm not someone who likes to take risks. At least, there's no need for me to gamble with him. You have great talent that you can showcase in the Villet family. At the very least, the family needs an artist like you. Locke isn't that petty. Put away your thoughts. If you cooperate with me, we can keep playing this game. If you don't cooperate, then you're out. After saying this, Victor crossed his legs, leaned back, exhaled a puff of smoke, and quietly looked at Ren, waiting for Ren's reply. Ryan interlaced his fingers, responding to Victor's confrontational gaze. I'm not a good brother, nor am I even a dutiful son. I can't meet your demands, and at the very least, I'll leave this house. Victor shook his head. Have you ever seen a cat let a mouse go after it has caught it? Just as the father and son were facing off, a knock on the door broke their silence. Come in, Victor frowned, but still allowed the person outside to enter. The study door was gently pushed open, and the old butler, Abel, appeared in the doorway, his expression somewhat grave. Master, the people from the Imperial Noble Council and the Royal Notary Office have arrived. They have brought official documents and notices. Victor frowned and asked in a deep voice, what notification? Abel took a deep breath and uttered the earth-shattering news with difficulty. They informed us, according to the Imperial Noble Succession and Marriage Subsidiary Law and related notarized agreements, young Master Ren has completed the marriage registration with Baroness Kelly Flora of the Western Province. Due to Baroness Kelly's serious illness and lack of direct heirs, according to the agreement, upon her death, young Master Ren will automatically inherit the title of Baron Tulip and the corresponding territory. What? Victor suddenly stood up from his chair, his pipe falling to the ground with a thud, scattering expensive tobacco all over the floor. Chapter 65, Can they exchange their own children to eat? Ryan, that damn thing. Victor had never hated one of his offspring so much. He simply couldn't understand how someone outside could use marriage inheritance law to grant him a title and land, and even retain the right to inherit the family title. Because he did not marry into the family or get adopted by another nobleman, but rather through marriage. This means that Ren will still be eligible to inherit the title of Earl of the Azure House of the Villet family in the future. And Rain immediately realized that all of this was done by Phil a few days ago. As for what conditions, she offered to get a deceased baroness to agree to this arrangement so that Ren could inherit everything. Ren is currently unaware. At this moment, Victor looked at Rain with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that his youngest son would be so active on the chessboard in such bizarre ways time and time again. What Victor found most unacceptable was that Rain had slipped out of his control. He wasn't surprised by how many people helped Ren, but rather sensed a family crisis. Someone is trying to use Rain to take control of the Velit family. I didn't lose to you, nor to the Tsepsh family. I lost to that woman. Victor was filled with mixed emotions. Good luck, Ren. Take care, father. Rain straightened his collar, his expression composed, maintaining the image of a high-class gigolo. Intrigue and backstabbing are one tactic, as is being a kept man. As long as you can grow bigger and stronger step by step, no one cares about the process. But the process of living off a woman is obviously very enjoyable. However, Victor clearly didn't understand this kind of playing the victim strategy. Inside the study, Victor sat alone in the tobacco-scented air, gazing at the view of Blue Harbor outside the window, remaining silent for a long time. He knew that the future of the Velit family was filled with more uncertainty because of the variable that was Rain. Ren walked steadily down the corridor leading to the hall. He had obtained the independent title and land he had always dreamed of, but he also knew everything Victor had told him proved that he was caught in the center of a more dangerous game. The Empress, the Emperor, the House of Verlet, the House of Tsepsh, and the Getai society he was about to face in the western provinces. These forces, whether they have already emerged or have yet to emerge, will all be the forces he will face in the future. When Rain officially signed the death certificate of his wife, whom he had never met, and the list of Tulip estates and assets, the most notorious tyrant and butcher in the history of the empire was born. He boarded the carriage with Heya for spirit pets, a certificate of inheritance, and a list, preparing to head to the western province. Wait, Ren, my dear brother, you and your spirit pets can leave. At this moment, Locke arrived at the manor gate and took out a contract. But the maid beside you has signed a work agreement with the Velit family, and now, the manor is also short-handed. What I mean is, she might have to stay here for now, and then be sent to you when things aren't so busy at home. What do you think? Locke knew that Rain and his personal maid had a deep bond, so he decided to keep Heya as a hostage. But how could Ren possibly agree? If he can't take Heya away and run away with her, what kind of good kid is he? Heya was at a loss for what to do. She was worried that Rain would offend the young master, and she was also afraid that Rain would leave her in a place where Rain did not exist. Young master, perhaps. Heya could stay. Before Heya could finish speaking, Ren raised his hand to interrupt him, walked up to Locke, and said, It must have been hard for you to come and annoy me before you left. Locke shrugged. Rain, we're brothers. You've disappointed me greatly. I promise you, once we've hired enough maids, I'll send her back. What if I insist on taking her away? Unfortunately, Miss Heya will face penalties for breach of contract. Servants who abandon their posts will be fined 3,000 gold coins. Locke already knew about the situation in Tulip territory, and he expected that Ren would not be able to come up with the money, nor would he. Because that impoverished territory was a bottomless pit. Without money, one couldn't even feed their own people. Even if Ren does actually hand over the money, it would be perfectly fine to extort him before he leaves, making him unable to move an inch in the territory due to financial difficulties. In terms of status, I acknowledge you as the eldest son of the Velit family, but in terms of position, I am a baron with an independent title and territory, Baron Ren Velit Tulip, while you. Ryan extended his index finger and tapped Locke's chest. Your identity is Mr. Locke Wellwith. This contemptuous and provocative gesture instantly turned Locke's eyes cold. Ren snatched the contract from his hand, tore it to shreds, and tossed it aside. No money, I want the person, that's it. If you're going to make a scene in front of father over a maid, the other brothers will probably be very interested in seeing their good older brother make a fool of himself. Locke stared intently as the arrogant carriage drove away from the Velit manor, clenching his fists. He hadn't expected Rain to speak to him so defiantly. Inside the carriage, Ren embraced he, who was sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. The beautiful woman was deeply moved. That little boy had finally grown into a big boy who could protect her. Meanwhile, Rain comforted he while recalling what he had learned from the list about the situation in Tulip territory. Tulip country mainly consists of a dilapidated castle, a 1,500-acre arable plain, about 300 acres of vineyards, nearly 5,000 acres of black forest, and a seasonal stream bed with only a small amount of water flowing during the rainy season. The treasury holds only 3 gold coins and 45 silver coins, and there are probably only 800 farmers struggling to survive in the territory. The young and middle-aged workforce continues to flow out. The population structure is aging severely, and they even owe the Imperial Credit Bank 2,000 gold coins. Resources are depleted, public morale is low, and debt is mounting. It's a hellish start. But thankfully, Ren has Tilipy. Tiliped is an incredibly strong support character. He first checked the points in his pocket. Current points, 2450. During the few days he stayed at home, he also hugged and kissed his spirit pets every day. He got 30 points for interacting with each spirit pet. With his 4 spirit pets, he earned a stable 120 points every day. But when he actually arrived at Tulip territory, after getting off the bus, his expression turned serious. This place is even worse than Wushul. In the sparse farmland in front of the castle, the crops were withered, yellow, and stunted. They were more like weeds than crops. The roads were muddy and the air was thick with poverty and despair. Several unburied skeletons could be seen along the road, clearly from people who had starved to death. The few remaining citizens who were watching from afar were all emaciated and had numb eyes. When they saw their new lord, Ren, their eyes showed no emotion, only deep weariness and fear. Ren even witnessed 2 neighbors, tying up their own children and exchanging them with their neighbor. The 2 children were emaciated and kept crying out, as if they knew they were about to become animals to be slaughtered. Put it down. Now that Ren was here, they couldn't be allowed to do something like cannibalism. Chapter 65 Debt Collectors. Rain's shouts startled the surrounding villagers to their knees, and several of the weaker ones fainted. This situation is absolutely appalling. Heya, take Sherry and Leona to a nearby town and buy some food. Rain didn't want to be too charitable, but these commoners were even exchanging their children for food, and if they didn't get some, they would really go crazy from hunger. There aren't many people to begin with. If they keep starving, won't they all die? He originally had 5,000 gold coins in his pocket, but he spent 3,000 gold coins to enroll Heya in a course. The key point is that Heya only attended the class for 1 day, and she couldn't get a refund. All she brought back was a huge pile of books. Upon hearing that the new city lord was going to buy them food, the people, young and old alike, kowtowed and knelt repeatedly, saying, "Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, noble sir." A hint of pity flashed in Heya's eyes as she looked at the civilians on the ground, their cheeks sunken from hunger and their faces covered in yellow dust. However, before Heya could even set off, several officials dressed in white arrived at Tulip Castle in a carriage. Ren had assumed they were officials from within the territory and was preparing to question them about their occupations, but it turned out they weren't on his side. Instead, they were there to collect a debt. "Please wait a moment, Your Excellency Baron. We are staff members of the Imperial Credit Bank." An official stepped down from the carriage and approached Ren politely. "You have inherited this territory, and according to the Imperial Constitution, you have also inherited the debt of 2,000 gold coins, including principal and interest. Could you give me a few more days?" Ren frowned. These people really knew how to time things, and they were very well informed. He hadn't been there long, and they had already caught wind of his presence. The official in white shook his head. "I'm sorry, this debt is far too overdue, and repaying the debt to the Imperial Credit Bank is a sacred and inviolable obligation for every noble. For the past 3 months, we have imposed an economic blockade on Tulip territory. No one is allowed to leave this territory, nor are any caravans allowed to pass through it. If you do not intend to pay off your debts, any department of the Empire will cooperate with the credit bank to continue this blockade. If necessary, we will even request the Imperial Armed Forces to conduct legal armed debt collection and to inventory your assets." "You're very good. I'll remember you." Ren took out the crystal card with a balance of 2,000 gold coins from his pocket and handed it to him. Ren had never seen such violent debt collection methods. He was already broke, and now they were blocking someone else's territory. Wasn't that just making things worse? Is this forcing the people to rise up in rebellion? And then directly taking back their titles and territories? As for why the common people here haven't rebelled yet, and why they are so afraid of the nobles, Ren doesn't understand. The man in white took the debit card from Ren with both hands, pulled out a magic crystal from his pocket, swiped the card, and then forced a fawning smile at Ren. "Please don't make things difficult for us. We're just running errands." After Ren took the card, the other party immediately pulled out a receipt from his pocket and signed it. The whole process was smooth and efficient. He bowed slightly to Ren and said in a polite tone, "The debt has been cleared, Your Excellency Baron. The blockade will be lifted immediately. I wish you all the best." "Wait. Ryan called out to him. Now that I've paid off my loan, can I take out another one? The official in white turned around, revealing a professional smile. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Even if the debt is settled after it becomes overdue, you will be unable to borrow again for a year. After saying that, he didn't linger any longer, seemingly afraid that Ren would continue to chase them for money, and immediately led his men onto the carriage and made a quick getaway. Ren could only watch helplessly as the damned debt collectors swaggered away, clenching his fists. Now all he has left in his pocket is his last inheritance, 3 gold coins and 45 silver coins. Where is the treasurer? Ren asked, helping up a kneeling civilian who was trembling with fear. This is a nobleman personally helping you up. But Ren has already lost everything. He cannot afford to lose the hearts of the people as well. My lord, I don't know. What about tax collectors, governors, and the like? I don't know. Is it that you don't know, or that you dare not say? Ren's emerald green eyes were fixed on the old man, who felt as if he would be chopped down by the young man in front of him if he said the wrong thing at any moment. My lord, we've never seen it before, it's true, the old man said, then knelt down and kowtowed, weeping bitterly. Looking at the old man in front of him, who was so frightened that he was incoherent and could only kowtow, Ren knew that he wouldn't get anything out of him. He took a deep breath to suppress his agitation. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. The administrative system had completely collapsed, and it seemed that there wasn't even an army in the territory. This means that he not only has to solve the problem of survival, but also has to build a management organization and army from scratch. Get up, Ren's voice softened slightly, but still carried an air of authority. I don't blame you. The entire territory is devoid of shops, with no caravans coming and going, and no way to go out and buy goods. These 800 people are so desperate that they'll pull out any grass roots they see and eat them. In the evening, Rain left his territory and went to a nearby town, where he spent 2 gold coins to buy nearly 5 tons of low-quality rye and stored it in his secret space. This was roughly the food ration for the 800 people for 14 days. During these 14 days, each person could only be given a bowl of thin rye porridge each day, just to keep them alive. And we can't let them eat too much, otherwise they'll definitely run away if they can undertake a long journey. He must find a new food source within 14 days, or his people will face widespread starvation. As night fell, a small campfire was lit inside Tulip Castle. The air was filled with the rough aroma of rye, drawing people from every household to come and smell it. They smelled not only the aroma of food, but also the aroma of hope. Looking at the line of people, Ren pointed to a burly man who had been helping with the cooking earlier. He was arguably the strongest man in the entire territory. A man nearly 1.9 meters tall burst into tears after drinking a mouthful of hot wheat porridge. When he saw Ren pointing at him, he licked the bottom of his bowl, quickly wiped his face with his dirty sleeve, and nervously ran over, bowing deeply before Ren. Lord, did you call me? Ryan sized him up. Although he was also thin and pale, he had a broad frame and some muscle definition could be seen on his arms. What's your name? My name is Barton, the burly man replied, his voice still tense. Barton, a good name. Now, you are the captain of our Tulip Territory Militia Guard. Rain patted him on the shoulder. Now, tell me what exactly is going on here. Chapter 66 Rain's Pie in the Sky. Upon hearing the appointment, Patton was completely stunned. A mixture of immense joy and trepidation made him stutter even more. Captain, sir, That's right, it's you. Ren coughed lightly. I spotted you in the crowd at a glance. You are a rare talent. Upon hearing this, Patton felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. This was truly the end of suffering and the beginning of happiness. Finally, I can become a nobleman's lackey. Now, tell me, what exactly is the situation in this territory? Why is no one farming? And why has the administrative system here collapsed? What is an administrative system? Patton scratched his head. Ryan frowned slightly. So, aren't those officials who used to manage you, collect taxes, and give orders here? Never seen it before. Barton shook his head. Never seen it before. Ren pressed. Then who cared about your farming before? Who collected taxes? Back when the Lord was still alive. Although he was chronically ill and bedridden, the steward would send someone to tell us what to plant and when to pay the rent. After the old steward passed away, no one took care of things anymore. He pointed to the barren fields. Later, they didn't even plant seeds, and the harvest got worse and worse. After the credit union came, they took away everything that was edible and could be exchanged for money from everyone, leaving nothing for planting crops. Barton's voice trailed off, tinged with a numb despair. No seeds, no food. And if we go out to find food, we'll be sent back. We can only lie here and wait to die. Didn't the previous lord have any relatives or anything like that? No, Barton shook his head. All we know is that the lord is a female knight who distinguished herself on the battlefield 13 years ago. She was granted a knighthood and came here, but she has been bedridden ever since due to a relapse of her old injuries. As for her family, it seems that they are no longer with us because of that war. The truth was far more brutal than Ryan had imagined. Perhaps that damned old butler, after the Baron took out the loan, took advantage of the lord's serious illness and constant drowsiness, seized control of the finances, and then absconded with the money. The Imperial Credit Bank, on the other hand, intended to completely stifle the territory's ability to generate revenue through violent debt collection and ultimately legally reclaim the territory. This is the Western Province. Listen up, everyone. This meal today is on me, the Baron. Ren stood before his subjects, looking at the group of thin, sallow-faced old and young, and pondered for a moment. But I can't treat you to meals every day. Starting tomorrow, I will buy seeds and divide the land into areas for each household. What you need to do is to cultivate the wasteland and start planting. As for how to make the crops grow and harvest quickly, you don't need to worry about that. I have my own methods. Rain's Tilipy has the flower edict. Plant the seeds, and as long as there is enough water, it's just a matter of Tilipy, this little nobody, shouting a word to make them mature. Of course, forcibly growing crops by absorbing most of the soil's nutrients in a short period of time will deplete the soil's fertility. If we don't find a way to replenish it, the land might become a lifeless wasteland after just one planting. But now Ren can't care about that anymore. Every household can reclaim as much wasteland as they can. That's up to your ability. In short, once I plant these seeds, each person will hand over 30%, and the rest can be kept for their own consumption. This is just our first step, to fill our stomachs first, and in the future, we'll eat meat too. Eat meat. This word was like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, stirring up huge waves among the numb crowd. For these people who have almost eaten all the bark and roots of trees, the word meat is as distant as something from a legend. My lord, are you telling the truth? A gaunt man murmured, his voice hoarse. In 10 days, we can grow grain, and even eat meat? Ren looked at the man and nodded. Of course, farming, and if we farm well, we'll raise pigs. Besides, no one dares to steal our things. I alone can defeat 100-man cavalry. Rain stood in the crowd, unleashing the silver codex and constantly boasting. He was at his wit's end. After Fayer got him this territory, she didn't ask him anything. He can't even get a bite of free food now. Ordinary people had never seen anything like this before. Flying flower fairies, little angels radiating warm light, and elegant, mysterious white cats with heterochromia, and beautiful, watery mermaids. Now, these magical creatures all obey this new, incredibly young, and exceptionally handsome lord. Wow, he said he could defeat 100 cavalrymen. Upon hearing this, Barton was the first to kneel down excitedly. I swear to follow my lord to the death. More and more people knelt down and shouted, though their voices were weak, but at least the whole territory became more lively and was no longer numb and lifeless. Get up, all of you. Ren waved his hand. Save your energy for tomorrow. At daybreak, we'll clear the land and plant crops. Watching his people scatter and return home, Ren sighed and went back to the main castle building. The main building of Tulip Castle. The air is filled with dust, mold, and a musty, decaying smell. Ryan first went to the living room and saw that it had been cleaned and was considered clean. The beautiful woman wiped her sweat slightly. I'm sorry, young master. Due to the short time, I can only clean a bedroom for you to rest first. You should get some sleep first, and you should be fine by tomorrow morning. What do you want to do? Ryan stood by the bed. You want to stay up all night cleaning? Seeing Hayes' exhausted yet determined appearance, how could Ren allow her to clean all night? To put it bluntly, he can't even afford to pay Hayes' monthly salary right now. Now, come and serve me in bed. Rain patted the mattress. Heyo put down the rag she was holding. Then, I'll go wash up. I'm all sweaty. Then go prepare a bathtub. Ren glanced at Vivian, confident she could handle it. After all, she could create a lake within the secret realm. Of course, casting spells within the secret realm might be quite different from the outside world. It's just filling the lower tub, so it shouldn't be a problem. Seeing that Ryan was looking at her, Vivian sucked her fingers and said, Eek. Tonight, Rain dared not act like he did at the academy. It wasn't that he lacked the ability, but rather that Heya needed to work the next day. But Hea still stayed up a little into the night to teach Rain's 4 spirit pets human language. These are also some of the more common words. Oh yeah. Oh yes, yes. Chapter 67 Herya's Shame. The next day, whoever cultivates the land is responsible for it, and the profits will be distributed after a few days. Patton patrolled the fields, shouting the slogans that Ryan had given him, even though he himself was starving. Some elderly, weak, women and children started to light fires in the fields to quickly clear the surface vegetation. These farmers who have been farming for many years know how to do it. Burn the weeds in the field. The ash from the burnt weeds can be used as fertilizer. The man began to attach sharpened stones to wooden sticks to make stone tools. There was nothing they could do. The credit union had taken all the farm tools from the entire territory as interest. Free men who have not committed crimes cannot be captured and enslaved, but in the Northwest Province, they have plenty of ways to deal with these people. If you don't want to be a slave, I'll starve you to death and see if you still want to be a slave. In short, all the big shots want to see are results. They want to see money. Without farming tools, the villagers could only rely on stone tools to cut down wood and then sharpen them. Each person holds a hard wooden stick with a sharpened tip, lines up, and inserts the stick into the ground in unison, using leverage to pry the soil, then moves backward and repeats the process. Although this only creates small pits on the soil surface and does not allow for deep tillage. However, it is barely sufficient for planting crops like rye, which do not require high planting depth. They were all pale, and their lips were cracked and chapped. Prolonged hunger had left them with little to sweat. They can only do this kind of work based on instinct and the hope in their hearts. But that's exactly the effect Ren wanted. We absolutely mustn't let them eat too much. Otherwise, they'll have the strength to run away. Hea also organized some elderly women with limited mobility, or some children, to build a fire and cook wheat porridge. Rain left Sherry and Leona with Hea, so the starving civilians didn't dare to come up and steal them. An elderly woman was clearing wasteland in the fields when she saw her granddaughter faint behind her while she was clearing the land. She carried the starving girl out of the field and kowtowed repeatedly at Hea's feet, tears streaming down her face. "Madam, please let my granddaughter have a bowl of porridge first. She's starving." Hea was momentarily stunned, staring at the countless eyes in the field that were fixed on her. If she scores a point, others will come to her to plead for mercy. But what if we just stand by and watch that little girl starve to death? At his feet stood a woman, kowtowing incessantly, tears streaming down her face, cradling a little girl who was barely breathing, so thin she was just skin and bones. Hea, who witnessed this scene, felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart, and the pain was so intense that she could hardly breathe. She glanced instinctively at the thin rye porridge bubbling in the large pot over the fire. That meager amount of food was carefully calculated by Ryan to keep everyone alive and keep them working. Her hand holding the metal spoon was trembling slightly. If she were to share a bowl of porridge now, the eyes of those equally hungry and struggling people in the fields would be instantly ignited. Order would vanish, and riots would destroy all the newly kindled hope. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "All children under the age of 7, come over and get a bowl of porridge each." In an instant, all the families with young children in the field were in an uproar. Countless women knelt before Herya in the fields. "Thank you, madam. Thank you, kind madam. May the goddess protect you, madam. Long live the madam." Countless grateful, humble, and savior-like gazes were focused on Hea, each one like a red-hot iron, searing her soul with pain. Although Ren, who was out buying seeds, was unaware of all this, he was still filled with deep guilt. She didn't know if this counted as betrayal, but, in this hell on earth, if she chose to be indifferent and ruthless, how could she put on that kind and gentle expression in front of Ren? In the end, all she could do was sob and cry while holding Sherry and Leona. "Line up. Make the children line up. Everyone else stay put and continue working." Hea hugged Leona and buried her face in the little angel's arms, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible sob. By the time the last child received his food, the porridge in the pot was almost gone. He looked at the half-empty pot, and thinking about the expression that Rain might have when he returned, the immense pressure, guilt, fear, and disappointment in herself instantly overwhelmed her. She staggered back a few steps, then collapsed to her knees, utterly exhausted. Sherry and Leona surrounded her, trying to comfort her, but they couldn't stop her sobbing. Meanwhile, Raven is in Stone Raven, the town closest to Tulip Territory. The town wasn't big, but it was much better than Tulip Territory. At least there was no famine here. Ryan's goal was clear: to buy as many rye seeds as possible. He came to a shop that was filled with sacks and smelled of grain and decay. Rye seeds? Ah, yes, yes, yes. The shopkeeper, sporting a mustache, said, looking at Ren's elegant attire and noble bearing. How many do you need, sir? He patted a burlap sack beside him, dust falling with a thud. The seeds here are the best in the western provinces, plump grains with an extremely high germination rate. 20 bags. Ren quoted a number he could afford. One bag of seeds can plant about 4 to 5 acres of land. 20 bags, at most, can only cover 100 acres. Although tulips now occupy 1,500 acres of barren plains. Upon hearing this, and after glancing at Ryan's attire, the boss immediately concluded that this was a man who was not short of money. In fact, it wasn't that Ryan didn't want to change his clothes, but all his clothes came from the Valit family, and anyone could tell he was a rich young master. Even if he changed into commoner's clothes, Ren couldn't wear them. If any nobleman discovered him, he would immediately become a laughing stock in the aristocratic circle. Many people might think this is harmless, but in aristocratic circles, it is a serious offense. In the future, if he wants to discuss any cooperation with any nobleman, he will be turned away immediately. But if he were to order another set, his meager savings would be completely depleted. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's small eyes instantly gleamed with greed. 20 bags. You're quite generous. But the price. He rubbed his hands together. The western provinces are in turmoil right now. Food is expensive, and seeds are even more incredibly precious. Price, Ryan said, not wanting to hear his boasting. The shopkeeper's chubby little face darted around in his small eyes as he held up 4 fingers. 40 silver coins a bag. Ren smiled. Have you heard of Christie's? The boss was taken aback. I've never heard of that before. Critis Sterling, Ryan said, looking at his boss. That's right, she's my wife. I'm not here to buy seeds today. I'm here to check out the business environment in this western province. Upon hearing this, the boss turned pale. He didn't know any of this damned Christus, but he had heard of the Sterling family. Chapter 68, The Noble Swindler. The shop owner actually had no idea who the Sterling family was. He had only heard about the noble families in the western province when he was drinking and bragging with some of his cronies. It seems that there is such a family among them. Seeing the seed shop owner's pale face, Ren thought that the name of the Christie's family was still quite useful. Sigh. Sir, business is indeed difficult these days. The shop owner sighed, preparing to pour out his grievances to Ren. It's difficult, but you can't do it like this. Do you take me for some ignorant spoiled brat? Ryan held up one finger. One bag of seeds can only plant 4 to 5 acres, and even with favorable weather, the yield will only be about 200 kilograms of rye grain. Even if you grind it all into flour, make it into bread, and sell it, you'll only get 16 silver coins at most. Now tell me, which merchant guild is in charge of selling a bag of seeds 40 silver coins? I strongly suspect that you are maliciously manipulating grain prices. With each number Ryan mentioned, the boss's face paled a little more. What's your name? Ryan asked, then took out a pen and paper to write it down. No, Your Excellency. Your Excellency. Let's talk this out. The boss panicked completely, his voice trembling with tears. It was a moment of folly. I was blinded by greed. You name a price. You name a reasonable price. I'll fix it right away. But Ryan showed no mercy. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me your name if I ask, or it's fine if you don't. I've already memorized this shop. The shopkeeper immediately knelt down, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and pleaded. Your Excellency, please have mercy. My name is Old Kyle, and I'm just a small business owner. Please, have mercy. I'll adjust the price to 13 silver coins. What do you think? The streets were bustling with people. Seeing the seed shop owner kneeling and begging for mercy from a nobleman, some assumed it was an agency from the town conducting a secret investigation. In their fright, some people rushed to find the town mayor. Rain realized this wouldn't do. If the town officials really came, their secret would be exposed. Ahem. Ren coughed lightly. Well, how should I put it? It's not that we can't show mercy in your case, nor is it that anything has to be done a certain way. We can think of a way, right? We can find a way. Anything is possible. Old Kyle felt his heart bleed when he heard this. These damn nobles only knew how to ask for money. He stood up and secretly slipped 2 gold coins into Ren's pocket. A small token of my appreciation. A small token for you to polish your writing. Feeling the weight in his pocket, Ren deliberately showed a look of disgust on his face, as if accepting 2 gold coins from a commoner was a disgrace to him. Old Kyle was helpless. 2 gold coins were the limit he could afford. He knew that a nobleman like Ren would definitely not care about 2 gold coins. 8 silver coins a bag. Rectify it right now. Ren put away his pen and paper. If the higher-ups come asking about this, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Yes, 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 I understand perfectly. Ren nodded, took out the silver tome, put the 20 bags of seeds into the tome's space, then threw out 1 gold coin and 60 silver coins before leaving. The boss was stunned for a moment, watching his smooth and effortless movements. This person is a contract master? They even possess a legendary secret manual. That's incredibly convenient. Watching Ryan's departing figure, the boss suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, he really came to buy seeds. Holy shit. Old Kyle suddenly realized what was happening and trembled with anger. He's been tricked. Completely tricked. The Sterling family, the investigation and rectification, it's all a smokescreen. This guy is just a penniless bastard who came to buy seeds, but he's just putting on airs. Using his money to buy his stuff. It's like he's getting something for nothing. Liar. Aristocratic liar. Old Kyle roared as he rushed out of the store, but Ryan had already disappeared around the corner. He even considered going to the law enforcement team to report that someone was extorting him. However, it was indeed he who started by making an exorbitant demand, and Ryan did indeed pay. As for those 2 gold coins, once gold coins are in the pockets of nobles, are they ever going to be returned? In the evening, Rain returned from Stoneraven Town. Now he has only 1 gold coin and 85 silver coins left in his assets. Rain, who has never experienced hardship before, has suffered a bit, but fortunately, his brother is not suffering. When he arrived in the fields, some thin, pale-faced children were struggling to drag wooden sticks taller than themselves across the newly reclaimed land in the afterglow of the setting sun, breaking up clods of earth with their tender little hands. No matter how much Hea tried to stop them, the children took over once the adults were too tired. These children are also trying to repay Hea's kindness through their work. The adults, having finished their work and already resting, all knelt down when they saw Ren return. Everyone looking at Ryan had eyes full of longing for food. But when Ryan looked at the empty pots, it was clear that the food had already been distributed. 1 bowl a day was the limit. If you want more, that's not available. But in reality, the children had their bowls first, and then they lined up with the adults to get more, meaning they ate twice a day, and the adults ate less as a result. Rain glanced at He and noticed that her eyes were somewhat evasive. For the first time, the maid who had been by his side and caring for him since childhood showed an expression of fear in the face of him. He decided to come before Rain and admit her mistake. But Barton had already arrived before Hea and explained the situation to Ren. Well done, He. Unexpectedly, Rain did not criticize his presumption. He looked at the field and said, "Make the children stop." Rain released another batch of rye from the secret space and then came to the crowd. "I am very satisfied. This is what a civilized society should be like." Ms. Hea showed everyone through her actions that although this place is like a garbage dump, dirty, poor, and hungry, at least here, we are still human. The people looked at the boy standing before them and encouraged him with the power of his words. Even though she defied the rules I set, I saw hope. Because when people have the courage and will to dedicate themselves to something, things will succeed. Ryan stood in the crowd, speaking with the eloquence of a politician. Poverty, hunger, disease. These will be eradicated by us, because we have an unstoppable will, because we have the determination to challenge authority. I am not a heartless person. Now, everyone, have another bowl of porridge. Hea covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, as she looked at her little boy standing before a group of civilians, raising his right arm and shouting, "For the reconstruction of Tulip territory, for the children, not everyone, for everyone to have enough to eat every day. We are unstoppable." Chapter 69. 2 beautiful women want to resign? As soon as Ryan finished speaking, Barton, sensing the danger, raised his right arm and roared with all his might. "Ryan! Ryan! Ryan! Rain! Rain! Rain!" At first, only a few people joined in the shouting, but soon the shouts merged into a unified wave of sound. The men raised their rough fists, the women held their children and shouted in response, and even the toddlers who had just learned to speak joined in with their babyish cries. At that moment, everyone remembered the name of this handsome young leader, Rain. Ren stood in the center of the crowd, feeling the ground tremble beneath his feet. He slowly raised his right hand, the noise gradually subsided, and all eyes were focused on him. Remember today, remember the day we chose to become human beings. From this day forward, Everyone in Tulip territory must live with dignity. Anyone who dares to stand in our way, I will annihilate. Rain's declaration was like a sword piercing the night sky, bringing hope to all the starving people in his territory. After saying this, he walked into the field amidst grateful gazes. Although there are 800 people in the territory, only about 200 can actually be considered as laborers. Using primitive wooden sticks and stone tools to clear land was extremely inefficient, and each of them was constantly hungry. However, due to the survival crisis, all the elderly and children joined the support work. Tasks such as clearing grass roots, moving stones, and leveling land have created a situation of total mobilization of the entire population. Ryan glanced around. He'd probably cleared about 40 acres today. He'd come back tomorrow, and then he could plant. Just to be on the safe side, Ryan decided to give it a try first. He took out a dozen seeds from his secret space and scattered them, while the little mermaid in his arms sucked on her fingers. Wah! Invisible ripples seemed to spread through the air, subtly stirring the moisture in the soil, making it slightly damp. Rain discovered that girls with the same body type as Vivian and Leona shared a common trait as human babies: thumb-sucking. Just as he was wondering whether to correct this habit, Tilope, that little minx, stood on Ren's shoulder, hands on her hips, and said, "Haha, finally it's my turn to make my appearance." She stretched out her hand, palm facing the dozen or so seeds on the ground, and her body began to emit a soft, emerald green light. Imperial Edict. A miracle occurred quietly, under everyone's watchful eyes. Tender green shoots broke through the soil at a visible speed, quickly grew taller, turned verdant, and then rippled with the golden hues of wheat. The vibrant life force dispelled the despair and weariness in the air. In less than a minute, a small patch of golden, heavy, drooping wheat ears appeared on the previously barren land. All the citizens stared wide-eyed and gaped. They knew that mages and contract masters were powerful, but they never imagined that they could be used to farm. Ren grabbed a handful and scattered it on the ground. A short while later, several sparrows that had been flying overhead began to descend and peck at the food. This put Ryan at ease. If the birds would come to eat, then the people could eat too. After Ryan called Barton to harvest the rye, he discovered that the surrounding soil had turned grayish-white and even had tiny cracks on the surface, as if all life had been completely drained away. The fertility problem still needs to be solved. You two are resigning? In the dean's office at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, Vanessa frowned slightly as she looked at Phil and Selena. Instructor Phil, Instructor Selena, more than half of the academic year has already passed. If we suddenly change your students' instructors now, it will undoubtedly affect their academic progress. This might not have any impact on you, but in the Beast Taming Academy, even a single star can change a student's life trajectory. I suggest you reconsider. Dean Vanessa still hoped to retain these two top-tier gold contract masters, so she spoke earnestly. The teaching philosophy and model of the Beast Taming Academy have always been about being responsible for every student. Think about it. If your mentor, Eleanor, had abandoned her students, what would you be like today? Fair's beautiful legs, clad in glossy black stockings, were crossed under the table. Her delicate face remained unmoved. She parted her red lips slightly and said, "Dean, you are right. But it is precisely because of this that we understand even more clearly that some responsibilities are more important than the teaching contract." Selena nodded in agreement. Compared to Phil's alluring and sharp demeanor, her temperament was more aloof and composed. "Dean, this is not a hasty decision on our part. All lesson plans, student progress assessments, and subsequent teaching suggestions have been compiled into a booklet to ensure that the new tutors can seamlessly transition and minimize the impact on the students." Dean Vanessa leaned back in her chair, her fingertips lightly tapping the mahogany tabletop. She knew her two subordinates well. Have you encountered some difficulties? Or is it because of Ryan? The thoughts of the two beautiful women could not escape the discerning eyes of the dean. Phil and Selena exchanged a glance, seemingly signaling for the other to speak. But just as they were passing the buck, the dean delivered her killer move. If Instructor Phil is worried about her fiancé, I can understand, but Instructor Selena, how could you be so impulsive? This left Selena incredibly embarrassed. A barely perceptible blush instantly appeared on her fair and cool cheeks, and a crack appeared in her usually composed expression. Dean, the icy beauty was momentarily speechless, her face showing the embarrassment of having her thoughts read. "I think all your worries are unnecessary," Dean Vanessa said, standing up and personally pouring them both some black tea. "Ryan is actually a very good kid. I've met him. Sometimes you don't need to protect him too much. Give him some experience and time, and you will see him become even more outstanding in the future. Besides, if you really miss him or are worried about him, you can take on some commissions in the western provinces and go visit him occasionally. Vanessa took a sip of her black tea and gracefully set down her cup. This way, I can ease my worries without completely abandoning my responsibilities at the academy. Let us think about it for a few more days. Fair sighed. She knew that resigning wouldn't be so easy. So, the two beautiful women arrived at Selena's lodging. What do you think we should do? Chapter 70. If you kill the rooster, will it never dawn? Western Province, Cheshire, Provincial Parliament Hall. The governor of the Western Province, Lion, was a middle-aged man with slicked-back silver hair and gold-rimmed glasses, who looked refined and approachable. At this moment, the Marquis of Lion stood on the podium, his face serious as he addressed the provincial councillors. With autumn approaching, we will launch a special campaign to improve public security within the province. Prevent any civilian organization that receives support from foreign forces or individual nobles from obtaining the resources, technology, and power they need. We have already received information that some civilian organizations have gathered all sorts of people from all walks of life. Farmers, workers, mercenaries, even teachers in colleges. All of these people joined a so-called civil organization called the Getai Society. At this point, the Marquis of Lion clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the podium, startling the members of parliament present. They have caused great trouble to the business environment in the province. I don't know what's going on. Why are there so many wrongful convictions because of a non-governmental organization? Things like unpaid wages, unresolved rape cases, or someone's carriage running over and killing someone on the road today. Now, because of these things, large-scale strikes have occurred in some places. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly uncomfortable faces in the audience. Some people broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty. But it is clear that these people are trying to erode and subvert the provincial council's power step by step. They are using some lame excuses to incite the ignorant masses to oppose the legitimate order. All members of parliament must understand that the provincial legislature will take all necessary measures to ensure the safety of our province. This is a well-thought-out and unwavering commitment. We cannot be caught off guard when danger strikes, nor can we allow a second illegal law enforcement organization to emerge in the province. When the governor of Lion finished speaking, all the members of parliament stood up and applauded and cheered. Silence. Silence. Lion pressed his palm down. Now, I declare, the special campaign to improve public security in the western provinces is officially launched. The province will mobilize all its security forces to purge, strike, and eliminate any suspicious individuals, regardless of their occupation, past contributions to the empire, or whether they are high-ranking nobles. In short, I will find them, capture them, and eliminate them in every city, town, and territory within the province. Either they'll spend a few days or a few years in jail, or I'll send them to meet their maker. The governor of Lion's cold words were like a final judgment, which provoked even more fervent and prolonged applause and shouts from all the members of parliament present. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Lion's blonde, wavy-haired secretary approached him and whispered in his ear, "Your Excellency, President Carl of the Azure Chamber of Commerce has come to the province to inspect the operation of the chamber's branch." Lion frowned slightly. I've said it many times, people from the southern provinces, apart from Governor Aubrey and His Excellency Victor, are fine as they come. There's no need to arrange a meeting. Just find someone to receive them. He seems to be considering withdrawing his investment. Okay, I understand. Lion turned back, still smiling, looking at the councillors who were celebrating for him. Just as everyone was preparing to adjourn the meeting, a discordant voice suddenly rang out in the provincial council. Your Excellency Lion, do you believe that killing the rooster will prevent dawn from breaking? These words were like ice water poured into boiling oil, instantly silencing the noisy hall. Lion knew the Queen's faction had made their move. Tulip Ridge, 100 acres of fields, are filled with hopeful rye. The wheat fields rippled in the afterglow of the setting sun, shimmering with an almost unreal, dazzling light. All the people, regardless of age or gender, stood blankly on the edge of the field, gazing at this golden sea. This place can yield about 4 or 5 tons of rye, and each plump grain of rye, if stored properly, can be used as seed. Rain, 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 rain. All the people stood in the fields, chanting the name of their young leader. If 1 ton of this rye is set aside as seed, there will still be 3 or 4 tons left, enough to feed everyone for a week if they start eating a normal diet. From today onwards, we say goodbye to hunger. Ren knew that, according to his promise to everyone, he would only receive 30% of the profits. But what about the remaining 70%? The people received rations that allowed them to leave the tulip territory. Now, say nothing. Everyone go to your own cultivated fields, harvest wheat, cook porridge, and we'll continue harvesting after we've eaten our fill. All the people happily went into the fields. Tilopi, who was panting heavily on his shoulder. Clearly, this little minion had expended a lot of energy. Master Fish, Daddy Fish, Tilopi wants to drink nectar. Ryan held her hand and comforted her. I'll buy it for you right now. Under normal circumstances, apart from Leona who has Vanessa's purple lotus mark, the other 3 spirit pets need to eat 8 or 9 gold coins every day. Tilopi hasn't had any nectar for 2 days, and Vivian and Shirley have been eating only ordinary food these past few days. Although these can fill your stomach, they are only enough to fill your stomach. However, for these spirit pets that need elemental energy to maintain their vitality and growth, it's like mortals only drinking water. It can only sustain them through the most basic survival. Although Ren is broke, he has points. Current points, 2570. Open the system store. System shop categories. Pet sex toys. How to advance and train your spirit pet. Spirit pet skill secrets. Spirit pet weapons and equipment. Pet food and medicine. Rain directly clicked on pet food and medicine. Redeem Dawn Nectar X2. Costs 600 points. Exchange for 2 Moonlight Algae. Costs 600 points. Redeem Frosty Berry X2. Costs 600 points. Current points, 770. The system explains the high price. It's provided instantly and isn't affected by market prices. If you want it, the system has it. And the price has always been this low. As for how prices are being manipulated outside, that's a matter for outsiders. In an instant, 1,800 points were gone. Although he could accumulate 3,000 points to exchange for a method to advance a spirit pet to the gold level, this also required resources. If you change the method and there are no resources to nurture it, then there's no point in keeping it. These will only last 2 days. If you use them sparingly, they can last 4 or 5 days. The 3 spirit pets drooled with envy when they saw the food in Ren's hand. Young master. Just as Ren was feeling a pang of heartache, Heya, the beautiful woman who put Ren at ease, came to his side. I've been reading books on the nutrition of spirit pets lately. Perhaps we can cook them with other foods so they can eat for a longer period of time. Can you make it? Ren was a little worried. After all, Heya had never tried it before, and if the cooking failed, all these ingredients would be wasted. Chapter 71. The struggle for the crown prince position has always been like this. Oh, I don't know either. I just wanted to help you. A hint of insecurity flashed in the beautiful woman's eyes. Then forget it. What I learned was from books. I don't know if it will be of any use. Eek. Vivian, the little cutie, took her share of moon algae and handed it to he. Meow. Shirley, carrying her own frostberry, walked gracefully to Heya's feet, looked up at Heya, and then at Rain. He crouched down and extended her hand, and Sherry immediately placed the berries gently in his palm. This touched Heya deeply. She hugged the 2 little darlings and said, "You are both Mommy's good babies. Mommy will definitely make you delicious food." However, this heartwarming scene took on a completely different meaning in the eyes of a tulip fairy who was intently drinking nectar. Nobody told her there was such a step? You guys. Tilopi drank the nectar from the bottle, and suddenly it didn't taste sweet anymore. What? They actually want Mother He to favor the concubine and suppress the legitimate wife? That's utterly shameless. It's absolutely malicious. These 2 little green tea bitches are just too much. Okay. Is this how you play it? 666. You're not even going to act anymore. Second brother, third brother, you guys aren't second or third brothers at all. You're clearly the 6th brother. Sisters are of one heart with you, yet you try to outsmart your sisters? How can you play mind games over something as simple as eating? Tilopi felt a surge of crisis at that moment. She immediately took 2 bottles of honey and flew to Heya's side, saying, "Mom, Tilopi wants to eat your cooking too." Okay, they're all Mommy's darlings. The struggle for the crown prince position has always been like this. Rain could only watch silently. Since it was the choice of these spirit pets to hand over their food to Heya, he said no more. At this moment, there was still one person not harvesting rye in the field, Patton. He was appointed captain of the Tulip Territory Militia by Ren, so he naturally didn't need to farm, because he ate the food of nobles. As long as the people hand over 30%, a portion of it will naturally belong to him. However, he continued shouting in the fields, putting on a show for Ren. This made Ren think that this person was really worth cultivating. He was so perceptive. What he lacks now is a lackey. Barton, Ryan called out to the burly man. The latter immediately trotted over to Ren's side, flashing a fawning smile. My lord, what are your orders? Now you see, everyone can eat. You, as the militia captain, can't just be a commander without troops forever. Patton's eyes lit up, and he straightened his back even more. He knew that his chance had come. My lord, just say the word. Barton will certainly handle it perfectly for you. Ren's gaze swept over the villagers busily harvesting, among them several strong young men. From today onwards, the militia is officially recruiting. You will select 20 men, strong, quick, and from relatively simple families. Ideally, someone who can protect the security of the territory. Everyone has just had a good meal, and I don't want anyone to ruin this hard-won achievement. Do you understand? I understand, my lord. Barton said with a serious expression. Anyone who dares to spread words that are detrimental to unity, the militia will take him down. If necessary, you can act first and ask for permission later. But you have to be careful with the degree of action. Ryan patted Barton on the shoulder, making the big man break out in a cold sweat. He thought he would just get a beating to teach him a lesson, but he never expected that Ryan would kill someone. Kill someone? Barton's throat went dry, and he instinctively swallowed. The greatest failure in life is not knowing gratitude. Patton, look, everyone was starving to death, and now they have enough to eat. Of course, some people will have inappropriate thoughts. Rain could show mercy when these people were starving, but now they would soon be full and have plenty of dry rations in their pockets. I am a benevolent lord, but there are always unexpected situations that I cannot handle properly. In those cases, you must be flexible, understand. Rain's voice remained steady, even carrying a hint of gentle persuasion, as if he were teaching a slow-wit student. Those seemingly casual words made Patton understand completely. This lord is not as kind and lucky as he appears. His kindness came with conditions. Understood, my lord. Barton patted his chest. Then don't sleep tonight. Take a few brothers, have some wine, and some meat. Rain took out a few pieces of smoked meat wrapped in oil paper and 2 heavy leather wine sachets from the secret book space and stuffed them into Barton's arms. As a nobleman, Rain naturally couldn't eat thin porridge like these commoners. He had prepared some of the proper wine and meat. Let them understand that following you, Patton, will not only provide them with plenty of food, but also wine and meat, but the prerequisite is that they must have the ability to prevent risks. We will harvest the wheat gradually over the next few days, not all at once. What you need to do is see if anyone sneaks into the fields to harvest wheat in the middle of the night, and listen carefully to see if anyone is spreading any rumors that could undermine unity. For example, after harvesting this wheat, you'll take your wife and children and move to another place. Hearing Ryan's subtly sarcastic words, Barton's face showed a hint of horror. My lord, this. Patton, you must understand, Tulip territory is no longer a lifeless wasteland, no longer a hell of starving people, but a thriving paradise. I want to build such a paradise, and I certainly can't allow any rumors or gossip to arise during the process. Ryan's words carried a seductive power. Look at this wheat field, look at the smiles on the children's faces, and look at the solid porridge in everyone's bowls. Who brought all this here? It's you. Barton's tone gradually calmed down, his expression showing a hint of excitement. So, for the sake of Tulip territory, your task is very important. Do you understand? The next day, a fight broke out in the field. One of the villagers said that after harvesting the wheat, he would take his wife to the nearby town of Stone Raven. As a result, 2 burly men overheard this and beat him up. Who told you to hit people? Ren arrived in the field, furious. 2 burly men knelt at Ren's feet. My lord, this man is an ingrate. He eats the grain you give us, and all he thinks about is finishing the wheat harvest and running off to Stone Raven town with his wife. What is this if not ingratitude? So what? Ren roared, kicking both of them in the chest. I said, Tulip territory is a civilized society. In a civilized society, personal freedom is not restricted. Chapter 72, Sister's Letter. In the tulip fields, many villagers watched this scene unfold. In fact, many of them share this idea. Of course, people who have this idea usually have relatives or friends in other places. They wanted to contact relatives and friends outside the area to ask about job opportunities elsewhere. In a land that has already experienced a famine, it's impossible for everyone to want to stay, Just as a flood or earthquake in a certain place can wipe out the social wealth and social power structure of the entire region. Some people who have lived a comfortable life naturally want to continue living a comfortable life. But, my lord, another burly man tried to argue. Shut up, Ren interrupted him, then took a deep breath and helped up the bruised and battered villager. Are you all right? No. Thank you, my lord. The middle-aged man who was helped up was very excited. This was the closest he had ever been to someone in his life. One portion of the land you cultivated, as an apology and a lesson for you. Solving problems requires rules, not fists. The verdict sparked another round of hushed discussions among the onlookers. They all exclaimed in admiration at the Lord's fairness and impartiality. The beaten citizen was also stunned for a moment. He was about to go somewhere else, and the Lord was still treating him so well. Ryan patted him on the shoulder, then turned to look at the crowd. I know that many people are still worried about their future. I understand all of this, but now that I'm here, I won't let everyone live a hard life. I've said it before, I want to build a civilized society. What is a civilized society? It should be a society free from disease, poverty, and hunger, where everyone is well-fed and warmly clothed, and children have books to read. I don't know if the rulers in other places will share the same goal as me, but in Tulip territory, I will definitely do it, and I will definitely do it. Ryan looked at everyone with a calm expression. This kind of political showmanship is a skill that every politician must understand and master. Yes, in a civilized society, I hope everyone can join me in achieving this goal. Even if someone feels they can have a better life elsewhere, we shouldn't stop them, but rather offer our blessings. The term civilized society is somewhat unfamiliar to most of the people who toil in the fields, yet it subtly touches upon a vague longing within them. They quieted down, their minds filled with images of the distant landscape the young lord was depicting. These words stirred up a tremendous wave in the hearts of all the citizens present. Damn it, when did these nobles become so reasonable? Haven't they always treated their subjects as their private property? The middle-aged man who had been beaten black and blue for trying to leave also felt ashamed under everyone's gaze. Ryan saved them. They even thought about how to improve the living standards of these peasants. Who cared whether we lived or died? It was Ryan. Of course, if they knew that these two burly men would get to drink and eat meat tonight just because they beat someone up today, I wonder what they would think. And if anyone dares to continue speaking tomorrow, they'll continue to beat them up. This is class. While most people are eagerly watching the rye in the field, another group of people can obtain better material conditions without having to farm. Back in the main castle, thanks to Heia's careful cleaning, one floor was quite clean. Upon entering the master bedroom, one sees the beautiful woman studying a recipe by the dim candlelight, while several spirit pets, having eaten and drunk their fill, lie asleep on the bed. Young master, you're back. Are you hungry? Heia came to Ren's side and helped him undress. I'll go to the kitchen and prepare something for you. No need. Ren let the beautiful woman help him change into civilian clothes. Having just arrived in the territory, conditions were rather basic, and he didn't expect Heia to prepare 3 meals a day for him. He was content with just making do. Oh right, young master, Miss sent a letter. Heia handed Rain a letter, with a stiff card still attached to the envelope. He took the letter. The opening was sealed with sealing wax that had a faint gardenia scent. It smells like Gloria. Ren opened the envelope, and delicate handwriting appeared on the letter. To my silly brother. Why become a lord? He could have stayed home with Gloria all the time. Unfortunately, Gloria is also leaving this home. Your genius sister has awakened an alchemical secret, and it's an incredibly powerful one. My father is about to send me to study at the Alchemy Academy in the capital. Remember to come to the capital to see Gloria in the future, or Gloria will send you a potion that will make you fart if you smell it. To embarrass my stupid brother in front of outsiders. How are you doing over there all by yourself? I heard the food there isn't even good. Enclosed with the letter was Gloria's secret stash of savings accumulated over the years, originally intended for. Crossed out. This is for Vivian and Telepe to buy some good food, not for you. But I still hope that this little bit of money can help my silly brother cope with the desolate moon, the hopeless sunset, and hundreds of hungry mouths. This way you can have more time to miss your lovely sister. But if you have other things to do, then go ahead and do them. My brother, even though he's a fool, can. The last few lines of the letter were blurred by tears and could no longer be read. In the end, only the signature remained. Good night, silly brother. Your dearest little sister, Gloria. Ren ran his fingertips over the damp mark and remained silent for a moment. He carefully folded the letter and then put away the savings card. Gloria and Ren are only 1 year apart. Although she is the legitimate daughter, She has been closest to Ren since childhood because of their age difference. He was rather indifferent to his other older brothers. She only calls Rain brother and addresses everyone else as elder brother. Heya, call me brother tonight. Huh? What? What do you mean, young master? Before the beautiful woman could finish her questioning, the young man had already lifted her up by the waist. Heya reached out and gently wrapped her arms around his neck. She also knew that Rain and Gloria had a deep relationship. Perhaps the young lady was once again being affectionate with him in the letters? Heya didn't press Ren about his vague request for emotional connection. Instead, mimicking Gloria's tone, she gently rested her face on his shoulder and softly called out in a voice filled with admiration. Elder brother. Chapter 73. Isn't that a wonderful thing? The next day, when Ryan went to the financial institution in Stoneraven to withdraw money, he was somewhat moved when he saw the balance. 3,657 gold coins, 83 silver coins, 64 copper coins. Sir, how much would you like to take? At Ryan with a fawning smile. Ryan slowly shifted his gaze from the crystal display showing the balance down to the single digit, remaining silent for a long time. The teller's smile began to waver, and she cautiously asked, Sir? Ren stared blankly at the number 64 copper coins. These spare change came from the exquisite cake that Gloria resisted buying when she passed by the dessert shop. It's the hand that retracts when it sees a novel hair accessory. It was countless tiny choices like, never mind, let's save it for my brother. She knew that as a son of a concubine, Rain had no hope of obtaining a territory and might even be ostracized by his brothers because of his appearance, ultimately leading a life of hardship. In a family where everyone has blue hair and pink eyes, Ren is blonde and blue-eyed. Sometimes, his other brothers would secretly call him a bastard. Take 1,000 gold coins, Ren said, suppressing the complex emotions in his heart. Here it is for you. The teller's face returned to a smile, and she quickly began to operate the machine. Soon, 10 heavy velvet bags bearing the bank's emblem were pushed in front of Ren. After receiving the money, Ryan first bought various crop seeds. He was too ashamed to go back to the seed shop. So he went to another seed shop. This time, although someone tried to extort him, Ryan first hired a middle-aged woman to accompany him. With this middle-aged woman, things were different. It wasn't someone trying to extort him. It was this middle-aged woman chattering away as she tried to bargain for him. Potato, sweet potato, hardy cabbage and radish seeds, and a small packet of precious alfalfa seeds that can adapt to poor soil. Alfalfa seeds can be used to fertilize the land and also as livestock feed. Subsequently, every blacksmith shop in the town encountered a wealthy patron. 200 hoes, shovels, and sickles, please. 50 logging axes. After resolving the issue of farm tools, Ren then tackled the problem of armaments. 50 spears and 20 suits of armor. Then I bought a batch of winter clothes. Of course, he's not doing charity work, so it's definitely not free. The seeds cost Ren 2 gold coins, but the farm tools were the biggest expense. Ironware was very valuable in this era. A good home might cost several hundred copper coins. Weapons are even more expensive, and armor is a luxury item. So this time, he actually spent about 150 gold coins. On the street, a middle-aged woman marveled at the secret manual of Rain. She had heard of magicians and contract masters before, but she didn't know the specifics. But now she understands some things. No matter how much he bought, this young nobleman would simply spread his hand, and a gleaming silver book would swipe and collect it all. Does Stoneraven Town sell slaves? As he walked out of the blacksmith shop, Ren asked the middle-aged woman beside him, taking a gold coin from his pocket and tossing it to her. This is a reward for you. I'm very satisfied with your performance today. The glittering little cutie drew a dazzling arc in the air and landed precisely in the middle-aged woman's rough, but incredibly quick hands. She instinctively clenched her fist, the cold metallic touch and heavy weight making her gasp for a moment. 1 gold coin. This is equivalent to several months' worth of income for her, working from dawn till dusk and exhausting herself to help people, make connections, and run errands. She immediately stuffed the gold coins into the most hidden pocket in her bosom, her face beaming with an even more fervent and fawning smile than before. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the reward, sir. Don't call me master, Ren frowned. Although the title was normal, Ren preferred to be called Your Excellency. Of course, ordinary people with little knowledge generally don't understand the intricacies involved. Yes, sir. Look at my mouth. I don't know any manners. The middle-aged woman quickly corrected herself, her smile becoming even more humble. Sir, what do you intend to do with the slaves you want to buy? Although it's like a regular auction where no living creatures are allowed, there are still buyers and sellers. Moreover, the empire itself already had slaves, but the upper class had a very respectable way of doing things, which is why the auction had these ridiculous rules. How can there be trade between intelligent beings in a civilized society? There definitely is. Because the Tyrian nobles enjoyed buying and selling slaves and using slaves, and the empire had laws that could reduce people to slavery, the Tyrian capital might have been particular about table manners or international image. But in the local area, who cares about this or that? Of course, the origins of the slaves were also carefully considered. Those damned slave traders, if they dare to arbitrarily arrest free citizens within the empire and enslave them, then they will witness the majesty of the Tyro royal family. Sir, the legal goods available on the market include orcs, prisoners of war, and some criminals, as well as some captured from Azure Harbor. If you want strong and capable people to pick cotton and farm, you should definitely buy black slaves. No black slaves, Rain said, his eyes filled with disgust. I am a baron. I am building a civilized society. Do you know that? Yes, yes, yes. Wenming, your excellency baron, I deserve to die for mentioning these beasts in front of you. The middle-aged woman hurriedly bowed, afraid of losing Ren, her big benefactor. You don't want the castrated one either? It won't cause any trouble for your territory. The middle-aged woman must have some connections. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known that some of the black slaves had been castrated. No, Ren shook his head. At that moment, the woman realized that she had touched upon the young nobleman's obvious aesthetic sense. He wasn't some lord who wanted to build a civilized society. He simply disliked it. Then, can you accept an orc? At that moment, Ren looked at her with suspicion. Are you a slave trader? The middle-aged woman, clearly noticing her own eagerness to close the deal, waved her hand in denial. Your Excellency, I'm just a small-town woman. How could I possibly do this kind of business? If I were a slave trader, would I be haggling with you on the street? Oh, I do know a slave trader who offers referral commissions, you know? Yes, I know. Seeing the other party's honesty, Ryan nodded and slowly said, I don't mind how much commission you earn, and I respect every industry. What part-time jobs you have is your business. But I expect that during the time I employ you, you will act in my best interests, and I will not treat you unfairly. I know, you can rest assured. The middle-aged woman could naturally distinguish between the kings and the slave traders, and whether they served the nobles or the slave traders. How could she not know? What if the young master in front of you happens to like older women? What if he wants you to work for him? That would be such a wonderful thing. Chapter 74. Just tell me what you want to see. With the middle-aged woman leading the way, the two soon arrived at a slave market. The place was filled with all sorts of smells, which only made people feel nauseous. Of course, there is also a high-end market for slaves. These usually have a store where the slaves are washed very clean and can be chosen like pets. A bald slave trader stepped forward in the market to greet the two. When he saw the middle-aged woman arrive with a richly dressed young nobleman, his eyes lit up. Your Excellency, the bald slave trader bowed in greeting. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Baruch, and I await your orders. Seeing the gleam in the bald slave trader's eyes as he bowed, the middle-aged woman quickly reminded him. Baruch, this baron must not be slighted. She subtly reminded Barat to abandon his idea of overcharging customers. Of course, I understand, Your Excellency Baron. What do you need? Baruch's expression became even more serious upon hearing that this was a baron. Rain took out a tulip pinned to his chest, held it to his nose and sniffed it, blocking out the surrounding stench. 30 slave soldiers, Rain said calmly, inhaling the fragrance of the flowers. Deliver them to tulip territory before nightfall. Can you do that? Of course. Baruch nodded quickly. We have orcs here with superhuman strength, and black barbarians who would risk their lives for you for a bite to eat. Rain knew he wouldn't get anything good from him. This place bordered the Orsa Empire, but the Orsa people were clearly not to be trifled with and wouldn't allow these slave traders to enter the country to capture slaves. They didn't dare to capture the Tyrians either. As for those criminals who had been reduced to slavery, they were not suitable to be warriors, but only to be used as laborers. Let's have 30 orcs. Ren pointed to the middle-aged woman beside him. You can negotiate the price with her. I have only one requirement. No 6 slaves allowed. Of course. I absolutely wouldn't dare. Oh, right. Give me 5 more who can read. Men or women are fine. Ryan took out a money pouch from his pocket. I know you don't have any here. You can ask someone in the industry how much deposit is needed. Baruch knew that Ryan's decision to have him negotiate the price with the middle-aged woman was tantamount to not negotiating at all. After all, the two knew each other quite well, so he planned to negotiate the price directly with Ren. Baruch rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile revealing a set of gold teeth. Well, according to the lowest market price, an orc soldier costs 5 gold coins, you know? This includes training costs. Literate slaves are even more high in talents. I can get you the lowest price from my peers, which is about 40 to 50 gold coins each. The transaction price is approximately 375 gold coins. You only need to pay a deposit of 50 gold coins. Baruch became increasingly dizzy as he spoke. He hadn't actually extorted any money from Ren, but the huge order that had landed on his head still left him somewhat disoriented. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. By the way, Your Excellency, my godfather is Mr. Manda, the biggest slave trader in Stoneraven Town. Baruch excitedly recommended to Ren. If you need, he also has many beautiful female slaves. No need, Ren shook his head. This money was given to him by Gloria. How could he possibly use it for enjoyment? Baruch was still unwilling to give up after hearing this. Sales, if you catch a big client, how can you not sell to them to the death? A slave trader like him, having done countless deals, naturally knows when customers are most likely to make a purchase. That's when he finished buying things. After completing a transaction, the two have established initial trust. The next step is to continue to explore his needs. Experience told him that at this moment, it was unlikely that Ryan would hide his needs from him, because Ryan was in a state of mind that wanted to solve his needs and was already spending money. Only a fool would honestly wait for Ren to come and buy more goods next time. Your Excellency, please come this way. If I let you miss out on so many good deals today, it would be the biggest failure of my life. Please give me a chance. I only want to solve my clients' problems. This has been my first principle since I entered the slave trade. My godfather's place isn't a slave exchange, but a talent resource center. That's the kind of place a noble like you should go. Even if you don't end up liking her, it doesn't matter. We've prepared many beautiful foreign female slaves for you to experience for free. Baruch decided to take the initiative, stepping aside to lead the way without even asking Ren if he wanted to go or if Ren was available. This somewhat forceful sales approach might seem presumptuous in the context of civilized business etiquette, but Ren didn't mind. What he meant was, I'm going to make money off you, but I promise to show you the real quality products. Lead the way, Ren said calmly, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. He knew what Baruch wanted to do because middle-aged women are short-sighted. They might know more or less how much a cheap slave usually costs. But what about the high-class slaves? How would an ordinary woman know these things? The three left the noisy and chaotic open-air market area and arrived at a relatively bustling street in Stoneraven Town. They stopped in front of an elegant 3-story building. The foyer is spacious and bright, with dark-textured solid wood flooring that is so shiny it reflects light. Multi-armed crystal chandelier with an elegant design hangs high from the ceiling. The middle-aged woman barely dared to breathe, feeling somewhat lost on the smooth floor, her eyes wide open. Ren and his companions didn't see Baruch's so-called godfather, Mr. Manda, because a nobleman came downstairs. There was still a lipstick mark on his neck, clearly indicating that he had just finished having fun and was about to leave. Baruch was more submissive than a dog when he saw this nobleman, and quickly bowed to him, saying, Lord Vesper. The middle-aged nobleman nodded slightly, casually spitting on his leather shoes. Baruch quickly knelt down and wiped it clean for him with his sleeve. When he saw Ren, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Baron Tulip, Lord Ren Verlet? That the tulips around Stoneraven Town had a new lord, and even knew who this person was. The youngest son of Victor, the Lord of the Azure, in the southern province. This title is enough to scare people to death. Although the governor is nominally the most powerful person in the southern province, the provincial capital is not the territory of any one person, but a city belonging to the empire. However, Azure Harbor is Victor's territory. That's right. Ren nodded slightly. And you are? Baron Vesper gently wiped away the glaring lipstick mark with his gloved hand, his smile becoming enigmatic. Vesper, a neighbor of Stoneraven Town, lives in Grey Dove Castle to the east, the middle-aged nobleman said, taking off his white gloves and extending his hand as he approached Ren. Our two families live very close to each other. Ryan extended his hand and shook hands with the other person, saying, That's quite a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Vesper pointed his finger and circled the entire hall. It's just a small business. If you see anything you like, just tell me. Chapter 75 Aristocratic Chat. Rain never expected that the first nobleman he would encounter in the western province would be a slave trader. Of course, He clearly only saw this place as a place for leisure and didn't take it particularly seriously. As for his polite words, just take them with a grain of salt. There's no such rule among nobles. Nothing is given away for free. Of course, if Phil and Selena gave Rain something for free, that probably doesn't count. Come on, let's go upstairs and sit for a while, Vesper said enthusiastically, showing an attitude of wanting to be the best host. Let's take a look. Rin nodded emphatically. No nobleman would refuse social interaction. If there's really something else going on, I'll politely decline. But what Rin lacks now is connections, and Vesper clearly wants to get in touch with Rin and find a way to climb up to the Willett family. Upon arriving at the office, the two sat on the sofa. Vesper picked up 2 cigars, cut off the caps, and handed one to Ryan. Several scantily clad, voluptuous female slaves nearby immediately lit matches for the 2 men and set them on fire. Female slaves began preparing red wine and gourmet food. It's very comfortable. I come here to relax. Vesper exhaled a puff of smoke. But actually I rarely come here. I usually leave it to an old dog to manage. Just tell him what you need. Elves, Orsa, or Tyrell, or other races, or whatever race you want. We have them all. Oh, by the way, you come from the Willett family. You must have seen too much, so you probably wouldn't even look down on these things. Rain took a puff of his cigar, ignoring his probing question. You still have Tyrells here? Of course. The warden of Stone Raven Town is my cousin, Ha. In one sentence, one of the dark secrets of this industry was exposed. I do need some literate slaves, Ren said, taking a puff of his cigar before stubbing it out. You have no idea, Lord Vesper, when I first arrived at Tulip Castle, I was thinking, my God, old man, what the hell have I come to? Ha ha, Vesper chuckled. You're very funny, Ryan. May I call you that? Certainly. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, Vesper pulled a female slave into his arms, while glancing at the other female slaves in the office. Immediately, 2 beautiful and voluptuous female slaves sat down beside Ren to serve him. The former lord of Tulip territory was inflexible, and a woman who was ennobled for her battlefield exploits knew nothing. Vesper laughed unrestrainedly. She couldn't even learn the rules of the nobility, so she was isolated. Rain let the female slave massage him. So she died, ugh. Sell me some slaves, preferably literate and pretty. Sell. Vesper shook his head. We're friends, Ryan. This is a test that anticipates a long-term exchange of benefits. We only talk about money when we're friends, Ryan said with a smile. Vesper shook his head. But I don't lack money, I lack friends. I'll take you to see it later. I recently got some good stuff that I haven't even touched myself. What good stuff? A blind nun. Ren never expected this person to be so audacious as to dare to arrest even members of the church. From the moment he walked in, Vesper had already revealed 2 secrets to him. One method he used was through the warden to get prisoners out of jail and sell them as slaves. Another thing is that he even dared to kidnap and sell nuns. This is his honesty. If Ryan refuses this honesty, the 2 will become strangers. In the future, if Ryan suffers any misfortune or illness, Vesper will take the opportunity to kick him while he's down because Ryan didn't give him face. The interactions among nobles were often accompanied by unfathomable probing and silent contests. Okay, I don't think I can refuse this offer, but I have a question. There shouldn't be a church in Stone Raven Town, right? No, and even if there were, it wouldn't matter. It's the Tyrese territory, and the Tyrese call the shots. That old god. Who even knows him? Rain picked up the wine glass on the table and swirled it. You're right. Hiss. Very good. Your slave's here. When Vesper heard Ryan's satisfied reply, he knew that the other party wanted to hear about his needs, so he said tactfully, to be honest, these are all small businesses, but as you know, many nobles in the West need these, and I would like to expand the scale. But you know, nobles always like new things. If I could get a merchant ship right now, I could offer everyone even more new ideas. You want to buy a merchant ship? Ryan put down his wine glass, his tone somewhat slow. Vesper nodded. If he could get in touch with Carl, the president of the Azure Merchant Guild and Rain's second brother, this matter would be much easier. But who is Carl? Even if he doesn't have a title, as long as the Willett family continues to exist, and as long as he remains the president of the Azure Merchant Guild, a rural baron from a western province wouldn't even have the right to meet him. As for the relationship between the brothers and the Willett family, he didn't know. After all, no noble family would let outsiders know that their brothers were not on good terms. Any information about aristocratic and wealthy families that is not convenient to disclose is valuable and cannot be known by everyone on the street. So even if Vesper had considered that Ryan and Carl didn't get along, so what? No matter how bad the relationship is between brothers, as long as their father is still alive, they can sit down and discuss things, because the position of heir is full of variables. That's the nature of nobility. I'll give it a try, but I might not be able to convince him. After all, that guy has a big appetite, so he's fat. Ren chuckled. Haha, being a little chubby is good. It brings good fortune and helps your business grow bigger. Vesper laughed even more heartily, raised his wine glass, and clinked it with Ryan's. But this is only the first step. It is unreasonable to expect Ryan to cooperate obediently by revealing 1 or 2 secrets. Vesper simply wanted to demonstrate his value, to show that he could persuade Ryan and Carl to negotiate. Well then, my friend. Vesper put down his glass, leaned forward slightly, his smile unchanged, but his eyes held a more pragmatic shrewdness, besides that special nun and the literate people you mentioned before. Tulip territory is probably lacking a lot, such as soldiers, craftsmen, or do you have some initial ideas for the development of the territory and need some special materials or channels? He wouldn't ask why the family hadn't provided these things for Ren. It was pointless. No one can figure out how each noble family head treats their own offspring. Perhaps the father and son are currently having a conflict. But if Ren just lowers his head and admits his mistake, Victor might immediately give him strong support for Ren's development in the western provinces. I want that bald Baruch. He looks like a talent, Ryan said, tapping the table. Chapter 76. The blind nun was a beautiful woman. Baruch? No problem. He'll follow you from now on. Vesper agreed immediately upon hearing Ryan's request. As for offering these things to curry favor with Ren, it's actually not much to him. However, Ren did not immediately agree to make the deal happen. Before long, Vesper brought Ryan to the rooftop. It's more like a meticulously arranged exhibition hall, spacious, bright, and even with a touch of eerie beauty. Sunlight streamed through the huge skylight, illuminating rows of crystal-clear glass display cases. The shop windows are covered with soft carpets or cushions, and the figures sitting or standing are as quiet as dolls. They wore well-tailored, high-quality clothing in various styles, some resembling court dresses, others exuding exotic charm. Rain, my friend, this is where you really make big money, Vesper said, a cigar dangling from his lips, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Of course, this place is just for everyone to relax. Vesper led Ryan to a table, where a waiter immediately presented them with a menu. Open the menu with gold trim, it's full of names. Rain glanced at the details, and then stopped paying attention. Let's skip the meal and talk about the nun's situation. Vesper chuckled softly. I knew you were in a hurry, and couldn't even refuse. Ren remained silent for a moment, offering no reply. It was clear that in Vesper's eyes, this nun was nothing more than a plaything on the verge of being completed. But in Ren's eyes, even if a nun is blind, she knows herbs, knows how to heal, and has influence. Having a lord recognized by the church is definitely a special thing in the eyes of the people. Although the church has little influence in the Tyre Empire, the conferment of titles on noble lords has nothing to do with the church or weddings. The church can officiate at weddings and funerals for ordinary people, but it's not a big deal if they don't. In short, it will be difficult for the church to make money in the Tyro Empire. But what is the church? In the eyes of some religious civilians, it is the ultimate interpreter of morality and order. Whether this nun was bought or abducted is unimportant, as long as it doesn't get discovered. But for the time being, God's gaze will not fall upon his remote and impoverished region. Rain needs her to constantly promote herself in front of ordinary people, which is equivalent to hiring a big influencer to post articles praising herself every day and packaging her image. Coming to his senses, Vesper saw Ryan's silence and knew it wasn't appropriate to continue teasing him. So he put down the menu, clapped his hands, and several maids began to walk around. Vesper's tone carried a hint of regret. I was going to invite you to have some afternoon tea. I'm sorry, I have a lot of things to do. You should know that I'm in a really bad situation right now. I'm worried that the damned bastards will rebel if I'm away from that hellhole for even a little while. Vesper shrugged, seemingly unconvinced by Ryan's excuse. Before long, several maids brought a plump, mature woman to the two of them. A pure black, ankle-length monk's robe covered his entire body, with a stand-up collar fastened to his chin. The robe was tailored to fit perfectly, and his eyes were covered with plain white linen. At the hem of the Taoist robe were a pair of beautiful legs, tucked tightly into thin white silk stockings, which were slightly constricting. A simple silver cross hung in front of her chest, almost motionless with her subtle breathing. Her long silver hair was covered by a nun's veil adorned with a cross pattern. As she stood before the two, she spoke softly, What you have bound is merely a body. What you have truly imprisoned is your own soul. Her posture remained unchanged, and her expression was impossible to discern from beneath the plain white linen covering her eyes. But her mature and beautiful face had already caught Ren's attention. Vesper was taken aback for a moment, then let out a short chuckle. He pointed at the blind nun with the finger holding the cigar. He's really suitable for you. Ren nodded. He needed someone to spread rumors and sow discord within his territory. He took out paper and pen and wrote a letter of recommendation for Vesper. Whether Carl would do Ren a favor after reading the letter was not Ren's concern. In the afternoon, Rain took the nun and rode in a carriage back to Tulip territory. Slaves with a slave mark on their face usually dared not run away, otherwise they would be captured by slave traders. If the master did not want to pay money to redeem them, they would be sold a second time. The blind nun's face couldn't be marked with a slave mark, as that would cause trouble for Ren. However, she still wore a magic-suppressing collar around her neck, which could be used to control her at any time. I wish to speak with you, the blind nun said before Ren could even open his mouth in the carriage. I can be a slave, but if one day you find salvation from me, please let me leave. Ren was slightly surprised. You don't mind being a slave? The blind nun's plain face, though covered by her eyes, remained expressionless. The long road of life is predetermined. Just like between you and me, we are destined to have this experience in our lives. What's your name? Ren was somewhat impressed by her attitude. This person didn't ask Ren to take her back to the church, which saved him a lot of trouble. This is both a religious fatalism and a highly sophisticated psychological defense. Accept the worst-case scenario, thereby maintaining a certain detachment in spirit. Zennies, the beautiful nun said calmly. I come from the Church of Light of the Orsa Empire. Then why were you captured by the slave traders of Tyre? My ordeal stemmed from the Orsa people, and had nothing to do with the Tyrells, Zenny said with a hint of sorrow. Perhaps it was fate's arrangement, that God allowed me to witness another form of suffering in a godless land, and finally, to bring light back to this land. Speak like a human being. What I mean is, some of the followers of the Orsa Empire have betrayed the God of Light. Ryan clenched his fist. Could you say something I can understand? Before answering your question, I'd like to ask you first, do you believe in the existence of God? Rain could no longer restrain himself. He pulled the blindfolded beauty into his arms and kissed her. Now, I am your God. Zennies froze instantly in his arms. She neither struggled nor reciprocated, but simply accepted Ryan's passionate kiss. A long time. Zennies slowly raised her hand and, with her fingertips clad in white silk gloves, very slowly wiped her lips. You are just proving that fear and violence are still the languages you are most familiar with, and this is precisely one of the problems that makes this land atheistic. She did not cry out, nor did she rebuke his blasphemy. Rain squinted and ripped off the blindfold covering her eyes. Then came a pair of beautiful eyes, clear and bright, with a white cross in the black pupils. Chapter 77. This person cannot be conquered by looks. Aren't you blind? Ren looked at those vacant eyes and suspected that the woman was deliberately pretending to be a ghost. Sometimes, striving to be the best version of yourself means embracing the light while keeping a sliver of darkness to remind yourself. Zennies' dim eyes proved that she was indeed blind. This is terrible. This is awful. In other words, Ryan couldn't win her over with his looks. The reason why Ryan is a heartbreaker for rich ladies is because of his aristocratic status, his youthful and handsome appearance, and a bit of musical talent, among other strengths. Now, one of his strongest killing moves has been rendered ineffective by his opponent. Speak like a human being. Ryan continued kissing her. As he kissed the beautiful, mature blind nun again, the cool and lingering scent of sandalwood became even clearer, lingering around his nose. Zennies neither showed obvious resistance, nor did she comply. In short, they didn't give Ren any reaction at all. Lip separation. God will. When Zenny spoke again, Ryan, defiant as ever, kissed her once more, and this time, he went even further. I miss you so much. Wait a minute, I'll explain. Faced with such a threat, Zennies was no longer indifferent. She gasped in Rain's arms. I betrayed the church. No, they betrayed the church. In the next few minutes, Zennies explained her background. She was a nun in the Orsa Empire, serving the light, studying herbs and scriptures, and caring for the poor and sick in the city. But when she truly understood the church's operating model, she realized that it was all a lie. No matter who it is, as long as they can pay the money, the church bishop will pat their head and mutter, God loves the world, God forgives you. No matter what sins he has committed, as long as the gold coins clink in the offering box and the smoke in front of the altar is thick enough. So she said to all of this, no. Then he was sold to the Tyro Empire. Rain believed that there was a mix of truth and falsehood in the story, because her eyes were very distinctive and clearly indicated that she was not a lower-ranking nun from the church. These eyes are different from ordinary people's. People with these peculiar eyes usually possess bloodline abilities. By the time we returned to Tulip territory, dusk was approaching. Baruch also brought the slaves to the territory, and Ren paid him the price that had been agreed upon. Afterwards, Ren first sent Hea back to the main castle with Zennies, while he stayed behind to observe the 30 orc slave soldiers that Baruch had brought. These soldiers were all burly and had animal ears. Rain pulled out a dagger inlaid with a sea blue gemstone and casually slit the neck of an orc soldier. I noticed there was no fear in their eyes. These are excellent soldiers. Ren nodded to Baruch. I am very satisfied. It is their honor to receive your affirmation. Baruch dared not be arrogant. When he arrived in Tulip territory, his godfather had told him that he would follow the Baron in the future. Rain summoned Barton and first distributed 20 suits of armor and 50 spears. These orc soldiers are now yours, and the armor is for your brothers to wear. Upon hearing this, Patton, the militia captain, felt as if his soul was floating. He can lead 50 soldiers, and nearly half of them will be wearing armor. Yes, my lord. Patton will certainly lead our militia well. Barton looked up at the disdainful looks the orc soldiers gave him and knew he had work to do. He didn't need to subdue these lowly orcs one by one. He only needed to have his brothers put on armor, and the orcs would behave. This is Baruch. He will be our merchant officer from now on, in charge of commercial management in the territory, Ren said, patting the bald Baruch on the shoulder as he introduced him to Barton. Baruch never expected that he would take off so quickly after arriving in Tulip territory. This is opportunity. But Ryan had actually been observing him for a long time. He was a shrewd businessman and had almost no sense of dignity. Even if Vesper spat on his own shoes, he would still grin and kneel down to wipe them clean with his sleeve. Your Excellency, Baruch. Baruch, what have I done to deserve this? His voice choked with emotion, and his knees buckled as he tried to kneel down. All right, Ren said calmly. I brought you here so that you would use your brains and connections to revitalize the economy of our territory. To be honest, I'm planning to grow more grain to sell. Upon hearing this, Baruch quickly tried to dissuade him. Lord, you mustn't. Growing grain is fine. We can keep it for ourselves, but we can't sell it. Why is that? Ren asked, puzzled. Food is hard currency. These past few days, grain merchants in Shia Town have been showing signs of lowering prices. Selling grain now means losing money. Why the price reduction? Ryan couldn't understand at all who was manipulating grain prices. Baruch wore a mysterious expression and winked. It all started with a seed shop in Stoneraven Town. The bald man began to vividly describe a story to Ryan. The more Ryan listened, the more exasperated he became. Back then, the seed shop owner, Old Kyle, didn't change the price back after Ryan got away with it for nothing. Instead, he tolerated it. When other colleagues asked, Old Kyle would start making up a story in a serious tone, using the name of Ren to tell his colleagues that a baron had recently come down to secretly investigate grain prices. He spoke with great conviction, and even used this information to swindle a few silver coins from Baruch. Baruch, smugly presenting this insider information, which he had bought for a few silver coins, to Ren. This made Ren sigh. There's always someone better. My lord, Old Kyle told me that this time it's the Sterling family who came down to investigate, and this person is Miss Christie's husband. The Sterling family is a powerful and influential family active in the provincial capital. We absolutely cannot provoke them now. The seed shop owner didn't care whether the news was fake or not. As long as things went wrong, he could just blame everything on Ren. Anyway, everyone saw it that day. A nobleman did indeed walk into his seed shop. This matter can be considered either a big deal or a small deal. If the Sterling family finds out that Ryan is using their name to swindle and deceive people, Ryan will lose face in aristocratic circles. No, is this really that credible? Ren's face darkened. He really didn't expect that the seed shop owner to be so audacious and act so strangely. Of course, in the western provinces, who would dare joke about the Sterling family's name? Baruch nodded solemnly. Now all the grain merchants with connections in Stoneraven Town know about it, and are quietly releasing their stock, which is why grain prices are falling. My lord, we absolutely cannot risk our lives on the execution platform. Selling large quantities of grain at this time would be blatantly telling people that we have stockpiles, and we might even be involved in hoarding. At this moment, Baruch felt incredibly important to Ren, like a capable minister and wise general. Chapter 78: Zeniz's Strange Ambition. Ren's face darkened as he listened to Baruch's suggestion. Baruch clearly noticed that Ren's expression was rather unpleasant, which puzzled him somewhat. Logically speaking, after he offered such advice, shouldn't Ryan have looked enlightened, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "My career can't do without you? Plant first, we'll talk about it later," Ren said listlessly, then took out farming tools from his secret manual and gave them to Baruch. "These are yours. Anyone who wants farm tools must exchange them for grain, and they are only for rent, not for sale." As Baruch solemnly accepted his orders, Ren noticed a dark cloud gathering within the secret dimension. This is unusual, since the spirit pets aren't inside. How could the secret realm have changed? Unable to figure it out, Ryan could only put it aside for the time being. He then began to designate 100 acres of wasteland and asked Barton to inform the villagers that they would be planting potatoes next. And just like before, whoever cultivates the wasteland gets 70% of the grain produced, while 30% goes to Ren. Upon hearing this ratio, Baruch wanted to stop Ren again, but ultimately restrained himself. How could it be Ren 3? Shouldn't it be Ren 7? After all, the land belongs to Ren. But since Ren had his own ideas, it wasn't appropriate for him, being a newcomer, to say anything. When the villagers saw that the soil beneath the rye field had turned white, they knew that the 100 acres of land were now ruined. But since the Lord has methods to promote growth, he should also have ways to restore the fertility of the land, right? Rain returned to Tulip Castle alone, going directly to his study and immersing himself in the secret space. In just a short while, the dark cloud inside the secret realm was already flashing with lightning, as if it were gestating some ominous creature. Unable to figure it out, Ren could only write a letter and send it to the academy to ask Selena, Phil, and Dean Vanessa. Rain felt he needed to buy a communication ring, so he could stay in touch with his beautiful women. But this thing isn't cheap, so he had to put the plan on hold for now. Upon entering the living room, Ren found the blind nun kneeling devoutly beside the little angel Leona, seemingly praying softly. Leona tilted her head, sucking her little finger, her pure and innocent eyes curiously watching the blindfolded, sorrowful stranger. "What's going on?" Ren asked, glancing at he in the living room. The beautiful woman swayed her voluptuous figure as she approached Ren, whispering in his ear, "Young master, she's praying. Pray to my spirit pet." Ren felt a little confused, yet it also seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, Leona is a seraph, possessing the energy of order and light, and is also a spirit pet in angel form. Although Zenith is blind, she can still sense Leona's presence. "Lord, protect this wandering starlight. May it not lose its inner purity and joy even within the confines of a contract." Zenith clasped her hands together and muttered something. Leona, the little cutie, would nod seriously from time to time. MMM. The way she nodded and hummed made Ren feel that it clashed somewhat with Zenith's seriousness. "Zenith, Ren," and he quietly approached the blind nun and interrupted her. The nun's body trembled slightly, and the prayer abruptly stopped. She turned towards Rain, her face veiled, revealing no expression. "Your Excellency, you have received the recognition and protection of the light. The sinner Zenith is willing to serve you wholeheartedly, asking only for 1 hour each day for time to pray to her." Before Ren could even agree, Leona had already taken it upon herself to agree. "Daddy? Mommy?" Realizing that it was inappropriate for her to make the decision on behalf of Ren without his consent, the little cutie looked up at Ren. "No, you can't call me that." Zenith's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. "You are the embodiment of purity. You are a child of heaven." MMM. Leona nodded seriously. Just as Zenith felt relieved, she looked up at Rain and asked in a childish voice, "Daddy? Mommy?" Zenith was thrown off balance by Leona's actions. Her voluptuous figure kneeling before Leona became somewhat unsteady. Hea covered her mouth and chuckled, then quickly realized it was inappropriate and restrained herself. She quickly carried Leona away, which made Zenith extremely envious. Leona calling Rain dad is acceptable to Zenith. After all, many contract masters' spirit pets are like that. But call her ya mom. No way. Even if you're going to call someone, you should call me mom. Suddenly, the blindfolded beauty's ambition surfaced. But for now, she must hide this ambition and wait until Ryan approves of her, before making her move. "Tomorrow I hope you can preach in the territory, spread my virtues, or teach some children to identify herbs." All Rain felt was that this blindfolded, beautiful woman dressed in a nun's robe and white silk, wearing a cross necklace, exuded a forbidden beauty. Imagine having her read the Bible while just thinking about it is exciting. Zinnies nodded calmly. Now that you have gained the recognition of the light, you should proclaim yourself to the world. After dealing with the nun, Ren returned to his bedroom. Several spirit pets surrounded Heya as the beautiful woman studied their recipes by candlelight. Young master, are you going to bed? The beautiful woman came up and prepared to help Ren undress. The secret space with the 4 spirit pets. I'll come back to sleep with you later. Hearing Ryan speak so bluntly, Heya's cheeks flushed slightly. A flash of silver light appeared, and Rain put the 4 spirit pets into the secret book space, and then he also entered the secret book space. Rain pointed to the thundercloud in the sky. Does any of you know what's going on? I didn't do it. Tilope, that little nobody, spoke first. It must have been Vivian. Eek! The mermaid who was called out was stunned, and then looked at Rain with innocent eyes. She felt that Tilope was bullying her because she couldn't speak. Seeing that Vivian was on the verge of tears, Ryan quickly comforted her. You're a good girl. Daddy believes you won't do that. Wah! Vivian nodded emphatically as Ryan patted her head, wiping away her tears. If you didn't do any of this, then where did this cloud come from? Ren asked, somewhat puzzled. Daddy? Mommy. Leona flew through the air and pointed to the purple lotus mark on her forehead at Rain. You can contact the dean through this mark? Ren asked excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Leona nodded, and then the purple lotus on her forehead shone brightly, and she began to call for help for Rain. Chapter 79 Secret Cataclysm, The Sun-Eating Dog. Before long, streaks of purple starlight began to condense within the secret space of Ren, and then transformed into the beautiful figure of Dean Vanessa. Rain looked at her in disbelief. Dean, how could you enter my secret manual without my permission? Vanessa chuckled softly and patted Leona's hair. Each tome is originally a fragment of rules. As long as you master spatial magic and have a beacon, you can teleport to other people's tome spaces. Therefore, many wielders of secret manuals rarely pile up treasures in their secret manual space. Rain never expected that the secret manual could be stolen. But don't worry, this kind of spatial teleportation channel is fixed. You'll go back the same way you came. It won't happen that an assassin pops out of your own secret manual while you're sleeping. Hearing this, Ren felt relieved. If he were sleeping with he and an enemy suddenly jumped out of the tome, would he choose to fight or continue? Mommy. Leona was overjoyed to see Vanessa and kept snuggling into her arms. The melancholic beauty seemed to have no choice but to accept this clingy little fellow. She looked up at the thundercloud in the secret manual's space. This is bad. This secret manual's calamity might be extraordinary. The secret codex of calamity? What's that? Ren asked, somewhat puzzled. No one had told him about it before. Mystic Cataclysm. Vanessa gently placed Leona, who was snuggling in her arms, onto a floating cloud-like elemental mass, and turned to look at Rain. Every holder of a secret manual is blessed by the heavens, but also bears risks. This is a rule and an order. When the holder of the secret manual is unable to bear these risks, life will perish, and the secret manual will return to the origin of the world, waiting for the next lucky one. After Vanessa's explanation, Rain understood that the secret codex sometimes encounters monster disasters, and if you can't withstand them, you die. It's almost here. Vanessa's expression turned grave as she looked at the beast's leg that had appeared in the thunderclouds. It's actually a gold-ranked sun-eating hound. It seems your spirit pets have great potential. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to trigger a gold calamity at the silver stage. Can this be taken as a spirit pet? Ren thought to himself. It's only at the gold rank. Couldn't this beautiful Dean beside me just wipe it out with a flick of her finger? No, it is formed by the rules, Ren. It is very interested in your Seraphim and Tulip Fairy. I can't stay here any longer. What? Ryan was surprised to hear that the beautiful woman was leaving, which meant she couldn't live off him anymore. If I intervene, it will be further strengthened by the rules, and may even rise to a platinum-level secret calamity, Vanessa said seriously. But it only has the strength of a gold level 1 star. So I suppose you can handle it yourself. What are the rewards for winning? Gains. Vanessa was slightly taken aback by Ryan's pragmatic question, then chuckled, a rare hint of mischief appearing on her melancholy face. Of course there are, and they are crucial to you. She pointed to the frozen, sun-eating hound, and then to the thunderclouds around it that had not yet completely dissipated. First of all, most directly, if you can defeat this sun-eating hound head-on within the secret codex space using your own strength, then the remnants of the rules that make up its body will gradually disintegrate and dissipate. These broken rules are excellent nourishment for the secret space itself, Vanessa explained in detail. Anyway, good luck. Can we not fight? No. If you leave it alone, it will destroy the secret dimension until your secret dimension is damaged and disappears. As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful woman vanished into thin air, leaving only the fragrance of lotus flowers emanating from her. Woof woof. As soon as Vanessa left, the black dog in the sky became more assertive. Although it was a dog, it was about the size of a cow, its body radiating black lightning, and its eyes, burning with pale flames, were fixed on Leona and Tilope. Leona sucked on her fingers, seemingly not scared at all. Tilope quickly released Golden Guardian, and golden light began to emanate from everyone. Ren looked somewhat serious. How could this dog have so many attributes? Based on its appearance, it has at least 3 attributes. Darkness, lightning, fire. Both are highly aggressive attributes. It roared and descended from the sky, landing on the ground. The flowers and plants at the feet of the sun-eating dog withered instantly. Sherry opened her mouth, revealing her sharp teeth, and began to exhale. Cats and dogs can't get along. Rain could only watch as these spirit pets started fighting. He was still missing a spirit pet that could possess him. If he had one, he could join them in the battle. Tilope, activate Flower Edict and Absolute Parasite to absorb energy and finally form empowering petals for Leona. Rain began issuing commands, and he also hastily devised a fusion attack to test it out. As soon as Rain finished speaking, Tilope, that little devil, started babbling incantations. Silly daddy, don't say so much all at once. Tilope flew in the sky, her voice slightly anxious. You've said too much. It's made Tilope's brain all fuzzy. Her brain is completely filled. She can't think straight at all. Rain ignored the brat's foul language, but getting her to activate 3 skills at once, and to combine them, was indeed not easy. This is also the first time trying. Tilope's guidance, the surrounding flowers, plants and trees began to grow rapidly. Countless vines and roots broke through the soil, but were eventually drained of their energy by the golden pollen falling from the sky and withered quickly. The pollen returned to Tilope and began to condense into a petal. The sun-eating dog couldn't stand by and watch them prepare their ultimate attack. Then it opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, and spewed out balls of black fire. Leona unleashed the light and fire armor, and the light and fire elements in the space rapidly condensed, eventually forming a magical armor nearly 2 meters high that covered her body. The orange-colored magical angel blocked the black flames, but it too began to be slowly eroded. In that instant, Tilope had already delivered the energy-infused petals to Leona. The little angel ate it in one bite, and its whole body radiated golden light, overflowing with magic. Upon seeing this, Rain immediately ordered, Leona, activate power manipulation, modify light and fire armament, so that it can be applied to everyone through Golden Guardian. The little angel nodded, and then, the space was composed of countless inexplicable runes. Finally, it turned into a piece of text that no one could understand. But Ren understood the implication. If the energy allows, the modification is valid. Chapter 80 Hurya's Dream. The moment the modification was established, the group shared their weapons, and like Leona, they all activated Susanoo. Moreover, this time it was no longer just 2 meters tall, but nearly 3 meters tall, a magically powered weapon that protected Rain like a god. Because of the fusion of the light and fire armor and the Golden Guardian, the overall appearance is golden, and the shape is still that of an angel, except that orange flame patterns flow on the golden armor. The sun-eating dog was immediately on high alert, bending down and barking fiercely at the group. It then charged directly at Rain. This beast already knew that Rain was essentially the command center for several spirit pets. In terms of both size and imposing presence, it charged forward like a wild bull. Its entire body crackling with black lightning made it appear even more eerie. Rain immediately controlled his armed energy body and punched the sun-eating dog. Bang! The beast was sent flying several meters away, but the fist formed by the energy body was bitten open, and black flames, like maggots clinging to the bone, rapidly spread and eroded along the energy connection. What alarmed him even more was that, through the broken energy gap, he glimpsed a cunning and greed flashing in the Sunhound's pale, flame-like eyes. Was its seemingly reckless charge just now intended to obtain an energy sample, or To deliberately allow this corrosive power to come into contact with the fused light and fire weaponry? Rain instantly realized that this beast was more cunning than he had imagined. Surely, get her. The heterochromatic, eyed white cat Sherry understood perfectly. In the gap between the moment the sun-eating dog was knocked into the air, she used her agile body to run wildly on all fours and continue Rain's combo in midair. Controlling its own fire and light weapon, it slammed a punch down, striking the sun-eating dog directly on the back. Snap! A sickening cracking sound of bone breaking was accompanied by the piercing scream of the sun-eating dog. The violent force not only slammed it violently from the air to the ground, but also clearly broke its spine. The dark purple fur dinted in a large area, and the black lightning momentarily dissipated. The dog that ate the sun crashed to the ground like a lump of mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to stand up, but its hind legs were clearly not obeying its commands, and it could only frantically paw at the ground with its front paws. The beast let out a painful and angry whimper, its pale, flame-like eyes fixed on the fallen Shirley, filled with venomous resentment. Cats and dogs can't play together. A perfect opportunity. Ren began giving orders. Vivian, activate, Water Shadow Star Arrow, and Thunderstorm. Wah! The cute mermaid responded immediately upon hearing Rain's words. Then, in her hands, which were imbued with the power of an angelic weapon, lightning and water elements began to gather continuously, and finally, a nearly 3-meter-long, deep blue energy arrow, imbued with raging thunder and swirling currents, rapidly took shape in her massive, armed hand. The arrow is made entirely of highly compressed liquid lightning, with flowing arcs of electricity on its surface, while the tip is a rapidly spinning miniature mind vortex that emits a low and dangerous hum. The sun-eating dog's eyes were filled with fear, but now it not only had a broken spine, but was also paralyzed by the thunder and raindrops from the sky. Although it also has the lightning attribute, it does not mean that damage of the same attribute is ineffective. Swoosh boom. The deep blue lightning water arrow transformed into a stream of light that distorted space, and shot with perfect accuracy into the dent on the back of the sun-eating dog that Sherry had smashed into. There was no penetration and no explosion. The moment the arrow pierced the wound, the violent water mine energy it contained seemed to find an outlet, and it exploded with a roar. Visibly, a blinding blue-white electric light flashed from inside the massive body of the sun-eating dog. Its fur suddenly bulged outwards for a moment, then contracted violently. Countless tiny arcs of electricity and streams of water shot out from every pore of its body, even from its eyes, mouth, and ears. Finally, he collapsed and died. The sun-eating dog was also dumbfounded. When it came to one-on-one combat, none of them could match it. Rain's pet combat system is already very mature, and each one is not an ordinary pet. If there were another spirit pet to complement this dog, the victory wouldn't have been so easy. At this moment, the Rain Contract Codex began to glow with silver light in the air, and then absorbed the energy emitted by the Sunhound. Finally, the reward was given to this secret space and the 4 spirit pets. Tillapi, upgraded from Silver 4-star to Silver 5-star. Vivian, upgraded from Silver 1-star to Silver 2-star. Sherry, upgraded from Silver 3-star to Silver 4-star. Leona, upgraded from Silver 1-star to Silver 2-star. Sherry, the Frost Phantom Cat, learns a new skill, Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth. Sherry's shadow can merge with the shadow of an enemy, and then she can teleport to the side of the possessed shadow. This is equivalent to a movement skill, and it's unexpected. Rain exited the secret realm, carrying his 4 spirit pets back to his bedroom, his mind still replaying the exhilarating victory he had just suffered. It was already late at night. The beautiful woman, he, was already asleep. Ren took a deep breath and carefully walked towards her. The beautiful woman murmured something in her sleep. She dreamt of an Eastern poet, dressed in white, who stood before her reciting verses she couldn't understand. 2 dragons fought to determine who was superior. The warships at Redcliffe were swept away. What kind of poem is this? The beautiful woman had never heard of it before, but she could still hear the white-robed poet narrating it in detail. The raging fire illuminates the sky and the sea of clouds. Here Zhou Yu defeats Cao Cao. Heya was startled. The poem seemed to be related to a certain battle, the Battle of Red Cliffs. When the poet turned around, Heya's eyes were filled with disbelief. Young master, it's you? In the early morning, Rain sat at the dining table, being fed spoonful by Heya, the beautiful woman's eyes clearly showing some resentment. Ryan gave an awkward smile. What's wrong? Young master, really? Hea exuded a captivating mature fragrance as she gently fed Rain. From now on, you're not allowed to play such pranks again. The boy just coughed lightly and went to sleep. I didn't expect you to dislike it. Some people just don't like being teased. Hea couldn't comment on Rain's perverse sense of humor. What bothered her was that Rain always carried around those few spirit pets. After being carefully served by the beautiful woman, Ryan left the main castle after finishing his meal. With farm tools, the villagers were very enthusiastic about their work. All they knew was that the kind lord had invited a merchant to provide everyone with various farming tools. Although the fact that the tools were only for rent and not for sale made some people who really wanted to stay and farm feel uncomfortable, it was not a big deal. After planting this batch of potatoes, Ren plans to develop livestock farming. My lord, Barton was patrolling the fields when he saw Ren arrive, and he immediately ran to Ren's side to greet him. Chapter 81, is the town mayor a woman? Ren glanced at him casually and noticed that the orc soldiers he led had been beaten black and blue. This guy lacked martial ethics. After distributing armor to his 20 brothers, he first disciplined these ignorant orc slaves. He released bags of potato tubers from his secret space, then pointed at Barton. Distribute these out, and everyone can start planting tonight. With the help of farming tools, 100 acres of wasteland can be cultivated in no time. Yes, my lord, I'll take care of it right away. Barton immediately patted his breastplate, making a loud thumping sound. By the way, have Baruch come to see me, Rain said, and Barton nodded in agreement. And have him bring me those literate slaves as well. Before long, Baruch, the bald man, arrived in the field with several slaves. He grinned at Ren, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. My lord, I've brought them all. Baruch bowed and scraped before Ren, but when he turned away, the smile on his face had vanished, replaced by coldness. He snapped. What are you all standing there for? Kneel down before your master. The literate slaves he brought with him, both men and women, were dressed in clean but clearly coarse cloth, typical of slaves, and their faces showed unease and fear. Upon hearing the sound, they trembled and, almost reflexively, knelt down on the ridge of the field, which still smelled of freshly turned soil, with their foreheads touching the ground. Greetings to your master, Baron Ren Verlit of Tulip Territory. Baruch's voice continued, completely devoid of the obsequiousness he had shown when facing Ren. He was establishing his authority for Ren and demonstrating his professional competence in managing slaves. Rain's gaze swept calmly over the kneeling figures, taking in their subtle trembling and tense posture. These people will form the initial administrative and technical team for his future territory. He looked at Baruch and said in a flat tone, Get up. Kneeling is not a necessary courtesy here, especially for those who may need to use their brains to do things. Upon hearing this, the slaves hesitated, looked up, exchanged glances, and then looked at Baruch's cold face. This scene instantly darkened Ren's expression, and Baruch clearly realized something was wrong. These people are clearly Ren's slaves, so why do they have to defer to him for whatever he wants to do? This is truly devastating. These damn slaves. It seems those who can read are all wicked. Baruch broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He's now in a dilemma. Should he call them up or not? Didn't you hear me? Ren flicked his collar. I told you to get up. Finally, under the calm gaze of Ren, the group cautiously stood up, still keeping their heads down, not daring to look directly at each other. Ryan pointed to a middle-aged woman behind him. What's your name? The middle-aged woman pointed at by Ryan visibly stiffened, replying to, Master, this servant. This servant's name is Mary. Mary? A very nice name. Ryan's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Baruch said before that you are literate, can manage warehouses, and know how to keep accounts. Yes, master. Mary answered quickly, not daring to hesitate for a moment. In the previous master's household, I was in charge of inventorying the storeroom and keeping some daily necessities safe. Very good. From now on you will be my butler. Mary felt a sudden dizziness. Her ears were ringing, and she almost lost her balance. A butler. A baron's butler. This is not just a rise in status. It's a complete upheaval of identity. From a slave who could be sold or beaten at any time, to a core servant leader who manages the daily operation of a castle, the allocation of supplies, and may even have access to some of the master's secrets. The immense shock left her mind blank. Immense joy and even greater fear gripped her heart simultaneously. Baruch, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded. Ryan was not surprised by Mary's outburst. He calmly continued, Of course, you're a trial housekeeper, Mary. Your trial period is the time from when this potato is planted to when it's harvested. He pointed to the busy fields in the twilight. From now on, you need to find out how many households have been allocated this 100 acres of land to cultivate, how many acres of wasteland each household has reclaimed, how many seed potatoes they received, and how much area they have planted. I want you to personally verify and record this. Mary took a few deep breaths and pinched her palms hard. Master, Mary understands. Mary will do her best. Subsequently, Rain assigned different administrative tasks to the other literate slaves. A scribe or clerk in a territory, recording the daily events that occur within the territory. One person manages daily agricultural affairs and coordinates the allocation of labor. One of them is responsible for mediating civil disputes in the territory and occasionally teaches the children to read. In this way, Wren initially established an administrative agency, although this agency was very rudimentary and their workload was enormous. The group's status was instantly changed, although they remained Wren's slaves at his mercy. But Rain also promised them that if they did their jobs well, he could help them escape slavery. And so, with trepidation, they began to familiarize themselves with their work. After dealing with the slaves, Wren looked at Baruch and said, I'm not very familiar with the area around here. Could you tell me about it? Of course, Baruch gave a fawning smile. My lord, the area around Stone Raven Town is home to 3 territories, Tulip Territory, Grey Dove Territory, and Blackstone Territory, as well as several small villages. The Lord of Grey Dovehold is Baron Vesper, whom you met yesterday. Grey Dovehold is closest to Raven Town, located in a mountain valley about half a day's ride to the east. Lord Vesper, as you can see, he has a lot of influence in Raven Town, with a large business and many connections. Blackstone Territory, ruled by Baron Will Blackstone, whose castle is built on the gentle slope of Blackstone Mountain to the north, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Blackrock Territory is mainly engaged in mining and smelting, producing decent iron, ore, and some crude iron. Many of its inhabitants are miners and blacksmiths. In Stone Raven Town, almost all the ironware business is run by Baron Will. As for our mayor of Stone Raven Town, Baruch rubbed his hands together, his tone becoming cautious. I've heard she really dislikes Vesper and Baron Will. Our town mayor is a woman. Wren was slightly taken aback. How is she so annoying? Of course, our mayor is a graduate of the Imperial Political Academy, Baruch said, almost drooling. She also makes appearances in front of the common people quite often. As for why she hates them, Baruch began mysteriously. I heard. It seems she wants to exclude Lord Vesper and Lord Will from the town council. I overheard my godfather telling me about this when he was drunk last time. It was something like, the mayor thinks that the 3 noble lords in the surrounding area should just mind their own business and don't need to become town councilors. Chapter 82 Scene of Domestic Violence. In reality, no matter how much Baruch said, Wren only remembered one key point. The town mayor is a woman. That makes things easier, huh? They're practically handing over a free meal. It would be absolutely unreasonable not to eat it. Wren coughed lightly. It sounds like this mayor has a lot of prejudice against nobles. What does she look like? Baruch seemed surprised that Wren would ask this question. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, with a perfect figure and captivating charm. At this point, Baruch drooled, but his expression became somewhat cautious. But she is already married, my lord. Marriage is good. Ryan nodded gently. Who is her husband? It's Lord Vesper, Baruch said, scratching his head. He had a feeling that his lord was plotting something bad. That's not surprising. That makes sense, Wren smiled, though he didn't actually like the man either. Moreover, the moment he went to Azure Harbor with Ryan's letter of recommendation, it was destined that the two would become enemies. Even if the couple isn't on good terms, there's no need to turn down money, is there? Ryan glanced at the bald man beside him. How much credibility do you think your godfather's drunken ramblings have? Baruch broke out in a cold sweat. The fact that he had told Wren these little secrets already proved his loyalty. My lord, I don't know about that. How could I possibly know so much about the affairs of such important figures? All right, I understand. Ryan had actually guessed that there might be some conflict of interest between Vesper and the mayor. This information had been unconsciously revealed in Vesper's conversation with Ryan. Rain pulled out dozens of gold coins and tossed them to him. Help me find out where the mayor goes after get off work, besides the town hall. What's his personality like? What is he usually like? Baruch's pupils contracted sharply. My lord, I understand. I will definitely handle this perfectly for you. This bald guy never expected that Ryan would try to poach Vesper's man. But the thought of Vesper's indiscriminate humiliation and disregard for him every time filled Baruch with a sense of pleasure. Look at Rain now. How well does he treat his servants? Distribute land, distribute grain, and distribute power. With that in mind, Baruch made up his mind to stick with Ren. If he didn't seize this opportunity with a boss like him, he would never have another chance. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. My lord, I deserve to die. Ryan wasn't surprised. You're being honest, but trying to please both sides often results in pleasing neither. Baruch hadn't expected that the boy before him had already guessed what he was secretly doing. My lord, I believe my godfather's nonsense, and he made me report on what you do every day. Rain pulled a sapphire-encrusted dagger from his pocket and handed it to him. Then say goodbye to your past, but I still need you to report to him every day. Baruch, trembling, took the dagger and snapped it off his little finger. Blood spurted out, and a finger fell into the field, its bone still visible through the flesh at the tip. Not enough, Rain said calmly. Baruch's face turned deathly pale, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He gritted his teeth and chopped off the ring finger on his left hand again. You think you can get information and forgiveness from a nobleman for just 2 fingers? That's too cheap. Rain was not a kind person, but he didn't need to show his cruelty to unarmed civilians. Doing so would only highlight his incompetence and ruin his reputation. Baruch almost collapsed to the ground. Blood loss and excruciating pain made his consciousness begin to blur, but he was also a ruthless man. He chopped off the remaining 3 fingers on his left hand in one go. Baruch, who had chopped off all 5 of his own fingers, gritted his teeth at that moment. Sweat and tears covered his entire face. Pick it up, Ren nodded gently. I was going to let you eat it, but I'm not a mean person. On the contrary, I admire your honesty and decisiveness. Go find our new nun to heal you, if she can reconnect you. Grey Pigeon Castle was luxurious yet dimly lit, with heavy velvet curtains blocking out most of the light, and the air filled with the smells of expensive cigars and aged wines. Baron Vesper leaned back on a soft couch covered with animal hides, toying with a crystal glass in his hand, listening to the butler's low report in front of him. Sir, buying that merchant ship has already cost us nearly half of our wealth. Vesper tapped the table. Don't worry, you'll break even soon. Governor Locke has given me a lot of support. What did my cousin say? The old butler pondered for a moment. The warden is being closely watched by the madam lately, and I'm afraid he won't be able to deliver so many goods in a short time. Tell him whether he wants to make the money or not. Vesper roared, slamming his fist on the table. I don't care what methods he uses. I want my people. I want my money. Yes, yes. The old butler was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Vesper took a cigar from the wooden box and lit it. By the way, what's Tulip Territory been up to lately? Based on Baruch's replies over the past few days. Baruch, a hint of confusion flashed in Vesper's eyes. The old butler reminded him. It's that bald guy. Oh, bald guy. I hate bald guys the most. Vesper took a deep drag on his cigar. What did he say? The Tulip Baron has been planting crops lately. Send a few bandits over to rob him, Vesper snorted. By the way, I heard that the spirit pets around that kid are quite formidable. It would be best to go in the middle of the night, preferably when he's not in his territory. What if Baron Ren finds out? What's there to be afraid of? How could he possibly suspect me? We're friends. Vesper smiled noncommittally. Besides, his older brother asked me to take good care of him. No sooner had he finished speaking than the study door was kicked open. A voluptuous and beautiful woman walked in, her long, dark brown hair neatly coiled behind her head, her blue eyes filled with suppressed anger. She walked straight up to Vesper and threw several reports in his face. Another prison break. When did the Stoneraven Town prison become a public marketplace where you can just leave whenever you want? Emergency transfer. Where were they transferred to? There wasn't even a death certificate or transfer document. Vesper, let me tell you, you've overreached. The rule of law and order in Stoneraven cannot be a cover for your dirty business. You bitch. Vesper, who had just been hit in the face with a report, felt as if he had been slapped in the face. He stood up abruptly, stretched out his hand, and slapped the beautiful woman across the face. Slap, slap, slap. With just one slap, Vesper slapped him twice more. A crisp slap echoed through the luxurious study. Chapter 83. Who taught you to flirt like that? The town mayor, a beautiful woman named Liana, was knocked back, overturning a small tea table next to her, causing the silver wine pot and cups on it to clatter and roll all over the floor. She barely managed to hold onto the wall to avoid falling, her dark brown hair completely disheveled, with a few strands sticking to her rapidly swelling cheeks. The old butler tactfully left the study, leaving the couple with some private space. Liana didn't cry or scream. She just stared intently at Vesper, whose face was contorted with rage, with her blue eyes. "What are you looking at, you bitch?" Vesper grabbed an ashtray from the table and smashed it against Liana's forehead. "I've had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to marry you. If your father hadn't begged me back then, do you think I would have even looked at you?" The ashtray grazed Liana's forehead, leaving a few strands of hair and streaks of blood in its wake. She almost had her skull smashed open. "Are you awake now, you bitch?" Vesper's furious roar brought Liana to her senses. She'd had enough of this political marriage she couldn't escape. So, with the help of several maids, she treated her wounds, boarded the carriage, left Grey Dove Castle, and arrived in Stone Raven Town. Stone Raven Town is more lively at night than Whiskle Town, which is located on the border. Liana's carriage passed a tavern. The brass signboard gleamed with a warm light under the lanterns at the entrance. Amber Night. This is one of the few truly upscale taverns in Stone Raven Town. It's quiet, private, and its cellar houses fine wines from southern vineyards and the Elven realm, so the prices are naturally staggering. Often, when she was troubled by town affairs or utterly weary of her suffocating marriage, she would quietly come here, remove the robes and jewelry that symbolized her status. Like an ordinary traveler or a clerk in town, you can sit quietly in a corner with a glass of fine red wine for a while. The driver lowered the pedals, and Liana stepped down with the careful assistance of her maid. The wound on her forehead had been treated simply with a clean handkerchief and medicine. The bleeding had stopped, and the swelling and the thin abrasion were concealed under the black veil. Her long, dark brown hair was combed back and styled into a simple and neat bun, with a few stray strands falling beside her cheeks, concealing her disheveled appearance. Walking to a booth in the lobby, Liana sat on the sofa and picked up a glass of red wine to savor. Her servants sat in a corner of the hall, keeping a close eye on her. Soft classical music filled the lobby, and guests in other booths chatted quietly, creating a private and quiet atmosphere. This was exactly the background noise she needed at that moment, enough to mask the storm raging within her. Generally speaking, guests who come here usually bring 2 or 3 friends, so Liana is probably the only one drinking alone here. But soon, she discovered that a nobleman was doing the same thing. He wore a luxurious blue velvet coat with silver trim, perfectly tailored, with fine silver embroidery on the cuffs and collar, which shimmered with a subtle yet luxurious luster under the lights. Her short, golden hair was meticulously styled, and even in the dim, romantic light of amber night, her thick, long eyelashes were still visible on her sharply defined profile. 2 deep blue gemstones adorned the collar of his white shirt beneath his coat, and a tulip was pinned to his chest, further emphasizing his cool, fair complexion. Liana's gaze lingered on him for longer than she realized. Just as she was about to look away, the young nobleman who was drinking alone seemed to notice that he was being watched. He turned around and glanced at her, his emerald green eyes filled with gentleness, and smiled at her. The boy with rosy lips and white teeth had an exceptionally cheerful smile, and his eyes, as they moved, seemed unusually gentle, even possessing an innocent charm. Pure, bright, with a kind of innocent and carefree spirit. The smile came so suddenly, so deceptively. Liana's face, hidden beneath the veil, froze. Who is he? Never seen it before. Tulip? Blonde hair and blue eyes? Ryan Willett? Just as Liana had confirmed Rain's identity in her mind, she saw Rain summon his servants and whisper a few instructions to them. A few minutes later, Ryan took a medicine box from a servant and walked straight toward her. At that moment, Liana's heart was pounding wildly. He's here. In her daze, Liana only saw the young man walk up to her and greet her politely. "Madam, I see that your beautiful face under the black veil seems to have suffered something it shouldn't have. Do you need any help?" The boy's voice was as clear and gentle as his emerald eyes, carrying just the right amount of concern. "Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency." Liana's voice came from behind the veil, deliberately lowered, with a hint of distant politeness. "It was just a minor bump and bruise, which has been treated and is nothing serious." But then, she touched her cheek, her voice a little nervous. "Is it very obvious?" Ren chuckled softly. "Yes, obviously. I have a knack for finding beauty, and therefore, I cannot tolerate any beautiful thing suffering such a fate." Liana felt her cheeks getting hotter, not just because of the medicine or her injuries. Her breathing was slightly sluggish beneath her veil. Beneath that strong exterior, There may lie a secret longing, unnoticed even by oneself, for being cherished and pitied. You flatter me, she said, her voice even softer than before. Beauty is just a shell. It's common for it to be unable to withstand the storms of life. Liana tried to use this sentence to gently deflect the ambiguous praise she had just received. Ryan listened quietly until she finished speaking, then bowed and said, I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Under Liana's incredulous gaze, Rain turned and left. What kind of person is he? How could anyone strike up a conversation like that? Shouldn't I say a few more words and then ask myself if I could stay and have a few drinks with you? At least one name? They really came to apply medicine to her. Beneath the veil, her blue eyes widened slightly, filled with unexpected astonishment. She watched as Ryan returned to his seat, beckoned the waiter to settle the bill, and did so swiftly and without hesitation. He didn't even glance in her direction again, as if he had just happened to meet a stranger in need of help, and after the conversation, there was no further connection. The waiter collected the bill, and Ryan stood up, nodded to the guard waiting beside him, and the two walked straight to the tavern door, one after the other. Wait, Liana said anxiously, watching the figure pass by her booth. Excuse me, I'm still in some pain. As soon as she said those words, Liana's heart pounded wildly, and she covered her red lips with her hand. He seemed surprised that he would try to persuade Ren to stay. Chapter 84 Encounter with the Forbidden Fruit. Hiss. Does it hurt? There are some. Liana was forced to look up, so close. Rain gently applied the medicine to Liana with a cotton swab, the two of them facing each other very close. He could smell the rich, mature fragrance emanating from Liana, an elegant scent of white roses, gentle and tender. Liana could see Rain's distinct golden eyelashes, the curve of his straight nose, and the serious lines revealed when his thin lips were pursed. His warm breath almost mingled with hers. Too close. All right. After what seemed like an eternity, Ren finally finished applying the medicine. Without the veil, you lose a layer of mystery, but gain a more genuine and captivating radiance. Liana felt her cheeks heat up uncontrollably again, not only because of the effects of the medicine or her injuries, but also because of the praise that was spoken almost right next to her ear. Please don't do this. Liana immediately pulled away from the two of them. The age difference between us is too great. Nothing will happen. For Liana, or for many nobles, extramarital affairs were not so unforgivable. For example, if Vesper can play around, then Liana won't feel like she's being unfaithful. But this handsome, younger nobleman kept stirring up her emotions. Besides, I already have a husband. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren snapped his fingers, and a waiter from the tavern immediately came to his side. Sir, what are your orders? Ryan said meaningfully. Could you please give us 2 glasses of forbidden encounter fruit? Liana gasped upon hearing the name of the drink. Ordering this drink was tantamount to laying bare all the ambiguity, probing, and potential transgressions on the table. That's incredibly bold. Madam, you're already married? Ren asked, a look of disappointment on his face. When he showed that innocent look of disappointment, no older lady could resist him. This almost made Liana hug Rain and comfort him, but she held back. She got married. A sadness welled up in Liana's eyes. Sorry, my spirit pet seems to need to get some fresh air. You don't mind, do you? Seeing that she wasn't falling for it, Rain had no choice but to send in his wingman. This time, she left Tilope and Sherry with Hea, while he took Vivian and Leona with him. Snuggled against Ren's arms affectionately, making soft, adorable whimpers or murmurs. A tiny mermaid, a lovely angel. Of course I don't mind, they're very cute. Liana's voice softened unconsciously, and she even leaned forward slightly, as if trying to get a better look. Rain unleashed his ultimate weapon, the mermaid Vivian. Wah! Having left Rain's embrace, immediately let out a tense sound, making Liana's heart tighten. It's okay, don't worry. Liana quickly reassured her. Oh my god, she's so cute, can I hug her? Of course. Ren gave Vivian an encouraging look. Then, the two of them, each holding a spirit pet, drank wine. With Vivian's cooperation, Liana really didn't want to leave. This mermaid is very clingy. Once you're in her arms, it's like a little girl who's lost in the deep sea has been rescued. He even kept snuggling against her, making sweet little whimpering noises. She's so good, Liana murmured, her voice filled with a doting affection that she herself was unaware of. She looked up at Ryan, her eyes sparkling with a mature woman's elegance intertwined with a natural maternal glow, breathtakingly beautiful in the dim light. The wine encounter with forbidden fruit has an indescribable sweetness, but it has a very high alcohol content. After a few drinks, Liana seemed to have found someone to confide in. The scent of alcohol wafted from her red lips. Yes, marriage, my marriage. Rain, do you know? I, too, once harbored girlish fantasies, even though I knew this was more of a marriage alliance between two families to solidify their interests. Tears welled up in Liana's eyes. After graduation, I returned to Shia town. My father's health was not good at that time. The family needed a strong ally and a son-in-law who could support the family. Handsome and ambitious, he seems like the right person. I used to think that even without love, at least we could treat each other with respect, and at least he could see my worth. But what about reality? All he needs is a facade, a tool to produce a legitimate heir for him, and a signboard to cover up his dirty business at any time. Rain listened quietly, nodding occasionally, and finally looked at Liana with pity in his eyes. This time, Rain reached out and stroked Liana's cheek. So he hit you. Liana froze. No, don't do this. Ryan pulled her and Vivian into his arms. Would you like to try the taste of love? Liana froze completely. My mind went blank. All I could feel was my heart pounding wildly in my chest. She looked up at Ryan, reason taking over her mind. No, this is how my life is supposed to be. We can't. Ugh. Before she could finish speaking, Ryan kissed her. Liana's blue eyes widened in utter shock. She could feel the heat of his breath. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Fragments of reason screamed in my mind. Stop. This is wrong. You have a husband. Who is he? What do you want to do? But the instinct of emotion is silently crying out. Warmth, safety, to be needed. Even if only for a moment. Just once. I don't know how much time passed before the two of them finally finished. Smack. Liana slapped Rain across the face. Do you know what you're doing? I can call the town's law enforcement right now to arrest you. You'll be in jail. I know, Ryan, who had turned his head away, turned back to look at her earnestly. Madam, I know this is wrong, but I can't control my emotions. So you can force a kiss on me. Liana screamed, which immediately attracted the attention of many customers in the tavern. Many men stood up, ready to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. But when they saw Ryan's magnificent aristocratic attire, they obediently sat down. Those who can afford to spend money at Amber Night are no fools. The young nobleman's demeanor and attire indicate that he is no ordinary person. Liana clenched her fist, covering her lips, then unconsciously reached out to touch Rain's cheek, her voice tinged with tenderness. Does it hurt? Don't do that again next time. However, her response was an even more domineering kiss. Chapter 86 Mutual Retreat. After a long while, their passionate kiss ended. She looked at him, her blue eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Madam, Ren put his arm around Liana's waist, pulling her closer to his embrace. From the moment we met and our eyes met, you had already conquered me. You're shameless. Liana buried her face in Rain's chest, clutching his collar tightly. I want to go home. Then I'll take you. No. So, will we meet again tomorrow? Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after that, next month, forever, we will never see each other again. Despite her seemingly heartless words, Ryan still kissed her forehead. I'll be here waiting for you. See you tomorrow. Liana possesses absolute rationality. She cannot succumb to such emotions. Otherwise, her life would be ruined. She gave a seductive smile. Don't worry, you won't see me tomorrow, and you won't even make it to this tavern. I'll shut this tavern down tomorrow. Although the voice was soft, the tavern owner still heard it. He didn't know what he had done wrong, nor did he know the identity of the noblewoman wearing a black veil. But judging from their attire, they don't seem like people to be trifled with. The pitiful and helpless man looked up at Rain. That look seemed to say, hey, you can't do this. Liana stood up, grabbed her handbag, and prepared to leave. However, just as she turned to leave, eek! A soft, delicate sob, filled with longing and reluctance, gently rang out. Vivian exerted her strength again, reaching out her small hand and grabbing Liana's sleeve. This was far more lethal than any of Ryan's flirtatious words or forceful kisses. Get rid of it. Liana, it's just a spirit pet. A tool of that man. Don't be fooled. Run. The older, wealthy woman kept reminding herself. Vivian, be good, let the lady go. She has things to do. Ren gently patted Vivian's head. Vivian seemed even more aggrieved, letting out a louder whimper. Instead of letting go, she gripped the small piece of fabric even tighter. Liana's breath hitched slightly. Be good, Vivian, let go, okay? Her voice softened unconsciously, carrying a coaxing tone she herself didn't realize. I'll come see you again when I have time. She was stunned when she said those words. What is this? A promise? A perfunctory response? Or a way out for himself? Vivian sucked her fingers, tilted her head, and whimpered. Eek. This was a devastating blow to Liana. She lowered her head and kissed Vivian's smooth forehead. Really, it's our promise. Vivian smiled sweetly. Liana dared not linger and quickly left the tavern under the protection of her servants. Back at the mayor's mansion, Liana began to soak in the bath. The warm water enveloped my body, and the rising steam blurred the bathroom's ornate carved tiles and mirrors. Rain, bad boy. After showering and drying her hair, she lay down on the bed and covered herself with a velvet duvet. Bad child, so bad. No, I am the mayor. I am Mayor Liana. As for Rain, he returned to Tulip territory. Was in complete disarray, with more than a dozen dead slave soldiers lying on the ground. What's going on? Ren's eyes were somewhat cold. Baruch had bandages wrapped around his hands, and Baron, also wearing armor, came to Ren's side. My lord, a band of bandits came tonight. Thankfully your spirit pet. Barton's voice trembled slightly. Bandits? Ren glanced at Baruch. The latter's heart skipped a beat. That's not bandits, it's... Baruch glanced at Patton. This displeased Patton. What is it that you need to keep from me and the Lord, and tell him alone? Who are the outsiders? You can go down now. Ryan knew that Barton couldn't know about this, otherwise it would cause even greater panic. Yes, my lord, Barton said reluctantly as he left, giving Baruch a resentful look before he went. He's one of Lord Vesper's men. Baruch finally spoke after Barton's figure had disappeared from sight. Ryan nodded slightly. Just as he went to steal the Vesper crystal, Vesper also came to steal his house. However, the damage to the farmland only affected the rye that had not yet been harvested. The potatoes had not been planted yet, so they were fine for the time being. If I want to buy a warhorse, who should I contact? Only mounted soldiers could deal with the bandits on horseback. Naturally, it's Mayor. Baruch took a deep breath, knowing that Rain was preparing to fight Vesper. Could Tulip territory, with its strength, defeat Grey Dove territory? The odds of winning are too slim. But when Baruch thought about it, Rain was also a contract master. That's hard to say. Mayor Liana, Ren said, savoring their passionate kiss. I understand. Was any evidence left behind? Baruch shook his head. No, there were only 20 or 30 of them. They came quickly and left quickly. When they saw Lady Hea arriving with 2 spirit pets, they immediately retreated. Okay, I understand. I'll go to the mayor tomorrow and buy some warhorses. Upon hearing this, Baruch's ever-helpful nature kicked in again. My lord, these warhorses. I'm afraid they won't be easy to buy. In the western provinces these days, buying people is easier than buying horses. Why is that? Ren asked, puzzled. I have money, why won't she sell to me? My lord, have you ever heard of the Gertie Society? Never heard of it. Ren shook his head. This organization is too powerful. Now even the provincial council is starting to target them. Baruch said in a very serious tone. So, now, in this sensitive period, the provincial council is worried that Gertie will obtain warhorses through other nobles. In fact, every town that wants to buy warhorses needs its mayor to write an application report. How do you, a slave trader, know these things? Ren asked, somewhat puzzled. You even know that purchasing warhorses requires an application report from the mayor? Is that something you need to know? Baruch rubbed his bandaged hands, a merchant's smug expression on his face. My lord, have you forgotten? You gave me those gold coins to gather information about the mayor? I've spent all the money. How could I not know this? Okay, you can go and rest now. Ren tossed him a few dozen more gold coins. Tomorrow, go and buy me some tools so the people can make some barricades. Keep the rest for yourself. Baruch was thrilled. Ren was incredibly generous with his money. No wonder he comes from the Violet family. Ryan ignored the bald man and went home to sleep. He plans to win over Liana tomorrow. Chapter 87. Who is your lover? Back in the main castle, Ren finished washing up with the help of the beautiful woman. The two lay on the large bed in the master bedroom, with Ryan's arm around Hea's waist, while the latter, her face flushed, nestled against Ryan's chest. Honestly, coming back so late, you went out drinking again, you reek of alcohol. Hearing the beautiful woman's complaint, Ryan quickly snuggled into her arms and whined. It was only once or twice. Oh, you naughty child, you're a lord now. How can you still act like a child? Although he said that, she still wrapped her arms around Ren's neck. The next day, Rain only took Vivian with him. leaving 3 spirit pets to guard the territory. Sherry, the little white cat, walked gracefully into the fields and began to act as a lookout. As long as those bandits dare to come again, they will be attacked by the little gadgets crouching in the fields. Night. Stoneraven Town, Amber Night. Ryan was drinking alone in a booth with Vivian in his arms. After rejecting the advances of countless ladies, he finally saw a noble woman wearing a black veil arrive. Liana watched as Ren chatted with a woman in the distance, her teeth clenched inwardly. And they even said they were captivated by her the moment they saw her. He's just a brat who likes to act cute towards older women. She slowly walked to where Ren was and said softly to the woman who had approached him, "Excuse me, he already has a companion." "Oh, I'm sorry," the woman in her 30s said with an awkward smile, "but I really get along with him. May I ask, could we join each other? Whether it's for drinks or to leave later. Would you mind?" Liana frowned. "I mind. I don't like playing these games." "Okay." The woman looked disappointed and glanced at Ryan. "Really not okay? My husband's not home tonight. We can go to my place, or a hotel nearby. We can just hang out together. It's not a big deal, is it?" Ren shook his head, rejecting the woman's flirtatious glances. "I'm sorry, my lover doesn't like these things." "Lover?" Liana glared at Rain. "Who's your lover?" Liana put her handbag down on the sofa and sat down. She naturally took Vivian from Ren's arms, looked up at the woman, and said, "We have some private matters to discuss. Please leave." The woman left, looking rather uninterested. Before leaving, she blew Ryan a kiss, saying, "See you tomorrow night. Baby, my husband won't be home tomorrow night either." Ryan nodded and gave a polite smile. "See you tomorrow night." The woman swayed her voluptuous figure as she left. "Still looking? If you like her so much, why don't you go after her?" Liana said with a mocking smile as she hugged Vivian. Ryan looked away, turned his head, and said in the dim light, "I just wanted to make sure that lady hadn't gone far, so she wouldn't bother us." "Humph." Liana raised her delicate head, seemingly dissatisfied with Rain's answer. His jealous expression instantly created an ambiguous atmosphere. Ryan tentatively took her soft hand, which was covered by a black gauze glove, and kissed the back of her hand. After a moment, Liana withdrew her hand. "I only came to see Vivian. It's none of your business." "I don't care who you are, and I won't mention it." "Don't tell me who you are either," Liana said, taking a sip of her drink. "Let's just pretend we're strangers. Even if you know who I am, don't bring it up." "Okay, then let's disregard our identities," Ryan said, putting his arm around her waist. "For example, I don't even know you're married right now." Liana's body stiffened visibly. The warmth and strength emanating from Rain's arm were still clearly felt through her clothes. "You." She opened her mouth, her blue eyes glaring at him from behind the black veil, filled with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. "How rude. Is this your gentlemanly manners to say such things to a strange lady?" Ryan leaned closer, their faces almost touching. At that moment, all they could see were each other's eyes. "Madam, your eyes tell me that what you want is perhaps more than just polite small talk from strangers." Liana felt her heart pounding, and she tried to keep her voice icy. "My eyes say nothing. You're too self-important, brat." "Kid." Rain laughed. "You think I'm a bad kid who just wants to get your attention? Isn't it?" Liana asked, her breathing rapid, but she still responded defiantly to Rain. "Yes." Ren kissed him directly. "I have no resistance to you." Liana's pupils suddenly contracted. "Here we go again." They kissed after exchanging only a few words. Who would do that? But that's actually how it is. The hand that had been pressed against Ren's chest, ready to push him away, curled slightly at the fingertips, and ultimately, just weakly grabbed the corner of his shirt. After a long time. "You." Liana gasped, her blue eyes shimmering with tears, her shame and anger almost overflowing. "How dare you? This is the 3rd time. Who do you take me for?" Rain didn't let go of her immediately, his gaze still fixed intently on her. "You're a woman who makes me unable to think, who makes me only want to get close. The rules for strangers? I'm sorry, madam. The moment I met you, my reason completely abandoned me." "Lies." Liana punched Ren's chest with her fist, a few tears falling. "You just want to get close to me, to use me. Isn't that right?" In response, Ryan had already prepared a statement. "That was my previous thought. But now, all I want to do is protect you." "Protect me?" Liana's voice was laced with sarcasm. "I know who you are. You just want to find an older, beautiful woman to fawn over." Ryan never expected that his dark past would be dug up again. Seeing the surprise in her eyes, Liana chuckled. "See, I was right. Go find mature women who are willing to let you act cute and play these childish games with you. I am not your maid, nor the widow next door, nor your mentor, nor even a substitute for your emotional needs. Her voice rose slightly with excitement, carrying a sharp edge from being stung. Madam, he doesn't love you, so why are you still so persistent? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy the present with me? Liana reached out, ready to slap Rain again, but this time it was much lighter than the slap she had given him the night before. However, this time, Ren grabbed her wrist, but she still gritted her teeth. What kind of person do you take me for? This made Ren somewhat annoyed. Why is this woman so difficult to deal with? Chapter 88, Here's the Money. Ryan already knew that continuing this tug-of-war with her would never lead to anything. He grabbed Liana's hand and slapped himself across the face several times. Just like this, just like how your husband beats you. What are you doing? Liana tried to pull her hand back, her voice trembling violently. No. Rain's move also plunged Liana into deep shame. One of them was a man who had no feelings for her. One was a man who treated her gently. Why did she drive Ryan away? The question reverberated in her mind, making her dizzy. Tears welled up, no longer the tears of shame or anger that had flowed before. Ren pressed his advantage. At that moment, Liana offered no further resistance, her voice trembling with sobs. Ugh. I love you. The tavern lights remained dim, and the music remained loud, but no one noticed the man and woman comforting each other. What followed was the two snuggling together and feeding each other drinks. Lip separation. Is it good? Ren asked in a low, gentle voice. Liana gasped. That's too much. Who drinks like that? Ryan hugged her tighter. But what you fed me tasted sweeter. Smooth talking, Liana muttered softly, but the sarcasm and resistance in her voice were gone, replaced by a weak, coquettish complaint. Then she looked up at Ryan and said, Let's not care about each other's status and just continue getting along like this, okay? Madam, Shoo. Liana held up a finger to Ren's lips. I know who you are, and you know who I am, but I don't want to interfere in our lives because of that. That's it. Meeting every day, having a few drinks, that's enough. And if you ever have anything bothering you, you can talk to me about it. Sorry, I can't. Ren smiled apologetically. Why? Because I want you. Ren whispered in Liana's ear. Tonight, shall we book a room? Liana's body tensed abruptly. She gasped for breath, her blue eyes widening behind the black veil. You're insane? Didn't you hear a word I said? That's exactly what I meant. Keep your distance. Meet occasionally. I didn't mean for you to push your luck and make such absurd demands. Who do you think I am? A frivolous woman you can just pick up and take upstairs at a bar. To go this far is already the most I've ever tolerated. Do you want to ruin my reputation? Undeterred by her intense reaction, Ryan stroked her cheek and said, I'll just hold you while we sleep. I won't do anything else. Lila, Liana's voice was very tense. What kind of deception is this now? Really? I just want to hold you, bury my face in your arms and snuggle up to you. We'll hug each other and chat, and as we chat, we'll get sleepy, and then we can hold each other and fall asleep. In the end, Liana believed Rain's lies. The two found a hotel and booked a luxury room. The deluxe suite was illuminated by only a single warm yellow wall lamp. Its soft, almost ambiguous light enough to light the excessively large sofa in the center of the room, which was covered with a thick plush carpet. After they finished washing up, they were alone in the room. The space was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard. Liana was conflicted. To Rain, she was already quite old, while the boy looked like an innocent teenager. But what about her? How old is she? In her 30s, she's already married. But Ren wouldn't give her that much time to think. He immediately grabbed her wrists. What are you doing? Didn't you say we were just going to chat while hugging? You lied to me. Liana looked at the boy in front of her with misty eyes. Yes, madam. I lied to you. Ren whispered in Liana's ear, his voice laced with an unsettling ambiguity. Do nothing? Do you think that's possible? Smelling your scent, feeling your presence. How could I do nothing? My heart would race, my blood would boil, I would crave more. It's uncontrollable, especially with you. Why, you bastard. You really did. Liana turned her head, her voice trembling slightly. How could I believe you? I actually believed such a clumsy lie. Madam, leave it to me. The next day, Liana was very angry. We agreed it was just a chat, but what happened? Innocent, harmless. It's all a lie. That wicked, cunning, and untrustworthy brat. And now he's still holding her tightly and won't let go? Let go. Liana finally couldn't hold back any longer and snapped in a low voice. I want to go home. Rain, awakened by her words, wasn't annoyed. He chuckled softly. Madam, I wish to buy a warhorse. Impossible. Liana gritted her teeth. I told you, we should forget who we are. Is it really not going to work? No, don't even think about it. And so, that's how it is. In Shia town is particularly lively, with many workers already at the breakfast shops having breakfast and starting their busy day. They marveled at the mayor's kindness. Otherwise, how could they have gotten such a cheap breakfast? The birds that were perched on the branches at dawn flew away, and they could faintly hear some sounds. Could we buy warhorses, madam? Could we? Speak up. Yes, yes. I'll buy it for you. I'll buy it for you. I'll buy it all for you. I'll buy it all for you. Chapter 89 Couple Standoff. After discussing the matter, Liana was completely disoriented. She held Rain tightly in her arms, her eyes glazed over. Good boy. I'll go buy you a warhorse later. But you have to promise. Ryan understood immediately. No problem. I'll be happy to act cute towards you every day. Every day? Liana asked, her eyes filled with worry. That won't do. Liana covered Ren's eyes with her hand. I don't know. Don't ask me that kind of question. The two lingered affectionately for a while before getting dressed and leaving. As Liana was leaving the room, she seemed to remember something. By the way, can you tell me what you plan to do with the warhorses? Hit your husband. Liana's eyes widened. Why did you do this? For you. The beautiful woman could no longer hold back and pulled Ryan into her arms, hugging him tightly. I'm not worth you doing this. Ryan wrapped his arms around her waist. No, you deserve it. Liana felt that Rain's words were both sweet and domineering. Give me 100 warhorses, Ren said, lifting his head and cupping her cheeks. I'm going to beat up your husband. Then you'll have to call me husband. My dear, Liana responded to Ren, tears streaming down her face. Then, the two left the hotel and parted ways. Vesper stood on the high-rise building, watching the couple kissing goodbye as they walked out of the hotel on the street below and clenched his fists. Despite Liana wearing a black veil, he still recognized her as his wife in the vast crowd. He already knew the night before last that his wife had been seduced by someone at the bar. After all, Liana was accompanied by servants at the time. But he thought it was just that Liana was heartbroken after being abused by him and was drinking with someone. She will regain her senses the next day. Who knew Liana would dare to go a second time? And they went to a hotel before? As a respectable man in Stone Raven Town, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. In aristocratic marriage laws, there is no concept of infidelity. Just because you marry her or she marries you doesn't mean she'll be yours forever. Moreover, the marriage laws for nobles were already exceptionally favorable to male nobles, allowing them to legally take concubines. Of course, female noblewomen can also keep male concubines. Regardless, this green hat has been worn for real. How could he not be furious? Vesper stood on the edge of the terrace, which was decorated with intricate reliefs, his knuckles clicking softly from straining. You bitch. Vesper gritted his teeth as he watched the two embrace and share a sweet farewell kiss. Kissing for so long. Damn it, it's been 5 minutes. Oh, it's so hard to part. That bitch who was usually so cold and aloof to him was now melting into another man's arms like a tender lover. After the two separated, Vesper paced back and forth in the room. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He smashed everything he could in the room. Then, he went downstairs and boarded the carriage. Master. The coachman clearly realized that Vesper was not someone to be trifled with at this moment. To the town council hall. At the same time, Liana was sitting in her office, writing a report and handing it to her secretary. To be sent to the provincial council. In the Tyro Empire, towns and cities are roughly the same size, just with different names, and there is no such thing as Stone Raven Town being inferior to Stone Raven City. The difference lies in a city represents the capital of a province, such as Cheshire in the Western Province. A region named after a city is not the territory of a particular nobleman. A city, usually referring to an area built around a provincial capital, could be the territory of a nobleman. Towns, like cities, are directly governed by the provincial council, or they may be the territory of a nobleman, but they are separated from the provincial capital. Fortresses, such as Algarinburg in the Northwest Province, primarily serve to defend and control strategic locations. As for why a city hall exists in Azure Harbor, which is part of the Verlet family's territory, this is mainly because every port city in the Tyro Empire has a town hall, which is responsible to both the local lord and the provincial council. Ensure that important territories are not ruled solely by local lords. 100 warhorses. The secretary glanced at the application report, confirmed its contents, and then his eyes widened. Mayor. In this sensitive time, 100 warhorses is no small matter. What if something happens? I know. Lyanna breathed a sigh of relief. Just do as I say. Also, go to the horse farm in Stoneraven Town and select some high-quality horses for me. Then send them to Tulip Territory. This. The secretary, terrified, exclaimed, Mayor, this report hasn't even been submitted to the higher-ups for approval yet. Lyanna frowned. This is none of your business. Do as I say, understand? Yes, the secretary said, bowing her head and leaving the office. After the secretary left the office, Lyanna patted her flushed cheeks. I'm going crazy. She was already captivated by her young lover's sweet words or impulsive vows. Just as she was savoring the sweet moments with Ryan, the office door was kicked open. Bang! Vesper rushed into the office and then closed the door. Now, the sounds from inside can no longer be heard from outside. You bitch! He shouted. Vesper. Lyanna saw him and immediately placed her hand on a red button on the table. Calm down, or I'll have the guards throw you out. Vesper took a deep breath. He was able to get in because everyone in the town hall knew he was not only a town councilor, but also the mayor's husband. But once Lyanna pressed that button, everything that followed was no longer a family dispute. The town guards are only responsible for the town mayor's safety, regardless of who the perpetrator is. You treat me like this? Vesper yelled. Huh, is that so? You betrayed me. You enjoyed being with that kind of little boy, didn't you? It felt so good. Lyanna's red lips curled into a mocking smile. It felt so good, absolutely amazing. When he discovered that his wife was having an affair, she not only didn't deny it, but openly admitted it, which made Vesper even more furious. He strode forward and extended his hand. Smack! The slap was very hard, leaving red marks on Lyanna's face and causing her to bleed from the corner of her mouth. You damn bitch. But the fearful cries or cowering pleas for mercy that Vesper had anticipated did not materialize. Chapter 90 Noble Marriages. Lyanna pressed the red button on the table without hesitation. Upon receiving the alarm, the town guards quickly arrived at the mayor's office. They were somewhat taken aback when they saw that only the mayor's husband, Baron Vesper, was present. But they quickly subdued Vesper, pinning him down in front of the desk. Lyanna picked up the vase from the table. Bang! It hit Vesper directly on the head. While being held captive on the desk, Vesper could be seen with a blood-stained shard of a vase. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Were pressing down on Vesper were all stunned, frozen in place, staring incredulously at their usually elegant and reserved mayor's wife. You actually dared to. Vesper forced out a hoarse sound from deep in his throat. In Stoneraven Town, I'm the boss. Who do you think you are? Lyanna took out a silk handkerchief and slowly wiped the water stains and scattered bloodstains from her hands. With graceful movements, she declared, according to the Stoneraven Town Public Security Management Regulations and the Taylor Empire Local Governor Security Protection Regulations, I, Lyanna, the mayor of Stoneraven Town, hereby place you under detention. You will be temporarily detained in the town detention center until the provincial council or the imperial justice officer makes a further ruling. Heh, Lyanna, you bitch. Vesper chuckled. Have you forgotten that I'm not under your laws? I'm only under the jurisdiction of the noble court. Lyanna clenched her fists, then ordered the guards. Throw him out. He's not allowed in the town hall again. The guards secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Detaining a baron would be too much of a burden, but carrying out an expulsion order would be far more legitimate. As for whether he'll be able to come in next time, we'll talk about it next time. Who knows if they'll make up after a fight. Very well, Lyanna. Vesper didn't put up any more futile physical resistance, letting the guards take him away. But don't get cocky. Even so, Vesper maintained his composure and did not reveal that he had been cuckolded. Rain did not return to Tulip Territory immediately, but stayed in Stoneraven Town. And at this very moment, just like at that very moment, previously, Vesper watched Rain and Lyanna kiss goodbye from the high-rise building, and now Rain is at the high-rise building watching Vesper being driven out of the town hall. Having warhorses is not enough, you also need soldiers. Guest, are you leaving? The waitress in the restaurant hesitated, looking at the untouched food and Ren, who was about to leave and pay the bill. That's right, let's just pack up. Ren walked downstairs without looking back. Then, they arrived at the entrance of the town council hall. Excuse me, please show your identification. The guards dutifully stepped forward. I am Baron Ren Verlit, the Tulip Baron. This identity was enough to make the guards step aside, even though Rain held no official position in the town council. Stoneraven Town governs 3 surrounding territories, but everyone knows that this governance is not mandatory. The Lord has absolute freedom within his territory and will only approach the mayor when a problem arises that the Lord cannot resolve. Otherwise, they would normally act as local tyrants within their own territories. Greetings, Your Excellency. The guard immediately straightened his back. May I ask what brings you here? I need to speak with the town mayor. The guards led Ryan to a reception room and poured him some black tea. Please wait a moment. I've already instructed someone to report your visit to the mayor. Ren nodded slightly. Tell her I'll only wait 10 minutes. The guard gave an awkward smile. Yes. Stone Raven Town were practically untouchable figures in the town. Because the position of town mayor is not hereditary, but the title of nobleman can be inherited. Even after the town mayor leaves, they will still be powerful figures in the surrounding area. And they, or their family members, might even become the town mayor. Mayor Liana does not have a good relationship with her brother, Baron Will of Blackrock Territory. This wasn't exactly a secret. Baruch, as a slave trader in Stoneraven Town, might not have access to such information, but the guards were different. No matter how much money Baruch spends, he can only learn about the mayor's lifestyle preferences or policy matters, such as the tavern Liana frequents, or the fact that a report is required to buy a warhorse. But family relationships, those are more private matters. But the guards were the mayor's personal bodyguards. It was impossible for them not to have information about their own boss. Of course, they don't know why they don't get along. In short, the news that the current mayor wants to remove the town council positions from the surrounding lords is not uncommon among the upper class of Stoneraven, or among the staff active in the town council. Before long, Rain arrived at Liana's office. The place has long since been restored to its original state, but Ren can still see the red marks on Liana's face. He went to Liana's work sofa and gently kissed her injured, red cheek. Did he hit you? Liana didn't flinch. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, bringing her skin closer to his warm lips. Liana responded softly, her voice tinged with grievance, but more so with a numb statement. I'm used to it. Habit. Ren licked her cheek. From now on, this habit should be changed. Liana wanted to avoid this intimate gesture, but she couldn't resist. Does it hurt? Ren asked, staring intently into her eyes. Liana shook her head, then nodded, a relieved look in her eyes. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ryan leaned down and kissed the corner of her lips. Rain, Liana hugged him moved. I was so scared. He found us. Ren tightened his arms around her, pulling her into a hug. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Wah. Liana sobbed uncontrollably, burying her face in Inan's arms. I've told my brother so many times that I want a divorce. But he disagrees. I hate them. Ren knew this was the downside of aristocratic marriages. Marriage is a pawn, divorce is a pipe dream, especially when she holds the important position of town mayor and is involved in the interests of many parties. Noble marriages were also protected by law, although not directly. However, many trade treaties between territories do not have a term that ends after a few years. Rather, it is only valid during the period of marriage between two people. At that point, a married daughter's marriage is no longer something she can decide for herself. Even if she really wants a divorce, she will have to go through various contract terminations. For example, Liana's brother, Baron Will, contracted a mine in Grey Dove territory, with the contract stipulating that it was only valid during Vesper and Liana's marriage. As long as Baron Will and Vesper reach an agreement not to terminate the contract, Liana's divorce proceedings will remain stalled. Therefore, every nobleman's marriage is essentially a business transaction. That's why Victor won't take action against Rain, because he and Phil's family, the Tsepch family, have many businesses that can be negotiated based on their marriage. Chapter 91 Living Off a Woman. It's so delicious. Thinking of Phil, Ryan was somewhat lost in thought. That mature, beautiful woman got him this territory. She hasn't come to check on things. What are you thinking about? Liana looked into Rain's eyes, sensing that he was reminiscing about another woman. As for why, it's because Ren didn't seem to change at all when he was in her arms. But things are different now. No, Ren shook his head. Liar. Liana gripped Rain's neck tightly. Hiss. Speak quickly. Even the way you cry is alluring. This answer made Liana feel a little uncomfortable, but she also felt a bit awkward about it. You get all worked up when I cry? The beautiful woman's eyes held a hint of disbelief. Ren broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the time to discuss this? Shouldn't the focus be on solving the soldiers' problems? Wait, let's talk about how to kill your husband first. Hearing this, Liana took a deep breath. The implication of what Rain said was very unpleasant, as if she were a wicked woman plotting to murder her husband. But should she really be this wicked woman? Let's just be. I have already sent my secretary to the Stone Raven Town Horse Farm to select 100 warhorses and deliver them to your territory. Lyanna pulled Rain into her arms, tightening the distance between them. But you mustn't do anything foolish. This can't be rushed. We'll take it slowly, understand? I don't want to see you get hurt because of me. After all these years, you're the only one I've truly fallen in love with. Ren nestled in Lyanna's arms, inhaling the fragrance of white roses emanating from her. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm a bit confused right now. Where am I going to find 100 skilled equestrian warriors? Lyanna was still somewhat lucid. Rain, you child, what should I say to you? I have given you everything you wanted and everything I could, including the 100 suits of armor that were sent with the warhorses, which have exhausted all my savings. I've only ever been this crazy once in my life, Lyanna said, touching Ren's cheek. Anyway, as long as you're happy, I'm willing to spend the money. But I can't help you with the soldiers' affairs. Lyanna took off her wedding ring. This ring is worth a few hundred gold coins. You can take it. You can use it to recruit some soldiers elsewhere. Just try not to get caught. And don't buy slaves from the town. It's not safe. I can't take it. Ryan was touched, but he still stopped her, putting the wedding ring back on her finger. I have my own money. Take it. Lyanna placed the wedding ring back in Ren's hand. Be good, understand? Ren took a deep breath, then suddenly realized something. Wait, you just said, your secretary has already started selecting warhorses? Yeah, what's wrong? Lyanna asked, taken aback. That's terrible. Renton stood up abruptly. I have to hurry back, or he might rob me on the way. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare, Lyanna said, pulling Ren back. Until the warhorses at the Stoneraven Town Horse Farm are delivered to the local lord, they temporarily belong to Stoneraven Town as strategic resources. If it is stolen, all armed forces in Shia Town have the right to mobilize and wipe out the bandits. Okay. Ren was finally relieved, then stared intently at Lyanna. What's wrong? How's the soundproofing in your office? Ryan asked as he walked to the office door. Click. They simply locked it from the inside. What are you doing? This is an office, absolutely. Absolutely not. Objection overruled. Bad boy. As he walked out of the town hall, Ren encountered a familiar figure. Kritis. Ren looked at the girl holding a black lace umbrella on the street, slightly taken aback. The gray-haired, purple-eyed girl smiled beautifully. Ryan, it's been a long time. Instructor Phil told me to wait for you here, and sure enough, you're here. Huh. Ren was speechless. How could Phil know where he was? You've come here? Having finished the quest, we're passing through here, preparing to teleport back to the academy from Kyle City, Christie said, walking up to Rain. Oh, by the way, Instructor Phil has prepared a surprise for you. What surprise? I won't answer your question first. You answer mine first, the girl said, her beautiful eyes slightly mischievous. I heard there's a blonde, blue-eyed guy in Stoneraven Town pretending to be my husband. Investigating grain prices? We're old classmates. What's the big deal about helping each other out? Ren said without any hesitation. Anyway, we're all on the same side. Just because we're family doesn't mean we can act like this? Kritis rolled her eyes at Ren. I'm not even engaged yet. Aren't you just ruining my reputation? So what do you want? Ryan asked, bringing up their agreement. Didn't you say you could do some things for me that aren't too much? But now that you've dropped out of school, the agreement is null and void. Christine puffed out her cheeks. Unless you call me mom, I won't forgive you. Impossible. You haven't reached that scale yet. Ren had a firm bottom line. What? Christine clenched her fists. You bastard. The two of them laughed and joked as they boarded the carriage and returned to Tulip territory. Tulip Castle was more crowded than usual. 300 burly men, exuding a murderous aura, stood before the castle. Rain stepped down from the carriage, momentarily stunned, and then saw a tall woman standing in front of the 300 burly men. Ren knew that figure all too well. His wife, Fair. The mature, beautiful woman saw Rain. Her red lips curled up, and the golden fork in her scarlet eyes instantly locked onto him. Then, she slowly spoke. Call someone. My lord. The unified roar of 300 strong men was like thunder, startling all the residents of Tulip Castle. Phil looked at Rain. The mature and beautiful woman was not wearing the elegant and intellectual robe she wore at the academy today, but instead wore a dark red leather hunting suit that allowed her to move around easily, outlining her breathtaking curves. Her long hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling beside her fair cheeks. She beckoned to Ren with her finger, and he composed himself, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and quickly stepped forward. These are the bravest warriors in my north, and now, They are entrusted to you, my little husband. Rain stared intently at the 300 soldiers. Their posture, eyes, and even the rhythm of their breathing exuded the discipline of seasoned veterans, a stark contrast to the peasant guards who had previously served in Tulip territory. Living off a woman, it's so good. Chapter 92, I can't worry about all that. Rain approached the soldiers. Very good. You have shown me what the people of the Northern Territory should be like. But from this day forward, you are no longer people of the North, but people of Tulip territory, people of my Tulip Baron Ren Verlet. In the old military merit system, many people may not be able to see the future or the prospects, but on this vibrant land, I will lead you to witness the impossible. I want to build a pure army, so pure that even in peacetime, our soldiers will not need to work the fields or be responsible for production. What this army does every day is to study how to kill the enemy, to figure out where to strike the human body with their knife to kill with one blow, or even draw more blood. Let the soldiers' swords create a safe environment for those who till the land, so that they can produce with peace of mind. This decision shocked those around them. Not only were the elders of the territory, such as Barton and Baruch, dumbfounded, but even the 300 experienced veterans of the North showed surprise on their usually stern faces. A full-time professional army? This was not unprecedented in the Tyro Empire, but it was usually a luxurious idea that only the royal elite or certain wealthy nobles dared to try. How dare a small baronial territory, in dire need of rebuilding, propose such a concept? How could 800 civilians support 300 soldiers who did not engage in production? Even eating is a problem. Empty promises can't fill an empty stomach. Veterans who have suffered hunger on the battlefield understand this best. But since their lord was willing to make such a boast, everyone had no choice but to trust him. Phil stood behind Rain, watching her fiancé's back with great interest. To be honest, she was not unaware of the situation in Tulip territory back then. They were all pale and emaciated, starving. But what about now? The fields were already ripe for harvest, and the people had filled their stomachs and held Rain in high esteem. How long has it been? It seems like only a week or two. What Phil admires is not how Rain conjures up food, but how he controls these people. Tulips don't just belong to Ryan, they also belong to their future children. As his wife, she was naturally pleased to see Ren developing this land step by step. Night. Ryan and Phil went to the bedroom. Minter Fair. Only the sound of their breathing remained in the room. With her legs crossed and holding a glass of red wine, her red lips glistening in the candlelight, Fair asked, "How was it? Satisfied? Didn't those soldiers look fierce?" "Yes, I love it so much." At this moment, it was as if Phil had bought a precious toy for her boyfriend, and Ryan provided emotional support. "Come here. Let me take a good look at you. Have you lost weight recently?" Phil beckoned to Rain, who immediately came to her side and sat on her lap. "I haven't lost weight. It's just that the dragon blood golden obsidian stone is still inside me, and seeing you makes me feel so uncomfortable." "Oh, how bad is it?" Phil hooked Ren's chin, kicked off her red high heels, revealing her jade-like feet, clad in black stockings, with dark green nail polish, like 10 emeralds hidden in the night. Before Ren could make his next move, Phil had already leaned close to his ear and was biting his earlobe. "Tonight, you can do whatever you want." Of the mature, beautiful woman reached Ryan's ears. Ren's body tensed instantly, as if the dragon blood golden obsidian within him had been ignited by those words. He kissed Fair's red lips directly. So in such a hurry? When Ryan woke up the next day, Phil was already gone. Unlike Mijala, Phil isn't as wild and won't bite in an S neck and leave marks. "Young master, madam has already left." The master bedroom door was pushed open, and a beautiful blonde woman with blue eyes walked in. "Are you getting up for breakfast?" "They're already gone." Ren sat up. "Yeah, no rush for breakfast. Let's eat you first." "Ah." Before Hea could react, she was pulled into Rain's arms. Hea sounded somewhat melancholy. Ever since Rain left the academy, she's really suffered. After all, she was the only beautiful woman by Ren's side. In the tulip fields, the four spirit pets also encouraged Rain as he tilled the land, mainly because they were watching their master till the land. Eek! Vivian came to Ren's side. Ren, already disturbed by the dragon blood golden silk obsidian, couldn't care less about anything else. Chapter 93 Tulipi's Advancement Method. This is a dangerous test. Although it was a reluctant attempt, and not a particularly formal probe. Vivian is a glutton. Inside the castle restaurant, Tulipi, that little nobody, is a classic case of sour grapes. Eek! Vivian smiled sweetly, enjoying the moon algae-based special food that he had made for her, still wanting more. But thinking about what Ryan just did, I realized I had been a bit too bold. As a result, Ren gained a large number of points. With his diligent interaction with his spirit pets over the past few days, he now has the resources to seriously consider the evolution of several of them. Companion spirit pet, Starlight Mermaid, Vivian. Rank, Silver. Star rating, 2 stars. Main attribute, Water. Secondary attributes, Light, Lightning. State, Shy, Craving, Curious. Skills, Star Spirit Rain, Water Shadow Star Arrow, Thunderstorm, Tidal Hymn. Progress, 1/3. Currently unable to reach 3/3. Progress rewards, 3,000 points, /5,000 points, /10,000 points. Current points, 4370. Ren took a look and saw that people like Tilopi and Sherry had no progress. There's nothing we can do about it. One is only the size of a palm, and the other is a cat. Leona could also reach 1/3. But looking at her human-sized body, I always feel like there's a hurdle I can't get over. Vivian is a half fish, and Rain can still treat her like a spring breeze fairy without actually doing anything to her. It helped her improve her spoken language skills, so that her pronunciation would be more standard when she spoke. Upon opening the system shop, Ren directly purchased Tilopi's Gold Advanced Training Method. Spending, 3,000 points. Current points, 1370. Now, Rain needs to learn how to feed his spirit pet. Tulip Pride Witch Training Method, results expected within 1 month. Core staple foods, daily essential, laying the foundation. Honey from the corolla of the morning tulip, 30 milliliters daily. Market price, 10 gold coins. Calendula sunberry pulp, 10 milliliters daily. Market price, 5 gold coins. Regular complementary foods, 3 times a week, for balanced development. Glowing dandelion bulbs, 1 per use, take the glowing center. Market price, 2 gold coins. Molten oak core sap, 5 drops each time. Market price, 3 gold coins. Thorn rose petal gel, 3 milliliters each time. Market price, 4 gold coins. Special mood/status supplies. Depending on Tilopi's emotional state, such as acting coquettishly, being jealous, or playing the zither, she can be fed an extra small amount of the host's own essence blood, 1 to 2 drops, to show the host's affection and generosity. Note, if a pet nutritionist is available, the above foods, except for special supplements, can be cooked daily according to the following proportions. These are not things that Ren should see. He can give them directly to Heya. He first needs to calculate how much this little fish will cost him in a week. 114 gold coins. Fortunately, his sweet little sister Gloria gave him more than 3,000 gold coins, and he still has about 3,000 gold coins left. Rain glanced at Tilopi surrounding Vivian, constantly asking her what it tasted like and how it felt. She would occasionally glance back at Ren, and at that moment, she realized her master was looking at her. Look, what are you looking at? My mistress, Tilopi isn't angry. No, that's not right. She's not jealous at all. Rain sighed. She looked jealous right now. The second son got to eat, but the eldest didn't. Wouldn't she feel incredibly wronged? Come here, Ren beckoned with his finger, and Tilopi reluctantly flew into Ren's palm. Is she jealous right now? Then I'll have to feed her. Then, holding Tilopi, he called he and went to the bedroom. After all, Tilopi couldn't get the ingredients on her own. She needed someone's help. You can't be greedy later, okay? Ren gently touched Tilopi's face. The latter blushed and said, What? I can't eat anymore. It's all right. I'll have you feed you. How do I feed it? Tilopi was a little curious. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength, so Ryan chose to refuse to communicate. Tilopi didn't fly out of the bedroom until noon. Vivian sniffed her scent. Eek. You smell like not only Rain's father, but also his mother. Of course, Tilopi said, hands on her hips. Humph, I am Lady Tilopi. Little angel Leona looked at her, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Given your size, it's impossible by any means, so how did you do it? Did you learn a spell to grow bigger? Never mind that. Tilopi shrugged, then began her Versailles-like speech. Alas, you don't know. When I first came to this lowly master's side, I was already her woman. Sherry, the little white cat who had been lying on the soft cushion and patting the ground with her tail, finally opened her eyes upon hearing this. Pupils, 1 blue and 1 green, and it coldly let out a meow. What? You actually dare to say that I'm either lying or picking up scraps? Tilopi pointed her little finger at her. You stinky cat. Do you think everyone's like you, only qualified to watch? You can't even. Sigh. Never mind, I don't want to discourage you. No matter what kind of owner you are, you won't be interested in a cat like you who can't even be considered a humanoid creature. Just keep it in mind, okay? Huh. Sherry didn't expect this brat to be so sharp-tongued, hitting her sore spot directly. It arched its back, its fur stood on end, and it kept panting. But little did they know that during the encrypted call just now, it also struck a nerve with Tilopi. Young master, how am I supposed to face Tilopi after this? At that moment, Heya covered her face, extremely shy. This is for her own good. Ren kissed the back of Heya's pale hand that she had covered her face. Darling, not just this time. More than once. Heya had no idea about any secrets for raising spirit pets, so she tossed her fingers aside, revealing a beautiful emerald green eye. You're not lying to me. This is helping her? You didn't. You deliberately tease me? How could that be? Ren looked at her. Their hair color and pupils were exactly the same. Besides, she'll need your help a lot more in the future. How can I help? Rain directly shared Tilopi's advanced recipe with her. Upon hearing that this was for the purpose of cultivating a spirit pet, the beautiful woman had no choice but to oblige, saying, All right, I will cook according to this method from now on, but I have one request. What are the requirements? It's just, if you ever contract a male spirit pet in the future, could you please not do this? Otherwise, I'd rather die. Absolutely impossible, the boy declared, displaying his absolute possessiveness towards the beautiful woman. Hey, I love you. Yes, love me. Chapter 94, Standoff Between Spirit Pets. As Rain stepped out of his bedroom, he was somewhat bewildered to see the 4 spirit pets arguing in the living room. Their 2 spirit pets, Sherry and Leona, they began to confront Tilopi and Vivian. The 2 sides are evenly matched, with one side not developing a further relationship with Ren, while the other side has already made further progress with Ren. Tilopi's argument with Sherry indirectly caused Leona to break down. The owner just likes cute ones like us, or the owner doesn't really like newbies like you yet, and so on. They said it all. 2. Suffered an undeserved misfortune. It wasn't her fault at first, but Sully's counterattack was exceptionally sharp. Its few breaths were utterly merciless. Its Hakka language roughly translates to this. Since you play almost no decisive role in the battle, this is all that's left of you. This really angered Tilopi and Vivian. Although they are both support characters, without their cooperation, can Leona and Shelly guarantee their survival? But it's clear. Sherry's statement was agreed upon by Leona. Upon hearing the white cat's words, the little angel immediately nodded. She believes that Vivian and Tilopi are not very useful. She'll handle the front lines, while Sherry will focus on flanking and taking down the enemy from the back. That way, they can take down the enemy just the same. And so, a debate about this erupted. However, when they saw Ryan walk out of the bedroom, they immediately stopped arguing and looked at Ryan with innocent and pitiful eyes. Looking at the 4 spirit pets in front of him, who were tense 1 second ago but then suddenly looked pitiful and helpless, Rain couldn't help but twitch his lips. He could even see Vivian secretly wiping away tears. She looked so heartbroken. Then, he walked over to the 4 spirit pets and picked them up in his arms. You guys, behave yourselves. Ren carried the 4 spirit pets into the bedroom and handed them to Heya. This is something women are good at. He then left the main castle and went outside Tulip Castle. Many northern soldiers have begun raid training, while Patton's 40-odd militiamen are supervising farming in the fields. With the arrival of this group of professional northern soldiers, Patton also realized his own position. Dreams of becoming a general are no longer possible. Therefore, he now positions himself in a position similar to that of a patrol team leader. And those warhorses that he coveted seem to have nothing to do with him anymore. As soon as Rain arrived outside Tulip Castle, the leader of the northern soldiers immediately rallied his men, then trotted over to him, arrayed his troops, and announced in a loud voice, My lord, the Tulip army is assembled. 300 men were expected, and 300 are present. Please give your orders. Ren returned the salute. Everyone stand at attention. I want to see my warriors. Yes, sir. The captain of the northern soldiers shouted in response, then jogged to the soldiers and commanded, All of you, stand at attention. The afternoon sun shone down, illuminating the sweat on their bronze skin as they continued their training run around the farmland outside the castle, each of them radiating heat. The heavy breathing merged into a deep and powerful sound, like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. Rain stood on a slightly higher mound at the edge of the training field and pointed at the leader. What's your name? Reporting to the Lord, my name is Hans. The leader was a muscular man, about the same height as Ren. It's worth noting that as a young master from a wealthy family, Ryan ate very well, and his height was already outstanding among the crowd. But this civilian soldier was no less impressive, and all of these soldiers were tall, none shorter than 1.8 meters, clearly handpicked by Phil. Hans, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Tulip Legion. Ren nodded. I now have 100 warhorses here, and I need you to select 100 stronger warriors to form a cavalry unit. Rain didn't need to show off to these soldiers. As a nobleman, he was qualified to lead them. Not to mention he's a contract master. No one can beat him in a one-on-one fight. Besides, who is Ren's wife? Do they dare to disagree? Therefore, there won't be any melodramatic scenes like soldiers disobeying their lord. With status and power, no one will want to cause trouble for you. Upon hearing the appointment, Hans's bronze face instantly lit up with excitement. He straightened his already towering frame. Yes, my lord. Hans will not fail in his duty and will train a tulip cavalry capable of tearing apart any enemy formation. I'm having you train a cavalry unit for the upcoming war, Rain said firmly. The area isn't very safe right now. Bandits appear frequently. Not long ago, our tulip territory was robbed by bandits. He raised an eyebrow. But I know their hideout. Where the Lord's army points, we will surely charge. Hans roared with 300 soldiers. Where the Lord's army points, we will surely charge. 300 veterans from the north roared in unison, their voices shaking the dust on the field ridges. Ren was pleased with the sudden surge of sharpness in his eyes. He raised his hand. Very good. To be honest, before these bandits showed up, I wouldn't have bothered with them at all. But some nobles think that because they've been entrenched in this area for so long, they're entitled to drink at the same table with me. Tomorrow, I will lead you through the Black Forest of Tulip territory to see what kind of bandits dare to act so arrogantly in my territory. Addition to 1,500 acres of arable plains, Tulip territory also has nearly 5,000 acres of black forest. The forest holds even more untapped resources, and beyond this dark forest lies Grey Dove territory. Everyone, get ready. We're entering the Black Forest tomorrow. If we spot any suspicious individuals, we'll launch an attack, even if it breaks out into war. Chapter 95, asking the question again. The soldiers in the north really liked their tough lord, Rain. A lord's belligerence may be a disaster for his subjects, but for some soldiers it can be a good thing. This way, soldiers will have a chance to earn merit. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that a baron can bestow fiefs and knights, even though it's the lowest rank of hereditary noble, is enough to make anyone's heart flutter. A fief knight is a respectable person who receives land from a lord, and can rise from a pure warrior to a small lord and manager. This is why many people want to become lackeys of nobles, because it allows them to legally acquire a piece of land. Ren sent someone to summon Baruch, who immediately trotted over. I also need 200 suits of armor, 150 iron shields and longswords, 100 longbows and 5,000 arrows, as well as 100 quivers and 100 quivers for mounted archery. Upon seeing the bald man, Ryan immediately spoke. Of course, he wasn't going to attack Vesper tomorrow. War between lords isn't something you can just start whenever you want. But it's perfectly fine to go into the Black Forest for a patrol and have a hunt to enjoy some meat. Baruch did a rough calculation, then his expression changed. My lord, this is a huge deal. If we calculate based on ordinary equipment, 200 suits of armor would cost about 400 gold coins, while iron shields would only cost 75 gold coins. As for longswords, longbows, quivers, and the like, adding them in, it'll cost 500 or 600 gold coins in total. Ren snapped his fingers, pulled out a bag of gold coins, and tossed it to Baruch. There are 100 gold coins in here. Consider it a deposit. Go and negotiate the deal, and deliver it to us before dark. Baruch had never seen such a generous lord, spending money as if it were food and water. Happiness came too fast. Although the money wasn't given to him directly, he could decide who received it. Such a large deal. Once he arrives in Stone Raven Town, which weapon shop owner wouldn't treat him well? The merchant officer within the territory, the more and larger the business in the territory, the higher his income and status will be. At this moment, all Baruch could think was, the Lord is just too temperamental. Oh dear, what am I to do? With this kind of treatment, what kind of bullshit Vesper would offer? Probably not in a lifetime. Lord Ren has been incredibly kind to me, Baruch. After silently grumbling to himself, Baruch glanced at Ren and asked, Lord, about this? It should be written down. After all, large-scale equipment transport can't be kept secret. Ren nodded slightly. He knew what Baruch was talking about. This bald man is still acting as a double agent, constantly reporting his actions to Vesper's people. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Hans, Ren said, glancing at the Legion commander after Baruch had left. Send a few warriors to protect Lord Baruch's safety. Yes. Hans selected a few trusted men and followed Baruch. However, this order also sent a signal to Hans that Ren didn't seem to trust the bald man as much as he thought. So he decided not to get too close to Baruch in the future, lest he get into trouble. Well, let's put the training aside for now. I checked out the military camp before coming to the farm, and to be honest, the environment is still pretty bad. That place doesn't look like habitable. It's been in disrepair for years. We need to find a way to repair it as soon as possible. Ren then pulled 50 gold coins from his pocket. These are for repairing the barracks. Buy whatever you need. My lord, we don't need that much. We can do it ourselves. No need to hire workers. Use the rest to buy some wine and meat, so everyone can have a good meal. Yes, Your Excellency Ren. Long live Your Excellency Ren. Hans accepted the order and shouted. All the soldiers shouted the same thing. The Lord not only cares about their fighting, but also about whether they are living well and eating well. This kind of genuine care is more heartwarming than any empty words. Good bosses are few and far between, so be sure to seize the opportunity. Back in the main castle, Ren felt a pang of regret. Production simply couldn't keep up with the expenses. We still need to revive the abandoned vineyards as soon as possible. When that happens, whether we sell fruit or make wine, it will be a landmark step for the territory's industry. Meanwhile, Zenise was inside the main castle, offering her daily prayers to Leona. At that moment, Zenise, the blindfolded beauty, tentatively reached out and touched Leona's cheek. Oh my God! This is what it feels like to touch the light. Leona had no idea what the blindfolded High Nun was up to, but she had seen this state before. He does this when she's with Rain. Eek! Zenise bit her finger, her eyes filled with unparalleled devotion. Then, the door was pushed open. Zenise recognized that aura all too well. Rain. How can you just enter my room like this? Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible panic, as she tried to maintain her usual cool demeanor. But her slightly trembling voice and somewhat rapid breathing betrayed her. Ryan stood in the doorway. I heard some noises in here. I thought something had happened. Are you alright? I'm fine, Zenise said, forcing herself to remain calm, and nodded slightly. Please don't disturb my prayer. This ritual is sacred and must not be stopped midway. Oh, Ren sniffed. It is indeed a sacred ritual. But you can't corrupt my child. You understand. Zenise couldn't take it anymore after being exposed so mercilessly by Ryan. What was the difference between this and being killed? I understand. Please stop talking, or I'll kill myself. Okay. Ryan closed the door. Silence returned to the room. Only Zenise's slightly rapid breathing and the soft, holy glow emanating from Leona remained. Zenise stood frozen in place, her cheeks burning hot under the blindfold. Lord, was I wrong? Zenise reached out and stroked Leona's chubby cheeks. Leona shook her head and said in a childish voice, No, you've forgiven me? The little angel nodded again. Yes. It's not a condescending forgiveness, but an unreserved acceptance. You truly are the supreme being. Zenise's voice was barely audible. From this day forward, I will dedicate my life to serving you and atoning for this sin. Leona nodded, seemingly accepting her allegiance, then asked, What, you want me to do this? Zenise was shocked by Leona's bold suggestion. In front of you, and Lord Rain. You want me to seduce him? Go now? I'm not prepared at all. Leona turned her head, pouting, seemingly angry. Chapter 96 is all. I'm sorry. I'll go right away. Please wait for me, and I'll persuade him, and also you. Zenise stood up, took a deep breath, and said, May I kiss your cheek? That way I can get courage from you. Having received Leona's affirmative response, Zenise no longer hesitated. She took a step forward, almost reverently bowed, and gently pressed her cool lips to Leona's delicate, warm jade-like cheek. Not long after Ryan returned to the living room, he saw the blindfolded beauty staggering toward him. What's going on? Ren was a little confused. Zenise collapsed into Ren's arms, panting heavily, her fragrant breath wafting over him. Lord Ren, please, help me. How can I help? Ren was also getting a little fed up with her crazy behavior. Come to my room. Zenise bit her lip, then licked her red lips, leaned close to Ren's ear, and said seductively, Once we get there, I'll explain everything to you slowly. This ascetic, blindfolded nun has finally come to her senses today. Moreover, this momentum is extraordinary. It'll probably take 2 or 3 days to tell what's going on. Looks like we've met our match. But Ren has things to do tomorrow. I'll keep it short. Ren clenched his fists, ready for battle. Zinnies didn't know how to put it, but the first man she met was Ryan, and she probably wouldn't be interested in any other men in the future. Rain ignored her and carried the little angel into his room. Mommy. Leona immediately snuggled into his arms and acted coquettishly. She looked up, her big orange eyes filled with a hint of expectation. It was as if she was waiting for Heya to praise her. Heya took Leona from her, sniffed, and then widened her eyes. Young master, this. Take her to wash up. Ren didn't say anything, but went to the study, picked up the Imperial Code, and began to read it. While reading, I immersed my consciousness in the system. Companion spirit pet, Seraphim, Leona. Rank, Silver. Star rating, 2 stars. Main attribute, Order. Secondary attributes, Light, Fire. Status, Smug, Craving food, Satisfied. Skills, Manipulation of power, Armament of light and fire. Progress, 1/3. Currently unable to reach 3/3. Progress rewards, 3,000 points, /5,000 points, /10,000 points. Current points, 4370. Ren took a deep breath. Another 3,000 points were his. Although Leona and Sherry are the main fighting force, it's clear that they are less effective than Vivian and Telepi in developing the territory. Moreover, in order to treat everyone fairly, he had to insist on the principle of first come, first served. First, by Vivian's Gold Advanced Secrets. Telepi's advancement to the Tulip which of Pride focuses on control and resistance reduction. Therefore, Rain decided to purchase Vivian's next stage of form development secrets, Star Guardian. Its main functions are area of effect magic damage and healing. The method is similar to Telepi's, except for the core staple food and regular complementary foods, but the price is almost the same. There are also special supplies. Depending on Vivian's emotional state, such as feeling wronged, sad, feeding her while playing the zither. Playing the zither means that they are in a state of learning music. Fortunately, Vivian could take it herself, which spared he from the trouble. With over 2,800 gold coins left in his pocket, Ren wasn't worried. 2 spirit pets only cost a little over 200 gold coins a week, and it was effective within a month. It's only a little over 900 gold coins. That money should be spent. So, Ryan went to the bathroom. He had just finished wiping Leona's lips with a towel when she stepped out of the bathroom and saw Rain. Young master? The bathroom was a dangerous place, and his eyes revealed fear and helplessness. She was terrified. It was as if something was bound to happen the moment she saw Ryan. Heya also realized that she might not be able to meet Rain's requirements, so he could only provide targeted training for Vivian and Leona. Sure enough, she could feel that Rain's breathing seemed to be getting heavier again. This is Vivian's recipe. Rain looked at the beautiful woman's panicked eyes and felt a little embarrassed. But some things are really beyond his control. Mijala bestowed upon him was truly amazing. Now, Ren felt that his physique was comparable to that of a high-ranking bronze knight, and he might even reach the level of a silver knight at any time. It's just a little bit short, or maybe something's missing. I wish I could see Selena and her 2.5-meter-tall angelic beauty, Shia, again. Or you could have Mijala. If it continues for a week, I estimate it will be able to. The more he thought about these things, especially Marcella, the more his eyes seemed to spit fire. He carefully took the recipe from Rain, then kissed Leona. Okay, you go back to your room now. After Leona flew away, the beautiful woman, noticing the detail, coughed lightly. Young master, your shoelaces are loose. Well, then I'll leave it to you. The next day, Rain left the castle and began preparing to lead his soldiers into the Black Forest to explore the surrounding resources. Chapter 97 for Justice. Tulips lead the Black Forest. Dappled sunlight still filters through the forest's edge. This area has abundant timber resources, with a wide variety of tree species, the most common being iron oak and blackwood. These woods are hard and durable, making them excellent materials for construction, tool making, and weapon manufacturing. The previous lord never developed this area, but beyond this forest lies Grey Dove territory, and Vesper might extend his reach here. As for whether Vesper withdrew his personnel after the change of Tulip territory lord, Ren was not clear. Wild animals often roam the forest, but most are small to medium-sized animals such as rabbits, pheasants, and deer. We can catch some wild rabbits and pheasants to raise in captivity, Ren said, leading his army into the forest. Yes, Your Excellency Ren. Hans nodded and dispatched several of his men to attack. Catching a rabbit or a pheasant was a piece of cake for these soldiers. More than 200 people were fully armed, and even ferocious beasts that had been entrenched in this forest would give way when they entered. Furthermore, Rain also brought Tilope and Leona with her. Ren circled on the map. This area is rich in timber resources. It would be a shame not to build a logging camp here. Although his money was still useful, it didn't mean other businessmen didn't have money. Allowing other merchants to build logging camps in his territory would not only solve some of the employment problems, but also stimulate the territory's trade environment. To achieve this, all you need to do is go to Mayor Liana and sweet-talk her. She'll introduce you to a whole bunch of businessmen. This is the benefit of being a kept man. The group arrived at a water source where the stream was crystal clear. Because it was a forest, everyone entered on foot. No one rode a horse. Report. We have discovered traces of human activity in the northeast direction. The scouts who had gone out came to the stream and reported to Rain. Ren frowned. What exactly is the situation? We've spotted a few large, felled trees ahead. The stumps still smell sweet. The soldier scratched his head. They smell quite nice. They must be some kind of luxury item's raw material. A fragrant tree stump. Ryan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately pressed. How fresh are the logging marks? Have you found anything else around here? Like tool marks, footprints, tire tracks, or discarded items? Seeing how much importance the Lord attached to this, the scouts became tense. For these nobles, discovering that someone else had developed their territory was no less than being robbed of their money and having their wives taken advantage of. My lord, the tree stump is very fresh. The sap has not dried completely, and the edges of the bark are bright in color. It must have been done within the last few days. The tool was an axe. The cuts look a bit messy, not like something an experienced person would do, but it must have been done with considerable force. The footprints were messy, probably from 5 or 6 people, all wearing sturdy leather boots, not our army's standard issue. No wheel tracks were found, but there were traces of logs being dragged away. Ren nodded. Very professional, a very detailed report. You observed very carefully. From now on, you will be the scout captain of the Tulip Legion. The soldier never imagined that he would become an officer simply for doing his duty. The surrounding soldiers cast envious and congratulatory glances, but they were also convinced of the truth. Ren nodded, his gaze sweeping over the other soldiers. You all saw it? In my hands. Merit is always rewarded. Whether you fight on the battlefield, scout ahead, or develop your skills in building your territory, as long as you demonstrate value, I will not treat you unfairly. In the future, the title of Fief Knight and Fertile Land await true warriors to fight for. This time, the soldiers did not respond loudly. Now that they have all entered the Black Forest for combat, they are already in a state of combat readiness. Responding loudly at this time will allow potential enemies to determine everyone's location. But joy spread across everyone's face. Now, everyone follow me and head northeast. Upon receiving the order, the team immediately went into battle alert. The soldiers' joy quickly faded, replaced by focus and vigilance. They stopped talking and communicated with each other using eye contact and simple gestures, automatically adjusting their formation. The formation is divided into 3 sections: front, middle, and rear. Scouts spread out on both flanks. Shield bearers are in front, archers and spearmen are in the middle, and Ren and Hans are in command positions in the middle section. This is practically the ultimate toy that Phil gave to Ryan. There's no need for Rain to have any high level of military command skills. As long as he gives the order, these people will operate automatically. Arriving at the scene, the tree stump did indeed emit a lingering scent. Others might not understand these things, but as a nobleman, Ren was naturally well informed. They might not understand leading troops in battle, but they can distinguish the materials used in various luxury goods and determine their value. As someone from the Violet family, he was practically in control. If there are luxury items he doesn't recognize, it just proves they're too cheap. Silver Frost Agarwood. Rain's voice was cold and tinged with a hint of offended anger. And it's a mature tree that's over 50 years old and in its prime resin-producing period. The heartwood of this tree, processed and distilled using secret methods, can be used to extract sinking silver frost fragrance, the value of which is more than the same weight of silver per ounce. Whether used in incense, perfume, or winemaking, it is a top-tier luxury ingredient. The soldiers could hear the chill in Rain's voice. That was the angry voice of a capitalist. The further you explore, the more disheartening it becomes. This entire forest of silver frost agarwood has been cut down in half. More than 30 mature fragrant trees were destroyed. Even at the very least, that's a loss of 1,000 gold coins. No wonder Vesper was so generous when he met Ryan. Your Excellency, Ren? Hans stood trembling beside Ren and asked in a low voice. May I ask what we should do next? Which village in Grey Pigeon Castle is at the forefront? Ren's voice was filled with rage. Hans beckoned over a few scouts and, after questioning them, came to Ren's side and whispered, Sir, we found out. About 5 miles outside the northeastern edge of the Black Forest lies Mudclaw village of Grey Dove territory. It is said to be the territory of a fief knight under a man named Vesper. Prepare to attack. Ren nodded, his voice revealing his confidence. The soldiers nearby were stunned. Is this what nobles are like? That's too fierce. No negotiation whatsoever. But the soldiers also gripped their weapons tightly, ready for battle. Seeing the soldiers' condition, Rain nodded in satisfaction. Protecting the territory's property is the sacred and inviolable mission of every Tulip soldier. Next, we will give a just trial to Mudclaw village in Grey Pigeon Castle. I don't care if there are any important people or old, weak, women and children in their village. Even if they die, it doesn't matter to me. We stand here, and we are justice. In the pure light of justice, all darkness must be annihilated, destroyed. For the sake of justice, we must be bathed in the glow of the sunset. Fight the most victorious battle, be brilliant and radiant, and live up to the lofty ideals you have brought to my side and to Tulip Country. Chapter 98 No Martial Ethics. Many people may die in the upcoming war, but don't be afraid. Everyone, immediately report the situation of your relatives to your superiors, and hand over all the information to me. Your sacrifices are worthwhile for justice. If you unfortunately die or are seriously injured or disabled, it doesn't matter. I will support your family. I will send at least 20 silver coins to your family every month for 30 years. Because in my view, any act of sacrifice made for justice must be treated kindly if we defeat evil. At this point, Ryan smiled and raised his right hand. Then empty them out. Without any intention of issuing diplomatic rhetoric, and without hesitation or cowardice at the perceived invasion of territory, Rain directly regarded this economic aggression as a pretext for war and began mobilizing the army. Hans wiped away his cold sweat. He had almost believed Ren's deceptive lies. He was already infected. He felt they were really going to do something sacred. They even felt that Rain was a lord with an infinite sense of justice and a friendly demeanor. All that build-up was for just a few words at the end. Nizwa village is located at the bend of a murky stream. It is a small village with about 40 or 50 households, most of which are low-lying wooden and stone houses. At the entrance of the village stood a simple wooden watchtower, on which a militiaman dozed off, clutching a spear. Smoke curled from chimneys in the village, and cattle and sheep bleated in their pens, creating a peaceful rural scene. The only conspicuous thing was a stone fortress with a small courtyard in the center of the village, which should be the residence of the fief knight. And a silver frost agarwood yard is located behind the stone fortress. Nizum village appeared completely unguarded in the fading light. Hans, Ren said in a low voice. Take 50 infantrymen and 20 archers, go down the valley, circle around to the back of the village, and cut off anyone's escape. Yes, Your Excellency, Ren. Hans licked his slightly dry lips and took his leave. Leona. Daddy. The little angel immediately snuggled into Ryan's arms, responding to him. Rain patted her hair. After I have the archers shoot down those sentries, you activate your firearms and smash that wooden door open. Tilipe. Ren reached out and poked the little tulip fairy's cheek. Ever since she got what she wanted from he, she had become incredibly shy around Ren. Silly, silly daddy. Tilipe hugged Ren's fingers and gently bit them. When can we? Don't think about those inappropriate things now. Ren's eye twitched. Remember to activate the empowered petals later and try to protect the frontline soldiers. Good. Tilipe rubbed her cheek against Rain's fingers. Hans took 70 soldiers with him, and now Ren has only about 180 soldiers left. Archers, prepare. Aim at the soldiers on the enemy watchtowers. After the first volley of arrows, regardless of whether those sentries are dead or not, shield guards, advance. Attack. 30 archers stepped forward silently, drew their bows, and aimed their cold arrows at the simple watchtower at the village entrance, and at two figures vaguely moving at the stone fortress below. The subtle friction of the string being slowly pulled apart became the only sound at that moment. The militiaman on the tower seemed to sense a hint of unease. He shifted his position, rubbed his eyes, and gazed blankly toward the dark forest, where only swaying tree shadows could be seen. Although being stationed on the edge of Tulip territory is a leisurely job, it doesn't mean they are just bots waiting to die. Enemy. Enemy attack. The enemy sentry, though somewhat tired from drinking the night before, quickly snapped to attention and pulled the bell on the watchtower. Enemy attack. The piercing chimes and the distorted roar exploded simultaneously, and then his throat was pierced by an arrow, gurgling blood bubbles. The muffled thuds of the 30 bowstrings vibrating simultaneously merged into one. The next second, a dense barrage of arrows, like the scythe of death, pierced the dim light and covered the watchtower and the entrance to the stone fortress. The alarm alerted the entire village, instantly snapping the thief knight, who was flirting with his beautiful wife and concubines, back to reality. Immediately don your armor and summon your personal guards. At the same time, request reinforcements from Grey Pigeon Fortress. But the guards at the village gate had already spotted a monster walking at the front. An angel, nearly 2 meters tall and formed from condensed magical energy, walked at the very front of all the soldiers. The soldiers around her were each covered by a golden protective shield. Ordinary arrows can't hurt them at all. The knight of the fiefdom shoved aside his disheveled and screaming concubine and jumped off the bed shirtless. Armor. My sword. What's going on outside? He frantically put on his leather armor lining while listening to his guard's report. Black Forest? Tulip territory. How could he attack without permission? The thief knight of Grey Dove territory glared, his eyes red. Even if war breaks out between territories, permission should be obtained from the Stone Raven Town Council first. Did a message come from inside the castle that you didn't tell me? The thief knight roared at his personal guards. However, the guards were also completely baffled. When did the notification arrive? There was none. No, sir, we have absolutely not received any diplomatic documents or declarations of war from Stone Raven Town. A guard hurriedly defended himself, his face equally pale. The beacon tower has been lit, and fast horses have been dispatched. Grey Dove Fortress and Stone Raven Town will know soon. The knight's heart pounded. Any war not coordinated by Stone Raven Town is illegal. This area responsible for arbitration, though only in name, must be recognized as legitimate by everyone, because it was an institution that protected weak lords. For example, if a great lord wants to devour a lesser lord, he must first report to Stone Raven Town that he is preparing to declare war, and he must find a suitable reason. Then the town mayor will try to mediate. If the mediation fails, it will depend on whether the other party to the declaration of war will accept the challenge. Not engaging in combat is another way of handling things. First, a vote must be held in the town council. Only if the votes in favor exceed the votes against can troops be deployed. Territory nowadays has no sense of martial ethics at all. Of course, mechanisms are mechanisms, and people are not machines. For example, if you've already attacked someone else's home, why bother with Stonecrow Town? Therefore, Rain directly regarded Grey Dove's actions as a military invasion. Chapter 99 Tulipi, who embarrassed Ren. Bang! The simple village gate was knocked down with a single punch by Leona, who was empowered by the light and fire armament. Then the Tulip army soldiers began to file in. Such a small village could not possibly withstand more than 200 fully armed soldiers. A village governed by a thief knight typically has a few dozen soldiers at most. Having more would only arouse the lord's suspicion. When the thief knights arrived at the village gate with their soldiers, the village had already been occupied. He shouted, "Your Excellency Baron Tulip, Lord Ren, why have you started a war between two territories without cause? We have now informed Grey Pigeon Castle and Stone Raven Town of this matter. Please withdraw your troops. We can discuss anything else at this time. The entire province is currently in a sensitive phase. Resorting to force prematurely would not benefit either of us." Rain, standing among the troops, ignored the roar and simply ordered his soldiers to keep firing arrows. "We're all cunning people. I know what you did, and you know why I did it. Since everyone knows the truth, why call for a halt?" Tulipi. Ren snapped his fingers. "Activate Flower Edict. Keep the area around the enemy as close as possible, and don't let it hit our own people." The little fish flower fairy puffed out her cheeks. "Understood, Master Fish." Then, she flew out of Rain's arms and went to the front line, shouting, "A bunch of ants! How dare they offend the noble Lady Tulipi's stupid father?" From this moment forward, this place is entirely under the control of Lady Tulipi. In the name of the Flower Crown, imprison all lowly fodder. Hurry up and die. Noble Tulip Fairy, Lady Tulipi, hurry back to your silly father's arms and give him a kiss and a hug. Upon hearing Tulipi shout those words, Ryan's eyes twitched slightly. So embarrassing. This is war. How dare she utter such a cringeworthy line? Doesn't she feel embarrassed? Several soldiers around Ren also looked at their lord. It's said that a spirit pet's personality follows its contract master. Are all lords like that in private? Rain took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to grab that embarrassing little flower fairy and give her a good beating, and tried his best to maintain the persona of a cold-blooded lord on the battlefield. Keep firing. Suppress them. Don't stand still. His command brought the soldiers back to their senses, but it seemed the force and precision had subtly decreased. I bet a lot of people are trying not to laugh. Tilope, who had activated the flower edict, was losing her magical power. The ground began to crack, and countless vines and tree roots burst forth, wrapping around the panicked Mudclaw village defenders. Tilope hovered above the wildly growing thicket of thorns, her small body radiating an undeniable aura of power. A demon. A fairy. It's the curse of the forest flower fairy. I have no strength left. Help. These thorns hurt so much. Sir Knight, save me. Hearing these pleas for mercy, Tilope crossed her arms, her delicate face clearly showing her displeasure. You lowly, vulgar, and utterly unattractive scum. How dare you pollute Lady Tilope's senses with your filthy weapons and foolish roars, and even attempt to harm your stupid father. This is absolutely the highest level of offense. Now, feel the fury of the root flower sea. Even if you beg for mercy, for the noble. Rain couldn't hold back any longer and quickly called out. Enough. Tilope, come back here. Tilope scoffed. Humph. This time it's only because my stupid daddy was merciful. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't have let you off the hook. Hurry up and thank him. All right. They already said thank you. I heard them. Ren was utterly humiliated. Tilope, come back here right now. Tilope clearly hadn't said enough, but upon hearing Ryan's words, she could only fly into his arms. She looked up at Ren, her eyes filled with excitement, as if waiting for his praise. Looking at the pair of bright eyes in his arms that seemed to say, praise me, praise me. All he wanted to do was find some needle and thread to sew her mouth shut. Now, Ren can understand why Selena summoned the Silver Scale, Saint Dragon Princess back then. These bizarre spirit pets are utterly shameful. Ren took a deep breath and touched Tilope's cheek. Good girl, when you advance to the gold rank, I'll give you a surprise. What surprise? Tilope was overjoyed. Her actions just now had really made Ren proud. Actually, Tilope doesn't really care. Silly dad, Tilope isn't happy at all. A surprise that will make you cry. Ren clenched his fists, believing that Tilope's size would definitely change after evolving to the gold rank. Then, we'll get our revenge. They even made her utter shameful lines repeatedly during the process of being retaliated against. Is that all? A surprise that came out of tears. You silly dad, you're so stingy. Lady Tilope has done such a great service. At least grant Tilope one wish. Like, going on a date with Tilope in the forest, finding the prettiest flowers, and seeing the brightest fireflies. And Daddy making a flower wreath for Tilope. Rain hadn't expected the flower fairy to make a wish, but now he didn't have time to take care of Tilope. Dozens of enemy soldiers were all killed in action with the combined efforts of Tilope and Leona. The enemy's fief knights and Leona continued to fight. Looking at the fallen soldier beside him, his eyes were somewhat dazed. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? As a bronze knight, he naturally had his trump cards. Even if he doesn't have the secret manual, he still has his ultimate moves. At this moment, his entire body was crackling with lightning. Sizzle sizzle. You damn monster, take this. Thunderous sword slash. Facing the fief knight, whose entire body crackled with violent arcs of electricity and whose aura suddenly surged, Leona's large orange eyes held a look of confusion. Crackling with blinding lightning and whistling through the air, reached Leona, who was clad in fiery armor. The little angel sucked on his finger in confusion. It stood out starkly against the backdrop of howling thunder. She didn't even put down her sucking finger. She just blinked her big orange eyes. Manipulation of power activated. Leona began modifying the Chunibu delusional skills of the Marquis Knight. Then, all the lightning effects on the opponent's body disappeared. Finally, he was knocked down by a single punch from her fiery weapon, lying on the ground, bent over like a limp shrimp, clutching his stomach and vomiting blood. Leona turned to look at Rain. Daddy? Kill him. Ren showed no mercy. At his command, the surrounding soldiers, unwilling to let such a cute little angel personally commit murder, swarmed around and finished off the fief knight. Chapter 100: A Triumphant Return. The entire village was looted by Rain's army, except for the free people, who were left untouched. After all, even in a war of lords, the army cannot kill free people unless they resist. We cannot rob them of their money, nor can we take their people back to our own territory and treat them like slaves. Otherwise, if this matter is reported to the capital, Ren's title will be in jeopardy. The royal family has clear laws to restrain the wars waged by the lords. They can disregard how nobles and their lackeys fight, but they must guarantee the personal safety of the free citizens of the empire during war. Meanwhile, all of Grey Dove Knight's cattle and sheep, as well as the gold coins and luxury goods in the manor, were taken away by Ren. As for the things in his manor that couldn't be moved, Ren burned them all down. The northern soldiers looted quickly, like professional bandits. Ren didn't know what kind of environment these people had lived in before, but they always seemed to reap great rewards. In short, this is much more lucrative than stealing and cutting down trees. After everyone retreated back to the Black Forest, Hans came to Ren's side to report the situation. "My lord, this operation. Deaths, 2 people. Seriously injured, 5 people. Minor injuries, 18 people. The spoils are as follows. 1. Silver frost agar wood, 7 complete mature logs and 5 logs that have undergone preliminary processing. 2nd, precious metals and luxury goods. For 72 imperial gold coins and more than 1,300 silver coins were found in the knight's bedroom and secret room. Various gold and silver utensils, gem-encrusted jewelry, and silk fabrics were also seized. 3rd, food and supplies. About 35 carts of grain such as wheat and rye. About 5 carts of reserves of smoked meat, cheese, salted fish, etc., iron ingots, copper materials, and intact weapons and armor sufficient to arm 30 people. 4. Livestock. 8 strong oxen for draft, 5 pack horses, 12 pigs for meat, and over 40 sheep. V. Others, 7 intact transport vehicles, various agricultural tools, woodworking tools, leather, and other miscellaneous items, all of which are valuable and easy to transport have been packed. Ray nodded. Clear the items off the transport trucks and quickly transport the seriously wounded soldiers back to the territory for treatment. At this moment, Hans was slightly moved. Their lord was not greedy for money, but cared about the lives of his brothers. Hans turned and shouted back to the soldiers, who were busy or resting in the firelight, repeating Rain's order. The Lord has ordered. 2 of the 7 transport vehicles we seized are to be used to transport the seriously wounded and the bodies of our fallen comrades. And act quickly. When the order was given, the soldiers were taken aback at first, but then they burst into more efficient action. Without the slightest hesitation or complaint, the soldiers who were counting and loading valuables immediately set to work, carefully moving the heavy wooden crates and sacks of grain. Ryan pulled out a pile of cigarette boxes from the luxury supplies. Each sergeant come and get cigarettes. Give them to whoever in your 10-man squad smokes. Soldiers need to release their emotions after killing people. Generally, you would go to a technical service center in a town and book the entire facility directly. Then I watched the masseuses dance that made me feel hotter and hotter, forcing me to helplessly take off my clothes to cool down. Finally, a massage to relax. But we can't do that now. At this time, tobacco can soothe most people's emotions. Cigarettes, especially those packaged in boxes reserved for nobles, were typically enjoyed by knights, wealthy merchants, and lords after banquets or in their studies. An ordinary soldier might never have the chance to encounter one in his entire life. So passionate. The Lord is just too passionate. Yeah, how could you not have a great time working for a boss like that? Many soldiers, with cigarettes in their mouths and supplies on their backs, walked with a light step despite their weariness. Tisk, this flavor is amazing. It's way better than the leaves we usually roll. An old soldier with a missing front tooth took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, and looked thoroughly enjoying himself. Lord is truly unparalleled. From now on, I, Scarface Hawk, will follow him. No one can steal my man. Several sergeants also gathered together, bragging and joking. Ren didn't stop them, but Hans kept a close eye on them. What are you all doing? Letting your guard down? Let me tell you, we are still at war. The enemy could catch up at any time. Although the cavalry cannot enter the forest, all of you need to be on high alert. It's the Lord's kindness to let you have a smoke, not for you to smoke and brag at the same time. Now hurry up. The sergeants, who were smoking and boasting with smug satisfaction, froze on their faces and instinctively straightened their backs. Ren nodded slightly at Hans' timely intervention without saying anything more. He may not know how to command troops, but he knows how to manage people. Before he transmigrated, he was more or less a manager in a company, so he naturally knew that if someone had to play the bad cop, someone else had to play the good cop. Back to Tulip territory. The people saw their lord take his soldiers to the forest, in return laden with spoils. Zinnies also played a role at this moment, which was healing. However, Ren wasn't stingy and directly brought Vivian over to help. Several seriously wounded soldiers had their injuries quickly stabilized under the magic of the nun and the mermaid. As for the two dead soldiers, they were given a proper burial by Ren's men. In short, Ren did everything he could for humanitarian work. No one below could find fault with him. After the battle, it was time to divide the spoils. Ren first confirmed with everyone that each person's base salary was 30 silver coins. Killing one person will increase your monthly salary by 10 silver coins. In short, as long as you dare to kill, Ren will dare to give you a huge raise. This has led many to anticipate the outbreak of war. However, before Ren could even recover, the people from Stoneraven Town had already come knocking on his door. Liana's little secretary, clutching her little skirt, slowly approached Ren. When she saw Ren's face, she was slightly stunned. Your Excellency Baron Tulip, Lord Ren Verlet. Because of your unprovoked— oh, no, because of your rash act of starting a war, you have incurred the wrath of the town councilors and the surrounding lords. Now, before she could finish speaking, Ryan interrupted. Now you need me to go to Stoneraven Town, right? Yes. The secretary nodded repeatedly, like a sparrow pecking at rice. Chapter 101 Rain, you're such a good kid. Stoneraven Town, Town Council Hall. It is rare for the speaker of the town council to be the mayor. The mayor is responsible for internal administration, while the council speaker is responsible for arbitrating disputes. The town mayor cannot directly order the speaker to pass a bill, nor can he remove the speaker. The former is elected by the townspeople. The latter, on the other hand, is elected by the members of the Stoneraven Town Council, and its power is based on the joint authorization of the members. The election of councillors also comes from the nomination of the people. For example, the councillor representing Tulip territory in the town council is not necessarily Rang. Once the local lords become councillors, they will definitely form a group in the council and speak on behalf of their own people. Parliament has little influence over ordinary people because it deals with major issues, while civil disputes are generally handled by the Ministry of Justice. But the town council still has enormous power, with legislative power and even provisions covering trade tariffs, which is used when there are trade or armed conflicts between lords or other surrounding towns and forces with Stoneraven Town. At this point, the town council can decide whether to send troops abroad or to negotiate. Simply put, this group can decide whether or not Ren will provide compensation if they vote in favor. But Mayor Liana wasn't without a voice, even though the council decided that Ren must pay the corresponding compensation. But how will compensation be paid? How much will be paid out first? Will it be paid out immediately? The mayor has the final say. For example, the council ruled that Ren should pay Vesper 500 gold coins. Liana could execute the order immediately and efficiently, dispatching town guards to forcibly inventory Ren's assets. However, she could also use the pretext of tight finances in Shia Town to propose a compensation schedule and divide the compensation into several installments. When Ren's carriage arrived at the town hall, Liana's secretary came to Ren's side first and let him in. Your Excellency, please follow me. Lady Liana is waiting for you in her office before the council hearing begins. The secretary's voice was even softer than before, her eyes quickly sweeping over the guards and carriage behind Ren. Only you can go in alone. Ren nodded to Hans, signaling him to wait outside and watch over the carriage. The town council is not just a game for councillors. At the very least, a town doesn't have many councillors, with a maximum of 20. Townspeople are also allowed to attend each council meeting. If a member of parliament says something wrong in parliament, he will lose the support of his voters and may have to leave the following year. Therefore, before the meeting, the speaker's secretary must first arrange the environment. Rain straightened his clothes and knocked on Liana's office door. The office door closed gently behind me, shutting out all outside noise. Liana did not sit upright behind the large desk as she had last time. Instead, she stood by the window and, upon seeing Ren, immediately went over to check on his physical condition. Realizing that Ren wasn't hurt, she buried her face in his chest, playfully punching his chest with her small fists. You scared me to death. Ryan hugged the intelligent and beautiful woman tightly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Liana looked up, her blue eyes shimmering with tears, a mixture of fear and trembling. If anything happened to you, Ryan quickly kissed her, trying to soothe the tearful beauty. I'm all right, aren't I? How could you be so impulsive? Liana gripped Rain's clothes tightly. I told you, it's not worth it for me. Why wouldn't you listen? Madam, it's all worth it for you. Ryan wasn't going after Vesper for the sake of the beautiful woman in front of him, but that didn't stop him from putting on an act. You just wouldn't listen to me, and now things have gotten really out of hand, Liana said, but there was still emotion in her eyes. What exactly happened? I've discovered that some areas in the Tulip territory that yield valuable timber have been illegally invaded and developed by the people of the Grey Dove territory. You're not lying to me, are you? Liana asked Rain for confirmation. Tell me honestly, this isn't something you framed him for, is it? She knew that she and Vesper were now mortal enemies, but she needed to confirm whether Ryan was truly on the side of reason and law, even if only superficially. Of course not. Ren wiped away Liana's tears. I would lie to anyone but you. Liana took a deep breath, inhaling Rain's scent. I believe you. But you shouldn't have acted so impulsively. Is there something you can't tell me? You see, Vesper wasn't as impulsive as you. He knew to first apply to Parliament for arbitration regarding the conflict between the two parties. Even if he did steal your money, it's still wrong of you to hit him. What's wrong with me? Ryan chuckled lightly. He stole my money, so I took it back. Isn't that normal? Seeing Ren's almost childlike logic and complaints, Liana grabbed Ren's wrist and patiently educated the little boy. Normal? In a lord's game, this is not normal. Rules are rules. If he illegally logs, and you gather evidence, you can file a complaint with the Parliament. Or at least procedurally, can make him pay the price, instead of you personally leading troops there and turning everything into an irreversible armed conflict. You were in the right before, but now you re-not. Now everyone, including those neutral counselors, isn't seeing illegal logging in Grey Dove territory, but rather a cross-border attack by Tulip territory. You turned a hand that you could have won by a small margin into a terrible game that you have to fight tooth and nail to even get a draw. Ryan chuckled. Madam, have you forgotten? What kind of business does Vesper run? The one who should really be seeking peace is not me. What do you mean? Liana's eyes widened. Vesper's cousin, isn't he the warden? Ren coughed lightly. What I mean is, after discovering that the territory's resources had been stolen, I also found that prisoners from nearby Stone Raven town had been inexplicably transferred to Grey Dove territory. In order to find out the situation, I decided to rescue these prisoners. Unfortunately, they escaped. Liana's blue eyes narrowed suddenly. Good child. Tell me quickly, did you really see it? Ryan shook his head. I didn't see it. But you saw it. What do you mean? Liana was momentarily stunned. I was acting on your orders, to secretly lead men to Grey Dove territory to investigate this matter. No, I don't. Liana's eyes were a little confused, then she suddenly realized. Yes, I do. I'm pregnant. That's right, my dear wife, you're pregnant. As the mayor of Stone Raven Town, you've received an anonymous tip about the possible illegal transfer of prisoners from the jail. Out of caution and a sense of responsibility to the town, I have entrusted a reliable lord from a neighboring Grey Dove territory, that is, myself, to conduct a preliminary, secret investigation. Liana hugged Ren excitedly. Ren, you're such a good boy. Chapter 102 Vesper's Counterattack. The two kissed in the office until they lost track of time. The two did not separate until the secretary came to announce the start of the meeting. Liana, panting, said, Don't be afraid later. I'll back you up. Let's go. As he walked out the door, Ryan whispered a few words to his secretary, instructing her to take care of some errands. Then he and Liana arrived at the gates of the council. He could clearly hear a cacophony of voices rising and falling like ocean waves coming from behind the door. The two pushed open the door and entered, revealing the scene in the Parliament Hall. The towering dome, the dark wood paneling, and the murals symbolizing power and order appear solemn and oppressive under the lights. The semicircular seats of legislators are high above, like gods looking down on mortals. At this moment, all 15 seats were filled, except for Vesper, because he was sitting in the speaker's seat and had lost his right to vote. Liana went up to the mayor's seat on the stage and sat down. The audience section below was even more packed, a sea of people. Merchants, craftsmen, small landowners, townspeople. Many of them were prominent figures in Stone Crow Town or nearby towns. Quiet. A heavy oak mallet strikes the base. Speaker Sir Lester sat in the main seat, his deep purple robes making his expression even more solemn. He was about 50 years old, with a thin face, deep nasolabial folds, and a pair of sharp, eagle-like gray-blue eyes. The special hearing of the Stone Raven Town Council, is now beginning. His voice boomed, echoing in every corner of the hall. Make a ruling on the matter of Lord Ren Verlit, the Lord of Tulip Territory, who is suspected of launching an unprovoked armed attack on Mudclaw Village, which belongs to Grey Dove Territory, causing casualties and significant property damage. The final result was determined by the vote of the 14 members and one alternate member. His gaze shifted to the area where Ren was standing, cold and formulaic. Baron Ren Verlit, please come forward to the podium and state your explanation of this incident. The hall fell silent instantly, with only suppressed breathing and the faint rustling of clothes. All eyes were on Ren. Wow, what a dashing young man. He's practically the perfect model for a noble prince. Being handsome is definitely an advantage. For example, even the usually serious speaker, Sir Lester, softened his expression considerably. The same applies to other members of Parliament. This handsome young man doesn't seem like an impulsive person. Ryan's appearance was impeccable. He straightened his clothes, stepped forward with steady steps, then sat down and looked at Vesper. Vesper appeared calm and collected, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Compared to Rain, he was deeply entrenched in Stoneraven and had an excellent relationship with many counselors. Many lawmakers have frequented his private establishments, so it's no longer a question of who he's representing. Even if there are lowly people watching here, so what? He has at least 7 or 8 mouths to feed, while Rain. Maybe he'll have that bitch Liana helping him out. Rain's voice rang out in the solemn council hall. Your Excellency Speaker, fellow members of Parliament, and fellow citizens of Stoneraven who are here to follow this matter, I am reporting to you on this armed conflict. Please allow me to first report my work progress to the mayor. Speaker Sir Lester frowned. Is this related to this meeting? Yes. Ren nodded. A member of Parliament interrupted, dressed impeccably and looking respectable. Sir Rain, this is not the place for you to report on your work. No matter how outstanding your work is, it cannot cover up the crimes you have committed. Ren casually rubbed his long, slender fingers together, glanced at him indifferently, and then looked away. You. This blatant disregard angered the counselor who had spoken, who pointed a finger at him and was speechless. Lester tapped his oak mallet. Granted. Rain gave a slight bow to thank Speaker Lester, then turned his gaze to Liana in the audience. Liana had now regained her dignified demeanor as mayor, her hands clasped in front of her, her blue eyes calmly fixed on Ren. It was as if the romance and tension that once existed between the two in the office had never existed, and that their relationship remained solely based on official business. Your Excellency Mayor Liana. Rain's voice was clear and respectful. As you previously instructed me, to investigate the recent cases of missing, escaped, or deceased prisoners, and authorized me to conduct necessary and cautious preliminary investigations around Shia Town. I am now reporting to you on the progress of the relevant investigations. These words immediately caused a stir in the hall. Several previously composed counselors suddenly sat up straight, especially the one who had just been ignored by Ryan. His expression instantly changed. For the first time, a crack appeared in the ironic calm in Vesper's eyes, and his brows furrowed slightly. Liana met everyone's gaze, nodded slightly, and said in a steady and powerful voice, Please speak, Baron Rain. As mayor, I am responsible for any clues that may affect the safety and order of Stoneraven Town. Is your investigation related to the events mentioned at this hearing? Yes, Lord Vesper. Once mentioned to me that he could buy Tyrese slaves, and that the warden of Stoneraven Town was his cousin. And you also mentioned to me that many carriages from Stoneraven Town are conducting regular, unreported transport activities between Stoneraven Town Prison and Grey Dove Territory. Vesper chuckled and raised his hand. Excuse me, Your Excellency Speaker, may I say a few words? Permission granted. The speaker tapped his gavel. Now, Baron Ren, please cease speaking. Baron Vesper will step forward to explain. Gentlemen, regarding this matter, Grey Dove Castle and Raventown Prison have related trade, Vesper said, looking at the crowd. The warden of Raventown is my cousin and knows that my territory has abundant food. Especially recently, when food prices rose, my brother couldn't just stand by and watch the prisoners go hungry. Even if they had committed crimes, they were still Tyrians. The funds allocated to Stoneraven Town, if calculated at normal market prices, are insufficient to support these prisoners. So, when we signed the trade agreement, all the ingredients for Stoneraven Town Prison were sourced from Grey Pigeon Castle. So, the transport trucks you see are all filled with grain. Vesper's face regained its sarcastic calm, even carrying a hint of helplessness and forgiveness at being wronged. Well then, Lord Rain, I have explained your and the mayor's doubts. Please continue. The counselor, who had been ignored by Ren, immediately seized the opportunity and spoke sarcastically. Look, the truth is often this simple and straightforward. Baron Vesper and the warden are clearly doing a good deed, ensuring that the prisoners don't starve to death. Some people, however, harbor ulterior motives and have distorted it into something like the slave trade. Their intentions are truly despicable. Chapter 103. If I am guilty, it is because I defended the rights of the Tyrell. Ignoring the senator, Rain looked at Speaker Lester. Speaker, this is what prompted my covert investigation. As for whether the transport trucks were carrying people or food, we can discuss that in a further meeting. Sir Lester's gray-blue eyes revealed a hint of approval. Very well, then please continue, Lord Wren. When I crossed the Black Forest, preparing to head to Grey Pigeon territory to investigate, I discovered those transport wagons and began to gather soldiers to find out what was going on. What angered me was that Grey Dove territory not only illegally transferred prisoners from their jails, but also dared to. Bang! Lester tapped his gavel. Watch your words, Your Excellency Rain. There is currently no substantial evidence to prove that Your Excellency Vesper is engaged in this illegal trade. This is Parliament. We must be based on facts, not on subjective accusations. Rain nodded. This speaker was quite responsible, so he continued. During my exploration of the Black Forest, I discovered that the Black Forest of Tulip territory had been invaded by the people of Grey Dove territory. They have caused irreparable damage to the forest environment of the Tulip territory, and even illegally logged large amounts of silver frost agarwood in the forest. It is preliminarily estimated that the direct economic loss caused by the economic aggression of the Grey Dove territory against the Tulip territory is no less than 5,000 gold coins. Rain's voice was filled with a poignant accusation. This does not even include the long-term investment required for forest ecological restoration and the potential impact on the future output of the territory. Speaker, as you should know, Tulip territory was already extremely poor. Now, there are over 1,000 mouths to feed in the territory, and they have absolutely no food to eat. Because His Excellency Vesper sent cavalry to destroy our farmland, the entire Tulip territory is hoping that the resources in the forest can be exchanged for some food. 1,134 men, clinging to life by the hope in the forest, have had that glimmer of hope extinguished by Vesper for his own selfish gain. How could the soldiers not be furious? The speaker nodded. I understand. You have 3 reasons for attacking Grey Dove territory. Investigating prisoners, your territory being invaded and farmland destroyed by Grey Dove territory cavalry, and resources being stolen by Grey Dove territory. Is that so? That's right. Wren nodded. Speaker Lester paused for a moment. Then why didn't you report the damage to the farmland to the Stoneraven Town Council? Upon hearing this, Rain looked at the middle-aged man with a serious expression. Have you ever been to Tulip territory? Do you know what the common people ate before I arrived there? Smack. Rain slammed his fist on the table. Children. Commoners are exchanging children to eat. If anyone cared, why would they have to live such miserable lives? He stood up, his words sharp, and swept his gaze across the commoners listening below. Gentlemen, if Baron Vesper Grey Dove of Grey Dove territory were truly so kind as to sell large quantities of grain at low prices to prisoners in jail, why turn a blind eye to the plight of the civilians in the surrounding territories? They have always lived in darkness, with moldy rye, grass roots on the ground, and the neighbors' children as their food. In the gallery, many civilians instinctively hugged their arms or held their children closer, their faces filled with lingering fear and righteous anger. Lord Vesper, what is your opinion on this? Wren asked, looking at Vesper. Explain? Say you didn't know Tulip territory was in such a terrible state? But I asked around, and the soldiers guarding the civilians of Tulip territory and preventing them from leaving the country due to the blockade caused by the credit bank were sent from Grey Dove territory. How could you not know that? Or are you trying to say, what do you care about the lives of the civilians in Tulip territory? But besides being the Lord of Grey Dove territory, you're also a counselor of Raventown. Why didn't you report this to the Raventown Council? So, does the Raventown Council know about this, Speaker? Vesper was momentarily speechless after being confronted with Ryan's pointed question. Speaker Lester didn't know how to answer either. Whether he says he knows or not, it is still a dereliction of duty on his part as Speaker. Even Mayor Liana was deathly pale. She never imagined that such a horrific tragedy would occur in the town she governed. Initially, due to the blockade imposed by the Imperial Credit Bank, the commoners of Tulip territory were unable to leave. The soldiers stationed on the border of Tulip territory were dispatched from Grey Dove territory. Even when she pressed him repeatedly, Vesper only told her that the commoners of Tulip territory were temporarily safe. Lester regretted his loose tongue. Why did he have to ask Rain why she hadn't reported it to the Raventown Council? A deathly silence fell over the hall. Everyone held their breath, watching the speaker. Vesper broke the silence, his arms crossed. Lord Wren, I think you've misunderstood. We're discussing your crimes, and, regarding what happened in Tulip territory, if I am guilty, it is because I defended the rights of the Tyrell people. Ryan interrupted Vesper without any politeness, and shouted. The civilians in the crowd cheered. Ryan pointed at Vesper, his fingertips seemingly crackling with electricity. You, Vesper, Baron Grey Dove. You keep saying that the food sold to the prisons is for the prisoners? How many of those prisoners are falsely accused Tyrells? How many are poor people who can't afford the fines? And you and your cousin, the warden, turned living people into numbers and ledgers, chained them up, stuffed them into carts like livestock, and filled your coffers with their blood, sweat, and bones. His voice grew louder and louder, like the beating of war drums. Gentlemen, he can't see the corpses of the starving. He can't hear the cries of children. He only cares about money. He has deceived us, even the mayor, and the entire council of Stoneraven Town. Give us back our loved ones. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, many relatives of the missing prisoners roared. Give us back our loved ones. Give it back to us. Bewildered as he looked at the out-of-control scene. Vesper's face also turned pale. He never expected that Ryan would be so shameless. This man didn't care about facts and evidence. He only knew how to incite public anger. Many civilians threw things at Weisper. Wait, I didn't kidnap your relatives. He's framing you without any evidence. Don't be fooled by him. Vesper dodged the water glass that was thrown at him and tried to explain. But Rain continued. You didn't arrest them? Bullshit. The warden of Stoneraven Town is your brother, and you're involved in the slave trade. Do you need proof? An even more terrifying roar erupted from the entire hall, and just as the speaker was about to call the guards to control the scene, the parliament doors were pushed open. The Stoneraven Town garrison was covered in sweat. It's terrible. Mayor, Speaker. Nearly 800 civilians have left Tulip territory and are marching in Stoneraven Town. They demand that you declare Lord Rain innocent. Incited by this, many townspeople began to gather and storm Baron Vesper's properties in Stoneraven Town, and found their relatives there. Chapter 10. For the most precious thing in a person's life is not just life itself, but also the courage to explore the truth. No, impossible. This must be incitement. It's a riot. Vesper clenched his fists. His business was impacted? How much of it involved shady dealings? The Speaker of the House of Leicester's bewilderment was instantly replaced by immense shock and panic. His worst fears came true. The conflict between the lords escalated into a large-scale demonstration. The provincial assemblies are now afraid of large-scale demonstrations by ordinary citizens. The Tyrell Empire is unlike other empires. It cannot forcibly suppress protests with armed force. Large-scale protests have actually occurred more than once in the Tyrell Empire. The late Emperor Tyro XII once attempted to suppress them with armed force. However, what started as large-scale marches and protests in various places eventually turned into large-scale riots. Therefore, after the late emperor's death, Empress Mizela successfully passed a constitutional amendment through the Imperial Diet, prohibiting the armed suppression of civilian demonstrations. Unless the civilians during the demonstration intend to attack imperial officials or the imperial army. This bill garnered Marcella a great deal of public support at the time. Even Liana didn't expect this matter to escalate to this extent. Quickly send out the city guards to evacuate. The speaker hadn't expected Rain to have such influence within his territory, something many lords couldn't achieve. For example, Vesper, the people of Grey Dove territory were too lazy to come and plead his case. But everyone in the Tulip territory knows who brought them the first bag of food when they were starving, and who led them to rebuild their homes. They cannot leave Wren. Otherwise, under any other lord, they would still be living a life of hunger and hardship. Stoneraven Town. Rain, rain, rain. Tulip followers marched in droves through the streets, raising their fists and chanting his name. The shouts, uniform and resounding like a tsunami, surged one after another, washing over the main streets of Shia Town. This force is no longer simply about the Tulip territory incident. Many townspeople have also joined in. Baron Vesper of Grey Dove territory, the warden of Stoneraven Town. Damn it. A sprightly, thin young man stood in the procession. They're all bloodsuckers in this area. We're going to the prison to find the warden To find Manda and get our loved ones back. Liana's secretary, protected by guards, stood to one side, covering her mouth in astonishment. Ryan told her two things. First, contact the Gutai Association. Second, tell everyone in Tulip Country that he will be put on trial. The thin young man had never felt this way before. He felt that he was doing something meaningful. Paul, the young man from Wiskel, has now become a high-ranking member of the Gutai Society. Of Shia Town Prison, many prison guards began pointing long guns at the townspeople blocking the entrance. Halt! Go back immediately. This is a key judicial area of the Tyro Empire. Storming a prison is a serious crime. The prison guard captain's face was ashen, and the long spear in his hand gleamed coldly. If you dare to attack this place, we will legally suppress you according to imperial law. The other prison guards also gripped their rifles, aiming at the densely packed crowd. Many prison guards also carried crossbows, ready to shoot. Many townspeople, upon seeing the crossbows and spears, began to back down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many prison guards, armed with crossbows, fired at the floor beneath the feet of the front of the town's procession, causing the crowd to retreat in fear. The ear-piercing sound of crossbow bolts piercing the stone slabs, and the flying pebbles were like a bucket of ice water, temporarily extinguishing the fervor at the forefront of the crowd. Seeing this, the prison guard captain breathed a slight sigh of relief. But he saw a young man, oblivious to his own danger, walk into the front of the crowd. Why are you protecting evil, sir? Polly's voice drowned out the noise in the room. Who are you? The prison guard took the crossbow handed to him by his subordinate and pointed it intently at Paul. Young man, tell me your name and what you want. Generally speaking, any ordinary person would tremble at the sight of a crossbow aimed at them. But Polly moved forward step by step. Me? I'm a worker, a Tyrell, Polly said, his voice trembling with emotion. Sir, tell me, where are our families? If you refuse to answer, then shoot me right now. Was stunned by this fearless young man. Stop right there. The town has already issued a notice that there has been a virus outbreak in the prison recently, and many prisoners have escaped. Some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand the disease, and their bodies have been quickly cremated. The prison guard captain, sweating profusely, said, Don't be impulsive. Even if you manage to storm into the prison, you could still unfortunately contract the virus. I'm ordering you to stop now. You only have one life. Young man, don't do anything rash. The prison guard captain wasn't afraid to order the shooting immediately, but no one could guarantee that if they killed this reckless young man, the other Tyrells wouldn't continue to rush forward. This is not the territory of any lord. This is Stone Raven Town, which belongs to the Tyro Empire. If things escalate, he will become a political sacrifice. The inherent courage and upbringing of the Talos make them not easily intimidated by force. Paul walked step by step to the prison guard captain, pressing his chest against the shaft of the crossbow in the captain's hand. The most precious thing in a person's life is not just life itself, but also the courage to explore the truth. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Paul continued to step forward, even though the arrow had already pierced the flesh of his chest and his clothes were soaked with blood. This kind of courage is far more precious than life itself. This also inspired the townspeople of Shia Town behind them, who followed Baalai's example, joining hands and moving forward step by step. I don't accept your explanation, sir. If the virus was discovered in the prison from the beginning, why were the subsequent convicted prisoners kept in this prison? From his office, the warden looked out the window at the scene. Seeing Paul, this fearless young man, he said calmly, Shoot him. Everyone, go back, or all the guards of Stone Raven Town prison will be mobilized. Your actions will be defined as a prison break, and you will be forcefully suppressed. Upon hearing the warden's words, the prison guard captain took a deep breath and prepared to pull the trigger. But when he saw Paul's eyes, he found that the young man in front of him had no fear in his eyes. He had never seen such a determined look in someone's eyes. Stop! A beautiful woman appeared at the scene, and many townspeople were excited to see her. Mayor! It's Mayor Liana, Mrs. Chapter 105 Baruch. This strike reminds us to be humble and not arrogant. As soon as Liana appeared, the town guards immediately surrounded her. As soon as the warden saw his superior arrive, he quickly jogged downstairs. His body, weighing over 300 pounds, made him look like a mountain of flesh, with his belly jiggling up and down. Seeing this, Liana frowned, clearly feeling a physical aversion to his appearance. Warden, that young man clearly had no intention of attacking the administrative staff. Why did you dare to order him shot? When the townspeople saw Liana, It was as if they had finally found someone who could take charge. Yes, the mayor is right. Seeing the warden's obsequious manner, Liana's disgust deepened. She turned to face the townspeople. Ladies and gentlemen, I have already invited medical personnel from Stone Raven Town to come here. They will go into the prison next to check whether there is really a virus inside. Please believe me. I, like you, want to find your families. If it is true, as you fear, that there are illegal activities within the prison, or even illegal detention and transfer of prisoners, I swear in the name of the mayor of Shia Town that I will thoroughly investigate and severely punish those responsible, giving all the families who have lost loved ones an explanation. Liana's voice was clear and firm, echoing in the grim atmosphere at the prison gates like a ray of sunlight breaking through the dark clouds. The townspeople erupted in enthusiastic cheers and shouts of gratitude. Warden Manda forced a fawning smile onto his fat face. Mayor, you are wise. I will cooperate fully. These are just some unruly people misled by villains. It's all a misunderstanding. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, we'll find out after we investigate. Liana interrupted him coldly. She didn't even glance at the warden, as if looking at him would offend her eyes. In fact, she had reported the issue of Shia Town Prison to the provincial council many times. But those above probably thought Liana just wanted to raise funds for prison construction, so they ignored her. Meanwhile, at Vesper's slave club, Baruch's godfather, Manda, is hiding in the basement. He has already instructed his servants to pack his bags quickly, as he needs to go to the Orsa Empire to avoid trouble for a while. This can also be considered one of the jobs of a nobleman's lackey. When the master gets into trouble, the lackey is responsible for taking the blame, and then the nobleman sends the lackey abroad to hide for a few years. It is now clear that Vesper could pin all the blame on him at any time. Squeak. The door to the secret room was pushed open. Who is it? Old Manda panicked and looked at her subordinates. Several men pulled daggers from their pockets and slowly walked towards the door. In the dimly lit basement, a reflective human head stood out conspicuously. Upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, the assassins froze, then turned to look at Manda. Godfather, it's Baruch. Baruch? Old Manda pondered for a moment. Let him come here. Baruch trotted over to Old Manda. Godfather, something terrible has happened, Baron Wren. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at the assassins around him. This displeased Old Manda's other adopted sons. It was the same trick he used on Ryan before, which disgusted Barton. What is it that you, Baruch, are keeping from us and telling Manda, your godfather, that you need to talk to us alone? Old Manda coughed lightly, and the assassins could only reluctantly leave the secret room. Baruch swallowed hard. Godfather, Baron Rain has allied with the mayor, and Baron Vesper is temporarily under the control of the Stone Raven Town Council. Right now, all the guards and civilians in the town are looking for you. Old Manda was incredulous. You mean? Lord Vesper's wife has allied with Baron Rain. Who says otherwise? Baruch slapped his thigh. I've already made a name for myself with Baron Wren. Sometimes when he's drunk, he'll brag to me about how young and radiant Lady Liana is. What? Those two are hooking up. Old Manda seemed unable to accept this shocking revelation. After all, Vesper hid his cuckoldry very well. Impossible. The Baroness is dignified and elegant, and also the mayor of Stone Raven Town. How could she possibly? Old Manda simply couldn't believe it. Weisper's wife had been stolen? Looks like he's completely exhausted. Baruch leaned closer and lowered his voice. Godfather, it's absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears, and more than once. That kid Wren, he acts all respectable on the surface, but he's really smug behind the scenes. They also said that Lady Liana looks dignified, but actually, she's quite promiscuous behind the scenes. Cough cough. Anyway, those were really nasty things they said. They also said that old Turtle Vesper was guarding a top-notch hot spring without realizing it, and deserved to have it stolen from him. In short, it's outrageous. Sometimes he dares to say things that I don't even dare to listen to. Smack. Old Manda slapped Baruch across the face, yelling, What nonsense are you spouting? Yes, Godfather, I was too talkative. Baruch lowered his head, covering his face. Godfather, come with me now. I've already prepared a way out for you. I'll send you away in a bit. You're the one who's so filial, Baruch. Old Manda took a deep breath. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. But if that kid finds out about what you're doing. Godfather, it doesn't matter if I die. I'm just afraid I won't be able to serve you anymore. Baruch knelt on the ground and kowtowed, tears streaming down his face. Manda squinted, scrutinizing her godson at her feet, who was crying so earnestly. As the biggest slave trader in Stone Raven Town, He certainly wasn't going to be foolish enough to let Baruch take him away like that. Given the current situation, there's a trap outside. How could you have prepared a way out? And why did you take such a big risk to save your godfather? Baruch looked up, his eyes blurry with tears. Godfather, although I haven't accomplished much over the years, I've always remembered your kindness. He pulled a heavy money pouch from his pocket, containing about 100 gold coins. This was given to me by Baron Wren to help him purchase some weapons. There's also my savings from all these years inside. I'm giving it all to you now, Godfather. Here you go. Old Manda took the money bag, her eyes gleaming. 100 gold coins. That's enough to keep him living a life of debauchery for the next few years. Baruch stood up. Since you don't trust the backup plan I've prepared, then Baruch will take his leave. That's thoughtful of you. Old Manda waved her hand, signaling Baruch to leave. When he reached the door, Old Manda coughed lightly. The assassin hiding by the door immediately pulled out a dagger and stabbed Baruch in the stomach. Ugh! Baruch spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Godfather, why? Old Manda's eyes were now only filled with cold indifference. You came and immediately wanted to take me away, saying you had a backup plan. You, a servant who's only been with Wren for a few days, managed to make connections? And even arranged everything? What's even more ridiculous is that you actually know about Lady Liana and Wren's affair. Wren is a nobleman. Even if he's very proud of this, would he brag about it to someone like you? Baruch, your lies are full of holes. Chapter 106, A Loving Father and a Filial Son. Old Manda crouched down, staring at Baruch's pale face, etched with blood loss and pain. Tell me, who sent you? Wren? Or someone else in the council? What did they promise you that made you dare sell out even your godfather? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Maybe it'll spare your mother and sister who live in the countryside some suffering. Despair welled up in Baruch's eyes, and his lips moved. He never expected that old Baidang would be so ruthless. Godfather, I really didn't betray you. No, this secret room is full of traps. Even if the town's guards came in, they would all be dead. Besides, there's a secret passage here. I can leave at any time. Do I need you to make arrangements? Old Manda shook her head regretfully. You're just trying to trick me into going out. After all, you know the Tulip Territory soldiers are just going to their deaths if they come in. Old Manda's words made Baruch abandon his last shred of hope. It turned out that all his performances were laughable flaws in the eyes of this old fox. He looked at the money bag in Old Manda's hand, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. This is a complete disaster. Money, that's 100 gold coins. It's a pity. They failed to complete Lord Rain's mission and even lost money in their lives. Baruch closed his eyes in despair. However, Baruch's shadow gradually coalesced, eventually transforming into a black cat made entirely of shadows. Finally, it turned into a white cat with heterochromia. This is one of Sherry's skills. Shadow Stealth. Sherry's shadow can merge with the shadow of an enemy, and then she can teleport to the side of the possessed shadow. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the white cat. Even Baruch himself was surprised that the Lord's spirit pet had been following him all along. My lord. At this moment, Baruch shed tears of emotion. As expected, Wren was truly loyal. Sherry didn't appear at the beginning because she was considering whether to kill Baruch as well. After all, the bald man's performance was so flawless that Sherry, as a spirit pet, couldn't tell for a moment whether Baruch had truly betrayed Wren. Who would have thought that such a wonderful scene of fatherly love and filial piety would unfold? Fortunately, after some explanation from Old Manda, Shirley understood. Then, the agile Sherry began a massacre in the secret room. What kind of monster is this? Godfather, save me. Blood splattered everywhere, and several tragically beautiful blood flowers instantly bloomed on the wall. The Stone Raven Town Council had become much more serious. The speaker coughed lightly. Your Excellency Rain, please persuade the people of Tulip Territory not to disrupt the town's order. In this matter, we absolutely will not wrong you. And based on the various injustices suffered by the Tulip Territory as you just listed, I believe Baron Vesper should provide corresponding compensation. After Speaker Lester finished speaking, he winked at Vesper. Vesper also knew that the bigger the commotion, the worse it would be for him. He is not incapable of being investigated. All his accounts and data are very well done. But he couldn't withstand a charge, such as civilians storming into his prisons or his slave clubs. That's right, Vesper coughed lightly. I realize my mistake, Lord Wren. I regret what happened to Tulip Territory. I will definitely strengthen the management of those people below and ensure that they will never again steal trees in Tulip Territory. I will also severely punish those soldiers who failed to help the civilians of Tulip territory. However, Vesper paused for a moment. The destruction of farmland in Tulip territory really has nothing to do with me, including the accusation that I transferred prisoners through the warden's connections. That's completely unfounded. I only invested in Mr. Manda's slave business in Stoneraven Town. In reality, I rarely got involved. At this point, Vesper stood up and bowed to the speaker, members of parliament, and the commoners below the stage. I apologize, everyone, but I never imagined that Mr. Manda was such a beast in human form, hiding your relatives in the clubhouse. A murmur rippled through the parliament hall. A bespectacled member of parliament pondered for a moment. Actually, I think His Excellency Vesper did make a mistake. You have been too lenient with your subordinates, which is why they have made these errors. The knight of the fiefdom within Lord Vesper's territory, though he secretly invaded Tulip territory behind Baron Greydove's back, also paid the price he deserved. Vesper also used the excuse of the wrong thing to smooth things over, saying, "That's right, I acted on impulse, thinking of seeking justice for my subordinate, but I didn't expect that he was the one who made the mistake first. For this, I think I should apologize to Lord Rain. It was my fault for not disciplining my subordinates properly. As for Manda, I hope the speaker can give me a chance. I want to personally lead the soldiers of Grey Dove territory to arrest Manda and bring her to justice to atone for my sins. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else and caused everyone trouble." Ryan chuckled softly. "I don't think Lord Vesper needs to go after Mr. Manda anymore." "What do you mean?" Vesper looked up, somewhat surprised at Ryan. Rain clapped his hands, and Baruch, accompanied by several Tulip soldiers, carried Manda, whose legs had been broken, into the council. Baruch's wounds have healed. Manda at this moment was no longer the cunning and ferocious woman she once was. His legs were twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken off. Vesper glared at Rain, his eyes blazing. "You dare send your private army to carry out vigilante justice? Lord Rain, you have no law enforcement authority in Stoneraven Town." After he finished speaking, he looked at the speaker. Speaker Lester didn't really want to mess with Rain either, but according to the rules, that was indeed the case. Vesper then turned and winked at old Manda. Baruch realized something was wrong. The two weren't lovers. Baruch would never believe that Vesper and an old man like Manda were having an affair. What are those two trying to do by exchanging glances? So he slapped Manda across the face, causing blood to trickle from her mouth and a venomous fong to pop out. This made Ren narrow his eyes slightly. This Vesper really had no end to his evil intentions. If Manda died in his hands, who knew what would happen next? And they would die at his hands in full view of everyone. Chapter 107. Ren, are you feeling quite smug? Vesper was taken aback, looking at Baruch's bald head. Old Manda's face was ashen. His godson, whom he had personally raised, has betrayed him. Speaker, I can testify that old Manda was acting on the orders of Baron Vesper to sell prisoners in the prison as slaves to various places, most of whom were transported to the Orser Empire. Next, Baruch viciously betrayed Vesper and Manda, listing various pieces of evidence, including the various transactions that took place behind the scenes at the slave club. From then on, the matter evolved from a conflict between lords into a trial of Vesper's sins. The provincial council has also expressed great concern regarding the large-scale demonstrations that have occurred in Shia Town. The factions above began fighting, centered around Grey Dove territory. They also sent people down to inventory Vesper's assets and compensate the victims' families. The warden was sentenced to death, Vesper was stripped of his title, and other family members were also disqualified from inheriting the title and were all demoted to commoners. As for Liana, although she was Vesper's wife, she was not implicated because, before this, Liana had already sent many reports to the provincial council. As a result, her marriage to Vesper was dissolved. After all, according to the marriage law of nobles, if a commoner and a noble marry, it is automatically considered that the commoner has given up his noble status. Therefore, in order to preserve Liana's noble status, her marriage to Vesper was dissolved, but at the same time, her position as mayor of Stoneraven, which she had won through election, was retained. Moreover, Grey Dove territory was temporarily handed over to Mayor Liana, whose power suddenly became terrifying. Grey Pigeon Castle. Oh yeah? Yes. Mayor, Tulip territory needs to establish a logging camp. Is the town capable of handling it? Yes, good boy. I'll arrange it for you, Ryan. Really? Then I'll wait. Rain, you naughty boy. Are you very proud of yourself? Grey Pigeon territory became ownerless for a time, and a title was revoked by the royal family, but a rich territory, a large population, and resources would not disappear into thin air. It became a dish served at the table of the highest authority in Stoneraven Town. Since no one was explicitly designated as the recipient, everyone wanted a piece of the pie, and Wren was no exception. In particular, Baron Will of Blackrock is facing the termination of many contracts. He has contracted a number of mines in Grey Pigeon territory, and at this time, Liana, as the temporary person in charge, is needed to handle the situation. Although Celiana is his sister, the two don't get along. If it weren't for him, Celiana wouldn't be unable to get a divorce. When he arrived at Grey Pigeon Castle, it was clear that Rain and Liana had already finished their victory celebration. When he saw Rain sitting on the sofa in the hall of Grey Pigeon Castle, wearing a bathrobe, he frowned. Even a fool would know what Ryan just did. Wren immediately adopted the demeanor of a host. Baron Blackstone, please sit down. Your Excellency, Rain, where's Ms. Liana? Will look to be about 40 years old, with a robust build, and was dressed in a black nobleman's suit. Like Liana, he had dark brown hair and blue eyes. After sitting down, he said casually, I need to speak with her. It's clear he's becoming distant from Ryan, especially since Ryan ruined Will's contract. She's very tired right now and is resting. Ryan picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and said, if there's anything you need, you can just tell me. I'm telling you. Will asked, somewhat taken aback. You, aren't you the Lord of Tulip Territory? Will felt that Ryan was too overpowered. Between Ryan and Liana, he, as the older brother, seemed like an outsider. That's right, but I can also be Ms. Liana's assistant. Rain snapped his fingers, and the maid behind him immediately poured red wine obediently. Will pursed his lips. If that's the case, then maybe it's not up to you to decide this. We need to talk about family matters. I have already chosen a husband for Liana, and I hope that the two of you will not have too much contact. After all, you are already engaged. No, I'm in charge. Ryan shook his head. You might not understand the situation, but I can tell you frankly. Now, whether it's Grey Dove Collar or Liana, they're like toys in my hands, to be molded and kneaded at will. Will clenched his fists. He hadn't expected the man in front of him to be so arrogant. He even described Liana in this way in front of his brother. Can he tolerate this? He stood up abruptly, his imposing figure exuding an aura of power, his finger almost touching Ryan's nose. Rain Valit, watch your words. Liana is my sister, the legitimate daughter of the Blackrock family, not someone's toy. Do you think that by taking down Vesper, you can do whatever you want in Stoneraven Town, even interfering in the basic dignity and family affairs of nobles? Wren remained seated comfortably on the sofa, even adjusting the collar of his bathrobe with a relaxed air. Basic decency? Family matters? Not a toy. He scoffed. If she wasn't a toy, then where were you when she was being abused? Seeing the other person momentarily speechless, Ryan's lips curled into a mocking smile. If you want to talk about money, then sit down and talk properly. What's between us is none of your business. Furthermore, Liana has the right to decide her own marriage, and I hope you can understand. I don't understand. We'll change the subject. When it comes to money, that's not something you can decide. Can you guarantee that my mine will be renewed at the original price? Yes. Rain replied confidently. As long as I ask, Liana won't refuse. Oh, I see, Your Excellency Rain. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Baron Will immediately sat down on the sofa, poured himself a glass of red wine, and said, Come on, cheers. To our successful cooperation. I almost forgot. This place is probably not suitable for discussing business. We can go to town. There's a high-end technology service center there, and I'm a member. The speed at which nobles change their tune depends on the size of the stakes. Chapter 108 Soft Feather Salon. Stoneraven, a large and elegant private club, is located. This private club looks like a noble villa. There was no ostentatious signboard in front of the door. Above the porch, a graceful female silhouette symbol outlined in mithril emitted a magical purplish-red glow in the night. Two well-trimmed night-blooming jasmine bonsai emitted a refreshing, yet slightly aphrodisiac fragrance. Ryan and Will walked into the courtyard. Soft Feather Salon, Will said as he walked, introducing it to Raven. This is the paradise of Raventown. Vesper used to own nearly 20% of the shares here, but now he's selling them all. As the two began to talk, they pushed open the heavy, copper-clad wooden door. A warm, sweet, and expensive aroma wafts over you. Wren nodded. This was more like a place for nobles to frequent. Very good. A well-dressed, middle-aged man with the demeanor of a butler stood behind the curved walnut-wood reception desk, a flawless smile on his face. Good evening. Your Excellency Baron Blackstone, Lord Will, Your Excellency Baron Tulip, Lord Rain. He recognized Ren's identity with just one glance. Ryan glanced around and could see what looked like a dance floor inside the window of another building. The men and women inside were all wearing elaborate half-face masks that covered their eyes, and they were partying on the dance floor. Noticing Ren's gaze, the butler immediately explained, "That's a masquerade ball, Your Excellency. Once you put on a mask, everyone is a stranger. Even if the other person is a friend's wife, you can still dance with her at the ball." Ryan coughed lightly. "A very elegant ball. You want to go play?" We'll turn to look at Ryan. "Never mind. I don't like playing too many tricks." The two arrived at a spacious and private suite. The outer room is modeled after a small salon in a high-end club, with comfortable and spacious sofas, wine cabinets, card tables, and even a mini dance floor. Inside, heavy beaded curtains hung down, vaguely revealing the outline of a bedroom furnished with a huge soft couch and luxurious bedding. The air was filled with a richer, more exotic incense. Almost as soon as they sat down, several young women, like butterflies drawn by the fragrance, quietly entered. They are not the type to wear heavy makeup or revealing clothing. On the contrary, they dressed like well-educated rich young ladies or young widows, with exquisite and well-fitting clothes and light makeup, but their eyes and postures exuded trained charm and submissiveness. They skillfully poured drinks for the guests, sat down close together, and asked in soft voices whether they wanted to play cards, listen to music, or simply have a heart-to-heart talk. Will was clearly comfortable there. He leaned back on the sofa, one arm around the waist of a blonde woman, the other hand raising a glass to Ryan. "Your Excellency Ren, we can talk more relaxed here." Ryan took the glass and calmly glanced at the women surrounding him. They are beautiful, well-trained, and know how to cater to guests' preferences with their eyes and subtle movements. "I need a group of craftsmen," Ren said, taking a sip of red wine. "For that, I can extend your mining contract in Grey Dove territory for another 10 years. The two weren't worried about the future lords of Grey Dove territory reneging on the deal. As the head of Grey Dove territory, as long as the contract wasn't too unreasonable and Liana hadn't embezzled the money. Therefore, Imperial law will still recognize the contract signed by Liana, who is temporarily in charge. "No problem," Will replied confidently, since it was just a group of craftsmen, and Blackrock territory had plenty of them. Noble lords would never want to fight if they could sit down and negotiate peacefully. After all, the Empire's laws imposed too many restrictions. Since Ryan could help him, Will had no reason to create more trouble for himself. For example, should we talk to Liana? The relationship between the siblings had deteriorated to an extreme point many years ago. They were basically strangers. It's much easier for Ryan to handle Liana than for Will to persuade her himself. The technicians brought in 2 massage beds. "Gentlemen, do you wish to separate, or?" Ren coughed lightly. "Let's break up." Ryan and Will then each went into a room. Serving Ren was an older, composed, purple-haired beauty with a soft voice and an expression that showed almost no hint of worldliness or seduction. "How many nurses would you like to serve you?" Ren lay on the massage bed. "One is enough." "Yes, Royally Salon Violet. It's an honor to serve you." The beautiful woman first took out essential oil and applied it to Ryan's back. Next, she took a hot towel and placed it over Ryan's back. Then, she slipped her hand inside the hot towel, making the entire massage process even more intimate. "Sir, how do you feel? How's the pressure?" "Not bad." Especially since she was wearing a thin veil, her soft skin would occasionally brush against Ren's back as she moved, bringing a subtle, teasing sensation. Her breathing seemed to adjust slightly, getting closer to his ear, carrying a warm breath. A soft, seductive moan escaped from her lips and drifted into Ren's ears. Then, she began to relax Ryan's ears. "Your back muscles are quite strong," the woman's seductive voice continued. "Next, you need to turn over. Everyone here is professionally trained. If you take a liking to someone, you can sign a contract with us and bring them home to become your personal caregiver. For just 15 gold coins per month, you can enjoy this home massage experience, and you can even instruct your maid on these massage techniques." The purple-haired beauty massaged Ren. She continued to introduce the club. "Sir, my stage name is Violet." Ren closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment, marveling at the level of consumption here. A tech worker can bring in 15 gold coins for this salon in a month. Sure enough, this kind of business makes money faster. Chapter 109 Lady Violet. I don't think there are many nobles in Stone Raven Town. Could it be that there are other nobles who come here specifically to spend money? It's no wonder that Ren was suspicious, because the 3 territories surrounding Stoneraven Town were all owned by baronial families, and there were no resident nobles in Stoneraven Town itself, since Stoneraven Town did not belong to any noble's territory. Besides nobles like yourself, there are also wealthy merchants from Stoneraven Town, as well as political figures. Violet raised her head, giving Ren a flirtatious wink. If you're interested, we also have a 10% stake. Isn't it 20%? Ren smoothed the purple-haired beauty's hair. The woman smiled seductively. I don't intend to sell the other half. Upon hearing this, Ryan realized that he was the prey tonight. You're the owner here? Then why doesn't Baron Blackrock recognize you? Hiss. Ren gasped. A pair of hands with purple nail polish caressed Ryan's chest. Baby, you're so tempting. How could that old man not recognize me? I've already told all the members in the club. Who can bring you here and waive 3 years of your expenses? At this moment, Ryan carefully examined the beautiful woman's face. She looked to be in her early 30s, the age when a woman's mature charm is at its peak. Her long, deep purple hair wasn't dyed. It was naturally dark and lustrous, loosely tied up with a few strands falling over her delicate collarbone and shoulders. His face possesses a refined and profound beauty sculpted by time. His eyebrows were long and narrow, and his pupils were a violet color slightly lighter than his hair color. At this moment, they shone with undisguised interest and a hint of cunning. With a high, straight nose and full lips painted with dark purple lipstick matching her nail polish, her smile revealed a captivating charm that belied both the allure of a mature woman and a shrewdness and assertiveness that rivaled any man's. After entering the room, she took off her long dress and changed into the seemingly simple tulle dress, which now outlined her shapely and beautiful curves under the purplish-red light. She's actually the lady of the house. A woman who can attract prominent figures from Stoneraven Town and the surrounding territories and make them willingly empty their purses. Ren lay on the massage bed, his posture unchanged. Madam, what is your purpose in having me brought here? It can't just be to give me a massage, can it? Violet smiled alluringly. That's one of the purposes, and you're quite comfortable with it, aren't you? That's really good. Your experience is excellent. Violet rolled her eyes at Ren, her charm radiating. Experienced? No, you're the first customer I've ever served. Ryan thought about it and realized that she was the boss, not someone who made money from this. So what is your purpose? Violet cried out sweetly in Ren's arms. Oh yeah. Baron will has his eye on the mines in Grey Dove territory, which are currently unclaimed. What do you want? Ren's eyes narrowed slightly. Since it wasn't his own territory, it would be great if he could trade it. Anyway, Liana is currently in charge of the entire Grey Dove territory, and as the mayor, handling any procedures is extremely simple. No, what I'm after isn't Grey Dove territory. Oh my god. It's your territory. The purple-haired beauty exhaled softly. Tulip territory? Ren asked, somewhat puzzled. You want to open a technology service center in my territory? You're sure to go bankrupt. No. God, this is amazing. This left Ren even more confused. If he wasn't opening a technical service center, was he going to start another business? But generally speaking, no one would do that. Just as Baron Will, who is in the mining and ironware business, couldn't possibly switch to opening a technical service center. My dear, didn't you say that Silver Frost Agarwood appeared in the Black Forest of Tulip territory? Violet's beautiful eyes rippled, her gaze alluring. I want to lease that surrounding area and plant Dream Violet. Ren's thoughts raced, like soil fertile ground for growing luxury goods, extremely precious. In particular, the soil surrounding this naturally grown Silver Frost Agarwood is extremely valuable. As for why this beautiful woman planted the Dream Violet, it's mainly because its petals are the core ingredient in making the finest fixatives and mood-enhancing fragrances. Furthermore, trace amounts of dream pollen can be extracted from the flower's stamens, a key ingredient in some high-end pleasure potions and incense. Sure, I'll provide the land, and you provide the technology and seeds, but it won't be a complete contract with you. We'll develop it together. How can I? I don't like partnerships. We can discuss the rent. Nothing to discuss. Ryan prepared to leave. Wait, let's talk some more, Violet said, a little reluctant to see Ren leave. The main reason she was reluctant to part ways was that the project the two were discussing had not yet been completed. Ryan had no choice but to sit down again and talk to her once more. Oh, yes. How about we split it 30/70ths? Smack. Ryan slammed his hand on the table. How can that be? You've been working tirelessly to build this garden, and I'm only going to give you 30%? It has to be at least 50/50ths. The table shook from Ryan's slap, and the red wine spilled out. You bad guy, Violet bit her plump lower lip. That land is precious, but it's still dead. My technology, seeds, and future operations are the key to turning dead land into gold. How can you split it in half? Then I'm leaving. Rain once again used the threat tactic, catching Violet off guard. Shouldn't it be Rain who was threatened? But if there's a beauty trap, there's bound to be a handsome man trap. You. Finally, Ren managed to finish the business deal. When he walked out of the room, he found that Will had already left. He straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, still carrying the unique scent of Lady Violet, a blend of expensive perfumes and the fragrance of a mature woman. Lord Ren, are you leaving? The middle-aged man who looked like a butler reappeared not far away, still wearing that impeccable professional smile. Ren nodded and casually asked, Lady Violet, doesn't seem to be a native of Stoneraven Town? The butler bowed slightly and answered flawlessly, We servants don't know the lady's background. We only know that she came to Stoneraven Town a few years ago, took over this property, and managed it into what it is today. This is equivalent to saying nothing at all. Lady Violet, is she a foreigner? Ren was not satisfied with the butler's answer. At this moment, the butler looked somewhat surprised, not even knowing why Ren's casual guess had come true. Yes, the butler nodded. We come from the Orsa Empire. He didn't know how Ren had guessed it, but since Ren had already guessed it pretty accurately, there was no point in hiding it anymore. It would only make him seem insincere. Chapter 110, Selena's Arrival. Although the Tylo Empire and the Orsa Empire had fought a war, trade relations between the two countries were restored after the war ended. That the Orsa people came to the Tyre Empire to do business. In fact, because of the end of the war, merchants from both countries could even receive tax breaks and subsidies when they went to each other's territories to do business. What Rain couldn't understand was that if Lady Violet wanted to do business with him, why didn't she just come to his door and negotiate? Why do we need to invite him to the soft feather salon for a trial? She even took the initiative herself? What Ren didn't expect was, she had also cherished her purity for many years. If it were beautiful women like Phil and Selena, Ren could understand. After all, they were instructors at the academy, and they didn't have any contact with men. But Lady Violet is the owner of the Technical Service Center. How could she be the same? Of course, for the upper class, they don't really care about this, and there's no such thing as their wife being unclean because someone else touched her before they got married. After all, men born into high society have a hard time controlling themselves from a young age, and they have no reason to demand that their partner be complete. For example, Ren himself. He, the maid, had taken care of her since she was a child. Over the years, it was inevitable that there were times when she couldn't control herself. Meanwhile, inside the private room of the soft feather salon, several maids were helping Lady Violet bathe. The alluring woman closed her eyes, savoring the memory, dragon blood golden obsidian and crimson dragon blood fruit. It seems he truly has Queen Tyro's protection. Several maids widened their eyes slightly upon hearing Lady Violet's words. Lady Melosa, Lord Ren also has a relationship with Queen Tyrell. Yes, I sensed it. The purple-haired beauty, whom the maids called Lady Melosa, nodded. I sensed it the moment he entered Stoneraven Town. I just didn't expect. He's almost recovered from the side effects. Melosa bit her lower lip. He was perfectly lucid just now. He dragged me into this mess. But, to be honest, it felt pretty good. Madam, do you think that Lord Rain's visit to the Western Province was due to Queen Tyrell's arrangement? Hearing the maid's question, Melosa's expression also became serious. That's possible. In short, this man is a treasure trove right now. Any woman who meets him would want to take a bite out of him. Back in Tulip territory, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel the energy he had received from Lady Violet was slowly returning to him. Dragon blood golden silk red obsidian, truly powerful. However, while physical enhancement is one thing, as a nobleman and a respectable person, Ren rarely has the opportunity to personally engage in fights. Back in the castle, Ren first engaged in daily interactions with his spirit pets. Current points, 1610. Ren also noticed some changes in Telepy and Vivian's bodies over the past few days. Especially Vivian. Eek! Vivian nestled in Ren's arms, blushing shyly. Don't move, be good. Let me take a good look. Ren stroked Vivian's fishtail, noticing that the blue scales on it faintly shimmered with a pinkish light. Wah! Vivian looked up at him with her big, watery blue eyes, her gaze filled with not only dependence, but also a hint of longing. No, you just ate it not long ago, Ren said, stroking Vivian's hair. Be good, okay? It's not that Ryan doesn't want to, it's just that Sherry, that little kitten, is already craving it. Of the 3 spirit pets, only the cat got nothing. But since it's a cat, No matter how you feed it, Ryan finds it unacceptable. Eek! Vivian lowered her head, her large eyes filled with disappointment. Rain hugged her tightly, and then began to examine Tilipy. This tulip fairy's petals and wings are quietly unfurling, the edges of which are tinged with a bright purple that is more intense than ever before, almost flowing with golden light. A perverted master, how can you touch someone's wings like that? Despite being very nervous, Tilipy still flew in front of Rain with her back to him. Don't be nervous, I'm just checking out the changes in you, Rain said reassuringly, but his hands didn't stop moving as he carefully sensed the flow of energy in the veins of his wings. This means that Tilipy and Vivian are in a healthy growth phase and are gradually moving towards the stage of evolution. The system's formula is indeed powerful. He's about to become a gold contract master. Before Ren could even feel smug, Heo arrived in the hall. Young master, your mentor at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, Miss Selena, has arrived in Tulip territory. What? Ren stood up. The thought of that icy beauty made Ren's brother restless. It's been so long since I've seen her. Bring her to see me, no? I'll go see her myself. Ren still respected Selena very much. After all, without her, he would be completely clueless about beast taming. And it was also thanks to her that Vivian was given to him. As soon as Ryan ran downstairs, he saw that beautiful figure. Deep blue mage robe that accentuated her slender figure, cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall woven from moonlight, held in place only by a simple ice blue ribbon. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned around. Then, she walked up to Ren with her long, slender legs and white stockings, and poked Ren's forehead with her long, slender, white fingers. You naughty boy, how long have you been away from the academy? And you've only sent me one letter. When the cold fingers poked his forehead, Ren recoiled, but instead of getting angry, a familiar sense of intimacy welled up from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 111. Good boy. Don't look at her, look at me. Ryan hugged Selena tightly, burying his face in her arms. Actually, I think about you every day. What are you doing? Selena blushed. Who cares about these things? Rain could clearly feel the softness and elasticity of her mature body beneath her dark blue robes, and felt his heartbeat quicken through the fabric. Oh, so, Mentor Selena doesn't care whether I've been thinking about you or not, Rain said, leading her into the building. Rain, you naughty boy. The icy beauty said softly. Aren't you very proud of yourself? Ren was confused. Why were they saying the same lines again? Upon entering the hall, Hea had already prepared black tea for the two of them. The 4 spirit pets were also lined up on the sofa. Selena glanced at them, and finally her gaze settled on Vivian. Almost evolving? How did you do that? The icy beauty came to see Ren this time with the intention of providing him with some methods for Vivian's advancement. As a result, the animals they raised started showing signs of imminent evolution. Is this the power of a female killer contract master? It's absolutely insane. In Selena's eyes, Rain is now a complete monster. The students of the same rank in Ren who are still at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. Even with their full dedication to their studies, none of them show any signs of breaking through to the gold contract master level. But this student who dropped out halfway through his studies is actually about to break through? Before Ren could answer, Selena looked at Ren, then at Vivian, and asked, could it be that you? The only thing she could think of was the dragon blood golden obsidian stone inside Ren's body. At this moment, Selena's worldview crumbled. She's so small. How could you use the energy of the dragon blood golden obsidian to do something like this? She couldn't even imagine the torment Vivian would have to endure. So, the icy beauty took Ren's hand and said earnestly, as a contract master, the most taboo thing is to mistreat your spirit pet. No matter what, you can't. No, Selena, where did you get the idea that I abused her? Ren hadn't expected Selena to be so shrewd. Although the situation had completely veered off course, she had somehow guessed part of the truth. Because she doesn't know if this counts as abuse. Selena slapped Ren's hand hard. Tell me, did it or not? No, Ren shook his head, but still leaned close to the icy beauty's ear. I just did this and that's all. Selena blushed deeply upon hearing this. She never imagined she would produce such a student. Shameless, she cursed under her breath before noticing that Tilipy also showed signs of evolution. Then her eyes widened. I could understand you talking about Vivian, but what about this flower fairy? Ren coughed lightly. Well, I can show you, but I'll need your help. The icy beauty gritted her teeth. No need. She could sense that Tilipy's body was not injured. Then, it was discovered that Sherry showed no signs of imminent evolution. so one could only sigh that Rain still had some conscience left. What puzzled her was that Leona also showed no signs of evolution, even though her size was similar to Vivian's. Perhaps this little angel doesn't want anything from Ren? Or what? Selena shook her head. She didn't want to think about these messy things anymore. By the way, Minter Selena, are you the only one who came to the Western Province this time? While the icy beauty was lost in thought, Rain had already wrapped his arm around her soft waist. Selena knew what kind of person Ryan was. He would start touching her inappropriately after only a few words. She patted Ryan's hand, but didn't really push it away. It was just a perfunctory gesture. I've already submitted my resignation. Don't you remember our previous agreement? Of course, Ryan knew. Back then, Ryan had even tried to win her over, asking Selena to be with him after he graduated. But who would have thought that he would later drop out of school? Selena, you're Minter. Do you still remember? Selena held up a finger and pressed it to Ryan's lips. Don't speak yet. I know you have a lot to say, but listen to me first. Ren nodded seriously. The icy beauty slowly spoke. Put your 4 spirit pets into the secret space first. I have important things to do. Seeing the other person's serious expression, Ren knew that what was about to happen was not simple. Perhaps it involves the Academy or the Valette family. Rain could only coax the 4 spirit pets into the secret space. Minter Selena, don't worry, it's absolutely safe here. Although Rain didn't know why she was keeping it from his spirit pet, he figured Selena wouldn't harm him. Selena summons her golden tome. A holy and beautiful woman, 2.3 meters tall, appeared. Selena's golden spirit pet, the 6-winged angel of cold light, Shia? The figure was just as Rain remembered, possessing a perfect proportion that exuded both power and divine beauty. Her skin was as smooth and flawless as the finest white jade. Her long, pale golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her eyes were covered by a white veil, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty and holiness. Her face was exquisitely beautiful. The moment she appeared, she grabbed Ryan's wrists. As a result, Ryan was forced to rest his head on Selena's lap. Minter Selena, what is this? Ren asked, his eyes wide. Here we go again. Why would Selena have this mentality? Ryan couldn't understand it at all. Selena, why did you do this? Selena showed no intention of explaining, simply turning her head away from Ren. All right, don't look at her, look at me. Shia's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Rain's questioning of Selena. Rain, you have to be good. Chapter 112 Rain, you naughty boy, I really need to teach you a lesson. The next day, Ren walked out of the castle. Although he didn't know why Selena liked it this way, Ryan was willing to cooperate as long as she was happy. Selena also felt sorry for Ryan and thoughtfully agreed on a safe word, apple. Ryan initially thought that this safety term was completely unnecessary. Keisha, this holy and beautiful woman, truly lives up to her reputation as a high-star gold spirit pet. She can actually fight Ren to a standstill. It's still not strong enough. But as a result, Rain's physique reached the level of a silver knight. Selena also left the castle early in the morning, her face showing a satisfied languor and radiant glow. The two tacitly avoided discussing what had happened. Ryan looked at her and asked, Professor Selena, will you be staying here from now on? I have to go back to the elf forest in a few days, my dear child. When I come back, I'll stay with you. Selena showed boundless tolerance towards Rain at this moment. Rain nodded and led her to the field, pointing to the area where the crops had turned gray due to the forced ripening of grains by the flower edict. Minter Selena, do you have a way to restore this soil? As a gold contract master, Selena knew what was going on at a glance. I don't have the means to restore soil nutrients, Selena shook her head, but your mermaid might have a way in the future. Although Selena is a noblewoman and a contract master, she has not raised any spirit pets that can help her develop her territory. Because she had no title, she naturally had no territory. Vivian. Ren frowned slightly and continued to press. How can she do it? Mermaids are the darlings of the water element. Perhaps they can learn a water-based skill in the future to nourish this land, Selena patiently explained. My spirit pets are mostly ice, sound, light, order, and time types. I might be able to help you with combat, but when it comes to training plant, water, and earth-type spirit pets, perhaps only someone else can help you. Who? Ren looked at the mature face of the icy beauty. Could it be Instructor Phil? No. Selena shook her head. You haven't met this person yet, but she knows you. I'm bringing her with me when I return to the elf forest this time. Ren didn't expect such a good thing. Selena's side also had a buy one get one free promotion. Minter Selena, you just said that I've never met her, but she knows me. What do you mean? The icy beauty coughed lightly. She, me, and Fayer were all your mother's students back then, but because she had a natural stutter, she couldn't take the Imperial Beast Taming Academy's instructor exam. At this point, Selena's tone was tinged with regret. It can be said that she is the true successor of Minter Eleanor. Most of her contracted spirit pets are gentle plant and water types, light and earth types. After graduation, I gave her a letter of recommendation so that she could live in seclusion in the elf forest. Finally, Selena went on and on, explaining her origins. In short, this woman was a commoner student of Rain's mother before her death, but she had amazing talent. Because of her stutter, she was often looked down upon, but her mother was one of the few people who could patiently listen to her finish speaking and actively communicate with her. After her mother passed away, she was depressed for a long time and left the capital. But because of Selena, she was also qualified to go to the Elf Forest, the place most longed for by every plant-type contractor in the Taro Empire. The Elf Forest is an autonomous region in the southern part of the Tyro Empire. Even if the Tyro people want to enter it, they need the approval of the Elven nobles. Finally, in the Elf Forest, she obtained permission from an Elven elder to build a treehouse, cultivate several small experimental plots, and live a life almost entirely isolated from the world. Ryan never imagined that Selena and her friends had such a past with his mother, whom he had never met. Ryan seemed thoughtful. So you're going back this time to bring her out? Will she be willing? Would a person who has lived in seclusion for a long time and has communication difficulties be willing to leave his familiar environment and come to his impoverished tulip territory? Ren felt this was difficult. Of course, Selena said confidently. It's just that since we haven't settled in here yet, she's a little hesitant to face you alone. Why is that? Ren asked in surprise. I'm not some man-eating demon. Selena blushed. This is between the three of us, so don't pry. Ren finally understood. It was just like back in the academy. He had no secrets from them at all. No matter what Ryan did to Selena, she dared to tell everyone. So now that woman not only knows that Ryan is a womanizer, she also likes to call mature, beautiful women mom. Rain was speechless at Selena's self-righteous yet embarrassed don't ask questions, but then he realized something was wrong. It wasn't his fault. He then retorted directly. Then you should stop telling others. Now I have no image left in front of outsiders. Upon hearing this, Selena poked Ryan's forehead with her finger. What do you mean? You think I can't control you anymore? And are they outsiders? If you weren't all grown up now, I'd probably hit you. Her cheeks grew redder as she spoke, but her voice became increasingly self-righteous. Besides, you've already done it yourself. So why are you afraid of what people will say? Back in the academy, you dared to act all cute and spoiled towards me. But now that you're a lord, you're worried about saving face? Rain knew that this usually aloof, powerful, and icy beauty had a gossipy side, but she shouldn't be so unrestrained. Moreover, he seemed to have no qualms about sharing Ryan's embarrassing moments with his trusted sister. But how could Ren be someone who doesn't care about his reputation? He's the Baron of Tulips now. How can that be the same thing? Are you going around telling everyone that I like calling other people mom? How am I supposed to establish authority after that? Ryan straightened his back. Professor Selena, if you do this again, I will. So what? The icy beauty bit her lower lip. She hadn't expected that in such a short time, Ren would become so rebellious. This is outrageous. Before, Ryan respected her a lot, and he was willing to listen to whatever she said. But now, do you think you're all grown up now, and dare to ask for face in front of her? Rain, you naughty boy, I really need to teach you a lesson. Chapter 113 People from the Soft Feather Salon. When Ryan heard that Selena was going to punish him, he became a little intimidated. After all, this icy beauty has a very deep affection for Rain. Moreover, she only needs to say a few words to cause Ryan to be completely wiped out. Of course, in reality, he's already half wiped out. Besides, Selena still has quite a few spirit pets that she hasn't let Ren try out yet. So he quickly grabbed Selena's hand, trying to appease the icy beauty. Professor Selena, I was just saying it offhand. Just saying it offhand. Selena knew she was in the wrong, and that her little habit of sharing Ryan's secrets was indeed not good, but she was still self-righteous. So you were just saying that offhand? You're threatening me. The icy beauty reached out to grab Ryan's ear, but in the end decided to give him some face. If you ever try to threaten me again, I'll, Selena said, her voice filled with grievance, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she were about to cry. Rain quickly wrapped his arms around her soft waist. No, don't worry. How could I dare threaten you? Instructor Selena, you wouldn't want your good student to lose face in front of outsiders, would you? Selena was shocked. Rain had actually used the island nation threat technique on her. She slapped away Ryan's wandering hands. All right, we're still outside. Just as the two were getting intimate, Baruch arrived at the farm with several merchants. When he saw Selena, he was stunned by her beauty. The Lord's life is just too good. He seduced Lady Liana, the mayor of the town, and he also seduced this noble and aloof elven lady. And that blonde, blue-eyed personal maid, she's absolutely stunning. Baruch was practically weeping with envy. After all, he was just too handsome. My lord, a few merchants have come from Stone Raven Town. They say they are from Soft Feather Salon and want to build a garden here. Ryan nodded, then glanced past him at the several well-dressed men behind him, who all looked respectable. It is an honor to visit you on such a beautiful day, Your Excellency Ren. I presume Lady Melassa has already spoken to you about this matter? Melassa? Ren frowned slightly, then relaxed. Yes, we've already talked about it. Let's go into the Black Forest and take a look. After speaking, Ren turned to the icy beauty. Minter Selena, would you like to return to the castle to rest first, or come with us for a stroll? Upon hearing the title Minter, everyone immediately connected it to Selena's identity. The instructors at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy are gold contract masters. Did they hear that Ren was being bullied and come to his aid? In an instant, 3 or 5 businessmen present all labeled Ren as someone not to be messed with. The group exchanged glances, seemingly considering how to negotiate a lower price without offending the gold contract master. Although Ryan and Melassa reached a 50-50th split agreement, since the profits are split 50-50ths, the initial investment must also be split 50-50ths. Even though Ren provided the land, the merchants still needed to appraise it. For example, how much usable soil was available around the Silverfrost Agarwood in the Ren Black Forest, and what its value was. How much land does Ren have to mark out to build this garden? If what Ren has given is less than what Melassa has given, how should he make up for it? Coming to their senses, everyone heard the icy beauty speak calmly. Then let's go take a look together. The businessmen couldn't discern any emotion on Selena's icy, stunningly beautiful face. Her icy blue eyes merely glanced at them. Yet the merchants involuntarily straightened their backs and became even more respectful. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded to Baruch. The latter wisely took the lead, guiding the group toward the edge of the Black Forest in Tulip territory. Along the way, several businessmen spoke highly of the environment of the Black Forest. This area boasts abundant timber resources, and small animals can occasionally be spotted in the forest, making it a vibrant place. Your Excellency Ren, I think it would be suitable to establish another logging camp here. On the way, a merchant walked up to Ren and tentatively asked him something. Ryan smiled apologetically. I have other plans for that. Ren had previously approached Liana about this matter, and as the town mayor, Liana was clearly more reliable in helping Ren with this task. I see. That's such a pity, the merchant sighed. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, the group took out a glass tube from in front of a tree stump and filled it with some soil. They even brought out various instruments, including a crystal compass to detect the concentration of magic in the soil, special test strips to analyze the elemental composition, and a magic probe to measure the softness of the soil. In short, they have everything. Selena stood quietly to the side, observing. Occasionally, her gaze would sweep over the instruments and the merchant's methods, and a faint hint of approval would flash in her eyes. Seeing the look in this icy beauty's eyes, Ryan knew that this group of people were professionals. The evaluation process lasted nearly an hour. Throughout the ordeal, Ryan waited patiently, occasionally exchanging a few words in hushed tones with Selena. Finally, the leading businessman, a middle-aged man with glasses and a refined demeanor, came over with a thick stack of preliminary data and bowed respectfully to Ren and Selena. Your Excellency Rain, the preliminary survey is complete. This area is indeed very suitable for cultivating Dream Violet. He adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying the rigor of a professional. The soil contains an extremely high concentration of magical substances and has been purified by the tranquil aura of Silverfrost Agarwood for a long time. The magical environment is extremely stable and mild, and the trace elements are close to the data of the ideal growing area of Dream Violet that we know. It can be said that this is a rare treasure land. He paused, glanced at the expressionless Selena, and carefully chose his words. As per Lady Melassa's request, in our preliminary plan, we must make full use of the advantages of this land and ensure the safety and privacy of the Dream Violet's growth. We recommend limiting the actual usable area of the breeding farm to around 30 acres, with a 20-acre buffer zone and protective forest surrounding it. Ryan nodded. It was only 50 acres, which Ryan could accept. The entire Black Forest covers nearly 5,000 acres. Although this area has the highest value, if no one develops it, it will just be a wasteland. I'd like to ask, what are the output figures? And at what price will the Soft Feather Merchant Guild purchase them? And what is the monthly profit? The businessman cleared his throat and began to explain in detail. According to the optimal plan, the 30-acre core cultivation garden, if everything goes smoothly, can plant approximately 2,000 Dream Violet mother plants in stages. Ideally, each mature Dream Violet plant can yield 3 to 5 high-quality main flowers per year. Based on an annual yield of 4 main flowers per plant, the total annual yield is approximately 8,000 main flowers. Each main flower that meets the quality standards will be guaranteed a minimum purchase price of 5 gold coins. Ren quickly calculated in his mind that the annual output value would be 40,000 gold coins. If the two of them split it in half, that would still be 20,000 gold coins a year. Of course, there are costs and labor costs that haven't been calculated, but earning 10,000 gold coins a year is definitely achievable. Chapter 114, Whose Embrace is the Warmest? Ren looked at Selena, who nodded enigmatically. Actually, even the Icy Beauty didn't really understand the situation, but although she didn't understand, her sacred sound twin spirit butterflies were sound-based spirit pets. You can tell if someone is lying by listening to what they say. Ren, however, saw her as a learned and talented individual, and since the price was right, he was ready to sign her. The businessman looked at Ren and said, Your Excellency Ren, since you have already made your decision, then you can come to the Soft Feather Salon tonight to sign the contract with Lady Melosa. No problem, Ren readily agreed. After leaving the Black Forest, the merchants, accompanied by Baruch, departed from Tulip territory. Meanwhile, Ryan took Tillapi to the fields, and the little rascal shouted, instantly ripening 100 acres of potatoes. The people exclaimed that it was a miracle. Lady Tillapi is amazing. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Flower Fairy. Tillapi, hands on her hips, flew through the air, receiving the adoration of the Tulip citizens. He looked so smug and proud. The Tulip Kingdom is under the rule of my Tulip Fairy, Lady Tillapi. How could miracles not occur? The domain protected by me, Tillapi, the greatest Tulip Fairy in history. A look of shock flashed in Selena's eyes as she watched her cheering people in the fields and Tillapi flying in the sky receiving their worship. The intelligence of this Tulip spirit, Rain, is clearly top tier. While other spirit pets are still babbling at the silver stage, this spirit pet can already communicate with humans without any problems. And his personality is so unconventional. In addition to farmland, Patton also led his militia to start building ranches. After all, Ren had seized a lot of cattle, sheep and pigs from Gray Pigeon territory last time, and these all needed to be properly settled. The ranch was located on a gentle slope on the west side of the territory, near a stream. The villagers were incredibly excited when they saw the mooing cows and bleating sheep. From now on, the territory will have cows' milk and goats' milk to drink. As for why they felt they could afford to drink it, it wasn't because Ren was kind, but because nobles didn't drink these things. For nobles who valued appearances, fresh milk was considered food for farmers or the lower classes. Besides, Ren also has the care of several beautiful women like he, Selena, and Liana, so his nutrition is actually quite good. Naturally, he's not particularly craving these things. Although they had not yet given birth, Rain had plenty of ways to make these beautiful women obediently hand over their things. The potato harvest is imminent, the pasture is taking shape, and the garden is about to be built. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Dinner. He was in the master bedroom with Rain and his 4 spirit pets, leaving Selena and Rain to dine in the dining room. Good boy, what are you looking at? Shia, standing at 2 meters tall, sat in a chair and held Ren in her arms. Selena was sitting opposite the two of them. Shia pinched Rain's chin, picked up a glass of red wine, and said, Aren't you happy that I'm feeding you? Good boy. Come on, drink it, I'll feed you. The angel, her eyes blindfolded, took a sip of red wine, then offered her red lips to Ren. Selena gripped the silver knife tightly, watching the two intimately close. How does it taste, my good boy? Shia ended a long, deep kiss. It was delicious, thank you for the treat. Minter Selena. Shoo. Shia put a finger to Rain's lips. You're mine now, you know. Ignore her, she's just a dishwasher. Upon hearing this, Selena nearly fainted from anger. How dare her own spirit pet describe her in such a way? Although she does wash the pot last. This feeling of inferiority grew stronger and stronger. Even though the two of them truly loved each other, she could only watch as Ren was held and pampered in the arms of another woman. All of this was proposed by her, and she also enjoyed the drama she had directed and acted in herself. But now, Shia is clearly more involved than her. Shia, don't go too far. Selena wanted to say those words, but the words that came out were something else entirely. Shia, don't go too far. Rain might not be able to handle this. Shay parted her lips slightly. Master, isn't this what you asked for? To make me feel like I've been robbed of your toy, right in front of you. The more outrageous the better? Rain hadn't expected Selena to have reached this point. He turned his head slightly from Shia's embrace. Minter Selena, is it really like this? No, Ren, let me explain. However, before Selena could speak, Shia interrupted her again, grabbing Ryan's chin and turning his head back. Did I give you permission to look away? Did you ask for my permission? Tell me, whose embrace is the warmest? Mine or my master's? Shia's embrace is the warmest. Rain could only try his best to accommodate Selena. That's right. Selena overheard their conversation and nearly choked on her red wine. Wait, Apple. Ryan realized something was wrong and quickly went to Selena's side to help her up. Professor Selena, are you alright? Selena was pale, her icy blue eyes unfocused. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Okay, I'll try my best to cooperate with you. As for Selena, what could Rain do? He could only slowly walk towards Shay and throw himself into her arms. Of course, he also knew he couldn't stay at home for too long. He had a social engagement tonight. After dinner, he still had to go to the Soft Feather Salon to sign a contract. Chapter 1:15 Top-tier business battles. Always like this, truly terrifying. After dinner, Ryan went to the Soft Feather Salon. In the same scene, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler greeted Ren respectfully. Good evening, Your Excellency Baron Tulip, Lord Ren. Yes, I'm here to see Lady Melassa. Ren's demeanor was impeccable, and many voluptuous noblewomen wearing blindfolds in the front hall kept throwing him flirtatious glances. Many wealthy women wanted to invite Ryan to the masquerade ball. There were also husbands who brought their wives and wanted to invite Ryan to the masquerade ball. Clearly, even if some husbands wanted to choose a single man for their wives, they would still prefer Ryan. However, Ren is not interested in this at the moment, so he had to decline all offers. The man, who appeared to be a butler, coughed lightly. Madam is waiting for you at the Jade Bamboo Pavilion. Jade Bamboo Pavilion? Ren knew this private room was no ordinary place just by hearing its name. Yes, the butler clapped his hands, and the maids brought over a tray with various exquisite ornaments on it. Colorful gemstones are strung together to form anklets. The tray was also laden with various exquisite stockings. You may choose your own outfit, the maid whispered as she approached Ren. These are for the Jade Bamboo attendants of the Jade Bamboo Pavilion. Tonight, you, madam, will be your Jade Bamboo attendant. Does it cost money? Ren asked instinctively, then slowly shook his head. Wait, I'm here tonight to sign a contract. I didn't intend to try out any activities. The maid smiled. No money is needed. Madam has already said that the Soft Feather Salon will be open to you permanently free of charge. Furthermore, Madam has already instructed that she only wants your help with the styling. The final decision is yours. Ren took a deep breath. In this situation, what would someone else think, and what choice would they make? Alright then, it's a deal. I'm just going to give her some outfit suggestions. This is one of Ryan's specialties. He has an almost instinctive keen perception of the subtle connection between women's clothing matching and temperament presentation. Ryan's gaze swept over the tray. The gemstone anklets are dazzling, and the stockings range in texture from light and thin like mist to those with intricate lace patterns, as well as in color from pure black and burgundy to almost skin tone. Each piece was quite valuable and clearly not suitable for regular social occasions. Ryan's fingers paused on an anklet made of champagne purple gemstones and tiny silver bells. Then he picked out a violet nail polish. Stockings aren't necessary, but you could choose some temporary tattoos. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across the maid's eyes, but she quickly regained her professional smile. She hadn't expected that Ryan's aesthetic sense was just as good as that of women. The tray did indeed contain several boxes of exquisite temporary tattoos, with designs ranging from classic vines and mysterious runes to tiny butterflies and roses. This one will do, Ren said, pointing to a box of amber blue butterfly temporary tattoos. The maid looked somewhat surprised. This guy? He's too good at it. The selection may seem random, but it actually reflects an absolute aesthetic sense cultivated through countless experiences. Excuse me, Could you tell me why this combination is chosen? The maid asked, adopting a studious attitude. Ryan's eyes revealed a hint of smugness. There's a reason why we paired them like this. He held up 3 fingers. First of all, the champagne purple anklet represents luxury, maturity, mystery, and a touch of warmth. Violet nail polish symbolizes nobility, elegance, a touch of melancholy, and spirituality. It's cooler and more understated than champagne purple. At this moment, Ren was like a tutor from an imperial academy, patiently instructing his students. The final choice of the azure blue butterfly temporary tattoo contrasts sharply with the previous 2 colors, injecting a sense of absolute coolness, calmness, and clarity. It further emphasizes rationality, calmness, a sense of distance, and inviolability. Hearing Rain's description, the maid's heart raced. She could even imagine the effect of such a combination. Could he really be a genius? I've learned a lot. The maid took a deep breath, her eyes filled with admiration and awe. Then, she couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, would you like to appoint another teaching assistant?" No need, Ren shook his head. I'll just meet with Mrs. Malasso alone. The maid said no more and respectfully picked up the silver tray. That's a real pity. Please come with me. The lady is waiting. Passing through the dimly lit, subtly fragrant corridor, the entrance to the jade bamboo pavilion comes into view. The maid gently pushed open the door and stepped aside to let Ren in. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Ren sat on the sofa, and opposite him was a light gauze curtain, behind which a graceful reclining figure was vaguely outlined, but the face could not be clearly seen. Lord Ren, you finally arrived. From behind the veil came Lady Malassa's voice, softer than usual, with a hint of languid hoarseness. Please wait a moment. I'm preparing the outfit you've chosen for me. Behind the veil, all that could be seen was Lady Malassa, with the help of her maid, applying nail polish and then putting on the champagne purple gemstone anklet. Her slender ankles were surrounded by warm, lustrous gemstones, and silver bells jingled crisply with her slightest movements, exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Finally, I carefully applied the azure blue butterfly temporary tattoo. Rain had to admire this woman. Just watching the dressing process from behind the veil was enough to generate unparalleled anticipation. Even those lacking self-control might want to pull back the sheer curtain and walk directly to the other side of the private room. A sweet aroma wafted through the air. Finally, all preparations are complete. So, Lord Ren, would you like to remove this sheer curtain and speak with me face to face, or? Ren coughed lightly. That's good. As soon as she finished speaking, those adorned works of art, holding a paper document, emerged from behind the light gauze. As you wish, Lord Ren. Ren couldn't help but marvel at how colorful and alluring this world was, with temptations that were hard for ordinary people to imagine. Several blue butterflies, carrying a contract, quietly alighted in front of Ren. That's terrifying. Ryan clenched his fists. Compared to this woman, even Selena was probably just a greenhorn. No wonder he's the owner of the technical service center. Ren had only intended to come and sign a contract, but Malassa clearly wasn't planning on a hasty decision. Lord Ren, what's wrong? Malassa's alluring voice came from behind the veil. Have you carefully reviewed this contract? Ryan took a deep breath. Madam, let me take another look. Money matters. We can't be careless. Malassa sat on the sofa behind the sheer curtains, a seductive smile playing on her red lips. Carrying this contract is so tiring. Could you please help me? At this moment, Ren's expression turned serious. Top-tier business battles have always been like this. It's truly terrifying. Whether they are partners or competitors, they all like to play these kinds of tricks, doing dirty work in the contracts. Chapter 116, This is the life of the nobility. Everyone harbors a demon within, a demon that leads people down a path of depravity. Ryan temporarily vanquished the demon within him and reached out to pick up the contract. When the temptation is strong enough, anyone will reach out with their irresponsible claws. Ren meticulously studied every word and phrase, and finally confirmed that it was correct. There are indeed no traps here, or rather, he's already in a trap. He couldn't understand why Malassa would create such an environment, but this world is full of things that are incomprehensible to many, and whose goodwill or malice is inscrutable. In short, Rain tried to dabble in certain areas in order to understand these. A few hours later, he walked out of the jade bamboo pavilion, and left this place of trouble. Inside the private room, Malassa, accompanied by her maids, went to the bath. Madam, how are you feeling? A maid massaged Lady Malassa's shoulders to help her relax. That's amazing. The purple-haired beauty, still breathing rapidly, exclaimed, I think, if he comes to the soft feather salon a few more times, I'll be able to break through to the 8-star gold mage level. Since the last experiment, Melosa has decided to make good use of the dragon blood golden obsidian inside Rain's body. Although this might be discovered by Queen Myrcella of Tyre, what woman could resist such an opportunity? Although there are no golden sayings like, if you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences, in this world, the principles are the same. The warm water flowed over her skin, washing away her fatigue. Mrs. Melosa closed her eyes, recalling Ren's appearance. You said before, according to the investigation, that guy likes mature women, right? Yes, the maid nodded. What is it? Melosa's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. He just called my name suddenly for some reason. The maid asked, puzzled. What? That form of address seemed a little hard for Melosa to accept, so she spoke softly, in a voice only the two of them could hear. The maid's voice was filled with disbelief and astonishment, even a little stuttering. He, Lord Ren, calls you Ma. Yes, I thought I misheard, or that he was referring to something else. The maid struggled to process this startling information, her mind racing. Madam, this might be related to the early death of his birth mother. Mrs. Melissa fell into deep thought. Lack of care, dependence on older women. If he really does have such a gap in his subconscious, then I know how to get this good kid through next time. Madam, as your maid, I must remind you, if we discover this, then haven't the other women around him already known about this fetish of his? In that case, others have already tried these tricks. Lady Melissa reached out and twirled a violet petal floating in the water. You're right, but everyone has their own way of playing. Indulgence and spoiling are forms of love, but so is strictness. The glamorous and alluring woman was clearly no pushover. It's obvious. In this person's upbringing, the role of a strict mother, or rather, a sharp-tongued mother, was missing. You mean scolding him, putting pressure on him, can also make him. The maid covered her red lips, unable to believe that her mistress's thought process was so outrageous. That's right, Lady Melosa's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Not a gentle consolation, but a cold affirmation. That kind of stingy, condescending affirmation, for a proud young man like him who is eager to prove himself, especially someone who has a missing piece in his heart, and may subconsciously crave some kind of authoritative recognition. Criticism may be more impactful than excessive praise. Come on, let's try it now. Melosa coughed lightly, her tone mature yet cold. Rain, do you think you can rest easy after signing this contract? Naive. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes sharp, turned around, lifted the maid's chin, and stared intently at her with her beautiful purple eyes. I must punish you properly today, so you will realize your carelessness. You know the rules. Kneel down. Mrs. Melissa's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable air of authority, echoing in the empty bathroom. The maid was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected the beautiful woman before her to have gotten into character so quickly. What? Do I need to repeat myself a second time? Lady Melosa stood up abruptly, looking down at her. If you don't even have the most basic obedience and the courage to face your mistakes, how can you talk about protecting your territory and cooperating with others? The maid was so frightened that she immediately knelt before the bathtub. I was wrong. Madam. Wrong. Melosa raised her head, her expression cold, her tone tinged with disappointment. I originally thought you would argue with me, but I didn't expect you would show such a cowardly attitude. Looks like I overestimated you. The maid playing the role of Rain was completely dumbfounded. Even if I don't admit my mistake, you still criticize me? Even if I admit my mistake, you still criticize me? Unbeknownst to Rain, Melosa was plotting how to deal with him. He was thrilled to be back in the castle. Now he finally had a lucrative business within his territory. Next, we'll set up logging camps and ranches, and then complete the basic infrastructure. Thinking about the lumberyard, Rain felt he had to go see Liana tomorrow. Young master. Seeing Rain sitting on the sofa in thought, Heo thoughtfully prepared a glass of red wine for him. He then went to the sofa and had Ryan lie back against him. The beautiful woman gently massaged the top of Ryan's head. Ren closed his eyes, enjoying his massage. This is the life of the aristocracy. Chapter 117: The Battle of the Beautiful Women. The news that Baron Tulip wanted to designate 1,000 acres of forest for logging had already spread throughout Stoner Avenn's high society. The construction of a logging camp is not as simple as cutting down trees and selling them for money. It involves many industries, such as farm tools, cutting boards, beds, construction, carriages, etc. So, does the tulip industry encompass these sectors? Obviously not. If not, then who will buy the trees after they're cut down? You can't just haul them away truckload after truckload to sell elsewhere, can you? That would make the transportation costs too high. The businessmen were all very shrewd, and everyone thought it was a losing proposition. Gradually introduce merchants into tulip territory. You can't manage this by yourself. Many merchants were willing to pay some money out of respect for Mayor Liana. But it's clear they weren't really interested in doing business. They were thinking about how to bribe the mayor. As the saying goes, having connections makes things easier, which is why Ren chose to recruit businesses through Liana. Because he couldn't manage too many projects on his own, but Liana was different. She is both the town mayor and the temporary head of Grey Dove territory. Whatever she decides to do, it sets a trend for businessmen. Of course, there is one more person who can help Ren, and that is Lady Melassa, the Violet of the Soft Feather Salon. The Soft Feather Salon is a gathering place for many of Stone Raven Town's elites, and many business deals can be made over drinks at this club. Lady Melissa, I'm afraid I cannot grant your request. Inside the mayor's office, Liana looked at the beautiful woman sitting opposite her and shook her head. Lady Liana, as long as you agree to my conditions, those logging camps in Tulip territory are minor matters. Melassa sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, sipping her black tea, a slight smile playing on her lips. I think you must have misunderstood something. Liana, who was also a noblewoman, was clearly no pushover either. You think you can negotiate with me just because you've gathered a group of businessmen through a club? No matter what, Stone Raven Town can't possibly let a bunch of Orsa merchants come in and contract farmland. Melassa chuckled softly upon hearing this. Oh, but isn't this all to help your little lover develop his relationship? Not just logging sites, we can help with the entire timber industry chain. What did you say? Liana's eyes widened when she heard Melassa's words. I mean, the timber industry chain. No, it's the previous sentence. Melassa hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, This is also for your little lover. Liana hadn't expected this woman to dare provoke her. She pointed directly at the office door and said, Please leave. Liana didn't even give Melassa any face, revealing a mocking smile. You, who manages prostitutes, want to manage farming? How ridiculous. Is that something you should or should manage? These words immediately caused Melassa's face to flush red. She hadn't expected this woman to actually want to fight her. So what if she's a prostitute? Did she cheat on her husband? Melassa retorted directly. Does the mayor look down on those who work legally? Is it because we pay you too little tax every year? If there are buyers, then there are sellers. What gives you the right to look down on us? Melassa was clearly becoming increasingly distraught, even bordering on hysterical, despite not having taken any work herself and being a clean slate. But since she runs that place, she naturally has to defend the girls under her command. Moreover, the label of controlling prostitutes and the implied contempt still embarrass her. You look down on my business, just as you probably look down on Baron Ren's outlandish plans. Get out. Liana's aura and status were clearly higher than Melassa's in Stone Raven Town. She pointed to the door. Otherwise, we'll investigate your businesses tomorrow. Don't think that just because you're an Orsa merchant I can't touch you. If you don't respect me when doing business in Shia Town, you're disrespecting yourself. Melassa smiled, grabbed her bag, and said, It seems the mayor has been hit where it hurts, but it's not a big deal. It's just having an affair and then teaming up with her lover to take down her husband, right? Is this kind of thing rare among the nobles of Tyre? Even with the best self-control, Liana could not withstand such slander. Outsiders don't know the inside story, don't know what she went through, they only know the outcome. Many people believe that Ryan used his honey trap and that Liana fell for it. Before she could say anything, Melassa added insult to injury. Oh, by the way, go ahead and investigate if you want. Baron Ren is also a member of the Soft Feather Salon. And we've already started a garden in Tulip territory. You might not know why we're collaborating, but well, you and I are practically sisters. With that, she took off her high heels, revealing a purple anklet and a blue butterfly tattoo. The office was filled with an even stronger scent of violets. How is it? Does it look good? That good kid, Ryan, helped me put together this outfit, and he absolutely loves it. He even calls me Mom. Get out. Liana placed her hand on the red button on the table. If Melassa dared to say another word, she would call the town guards. Melassa saw the anger and humiliation that were about to burst forth in Liana's eyes, and knew that her anger had burned brightly and she had hurt herself badly. Knowing when to stop, she put her elegant, composed, yet even more provocative smile back on her face, and slowly put her high heels back on, concealing her carefully decorated ankles. And what about Ren? That bastard also happened to arrive at the town hall. intending to discuss some matters with Liana. When he arrived at the mayor's office, he happened to meet Melosa as she walked out of the door. How did these two women end up together? Mrs. Melosa, what a coincidence. Ren couldn't pretend not to know her, so he could only exchange pleasantries. But to everyone's surprise, this woman had suddenly become crazy today, and she coldly asked Ren, "Huh? What did you call me?" "Madam." Ren frowned. "Is there a problem? What did you call me last night?" Melosa continued to press. Ren immediately sensed something was wrong. His gaze passed over the glamorous woman and landed on Liana, who was sitting at her desk with fiery eyes. "Oh, sorry." Ren stepped aside. "I have urgent business with the mayor right now. We can talk about it later." After saying that, Ryan walked straight past Melosa, entered the office, and then closed the door. Then, the moment the door closed, Ryan's hand got restless and patted back. Melosa was left standing there, stunned. This is completely different from the script. Is it not ruthless and severe enough? Or does Liana have superior parenting knowledge? And what did he mean by that just now? How could he take pictures of someone in the town hall corridor? Melosa immediately understood. This meant that Rain would be going to the soft feather salon again tonight to explain things to her properly. As for why Ren pretended to care more about Liana in front of the two of them, the mayor must have found something wrong with Ren and used it to threaten him. Otherwise, why should I be inferior to Liana? Even though everyone's looks are about the same, I'm burning. This could be considered one of Rain's advantages. There are always beautiful women who can help him find various excuses to seduce women. Chapter 118, you said you went to an improper place to talk about serious matters? As he closed the office door, Rain could see that Liana's expression had softened considerably, but a hint of sorrow could still be seen in her eyes. As a friend of the beautiful woman, Ryan naturally knew that she was definitely angry with him. Why did she suddenly get angry? It's obvious. Melosa's actions just now had already told him everything. After all, not every beautiful woman is as close as Selena and Phil, able to talk about anything. There will always be one or two beautiful women who will be jealous of him, and there's nothing that can be done about it. After all, this is his daily routine. Outsiders might not believe it, but only he knows that he has this kind of trouble. Humph. Liana snorted coldly when she saw Ren, ignoring him and continuing to organize the documents on her desk. "Madam," Ren called softly. But Liana clearly didn't want to talk to Rain. She was furious. "I've been running around doing everything for him, and what's the result? He went to a brothel. And they even came to our door to show off their power." "Mom," Ren called out tentatively again. "Don't call me that. I don't even know how many people you've called that to." Liana was clearly furious at this moment. Ren, being rather thick-skinned, came up behind Liana and gently massaged her shoulders, asking, "What's wrong? What happened? Didn't you see what happened yourself?" Liana asked, holding a quill pen and pretending to work. "Actually, I can explain." "Explain what?" "Explain that you have a great sense of style, a purple anklet, and a butterfly tattoo? Or explain that you can call any mature woman you see." Liana really didn't want to say those two words, and in the end, she could only grit her teeth and utter a single word. "Shameless. No, listen to me. I can't listen to this. Ren, you're no longer my good boy." Liana gripped her pen tightly. "Tell me honestly, were you just playing around with her?" Originally, Ren thought that Liana might not be able to be coaxed this time, but unexpectedly, she found a way to save face for him. "Of course, that kind of slut is just a toy to me." Ryan buried his head in her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of a mature woman. "How can she compare to you?" Liana knew that Rain was just trying to make her happy. She was willing to give Ryan a way out because she was self-aware. She was already a married woman. What could she possibly ask of Ryan? Is it too much to expect him to be devoted to me? But when she chose to pamper Rain, she already knew that this man had been in contact with many beautiful women. If we're talking about jealousy, well, she's definitely not in a position to be jealous. At least he has a fiancé. But she just couldn't stand Melosa coming up to her, arrogantly telling her that Rain had called her that. "Rain, do you know what she just told me? She said you supplied her with those." "Shoo." Ren held up a finger to Liana's red lips. "That's because her feet aren't pretty enough. But you are different. You need no adornment. Your pure appearance and sweet scent have already captivated me." Liana was immediately taken aback by Rain's words. "Really? No, wait, who cares about that? What I'm trying to say is, how could you do those things, giving women advice on how to coordinate outfits? Is that something you should be doing? Can't you do something useful?" Liana's voice trailed off as she spoke. "For example, how to develop the territory properly, how to make contact with the upper class of Stoneraven Town. You're a lord now, a baron. Can you please stop thinking about these sordid things all the time? I didn't research any dirty stuff. Rain gradually got the hang of it and started to pick up Liana, letting her sit on his lap. It's just that I missed you so much. Madam, I asked if I could act cute with you every day, but you wouldn't agree. What can I do? I can only find a substitute. Liana clearly did not accept this explanation. Was that me disagreeing? Was that you being coquettish? Who could resist that? Liana clenched her fist and punched Rain's chest. Tell me honestly, did you secretly take your pills? Immediately displeased when he heard someone dare to question him. Do I need to take drugs? Liana thought about it and realized that was true. That's exactly how Rain was. Young and energetic. But that shouldn't be happening. Logically speaking, at her age, if she says something like that, her ability to withstand pressure should be at its peak. If someone's resilience is at its maximum and they still can't withstand the pressure, there's only one possibility. Something's wrong with Ren. This guy has most likely undergone targeted training. So, who can provide him with such targeted training? It must be the maid who took care of him since he was a child. All right, I don't want to dwell on this anymore. Liana shook her head, clearing her mind of those jumbled thoughts. About what you mentioned last time. The lumberyard. I found you a few businessmen who are willing to invest. I can help you negotiate the future businesses of the logging camp. But remember, I only have one request. What are your requirements? Ren asked, his eyes filled with determination. No matter how much Liana tries to squeeze out of him, Rain will accept it. From now on, you're not allowed to go to the soft feather salon. Can you promise Mom that? That won't do, Ryan said, maintaining a firm bottom line. But I can explain why. I won't listen. Are you even a good child? Liana was clearly about to throw a tantrum. Try going again, and I won't let you. No, I have serious business there. Talking about serious matters in such an inappropriate place? Liana shook her head. My God, you're shameless. I don't have a child like you. No, as you know, we're currently building a garden in partnership with the Soft Feather Salon within the territory. So what? Doing business is doing business. How can it affect your spending there? No, I didn't spend any money there, so it doesn't count as spending money. Liana really wanted to slap Rain, but she felt sorry for her child, so she said angrily, Am I talking to you about spending money right now? Chapter 119, she had never seen such an unreasonable and domineering man. I know. You're not worried about the money. Ryan pulled the beautiful woman into his arms. You're worried about me. Liana was speechless at Rain's shameless and cheesy words, but she still composed herself and said, Tell me honestly, how many times have you been? Just twice. Rain replied obediently, like a dutiful child, as he listened to Liana's questioning. Twice. Who took you there? Liana clenched her fists. Now Rain panicked. The person who took him to the Soft Feather Salon was Liana's brother. Although Liana and Baron don't get along, it's precisely because of this that Rain doesn't want Liana to argue with him because of him. Look me in the eyes, Ren. Are you still a good boy? Liana knew something was amiss when she saw Ren hesitate. When Liana saw that Rain didn't answer, disappointment and heartache flashed in her eyes. Ryan also realized that lying or giving evasive answers on this matter would hurt the beautiful woman. It was Baron Will. Rain's voice lowered, his eyes looking honestly at Liana. Shortly after the matter in Grey Dove territory was settled, he probably wanted to ease tensions, or perhaps showcase his connections, and invited me to the Soft Feather Salon to relax and meet some useful people. Liana bit her lower lip, looking like a strict mother controlling her child's relationships. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, you're not allowed to associate with that man. Understand? She took a deep breath. I'm going to Blackrock territory right now to settle the score with him. My God, how old are you? How dare he take you to a place like that? Ryan was a little taken aback. No, sis, you're really getting too into character. Wait. Ren immediately hugged her tightly. I'm going to the Soft Feather Salon. It really is to discuss business. Rain, you're not going to fool me. The beautiful woman was kissed by Ryan before she could finish her sentence. Ren, you think I won't get angry if you act cute with me? Liana was clearly furious with Melassa. Don't be angry. I'll comfort you. This is the office. Wait, there's still work to finish. It's all right. You have work to do. You bastard. You bad boy. Why? 2 hours later, Ryan walked out of the office. Liana had invited many merchants to the town hall for Rain, but it was clearly inconvenient for her to meet them now. But Ren is fine. In Stoneraven Town had met Rain once or twice. Some of them were not interested in Rain's lumberyard, but rather in Rain and the other merchants. What businessmen love to do most is to form cliques and gangs, which gradually evolve into chambers of commerce. They started funding and supporting some gangs. After that, they can start trying to monopolize a certain industry in the surrounding area through violent or nonviolent means. Finally, it involves cultivating relationships with influential figures and actively participating in various charity galas and business development events to climb to a higher level. Some people also try to secure a position or post for themselves during this process. The door to the reception hall was pushed open, and the group of merchants saw a handsome young man in a noble coat with a blue background and silver trim walk in. Upon seeing Rain's face, everyone immediately understood Liana. Which woman could resist this model? Moreover, given Ren's age, he should be at the peak of his stats right now. It has modeling skills, numerical analysis, identity verification, and talent. The dozen or so businessmen present, who had been sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up. Your Excellency Rain. Many of these people are prominent figures in Stoneraven Town, but when facing nobles, they still need to adopt a humble attitude. Ren nodded slightly, which was considered a response. He might act coquettishly in front of his women, but when it comes to men, he'll definitely strike hard. It seems many people are interested in the lumberyards of Tulip territory, Rain chuckled, taking the seat of honor without any hesitation. That was originally the position of the town mayor, but no one dared to speak up. But many people might just laugh it off after hearing what Ryan said. Some of them are also involved in loan sharking. They want to see who's going to be the sucker today, so they can grab big clients in time. Moreover, Ren is temporarily unable to borrow money from credit banks, so he might be able to use them if he needs money urgently. Of course, that black forest within Lord Ren's territory is a treasure trove. A merchant immediately chimed in. Of course, if Ren were to ask him if he wanted to open a logging camp, he would probably shake his head and make excuses. Of course, if they knew that Ren could now come up with 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins in cash, their attitude might be completely different. Of course, there were also those present who were genuinely interested in doing business with Liana and also wanted to give it a try. Your Excellency Ren, how much would you like to rent 1,000 acres of forest land each year? Please name your price, but I may use it for more than just establishing a logging camp. Only woman present was Liana's closest friend. This woman was also the most famous widow in Stone Crow Town. She became rich right after getting her marriage certificate with a wealthy businessman. Because her husband died. Not long after, her elderly father reached the age of majority, stretched out his legs, opened his eyes wide, and left this lovely world. My younger brother went out to the Orsa Empire to discuss business cooperation, but was robbed by bandits on the road. Just then, Orsa dispatched troops to suppress the bandits, and he was killed in the ensuing chaos. In just a few days, the vast fortunes of 2 wealthy families were all concentrated in this woman's hands. Looking at the woman, Ryan noticed a languid elegance emanating from her. Simply put, this woman's aura suggests she has so much money she doesn't know what to do with it. For her, there might not be any other timber business in Tulip territory, but at worst she could just cut down the logs and transport them out directly, which would just mean getting more ox carts. Furthermore, forest resources also produce important byproducts such as bark, charcoal, and tar, which are used in leather tanning, soap making, and more. Even though the transportation costs are high, there is still a market for transporting goods to Shia Town for sale. This is why Ren didn't choose to fund the establishment of the logging camp himself. Businessmen have their own ways. They know where to sell their goods and understand the market. Madam, are you sure you want to sign a 10-year contract with me? Ren tapped the table. The annual rent is 500 gold coins. This price is actually quite high. It's 1,000 acres of forest with about 80,000 mature trees. However, the presence of silver frost agarwood in their forest, and perhaps other unknown high-end timber, cannot be ignored. The merchants also looked at the pensive lady. Just as the beautiful widow was pondering, Ryan didn't give her a chance to think. But I need to explain 2 more points. First, all employees of the logging camp, including those in the transportation department, must be hired from the Tulip territory, and they must be paid the highest market hourly wage. This is non-negotiable. Otherwise, I will consider it a unilateral breach of contract and deduct a year's rent from your pay. The beautiful widow was slightly taken aback. She had never seen such an unreasonable and domineering man. Chapter 120 Melosa. Melosa, your level is still too low. If Rain doesn't make this clear here, these people will definitely buy slaves to work for them. In that case, all you need to do is give them a meal. But Rain naturally also needs to solve the employment problem for his people, and the merchants are well aware of this. But doing so would increase costs. Just when everyone thought the deal with Ryan was off, the man held up a second finger. Secondly, if you agree to this request, then we can certainly explore some deeper collaborations. For example, I can promise that within the next year, I will prioritize the construction of supporting facilities such as charcoal kilns, tar refining workshops, and even tanning or soap-making workshops in Tulip territory. If you are interested in expanding into these downstream industries, I will consider you my #1 partner. Every tree you cut down and haul it nearby will turn into money. The beautiful widow looked at Ren with a puzzled expression. You even have to find someone to fund the construction of the lumberyard. So what makes you think you can complete this entire industry chain within a year? It's very simple. I have no interest in doing business, nor do I like to hoard land for my own amusement. I just need my territory to have these things. As for how to sell them, that's not my concern. Furthermore, to get into this industry, you have to cut down the timber first. Furthermore, 2 gold contract masters will soon be stationed in my territory. One is my mentor at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, and the other is someone who studies land environment management in the Elf Forest. Everyone was stunned by Ren's words. No wonder Ryan was so confident. 2 gold contract masters, one of whom is also a mentor in the capital. A professor from a top university in the capital city has moved to the rural town of Ren to live permanently. As expected of a noble family from the Valit clan, they were able to recruit even such a talented individual. It goes without saying what this means. It means that Rain's territory could rise at any time, because his relationship with Mayor Liana is also quite special. As long as Mayor Liana implements some policies and the 2 gold contract masters in the territory give him a helping hand, Tulip territory could take off at any time. At this moment, many businessmen were somewhat annoyed, wondering why they hadn't talked to Ren earlier. I agree, the beautiful widow said, taking a deep breath. She had only intended to help Liana, but Rain's mindset was clearly not that of a minor lord. Minor lords generally prefer to have absolute control over their territory, making it difficult for others to operate effectively. Because he wanted to be a minor king. Even if he couldn't become a great king, he could still ensure that he and his descendants could continue to live a life of decadence and debauchery. I sense that you are very different, Your Excellency Ren. The beautiful widow uttered this slightly abrupt statement at the end. Oh, why do you say that? Hearing someone dare to comment on him to his face, Ren was quite interested in finding out. I feel the biggest difference between you and other lords is that you've shown some compassion for your people. Bringing merchants into your territory to do business and work with you to solve the employment problem of your people. This is something many lords cannot do, because they only want their people to work for them. In fact, the reason why Ren chose to have an outsider do this is the same as with any country. The more and more foreigners come to your country to do business, the more developed your country is. This represents the exchange of information. If all industries within a territory belong to the lord, then that territory cannot grow very large. I've seen too much, at least at the Baron level. No one shares your thoughts. Now I understand a little why the people of Tulip territory didn't choose to leave after they had eaten their fill when they were on the verge of starvation. The beautiful widow's eyes seemed to hold a hint of admiration as she spoke. Shall we find a restaurant and sit down to talk? I'd like to hear more about your understanding of the relationship between lords and their subjects. It's like the relationship between a boss and an employee, or like how many privileged classes take pride in exploitation. So why do you? Rain coughed lightly, interrupting her. These topics are too sensitive. I have to go to the soft feather salon tonight, so I'm afraid I won't have time to have dinner with you. But I can tell you that my goal is to dedicate myself to building a civilized society. If you are interested in learning more about my great cause, we can schedule a time. Before Ren could finish speaking, a curious glint flashed in the beautiful widow's eyes. I'm so interested in learning more. How about this? I can come with you to the soft feather salon tonight, and we can talk slowly and get to know each other better. The beautiful widow seemed afraid that Ren would look down on her. Don't be fooled by the fact that I've been married before. Actually, I've only registered the marriage. The businessmen present exchanged bewildered glances. How long had it been? And now, Ren had hooked up with a rich woman. This is terrifying. Then, they saw Mrs. Lisa, the wealthiest woman in Stone Raven, walking out of the hall, arm in arm with Ryan. He seduced both the town's mayor and its richest woman. How are the other ladies supposed to play this game? They can be kind sometimes. Why didn't the other ladies notice that? The intimidating power of a high-end gigolo is simply terrifying. Melissa was delighted to see Rain arrive at the feather salon. But when she saw that there was a voluptuous and beautiful woman with her arm around Ryan's arm, her face fell. Melissa recognized this woman. She could tell just by looking at her. That thick, full head of red hair, those molten gold amber eyes. Her skin was a milky white, a result of years of a life of luxury, and she was perfectly enveloped in a dark green velvet dress. Especially the white fishnet stockings paired with black high heels. And her fingers, even though all her other fingers were painted with black nail polish, the middle and ring fingers of her right hand were not. It's easy to imagine why. Burning food. Melassa cursed inwardly, but still smiled and greeted Rain and his companion. Melissa had originally intended to play the role of a strict mother in front of Rain tonight, but this woman suddenly interfered. We entered a private room. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The three of them sat on the same sofa, and Lisa clung tightly to Ryan's arm. At this moment, Melassa could only feign ignorance and ask, "Lord Rain, may I ask what brings you here tonight?" But Mrs. Lisa clearly wasn't having any of it. Pointing to a piano in the box, she said, "There's a piano, Your Excellency Rain. I've heard you're a very skilled pianist. Could you?" Clearly, this widow knew how to provide emotional value to a man. That's to give him a chance to show off. Melassa, your rank is still too low." Mrs. Lisa sneered inwardly. Images of Liana and Lady Melassa from Chapter 121 have been generated. Ren was sitting on the sofa in the private room, surrounded by women on both sides, thoroughly enjoying himself. On the left, the red-haired Lisa is as beautiful as fire, and the intense curiosity in her eyes clearly shows that she wants to know everything about Ryan's experiences, such as his ideals and his career. Meanwhile, the purple-haired Melassa on the right was alluring and possessed the aura and undeniable presence of a salon hostess. She glanced sideways at Ren with her purple eyes and asked, "Would Lord Ren be willing to play a tune for me?" "Oh right. I heard that artists need inspiration while they're working. Here, let me give you some inspiration. I'm not like some manipulative womanizer with so many schemes. I'll only pamper you." After saying that, she picked up the red wine on the table, took a sip, and then offered her red lips to Ren. Ren's drinking style was clearly different from that of many nobles. Mrs. Lisa stared wide-eyed. She hadn't expected Melassa to be so bold, especially in front of her. She even dares to call herself a sycophantic bitch. It's obvious who the sycophantic bitch is at a glance. An angry Mrs. Lisa also picked up her wine glass. At this time, bang, the door to the private room was pushed open. Ryan was still drinking, feeling somewhat annoyed. Who dares to disturb his good time? Lady Melassa was holding Rain's face in her hands, her eyes flashing with anger. She was ready to teach these ignorant servants a lesson. As a result, the two glanced at each other and discovered a voluptuous and beautiful woman standing in the doorway. She had long, dark brown hair, and her beautiful, icy blue eyes held anger and resentment. Before Ren could react, she had already entered the private room. Smack! Close the door. "Liana, what brings you here?" Mrs. Lisa was a little embarrassed, feeling as if she had been caught stealing her best friend's toy. Wait, she didn't steal it. Now it's Melosa's turn. "Lady Liana, what a pleasant surprise." Melassa released Rain, her red lips curving into a charming smile. "You're so busy with official duties, what brings you to my little salon?" Liana didn't respond to those two bitches. No. In Liana's mind, Lisa should only be considered half a bitch now. She walked gracefully down the sofa opposite the three of them, her legs clad in gray stockings and purple high heels. Looking at Ryan, she said, "Good boy, come into my arms." Upon hearing Liana's words, Lady Lisa, the red-haired widow, covered her red lips and widened her eyes. What did she just say? Did I hear that right? Are these two playing such elaborate games? Melassa was also secretly surprised. Although she had imagined that Ryan would act coquettishly towards other women, this bitch in front of her was making Ryan call her that right in front of her. Despite feeling slightly out of favor, she chuckled, sat down next to Ren, and put her arm around his. "Good child. I can give you just as much as anyone else. Some feelings only I can give you." Hiss. Mrs. Lisa was shocked once again. She tightened her grip on Ryan's arm. Now she understood. Of the three women present, she was the only outsider. No. What exactly is the current state of development? Although Mrs. Lisa wanted to learn more about Ren, she didn't expect things to develop so quickly. Moreover, Liana and Melassa are clearly at odds right now, and she seems superfluous here. Thinking this through, Mrs. Lisa reluctantly let go of Ryan's arm, picked up her handbag from the sofa, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I have a meeting. See you next time." Before the three could react, the woman slipped away, giving Liana an encouraging look before she left. Although she really wanted to stay and watch the drama unfold, the identities of these two women were clearly not to be trifled with. After Mrs. Lisa left, Ryan pushed aside the crystal table in front of him and pulled Liana into his arms. The latter let out a soft cry, somewhat taken aback. Then, Ryan embraced both of them, saying, "Ladies, your constant arguing is putting this good boy in a difficult position." Rain's arm around Melissa's slender waist was equally strong, holding the two beautiful women tightly to his side and maintaining control. "Rain, you naughty boy, didn't I tell you not to come here? Why didn't you listen?" Liana, nestled in Rain's arms, glared at Melissa across from her, gritting her teeth. Their faces were very close together in Ryan's arms. Melissa wasn't about to back down either, retorting, "Oh, is there anything I can't let him play with? If the child wants to play, then let him play. I don't want to talk to you right now," Liana said angrily, looking at the alluring mature woman's face in front of her. You're not welcome here either." All right, Ren felt he should be assertive at this point, so he took out a black cloth strip and blindfolded them. The black strip of cloth obscured Liana's icy blue flames and Melissa's purple provocation, instantly depriving them of their visual confrontation. They can only rely on other senses to perceive Ren's presence and intentions. "Rain, what do you want to do?" Liana's voice trembled slightly. On the other hand, Melissa's reaction was completely different. A playful smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "What do you want to see us do?" "Good boy, I'll play along." "What are you going to do?" "Melissa, I'll tell you Even after leaving the capital, Ren continues to live a fulfilling life. He was clearly so happy that he forgot how he came to be. Inside the palace of Teo, Queen Myrcella of Tyre lay on her bed in her palace. She lay languidly on the bed, wearing a light gauze nightgown. Before the bed stood Aisha, the head of the palace guards, a tall and slender woman nearly 2.3 meters tall, kneeling on one knee beside Mejura's bed. "How's that little guy doing lately?" Myrcella crossed her legs, flipping through the book in her hands, and spoke casually. "Your Highness." Aisha's expression was very serious. She knew who the little one Queen Myrcella was referring to was, and she summarized it in one sentence. "Truly vibrant and captivating." "Oh, vibrant and fragrant." Myrcella's red lips curled into a smile of interest. "That's right. Tell those people in the western provinces that no one is allowed to touch that vacant baronary domain." "Yes, Your Highness." Aisha remained kneeling on one knee. This is what Mijala likes about Elsa. She never asks too many questions, but it is precisely because she doesn't ask questions that she seems too boring. "Aren't you going to ask me what I want to use it for?" Mejura turned her head and glanced at her chief guard. Aisha lowered her head. "Your Highness has a deeper meaning in doing things. We only need to follow your instructions." "No," Mijala gently shook her head. "I just thought it was fun. It's just that life is less fun without that bad kid." Elsa didn't know how to answer, but for the noble woman in the bed, the Empire was indeed just a toy. Chapter 122 Empress Tyrell. "I've also taken a liking to Rain. Your Highness, if you wish, I can go to the west right now and bring him back, for your amusement." Myrcella chuckled softly. "What I want isn't just him." At this point, she frowned slightly. "How has the Prime Minister's health been lately?" "It doesn't seem too optimistic." Aisha coughed lightly. "I heard, recently, people over there seem to want Earl Victor, the Lord of the Azure, to run for Prime Minister." "What?" Mejura laughed angrily. "This old dog really won't give up. He is one of His Majesty's most trusted men, and has also served as the governor of a province." Aisha's expression was somewhat solemn. Azure Harbor brings in a lot of revenue for the Empire every year, and he also controls a lot of overseas trade relations. If Count Victor were to become the Imperial Chancellor, perhaps he could vigorously develop the economy. "Is this your idea, or did you hear it from someone?" Mijala sensed that her head guard was being a bit too talkative today. "I heard it from my father," Aisha said without changing her expression. "What else did your father say?" Mijala put down her book, her face grave. "He also said that he absolutely must not be allowed to become Prime Minister, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Mijala's eyes narrowed slightly, the golden six-pointed star in her crimson eyes spinning wildly. "Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Victor is too ambitious, ruthless, and extremely controlling. However, he has gained considerable support within his own faction, and he likely has a strong chance of winning against the Imperial Council." Mijala smiled gently, her eyes softening considerably. "And he's quite audacious. He wants to be Prime Minister, and he doesn't even try to hide it. Does he think he has a high chance of winning and doesn't need to hide it from me?" "Your Highness." Aisha was about to say something when a maid came to the door outside the bedroom and knocked. "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived." "I know, let her in." Mijala replied casually. then lay lazily on the bed without even getting up. Aisha remained kneeling on one knee, showing no intention of getting up. Before long, a tall, dignified, and beautiful woman entered the queen's bedroom. Marcella, she is nearly 1.9 meters tall, and also inherited Marcella's hair color, with a crown on her short chestnut hair. Only her eyes are different from Marcella's. Queen Tyrell inherited the bloodline of her predecessor, Tyrell XIII. Within her black pupils lay a golden clock, a clock that was not still, its second hand constantly and slowly turning. She walked straight into the bedroom, her gaze first sweeping over Elsa, who was kneeling on one knee. It then landed on Mizela, who was lying lazily on her side on the bed, wearing a purple gauze nightgown. It seems I have disturbed the Empress's rare moment of leisure. The Empress's voice didn't match her appearance. It was full of feminine charm, almost like the voice of a slut. The Empress, dressed in a majestic royal robe, stood in the center of her palace, the afternoon light casting dappled shadows on her shoulders through the stained glass. Mizela shifted to a more comfortable side-lying position, and the thin veil slipped off her shoulder with the movement. She lightly tapped the edge of the bed with her fingertips, a half-smile playing on her lips. "Your Majesty is so busy with state affairs. How come you have time to come to my secluded palace?" "Your Majesty is too kind," Empress Tyrell said, taking 2 steps forward, the heels of her jeweled high heels tapping rhythmically on the marble floor. "I have heard that you have been staying at home recently, and I am worried that the Empress Dowager is not feeling well." "Unwell?" Mizela's face instantly turned cold. "You came to see your mother. Will she give birth to another younger brother or sister after your father's death?" "Huh? How could that be?" Empress Galenia of Tyre smiled seductively, the clock in her pupils spinning faster. "Within this empire, apart from my father, no one should dare to touch you, right? If there is, I will make sure they disappear." "Oh," Mizela retorted, equally defiant. "So you've come here today to threaten your mother?" Jealousy flashed in Garania's eyes. Yes, she's jealous of Ryan. She enjoyed the power struggle with her mother, but she couldn't tolerate that her mother had been defiled by Ryan. The affair between Rain and the Queen couldn't actually be kept secret, although Mizela didn't leave any evidence, so whatever others said could only be slander. However, Galenia still harbored resentment towards Rain, and even once wanted to kill this man she had never met. If the two didn't address each other as mother and daughter, most people would probably think that Garania and Marcella were sisters. "I just want to ask you, are you aware of what happened in the Western Province?" Galenia clenched her fists. The Western Provinces are now the most chaotic place in the Empire. The area around Stoneraven Town might be relatively calm, but elsewhere, it's either strikes one day or protests the next. If you say that this has nothing to do with Mizela, the Empress would never believe it even if you beat her to death. If it weren't for her, the Empire could still forcefully suppress large-scale protests. "Is your Majesty joking with me?" Mizela yawned lazily. "Who is the emperor of this empire? What's happening in the provinces? You're asking the Empress Dowager." "Galenia, you are no longer the little girl you once were, and I am now just a woman. My biggest concern right now is finding you a royal consort. As for these political matters, it would be best if your Majesty did not inquire of me. I've already decided on the Emperor's consort." Garania saw that Mizela was pretending not to hear, so she decided to provoke her. "Oh, who is it? Tell mother." Mizela produced a bottle of blood-red nail polish from somewhere and began painting herself. "A promising young baron. I think he's quite good." "You are the Emperor of Tyre. How can you marry a baron?" Mizela frowned. No matter what, Galenia was her daughter. How could she let her daughter marry the lowest-ranking nobleman? After listening to his works, I was already captivated by him. Moreover, his background is very clean. He is the son of Victor, the Lord of the Azure, a high-ranking official of my empire. I believe Count Victor would also be happy to make this happen. Mizela paused slightly as she applied her nail polish. The Emperor was after her. At this moment, her expression changed. She sat up straight and said to Aisha, "You may leave now." Yes, Aisha knew that once she left this palace, the two noblest women of the empire would be about to have their most intense argument. Sure enough, before they even stepped out the door, they heard the Empress's questioning voice. "Mother, why do you want to drive away outsiders the moment I mention that little boy? Is there something inconvenient about it?" Chapter 123. My wife is the best to me. Melassa and Liana, with their eyes covered, became even more alluring. Ren started playing a guessing game. This game really tests their familiarity with desserts. If you can't identify the name of a dessert, well, you're in trouble. The black silk ribbon blocked out the light, but made the other senses exceptionally sharp. The first dessert has arrived, ladies. Please savor it carefully and name it. In the darkness, Ryan's voice sounded especially dangerous. This is a blueberry lemon vanilla cake? No, it's not that simple, Liana murmured, savoring the memory. First taste, I'll have a taste. Unfortunately, time's up. It's Lady Melosa's turn now. As the sole referee, Rain had absolute control over the proceedings. Although Melosa is blind, she will first carefully smell the aroma of the dessert before tasting it. Then, her alluring face, now blindfolded, revealed a slight smile on her red lips. It's a Midsummer Night's Dream. The most famous dessert shop in Stoneraven Town, Nightingale and Rose, is a limited edition item, with only 10 available each week. The cream is infused with 10-year-old Gimport wine. The blueberry sauce is mixed with a touch of blackcurrant for added depth, and the final sprinkle of lemon zest is to cut through the richness. She tilted her head slightly, as if she could see Ryan through the black silk. Did I guess right, my boy? That's right. Ren nodded. Lady Melissa guessed correctly this round. You may now enjoy this dessert as much as you like, until it's all gone. Eyes, hidden behind the black silk ribbon, lit up. This was the dessert she wanted. Liana, on the other hand, could only listen to the sounds of Melosa eating the soft feather salon together in a carriage. Rain, you naughty boy, you made me lose face last night. The beautiful woman looked at Rain in her arms, gritted her teeth, and pinched the soft flesh on his waist. If you ever ask me to play this kind of game with you again, I'm not talking to you anymore. Ren quickly looked up. Madam, you look the most beautiful. Liana found Rain's words rather cheesy, and seemed to remember something. By the way, I don't know why, but lately, even though I've never had a child and am not pregnant, What? Ren asked, puzzled. What's wrong? It's just, Liana glared at Rain. Anyway, wasn't it you who did this? Rain thought that perhaps the dragon blood golden silk obsidian had modified not only Rain's body, but also the beautiful women around him. That's good news. Ren chuckled. Our children won't go hungry anymore. A child? Liana's eyes widened. With a father like you who loves to whine, I believe even if the child were born, it would probably go hungry. Besides, when did she ever say she wanted to have your child? Liana said, her cheeks flushing. When Rain heard Liana's words, which were half reproachful and half shy, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, like a cat that had stolen some fish, the smile in his eyes deepened. He hugged Liana tightly, burying his face in the beautiful woman's arms and acting coquettishly. How could you not give me a child, my lady? You're the best to me. Oh dear. Liana stroked Rain's hair. How can you be like this? Always acting like a spoiled child. Upon returning to Tulip territory, Rain quickly interacted with his spirit pet for a while. He now earns a stable 120 points every day. Current points, 2090. I should be able to buy Sherry's advanced method. How about we figure out how you evolve in a few days? Rain first offered his spirit pet a rosy picture. Shirley's eyes lit up when she heard that. This little white cat can't wait to transform into human form. Wearing a heart-shaped collar, it rubbed against Ren's arms, meowing. Good boy. Ren patted its little head. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Meow. Sherry nuzzled affectionately against Ren's palm, her heterochromatic, jewel-like eyes filled with dependence and expectation. Vivian has become much bolder lately. She even dared to kiss Ryan while hugging him. The mermaid was so shy after the kiss that she kept whimpering in Ren's arms. Rain deliberately lifted her chin with his fingertips, watching her dodge, yet unable to look back at him. Sweetie, you have a fever. Upon hearing this, Vivian covered her cheeks and cried out, Eek! Ryan removed her little hand and found that her face was very red. Although the little mermaid couldn't speak yet, her voice was already soft and sweet, and every whimper made Ren's heart tremble. Once you evolve, Ren whispered in her ear, teasing her, his thumb gently stroking her flushed cheeks. I'll play some games with you. Vivian's eyes glazed over when she heard Ryan's promise. Her arms unconsciously wrapped around Ryan's neck, preparing to give him another kiss. Wait a minute. Tilope thought she was the leader of these spirit pets, but now the second and third are favored? Stupid, idiot master, it was clearly Tilope who arrived first. Ren was also helpless. This flower fairy was only the size of a palm, and it was very troublesome. All right. I'll spoil you all. Little angel Leona also flew into Ren's arms. Suddenly, Ren's entire body was covered in spirit pets. That's why people say the life of a noble young master is so comfortable. At home, one relies on spirit pets and maids. When going out, One relies on beautiful women. Upon hearing about the beautiful woman, he also came into the hall and told Rain some news. Young master, Lady Selena has already left. Heya naturally came to Ren's side to help him with the two spirit pets. Sherry and Tilly were really enjoying themselves in Heya's arms. They've already left? Ren hadn't realized that while he was out partying, he almost forgot to come back and see his two wives off. Well, in Rain's heart, he is the first wife. The widow next door, Mrs. Eileen, is the second wife. Selena is the third wife, and Phil is the fourth wife. People must not forget their roots. Whoever provides the benefits is the mother, especially Mrs. Eileen, who showered Ryan with endless affection during his youth. Moreover, Ryan was her first and only man. As for why, it's because her deceased husband didn't like women. Therefore, in Ren's heart, she ranks as his second wife. Of course, how he prioritizes things in his mind doesn't affect his real-world status. Thinking of Eileen, Ryan's mind started working again. This Viscount widow mother had quite a bit of money. Why not invite her to Tulip territory to invest? Coming to his senses, Ren heard his maid, Heya, say softly, "Oh right. Young master, there's also a letter here from the capital, sent by Miss Gloria." Chapter 124. Although there is no love that lasts forever, he will fall in love with you again and again. Gloria. Ryan was surprised to receive another letter from his adorable younger sister. He didn't stand on ceremony and opened the book right in front of Heya, carefully reading it. The fresh scent of gardenias from the young girl seemed to still linger on the carefully chosen stationery. The adorable little sister first sweetly and affectionately chatted with her brother between the lines, and then told him about her recent situation. Under her mentor's guidance, she continued to conduct various experiments and missed Ryan very much. In short, it's all about complaining about the boring experiments, missing her brother's scent, and secretly criticizing her old-fashioned professor's hairstyle. Finally, in her letter, Gloria mentioned that the freshman alchemy competition would be held at the academy in a week, and she hoped that Rain could come to cheer her on. Since it's his sister who's going to compete, as her older brother, Ryan should go and support her. Heya, you can make preparations in the next couple of days. We'll be going to the capital then. Although Rain is a local lord, his territory isn't completely dependent on him. Speaking of the capital, it's been a long time since Ren has been back. This time, he plans to visit his wife and then pay a visit to the dean, including her two classmates, Joanna and Olina. These two are also talented people, and she can be recruited to work in Tulip territory in the future. After all, they are commoners. They were able to enter the Imperial Beast Taming Academy through hard work, unlike Rain, whose family could afford to send him in to gain prestige. Marcella, whom Ren could never forget. The thought of Megera made Ren's blood boil again. When Heya saw the burning gaze in Rain's eyes, she knew that her young master had begun to be influenced by the dragon blood golden obsidian. Because of Selena and Ren's affair, her skills have actually been off cool down for the past 2 days. Young master. Heya looked at Ren, her emerald eyes filled with affection, and opened her arms to him. Heya, we'll feed you. When Rain met his tender, doting gaze, he was immediately overwhelmed. He immediately threw himself into Heya's arms, inhaling her reassuring feminine scent. Heya, Ren looked up. I'll still follow you in my next life. Ah, you bad boy. Heya covered Rain's hair. You said you'd be together in the next life, but in this life you'll always be together. Heya was deeply moved. Even between master and servant, such words had to be spoken. That was something Heya, a maid, said, like she'd follow Rain in her next life. But unexpectedly, it was Ren who spoke first. What does this mean? It means that Ryan has an absolute dependence on and attachment to her. Yes, Rain couldn't leave. He hugged her tightly. You know what? When I said next life, I didn't mean time. It's forever. The care and love you gave me, every moment I recall them, seems so perfect, even transcending time. He never expected that Rain would say such cheesy love words, but she was genuinely moved by him. Ryan addressed her as you. Moreover, Ryan's tone carried a childlike dependence, an unquestionable possessiveness and affection, and a heavy trust that regarded her as his only refuge. Young master. Heya gently stroked Rain's blonde hair with her fingertips, her movements full of affection. Heya is different from you. Heya is just an ordinary person. The time I can watch over you is probably only a few decades left in my life. But you have limitless potential. One day, I will grow old and lose my beauty, and you will slowly grow up, and eventually, Heya said, seemingly unable to hold back her tears. She looked at Rain's spirit pets, a look of envy flashing across her face. In the end, The beautiful woman left only with the regretful words, "At worst, I'll just wait for you to come find me in hell." These spirit pets, as extraordinary beings, have a long enough lifespan to accompany Ren. But Hea was just an ordinary person, while Rain, as a nobleman, could live for 200 or 300 years without cultivating, relying on daily food, magic potions, and magical healing. But no matter how well he takes care of herself, she will face the problem of aging when she is over 50 years old, and then, maybe then Ren will start to dislike her. Hearing Hea's words, which sounded like farewell, Rain's body stiffened slightly. He suddenly raised his head, cupped Hea's cheeks in his hands, and forced her to look into his eyes. Both being blonde and blue-eyed, they could see the reluctance in each other's eyes. "Hey, I won't let these things happen." Hearing Ryan's words, a relieved smile flashed in Hea's eyes. She gently stroked Ryan's cheek. "Young master, you must be good. Although there may be no lasting feelings in this world, Hea will fall in love with you again and again, Before Hea could finish speaking, Rain kissed her. This kiss was not just a response to the deep affection of the moment, but more like opening a door to the corridor of memories. Countless vivid images flowed silently through his mind, carrying the warmth of time and colors that had never faded. Hea could almost recall the little boy who used to tug at her skirt, wanting her to play with him. I can see in my mind the little boy who got good grades with the noble tutor. Instead of going to his father right away, he comes to me, the maid, and hands me his perfect test paper, hoping for a single word from me. Young master is wonderful. She could still see the little boy, neglected by his father and isolated by his brother, swinging alone in the garden, looking at her with eyes seeking comfort. What Hera could never forget was Rain's confession to her. "Hey, I think I want you to be my maid more than just a maid." At that moment, it wasn't that she didn't understand, but that she dared not understand. The gap in social status, the age difference, societal prejudice. He could have simply taken her without saying a word. After all, he, as his personal maid, seemed to have no other choice. But Ryan has an unusual respect for himself. Rain was the first and only man in his life. "Young master, I'm so lucky to have met you." Looking into the beautiful woman's tear-filled eyes, Rain pressed his forehead against hers. "Me too. Hea, do you have any other relatives? I've never heard you mention them before. Let's go to Tulip territory together." "Relatives?" A look of confusion crossed Hea's eyes. "It seems like there aren't any." "All right," Ren said, seeing that his expression didn't seem to be lying, and stopped worrying. "Then, from now on, I'll be your only family in this world." "Young master." Hea accepted Ren's words. "You have always been." Chapter 125. There are many ways to kill someone, and sometimes a knife is not necessary. The next day, Ren called Baruch to his study. This bald guy betrayed Vesper at the Stoneraven Town Council meeting last time, which made him a favorite of Ryan. "My lord, you wanted to see me?" Baruch entered the office and gave Ren a fawning smile. Ren nodded. "Sit down. You don't need to be shy here." Baruch shifted his position slightly, pressing himself gently against the stool, looking very restrained. Ren was the most unpredictable nobleman he knew, neither cold nor tolerant. This young man seems indifferent to everything except the beautiful woman. It's a pity Baruch doesn't have a wife, otherwise he would be willing to give her to Ren. "I'm very satisfied with your performance the past few days," Rain said, her long eyelashes drooping slightly. These words had already made Baruch feel flattered. Ryan tapped the table. "I had a pretty good impression of you when we first met, so I got you from Vesper. You didn't let me down. In my opinion, you handled many things quite well. Now, there's one more thing I need you to handle." "What is it?" "Lord, please just tell me," Baruch said, his eyes gleaming. "That damned Vesper committed such a heinous crime, and all he got was demoted to commoner status." Ryan tapped the table. "Where has he gone now?" "Well, he can't go anywhere now. I heard he can't even find a job in town. He's like a rat in the street every day. As long as this person is alive, it's not a good thing for most people in town." Ryan tugged at the blue gemstone on his white shirt collar. Why didn't those big shots who had dealings with him silence him? Baruch broke out in a cold sweat. I'm not quite sure, my lord." "If no one makes a move," Ren hesitated for a moment, gesturing to the bald man with his eyes. Baruch's face twisted into a grimace. "Then I'll send him to meet God." He had no reason to refuse, and Vesper had no way to resist. That's how this empire is. If a noble wants to kill a commoner, it's just a matter of a word. However, if a commoner dares to attack a noble, the empire will mobilize a large number of troops to hunt down and kill that person throughout the entire empire. A look of satisfaction flashed in Ryan's eyes. He tapped the table with his index finger. Now that there's a murder in town, it might cause trouble for the mayor. What I mean is, there are many ways to kill someone, and sometimes you don't even need a knife. I understand, my lord, Baruch nodded. In his view, Ren was determined to wipe out his ex-husband completely. Indeed, women are the source of all trouble. But what man wouldn't like Lady Lyanna's gentle and virtuous appearance? Nobles are indeed difficult to get along with. Just as Baruch was inwardly grumbling, he heard Ren slowly speak. Good that you understand. Do your job well, and your future will be full of endless possibilities. I am actually a very easy person to get along with. Baruch nodded quickly in agreement. He had taken the first part to heart, but he didn't know what to think about the second part. Not only did he steal someone else's wife and ruin their reputation, but now he wants to kill them all. Are these kinds of people really easy to get along with? Even if this man is currently perceived as harmless and kind by the people, he's just cruel to his enemies. Lord Rain is a good boss. Baruch kept brainwashing himself. All right, you can go now. I'll be going to the capital in a few days. Someone from the town will be opening a logging camp here soon. You can come and take over then. Baruch lowered his head. Yes, my lord. I'll go and prepare immediately. Then, Ren summoned Hans, the military commander of the territory, and Patton, the militia captain. The same old tricks, making empty promises and reminding yourself to leave the territory for a while. After finishing his assigned tasks, Ren went to the mayor's office and spent some time with Lyanna, telling her that he was about to leave the capital. However, after spending some time with Rain, Lyanna told her some exciting news. Lyanna has been promoted. She'll be heading to Cheshire, the capital of the western provinces, next month to take up her post as treasurer. Not only that, Lyanna also inherited the title of Baron Greydove, and Greydove territory is now hers. Unbeknownst to Rain, this subtle change stemmed from a quarrel between the two noblest women in the empire. Wait for me to come back. Rain wants to take advantage of Lyanna's time in Stoneraven Town and squeeze every last drop of value out of her. For example, getting the position of town mayor or speaker of the council. I'll wait for you to come back. Lyanna looked at Ren with deep affection. Having settled everything, Ren, along with the beautiful he and their 4 spirit pets, boarded a carriage and embarked on a delightful journey. On the way, the two acted like a married couple, with Rain and he each holding 2 spirit pets. Ren put his arm around Heya's soft waist. Heya, you smell so good. Ah, young master. Heya was still a little reserved in the carriage, in such a confined space, but her voice still carried indulgence and doting affection. Rain's arm was strong and powerful. He was very close, his breath carrying the familiar maternal scent of Heya. Rain whispered in her ear, his voice laced with laughter and a hint of mischief. Heya, I want to sleep in your arms. Young master. Heya accepted Rain's dependence. Wah. The mermaid Vivian looked up at he, seemingly wanting to snuggle in his arms like Ren did. Good girl. Ren comforted the little cutie, then looked at Heya. However, there was no real blame in the beautiful woman's eyes, only overflowing doting affection. Imperial Alchemy Academy. The air was filled with a faint, distinctive smell of sulfur, herbs, and metal. Ancient practice that combines philosophy, magic, and science. Originating from scholars in a certain kingdom on the continent, who developed various potions through research, they were eventually recognized by the rules of heaven and earth, and the first alchemical manual on this continent was bestowed upon them. Unlike other professions, the alchemist's alchemical manual generates various resources. Similar to how contract masters have companion spirit pets, mystic knights and mystic mages have companion weapons, skills, and so on. The alchemist's secret realm contains special resources, such as certain herbs, metals, blood, etc. Alchemists can continuously experiment with these byproducts, eventually creating great inventions. Chapter 126. Selena's image has been generated. Gloria. Inside the Imperial Alchemy Academy's noble restaurant. A young nobleman approached Gloria's dining table and made a polite invitation. Excuse me. Would you be free tonight to explore with me the 7th catalytic pathway of fire element stabilizers? Without looking up, Gloria quickly scribbled a line of data across the experimental record with her quill pen, her tone polite but distant. I'm sorry, Ralph August. I have no interest in your research. The perfect smile on the face of the noble boy known as Ralph froze for a moment. He wore a well-tailored college uniform with silver vine patterns embroidered on the cuffs. He was quite handsome, and he could sense Gloria's distance from him. No interest. Ralph quickly adjusted his expression, putting on a concerned face. Did something go wrong during your fire element experiments? It's okay, we can discuss and research it together, and solve it gradually. Ralph comes from the August family, the same family as Roger, who is also a minor character and Ryan's classmate. He knew, of course, that his brother Roger and Gloria's brother Ren had a conflict. But so what? It doesn't stop him from getting close to Gloria. I think you've misunderstood. It's not that I'm uninterested in the catalytic pathway research of fire element stabilizers. As an alchemist, exploring the unknown is instinctive, Gloria said calmly, not even glancing at Ralph. I'm simply not interested in doing this research with you. These words made Ralph blush. No one has ever dared to humiliate him so openly. Kogrilla and Rain are really different. She is the legitimate daughter and Victor's only daughter, which means that she has a complete Earl family standing behind her. Especially a behemoth like the Varif family. Recently, news has spread throughout the capital that Victor is a potential candidate to become the next prime minister. At that time, Gloria's status will be enough to put many people far ahead of her. But that's precisely why Ralph tries every means to get close to Gloria. How about this? Gloria, if I win first place in the freshman alchemy competition, will you agree to have dinner with me? Gloria shook her head. I've seen this kind of cliché plot so many times. It's like the female lead agrees to a bet with a villain, loses, and then waits for the male lead to come and save her. What are you talking about? Ralph was taken aback, feeling that the other person seemed a bit confused. Gloria ignored Ralph and continued talking to herself. But sometimes I just don't understand why the female lead would be so foolish as to agree to the villain's bet. You mean I'm the villain? Ralph asked with an innocent expression. No, you're just a background character. Gloria glanced at Ralph sideways before looking away. Someone like you usually only appears in one chapter of a novel. If you dare to mess with me again, you might get 2 chapters of screen time, but the ending will still be the same. You'll be severely punished by my brother. What? I'm just an extra? Ralph clenched his fists. Isn't that right? Ralph sounds like a minor character, unlike my brother, Ryan Valit, whose name sounds so much better, like he's the main character. Ralph's eyes reddened. It's just that the name sounds nice. Yes, you can only compare names. As for appearance, talent, character, and such, Gloria said, her eyes sparkling, forget it. You're not qualified to compare these things with my brother. Wait, what do you mean? I don't understand. What are you talking about? Ralph was starting to get confused. What on earth was the other person talking about? Have you been reading too many vernacular novels? Fortunately, Gloria's female classmate who was having lunch with her quickly pulled Gloria away with her. The two were best friends, but she couldn't stand Gloria's personality. Whenever she gets the chance, Gloria will lavish praise on her brother, practically always trying to cultivate a positive image for him. Is he really that handsome? Gloria is still the same as always. She can't stop talking about her brother. The female student covered her mouth and smiled gently, easing the awkwardness on the way. Gloria, dressed in a white dress, with blue hair and pink eyes, and a gardenia in her hair, asked, Do you also want to see my brother? The female student twitched the corner of her mouth. Yeah, I'm really curious. Ugh, that was so perfunctory. Gloria and her best friend teased each other as they happily made their way back to their dorm building. And a few days later, Ren also arrived in the capital. The competition hadn't started yet, so he went straight to the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. This place hasn't changed much since then. Ren first stepped down from the carriage, then reached out his hand, and a pair of soft hands wearing white gauze gloves took his palm. A beautiful blonde woman with blue eyes stepped down from the carriage. If there were other people present, they would never guess that they were a master and servant. They would think they were mother and son. But actually, this is Rain's way of showing respect to he. When I arrived at Phil's place, she was probably still busy and not home. After all, after Selena left, Joanna and Alina were both entrusted to her care. Taking care of 5 students by herself is no easy task for Fair. The thought of that mature and beautiful woman made Ren's heart race. Hey, you take them and rest here for a while. Ren picked up Leona, preparing to visit the dean. Young master. Heya came to Ren's side, cupped her cheeks, and kissed Ren. Be careful on the road. The beautiful woman seemed to have returned to her old academy days, giving Ren a kiss of peace every time he left. Rain readily accepted, and he embraced he and kissed the beautiful woman. The kiss was brief, yet lingering, carrying the warmth of returning to a familiar place after a long absence. After a long while, Rain carried Leona to the outside of Dean Vanessa's office. He knocked on the door first. No one responded. Ryan stood outside the door for a minute or two before he heard Vanessa's voice slowly coming from inside. Please come in. Ryan pushed open the door, and found another man in the office. The other person looked to be middle-aged, with slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He sat on the sofa to the side, looking at Ryan with a scrutinizing gaze. Then, he stood up again, with a warm smile, and asked, "Student, is there anything I can do for you, Dean?" Vanessa's eyes flashed with disgust as she said to the man, "This is none of your business for now. You should go back." "Madam," the man began calmly, "now I may have matters to attend to." He turned to look at Ren. "Ren Verlit, Baron Tulip, my name is Lion. Have you heard of me?" How could Ren not have heard of him? "This man is the governor of the Western Province." "Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to meet you." Ren took a deep breath. He really hadn't expected that Dean Vanessa's husband was actually a high-ranking official in the Empire. Chapter 125: The Gathering of Elite Young Masters. Before Leon could even reply after Ryan spoke, the little angel in his arms had already stretched out her hands to Vanessa. "Mama." This surprised Leon. He looked at Leona, who narrowed her eyes slightly, and then turned to look at his wife. "What does this mean?" "It means nothing." Vanessa pointed to the door. "Get out. I'm not going back to the Western Provinces with you." "Fine," Lion sneered. "Since you still have things to attend to, I'll take my leave." He stood up, walked over to Ren, and patted him on the shoulder. "Baron Ren, you've been doing quite well in Tulip territory lately." Leon left the dean's office with this cryptic remark. Ren had no idea why this person had targeted him. Isn't it just that his own spirit pet calls him Daddy and his wife Mommy? That's so stingy. The office fell silent for a moment, with only Leona babbling in Rain's arms, reaching out her little hand to Vanessa. Vanessa took Leona's hand naturally. The little one seemed to be looking for food. "Oh no, no way," Vanessa exclaimed, then glared at Ryan. She was holding Leona before. How did she suddenly become like this? Ahem, Ren coughed lightly. "The maids in the house, sometimes, Ryan, is there something you need?" Vanessa didn't continue the conversation on that topic. Each contract master has their own way of raising spirit pets, and she has no need to interfere. "I just came to visit you, and brought Leona along to meet you." Ren had a pretty good impression of this melancholy beauty. Although he didn't have much contact with Dean Vanessa, she did help him a lot. "Thank you for your kindness." Vanessa stroked Leona's blonde hair, her eyes still filled with lingering sorrow. The beautiful woman, wearing a long green dress and black fishnet stockings, walked to her office sofa and sat down. Ryan, being very perceptive, poured her some black tea. Vanessa took a sip and nodded to Ren. "By the way, what brings you to the academy this time?" Vanessa's heart tightened. Ryan had already lured away Selena. She couldn't let him lure away Phil too. "I need to teach for at least the last 6 months. "Well, Dean, my younger sister Gloria is studying at the Imperial Alchemy Academy. It seems they're holding some kind of competition soon, so I came here specifically to cheer her on." "You're such a good brother." Vanessa stroked Leona's forehead and noticed that the purple lotus mark on her forehead had faded a bit. She then extended her slender, white finger and touched her forehead. Rain didn't know what the dean fed Leona, but with the dean's purple lotus mark, Leona didn't need to eat. "Mommy," Leona exclaimed with a comfortable and dependent expression. She smiled sweetly and snuggled happily against Vanessa's chest. All right. I love you the most. You're the best behaved, okay? You little rascal." Vanessa pinched Leona's nose and gave her a doting smile. I don't know why this beautiful woman could interpret so much from just the word mama. In short, Leona was incredibly happy. Seeing this, Ren suddenly felt a pang of attraction. What if he were the one snuggling in Vanessa's arms right now? Leona seemed to sense something, pointed at Rain, and said to Vanessa, "Mommy, Daddy wants some too." Vanessa's doting smile froze. She looked down at Leona, who was holding her with an innocent expression and blinking big orange eyes, then looked up at Ren, who was standing to the side with a similarly subtle expression. A blush crept onto the beautiful woman's fair cheeks, spreading subtly from behind her ears. "You've been naughty," Rain quickly explained, clearing his throat. "Dean, she probably just saw how kind you were to her and wanted me, to share something with her." Vanessa took a deep breath, trying to project the authority of a vice principal. "I know. I'm so glad you brought Leona to see me. By the way, you must still have a lot of things to take care of, right?" Sensing that Vanessa seemed about to kick Leona out, Leona quickly snuggled into Vanessa's arms and whined, Mommy." Vanessa rubbed her forehead, her tone somewhat helpless. "How about Leona stays with me for now, and you can come to my place tonight to take the little one back?" Upon hearing this, Rain realized that Leona was creating an opportunity for him. It's not easy to dig into Leon's corner. That's the governor. If he wanted to kill a mere baron in the western provinces, it would only take him a word. Moreover, Ryan didn't want to get involved in the specifics of the conflict between Vanessa and Leon. How could Ryan possibly make a decision against his ancestors for the sake of a hospital director? Okay, Dean, I'll be going now. With a heavy heart, Ryan left the dean's office. As he walked downstairs, many of his classmates from aristocratic families greeted him. This kid is incredibly lucky. Many people are thinking about how to ask Ren for advice and how to get close to a female tutor with a title in the academy. This is like skipping decades of hard work. However, considering that Ryan is going to marry his mentor Phil, many people are not particularly envious. But some people are so envious they're crying. That mature, beautiful woman was like a queen. Ryan was happy to chat and joke with these young masters. After all, we're all in the same circle. Soon, small groups of young noblemen from the south gathered around Ren. Ryan, it has to be you again, a noble student winked. You haven't even graduated yet, and you already have a title, a wife, and your father is about to be promoted. Ren waved his hand with a smile. Just lucky, just lucky. As they chatted, they arrived at a private room in a restaurant and began preparing to enjoy themselves. Red wine, gourmet food, and beautiful maids are all available. Waiter, call us some ballet dancers to liven things up. A young nobleman, his cheeks flushed from drinking, shouted. Ryan sat in the center of the private room, leaning back comfortably against the soft cushions, toying with a crystal wine glass in his hand, the amber liquid shimmering under the lights. Nowadays, many young noblemen from the south are trying to figure out how to get along with Ren. It seems the other person's father is going to become the prime minister. Regardless of whether Rain is a legitimate son or a concubine's son, as long as Victor holds his ground, he will immediately become the number 2 figure in the Empire's political arena. At that time, the Valit family will reach a whole new level. Even though Rain was an illegitimate son, his status rose accordingly, just as everyone present was harboring their own ulterior motives. The door to the private room was pushed open, and several dancers dressed in light gauze dresses with graceful figures walked in and began to dance to soft music. Young noblemen present were all bad news. They were proficient in eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring. When they drink too much, they tend to seek out rival aristocratic circles. For example, young noblemen from the south often like to pick fights with young noblemen from the north. Chapter 126. What I can give him is far more than he can imagine. The scene was in complete chaos, to the point that Ryan eventually considered leaving. It turned out that the group was having a great time. One stayed behind to drink with Ren, while 3 or 4 walked out of the private room. Before long, these young noblemen from the south each brought in a person. Ryan also knew this person. He was Roger, a student of Mentor Sean. Roger was completely bewildered. He had just come to the aristocratic restaurant for a meal when 3 drunk young noblemen came down from the top-floor entertainment room and dragged him up. At first, he thought it was this group of people who wanted to get to know him, but when he saw that Ryan was also sitting in the private room, he was completely dumbfounded. Roger's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to straighten his back and maintain the last vestiges of dignity befitting a nobleman. Ren was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this group of people to pull this stunt. Roger was the only northern nobleman present, so he would be the object of entertainment for the southern young nobles tonight. Drink. Roger, we're treating you to some ballet tonight, a young nobleman said, putting his arm around Roger's shoulder and pressuring him to drink. A glass of strong liquor was shoved into his hand without any explanation. The young nobleman from the south, whose arm was around his shoulder, was named Derek. He had a mischievous and domineering smile on his face, and a strong smell of alcohol emanated from him. Derek, stop. Roger struggled, his face flushed, half with anger and half with embarrassment. What do you mean, don't? Derek slapped Roger's shoulder hard, so hard that Roger gritted his teeth. Inviting you for drinks and a dance is a favor. What? Is the drink not expensive enough? Or are the dancers not pretty enough? If not, we'll get a different batch. Yes, we've already treated you so warmly. It would be unreasonable for you to refuse. Roger looked at Ryan, a flash of anger in his eyes. To say that he has nothing to do with what happened today would be absolutely suspicious. But Ren had long forgotten about him and never intended to do anything to him, since his stage was no longer at the academy. However, something unexpected still happened. Who are you baring your teeth at? Huh. Derek grabbed a bottle of red wine from the table and poured it directly over Roger's head. Is a well-known figure among the young nobles of the South at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. Oh, sorry, my hand slipped. Are you all right? Derek put down the bottle, smiled, and picked up a handkerchief to wipe Roger's face. Ha ha ha. After a brief silence, The private room erupted in even more unrestrained laughter from several young noblemen from the south. Ryan watched silently as they bullied Roger, without making any comment. They're the ones who'll cause trouble. It won't affect Ryan much. Whatever Derek's intentions, even if Roger wants to settle scores, he won't be looking for Ryan. Derek wasn't just standing up for Ren. In aristocratic circles, it was called demonstrating one's status. How arrogant was the son of the Earl of August of the North in front of Ren before? But now he's behaving obediently in front of Derek. Deep red liquor streamed down Roger's head, soaking his meticulously groomed brown hair, and his face was filled with astonishment. These young noblemen from the south really going to cause trouble for the northern aristocracy tonight? You lot? Can't you see? One of the young noblemen pointed at a few ballet dancers. This guy doesn't like expensive wine, so get him something cheaper. What do you have here? Wine that costs about 1 gold coin a bottle. A dancer said tremblingly. Young masters, yes, we'll go get it right away. The common people couldn't understand why these young nobles were humiliating them while spending gold coins. But where would these people hide copper or silver coins in their pockets? In their eyes, there is only one kind of money, gold coins. Roger spat out a cold snort through gritted teeth, glaring at Ryan, who was sitting there watching everything with great interest. He didn't dare to make any threats, like saying he would definitely get someone to get revenge. Although he will definitely do it. As soon as the drink was served, Derek sniffed it, then handed it to Roger. Drink up. Normally, even my dog wouldn't want this kind of liquor. Rain coughed lightly, stood up, and said, You guys have fun, I'm leaving now. Now that he is a baron, such scenes of children playing around are too childish for him. No one in the southern elite circle stopped him. After Ryan left. Bang! Derek smashed a bottle over Roger's head. Tell your brother, if he dares to harass Miss Gloria again, I'll teach him a lesson every time I find out. Ryan had no idea that Derek had his eye on his sister, but as the daughter of the future prime minister, she was now like a piece of cake. Everyone was tempted. Of course, Derek might just be a henchman. True signs of high society don't need to show up in person. They just need to mention it, and someone will naturally take care of it for them. Roger didn't even have time to react before the bottle hit him, making him see stars and drawing blood from his forehead. Derek, his face grim, wiped the blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Did you hear that? Bang! Another young nobleman from the south kicked Roger in the back, yelling, I'm asking you a question. Don't you understand? Roger grunted, but he didn't answer. He was determined not to be bullied for nothing today. At this moment, Victor was lying on the sofa in the study, his eyes slightly closed. The butler, Abel, cut the tobacco bricks for him and slowly filled the pipe with tobacco. Rain went to the capital? Victor asked, his eyes slightly closed. What's he doing in the capital at this time? The butler, Abel, handed Victor a lit pipe, pondering for a moment. Perhaps it's time to see his fiancée and Miss Gloria? If that's the case, then it's all right. Victor took a drag of his cigarette. This kid's had good luck, and he had some ideas too. The suggestion from the Azure Harbor Strategic Materials Tax Bureau, the development of Tulip Territory, stealing a baron's wife from Raven Town, and even bringing him down. He's a good kid, full of bad ideas, and he's popular with women. Sometimes, I wonder if I was too hasty in getting rid of him back then. Master, you mean? A bead of sweat appeared on the butler Abel's forehead. Victor's words clearly indicated that he was wavering in his choice of successor. That's certainly true when people get old. Especially since Rain is his youngest son. If Rain really didn't meet Victor's standards, he wouldn't have personally gone to the capital to bring Rain back to Azure Harbor. Abel was very suspicious that his master's mental state really meant he wanted to run for prime minister. You know what? This child has always been good at hiding his emotions. Compared to Locke, Carl, I have never seen him show any signs of rage. Moreover, the servants on the estate all have a good impression of him. Such a person. Bang! Victor slammed down his pipe, startling Abel. When it comes to being capricious, Victor is arguably the most extreme nobleman Abel has ever encountered. He wiped away his cold sweat, and then heard Victor roar. Why did he have to collude with that woman? I can give him far more than he can imagine. Chapter 127 Legal Plunder and Illegal Plunder. The Valit family has more than just Rain and Gloria in the capital. One of them, carrying out Victor's mission, came to the capital to make connections. He is also Ryan's older brother, Locke. Although Locke did not hold a title, he was the governor of Azure Harbor and Victor's successor. This identity commands respect wherever one goes. Locke, like Ren, Draco, and others, once formed one circle after another at the Imperial Political Academy. Locke, who had just come out of the home of an imperial counselor, had a confident smile on his face. He boarded a carriage and went to a club. Inside sat many prominent figures from the capital. This was the circle of Locke's peers. They were all around 100 years old, and they were all a group of young people waiting for their fathers to die. Among the dozen or so people, you could even spot the academic year supervisor from the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, who was accompanied by another person. Sean. Sean is the worst off among this group. In the academy, he was polite and aloof, but in this setting, he was practically bowing and scraping. Many other people were also present with their wives. The ladies sat on the other side of the private room, chatting about all sorts of uninhibited topics. Any young man who hears even a single word from them will blush. As soon as Locke entered, all eyes were on him. He went straight to the sofa in the private room, sat down, took a sip of red wine, and then smiled confidently. 2 things. The Imperial Diet will pass the price tag control policy proposed by my father and publish an official price list annually, setting maximum selling prices and minimum purchase prices for strategic commodities such as grain, salt, iron, weapons, and magic ore. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing quickened. Was this the game rule that the future Prime Minister was about to set? Those who sell at too high a price or try to lower the price will be severely punished. This is indeed a good thing for the Empire, as this policy will directly take away the most core profit control from the hands of big merchants and large estate owners. By protecting the basic livelihoods of farmers and urban residents, Victor will instantly gain massive public support. Although doing so would offend many local powerful families, it preserved the voice of the royal family and the Imperial Diet. The entire merchant class was betrayed by Victor. Does this guy really want to be Prime Minister? Some nobles in the circle were already gritting their teeth, but they still calmed down and asked seriously, "So, what's the second thing?" Locke chuckled softly. "It concerns the promulgation of the overseas colonial charters. If my father succeeds in becoming Prime Minister, he will use the Imperial Diet to push this bill through his full strength. The Empire will authorize merchants to form armed merchant corps to conduct trade, mining, and establish outposts within the overseas territories designated by the Empire. The Empire will grant top merchants the coveted opportunity to become lords. This is the highest level of compensation, fully transforming commercial capital into the vanguard of territorial expansion. Of course, any armed merchant group that engages in armed conflict outside the designated area will be considered to be committing illegal plunder. At the same time, in the event of a conflict with a foreign country, the Empire can incorporate every armed merchant group into its official operations at any time. According to my father, he never took anything from a merchant for free. He would take a bag of gold coins from you and give you a sword as well. And the maritime caravans of Azure Harbor can help you identify rich foreign lands, and you can take this sword to bring back wealth." From anger to ecstasy, the Empire still has many backward and barren territories overseas. If we attack directly there, the enemy probably won't be able to fight back and will only be able to watch helplessly. So, does this mean your family will have to build several new shipyards? A slightly overweight middle-aged nobleman slammed his hand on the table. "Forget it, never mind. Lord Victor is indeed extraordinary. This is a true man of great things. The domestic pie alone has already been divided up long ago. We won't do anything illegal plundering. If we're going to do it, let's do legal plunder. Sir, do you think those nobles and counselors will agree to you doing these things?" Inside the manor, the butler picked up Victor's pipe and changed the subject. "Nobles and counselors? Let them get out of the way," Victor said, lying on the sofa without even looking up. "My job is to serve the cake. That's how the game works. If someone has no appetite, we just have to find a way to get them out of the game." If Rain knew that his father was about to lead the Emperor's faction to update the Empire version, he would absolutely disagree. His Tulip territory hasn't even gotten active yet, and this guy is already trying to use Azure Harbor to support overseas warlords? At night, Rain arrived at the Dean's residence. The beautiful Dean appeared to have already bathed. She was only wrapped in a moon-white silk nightgown, which softly clung to her body curves, outlining the voluptuous and graceful curves of a mature woman. Her long, wet purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends still dripping slightly, soaking the thin silk of her nightgown and revealing the soft glow of her skin beneath. The beautiful woman wore no makeup. Her clean face was flushed slightly by the steam from the hot water, losing the seriousness and aloofness that belonged to the vice president during the day. Purple lotus flowers were hidden in her black eyes, and Rain could smell their faint fragrance as he approached her. "Rain, you're here. Vanessa seemed unaware of how breathtaking her current attire was. Leona is asleep on the sofa inside. She's very well behaved. Excuse me, Dean. Ren came to the sofa, gently picked up Leona, and prepared to leave. He certainly doesn't have the guts to steal Lion's woman now. The key point is that the Dean didn't intend to spoil Ren. However, just because Ryan and the Dean don't have much to talk about doesn't mean the Dean has nothing to say. After all, the two are now a pseudo-couple who are raising a child together. I just checked Leona's condition and found something very bad. Vanessa stared intently at Rain. Logically speaking, she has very high potential. So why is she only Silver 2-star now? Do you spend quality time with her regularly? Or do you know what kind of food she needs? Ren sat down and listened attentively to Vanessa's lecture. How did you become a contract master? Vanessa almost stood up and grabbed Ren's ear. Even if I provided her with the mark, if one day I can't supply energy in time, you should at least know what you can do for her, right? In Vanessa's presence, Ryan was like a student who had made a mistake. Thinking about it carefully, Leona is indeed quite well behaved, and she's also the one who makes things the least troublesome for her. So he subconsciously ignored Leona. Ryan paused for a moment, then said, "So, what else can I feed her normally?" Vanessa crossed her long legs, revealing her fair calves beneath the hem of her moon-white nightgown. Order-type angelic spirit pets like this typically absorb energy from magical contracts and runestones. Vanessa instructed Rain earnestly. At the same time, you must take her to witness one judgment after another. This is of great help to order-type spirit pets. Ryan, as a lord, you should have many opportunities like this. I don't know how you became a contract master. Vanessa sighed softly at this point. Rain, you really are so careless. That last sentence, tinged with the beautiful woman's melancholy, almost made Ren's soul leave his body. Chapter 128 My Jealous Sister. The beautiful woman's plaintive tone was really killing Ren. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry, madam. I will definitely be more careful next time. Good, I understand. Vanessa nodded, not saying anything about the change in how she addressed Ren. Rain is no longer a student at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, so it's not wrong to call her madam. Oh right, there's one more thing. I'm not unaware of what happened at the academy tonight. Rain certainly knew what the dean was referring to. If something were to happen to the nobles at this academy, the academy would have a hard time explaining itself. Please rest assured, madam, I will definitely stop it in advance next time I encounter such a situation. Ryan's tone was full of certainty. The dean didn't know how to evaluate Ren. Next time? How long can he stay at the academy? But given the person's attitude of admitting their mistake, the dean had nowhere to criticize them. Although he was present when Roger was humiliated by the southern nobles, he really did nothing. You're a good boy. Be careful on your way home. Ryan didn't know what was wrong with Vanessa either. I'm a good kid. Why are you kicking me out? Yes, madam. You should get some rest. Vanessa stood up and escorted Ryan to the door. The night breeze slipped in through the crack in the door, causing the thin silk nightgown to cling even tighter to her body, revealing her curves. Ryan paused for a moment in front of the door and glanced back at her. The moonlight and the indoor lamplight intertwined, casting a hazy glow on her. Her wet hair fell over her shoulders, her eyes were misty, and her face, with a faint blush, was melancholic and delicate, like an oil painting that evoked pity. It's chilly at night, madam. Please put on another layer of clothing. Ren didn't know why he suddenly said that. Their skill level is so high. How could they possibly catch a cold? Vanessa paused for a moment, then nodded, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Okay. Without lingering, Rain, holding Leona, turned and stepped into the cool night, gently closing the door behind him that shone with warm light and deadly allure. Passing by a jewelry store, Ryan casually picked out a few pieces of jewelry. Back at Phil's residence, the mature and beautiful fiancée did not return. She must have taken the students on a distant mission. Upon seeing Ryan return, he quickly undressed the little boy and changed him into home clothes. He then took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, poured it into a stemmed glass, took a sip, and fed it to Ren. Hey, did you drop this? Ren put his arm around the beautiful woman's soft waist, and a necklace appeared in his hand. Rose gold and adorned with several finely cut emerald green crystals. Young master, how could such a valuable piece of jewelry have fallen off me? Heya looked at the necklace and shook her head. Isn't that right? Ren chuckled softly. Then I'll put it on you, but you can't let it fall off later, okay? Heya paused slightly, a look of emotion appearing in her eyes. Young master, no, Heya can't, Ryan kissed her, stopping her from uttering those words of refusal and emotion. The kiss wasn't long. When their lips parted, her eyes were already glistening with tears. "Young master." The beautiful woman's voice choked with emotion, accompanied by a dizzying sense of happiness, her fingers unconsciously stroking the cool, emerald green crystal on her neck. The next day, Rain, along with he and 4 spirit pets, arrived at the Imperial Alchemy Academy. Led by the staff, they also arrived at the stands of the competition venue. The air was filled with a peculiar aroma of a mixture of magical solvents, scorching metal, and various herbs, with the occasional soft bubbling sound of a crucible. Rain had a good view from his position. As a baron, he naturally couldn't be crammed into a crowded space, and he could also clearly see most of the control panel below. The blonde, blue-eyed beauty sat quietly beside him. Today she wore a low-key dark gray dress, but the emerald green hue around her neck inadvertently revealed a hint of being carefully cared for. She held Leona and Sherry in her arms, while Rain held Vivian, with a flower fairy hidden in her arms. Alchemy is a different cultivation system from contract masters, and Rain was not clear about its origins. "Young master, it's Miss Gloria." Heya excitedly pointed down and waved to the blue-haired, pink-eyed girl in the white dress. "Go, Miss Gloria." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gloria looked up, initially surprised, then revealed a light and bright smile. "My brother really came." She waved her hand vigorously and looked at Ryan. Ryan nodded at her in encouragement. With encouragement from her older brother's eyes, Gloria is full of confidence. She resisted the urge to snuggle into Ryan's arms and refocus her attention on her workbench. On the workbench were several common magical plant extracts and some basic mineral powders, seemingly preparing to concoct a magical potion. Rain couldn't understand these things either. In any case, he had great confidence in his sister. The competition ended uneventfully, without any accusations of Goliath cheating or anything like that. Afterwards, Ren and he went to Gloria's place. Gloria hugged Ren's arm and buried her face in her chest, sobbing softly. Okay, I believe you can definitely get first place next time. Third place is also amazing." Gloria buried her face in Rain's chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Who cares about that? Gloria just hasn't seen her brother in so long." Ren chuckled. "That doesn't warrant crying, does it?" At this point, Rain seemed to sense something was wrong. He grabbed her shoulders, pulled her away from his embrace, and looked at his tearful sister. "Gloria, why are you crying?" "I was just too excited." "Liar. How could Ren not know his sister well? A marriage alliance, is it? That old bastard Victor is planning to marry you off." "No, brother." Heya, being quite perceptive, led her 4 spirit pets away from the hall, leaving the brother and sister alone. "No, my father hasn't arranged a marriage for me yet." "Gloria, you have never lied to your brother." Gloria looked at Ren earnestly. "Really?" Ren was taken aback. "Then why are you crying? Did someone bully you?" Gloria buried her face in Rain's arms and continued to cry. "I saw it all. He's necklace." How could Gloria not cry? Ryan took her money to buy gifts for other women, and he didn't even prepare one for her. Fortunately, Ren had prepared a gift in advance, and he wasn't penniless anymore. He was just about to return the money to Gloria. Chapter 129. Actually, I'm a very easy person to get along with. Seeing Gloria crying in his arms, Rain used the same trick again. "Gloria, look, did this fall off you?" As soon as Ryan reached out, a blue crystal bracelet appeared in his hand, with a pink heart in the middle. If Heya saw this, she would be shocked that her young master didn't even change his moves. While the girl was having a good time, Ryan pulled out a savings card. "Gloria, there's something in here." "I already told you those were for Tilope and Vivian." Gloria pressed down on Ren's hand. "You're not allowed to give them back." Seeing Gloria's determined look, Rain had no choice but to give up. "All right, I'll save it for you then. What's the point of keeping it?" "No need, as long as my brother is happy." The girl looked up at Rain, getting very close. Ren took a deep breath and pushed Gloria away. "I'm sorry, Gloria, I might have to go." "Why, brother?" Gloria stared wide-eyed at Rain, who was now far away from her, in disbelief. "You know," Ren coughed lightly. "It's like being a lord, with lots of things to do every day, like finances, farming, military affairs, and—" "Brother, this is how you always lie. You avoid the problem while listing all sorts of examples to explain your reasons." Tears streamed down Gloria's pink eyes. Even if there were so many things going on, there couldn't possibly be no time at all. "But do you know how long I've waited, brother?" Ren's eyes flickered slightly. "Gloria, listen to me." "I won't listen." The girl stubbornly shook her head. "Why are you afraid?" "Brother, why?" So what did you come to the capital for? Just because of my letter, to come see me, say a few words, and give me a gift, like it's just going through the motions or completing a task. But what about me? I always thought that by giving all my goodness to my brother, I could keep you here. No, Gloria, I never intended to leave you, Ren said gently, approaching her. So you don't need to try to keep me. No, brother, you rejected me. You just thought about running away from Gloria. The girl said, her eyes red as she looked at Rain. Gloria wants to be like Tilope. Gloria wants to be like Vivian, and even like he. Brother, I don't believe you really don't understand at all. Before Gloria could finish speaking, Ren hugged her tightly. Whatever it is, we can talk about it after you graduate, okay? Really? Ren nodded, not daring to linger any longer. If he doesn't leave now, the dragon blood golden obsidian inside his body will teach him a lesson. For the first time, Ren, who always welcomed anyone, fled in disarray. Gloria stood by the balcony window, one hand pressed against the glass, watching the happy silhouette of the Ren family of 6. Heya walked beside Rain, and could hear her young master's heart pounding wildly. Upon reaching the garden entrance, Ren suddenly saw a young man kneeling at the doorway. The other person's attire suggested he was from a noble family. Who are you? Ren asked, slightly taken aback. Why are you kneeling here? I've come to apologize to Miss Gloria. The noble boy knelt before the door, his face pale. Rain glanced at the maids in the garden. The latter also looked nervous. Young master, I don't know anything about this either. I was just about to report to Mississippi. No need. Ren stopped the maid and looked at the boy. What's your name? Who are you? I am Gloria's brother. Who made you kneel here? Ralph, the noble young master who had previously pursued Gloria, had a look of panic on his face. It's my own choice to kneel here. Gloria doesn't seem like the kind of girl who forces people to kneel, Ren said, narrowing his eyes. You're kneeling here to let outsiders know how arrogant the Villette family is these days, isn't that right? No, Ralph waved his hand. Lord Rain, this is just my way of admitting my mistake. An attitude of admitting your mistake. Ren smiled gently. Pretty good, but admitting your mistake like this doesn't seem quite right. What's your name? Your Excellency Ren, my name is Ralph August. Ralph was momentarily stunned by Ren's gentle smile. The man's appearance was indeed impeccable. Ralph, is it? Nice to meet you. Rain nodded and patted him on the shoulder. You can stand up and talk first. We can discuss this slowly. Seeing Rain's gentle attitude, Ralph felt that the other party was easy to talk to. So he took a deep breath. Lord Ren, this matter involves Miss Gloria and me. However, before he could finish speaking, Ryan suddenly sprang to his feet. He grabbed Ralph by the collar, forcing him to stand up. Of all times like this, the sudden, angry shout startled the surrounding maids, including he, as well as the 4 spirit pets. This was the first time they had ever seen Ryan get angry. Please let me explain. Your Excellency Rain. Rain rudely interrupted him. Listen, I don't care who threatened you or what your purpose is, don't bother Gloria at this time. Ralph could see the killing intent in the other person's eyes. Was this the brother that Gloria had mentioned? That's really too fierce. Ren didn't want Gloria involved in Victor's prime ministerial election. Now, countless eyes throughout the empire are watching the members of the Villette family. Ralph's eyes widened, seemingly surprised by the other's swift change of expression. His pupils trembled. No, Lord Rain, I meant no harm. No malice. Of all times, Ren grabbed his collar and ripped at it, sending several jeweled buttons flying. Of all times, at this crucial moment, you knelt in front of the garden gate of the only girl in our Villette family? I just wanted to apologize to Miss Gloria. Someone threatened me and my brother, saying, bang. Before he could finish speaking, Ralph grabbed Ralph by the collar and flung him back several steps, causing the back of his head to hit the wall. The impact made him see stars. Listen, I don't want to know what your purpose is, or whose instructions you're following, or whether you're just pretending to be stupid. I just need to make one thing clear. Rain held up a finger, looking directly at Ralph. From this moment on, get out of Gloria's sight forever. I know you guys have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, but they won't work on me. If you still think you can find a breakthrough through Gloria, congratulations, I will make you disappear forever within a month. Being targeted by a baron is definitely not a good thing. Although Ralph didn't know why Ren had the confidence, the intense killing intent he exuded was not a joke. Before Ralph could react, Ryan, with a warm and friendly expression, walked over to him, straightened his collar, and spoke in a gentle tone. I hope this little misunderstanding didn't cause you any trouble. Actually, I'm a very easy person to get along with. Chapter 130, even if you find out, there's nothing you can do. inside a private dining room at the Imperial Alchemy Academy's restaurant. Ralph, you've really disappointed me, a young man dressed in the attire of the Duke's family said, slowly slicing a raw steak. He bit off a piece of bloody flesh, staring at Ralph kneeling before him. Can't you even do something like this right? Ralph's eyes widened. Lord Moore, I really did my best. Moore is the younger brother of the current Empress Mijala, and Ralph would never dare to mess with him. Moreover, this person is a student at the Imperial Alchemy Academy, making him arguably Ralph's biggest backer. Did you try your best? But what I saw was you being scared away by Victor's youngest son. Do you know how many good things you've ruined for me? Moore picked up a napkin and wiped the blood from the raw steak from the corner of his mouth. But Lord Ren looks terrifying. So, Moore picked up a glass of red wine. Your brother was just bullied like that, right? No. I followed your instructions and am already kneeling in front of Miss Gloria's garden gate. As soon as she appears, I'll start shouting. That's right, what should you shout? I should beg her not to send anyone to deal with my brother and me again. And then, Moore asked, taking a sip of red wine. Then, recount how my brother was bullied by Baron Ren and his men, and beg the Valit family to spare our clan. Moore nodded slightly. Then, please kneel again tomorrow. Your Excellency Moore, I'm afraid I really. Moore's eyes widened. You're afraid of Ryan, but not me? No. Ralph didn't know how to explain to the young nobleman in front of him Rain's terrifying, predatory gaze. That guy. What happened to that guy? Moore clenched his fists at the thought of Ryan. This guy actually dared to lay his hands on the current Empress Mijala. Mijala is his sister. As Marcella's brother, he was also a staunch supporter of the Queen's faction. Moore naturally didn't want Victor to become the Imperial Chancellor, so he wanted to stir up trouble at this time. Let's see if we can start with Gloria. As a result, everything was messed up by Ren. Ren didn't give Ralph any chance to speak. Whenever he uttered a certain word, Ren would immediately interrupt him. This trip to the capital had already given Ren a bad feeling. I won't go into detail about Victor and Gloria. People like Draco and Ralph, who weren't initially connected, gradually became linked to him. Even the governor of the western provinces, Lion, has come to the capital. Was his real goal simply to get his wife to go back with him? Logically speaking, if Mijala were truly addicted, she would definitely find him once she arrived in the capital. But now, Mijala seems completely oblivious to the fact that she has arrived in the capital. This made Ren realize that the capital was not a place to stay for long. Logically speaking, he should go back sooner, since Goliath's match was already over. But when Ryan thought about the two things that had happened in the past few days, he felt that something was wrong. The southern nobles humiliated Roger, and the next day, Roger, a northern noble, and his brother knelt before Gloria's residence. Young master, what's wrong? Inside the carriage, Heya noticed that Rain's expression seemed rather unpleasant. It's nothing. Rain shook his head, then buried his face in Heya's arms. I need to think. The beautiful woman hummed, hugging the back of Ren's head. Young master, take your time thinking about it. She couldn't help Ryan think things through, nor did she know what Ryan was thinking. But she could provide Ryan with a safe haven to think things through, a place where he could snuggle and be pampered in her arms. The carriage moved slowly, and Ren lifted his head from Heya's arms. Don't go back to Tulip territory yet. Let's go to the Imperial Beast Taming Academy again. Upon hearing this, the female driver immediately turned around. Young master, what's wrong? Heya wiped Rain's lips. Did you leave something behind? Rain didn't explain much. After arriving at Phil's residence, he got off the carriage and said, Heya, wait for me here. After saying that, he didn't wait for Heya's reaction and quickly walked out of the garden. Following the familiar route, Ren arrived at the dean's office and knocked on the door. Soon after receiving the other party's consent, Ryan entered the office. This time, Lion wasn't there, which relieved Ren. After all, if he sees his wife coming to see him twice in a row, it might lead to some unpleasant misunderstandings. Ryan, is there anything else? Vanessa asked, looking at Ren, who hadn't even brought Leona with him this time. Madam, it's like this, Ren said, walking to sit on the sofa. I want to know what exactly is Victor doing. Vanessa seemed surprised that Ryan would ask such a question. Logically speaking, Victor is Ryan's father, so why is he asking him, an outsider? But as the dean of the Imperial Academy of Higher Learning, Vanessa possessed far more information than Ren. Rain, I don't understand what you mean. Vanessa quickly regained her composure. These things are not my concern. Is that so? Ren frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that this melancholy beauty was wary of him. Because Ryan is Victor's son, she cannot speak ill of Victor in front of Ryan. Regardless of their past relationship, Vanessa has her own judgment when it comes to matters of principle. Then let me put it another way. What promises he made to become prime minister shouldn't be a secret, right? Ren stared intently into Vanessa's eyes. Including your husband, the governor of Lyon, who ran to the capital. Wasn't it because of Victor? Vanessa's heart began to race. Enough. Ryan, these things, you shouldn't know, and even if you did, there's nothing you could do. I must understand, Rain said, looking firmly at Vanessa. It's now clear that someone is setting a trap for me and my sister, all around him, regarding his chances of becoming prime minister. Nothing may happen yet, but what about after I leave the capital? My sister Gloria? I'm afraid. Ren didn't know what to say. When it comes to arranged marriages between families, no one can stop it. But he couldn't just stand by and watch Gloria marry other nobles. As for what Victor does, that's his own business, and he'll be responsible for whatever happens. But Ren couldn't get Gloria to be put on the table as well. For example, Victor might arrange a marriage between her and a nobleman to form a political alliance. Chapter 131 Madam, love will find its own way. Rain, listen to me, go back right now. Vanessa frowned, her face filled with sorrow. Many people may die in the capital next, Vanessa said earnestly to Ren. As Lord Victor's son, you should not stay in the capital, the center of this vortex. Even if you weren't involved in many things, your surname is Verlit, you know that, Ren. Madam, Ryan looked up at her. Are you worried about me? Vanessa never expected Ryan to be so bold as to actually come at her. As the headmaster of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, I'm just showing concern for my students. Is there a problem? Vanessa rolled her eyes at Ren. If it were anyone else, this would be absolutely awkward. But what can you do when Ren has top-notch modeling skills? Can you answer my question? Ryan refilled her mug with a cup of black tea. Your father is doing something crazy. He's raising funds to keep foreign warlords under his control, Vanessa said, seeing that Ryan was still so persistent. Anyway, this is no secret within the elite circles. He schemed and plotted to become prime minister. Next, Vanessa directly told Victor what he needed to do. Price tag control appeases the common people and strengthens the voice of the Imperial Council and the royal family. Rain pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The overseas colonial charters, on the other hand, unite the powerful and wealthy. How will they carry out plunder abroad? With this combination of moves, very few people will oppose Victor, except for those who don't want to cause trouble. But Victor had already explained everything to Rain. The Emperor's faction's rival was the Empress's faction. How could those powerful figures who followed Mijala possibly let Victor have his way? Whatever he wants to do, we'll just oppose him. Anyway, this man has never held back anything good. Madam, do you think this is a good thing? Ren asked tentatively. Vanessa shook her head. My thoughts are unimportant. This is none of your business. No, your opinion matters, because your husband, Lion, has come to the capital. Ren said decisively. I now strongly suspect that he's in cahoots with Victor. Victor might be unmanageable, but what about Leon? But there's nothing I can do. Vanessa pinched the bridge of her nose. Not everyone can go toe-to-toe with the governor. At the very least, she couldn't do it, let alone Ryan. Lion casually mentioned that he was just a minor baron, and his men had plenty of ways to make Ren disappear. However, this world is all about background. Rain is Victor's son, and Victor is quite old now. It is not a wise choice for an elderly person who is about to pass away to disturb their descendants at this time. Of course, Ren and Lion actually didn't have any real grudges. It's impossible for him to threaten and kill Rain just because his pet called Vanessa Mom. Rain, there are some lines you shouldn't cross, Vanessa said, her tone now stern. Curiosity can be deadly in the capital, especially now, with the Prime Minister's change of leadership. Are you going to choose to oppose Lion? Even if you are Lord Victor's son, Lord Victor will still take action against you for the sake of the faction's governor. Ren also knew about this, and it all depended on how the higher-ups fought it out. Even a low-ranking baron like him couldn't get involved. The boy took a deep breath. Now he needed to sort things out first. For Ren, Victor becoming prime minister is not a bad thing. But he was afraid that Victor would sell out Gloria in order to become prime minister. Protecting Gloria is the top priority. If only he could kidnap her, but even if Gloria were willing, Victor would never allow his daughter to be kidnapped in the capital, even if that person is his son. However, Vanessa's response to Ryan was quite clever. When Ryan asked her how to get back at her husband, Vanessa's reaction was to remind Ryan not to do anything reckless. Madam, love will find its way. Love has its own way. Vanessa was stunned. What kind of nonsensical answer is this? Ryan, are you even listening to me? I'm listening, madam. When will Instructor Fayer return? I'll be back around today. What's up? Rain stood up. He needed to find other people. For example, Phil, Christine, or go back directly to negotiate with Victor. However, to Ryan's surprise, Vanessa called out to him from behind as he turned around. Stop right there. Ryan was somewhat taken aback and turned to look at her. What's wrong, madam? Rain, if it weren't for the fact that your mother was one of my students back then, why would I have told you so much? At this moment, the dean dropped a bombshell, and no one expected that this line of events could continue to connect. But, you didn't listen to a word I said. You just don't want to see your sister get married. Vanessa looked at Ryan with a questioning gaze. I don't understand. All the nobles, regardless of gender, have accepted all of this. Who you marry, it's not freedom, it's a mission, you know? Ren, it's a mission. The beautiful woman raised an eyebrow and revealed a mocking smile. In my opinion, you are really naive now. A little boy, relying on his noble status and appearance, and his mother's connections, obtained a territory and became a baron. And you think you can rely on this to break the traditions of this world? What does it matter to you who your sister marries? Was questioning him as if she were having an emotional breakdown at this moment. He guessed that perhaps this woman was very sensitive to emotional issues. This is not like you, madam. No, this is me. Vanessa pointed at Ryan. Ryan Valit, I've said so many nice things to you. Why did you say such unrealistic things? To prevent your sister from getting married, you're going to sabotage your father's path to becoming prime minister? Or are you going to kill off your father's associates? Don't you think that's childish? Do you even think you have the ability to do that? And then what? What can you change? Your sister isn't getting married, is that right? After venting her emotions, Vanessa seemed to realize she had gone too far, so she coughed lightly, turned her head, and blinked repeatedly, her eyelashes fluttering. What I just said, you should understand, right? I'm sorry. I might have lost control of my emotions, but that's the truth. She loves me. Vanessa's eyes widened upon hearing this. She turned to look at Ryan, her mouth agape. Seeing Vanessa's horrified expression, Ryan nodded seriously. That's right. Madam, this may seem absurd, but love will always find a way. Chapter 132. How could I have never been loved? Love has its own way out. No, it's not like that, Ren. You will face many real problems. You are not a beast, Ren. We live in a civilized society. We are civilized people. We are nobles. Vanessa's voice was already trembling slightly. So, can I fall in love with you? At this moment, Ryan once again said something that left Vanessa speechless. What did you say? How could you fall in love with me? What you were just discussing with me was about Gloria. I love you too, madam. Vanessa covered her parted red lips. What are you talking about? I love you, my wife. I want to be able to snuggle in your arms like Leona does. A woman's shrill voice rang out. No, Ren, you've gone mad. I've been married. I've had children. I love you, madam. How could you fall in love with me? I have tried to restrain myself, madam. Rain's voice remained steady. Vanessa's worldview was completely shattered at this moment. Get out. Vanessa grabbed a mug and smashed it at Ryan's feet. Get out of my office, you beast. I thought I was being completely honest and caring, taking care of your spirit pet as an elder, and kindly advising you not to take any risks. And what did you tell me in return? Tell me you're a complete beast. She roared at Ren in a tone of utter disappointment. Vanessa felt a tremendous waste and anger, feeling that Ryan had betrayed her good intentions and warnings, acting like a spoiled child. But the real reason is a projection of despair and envy of one's own fate. She married Lion, living in a loveless and even repressive relationship. Their daughter also died because of Leon. Thinking about this, Vanessa even felt a sense of shared suffering. She felt that her marriage was unhappy because of her father, and that her daughter died because of Leon. Now, Gloria may also be used as a bargaining chip and traded away because of her father's political ambitions. This is so similar. The image made her feel cold all over, and it brought out the pain, guilt, and anger that she had suppressed for decades. Just as Ryan placed his hand on the doorknob, he heard Vanessa's choked voice behind him again. Now, Gloria, she will be like me. No, perhaps even worse than me. Did I at least have the right to choose? No, I didn't. We were just handed over from one exquisite cage to another, a more ornate and colder cage. Ryan turned around abruptly, strode over to Vanessa, and, to her astonishment, put his arm around her waist. What are you going to do? Ren, I am your, Ryan kissed her. Vanessa froze completely, as Ryan held her tightly around the waist, preventing her from breaking free. The beautiful woman's final struggle amounted to a whimper. You're insane, Lip separation. Vanessa pressed the back of her hand to her lips. Do Do you know what you're doing? You're going to kill yourself, and you're going to kill me. Ryan smiled. When life ends, love will live on, madam. Vanessa's hand was still pressed against her lips, as if trying to seal or erase the sensation, when Ryan's words made her tremble. No, that's not how it is. Only by living is there anything possible. If you die, you have nothing. When a person dies, they're just like dust. Nothing remains. Her voice rose again, tinged with a hint of unease. Perhaps, but what difference is there between a person who has never been loved and dust? How could I not have been loved? Vanessa grinned and laughed loudly. Laughter echoed in the empty room, yet it was more heartbreaking than weeping, filled with self-mockery and desolation. How could I have never been loved? She grabbed Ryan's collar. My daughter loves me so much, you know? She's so adorable. She loves to cling to me. She would confide her troubles in my ear. She would remember all my habits, and she would advise me to go to bed early. How could I not have been loved? Ren stroked her cheek. It's all in the past. Madam, how could I possibly go? Vanessa sobbed, burying her face in Ryan's arms. I want him to pay with his life. Then please tell Her Majesty the Queen that I have returned to the Academy and have prepared a new work for her. Rain took a deep breath. He needed an opportunity to meet the Queen. Now, only Vanessa can help Ryan. It might be useless, but you should at least try. Then wait here at the Academy. I'll get back to you tomorrow. Vanessa composed herself, her eyes slightly red as she looked at Ryan. Okay. Ren looked at her mature and elegant face, and couldn't help but lean closer. This time, Vanessa turned her face away, refusing Ryan's kiss. Don't. Ryan. Why? I don't love you. Is that so? Ren released his arm from the beautiful woman's waist. I'm sorry, madam, I was rude. After saying that, he turned around and left Vanessa's office. Watching Ryan leave so easily, Vanessa was momentarily stunned. The man ignited her emotions with just a few words, yet his turn away was so effortless and decisive. Shouldn't you be asking yourself why you don't love him? He loves me. Vanessa looked at the closed office door and touched her lips. Back at Phil's place, the mature and beautiful woman was already sitting in the living room, sipping her red wine. Cross and her golden pupils locked onto him like a crosshair. Then, he patted the spot next to her on the sofa and said, sit down. Ren sat down beside her and casually put his arm around her. Mentor Phil. Still calling me Mentor? Fayer curled her alluring red lips. I don't think you should make such a basic mistake. Ryan was taken aback. Mom. Phil stroked Ryan's hair. Good boy. In front of others, you can call me Pepe or darling. I'll only emphasize the rules to you once. If I hear you call me Mentor Phil again, the mature, beautiful woman licked her lips. You might have to undergo some punishment. Her eyes seemed to already indicate that she had decided how to punish Rain. Ryan took a deep breath. Honey, I think we should have a serious talk. Really? Fayer crossed her legs, her beautiful feet in glossy black stockings swaying in her high heels. I think so too. For example, your liking for Dean Vanessa. Ren stared at Phil in disbelief. When exactly was it? The Dean told Fayer what he had done. Ren was truly impressed. Chapter 133, It's You I Choose. Eternal Night's Snowcat Girl. Rain suspected that the women in the academy had created a group chat to share their daily lives. No, it shouldn't be that outrageous. I can actually explain this. Ren gave an awkward smile. You don't need to explain. Love will find its own way, Fayer said, a sly smile playing on her red lips. Besides, I don't care how many women you have outside. What did you say? Ryan's eyes widened. Aren't you jealous? Why be jealous? It only proves your charm. Isn't that how it is between aristocratic couples? The mature, beautiful woman began to remove her red high heels, revealing her beautiful feet, still adorned with emerald-colored nail polish, beneath her black stockings. She stroked Ryan's cheeks with both hands. You've proven your ability to me. I'll have your child. Let's work together. There are many noble ladies waiting for you in the north, the south, the west. Rain never expected that this mature and beautiful woman had such great ambitions. But that is indeed the case now. Rain is developing in the western provinces and has the right to inherit the family in the south, while Phil also has his own territory in the north. Okay, I'll try my best. Ren nodded. Now I want to protect Gloria. Don't worry, Lord Victor would never let Gloria marry someone now. Why? Ren asked, slightly taken aback, before kissing Phil's red lips that were leaning in. It's very simple, Phil said, her breath sweet as orchids. The Imperial Council has very little opposition to Lord Victor right now. At this time, even if someone else wanted to marry Gloria, Victor wouldn't let her get married. After all, Guju Guju, The price to pay for marrying a potential prime minister's daughter and marrying a prime minister's daughter is different. As their lips parted, Ryan looked into Phil's eyes and said, "You're saying he doesn't need to go through a marriage alliance at all right now?" "No need," Fayer shook her head. "Besides, if he creates too much hype all at once, do you think the Emperor would still be happy to have him as prime minister?" In an instant, Ryan calmed himself down. "I was too impatient. The main problem is that Rain also lacks the information mentioned above, but Phil is different. Women who can obtain a title from their fathers are not to be underestimated. She is no longer just the legitimate daughter of the Capes family, but a core member of the Capes family." Phil chuckled softly and reached out to loosen Rain's collar. "Lord Victor still favors you quite a bit." "Favoritism?" Ren frowned. "I've never noticed it. He only cares about his heir. But he agreed to our marriage, didn't he?" Phil licked Ren's cheek. "The Zepesh family supports Her Majesty the current queen. He once went to the Tsepsh family to discuss our marriage." Ren's pupils twitched slightly. "How could he?" "Shoo." Phil held up a slender, white finger and placed it against Ren's lips. "In fact, he has already made arrangements for you. In the marriage agreement, he has stipulated that in his future estate, he will give you a small fiefdom of Azure Harbor, as well as a baronial title. Changing the heir isn't an easy matter, and your elder brother's mother's family is not to be trifled with. Lion is your elder brother's mother's younger brother. If Lord Victor truly didn't care about you, why would he let you marry me? He could easily arrange for you to marry another woman, couldn't he?" Ren took a deep breath and hugged the mature, beautiful woman tightly. "You mean his attitude towards me back then was all an act for Locke? Who knows? Your father might be an enemy of our family, but he's definitely not your enemy." Phil stroked Ren's hair. "Besides, we're not without a chance of winning. What we should be thinking about is how to kill Locke. I'll help you." At this point, a murderous glint flashed in Phil's eyes. If Ren inherited the title of Earl, then she would be the Countess. Ren couldn't resist the temptation. Ren desperately wanted to be a Count. Ren dreamed of being a Count all the time. Since Victor's attitude towards Rain is ambiguous, it means one thing. He gave Ren a chance to go head-to-head with Locke's Siyu Gate. "Promise me you'll go back to Tulip territory after tonight, okay?" Phil asked, almost coaxingly. "But I've already had the Dean send a message to Her Majesty the Queen, asking her to appreciate my new work." "Oh my god. Eek. The Dean hasn't contacted His Highness yet. If His Highness wanted to see you, he would have summoned you immediately. Is she already tired of it?" "Of course not." Phil kissed Rain. "Her Highness has her own reasons for doing things." Of course, Rain didn't know that the reason Mycelia didn't come to see him was because Rain had already been targeted by Emperor Tyrell. The next day, Rain took he in a carriage and returned to Tulip territory. The capital city is not yet his stage, and Phil has given Ren a more correct direction. He needs to build up his strength now, preparing for a future showdown with Locke's Sunyu sect. A few days later, Rain returned to Tulip territory. The trip to the capital had lasted about a week, and now Rain had just accumulated enough upgrade points for Sherry. Current points, 3050. Rain opened the shop and directly searched for Sherry's gold advancement method. Eternal Night Snowcat Girl, Stealth/Burst, Frostblade Hunter, Pursuit Damage/Armor Penetration, Silver-Haired Proud Dancer, Execute/Finish. All three are good, but Ryan decided to pursue Sherry's current path. "I choose you. Eternal Night Snowcat Girl." Same recipe, same taste. It just lacks the special emotional/state replenishment. Current points, 50. Rain handed the recipe directly to he, calculating the time. Tilipy was almost ready to evolve. She used to be only the size of a palm, but now she's almost 30 centimeters tall. She's grown. And lately he seems to be very sleepy, always hiding in Ren's arms, and not coming out to be naughty much. Vivian also developed the same symptoms. She needed to sleep for a long time each day, and was usually held by her ya. This gave Ryan a bit of a headache. He really couldn't hug her like this when she grew up. Rain entered the room and gently placed Tilipy on the bed. The little guy seemed to sense something, opening his sleepy eyes. "Huh? Silly daddy, where are you going? What's wrong?" Ren could sense that her tone seemed somewhat dazed and dependent. "You have to stay here with me." Tilipy reached out her little hand and grabbed Ren's sleeve. "Is it about to evolve?" Ren took a deep breath. Evolving from the bronze rank to the silver rank may not require a contract master, but it's different when evolving to the gold rank. Once you reach this state, you're basically in a position to transform into a human form. Of course, some spirit pets are unwilling to transform into human form and prefer to maintain their original size. Regardless, this represents a qualitative transformation. Spirit pets that are heavily reliant on their contract masters will feel extremely insecure and will only feel at ease if their contract master is present. Chapter 134 The Golden King Beast. Tulip, the arrogant witch Tilope. Tilope rubbed her little face against Ren's palm, her voice filled with sleepiness and a rare softness. Silly daddy, don't go. Okay, I'll watch over you here, Ren said, crouching down and stroking her little face. Sweetie, go to sleep. He could feel the gentle yet vibrant natural and life force within Tilope now surging like a tide. Inside the room, the leaves of the potted plants moved swiftly without wind, as if responding to this force. Viviana should be a few days later than Tilope, and she hasn't yet shown signs of elemental condensation. Only Ren remained in the room, gently coaxing Tilope. Sleep, sleep. Ren's voice was deep and steady. Gradually, a golden halo began to emerge from Tilope's body, and a rich floral fragrance began to fill the entire room, spreading out through the windows. Wherever the fragrance of flowers lingers, it feels as if a pair of gentle, invisible hands are softly caressing the air. The plants seemed to sense the call and subtly changed. Although it wasn't as dramatic as Tilope directly using the flower edict, the people saw the wildflowers in the fields tremble as their petals unfurled at an abnormal speed, revealing their delicate stamens. Even the slightly wilted grass by the roadside seemed to have been injected with vitality, its leaves standing upright and its color brightening. At this moment, Ren's silver codex also began to appear in the air, golden light slowly wrapping around it. Tilope's cocoon of light reached its peak energy, and then suddenly contracted inward, with all the light and fragrance of flowers being absorbed into her small new body. The light faded. On the bed, curled up, lay a blonde girl, about 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall, still unconscious. And Ren's secret manual successfully evolved into a golden secret manual. That's not all. The system sent another notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully raising a female spirit pet of the gold rank. Reward, 1,000 points. The secret manual has been upgraded. The energy of the secret manual for capturing the Golden King Beast has begun to be reanalyzed. Analysis successful. Beginning to imbue the Tulip Witch's Codex. Ren was stunned. Tilope is going to get the secret tome? The system can do this? Could you get a secret manual for he later? At this moment, Ren's golden codex emitted a strong golden light, forming a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The people were deeply moved by the miracle and began to kneel down and pray incessantly. Finally, Ren saw the information on the first page of the golden codex. Companion spirit pet, Tulip arrogant witch, Tilope. Rank, Gold King Beast. Star rating, 1 star. Main attribute, plant. Secondary attribute, light. Status, dormant. Possessing a magical tome, bronze magic tome. Secret arts, empowered petals, absolute parasite, golden guardian, spirit absorption, flower edict, Tulip C. Progress, 1/3. Current rank can reach 3/3. Progress rewards, 3,000 points, /5,000 points, /10,000 points. Current points, 1050. Ren quickly checked Tilope's new skills. Tulip C. Tilope can summon a vast field of tulips. Special tulips that randomly bloom within the field release pollen, causing enemies who inhale the pollen to become insecure. Inferiority complex, reduced attack accuracy, defense, and recovery ability. Ren felt a surge of excitement. This skill is strategic in nature and can play a significant role in both large-scale conflicts and territorial defense. Just as he was about to study the skill details carefully, the blonde lowly on the bed made a soft sound. Tilope's curled-up body stirred, her long golden eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings before she slowly opened them. His originally orange pupils had turned emerald green, just like Ren's. Master of the miscellaneous fish, she said in a clear voice, and like a fledgling swallow throwing itself into Ren's arms. Ryan hugged her. How are you feeling? Hee. The blonde little girl wore a tulip wreath as always, along with a long gold dress and knee-length white stockings. She looked up, pouting at Ren. I feel so good now. Oh my gosh. You idiot, master. The way you're looking at Tilope is so lewd, can we? Of course. Tilope didn't particularly want your kiss. It's a gift for you, yes. A gift from Tilope to her silly master. Ryan cupped her cheeks and kissed her cherry-like lips. The tulip wreath nestled in her long, golden hair shimmered slightly, releasing an even richer fragrance. Sweet and mischievous. After a long while, their lips parted. Tilopi's fair face flushed slightly, her emerald green eyes shimmering. Not bad. Humph, stupid ugh. Ren didn't give her a chance to be arrogant. He had long wanted to teach this brat a lesson. Too cunning. Someone with Tilopi's personality needs to be properly educated, otherwise she'll cause trouble for Ren sooner or later. As Tilopi's contract master, Rain has an inescapable responsibility in this matter. Good girl. In the hall, Heya had just finished soothing several spirit pets to sleep when she noticed that the commotion of Tilipina's evolution had dissipated. Of the 3 spirit pets, only Tilopi is rather mischievous. The others are quite well behaved. Tilopi coming from the bedroom. Why, you idiot master. I can't believe you actually dared. You actually dared to curse at me. Fine. Seeing how pitiful you look, I'll reluctantly listen to your rambling for a bit. Anyway, this is probably the only kind of fun a lowly master can have, right? Humph. He was surprised that Tilopi dared to defy Rain, who was known for his fierce punishment of spirit pets. After all, he is a professional contract master. Tilopi will be crying soon. Heya was absolutely certain of this. Really? Oh, wah, I won't do it again, I'll never be naughty again. Hearing Tilipekin admit her mistake, Heya finally felt relieved. It was night when Rain slowly emerged from the bedroom. Heya had already prepared hot water and a change of clothes for him. Rain soaked comfortably in the bathtub, looking at he. Why don't you go and take care of Tilopi first? Young master. The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment. Don't you need me to help you bathe? All right. Look at how worried you are. You should go ahead. Knowing Heya's soft-hearted nature, Ren probably wanted to comfort her after hearing that Tilopi had been scolded and cried. Chapter 135. If it were you meeting her, you wouldn't be so busy. Ren have quite a few points now. Current points, 19050. However, I'll save these points for now and see what the next few spirit pets need. As for Leona, Rain has no plans to train her into the gold tier for the time being. The reason is that he cannot afford to raise 4 golden spirit pets. Using points to buy pet food is too wasteful. Gold coins, on the other hand, offer much more flexibility. The next day, Rain walked out of the castle. The logging camp was also put into construction under Baruch's handover. We still need to cultivate a group of farmers and businessmen. Inside the study, Ren tapped the table and instructed the bald man. I have a suggestion. Set aside 1,000 gold coins for lending. My lord, Baruch took a deep breath. Isn't 1,000 gold coins too much? Is it too much? Not at all. Ren shook his head. You arrange this. Set aside some suitable land for planting and animal husbandry within the territory and rent it out. But I have only one request. Only commoners with Tulip territory residency are permitted to rent land and borrow money. Ren touched the blue gemstone on the collar of his white shirt. You might not know me very well yet. I don't care how money is spent. You'll get to know me better as you get to know me. Baruch truly couldn't understand Ren's way of thinking. Normally, aren't all nobles trying every possible way to squeeze money out of their subjects? Although the common people of Tulip territory don't have much money right now. But surely we shouldn't just lend them money directly? What about the interest rate? Baruch thought that Ren would definitely tamper with the loan interest rate. 5% interest per year, Ren said, uttering a figure that shocked Baruch. Damn, is this guy here to do charity? At that moment, Baruch even had a ridiculous idea. Baruch swallowed hard and asked Ren in a questioning tone. Lord, could you tell me why we should do this? Oh, Ren was somewhat surprised that this guy actually wanted to learn how to be a lord. It's very simple. What is the traditional way of accumulating wealth? It's through land and people. They squeeze every last drop of wealth from everyone. Isn't that great? It's great. Ryan was willing to talk to his subordinates, but this is short-term success. For example, if you manipulate loans or land rent, the pressure in this industry is immense, and some people might not be able to last more than a few years before giving up. But what I need is a healthy, balanced, and well-developed livestock industry that can lay the foundation for the meat processing and textile industries in our territory. If your land rent is too high, meat and grain will become more expensive, further squeezing the development space for other industries in Tulip territory. This will be very detrimental to what I want to do next. Baruch gasped. His lord was definitely not a kind person. How could a nobleman be kind? This person just seems easy to get along with, has a broad perspective, and a long-term vision. I understand, my lord. Baruch could only say that he had chosen the right boss. Those poor lords were incredibly harsh on their subordinates. But lords like Ren, who come from prominent families, are often well-mannered and more considerate of their subordinates. Leaving the castle, Ren boarded a carriage and arrived in Stoneraven Town. Liana has been promoted and is going to be the treasurer in Chell, the provincial capital. To meet again in the future, we'll have to travel even further. The two people's identities seem to have suddenly become very different. Ren couldn't compete with Governor Lion, but the provincial treasurer was a different story. But this is a good thing. It means he can live off his wife again. Upon arriving at the town hall, Ren could still see Liana's secretary grinning foolishly in the corridor. Liana got promoted, and naturally, her position rose accordingly. "Ah, Your Excellency Ren, what brings you here?" Noticing footsteps, the secretary realized she seemed to be delivering documents. "Why are you suddenly grinning like an idiot in the hallway?" Did he just see that? The secretary blushed with embarrassment at the thought of this situation. "I've come to see Lady Liana." Ren smiled. "Is she busy?" "If it were you meeting her, you wouldn't be so busy." The secretary quickly flattered Ryan. "This man is Lady Liana's lover. We absolutely cannot offend him." Hearing this, Ryan was in a good mood. He stood in front of the office door and knocked, while the mayor's secretary quickly left the corridor with the documents in his hand. After receiving Liana's consent, Ryan went into the office and closed the door. It had been almost a week since they last saw each other, and Ren could see the longing in Liana's eyes. So he went straight to Liana's seat, sat on her lap, and buried his face in her chest, whining, "Madam, I missed you so much." "Ugh, why are you being so mushy the moment we meet?" Liana protested verbally, but her hands obediently hugged Ren's head. "I just missed you." Ren smiled gently, looked up at Liana, and then kissed her. Their lips parted, and Liana, looking at Ren with a composed expression, said, "Wesper is dead. Aren't you happy that he's dead?" "No, I was worried about you." Liana straightened Ren's collar. "Even though the report said he drank too much and burned to death in the house. But I have a feeling something's not right. Tell your mother honestly, did you do this?" Ryan kissed her cheek. "I did it." Liana took a deep breath. "Good boy." The beautiful woman was very happy. Ryan had not lied to her. But in this matter, there's no point in Ren lying to her. "By the way, madam, did this fall from you?" Ren smiled inwardly and took out a ring from his hand. The dark gold ring is set with an ice blue gemstone. Liana covered her red lips in surprise, her eyes filled with emotion. "Oh, darling, let me put it on you." Ren gently kissed the back of her hand, then carefully slipped the ring onto her finger. "Do you like it?" Ren looked at her, revealing a charming smile. "I love it." Liana nodded, hugging Ren tightly. "Baby, I really don't want to leave you. I'll visit you in Cheshire often." Ren nestled in Liana's arms. "By the way, madam, shall we go to our original spot for a drink tonight?" "Ren, I haven't been to Amber Night since with you." Ren secretly smiled with satisfaction. "Me too, so tonight, it's like we're revisiting a familiar place. I've booked the whole place, so there won't be any outsiders here tonight besides us." Chapter 136 Revisiting Old Places. Amber Night. This tavern, which once witnessed the subtle shift in the relationship between Ren and Liana, now presents a tranquility and privacy that is quite different from its usual self in the night. When the carriage stopped at the inconspicuous alleyway behind the tavern, Ren reached out to help her down. The moment their fingertips touched, Liana felt a slight tremor mixed with nervousness and anticipation. Upon entering the tavern, the once bustling and crowded lobby was now completely empty. All the tables and chairs had been rearranged, with only a small round table for two, covered with a pristine white lace tablecloth, reserved in the very center. A low-hanging glass lamp on the table emitted a warm and soft light, illuminating the exquisitely arranged silver tableware and the deep red rosebuds that were about to bloom. You've changed this place," Liana murmured, her gaze sweeping over the familiar yet unfamiliar space. Gone is the hustle and bustle of the past, replaced by a refined elegance. "Just to make it more suitable for tonight," Ryan said, taking her hand and leading her to the central dining table. "Are you nervous about going back to where we first met?" Noticing the beautiful woman's slightly sweaty palms, Ryan asked with appropriate concern. "How could this be?" Liana tried to remain calm. "Why would I be nervous?" Liana didn't know what she was nervous about. The two had an extremely close relationship. "By the way, where's Vivian?" Liana asked, putting down her handbag after sitting down at the round table. "She's been a bit sleepy lately." Ryan put his arm around the beautiful woman's soft waist. "I'll bring her to see you again in a while." "Is she sick? Or what?" Liana's voice was filled with concern when she heard that Vivian was in trouble. "Of course not. It's about to evolve." Ren snapped his fingers, and the tavern waiters began bringing in red wine and food. That's good. Liana patted her chest, then picked up her wine glass, her fingertips tracing the stem, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Rain, I remember. That night, you were like a carefree young nobleman, and I was probably like a sullen ant. How could that be? Ryan grabbed her other hand. That night you were like a wounded rose, and I was like a light rain that just happened to pass by. Madam, it's like fate. Just when you, this rose, needed the nourishment of rain, I happened to pass by. Without you, my arrival would have lost its meaning. Liana puffed out her cheeks. How many women have you said such cheesy things to? I only told you that, madam, Ren replied without hesitation. His emerald green eyes, reflecting the shimmering light under the glass lamp, gazed intently and deeply at Liana. He held her hand tightly, his thumb gently stroking Liana's delicate, fair hand. The metaphor of roses and rain might be a bit cliché, but it's what struck me when I saw you sitting alone in that dimly lit corner, surrounded by noise, yet seemingly isolated from the world by a pane of glass. The scars on his face, the sorrowful eyes, the fragile yet resilient appearance. His voice lowered, carrying a tenderness of reminiscence. Back then, you were beautiful and mature, but it was as if your radiance was covered by an invisible layer of dust. And me. To be honest, at the time I just felt that if I could make you smile again, even if it was just for a short time to forget your troubles, it seemed like something worth doing. Liana was finding it hard to withstand Rain's combination of attacks. This man was never short of sweet talk. But she had to admit that these words, spoken by him, coupled with his impeccable face and his focused, affectionate gaze, were indeed incredibly powerful. She could feel her heart racing, the skin on the back of her hand being caressed by his thumb burning, and even the roots of her ears turning a blush. Smooth talking, Liana muttered again. Tonight she was like a spoiled little girl. Who knows if you've rehearsed this countless times in your mind, just to coax a woman like me, who's getting older and easily swayed by emotions. Ryan kissed her. If rehearsals mean that every time I see you, I can't help but think about what you look like, guess how you're feeling, and think about how to make you happier. I have indeed rehearsed countless times, but madam, these words are not lines. They are simply the sounds that flow naturally from my heart when I see you. As for getting older, Ren deliberately dragged out his words, savoring the fleeting tension in her eyes, before slowly beginning to speak. I only see a woman who has been exceptionally favored by time. Time has not taken away her beauty, but has instead given her a charm, wisdom, and such a lovely shyness that fascinates me. He raised his other hand, his fingertips gently tracing her slightly flushed cheek. My lady, I love you. I don't believe you. Liana pouted, seemingly sulking. Unless you come to Cheshire to see me every week from now on. Of course, if you come to see me this week, I'll come back to see you next week. Let you sneak in my arms, be pampered, and enjoy the feeling of being spoiled. Ryan took a deep breath. This slut looks virtuous, but I never expected her to be so good at seducing men. Of course, distance cannot stop our love. Rain tightened his arms, pulling her completely into his embrace, his chin gently brushing against the top of her head. Madam, if you go to Cheshire, how many times a day will you think of me? Twice, once in the early morning when I woke up, and once in the early morning before I went to sleep. At this moment, Liana was also saying bold words of love to Rain. Then I'm relieved. Ren brought the glass of red wine to Liana's lips. Feed me. You're so wicked. Liana scolded him playfully, but her cheeks turned even redder. She parted her red lips slightly, took a small sip from the wine glass in Ren's hand, then cupped Ren's cheeks and offered her red lips. Is it delicious, my darling? Her lips parted, and Liana's icy blue eyes were already filled with a dreamy allure. No matter how many times you feed me, I only have one answer. Ryan licked his lips. I want to drink forever. Seeing Liana's amorous expression, Ren knew he could gradually use her to secure a position of some importance in Stoneraven Town. Chapter 136 Now. As Rain and Liana drank, they found a hotel and booked a double room, and spent a romantic night there. The next day, you want to go into politics? Slightly as she applied lipstick in front of the vanity mirror after getting dressed. Ren leaned back on the bed. That's right. Why? Isn't being a lord enough? Liana sat down by the bed, taking Ren's hand earnestly. Besides, I'm Baron Grey Dove now. When I'm gone, Grey Dove territory will be yours. You have a lot to do, so you don't need to worry about Stoneraven Town. Madam, I also wish to contribute my meager strength to the common people of Stoneraven Town. Rain hadn't expected this woman to want to leave the territory to him. Liana rolled her eyes at Ren. Who would believe such nonsense? Only this beautiful woman would be skeptical. I know you mean well, but I'm worried that after I leave, there will be no one to watch over you in Stone Raven Town. Look at those great nobles. Which one of them didn't cultivate a sufficiently stable territory before taking a step towards the center of power? Be good, understand? The Grey Dove Collar and the Tulip Collar, 2 Baron Collars, are more than enough for you to show your skills. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Liana's proposal was indeed tempting, but Grey Dove territory ultimately belonged to Liana. Sensing the change in Ren's gaze, Liana grabbed his shoulders, her eyes filled with anxiety. What are you thinking? You naughty boy. I know that titles and lands are non-transferable, but that's just like my love for you. No, that's not what I'm thinking, madam. Rain quickly hugged her tighter. I will manage Grey Dove territory for you, but I still want to go into politics, even if it's just to become a counselor in Stone Raven Town. No, you have no idea how dangerous the imperial political arena is. Liana shook her head. If I'm not here to watch over you, you'll cause trouble sooner or later. What trouble could I possibly cause? Ren patted her on the back. I just want to be closer to you. No, you don't need that. I already belong to you completely. Liana gently stroked Ren's hair. Everything I have, I've already given you. Even the most valuable thing I had left was my wedding ring, and I gave it all to you. And I only need a moment, like now. Since meeting you, I haven't thought about the future. I only want the present. Now, do you understand? Good boy. Rain was somewhat moved. The beautiful woman's love was incredibly intense. He immediately pulled Liana into the bed. Oh no, I just finished my makeup. You mustn't ruin it. If you don't cry, your makeup won't run. At noon, Ren returned to Tulip territory with mixed feelings. Although he hadn't managed to get any official position, Liana had made it clear to Ren that he could make decisions about anything in Grey Pigeon territory, as long as the people are well managed. If the Tulip Collar is likened to a wildly growing youth, then the Grey Dove Collar is like a successful middle-aged person. If Vesper hadn't had his man poached by Ryan, taking him down wouldn't have been so easy. At least they haven't deployed their troops yet. As Liana's lover, Rain naturally informed her in advance that she should be wary of Governor Lion after arriving in the provincial capital, Cheshire. As Rain walked into the hall, a blonde little girl had already jumped into his arms. Why, you silly daddy. Ren stroked Tillape's hair. What's wrong? He's still a little unaccustomed to Tillape's current size. What do you think? Tillape clung to Ren like an octopus, looking up at him with tears in her eyes. You're so awful. I even fainted, and you just heartlessly abandoned me. Ren sighed helplessly. Tillape had grown taller, but her mind was still the same as before. He scooped Tillape up in his arms and gave her a princess carry. Okay. I'll apologize, alright. Ugh. No, didn't we agree to take Tillape on a date in the forest? You idiot, daddy. Rain coughed lightly. I'll take you there after Vivian evolves, okay? Tillape's puffed up cheeks softened, and her eyes lit up. Don't lie to me. Of course. Ren rubbed his nose against hers, showering her with affection. Upon hearing Vivian's name, Ryan quickly snapped out of his reverie and prepared to check on her. Unexpectedly, Heya had already rushed out of the bedroom. Young master, Vivian seems to be evolving too. Rain quickly put Tillape down and went into the bedroom. At this moment, the little mermaid is lying quietly on a large bed covered with soft silk. Unlike the vibrant and fragrant scene when Tillape evolved, Vivian was surrounded by a tranquil and profound energy fluctuation. The air in the room became humid, and condensation began to form on the window panes. Eek! Sensing Ren's presence, Vivian quickly opened her eyes and called out to him. Perhaps she could have evolved long ago, but Ren isn't here, so she has to wait for him to come. Because the first thing this mermaid wants to see after evolving is Ren. Sweetie, I'm here. Rain quickly came to the bedside and held her little hand tightly. Don't worry. I'm here. Wah, Vivian whimpered, reaching out her hand to Ren. Okay, I'll hold you. At this moment, Ryan was very nervous. He gently picked her up and kissed her clean forehead. Sweetie, sleep well, okay? Eek. Vivian nestled into Ren's arms, unusually obedient, regarding Ren's warm embrace as the safest haven, and closed her eyes contentedly. Ren could clearly feel the small body in his arms beginning to undergo subtle changes. Immediately afterwards, the scene inside the room completely changed. The original walls and ceilings seemed to have disappeared, replaced by an endless and deep starry sky. And so, Rain held Vivian in his arms, admiring the stars around them. Every twinkling star resonated with the transformative essence of Vivian in his arms, showering down invisible starlight that flowed into her small body. Vivian, under the starlight, appeared even more divine, and her size began to grow to be about the same as Tilipi's. Chapter 137 Your Excellency Rain. You don't want to be accused of murdering a nobleman, do you? Of the surrounding stars continued to gather at Vivian's brow, eventually forming a hexagonal blue gem on her forehead. Then, the surrounding starry sky disappeared. At this moment, the second page of Rain's Golden Codex also began to open. Companion Spirit Pet, Star Guardian, Vivian. Rank, Gold King Beast. Star Rating, 1 star. Main Attribute, Water. Secondary Attributes, Light, Lightning. Status, Dormant. Possessing a magical tome, Bronze Magic Tome. Secret Arts, Star Spirit Rain, Water Shadow Star Arrow, Thunderstorm, Tidal Hymn, Rising Tide Curtain, Springtime Transit. Progress, 1/3. Currently unable to reach 3/3. Progress Rewards, 3,000 points, /5,000 points, /10,000 points. Current points, 19050. At this moment, Vivian was wearing a blue long dress on her upper body, with a blue fishtail visible below, the scales reflecting colorful light. Her petite frame, about 1.5 meters tall, clung tightly to Ren, struggling to speak. Daddy is so gentle. Ren stroked Vivian's hair and smiled gently, but seeing that she still had a fishtail, he didn't know what to do next. My sweet baby, you've grown so much all of a sudden. Wah. Vivian looked up at Rain. Does that mean I won't be able to let Master hold me all the time anymore? Wah. I will find a way to turn you back into your tiny selves. Ren took a deep breath, inhaling the sweet fragrance emanating from the little girl. While he indulged Vivian's coquettishness, he examined the 2 new skills she had mastered. Rising Tide. Vivian can gather a large amount of water elemental energy to form a towering water wall, blocking wide-range ranged attacks from enemies. Springtime across the border. Vivian can draw upon the life force of stars and the rhythms of the tides to create a persistent realm within a designated area. Friendly units within the area continuously receive moderate health regeneration and increased resistance to abnormal statuses. Enemy units will receive increased water/light/lightning damage the next time they stay within the area or pass through it. To Ren's surprise, Vivian was also granted a secret manual by the system. It seems that absorbing the secret energy released by the 2 Golden King beasts has made the system start to exert its power. Even Selena would be shocked to learn that there were 2 Golden King beasts. When he came to his senses, Ryan and Vivian were already kissing. Sweetie, how about I build you a big bathtub someday? Ren stroked Vivian's cheek and smiled gently. I'll do whatever Master says. Vivian buried her face in Ren's chest and kept rubbing against him. Vivian is the best girl, Ren said, stroking her hair and taking her hand, preparing to lead her out of the bedroom. Wait a minute. Vivian looked at Rain, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After Tilipi evolved, she was with Master. After saying that, she blushed and covered her cheeks, seemingly too embarrassed to look at Ryan. Ren looked at her fishtail and really didn't know what to do. Seeing Ren's conflicted expression, Vivian let out a soft moan, and blue light flowed around her. Finally, beneath the blue dress, a pair of fair, long legs appeared. Those beautiful feet were even painted with blue nail polish, like 10 blue gemstones. Vivian seemed a little unaccustomed to standing on her own 2 legs, her body swaying slightly. She subconsciously gripped Ren's arm, adding to her innocent yet alluring charm. Eek! Master, it's okay now. She tilted her head up, her nebula-like eyes filled with shyness. Ren's breath hitched slightly. Before me possessed both the mysterious etherealness of the stars and the delicate brightness of a lowly. Especially her small feet, which had just taken human form and were painted with alluring blue perfume, gave her an unconscious, siren-like charm amidst her holiness. Rain gently lifted her up in a princess carry. Sweetie, you're so beautiful, but won't this be very taxing? How long can it last? I'm not tired. Vivian nervously wrapped her arms around Ren's neck. Vivian just realized. I didn't know. Rain looked down at her eyelashes, which trembled slightly with shyness, and lifted her small chin, making her look into his eyes. He slowly lowered his head and kissed her. So gentle, I love it. The next day, Ryan walked out of the bedroom. He now yearns for a fight to prove his strength as a golden contract master, but currently there's no one for him to practice on. After breakfast, he carried Sherry, who was still a little white kitten, and boarded the carriage, arriving at Grey Dove territory. However, his arrival displeased one person. Lord Will, the Lord of Blackrock, believed that Lyanna was a member of the Blackrock family, and that this territory also belonged to the Blackrock family. Legally speaking, Rain is an outsider. So if Lyanna is leaving Stoneraven Town, then he should be the one to take over. Long time no see, Your Excellency Ren. Will smiled as he watched Ren step down from the carriage. Baronwell, how have you been? Ryan put Sherry into his arms, went to Will's side, and shook hands with him. Both men smiled amicably and sat down in a large hall inside Grey Pigeon Castle. Were you invited here by Lady Lyanna today? After sitting down on the sofa, Ren placed Sherry on his lap and began to pet the cat. What did you say? Will paused, then seemed to realize something. Oh, I think you must be joking, but I don't think I caught the punchline of the joke. It's all right. You'll understand my humor once you get to know me better, Ryan said with a light smile. Before he could speak, Baronwell had already turned to the maids in Greydove Castle and snapped. Can't you see we've sat down? Hurry up and bring out the wine and meat. The maids fell silent, trembling with fear, and began preparing the wine and meat. Sorry, those servants were really ill-mannered, Will said, turning to Ryan and shrugged. I will definitely discipline them in the future. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of high heels clicking echoed down the corridor, and the hall door was pushed open by maids. I think there's no need to prepare any wine or meat. Lyanna stared at Will. You're not welcome here, Baronwell. Lyanna, when did we become so estranged? Baronwell asked, slightly taken aback. I am your brother. This is an unbreakable and sacred relationship bestowed upon us by blood and imperial law. If you have any misunderstandings about me, we can sit down and talk it out. Ren crossed his legs and smiled with interest. I guess that won't be necessary, right? As long as I work hard these next few years soon, Lady Lyanna will be pregnant with my child. What did you say? Will's expression shifted subtly. If that's the case, then I think we should investigate Vesper's matter further. Is the truth really as the world says? Lyanna, is what you're doing really appropriate? You actually want to give birth to the child of your husband's mortal enemy? What do you think others in the aristocratic circle will think? As your brother, I have to advise you that doing this is extremely irrational. Even if Vesper may have made a mistake, if you give birth to Ren's child, the case might escalate. It's very possible that both of you could be charged with murdering a nobleman and seizing a title. Chapter 138 We will strike at the source against any warmongers who intend to disrupt the peace. Hearing Baron Will's words, Lyanna scoffed. Huh, what's the truth? Don't others know, and don't you know either? I clearly didn't do that. Will shook his head noncommittally. Nobody cares about the process. Most people only care about the result. Outsiders won't delve into what you went through. All they see is that your husband died and you colluded with your enemies. Lyanna, you should break up with Rain, otherwise it will become a stain on your political record, one that can never be erased. Do you know? I've also been working hard to arrange your marriage during this time. And without exception, many nobles brushed me off and avoided me. No nobleman would marry a woman who had betrayed her husband. Now let's settle this matter. You're good, I'm good, and everyone's good. Huh, Will, it's none of your business anymore. Lyanna sat down next to Ren, pointing to the door. If you don't leave in 3 minutes, I'll have the guards escort you out. Will didn't answer Lyanna's threat. Instead, he looked at Rain and asked, what do you think? He decided to put all the pressure on Ryan. Ryan picked up a cigar, elegantly cut off the cap, and lit it. The Velit family motto is, if we can talk about money, we won't talk about war, but for the sake of money, we don't care about war. Baronwell was somewhat taken aback. You're declaring war on me? Did I hear that right? Will thought to himself, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. You have 2 gold contract masters in your territory? I know they may be strong, but you seem to have forgotten. The downfall of Vesper means that all his lackeys have been sent to prison by you. Now, in the entire Stoneraven town, Blackrock territory controls the most advanced weapon forging technology and the most powerful army. Lord Ren, what do you have to fight me with? I have nearly a dozen silver rank experts under my command, and I can also summon gold rank experts. Whether it's money or connections, you'll be trampled underfoot. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. Will was very confident and didn't care at all that Ryan came from the Velit family. What did that prove? This suggests that his attempt to seize territory wasn't without orders. Perhaps Lion is even backing him? Lyanna's grip on Rain's arm was also a little tense. Under Will's management, Blackrock territory was indeed as solid as a rock. As she was about to take up a position as treasurer in Cheshire, naturally some people were eyeing her, or those close to her. Are you done? Ren sneered. I've already made my bottom line clear to you. Greydove territory has nothing to do with you. Will stood up, nodding repeatedly in affirmation. All right, Then we'll see you at the Raventown Council. You need a war now to realize your place. Your Excellency Ren, I hope you will be dressed in your finest attire tomorrow, and please do the same when you surrender, maintaining the dignity of a nobleman. Will's meaning was clear. Even if Ryan didn't declare war on him, he would declare war on Ryan. Watching his arrogant departure, Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you really going to war with him? Liana looked up at Ren's eyes. Good boy. I support you. Rain asked in surprise. Why didn't you say I was too impulsive this time, and then give me advice or something? Liana shook her head. No, I've just realized it. Sometimes when I stop you from doing certain things, it's almost the same as when he lectures me. Being with you seems like an impulsive decision, but that's what I did. So why should I stop you from doing something impulsive? Actually, people don't seem to need other people's advice to live. Only by doing it can you know the answer and the result. Just like now, when I'm with you, only I know that I am happy. Ryan held her hand tightly. Don't worry, we won't lose. Yes, I believe in you and support you, Ryan. You'll always be Mommy's good boy. Ryan took a deep breath. This woman was addictive. The next day, earth-shattering news broke in the Stone Raventown Council. Baron Will of Blackstone has formally declared war on Tulipland through a petition to Parliament. The reason is also quite good. Ryan is a married man, yet he is entangled with his sister. Despite his repeated attempts to mediate, Rain and Liana remain stubbornly unrepentant. On the surface, this reason seems ridiculous, but the deeper meaning behind it is, do aristocratic women have the right to freedom of marriage? Especially for a woman like Liana who holds a title, how could she become someone's mistress? Which nobleman would want his titled daughter to become someone's mistress? If your rank were high enough, that would be one thing. But we're all barons. What right do you have to lay a finger on my baron's sister? What would you like to say about this, Mayor? Sir Lester, the speaker, stood on the council platform and looked at Liana. In the council chamber, everyone was watching Mayor Liana, whose job at this time was to mediate the dispute, regardless of who was on either side. I have nothing to say. Liana made it clear that she didn't want to mediate. Now let's move on to the next step. The speaker began explaining the rules. If Baron Ren refuses to fight, the councillors of Stoneraven Town will vote. If more than half of the votes are in favor, the war will begin. Once the war begins, there are no restrictions on the rules, but the pre-conversion of Stoneraven Town is not allowed. Armed conflict can only occur between the two territories. The victor has the right to kill all family members of the loser and to plunder all the other party's property, except for titles and territories. All free people within the territories of both sides who cooperate during the war will be automatically considered as participants in the war. Their actions include 1. Soldiers are allowed to hide in their own homes. 2. Provide various supplies to the troops within the territory, either free of charge or for a fee. 3. To serve military operations in any form, including but not limited to delivering messages, forging weapons, repairing armor, healing the wounded, and casting auxiliary spells, whether or not they receive payment. Once a free citizen individual or family is found to have engaged in any of the above behaviors, they will automatically lose their non-combatant protection status. The victor has the right, in accordance with wartime laws, to impose any punishment on the victor and their immediate family members, including execution, enslavement, and confiscation of all property. The clause was read aloud clearly, and a brief silence fell over the parliamentary hall. Stoneraven Town present, but also civilians from various places, including some civilians from the Tulip Territory and Blackrock Territory. They took a deep breath and looked at Ryan. Baron Ren, what is your choice? At this moment, Speaker Lester looked at the handsome young man sitting to one side. Rain calmly stood up, clenched his right fist, and raised it high. We yearn for peace, we love peace, but we will never fear any legitimate war with the ultimate goal of eliminating all dangerous factors. As a territory whose primary goal is to establish a civilized society, in order to safeguard peace, we will strike at the source against any warmongers who intend to undermine peace. Anyone who dares to hinder the development of civilized society, we dare to completely annihilate them. Chapter 139 I've decided to inflict war on them. At that moment, everyone held their breath, watching the young man standing on the stage, speaking eloquently. At that moment, he was incredibly domineering, and even his words stirred people's hearts. Wesper, who once caused suffering to the free people, is now history. His death tells all the civilians in Stoneraven Town and the 3 surrounding territories that no one can escape the judgment of justice. Mrs. Melassa sat in the audience, watching Ryan speak eloquently, her beautiful eyes flashing with admiration. Regardless, this man's aura was undiminished. And at that moment, he looked exceptionally handsome. All actions of the Tulip territory are just, and they will continue. The Blackstone territory is a territory with highly developed mineral resources, weapons, and military strength, but it also plunges its civilians into endless suffering. Baron Will Blackstone is a lord who desires complete control over the 3 territories surrounding Raventown, including all of Raventown's mineral resources. He is a nobleman plotting to achieve dictatorship through armed force, and such thoughts undoubtedly pose a threat to every resident of Raventown. Regardless of whether Baron Will declares war on Tulip territory, I will take all measures to stifle his dictatorial ideas and ensure the safety of Stone Raven Town and even Tulip territory. At this point, Ryan's eyes hardened as he surveyed everyone present. This is without a doubt, and it's been carefully considered. Victory may not be on our side, but we will not allow this dangerous idea to continue to fester. Finally, Ryan roared. So I've decided to give them war. War. The Tulip citizens on the stage began to raise their right fists and roar along with Rain, and this atmosphere even inspired many residents of Stone Raven Town. Many people clapped and cheered, and even Melissa and Liana couldn't help but applaud. Will found Ryan's long-winded speech laughable. He didn't need to refute it. The war would teach him a lesson. Speaker Sir Lester cleared his throat. Therefore, I hereby declare that the Raventown Council formally approves the war between Tulip Territory and Blackrock Territory. The war papers will be submitted to the provincial government. Both sides are requested to commence the war tomorrow. Will glanced at Ryan, then at Liana, and shook his head, seemingly laughing at their overestimation of their abilities. Dared to act so recklessly even though he already knew that Selena and another golden contract master were about to settle in Tulip territory. This has proven that he is confident in dealing with 2 or 3 top-tier gold contract masters. As Rain walked out of the Stone Raven Town Council, a young man approached him. Hi, Rain. I think you should recognize me. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. The young man from the small town on the border of the Western Province, Paul. Now he is in better and better spirits, and Ryan can see the vitality and hope in his eyes. Yes, I remember you, Paulie. Ryan nodded slightly. Is there something you need? Liana took Ren's arm and scrutinized the young man dressed in civilian clothes. Liana recognized this man. He was the one who rallied a group of civilians to storm the Stone Raven Town prison. I didn't expect you to be a nobleman, Ren. Logically speaking, a commoner like Paul should have displayed a sense of inferiority and respect when speaking with Ren. But he stopped using titles and just called him by his name, Ren. Is that hard to guess? Ren shrugged, then introduced Liana to Paulie. This is my wife. The fact that the nobleman was able to introduce the people around him to the other party also proved that he still intended to continue the conversation. Paulie and Liana nodded to each other, then looked at Rain. It's like this. Mr. Lore told me that we still acknowledge you as one of our members. Well, Blackstone is also one of our enemies, as long as you can promise. I'm sorry, I can't promise that. Ren shook his head. That's it then. Paul watched in astonishment as Ren boarded the carriage and drove away from Stone Raven Town. The Gutai Society did Ren a huge favor back then, and now he's just turning his back on it like this? As expected of nobles. Who was that person just now? Inside the carriage, Liana nestled in Ren's arms, cautiously asking, kind of a friend I met by chance? Anyway, we're not very close. Ren patted Liana on the back. What's wrong? That young man is very courageous. You can take him under your wing. Him. Ren frowned. Well, if the opportunity arises. In fact, Rain did not agree with Liana's words, not because Paulie was a bad person. Rather, this person will not become anyone's lackey. You can tell from the fact that he dared to address a nobleman by his name. Liana clearly understood Rain's perfunctory tone, but she didn't dwell on it too much. She was just offering a suggestion. By the way, how could you introduce me to a stranger as your wife? Liana lifted her head from Rain's embrace, looking directly into the man's eyes. What if your fiancée knew? She approves of our relationship. Ryan smiled and kissed her red lips. Madam, she doesn't mind these things. Really? Liana had never met Phil, but if the roles were reversed, she might not be able to accept her husband introducing another woman as his wife in front of outsiders. Of course. Ren twirled a strand of brown hair behind Liana's ear with his fingers. We've already been honest with each other. Liana took a deep breath. Rain, let's get married. I'm willing to be your concubine. What did you say? Ren stroked Liana's cheek. Don't do this. Your current career doesn't allow you to become a nobleman's concubine. If I were an earl, this might not be a big deal, but I am only a baron now. In other people's eyes, your marriage to me as a concubine proves that you are not a rational woman and are not suitable for a higher position. Give me some time, okay? Lyanna looked at Rain with tears welling up in her eyes. How long must I wait before my little boy marries me? It won't be long. Ren kissed away Lyanna's tears. Trust me. What are you going to do? A hint of fear suddenly appeared in Lyanna's eyes. She knew Rain's identity. You're going to fight your own brother for the inheritance? Madam, even if I don't take it, he's still making moves against me. For example, your brother declared war on me, and he's manipulating all of this. Chapter 140. Behind this war, there is also a drama of brothers killing each other. Lyanna never imagined that behind this war, there would be a drama of brothers killing each other. But upon closer reflection, it's not surprising. Locke wouldn't dare to openly kill Ren while Victor was alive, but he certainly wouldn't let Ren have an easy time. Leon is Locke's uncle. You need to be careful when you get to Cheshire, Rain reminded Lyanna again in the carriage. Meanwhile, Will was also sitting in his carriage, preparing to return to his territory. However, a carriage bearing the insignia of the North from Stoneraven Town crashed directly into the side of the Blackrock family's carriage. The Blackrock family's carriage overturned in the violent impact, splintering wood everywhere, and the horses neighed in terror. Pedestrians scattered in panic on the street, and guards from Stone Crow Town were rushing over from afar. Baron Will casually lifted the wooden plank that was pressing down on him, then stood up, wanting to see who had the audacity to do so. The carriage bearing the crest of a northern family was broken, but the carriage itself was mostly intact. Mature, beautiful woman in a black leather jacket and a high ponytail stepped out. Her golden eyes, marked with red crosses, were fixed on Will. So, it's you who wants to mess with our family? Baron Phil, it seems you're here to help your fiancé? Will casually brushed the dust off his clothes. You should know very well that by getting involved in this war, the Blackrock army can also execute you. A mocking smile curved Phil's red lips. Then, we'll meet on the battlefield. After she finished speaking, she looked at her coachman, who immediately tossed her a money pouch. The servants have just learned to drive horses and are not yet proficient. Fayer crossed her arms. This little money is an apology. It's all right. Will glanced at the money bag at his feet, clenching his fist. Be careful on your way. Watching the woman's figure recede into the distance, Will took a deep breath. Come out. Hidden within the wreckage of the carriage was a knight. He pushed aside the wooden planks pressing down on him and stood up. Master, it was my fault for not protecting you properly. How confident are you in dealing with this woman? Baron Will had a golden codex knight under his command, who was his number one henchman. I just want to hear the truth. The odds are very low. The golden codex knight looked down and raised his eyebrows, observing Will's expression. That woman is very aggressive. She's not your average contractor. What does this mean? Will changed to a carriage and rode in it with his own secret knight. I suspect she possesses 2 secret manuals. At that moment, the golden lackey uttered a startling statement. Perhaps she is not only a golden contract master, but also a golden secret knight. How could someone possibly obtain 2 secret manuals at the same time? Will frowned deeply. This is even rarer than raising a golden king beast that has mastered the secret manual. I can sense the power of the knight's codex from her. The golden codex knight said with particular certainty. It should be said that she should be like a melee warrior, using battle aura to train her physique. Her physique doesn't seem like that of a contract master. Will knew Ryan had a very powerful fiancée, but he didn't expect this woman to be so extraordinary. Who was it? And what methods did they use to allow her to possess 2 secret manuals at the same time? Will only knew he had to contact the people above him. No one expected Ryan's fiancée to intervene so forcefully. So he went to the study in the manor and began to stroke the ring on his hand, until a middle-aged man's voice came from the ring. What's up? Upon hearing this important figure's words, Will carefully considered his tone before cautiously speaking. Your Excellency, Baron Ren's fiancé, Baron Phil, is preparing to intervene in this war. Oh, came the interested voice from inside the ring. This woman certainly has quite the ambition. What do you mean? Will coughed lightly, adopting a questioning attitude even though he knew the answer. As long as Rain wins this war, the 3 territories surrounding Stoneraven Town will be under the control of the couple. At that time, Rain will quickly become a local tyrant in the Western Province. He will be the true local tyrant of Stoneraven Town. A disdainful laugh came from the ring, but all of this, including Ren's life, should be summed up. If the women beside him are willing to die with him, then they can all be sent to meet God. Understood. Will habitually picked up a cigar to light it, then put it down again. Is there anything else you need to arrange? No. I have only one goal, and that is to kill Ryan. Please rest assured. Just as Rain had escorted Lyanna back to Grey Dove territory and arrived in his own territory, he saw that familiar figure. Darling. Ren stepped down from the carriage, came to Phil's side, and took her hand. Why are you here? There's a fight going on in my family, so of course I have to come back, Phil said, glancing at Ryan. Such an important matter. You should at least have discussed it with me first, right? Ryan scratched his head awkwardly. Things were all too rushed, and I don't have any means of emergency contact. Phil took out a ring box and showed it to Ryan. This is our engagement ring. You can use it to contact me anytime in the future. Ryan took the ring, put it on, and kissed Phil. You're so sweet, my darling. Sweetheart. Phil was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Rain to improve so quickly. Although it was a little cheesy, Phil was able to adapt quickly. Upon entering the hall of Tulip Castle, Phil embraced Rain and stroked his hair. Good child. We will always be with you, fighting to the very end. A fierce killing intent flashed in Phil's eyes. No one can destroy our home. Ren nestled in Phil's arms, but his thoughts were complicated. In reality, Rain had no feelings for Phil, or rather, Phil probably felt the same way. However, for some purpose, the two have maintained this close relationship. Perhaps neither party cares about feelings. This has always been the case in aristocratic marriages. As long as the two parties don't dislike each other, that's enough. No one would think there's anything wrong with this. Even ordinary people can't guarantee that they can spend the rest of their lives with the person they love. Darling, Ren hugged Phil tightly, nestled in her arms, and said indistinctly, soon? This will be our territory. And, not just here. A look of surprise flashed in Phil's eyes. What she liked was Rain's ambition. I believe in you. You can do it. Rain had no idea how he had lost. 300 soldiers, plus 2 gold contract masters and 2 gold king beasts. Even with Will's powerful backing, it was impossible for him to provide stronger support. Chapter 141 Christie's. The next day, Tulips. Ren sat in the military camp, deep in thought. How should we fight this battle? Should we fight a defensive battle or an offensive battle? Blackstone territory possesses the most powerful military force in the surrounding area, and it monopolizes all the mineral resources in the area, making it a veritable local tyrant. Let's take the initiative. Phil sat calmly in Rain's tent. Although Rain's army consisted of only 300 soldiers, Blackrock territory, being a baronial territory, naturally had a similar number. At the very least, he couldn't have used an army of more than 1,000 men. The Baron can only support so many soldiers, anymore, and he'll immediately be in financial deficit. Even in Ren, which now maintains an army of 300 men, the expenses are still insufficient. In particular, there were 100 cavalrymen among them. Blackrock Castle, also known as Baron Will's stronghold, is built on the gentle slope of Blackrock Mountain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Especially in mountainous terrain, cavalry is unable to utilize its advantages at all. Darling, Ren could only look at Phil at this moment. Do you have any contracted spirit pets? When one contractor asks another such a question, it's already a rather private topic. Each spirit pet is a life-saving tool for a contract master, except for contract masters like Ren who never secretly raise spirit pets in their secret manuals. All I can say is, Phil began softly, as long as I stand here with you, a mere baron is easily within my grasp. Ren had no idea where Phil got his confidence from. In terms of titles, Phil was actually a baron. However, Phil is a female baron, and not the kind who rose to power through women, which means that her abilities are among the best of the barons. The abilities mentioned here refer to more than just her combat skills. In reality, nobles do not need to have strong combat abilities. As long as they are nobles, they do not need to pay special attention to individuals with extremely strong personal combat skills. Because there is no legend in this world of one person destroying a country. Even the most powerful martial artist must bow before an army of thousands. This is how the world works. Commoners from the lower classes, if they want to become nobles, don't think about how to cultivate themselves, but rather how to integrate into the circle of nobles. This requires some thought and consideration. Many people think that nobles need very powerful henchmen. But if you really delve deeper, you'll realize that in this world, you can't succeed just because you're good at fighting. This world needs rules. The stage of the empire has no place for muscle-bound minds that only know how to fight. We're all respectable people, and what respectable people want is to scheme and plot against each other while clinking glasses. As for war, it is only fought when absolutely necessary. Just like right now? Phil and Ryan made it clear that she could easily control Will, but Ryan was not at ease. This war is not just a war between Tulip territory and Blackrock territory. Behind it all is the involvement of my good brother Locke and the western province of Lion. I'm not unaware of this matter. Feyre smiled gently. I think about it more deeply and further than you do. Good child. You can do it without worry. Countless people are backing you up. Even His Highness is watching you. Rain didn't know why Phil knew this information from higher up. All that Ryan knew was about his judgment. Kefir was like a layer of fog that was impossible to perceive clearly. She is mature, sexy, and beautiful, yet very mysterious. If Selena gave Ryan a feeling of being cold yet warm, then Phil gave Ryan a feeling of being warm yet cold. She could do anything with Ryan without any limits, but the feeling she gave Ryan was that he loved her very much, but couldn't feel the love. But now that it's wartime, Ren can't investigate these things. Feel. Ren hesitated for a moment. Do you also think we should take the initiative to attack? Ryan was actually confident of defeating Will, but Phil's involvement made the war uncertain. If Phil doesn't come, then all of this will be just a minor fuss, perhaps ending up like what happened with Vesper. But what does the arrival of Phil, the Baron of the North and an instructor at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, prove? This proves that in Phil's eyes, Ryan alone could not have won. You'll understand if you analyze this a little. Phil smiled gently. Baron Will, what makes you think you can stop the surprise attack from Grey Dove territory? Even if Grey Dove territory loses Vesper, including his lackeys, we still have a numerical advantage, Phil said, looking at Ren. With Lion? Or with Locke? First of all, Locke has no means to infiltrate the western provinces. And as for Lion, the governor of the western provinces, he only wants your good mother to lose power before she even reaches Cheshire. But let's look at it from another angle. Does Lion have no rivals? Phil has far more information than Ryan. This brings us to another woman. Christie's. Christie's family is also active in the western provinces. Don't they want someone in their family to become the governor? Speaking of Christine, Rain feels a bit nostalgic. This person has the qualities of a heroine from a traditional Chinese novel. You mean, the Sterling family? Rain looked at Phil. Between you two? Christine, this is the little lover I've chosen for you. Phil took out a women's cigarette from her pack, lit it, and said, Rain, this is the place we've arranged for you. How could I not have thought of Leon? Ryan snatched the cigarette from Phil's mouth, took a drag himself, and exhaled the smoke. I understand. Regardless of whether it was all preordained or not, all Ryan could do was move forward. So, he walked straight out of the tent and whistled. All personnel, prepare yourselves. We will launch our attack within 10 minutes. Chapter 145 The Black Knight of the Holy Temple, Goddess Nixu. The urgent bugle calls began to sound, and every soldier stood at attention. The garrison of Blackrock could see the enemy swarming and densely packed. Apart from important border areas or strategic locations, the baronies had virtually no city walls. Stone Raven Town is located in a relatively inland area of the western province, and only its outer perimeter has city walls. As for the town itself, no baron would spend a fortune building walls. The core of each baron's defense is the castle, so what Ren was thinking about before was how to attack Blackrock Castle. As for the villages or knightly territories around Blackrock, Ren didn't care about them. As Ren mounted his warhorse, the clanging of metal plates against metal was particularly crisp in the morning air. 300 Tulip soldiers had already formed ranks, with 100 cavalrymen on the flanks and an infantry square in the center. This time he brought all his troops, except for the militia who stayed behind to guard the home. Hans rode up to Ren's side, his expression slightly grave. My lord, the enemy's main threat is still those 200 mountain cavalry. They're not easy to deal with. Ryan followed his gaze. The cavalrymen's equipment was not fancy, and their horses were shorter than the tall war horses of the Tulip territory, but their limbs were thick and their hooves were broad, clearly indicating that they were specially bred mountain horses. The cavalrymen wore light leather armor, with short axes and crossbows hanging from their waists and longbows on their backs, a typical setup for mountain guerrilla warfare. Baron Will's strength is clearly not limited to this. Ren believes he still has high-end combat power that he has not yet deployed. Ryan never underestimated Will, just as the Willett family motto goes, never underestimate someone who is richer than you. When they came to their senses, the enemy's 200 cavalrymen had already sounded the charge horn and were charging towards Ren's 300-strong army. The front row, take the lead. Ren took a deep breath. Telepy. This time, Rain placed all the spirit pets in the secret manual. Now, both spirit pets have grown up and he can no longer carry them. With a command from Ren, the golden contract codex shone brightly in the air. Immediately afterwards, the rich fragrance of tulips wafted over, and the enemy soldiers saw only a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a tulip wreath, an orange dress, white leather shoes, and her beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings. There was even a bronze tome floating in her palm. The gold-ranked knight leading the Blackrock Mountain cavalry charge widened his eyes. Golden King Beast. Damn it. An elderly man in black robes sat calmly on horseback nearby. Don't panic. It's just a bronze tome. It's no different from an ordinary gold spirit pet. As soon as she finished speaking, Tilope let out a delicate cry, and the bronze tome in her hand burst into dazzling light. Then, tulips bloomed all over the battlefield. With the blessing of the secret manual, the once ordinary tulip field instantly became radiant with golden light. Magical codes are similar to knightly codes. They can enhance and upgrade skills, and even store magic power or battle aura, including nurturing equipment. However, Tilope is not yet very proficient in using the secret manual. She floats in midair, her skirt swaying gently amidst the fragrance of flowers. Tremble, despair. Tilope held the bronze tome, hovering in the air. In this sea of flowers, I am the sole ruler, and you, from this moment on, will become humble dust, turning into fertilizer for the tulips. Ren's lips twitched. This flower fairy was getting more and more childish. But I must say, the results are quite good. Ren could see that the enemy mountain cavalry had slowed down, and each of them unconsciously lowered their heads, seemingly feeling that they were insignificant in front of Tilope. A very good spirit pet, Feyre said with a look of great interest. Good child, I didn't expect you to have raised a golden king beast. Just as Ren was about to say something, he heard Tilope shout from the battlefield. This is the territory of my lord, the Lord of Tulips, Ren Verlet. All who tread here will become flower mud. It's pretty good. Ren coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. Phil's golden codex also began to glow with golden light, and then, a female knight clad in heavy armor appeared before the two of them. She knelt on one knee. Master, the Holy Temple Black Knight Goddess Nexu awaits your command. Rain couldn't see her face clearly, only her red glowing eyes through her helmet. She exudes a strong sense of oppression. Her 3-meter-tall, heavily armored body casts a long shadow in the morning light as she stands up. Is this Feyre's spirit pet? Feyre's voice held a rare hint of gentleness. Naisu. The mature, beautiful woman pointed at the Blackstone cavalry ahead. Destroy them. Naisu nodded slightly, the red light under his helmet as intense as a furnace. When she arrived at the front line, she did not charge directly at the Blackstone cavalry. Instead, she planted the great sword wreathed in black flames upside down in the ground, knelt on one knee, and placed her hands on the end of the hilt. The gate to the abyss opens. The deep female voice seemed to come from the depths of the earth. As she spoke, dark purple cracks spread across the ground like a spiderweb, centered on the great sword. Wherever the cracks reached, the soil turned into charred ash, and even the tulips that Tilope had summoned turned to ashes. This made Tilope puff out her cheeks and glare at Nexu. Hey, you big, dark woman, don't ruin my flowers. I'm sorry, Naisu hesitated slightly. As a gold 8-star spirit pet, she could completely ignore the 1-star Tilope. But they have a secret manual, making them a golden king beast. Generally speaking, if the master does not give an order, the golden king beasts have greater decision-making power on the battlefield because they possess greater intelligence. There is also a hierarchy among spirit pets. Hearing the apology, Tilope calmed down. Next time if you interfere with my skills, you must explain beforehand, understand? Okay. Even though Nexu's combat power was higher than Tilope's, he had to admit that Tilope's status was above his own. Of course, if the two sides are enemies, then Nexu has no need for the bird Tilope at all. The soldiers from both sides clashed. When the Golden Knights of Blackrock territory saw that Nexu seemed to be summoning something, they immediately pulled on their reins, preparing to charge towards Nexu. Damn it. It's a creature from the rift. He roared. Mr. Block, thank you for your help. The black-robed elder behind the Golden Knight of Blackrock territory nodded, and a golden alchemy tome began to appear in the air. Ren had been observing the argument between Tilope and Nexu, never expecting that the other side would actually have a gold-rank alchemist. Alchemists are the most mysterious of all professions, because they can always concoct all sorts of bizarre potions, and even viruses. Chapter 146 Creatures of the Rift. The opposing alchemist used a secret manual to retrieve a glass tube containing a black liquid and poured it onto the ground. All the tulips on the ground began to show signs of damage, starting from the edges of the area where the potion had been applied. Their petals quickly turned an ominous dark green, their stems twisted and deformed, and then they withered away. Like a contagious disease, all the tulips began to wilt. Tilipi's eyes widened. What? This wicked old man. How dare he? With the tulips no longer controlling them, the Blackrock soldiers began to recover. 200 fully armed cavalrymen were enough to make Rain's 300 soldiers go all out, not to mention that there were other soldiers hidden in Blackrock territory. According to Liana's estimate, Will probably commands a force of nearly 800 men. Dared to start a war even when there were 3 or 4 gold contract masters on Ren's side. This shows that from Will's perspective, Ryan is still at a disadvantage. Therefore, what kind of help Leon can provide to Will is something that Ryan should think about carefully. At the very least, his goal was definitely to kill Ren. This point needs no explanation. Even if the two had only met once, there would be no need to entangle them in a life-or-death feud. If I feel you're blocking my way, I will definitely kill you, even if you have no idea how you offended me. Ren is that kind of person too. Now that Rain has seen the enemy alchemist destroy the battlefield advantage created by Tilipi simply by taking out a bottle of potion, how can he not be careful? A gold-rank alchemist, Phil looked at Rain. Such a person is even more fragile than a contract master. Why? Ren asked, somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't alchemists be able to concoct potions that enhance the body? Yes, it is possible, but alchemists can't concoct just any potion. Alchemists aren't like contract masters. The secret formula for each potion is the alchemist's property. Even publicly known potion recipes, once you learn them, are your property, Phil explained to Rain in detail. They're not like contract masters. Sometimes, a spirit pet can express its needs. Even if another contract master tells you to feed it a certain food, the spirit pet might not necessarily evolve. It's not like warriors and mages who can communicate with battle aura and magic to comprehend combat techniques and magic, or accumulate combat experience. In short, the creation of a contract master's spirit pet is full of uncertainties, but the preparation of potions is different. The ingredients and the heat level can be explained in detail. As long as you follow the secret method, there will basically be no mistakes. This results in a very narrow career path for alchemists. Your mentors at the academy may not necessarily teach you the real stuff. Ren seemed to understand something. So every alchemist's growth comes from learning the concepts and then conducting experiments step by step? That's right, Phil nodded. Everyone thinks that the growth of a contract master is the most expensive in terms of gold coins. But in reality, the later the stage, the more funds an alchemist needs. Because when you feed your spirit pets, if one of them finds the food unsuitable, it won't eat it. But alchemical experiments are different. If they fail, and all the investment disappears. Besides, in reality, no alchemist would dare to drink a secret potion given to them by someone else. For example, if an alchemist gave their student a certain body-strengthening potion and the student concocted it, would they dare to drink it themselves? He had to conduct countless experiments to prove that the potion was truly effective before he dared to drink it himself, which is why alchemists have the worst constitutions. Ren took a deep breath. Then kill him. Wait a minute. Phil stopped Rain. He must be hiding all sorts of antiviral drugs on him. That's an alchemist's way of saving his life. You don't have any elemental spirit pets, right? An elemental spirit pet? Ren asked, puzzled. What's that? For example, this spirit pet's body structure could be gas, or liquid, or something similar. Rain had seen this type of spirit pet before. It was the new spirit pet he summoned when he and Roger were on the collaboration matchmaking stage. Roger's spirit pet was made entirely of black mist and could possess other beings. Spirit pets of this size are generally unaffected by potions, unless it's a special potion specifically designed for elemental or soul-based beings. If you send an assassin-type spirit pet to assassinate him now, the poison on him may harm the spirit pets around you. Even death. Companion spirit pets can also die, but they can choose to sign a closer contract. For example, when the owner's life ends, the life of the companion spirit pet also ends. This means that a spirit pet carefully nurtured by a contract master might pay the ultimate price to assassinate this alchemist. Rain didn't want to see Sherry die, and besides, he wasn't sure if the assassination would succeed. Alchemists have the most survival skills of all professions, Phil said as she fed knowledge to Ren while summoning another spirit pet. Its entire body was formed from condensed white mist, and it didn't even have eyes. To outsiders, she's like a white cloud. Phil gently stroked the white mist. It has no physical form, so ordinary physical attacks and most potions are ineffective against it. But correspondingly, its attack methods are also limited. As long as others breathe within its coverage area, they will begin to be attacked. Contract masters possess a plethora of methods, but alchemists are no pushovers either. On the battlefield, the Golden Knights of Blackrock territory began their attack on Phil's Night Spirit pet, Nixu. However, Nisu's skill had already been completed, and it was thanks to the soldiers on the field that she was able to resist. A swirling spatial vortex began to appear on the battlefield, and then, heavily armored warriors clad in black armor poured out of the vortex. Nixu. They were clad in heavy armor, obscuring their faces. Only their long hair and red eyes hidden within their armor were visible. It's also smaller than Nixu, a spirit pet capable of summoning creatures from the rift, but that's all it is. The Golden Knight sneered, beginning to summon his own Knight's Codex. In an instant, the sky above the entire battlefield began to crack, and then, purple rain began to fall from the cracks in the sky. Chapter 147 Rain's Ingenious Ideas. Purple rain poured down, drifting towards the soldiers of the Tulip territory. Night skill. Purple star turns into iron rain, shouted the Golden Knight of Blackstone territory, his signature move. In exchange for foregoing physical harm, all damage is concentrated on the metal. Any metal parts of weapons and equipment exposed to this rain will corrode and eventually disintegrate. Even purification and healing skills cannot resolve this, because most purification skills are designed for living beings. No one would specifically study the skill of purifying metals, unless an alchemist specifically researches a metal preservative to soak weapons and equipment before battle, or a mage researches inscriptions that prevent corrosion. However, the effort and the reward are not proportional. The soldiers of Tulip territory discovered that their armor and swords had corroded away, leaving them like unarmed soldiers in the face of the enemy. At that moment, a barrage of arrows rained down on the Tulip soldiers. Tilope quickly used her magic to cast Golden Protection. While it couldn't protect everyone, it was enough to save the frontline soldiers by a small margin. The Golden Knight of Blackrock territory, who was also the military commander of Blackrock territory, sneered and continued his charge towards Nixu. But at that moment, Nixu's skill was already complete. A void gate appeared before them, from which all sorts of strange creatures emerged. They appear to be a mixture of flowing shadows and smoke, their body outlines constantly twisting and changing, sometimes coalescing into the form of multi-legged reptiles, and sometimes spreading out into a writhing carpet of shadows. The strangest thing is that these creatures have no physical form at all. When the purple star iron rain falls on them, it is like raindrops falling into a deep pool, having no effect other than creating a few ripples. The creatures, each about a meter tall, were made up of dense, shadowy smoke and were enveloped in thick black mist. Some of them looked like headless corpses, others like various insects or animals. In short, they were very eerie. Ren frowned when he saw these things. What is the Rift Abyss creature he just mentioned? The couple remained unusually calm. It's as if we're not at war right now. Phil patiently explained to Rain. They don't belong to this world. They're not like humans, elves, or orcs. Their bodies are made of flesh and blood. So they're not interested in most of the resources on the surface, the mature, beautiful woman said, pointing to the battlefield ahead at Nixu. For example, iron ore, which all races fight tooth and nail for, is utterly insignificant to them. And those strange things don't belong to the creatures of the Rift Abyss. They are things that Naisu walked out of his heart. Rain rested his chin on his hand and thought. So, Nixu became a rift creature voluntarily, right? Fayer opened her red lips and paused. Why is your thought process different from others? How did you figure that out? Phil asked, wanting to dissect Rain's brain. Why didn't you ask me what the rift creatures need, where they live, or how they attack humans? And how do you know that humans can choose to become rift creatures? Phil didn't understand why Ryan's thinking was so unpredictable, and even his focus seemed inexplicable. Didn't you say that those summoned creatures aren't rift creatures, and rift creatures aren't made of flesh and blood? Ren coughed lightly. So, since she was wearing armor, she must have been a female knight in her previous life. Although, as a contracted spirit pet, it's normal for her to wear armor because most of her enemies are surface creatures, thus strengthening her defense against their attacks. But why would a creature not made of flesh and blood wear such heavy armor, unless she still has a physical body? I can even imagine that my mother didn't die, but transformed into a rift creature. Otherwise, how did you obtain this spirit pet? Aren't they uninterested in resources on the ground? So how can a contract master get them to agree to a contract with them? In that case, Victor's ambiguous attitude is not surprising, since my mother is still alive and seems to hold a relatively high position. All right, stop. Phil interrupted Ryan's wandering thoughts. Right now, we should be focusing on this war. She had no idea that Ryan's thought process was so bizarre. It's not Phil's fault. Even Baruch, the bald guy who often did things for Ren, couldn't figure out Ren's personality. If I had to describe Baruch in one word, that is the observer. While he thought he was discussing one thing with Ryan, Ryan was thinking about 10 things. He may not study a particular thing in great detail, but his mind can derive a lot of information from a single event. Ren nodded. Of course. His golden secrets began to shine, and Vivian began to appear. With a lowly-like figure like Tilope, Vivian floated in the air, supported by a condensed mass of water element. Upon seeing that she was also holding a secret manual, Fayer finally showed a look of shock. Phil could understand that Rain had just gotten incredibly lucky to raise a Golden King beast. But 2 Golden King beasts? That's definitely not normal. At this moment, she suppressed her surprise, went to Ryan's side, pinched his chin, and studied his face. Baby, it seems you still have a lot of things you're hiding from us. Ryan flashed a smile that would captivate any woman. I've shown you everything I have. Phil stopped worrying and began to observe Vivian's performance on the battlefield. The appearance of this mermaid had already attracted everyone's attention. Another golden spirit pet has appeared. Title him. Vivian can control surrounding liquids to gather and impact enemies through chanting. Enemies hit by the tide will be inflicted with the slowed movement effect. As this skill was activated, the purple rain that had been constantly corroding the Tulip leader soldiers began to gradually gather in the air. The Blackrock Army commander, the Golden Knight, panicked for a moment. Rain's spirit pet actually has such a skill. No wonder he wasn't flustered at all. Now, all the purple rainwater has been returned to all the soldiers of Blackrock territory by Vivian through the tidal hymn. All the soldiers, stripped of their armor, were left with nothing but the most primal form of hand-to-hand combat. Only the Blackstone commander and Nixu remained, both clad in armor. This knight, who claims to be the Black Knight goddess of the temple, is actually able to fight a gold-ranked knight to a standstill. The reason why the Golden Mystic Knight can crush the Golden Spirit Pet is because the Mystic Knight has the blessing of the Mystic Codex. But as an instructor at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, Fayer is far superior to the lackeys raised by a baron like Commander Blackstone. Therefore, the spirit pets she raised were naturally extremely powerful in combat. Chapter 148 Sean's Attack. At this moment, Baron Will of Blackstone appeared on the front line of the battlefield, and a man dressed as an instructor of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy appeared beside him. It was Sean. Phil Zapesh, Baron of the North, teaches at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy that outstanding individual strength can crush teamwork. At this moment, Sean pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. This woman is extremely focused on combat power and doesn't train any support-type spirit pets at all. She only trains combat-type and possession-type spirit pets. Mentor Sean, please make your appearance. Will adopted a very humble posture at this moment, as he was sent by his superiors. I believe that as a fellow instructor at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, you will definitely be able to suppress this arrogant woman. Will's eyes flashed with anger at the thought of Phil. In Stone Raven, a nobleman from the north dared to overturn his carriage. It was unheard of. No rush. Sean smiled with interest. What I'm more curious about now is how Ren managed to raise 2 Golden King beasts. With such achievements, if he stayed in the academy, he would probably be a dark horse for the Imperial Beast Taming Academy this year. Sean took a deep breath, raised his head, and sighed, seemingly lost in a daze. It was as if he was reliving Ren's every move at the academy. In Will's eyes, the expression on this refined man's face at that moment looked like that of a pervert. Rain. Sean opened his eyes, staring frantically at Will. This man must be handed over to me. As long as you can take down this scoundrel, I have no objections. Will picked up a handkerchief and wiped away his cold sweat. He wondered if Sean had some kind of unusual fetish. However, this is also common among nobles. Every noble is abnormal, and it is very rare to see a normal noble. Leaving aside the others, just look at Ryan, Phil, and Selena. None of them are normal. Sean began to summon the secret manual, and a falcon over 10 meters tall appeared beside him. He immediately mounted the eagle god and flew to the battlefield. Call out. A piercing eagle cry swept across the entire battlefield, making people's eardrums ache. When Phil saw the enormous eagle, a serious expression flashed in her eyes. Sean. Compared to Phil, Ryan seemed somewhat calm. He wasn't surprised by Sean's appearance. Perhaps at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy, Sean is a mentor, a respectable nobleman. But in front of his brother Locke, this man was just a thug. Since Locke wanted to kill Rain, how could he not have thought that Phil would intervene? So how do we deal with Phil? It's simple, just find a tutor from another Imperial Beast Taming Academy. You have to go in now. Phil touched Ryan's cheek. I'll hold Sean off, the rest are up to you. Ren nodded, which also meant Ren couldn't interfere in the fight between Phil and Sean. Both are gold contract masters, and Rain even has 2 Gold King beasts, so why is there such a big difference? Ryan couldn't understand it, but he could only watch his wife walk away. 2 golden rays suddenly burst forth from Phil's body, leaving even Rain stunned. 2 secret manuals? How is that possible? In an instant, Phil was enveloped in black light, and finally she was dressed in a black and red knight's armor. 5 golden spirit pets were directly summoned from Feyre's contract manual. And they're all humanoid spirit pets? What caught Ren's attention most was a petite figure with long, silver-white hair that fluttered in the wind. She was only waist-high and wore an elegant black dress with a pair of semi-transparent butterfly wings on her back. She floated in the air, holding a dark red book larger than herself. The pages moved without wind, and a faint whispering chant could be heard as they turned. Golden King Beast. Wrong. Rain shook his head. He had seen relevant records in the Academy's ancient books. It was an extremely rare type of spirit pet, essentially a magic book with self-awareness that could transform into human form and was proficient in all the spells recorded on its pages. Known as the Spellbook Spirit. Each magical spirit is unique because its abilities depend on the content written into the pages of the book. Xiaoyi, come here, Feyre's voice came through her armored helmet. The book spirit called Xiao nodded slightly, then opened the magic book in her hand. 7th movement, companionship. In an instant, that petite figure transformed into a streak of light and possessed Phil's knight's armor. At that moment, the armor seemed to have acquired a spirit. Silver-white magical patterns appeared on the surface of the originally black and red armor. These patterns flowed like living things, outlining complex magic circle patterns. Phil drew another long black whip from the secret manual, then pushed off with her combat boots and soared into the sky. Mentor Phil, it's been a long time. Sean, sitting on the eagle's back, adjusted his glasses. It's an honor to meet you on such a special day. Sean didn't expect that Phil would not exchange pleasantries at all, but would instead charge straight at him and lash out with her whip at his falcon. The giant falcon let out a miserable cry, causing Sean to clench his fists. He finally dropped his refined demeanor, replaced by icy anger. It's one thing to spar in the academy, but how dare you be so rude outside? At this moment, he summoned his golden spirit pet and wielded his mantra staff. Decree. Strip away. The magical spirit hidden inside Phil's knight armor was stripped out of Phil's armor. At this moment, Xiao remained calm and began to open the magic book. 3rd movement. Silence. A spirit pet combining the order and sound elements. Sean narrowed his eyes slightly, which reminded him of Selena's twin butterflies. At this moment, Sean seemed to be silenced, unable even to activate his mantra staff. But Sean remained calm and composed. So what if he was silenced? That spell spirit. She has nowhere to hide anyway. Meanwhile, Rain began summoning Sherry and Leona, preparing to charge towards Baron Will of the Blackstones on the field. The current situation is very bad. The opponent has just made a move with 3 gold-level experts. A golden alchemist, a golden knight, a golden contractor. Ryan didn't even know what Will's profession was. No wonder he has such confidence. There's a reason for it. Chapter 149. You smell good. On the field, the alchemist Block started pulling out more bottles and jars. In response, Vivian began conjuring her water shadow star arrow, preparing to snipe the old man from a distance. However, Will, the old man, was prepared. He snapped his fingers, and several magical runes appeared around the alchemist Block, instantly forming a red protective shield around him. A golden codex mage. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Baron Will, he's been hiding his abilities quite well. Will had clearly noticed Ryan's arrival on the battlefield, but he couldn't understand why the man remained so calm. Is there some other trick up your sleeve? For example, his mentor Selena? Lord Rain, if you surrender to the Stone Raven Town Council now, I will spare your life, Will said, but fire elementals were constantly gathering around him, ready to kill Rain at any moment. Normally, nobles would not personally come to the battlefield to fight. But if he comes to the battlefield, it means that this nobleman has staked everything, including his life. They could have simply stayed in Stoneraven Town, watched their lackeys fight amongst themselves, and surrendered to cut their losses if things went wrong. After all, as long as a person is alive, anything is possible in the future. Will didn't know what else Ryan would dare to gamble with. Firstly, Grey Dove territory was incapable of sending troops. Because when the war was declared, Lyanna did not stand up to declare war on Will. Once Grey Doves send troops, no matter what the final outcome of the war is, Lyanna will not be able to escape the judgment of the Council. Of course, while there are many rules governing internal strife within the Empire, including the prohibition of using viruses, once it comes to external wars, it will stop at nothing to achieve its goals. While trying to persuade him to surrender, Will conjured countless fireballs and launched them at Ren. On the main battlefield, the alchemist pulled out a syringe, holding it in one hand and a fist-sized black bee in the other. As he watched Block plunge the eerily green-glowing syringe into the black bee's abdomen, alarm bells rang in Ren's mind. Vivian, stop him. The mermaid's water shadow star arrow was already poised to be released, and upon hearing the order, it was immediately unleashed. A deep blue arrow pierced the air, striking precisely at the alchemist's wrist. You still have time to care about others? Will raised his staff, instantly burning the wild grass beneath his feet to ashes, with steam rising and sizzling all around. The fire element continued to gather, eventually forming a giant tiger several meters tall, its entire body engulfed in flames, ready to pounce on Ren. Rain instantly summoned Leona and Sherry. Although these two spirit pets were still only silver tier, they could still provide Rain with a certain amount of defense and attack power. Tilope was completely outmatched by the opponent's alchemist. This alchemist concocted some kind of potion, polluting the land, so no plants can grow on the entire battlefield. In other words, the Tulip Sea and Flower Edict are completely unusable. Fortunately, her empowered petals and Golden Guardian were still usable. Leona quickly used power manipulation to modify the light and fire armor skill, coating Rain with an orange magical armor. A mere silver-rank spirit pet dares to be so insolent before me. Will seemed to see a glimmer of hope at this moment, directly controlling the fire tiger he had conjured, which then slammed onto Rain. The fireworks have faded. Will stared in astonishment as the firearms were destroyed, while Rain remained unharmed. What do you mean? Will couldn't believe that Ryan's physical abilities were that high. How is this any different from being a knight? Will didn't believe that his magic couldn't break through the defenses set up by Rain's spirit pets. Do you think I've been idle all this time? Ren asked calmly, his physique enhanced by the dragon blood golden silk obsidian. How did you do that? Will simply couldn't understand. You can also be a gigolo. In everyone's eyes, Rain was like a mysterious and unfathomable eccentric. Living off a woman? Will was momentarily taken aback, but then he noticed purple magical runes beginning to appear on the ground beneath his feet. Then, violet patterns gradually appeared on the ground. Mrs. Melassa, you? Will could think of any possibility, but he never expected that this mysterious lady from Stoneraven Town would appear and even help Rain. What can Rain offer you? Just a garden. Will roared. Once I take Tulip territory, I can cooperate with you just the same, cutting through his body like blades. The worst part is, the violet petals aren't just tearing Will's body apart. They're seeping into his pores and into his blood, wandering around inside him like living things, frantically draining his life force. Will could clearly feel his muscles atrophying, his internal organs failing, and even the powerful magic circuits of a gold-rank mage beginning to wither. What he can give me, you can never give me. At this moment, Myluo appeared on the battlefield in high heels and a purple dress. She slowly came behind Ren, wrapped her arms around him, and only revealed her face from Ren's right shoulder. Good boy, tell him what you can give me. Ryan quietly observed Will's physical condition. He never expected Melassa's strength to be so terrifying, delivering a heavy blow to Will with her first move. It's the ultimate pleasure. Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't you know? Will, a man who can be charming, is the luckiest. Will wanted to curse the two as lunatics. He desperately wanted to fight back, but Sherry had already merged into his shadow, her claws slicing his throat. Even on his deathbed, Will never imagined that he would die so easily. When did these two start dating? You bitch. Will glared at Melassa with hatred before he died. The alluring woman chuckled softly, hooking Ren's chin with her finger. He called me a filthy bitch? You smell good, Ryan replied very seriously. Hearing this, Melassa was somewhat satisfied. She looked up at Sean and Phil, who were locked in fierce combat in the air. Good boy, don't forget what you promised me. Ryan took a deep breath. No. Mom. That's good. Melissa's eyes flashed with excitement. Tonight, When Melissa saw Phil looking at her, it was as if she had found a kindred spirit. However, Fayer is somewhat different from her. Melissa's burn is more pronounced, while Phil's burn is more subtle. But both women wanted to see how Ryan would admit his mistakes and accept being taught a lesson. And Rain agreed to Melissa's request. After all, if you're living off a woman, you have to give something in return. But will Fayer agree? Chapter 150 The Victory of the Gigolo. No sense of accomplishment. Sean didn't expect that even with his advantage in aerial combat, he still couldn't take down Phil. This woman is incredibly violent. Once a fight breaks out, no one cares about anything. At that moment, he wiped the corner of his mouth and suddenly realized that another powerful person was also watching him. He then looked down and saw a woman in a purple dress embracing Rain, giving him a seductive smile. Then she kissed Ryan and looked up with a provocative smile. Very interesting. Sean pushed up his slightly cracked glasses. Professor Phil, I think I might have to go. Trying to leave? Fayer sneered. Sean didn't know why, but this woman seemed to have gotten angry, and black and red auras suddenly emanated from her body. The black whip in her hand began to merge into her body, and then Sean saw Phil throw a punch at him. Cough, cough, cough. Sean, who had been punched in the chest, coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had to get away now. He can fight Phil alone, but he can't beat Phil and Melissa together. At that moment, he tore off his own left arm, a bloody mess, and fed it to the giant eagle beneath him. The giant falcon that had devoured Sean's left arm began to roar, its eyes glowing red, as if its potential had been activated. It transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Phil. Even Phil didn't dare to take this attack head-on. She could only dodge and let Sean leave. In reality, Melissa didn't have any good methods to deal with Sean. As a plant-based mage, or any plant-based profession, there's not much you can do against enemies who excel at fighting in the air. Unless they are low to the ground, they can only passively take hits. Plant magicians can be said to have given up aerial abilities, but their ground combat abilities are in a class of their own, just like earth magicians. In Stoneraven Town, many civilians were watching the battle closely, but they never expected that Rain would take over Blackrock territory in less than a day. There wasn't even any trickery involved in conquering cities or seizing territories. It's basically just the two sides picking a place to fight. And then there's a result? But that's actually how it is. In a war involving over 1,000 people, there was no real siege or capture of cities, and both sides were overly confident in their own strength. In fact, Will had prepared many ways to prevent Selena from doing so, since this woman had many ice-based techniques, while Will happened to be a fire mage. But even until his death, he never imagined that Melissa would appear. This has touched a nerve with many people. An Orsa man has interfered in the infighting among the Tyrell nobles. Mayor, what is your explanation for this? The town hall, Speaker Lester, accompanied by a group of politicians, began to press the issue aggressively. They demanded that Liana deal with Melissa quickly, or even get rid of this foreign woman. It's like this. Liana tapped the table. Lady Melissa is now a citizen of Grey Dove territory. Liana pulled out a household registration certificate, which was the same one that Phil had told Ren about. Baron Will, what makes you think you can stop the surprise attack from Grey Dove territory? Grey Dove territory were indeed unable to be mobilized. Sending one or two individuals from Grey Dove territory was still not a problem. Anyway, Will called a lot of outsiders out. Liana wasn't idle during this time. At the very least, she handled all the legal procedures, including finding a wealthy woman for Rain to provide continued war funding should the war continue. This person is Mrs. Lisa, the wealthiest widow in Stoneraven Town. Of course, this wealthy woman didn't play any significant role. Because they finished the battle in one day, they didn't need to worry about logistics or anything like that. In short, strictly speaking, Lady Melissa is now part of the Tyro Empire, Liana said with a light cough, setting the tone for the matter. As the mayor and lord of Grey Dove territory, getting Melissa a household registration couldn't be easier. Don't you think it's childish to resort to such procedural tricks? A counselor with a large belly stared directly at Liana. Mayor, she can cancel her household registration at any time. What you're doing is no different from inviting a wolf into the house. I don't know what you're talking about, Liana shrugged. This is all in accordance with imperial law, and you seem to think I'm easy to talk to. At that moment, all the politicians suddenly realized that even though the governor had sent them to cause trouble for Liana, Cleanna is about to become the treasurer of the western province of the empire. A provincial finance official is essentially the province's money bag. Politicians can't play political games without money. Once Liana takes up her post in Chell, it's just a matter of mentioning how she'll make things difficult for them financially. In other words, Liana is about to move to a stage even higher than the political arena of Stoneraven Town, and they have lost the right to confront Liana. Stoneraven Town right now, Liana is still the most powerful. Even if it's to curry favor with the governor, it doesn't seem particularly wise to provoke Liana at this time. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Mayor, we just feel. Just what do you think? The town hall were pushed open, and a young nobleman dressed in a blue robe walked in. It seems everyone has objections to Will's death. Everyone looked at Rain with a hint of horror in their eyes. This man is simply outrageous. They have absolutely nothing, yet they always manage to win. Ren also felt that his victory was not very satisfying. It was too easy. But what can he do when he has so many strong women helping him? It's so hard to lose if you want to. Perhaps this is the downside of being a kept man. You can't find a sense of accomplishment in yourself, and you can only find it in bed. But if someone says he's a good-for-nothing who climbed to the top by relying on women, then that description doesn't seem quite right. It's just a matter of different methods. Some people rely on extraordinary skills, some on powerful backgrounds, and some rely on their ability to attract women. Lord Rain, this is the town council hall. Sir Lester, the town councillor of Stoneraven, coughed lightly. You currently hold no official position in Stoneraven. Didn't you see the sign outside that says unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering? No one expected that the speaker would continue to attack Ren. To put it bluntly, Ren is already the biggest local tyrant in the area. This seems unreal, because he didn't achieve any industry monopoly at all. After all, being good at fighting is nothing. Having money and power is the most important thing. Like Lady Melassa, she was very good at fighting, but without procedural approval, she wouldn't be recognized. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Ren was just a gigolo who, through luck and women, suddenly became the most powerful nobleman in the area. But thinking about it carefully, what does this person have? It seems like nothing at all. We've played too many games where we're ahead. Rain sighed inwardly, then slowly spoke. Speaker, now that I govern 2 territories in Stoneraven Town, am I considered an outsider? What did you say? Even if you wipe out Baron Will's entire family, Blackrock territory still won't belong to you. But Grey Dove territory belongs to me, Rain declared confidently, and everyone who heard him looked at Liana. But the latter didn't even try to refute it. Chapter 151. If pain cannot be eliminated, can it be shared equally? Will's entire family was killed by Rain, leaving only Liana alive. And Mayor Liana hasn't said a word about it. Does she not care about her family at all? Everyone present was baffled, especially since Baron Blackrock's entire fortune had been robbed by Ren. Nearly 20,000 gold coins flowed into Ren's account, including various Blackrock territories' equipment forging techniques. This man's victory was completely inexplicable. The problem, everyone knows, the problem lies with Melassa. Will was a regular at the Soft Feather Salon, and Melassa was the owner of the Soft Feather Salon. It's highly illogical that this woman could kill Will with a single blow. Speaker Lester temporarily ignored Rain's trespassing in the town hall and spoke again. Mayor, I strongly suspect that Soft Feather Salon is using the items left behind by its customers to study their physical data, or that they are drugging their customers during the service. Otherwise, it's impossible for Baron Will to be instantly killed by a fellow high-ranking gold mage. That's absolutely illogical. This speculation also caught Ryan's attention. Regardless of whether Melassa helped him or not, if Melassa really did do these things, then he himself had also patronized the Soft Feather Salon. Even if the Soft Feather Salon really was doing these things, Rain couldn't let them investigate, otherwise all his gains would be taken away. He might even be implicated by Melassa because of this. You mean, a salon could establish an alchemical research institute? Ren shook his head. Forgive my bluntness, but that's absolutely unrealistic. That's certainly unrealistic. But what if everything we leave behind is sent to the Orsa Empire? Lester's gray-blue eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Or, did every sip of wine we drank and every breath of air we took over there carry alchemical research materials from the Orsa Empire? The reason these people were so nervous and scared was because Melassa had instantly killed Will. Not to mention anything else. Even Phil or Selena couldn't have done that. Since Will was confident in winning this battle, he had naturally planned how to deal with Selena and Phil. So, is Melassa really stronger than the instructors from the Imperial Beast Taming Academy? If we're really going to rank them, Will, Phil, Selena, Sean, and Melosa are all roughly in the same tier in terms of strength. All eyes turned to Liana, ready to let the mayor make a decision. But to everyone's surprise, she stood up and walked out of the hall in her high heels. Bang! The door was suddenly slammed shut, and the atmosphere in the entire hall became unusually oppressive. No one expected that Liana would choose to refuse to communicate, while Rain went to Liana's seat and sat down, putting his legs up on the table. Everyone stared in disbelief at this arrogant man. His arrogance was utterly blatant. Ren clapped his hands. The door was pushed open again, and Hans, the military commander of the Tulip territory, was carrying a head. Everyone recognized it. It was Will's severed head. Hans gently placed the head on the oak table in front of Speaker Lester. The clean cut on the neck silently tells the story of the end of the violence. The hall was deathly silent. Several elderly counselors turned pale, and some covered their mouths with handkerchiefs to suppress their nausea. From today onwards, Stoneraven Town is my domain. Ignoring the expressions of those present, Raven pointed a finger at Lester. You just contradicted me in front of everyone, and I'm very unhappy about that. Lester scoffed. Is that so? Then, you'll encounter even more rebuttals in the future. Upon hearing this, Hans looked at Ren, and at Ren's signal, went directly behind Lester's chair, grabbed Lester, the speaker of Stoneraven Town, by the neck, and slammed his face onto the table. Lord Ren, what are you going to do? Rain remained calm. What am I supposed to do? I'm just explaining the rules to you from now on. To everyone's astonishment, Hans pulled out a short sword and pierced Lester's shoulder, pinning him to the table. Blood gushed from the entire parliament, and the Speaker of the House of Lester's screams echoed through the chamber. Blood spread along the grain of the oak table, like a grotesque, abstract painting. Several young members of Parliament instinctively stood up, their hands on their swords, but a cold glance from Hans froze them in place. For elite soldiers from the Tulip territory had silently blocked the gate, their hands on their sword hilts, exuding a chilling aura. Rain remained seated in the mayor's high-backed chair, his legs propped up on the table, even casually twirling the tips of his boots. From this moment forward, I hope this is the last rebuttal I hear in Stoneraven Town. Can you do that? Ryan scanned the assembled members of Parliament and high-ranking officials, and everyone was terrified. Stoneraven Town in broad daylight. Before Speaker Lester could finish speaking, Hans drew another dagger and plunged it into his other shoulder. Then Hans waved his hand, and several soldiers brought over hammers and long nails. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they began to fix Speaker Lester's arms to the wooden table again. He was holding a hammer and nails. Clang! The dull thud of the hammer striking the nail head was particularly clear in the hall. The first nail pierced through the Speaker of the House of Lester's right palm and was driven deep into the oak tabletop. Speaker Lester let out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing violently, but his arms were restrained, and he could only twist in vain. Hans remained expressionless, his movements as precise as an old carpenter's. He adjusted the position of Lester's left hand, aligning the second long nail with his palm. No, Lord Ren, I was wrong, Lester cried, tears streaming down his face. As a respectable man from Stoneraven Town, he had never suffered violence before. This is no longer an ordinary power struggle, but a naked reign of terror. Are you wrong? It doesn't matter. Ren shrugged, his tone light. What matters is, if the pain can't be eliminated, can it be shared? Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and wiped away cold sweat. They absolutely did not want to share this pain with Lester. I really don't understand why you would cooperate with Will to attack me just because of a few casual words from a governor. Then, can my brother's uncle, the current Governor Lion, appear here now to save you? Lester was a nobleman, but he did not inherit a title. His father could only give him the title of knight, who did not own land, and at most enjoyed the same legal treatment as a baron. Therefore, this identity has already determined his upper limit. Chapter 152 Bad Boy, why don't you bow your head when you see me? Using violence in politics is not a wise choice. Politics is a game for respectable people. Respectable people cannot be subjected to violence in public, but what they do behind the scenes is irrelevant. But now Ren is going to target Lester. Although this scoundrel has no conflict of interest with Ren, he has been openly and secretly supporting Ren's enemies. Whether it was Vesper or Will, the Speaker of Stoneraven Town always sided with them. It seems no one wants to share the pain. Ren looked at everyone present, each one seemingly respectable, but lacking even the courage to resist in the face of power. Who dared to stand up and demonstrate when they encountered injustice? Then, we can try sharing the wealth. Ren pulled out a stack of contracts. Hopefully you can come up with some methods to ensure that all these mining contracts, under Baron Will's instructions, are transferred to Lady Lyanna. Everyone understands that Will's greatest asset is his control of the mines surrounding Stoneraven Town. Of course, even without going through these procedural formalities, according to the laws of noble inheritance, Blackrock territory already belongs to Lyanna. The heirs to these contracts will all become Lyanna. Even if Will's soul still has consciousness, he will support all of this. Nobility is a paradoxical entity. Will may lose to Rain, but everything he has must be inherited by someone. Even if that person is Lyanna. There is a difference between whether Will transferred his assets to Lyanna during his lifetime or after his death. Under normal circumstances, even if Will dies, everything he owns will be inherited by his children. Unfortunately, apart from Lyanna, all the members of the Blackrock family were killed on Rain's orders. But looking back at the name of this war, it's quite mysterious. What is Will's name? The reason this war was able to gain the support of the counselors in Stoneraven was simply because the underlying logic behind Will's initiation of the war was, do aristocratic women have the right to freedom of marriage? Rain naturally wouldn't dare to challenge this rule. At the very least, he wanted to make it look better on the surface. For example, in the end, Will regretted it and transferred the assets to Lyanna, instead of Lyanna's lover killing his entire family and forcing him to find a woman who had an affair to inherit the family's assets. The social implications and aristocratic rules involved are difficult to explain in a short time. In short, Rain needs to revise this process for him. It must involve the cooperation of the Speaker of Stoneraven, the Treasurer of Stoneraven, the Tax Collector of Stoneraven, and the Judge. Your Excellency Rain, what do you mean by this? The Magistrate of Stoneraven asked tremblingly. I hope that I can share 1/10 of the profits from these contracts with everyone. Ryan's opening words were enough to entice anyone. And your job is to find a way to get all the procedures done. Everyone present was shrewd, and they understood what Ren meant. Once this money is received, there's no turning back. But if we don't accept it, that bastard Ren's methods are too bloody. Speaker Lester's face was pale from blood loss. Lord Ren, I can cooperate with you. Lester had reached a point where he had no choice but to beg for mercy, as he was facing the prospect of dying from blood loss. The town guards haven't shown up yet because they're under Lyanna's control. So now no one can save him. Even if Rain is punished because of his death, Lester will never see him again. If one person's death is needed to bring about another's death, what's the point of such a sacrifice? Ren nodded in satisfaction and gave Hans a wink. The latter, quite perceptively, began helping Lester remove the nails and dagger, a process filled with groans and screams. Then, Zinnies, the priestess of Tulip territory, swaying her voluptuous figure, despite being blind and her eyes covered by a cloth, entered the hall and began to release white healing light to soothe Lester's wounds. The people present narrowed their eyes slightly. The priest's secret manual is not common, and it is even extremely rare in the Tyro Empire. This was also the first time Rain had learned that Zennies was a holder of the secret manual. Contracts began to be submitted to the judge, and all he had to do was prepare a transfer document. Will had only been dead for a day, so this was easy to handle, but it wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. This also means that these people have become Ryan's accomplices. Finally, Ren left with Zinnies, instructing Hans before departing. Cooperate well with everyone's work, Hans. The latter nodded. Please rest assured, my lord. Everyone present knew what Ren meant. If these documents weren't handled properly, they wouldn't be able to leave this hall. Rain summoned another carriage to take Zinnies back to Tulip territory, while he went alone to the Feather Salon. Every time I come here, it's a trial. And according to what Ren promised Melassa, this time the two of them will try something different. Ryan has to play the role of a good boy, while Melassa is a stern elder. Upon arriving at a courtyard, the two young women with indifferent expressions stood at the entrance. When they saw Ryan, they simply nodded slightly and pushed open the heavy, carved wooden door without saying a word. The familiar scent of violet incense wafted from inside, and the door closed. Only Ryan remained standing there. The hall was empty except for the fire burning quietly in the fireplace. Tada! High heels clicking could be heard, and Melassa, the alluring woman, was still wearing her usual dark purple dress. Rain, why don't you lower your head when you see me? Melassa's voice carried a mixture of allure and sternness. Do you know what mistake you made today? Ren took a deep breath. There are many ways to be a kept man. Occasional humiliation is nothing, as long as you can turn the tables in the end. I'm sorry. Ren quickly went to Melassa's side and hugged her, burying his face in her chest and acting coquettishly. I don't know what I did wrong. You? Melassa was also playing this kind of role-playing game for the first time, and she even forgot what she was supposed to do next. Since you don't know what you did wrong, then kneel down first. The alluring woman prepared to conduct an obedience test on Ren. Rain rebelliously hugged her even tighter, even burying his face in her neck and rubbing against her. I won't kneel, unless you tell me what I did wrong. Chapter 153. Let me see what kind of beast is hidden in the heart of my good child. You still say you're not wrong. Melassa patted Rain's hair. Getting involved with the Rift Abyss is never a good thing. Me? Ren looked up at Melassa. When did this happen? If you were talking about my fiancé, I could understand. Still playing dumb? Melassa narrowed her eyes slightly. Right now, everyone thinks I killed Will with a single blow. Isn't that so? Ren was somewhat bewildered. He even suspected that Melassa was trying to distance herself from him and conceal her true strength. Or, as Lester suspected, the Soft Feather Salon had been providing experimental samples to the Orsa Empire, the things left behind by the guests. Or perhaps through some kind of slow-acting alchemical potion. Melassa, too, couldn't see through the sincerity in Ren's eyes. This man was such a good actor. Never mind, it's not important. Melassa pinched Ren's chin. Since you didn't do anything wrong, I'll reward you, good boy. After saying that, Melassa leaned in with her red lips, her breath sweet as orchids, and kissed Rain. Melassa breathed softly, her breath coming in short gasps as the kiss deepened. My dear, how about trying the finished products made from those dream violet orchids we've cultivated together? Rain doesn't need any aphrodisiac scents, but seeing them wouldn't hurt. Then let's give it a try. Melassa smiled gently upon hearing Rain's reply, took off her coat, revealing a silk purple nightgown underneath, exuding endless charm. She led Ryan to a room decorated with purple and pink lights, and went to the bedside table, where she first picked up a purple aromatherapy oil to relax. Then, using a dropper, dripped the solution into the glass containing the diffuser stone. The pure white diffuser stone was quickly stained purple when it came into contact with dream violet essential oil. The aroma then spread throughout the air. An indescribable, ambiguous feeling, like the scent of a lover. Rain felt a slight dizziness, and the scene before him began to be shrouded in a faint purple-pink halo. Melassa's figure appeared even more hazy and alluring in the light and shadow, and the silk fabric of her purple nightgown shimmered like water with her movements. In Melassa's eyes, Ren was like the most delicious dessert in the world. Her fingers slid to Ren's collar and began to unbutton his coat. Let me see what kind of beast is lurking in the heart of my good child. The smile appeared alluring and dangerous under the purplish-pink light. The two only needed to look at each other for a moment before they couldn't help but kiss passionately, as if they could no longer suppress some primal emotion. Meanwhile, at Violet Manor, late at night, inside the study, the dim candlelight flickered, casting two hunched shadows on the wall. Your Excellency Victor, the church is willing to accept everything, except the abyss. An elderly man dressed in a cardinal's red robe said in a low voice. As you are about to become the Chancellor of Tyre, you should abandon certain experiments. Victor struck a match, lit his pipe, and slowly exhaled thick smoke. What experiment? Your Excellency, are you referring to? You're not senile, you're just pretending, aren't you? The cardinal stroked his goatee and sneered. The church is not entirely ignorant. Whether it's Lord Lion of the Tyro Empire or you, aren't you both using your own offspring for experiments? I hope Queen Tyrell can abandon some of her inappropriate thoughts. If necessary, we will eliminate your son, Ren, and Baron Filt Sepsch. The reason why Rain's mother died was because the experiments she participated in crossed the church's bottom line. The war 13 years ago already gave all the high-ranking officials of Tyre a warning. People must not blaspheme. Victor's face was shrouded in shadow, but his gaze towards the cardinal was somewhat somber. The Bible mentions that God taught mankind to think. But why would God fear human thought? Does God really exist in this world? God certainly doesn't fear human thought, the cardinal scoffed, but God will punish all disobedient and wicked people. Victor snapped his fingers, the abrupt sound echoing in the study. Then, a dagger was pressed against the cardinal's back. The cardinal was quite certain that there was no one behind him, or rather, he had no idea whether there was anyone behind him at all. Or is the other person a dead person? That's why he can't sense any life. Are you threatening me? The cardinal asked. No, I just don't like being threatened. Victor shook his head. We're a group of like-minded friends who aren't bound by morality. The late emperor, the empress, Lion, or even myself, and everyone in the faction, all have lofty ideals, but we're just using our own children as a testing ground. It seems the church is meddling too much. The cardinal clasped his hands together and spoke with profound compassion. From the moment of birth, every life should not be defined. Victor tapped the table. To be honest, I don't really like talking about such low-level topics. I prefer to talk about money. What do you think? The cardinal opened his eyes. Please speak. The next day, Rain walked out of the soft feather salon. Melassa already regretted it. Using aromatherapy in front of Ren was like playing with fire. No matter how much she told him to stop, Ryan was like a disobedient and clingy little boy. As Ryan boarded the carriage, he recalled what Melassa had said at the beginning of the previous night. If Melassa did indeed display strength, she shouldn't have shown when attacking Will. Then who was secretly helping him? Phil left Tulip territory after the war, while Selena went to the elf forest and hasn't returned yet. So no one could explain things like the Rift Abyss to him clearly. Suddenly, the carriage came to a stop, and the coachman turned around and said to Ren, "My lord, a lady is looking for you." Ryan was still deep in thought when he was suddenly interrupted and was a little annoyed. He pulled back the curtains and peeked out. Then, she flashed a charming smile. "Mrs. Lisa, it's been a long time. Would you like me to take you somewhere?" Lisa, the richest woman in Stoneraven Town, was as always, with her fiery red wavy hair, wearing an elegant dark green dress, and carrying a black clutch. The beautiful woman curved her eyebrows into a smile, her molten gold amber eyes particularly striking. "Lord Ren, is this convenient for you?" "Of course." Ren quickly got out of the car, came to her side, and smelled the fragrance of a mature woman. Lisa slowly extended her delicate hand, veiled in black gauze. Ryan calmly took her soft hand and kissed the back of it. "It's my pleasure, madam." Chapter 154. As you know, I always have someone feed me when I drink. Generally speaking, a widow, especially a widow of high status, would need a third person to accompany her when riding in a carriage with other men who were not related to her. Ren didn't care, and neither did Lisa, and the two of them got into a carriage. Although this wasn't the first time, the two had previously traveled together in a carriage to a special place like the Soft Feather Salon. But what kind of place is Roayu Salon? Even if a husband has finished having fun there and is about to leave, he can only tolerate seeing his wife being brought over by another man. After all, that's not a place where you can run wild. But now, Lisa gracefully boarded the carriage, clinging to Ren's arm, and everyone could guess what she was planning. "I'm just lonely." And coincidentally, at this age, she met a vibrant boy like Ryan. Lisa didn't fancy any of the other men, but she took a liking to Ryan. This is practically the same as a hungry wolf smelling meat. But in Ryan's eyes, Lisa looked just as delicious as a dessert. Their breathing in the carriage grew heavier and heavier, and they could even hear each other's heartbeats. "Lord Ren." Lisa raised her head, a thin layer of tears welling up in her beautiful eyes, practically bewitching Ren. "I heard from Liana that she's going to hand over control of Grey Dove territory and Blackstone territory to you next." Ryan coughed lightly. "I'll temporarily take over management for her. That's how it is. Then, we should visit each other more often in the future." Lisa's red lips parted slightly. "You know, how come the three territories on the outskirts of Stoneraven Town have suddenly been integrated together? From now on, it won't be convenient to do any business." Ryan knew that this woman didn't care about business at all. She was the kind of person who could just lie down and sleep while money kept flowing into her account. And you don't have to worry about anything. Anyone else wouldn't care about expanding and strengthening their business. This widow has no relatives left. Even if the town of Stoneraven or the Tyre Empire were to change, she could sell all her assets and live a carefree and happy life abroad. This represents a state of extreme desirelessness. "Madam, are you also interested in the mining industry?" Ren asked tentatively. Of course. Mrs. Lisa hugged Ryan's arm tightly, her two unruly white breasts also attracting attention. "Although I haven't researched the iron ore market in Stoneraven Town, nor have I ever seen it, I'm quite interested in those hard, rock-hard ores." Inwardly cursing him as a fool, Ren politely replied, "What's so interesting about studying those dark and rough ores? Madam, how about we find a place to get something to eat? What do you think?" "Okay, I'd like to try the taste of minerals." "Oh no," Mrs. Lisa covered her red lips. "I mean, there's a restaurant I own nearby. Shall we go together?" "By the way," Mrs. Lisa winked playfully, "perhaps Your Excellency Ren could take your time to sample the dishes in the restaurant before giving your evaluation. Do you usually enjoy trying different dishes?" "I like it." Ren nodded. "Lady Liana and Lady Melassa often invite me to dinner." "Really?" Mrs. Lisa seemed a little incredulous. Then what are we waiting for? My restaurant is exceptionally clean, and no one has ever patronized it yet. No, I meant the restaurant. The restaurant I own is relatively quiet. Okay, Ren nodded and they went to a fancy restaurant in Stoneraven Town. The 3-story white stone building features an exquisitely carved archway and a discreet copper sign hanging above the entrance. Upon entering the restaurant, one sees many well-dressed diners in the main hall, suggesting it's not a place for the poor. As soon as the manager saw Lisa arrive, he quickly led the two to a quiet private room. After sitting down, the two clinked their wine glasses and began to drink. Your Excellency Ren, what do you think of this restaurant? Rain took a sip of red wine. Pretty good. The ambience and location are great, and the foot traffic is good. I'd estimate it's one of the top 5 restaurants in Stoneraven Town. Then it's yours. Mrs. Lisa tilted her head and looked at Ren, a dreamy smile on her face. How about it? Ren never intended to live off his wife forever, but there's always someone offering him a gigolo. I can't do that. Ryan's mind raced at that moment. Madam, I just enjoy the wonderful time we spend having dinner together. Lord Ren, you have no assets in Stoneraven Town. Why don't you consider starting a business here? Lisa asked, looking disappointed when Ren refused. She genuinely liked Ryan. It wasn't just lusting after his body. It's nothing to a top-tier tycoon like her in Stone Crow Town. Doing business? Ren hinted, it's possible. Really? Lisa's eyes lit up. But I cannot accept it being done as a gift from you. Ryan began to state his bottom line. You know me, I know you have lofty ideals. Mrs. Lisa, sitting opposite Ryan, stood up and eagerly interrupted him, sitting down beside him. I want to know just how great you are. What exactly is it that has captivated Liana and Melassa so completely? Ren is also very troubled, as women try to seduce him every day. It wouldn't be right to say you wouldn't accept it. But once he accepts, people always say that he doesn't accept anyone. I know you understand me, Ryan said, but his hand wrapped around the beautiful woman's waist. But I know you're not interested in money. Mrs. Lisa said, as if she were a confidant to Ryan. You're the kind of man who isn't tempted by worldly things. Well, that's not quite right. Ren was already a little embarrassed by Lisa's praise. In reality, he just wanted to go back and see he and his own spirit pet. After all, he hadn't been home for a day and a night. However, given the current atmosphere, refusing Lisa, a widow, at this point would leave room for future speculation. This woman will definitely bring up past grievances and bring her emotions into the work discussion. I'm absolutely not making excuses for myself. Ryan kept mentally manipulating himself, then picked up a glass and brought it to Mrs. Lisa's lips. You know, I always have someone feed me when I drink. I never drink alone. Chapter 155 Lady Lisa, Part 1. Mrs. Lisa was slightly taken aback. She was not unfamiliar with Ryan's drinking style. Last time at the Soft Feather Salon, Medusa personally fed Ren wine. She took a deep breath, picked up the glass of wine, and there was no turning back. What's wrong, madam? Ren asked softly, noticing the hesitation in her eyes. No, it's nothing. Lisa hesitated, unable to meet Ren's intense gaze. She nervously took the wine glass from his hand, took a sip of red wine, and then offered her red lips. As the wine enters the mouth, it carries the unique fragrance of a mature woman and the mellow aroma of red wine. After a long time. Is it good? Lisa looked up at Ren and asked, her eyes glazed over. It's delicious. Ren stroked her cheek, but it doesn't seem quite right. Lisa's eyes trembled slightly. She took a deep breath, drank the rest of the red wine in her glass in one gulp, and then leaned down to kiss Ren again. Savoring the red wine the beautiful woman offered him, Ryan held her fingers. Do you like it? I like it. Mrs. Lisa's breathing quickened. Next what? Don't rush. Ryan gently stroked Mrs. Lisa's soft hand. We have plenty of time tonight. Now, I'd like to know more about you as a person, madam. You understand me? Lisa breathed softly in Ren's arms. Yes, you are getting to know me. Ren coughed lightly. No, it's something else. For example, would you be willing to fund the opening of another feather salon in Azure Harbor with Mrs. Melassa? Azure Harbor? Doing business in a place where land is so expensive is too risky. Mrs. Lisa maintained a sliver of rationality. Darling, if we were in Stoneraven Town, whatever you wanted to do, I would support you. Ren frowned slightly, but said nothing. He was testing whether Lisa was willing to be his lapdog. Lisa keenly caught the fleeting frown on Ryan's brow. Her amber eyes shifted slightly, instantly pulling her from her infatuation and regaining most of her rationality. She wasn't a teenage girl in love, but the richest woman in Stone Crow Town. Spending some pocket money to please her young lover was no problem for her. But if you're asking her to part with a large sum of money, that's another story. Unless Ryan has something that can convince her. Lord Ren, what was that expression you were making just now? Were you unhappy? Lisa tried to comfort Ren, her fingertips tracing his chin affectionately. But opening a decent salon in Azure Harbor requires about 100,000 gold coins. Even with a joint venture, I can't come up with 50,000 gold coins. Ryan knew, of course, that she was lying. This woman was rich. Moreover, shrewd women in the Tyro Empire typically have three sums of money. One sum is money deposited into a fixed-term account, which they will never withdraw unless absolutely necessary. This is their backup plan. The second is a portion of the monthly income deposited as working capital. The third expense is her fixed monthly budget. She will only consider using the second sum of money when the third sum is not enough. In addition, people usually spend money on them. But of course, Mrs. Lisa no longer needs anyone else to pay for her expenses. Ryan knew, of course, that Lisa was not the kind of woman who could be easily manipulated with sweet words or momentary passion. Unlike Liana, who had been hurt by others, she didn't willingly empty her wallet for Ren just because she was infatuated. Madam, I never intended for you to pay for my business ventures, Ren chuckled softly. I just wanted to help you make money. Although there is no such thing as a pig butchering scam in this world, there are still plenty of other fraudulent methods. Although this widow inherited a vast fortune, she was not without a concept of money. Talking about feelings is fine, but talking about money might actually get her calling the police. Let's make money together? Lady Lisa swallowed hard. I know you're Count Victor's son, but... Lisa didn't say much more, but many people have already speculated that Ryan and his older brother don't have a good relationship. Otherwise, Will would never dare to touch Ryan. After all, Leon is Locke's uncle. On his turf, if anything were to happen to a member of the Valit family, everyone would have to give Leon some face. Therefore, if you want to do business in Azure Harbor, you can't avoid talking about Governor Locke and President Carl of the Azure Merchant Guild. But it seems that Rain and Locke don't get along very well. I know what you're worried about, Ryan continued refilling the wine glass. But madam, sooner or later, I will return to Azure Harbor. Ryan didn't care much about killing a nobody like Will. He was more concerned about how to kill Locke in the future. You might find this a bit strange, but if my father Victor goes to the capital to serve as Prime Minister, then, will Locke, as the eldest son, go with him? And who will temporarily manage Azure Harbor? Lisa shook her head. Mr. Rain, I'm not interested in your family affairs. I just want to have some fun. She had no reason to risk her life for Rain. Simply put, this lonely widow just wanted Rain to keep her company. I think you might have misunderstood. Rain extended his index finger, long and slender, and wiggled it slightly. Perhaps you don't have the right to refuse. Upon hearing this, Lisa realized Ren's current status. With Liana's support, he had been given the two territories of Grey Dove Territory and Blackrock Territory. Once he has consolidated the three territories, he will eventually become the king of Stone Raven Town. No matter who the future town mayor is, they must all show deference to this local tyrant. Not to mention her, a frail widow. Many people are indifferent to Ryan's current achievements because he seems easy to talk to, and the downfall of Vesper and Will was so quick that they feel Ryan didn't play a significant role in it. But how long has this man been in Stone Raven Town? Regardless of what happened, Will and Vesper died because of him. Although this man has a low profile, his current power should not be ignored. You're threatening me? Lisa's pupils began to contract at this moment. She couldn't even believe that this man was holding her while uttering these threatening words in a soft, gentle tone. It's not a threat, just helping you weigh the pros and cons. Ren coughed lightly. I'm generally a pretty good friend. When I need to do something, I usually ask friends to collaborate. If collaboration isn't possible. Ryan's words were becoming increasingly strange, so strange that Mrs. Lisa was frightened. She saw absolutely no lust in this man's eyes. Just as she was thinking of breaking free from Ryan's embrace and leaving, she heard the man speak slowly again. As long as it doesn't harm my interests, I can turn a blind eye to those friends who haven't chosen to cooperate. But once I feel, in order to achieve my goals, I need to remove some obstacles. I will start targeting those who haven't cooperated. Madam, you control a considerable amount of wealth in Raven Town, and Lady Melassa is also quite well off. If she helps me, I will help her in return, should she decide to expand into other industries in Raven Town. At that moment, Ren caressed Liana's red lips. Do you think she might target a relatively wealthy widow, but one whose background isn't particularly powerful? Chapter 156 Lady Lisa, Part 2. Lord Ren, I really never intended to interfere in your family's affairs. Lisa truly did not expect Ren to suddenly turn against her. And it was a complete and utter falling out. How about we call it a day? I'm full, and we can talk about the collaboration another day, okay? This woman almost begged him. She just wanted to be a carefree and happy rich woman, eating whatever she wanted and playing whatever she wanted. But unexpectedly, Rain wanted to manipulate her. As expected, none of the nobles had good intentions. Lisa had always believed that Rain was different from other nobles. But now it seems that these nobles are no different. They are all driven by profit and can't stop talking about money. If possible, Ryan didn't want to pressure Lisa. But since she offered herself up, there's no reason not to accept it. Opening a feather salon in Azure Harbor was actually because Ren was impressed by Melosa's mature operating model. Once you get there, you can win over a portion of the middle class. Even if the power isn't great, as long as you form a circle there, it will always be useful. Moreover, Rain isn't without people in Azure Harbor. At the very least, he has a widowed lover named Eileen there. As a Viscountess of Azure Harbor, if Ren really wanted to do some business in Azure Harbor, even without the support of his family, Eileen would find a way to help him. This is the power of a high-end gigolo. Ren may not look very powerful, but the woman beside him is amazing. Even in her own restaurant, Mrs. Lisa has to ask Ryan's permission before she can leave. Want to leave? I'm not entirely satisfied with that answer. Ryan glared at her. Which slut seduced me just now? And now you want to leave? No, please don't call me a slacker. Surprisingly, Mrs. Lisa did not refute, but only asked Ryan not to insult her like that. If it were anyone else, Mrs. Lisa would definitely slap him and then stomp on his face with her high heels. But she couldn't afford to mess with Rain, and not only was he handsome, but his voice was also pleasant to hear when he cursed. This is not without reason. Sometimes Melissa would even get Ryan to call her a bitch. Even Liana's heart raced when Rain called her a slut who had an affair with another man. But Lady Lisa had little experience in Lanning and clearly couldn't withstand Ren's insults. But her pleas only emboldened Ren, who gently pinched Lisa's chin with his fingers, forcing her to look up at him. Not a slut? Then what is it? You were seducing me with those eyes, constantly sending me signals that you were lonely, and now you want to walk away unscathed. I didn't. No. Ren sneered. Madam, you are a smart woman. In business, the most taboo thing is to give someone a taste of success and then try to back out. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. This is called breach of contract. I really just wanted to play around. I'm sorry. The beautiful woman lowered her head, her bangs falling down to obscure her enigmatic eyes. Please let me leave. Lord Ren, I promise I won't do it again. You won't. Ren whispered in her ear. You bitch. You dare leave without my permission. MMM. Mrs. Lisa covered her red lips, suppressing her racing heart, and nodded slightly, revealing a look of fear. Seeing the woman's reaction, Ryan knew something was wrong with her. He leaned back on the sofa, pointed to the wine glass, and said, Aren't you going to feed me some wine? Yes. The usually aloof and noble widow was experiencing the taste of serving others for the first time. She tremblingly picked up her wine glass, took a sip, and quickly offered her red lips to Ren. Almost completely nestled in Ren's arms, Shiko, her nails painted red, gently clutched Ren's collar. As their lips parted, Mrs. Lisa lowered her head, preventing Ryan from seeing her eyes. Now that I've finished feeding you, can you let me go, Lord Rain? Didn't I just make myself perfectly clear? Ren licked his lips. You slut, didn't I just tell you you can't leave without my permission? You really need to be taught a lesson. No, that's not how it is, don't scold me. Mrs. Lisa spoke faster and faster as she spoke. Before she could finish speaking, the woman, under Ren's surprised gaze, grabbed Ren's hand and pressed it against her cheek. Your Excellency Ren, can I leave now? I'm being very good. Ren never expected that this woman would take the request to leave as a trigger command. Who is really in control of whom? You slut, you want to leave? Then let's go to your place now. Ren coughed lightly and added tentatively. This is an order. Upon hearing the word command, Mrs. Lisa shuddered, her voice trembling with tears. If it's an order, Lisa, does that mean I have to obey? That's right. Ren didn't expect this woman to be so cooperative. Now it seems that Ren is the one being controlled. So now he is both the hunter and the prey? If you dare disobey my orders, Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. That means the game is over. This statement was more threatening than asking Lisa to spend money. Her beautiful golden amber eyes even momentarily lost focus. No, this can't end. Mrs. Lisa gripped Ryan's hand tightly, pressing it against her cheek. I'll be good. This performance greatly surprised Ryan. No wonder Melissa called Lady Lisa a slut. Women really do understand women best. But upon closer reflection, if Lady Lisa wasn't a womanizer, why would she, as a widow, go to a place like the Soft Feather Salon with Rain? However, her true nature was never discovered, and she never met a suitable person to obey. It wasn't until she met Rain that Melissa saw right through her. Chapter 157 Your Excellency Rain. Why do you seem to be getting more and more excited as you listen? Ryan and Mrs. Lisa arrived at a quiet manor in Stoneraven. This place looks even more luxurious than the Baron's residence. The tall wrought iron gate slowly opened, and behind it was a path paved with white gravel, with carefully trimmed shrubs and blooming night-blooming jasmine on both sides, emitting a rich fragrance under the moonlight. The main house is an 8-story white stone building with stained glass windows inlaid in the arched windows, which exudes a luxurious atmosphere even at night. Upon entering the bedroom, Mrs. Lisa had regained her composure, but her slightly trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within her. She kissed Ryan. Honey, why don't you go take a shower first? Ryan could see the tension in her eyes, but he didn't answer. He simply walked into the bathroom and laid down in the bathtub. This was one of the few times he had no one to serve him while he took a bath. Usually, Hea is by his side. Suddenly, he glanced at the wash basin, where a beautifully crafted dagger lay quietly. Why would a dagger be kept in the bathroom of a woman's boudoir? Is it for self-defense in case of emergencies? Driven by curiosity, Ren stood up, went to the sink, picked up the dagger, and examined it closely. The gemstones inlaid on the handle shimmered under the soft bathroom light, making it look like a work of art, but a few subtle dark marks on the blade revealed its true purpose. A faint smell of blood could be detected from the blade. Not for self-defense. A dagger used for self-defense wouldn't be hidden in a private and easily accessible place like the sink, and it certainly wouldn't have any bloodstains left after repeated use. Lord Ren, are you there? Just as Rain was pondering this, Mrs. Lisa's voice came from outside the door. Yes, I'm here. I haven't finished washing yet. What's wrong? Ryan gently put down the dagger. Mrs. Lisa, is there something you need? I suddenly remembered there are a few pieces of underwear inside that haven't been put away. Could you come out for a moment? Ryan knew immediately that this was a lie, because there was no underwear in the bathroom at all, and even if there were, the maids in the manor would wash it off immediately. It's impossible to leave it in the bathroom all day. However, out of respect for personal privacy, Ryan put on his robe and opened the bathroom door. Please go in first. Seeing Ryan in his bathrobe, with water droplets dripping from his chest muscles, Mrs. Lisa unconsciously swallowed. But her eyes remained wary and alert, and she immediately went inside and closed the door after Ryan left the bathroom. Soon, Ryan returned to the bathroom, and the dagger was gone. Ryan went to the sink, bent down, and opened the cabinet, inside which was a first aid kit. Upon opening it, there were also healing agents, gauze, and other medical supplies. Stepping out of the bathroom, Ryan looked at Mrs. Lisa. Your Excellency Rain, you're done washing? Mrs. Lisa asked calmly as she dried herself and prepared to enter the bedroom. Unexpectedly, Ren grabbed her wrist and ripped open her sleeve, revealing numerous scars. What does this mean? Ryan stared into Mrs. Lisa's eyes. Does she have some kind of shady hobby? Rain would never have imagined that this woman harbored such an extreme personality. This already falls into the category of having masochistic tendencies. Lisa's body stiffened instantly, like a frozen sculpture. She jerked her arm back, frantically trying to cover the old and new scars with her wide sleeve. This is... Her voice trailed off, her eyes darting away, avoiding Ren's gaze. It was something I accidentally left behind. Rain didn't ask any further questions, but simply carried her into the bathroom, saying, I'll go with you. If she gets depressed inside, wouldn't that be terrible? Wait, didn't you already shower? Lisa asked, unconsciously wrapping her arms around Ryan's neck as he lifted her up in his arms. Wash it again. Inside the bathroom, steam filled the air. Ryan carried Lisa into the large bathtub, where the water rippled gently. Rain didn't rush to ask any questions. Instead, he slowly ran his fingers through her wet, fiery red hair, then kissed her. As their lips parted, Lisa looked at Ryan and said, Sometimes, only pain can make me feel alive. The opening remarks were very strange, but Ryan could understand them to some extent. Many respectable people resort to extreme methods to relieve stress in private, which is a microcosm of a repressive life. Gently stroking Mrs. Lisa's cheek, Ryan slowly spoke. I'm here. You can tell me everything. Tell me the secrets that belong only to the two of us. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Lady Lisa's eyes revealed a longing for redemption. I am a bad woman. Your Excellency Ryan. So, you killed your father, your brother, and even your husband, right? They didn't die in an accident. If that's really the case, then the fact that it hasn't been discovered until now is quite admirable. That's right. Lady Lisa's eyes flashed with resentment. She didn't care that the Imperial law enforcement would believe Rain after she told him. Everything must be based on evidence. Lord Wren, I'm terrified of marriage, so I had no choice but to find a way to kill him. Mrs. Lisa gripped Wren's arm, her body trembling slightly. When I was a child, I witnessed my mother having an affair with another man. After I found out, that bitch even came to my room and threatened me. My father wouldn't believe me if I said that. He would only scold me for talking nonsense, or to save face for himself. Finally, she roared at me, asking if I wanted to break up this family. Ryan hadn't expected this woman to suddenly say these things. This turn of events seemed rather strange. But considering the woman's behavior in the restaurant just now, it doesn't seem so surprising. Go on, Ryan said in a low, hypnotic voice. What did they do to you? I remember having a cat when I was little. That day, just because I didn't want to learn ballet, my father ordered someone to put the cat in a sack and beat it with a hammer, and blood seeped out of the sack. Finally, they even ordered someone to boil the cat into a pot of meat and serve it in front of me. Lisa's voice trailed off. I ate it. She spoke softly, a twisted smile playing on her lips. He made me realize that you either become the one cutting the meat at the table, or you become the meat on the plate. My younger brother was the first to learn these rules. He picked up a knife and fork before I did. The steam was thick, and the water in the bathtub seemed to have cooled down a bit. Ryan could feel Lisa's body trembling slightly, not only because of the memories, but also because of a deep-seated fear of the shadows of her childhood. Lady Lisa stretched out her delicate hand from the water, her skin glistening with water droplets, and touched Wren's neck. Oh, Lord Wren, why do you seem to be getting more and more excited as you listen? Ryan wasn't interested in Lisa's story, and it didn't sound that bad. Chapter 158 Preparing to Rebuild the Vineyard. All I can say is, Mrs. Lisa's ability to withstand pressure is really too poor. Very few nobles grow up in a normal way. Of course, Madame Lisa was not a noblewoman, so she doesn't understand. However, this didn't stop Wren from comforting her. Wren held the beautiful woman's delicate body tightly, saying, it's not excitement, but heartache. Lisa knew perfectly well that Ryan was just putting on an act. She was about to say something when Ryan interrupted her. Serve me first. Yes, Lisa looked up at Wren. Aha, Lord Wren. Would those two bitches, Liana and Melassa, do something like this for you? You can't do it, right? Ryan remained expressionless. One could only say that this widow's tricks were still too few. Wren is now a seasoned veteran, having seen it all. The next day, seeing the unconscious Mrs. Lisa, Ryan asked several maids to help him get dressed before leaving Mrs. Lisa's estate. Back in Tulip territory, he was extremely worried. How come they won the battle, but still spent 2 days and 2 nights outside? The beautiful woman quickly went to Ryan's side to check if he had any wounds. Rain gently brushed a strand of hair from his temple. I'm fine, young master. This is the first time you've been away for so long. How can I not be worried? Seeing her melancholy expression, Rain couldn't help but kiss her red lips. Don't worry. Upon entering the hall, just like always, Tilope threw herself into his arms. Silly daddy, now that Vivian has evolved, can we go on a date in the forest? Rain was actually still a little unaccustomed to the 2 spirit pets suddenly becoming so big, so he embraced Tilope and Vivian's delicate bodies on his left and right. Sherry and Leona looked at Wren with aggrieved eyes, because they could no longer find a place to stick close to him. All right. Wren reached out and touched Sherry's chin, then pinched Leona's cheek, before turning to kiss Tilope and Vivian. The entire process was incredibly smooth. Hea promptly brought over wine and fruit. Rain picked up a cherry and fed it to Tilope. Sweetie, I'll go with you again in a few days, okay? Ugh. Tilope ate a cherry, puffed out her cheeks, and said somewhat angrily, Stupid daddy. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Daddy wouldn't do that, sob. Before Ryan could even speak, Vivian had already become his mouth mule. Rain comforted Tilope. Although this little rascal was very naughty, Rain also doted on her, to be honest. Good girl. Rain gave Tilope a gentle pat on the head. I'll keep my promise to you, okay? Ugh, daddy, you little rascal. Tilope couldn't resist Wren's head pats and quickly snuggled into his arms. Don't touch my head. or I won't grow taller. Okay. Ren's lips twitched. This was like raising a daughter. Look at Vivian, how well-behaved she is. All she does is whine and act cute in his arms. She even saw he feeding Ren a drink, and she would take the initiative to pick up her glass and feed Ren a drink as well. After spending time with the two large spirit pets, Rain finally started dealing with the smaller ones. They've been missing Ren terribly for 2 days. Meow. Shirley stood on Ren's lap, her two front paws resting on Ren's chest, purring continuously. He even started licking Ren's chin. Leona also clung tightly to Ren's arm, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Faced with this little angel's request for a kiss, Ren could only try his best to oblige. The kiss made Leona laugh non-stop, her shallow dimples looking exceptionally sweet. This interaction earned Ren a lot of points. First up are Tilope and Vivian. After these two spirit pets evolve to the gold rank, each interaction will earn 60 points. Leona and Sherry both have 30 points. Current points, 19230. With so many points, Ren doesn't plan to spend them yet. He'll wait until he accumulates 20,000 points before making a big purchase. Meow. After the interaction, Sherry was clearly not satisfied and kept rubbing against the back of Ryan's hand. Ren could only lightly slap it a few times. Okay. Is that alright? The little white kitten slapped a few times before finally jumping contentedly into Heia's arms. After finishing his family business, Ren breathed a sigh of relief and then walked out of the castle to inspect the territory. Today, the entire Tulip territory is thriving. Some are farming, some are logging, and some have started small businesses, opening shops to sell fruit and the like. This included the fact that Rain had offered 1,000 gold coins for lending, and many daring citizens were eager to try their luck, using the initial funds Rain had given them to rent land and build ranches. Upon entering the study, Ren summoned Baruch. Inform the territories of Grey Dove Territory and Blackstone Territory that we are going to build a circular trade route to completely connect the 3 territories. Without wasting words, Ryan gave the order directly. Baruch nodded, though he was actually somewhat surprised. He had only been with Ren for a short time when the boss quietly took over 3 territories in the surrounding area. This always made him feel like he was dreaming. It seems like Ryan didn't do much besides chasing girls, did he? My lord, I'll go and make the arrangements right away. Ren looked at the bald man and said, and the vineyards within the territory can also begin preparations for reconstruction. I want to build a brewery, so you should look into it. At this point, Ren coughed lightly. For example, the current low-end market for wine in Stoneraven Town. The alcohol that Ren drinks is not something ordinary people can afford, and he is unwilling to try those inferior drinks. This kind of work can be left to Baruch. The main reason he considered the low-end market first was that he didn't have any high-level winemakers around him. These top-tier winemakers are highly sought-after talents by every wealthy and aristocratic family, and high-end wines come with a brand effect. Even if a wine doesn't taste good, if it's expensive, people will still be willing to buy it, and some will even show off their unique taste while drinking a wine that's hard to swallow. Among the nobility, the most profitable industries were wine, perfume, equipment, incense, jewelry, and alchemical potions. Secondly, those involving the gray market include technical service centers, gambling dens, and slavery. Chapter 159 tonight. Can you stay with me, baby? After Baruch left, Ren had some more whimsical ideas. For example, could those cultivated dream violet flowers be used for brewing? Of course, this kind of wine might be considered a special item. After all, the dream violet has some aphrodisiac properties. This means that this kind of wine cannot be shown in public and can only be used as a condiment for lovers' rendezvous. Although the market is smaller, it's not like there are no sales channels at all. For example, at places like Melassa S. Feather Salon or various sex service centers, customers would never refuse aphrodisiac drinks with no side effects. Moreover, business owners who run technical service centers wouldn't refuse something that could improve their business. After a few drinks, the customer might just want to order some more provocative services. Having made up his mind, Rain left the castle, boarded a carriage, and arrived in Stoneraven Town. Stoneraven Town stared at the Tulip leader's carriage with somewhat dazed expressions. How long has this man been here? Now the 2 barons of Stoneraven have fallen? No one's success is accidental. Regardless of the methods used, Rain rose like a comet after arriving in Stoneraven Town, even though his presence was minimal. But his low profile doesn't mean he's easy to mess with. Even the most powerful figure in Stoneraven, Sir Lester, the speaker, wouldn't dare to yell at Rain or say anything like, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare." In Stoneraven witnessed Rain's cruelty, nailing a person alive to a wooden table. To this day, the smell of blood still lingers on the large table in Stoneraven's council hall. Upon arriving at the town hall, Wren noticed that many people avoided eye contact with him. Lord Wren. At the entrance of the council hall, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes and wearing gold-rimmed glasses approached Wren, holding the hand of a glamorous woman, and exchanged pleasantries. Ryan had met this man a few times. He was the magistrate of Stoneraven. However, the two barely communicated. Wren nodded expressionlessly in response. Now he doesn't need to be polite to everyone he sees. But Rain's cold attitude doesn't mean the judge can just give him a perfunctory greeting. The aloofness of those in positions of power is not a sign of poor emotional management. Rather, it is a way of projecting their status and ensuring a balance between power and intimacy. A healthy hierarchical relationship should have clear boundaries. The real danger is a relationship that is only warm and never cool. This is my lover, Laura, Your Excellency Ryan. The judge introduced the woman beside him to Ryan. Hello, madam, Ryan said, extending his hand and gently shaking hands with the other person. As he grasped that slender, delicate hand, Wren was surprised to find that she secretly scratched her palm with her fingertips. Only then did Ryan take a closer look. Ryan knew this woman, or rather, he had met her once. On the second night after Rain and Liana met, at the Amber Night Tavern, this woman approached Rain and struck up a conversation. She even suggested that the three of them could play together, and then blew Ryan a kiss, saying that her husband wasn't home that night, and she could wait for Ryan. Lord Wren, it's been a long time. Mrs. Laura had short blonde hair, beautiful amber eyes, and wore a long red dress. The exposed skin subtly revealed a see-through undergarment. Oh, you two know each other. The judge seemed somewhat surprised and turned to look at Laura. Of course, Laura smiled confidently. Darling, you weren't here that night, so I went to a tavern to clear my head and happened to have a few drinks with Lord Rain. That's true, Wren coughed lightly and explained. We've met once. You must have something else to discuss, right? The judge nodded shrewdly. Yes. I just finished some business, and I'm planning to ask the mayor for a day off to take my wife out for a day. By the way, we're planning to attend the masquerade ball at the Soft Feather Salon tonight. The judge said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. If possible, would you do us the honor of joining us, Lord Rain? Really? I was just about to go there tonight. Rain neither refused nor agreed, but simply stated his itinerary. See you tonight. Laura winked at Wren. Lord Renham. The coquettish tone silenced Rain. The judge was actually cooperating with his wife in seducing other men. However, this is not uncommon among the privileged class. By inviting Ryan and his wife to the masquerade ball, he was already sending a signal. You can have sex with my wife. As for why the judge believed Ryan wouldn't refuse, the reason is quite simple. Mayor Liana was someone else's wife before. Moreover, it's no secret that Ryan prefers mature women who are much older than him. After exchanging pleasantries and saying goodbye, Wren went to Liana's office. Upon opening the door, the beautiful woman was gazing at the scenery from the window. Ryan closed the door, gently came up behind her and hugged her. What's wrong, madam? The beautiful woman took a deep breath. Am I really that useless? Wren, how could that be? Ryan hugged her tightly. In my eyes, it doesn't matter whether you are useful or not. As long as you live in my life, that's already the greatest contribution you've made. Is that really what you think? Liana felt a flutter in her heart upon hearing Rain's sweet words. Of course, Ryan whispered in her ear. You will always be the most important. Is that really what you think? Liana turned around. You're not lying to me, are you? I've never lied to you. Wren kissed the beautiful woman's red lips. Liana was breathless from the deep kiss, which also temporarily dispelled the sorrow between her brows. She nestled in Ryan's arms, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from his strong chest, which made her feel incredibly safe. Yet this very safety made her increasingly anxious and insecure. I'm leaving in a few days, Wren. Liana wrapped her arms around Wren's waist. Can you stay with me tonight, Wren? Rain was instantly ignited. Even though he was scheduled to visit the Soft Feather Salon tonight to discuss opening a branch in Azure Harbor with Melosa, as well as brewing. Okay, so tonight, or to Amber Night, or to your place. Let's go to your place, Liana said, looking up at Wren. I haven't been to your place yet, and I'd also like to see Vivian. This gave Wren a real headache. Chapter 160. You naughty kid. You always use this trick to coax me. Should we take Liana back to Sihi? Wren didn't know what to say. It seems a little awkward. For Selena and Phil, these things might not matter, but Liana is different. However, Wren was still somewhat curious about this woman. seems to have never spoken to Selena and Phil. Normally, she's just a maid, and Phil and Selena don't need to pay attention to her. But for Rain, he was more than just a maid. She was someone who accompanied him as he grew up, a mother figure to him. Even when Phil and Selena arrived in Tulip territory, they were intentionally or unintentionally avoiding he. This always puzzled Ren, and even he maintained this tacit understanding. Ren had once asked he if she had any relatives. She said she couldn't remember. Another thing that puzzled Ren was that an ordinary woman, relying solely on a few books on pet nutrition, was able to prepare better food for Ren's pets. Even Rain's spirit pets have a natural dependence on her. Ryan was certain that the two were not related by blood. After all, that was God's bottom line. Furthermore, if she had any connection with the Valit family, Victor wouldn't have made her Rain's maid. So what exactly is Heia's background? Rain never delved into it, because he wouldn't question Heia's love for him. What's on your mind? Coming to his senses, Rain heard Liana's hesitant tone. Is it inconvenient? Liana naturally knew that Rain had a maid who doted on him. Anyone who has investigated Ren's background knows that this woman is the person Ren cherishes most. No, Ryan raised an eyebrow. I was just thinking about what kind of surprise I should prepare for you tonight, madam. For example, setting off fireworks, or preparing some kind of grand feast. Oh, and I still don't know what you like to eat, madam. I'll have the servants prepare it when I get home tonight. For some reason, Rain always felt awkward about introducing Liana and he to each other. Shall we go to Amber Night, and then to my house? At this moment, Liana seemed to see through Ren's dilemma and showed an understanding smile. Amber Night, huh? That's fine too. Ren smoothed a strand of hair from Liana's temple. Madam, do you remember the night after we met? I remember. What's wrong? Liana puffed out her cheeks and said in a coquettish tone, back then you were flirting with other women. A beautiful mature woman's coquettishness is the most irresistible. Even a seasoned womanizer like Ren was somewhat unable to resist. Yes, that's the woman. I never imagined she was the judge's lover. Rain looked into Liana's eyes. So this is what you mean. Liana's eyes darted around. What's wrong? Why did you send another woman to test me? Ren pinched Liana's chin. What test? Liana immediately denied it. You naughty boy, what kind of person do you take me for? You think I'd go and test you with other women after just one meeting? Ryan, you naughty boy, Isn't that so? Ren smiled with interest, bringing his face very close to Liana's. So, the moment you met me, madam, it was love at first sight. Yes, so what? Liana pinched the soft flesh on Rain's waist. I'm just a slut who cheats on me with other men. Isn't that what you like to call me the most? This can't be said during the day. Ren quickly kissed Liana to shut her up. He knew that this woman seemed indifferent to reputation, but that was only because she was with Ryan. But if Ryan really thinks she's that kind of woman, she'll probably cry a lot. And it's the kind of heartbreak that's hard to soothe. Liana and Rain kissed passionately until they were both a little out of breath before they separated. You naughty boy, you always use this trick to coax me, she said, leaning against Ryan's chest, her voice muffled. Rain gently patted her back, his tone unusually gentle. Madam, you'll be going to Cheshire for work in a few days. Is there anything else you wanted to do that you didn't get around to in Stoneraven Town? Hearing Ren's words, Liana pondered. If I had to say, there are. What is it? Ren asked. Liana gently rose from his embrace, her eyes lowered, her fingertips unconsciously twirling the silver trim on the cuff of Ren's tuxedo. Her voice was even softer than before, carrying a hint of girlish shyness and anticipation. Raven Town like any ordinary couple. No carriage, no attendants, just the two of us, hand in hand, to see the fountain in the town square at night, to buy freshly baked white bread from the old bakery at the end of the market, and then sit on a bench in the park, share it, and watch the starlight on the river. Ryan was somewhat surprised. Madam, are you not thinking of going to the opera house or the dessert shop? No. Liana shook her head, gently stroking Rain's hair. Having you by my side is the best ballet, and the sweetest thing. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ren kissed Liana. We can also play on the grass in the park. No way. Liana pressed a hand over Rain's mouth. Don't even think about it. Ren's tone held a hint of regret. Oh, I see. All right then. Seeing the disappointment in Ren's eyes, Liana felt a pang of pity, but she had a firm bottom line. You naughty boy, after our date, when we get to my place, I'll do whatever you want. But outside, you have to behave yourself, understand? Are you worried that someone might show up in the park at night? Here's what I'll do. I'll book the entire park, and no one will come in. No, I don't want to, Liana said firmly. If you keep doing this, I won't go out with you anymore. Rain was just teasing Liana. He didn't want outsiders to see Liana's body. Chapter 161, In order to quell your anger. Upon arriving at the park, Ren and Liana admired the evening sunset. The park was quiet and beautiful at dusk, with the afterglow of the setting sun gilding the trees and benches and the river surface shimmering. The two sat side by side on a park bench, each taking a bite of simple white bread, occasionally talking in hushed tones, or quietly watching the birds flying back to their nests in the branches. Liana leaned on Ren's shoulder. Such peaceful moments. Ren put his arm around Liana's waist. Does Madam like this environment? Yes. Liana smoothed her hair, which was ruffled by the evening breeze. But it can't always be like this. Life is a constant state of wanting but not getting. Ryan sighed. Liana was surprised that Rain didn't say anything sweet this time, but instead said something like this. Rain, is there anything you're still not satisfied with? Liana couldn't understand how Ren was now living a life that most people envied, and even some high-ranking nobles could accept living like Ren. Money, land, titles, women, what doesn't he have? Even without being granted a title or becoming a powerful figure, he still had everything he could possibly want. What's not satisfactory? Ren pondered for a moment. Is there anything he's dissatisfied with now? Probably not. Even what his goals are seems to be unknown to him. The short-term goal is only one, to compete with Locke for the right of succession. But what happens after success? Even if he becomes a count, what should he do? He had no deep-seated grudges against anyone, nor did he have any lofty ideals or goals. At most, I just want to be a respectable person and maintain that status. As for the Empire's personal and national grudges, Ren didn't really care. Whether his mother was dead or alive, Ren didn't care. He didn't have much of an obsession with a woman he had never met. Ultimately, the thoughts in my mind turned into a flirtatious remark. If there's anything I'm not satisfied with, it's that you haven't kissed me much today. You naughty boy, even in the office. Liana took a deep breath, her cheeks flushing red. I don't even know how many times you've kissed me. I can't get enough of kissing you. Ren teased softly. Just as the two were flirting, a young man dressed in black approached them. Excuse me, are you Lord Rain? Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging from the other person's attire, he was just a minor character. There is absolutely no such thing as a pretending to be weak to fool others scenario in this world. You can tell a person's social class just by looking at their appearance. An ordinary person is just an ordinary person. If a nobleman dared to cause trouble outside while dressed as a commoner, he would end up being stabbed to death by the other party. As for whether this person who pretended to be weak actually got revenge for him in the end, very rarely. In a class-divided empire, revealing your identity is the best way to save your life. If you don't protect your own family, then you'll just get killed. Just like the man in front of them, dressed in commoner's clothes. Even if his true identity was that of royalty, he still disturbed the intimate time between Ren and Liana. So even if Ren killed him on the spot, there would be no problem. Why did he have to wear civilian clothes? Such examples have actually occurred before. In the past, some wealthy and aristocratic scions wanted to show off in front of beautiful women from commoner families, so they took these women for walks. After 2 drinks, he got into an argument with the nobleman. The young master, disguised as a pig, said, "Do you know who I am?" Then he was stabbed to death by a minor nobleman. This scion of a wealthy family didn't even have time to use any means to save his life. He was completely dead. In the end, this minor nobleman got away scot-free because the empire tacitly approved of the strong bullying the weak. The mistake was that the young master, who was pretending to be a pig, insisted on wearing commoner's clothes. As for his father, he just felt ashamed. "I'll give you 3 minutes," Ryan said slowly. He had no reason to get angry with this messenger. Or rather, Rain didn't want to embarrass Liana. After all, she was still the mayor of Stoneraven Town and couldn't allow Rain to wantonly slaughter civilians. The young man's voice sounded a little nervous. "I'm from the Black Fawn Party." "All right, I don't care what your name is," Ryan interrupted him. The name of this organization sounded like some kind of gang. Who knew that Liana would tighten her grip on Ren's arm a little more, clearly trying to remind him of something. The young man coughed lightly. "Our leader, Mr. Parker, hopes to meet you." Ren waved his hand, then let him come himself. The young man didn't dare say anything more and quickly left their sight. Then, Liana slowly began to speak. The Black Fawn Gang is the largest gang in the Western Province, kept by the Sterling family. Most of the shady businesses in the Western Province are connected to this gang. Even Molassa's Soft Feather Salon has to pay a considerable amount of harmony fees to this gang every year. Rain, you can't underestimate them just because they're a gang. This organization has connections with many political figures and wealthy businessmen in the province. Ren certainly understood that in this world, there is black and white. White nourishes black, and black also needs white. The fact that this gang has approached Ren means that it represents the family of Christie's, who wants to talk to Ren. The biggest gang in the Western Province. Ryan pondered for a moment, meaning that any shady business in this province can be linked to them? Liana nodded. That's basically it. Many moneylenders come from the Blackwing gang, and the leader Pike that man just mentioned is essentially Lord Sterling's black glove. A great man must have two pairs of gloves, a black glove and a white glove. White gloves are for the clean work, black gloves are for the dirty work. Even Rain's father, Victor, was like that. However, even now, Rain is unaware of the existence of such a person because he has never entered the power center of the Villette family. Coming to their senses, an elderly man with gray hair, leaning on a cane, approached the two, which greatly displeased Ren. You're Parker? Ren's attitude was unusually cold. I hate being bothered. I'm sorry, Mr. Ren. Parker clapped his hands, and several servants carried over a corpse, which was the young man who had just spoken to Ren. To appease your anger, a few of my underlings, lacking common sense, disposed of him without authorization. Rain narrowed his eyes slightly. He first calmed down the somewhat angry Liana before standing up and poking Pike's chest with his finger. Are you trying to provoke me? In reality, the Sterling family is actually allied with Ren. After all, the current governor of the Western Provinces is Lion, and he doesn't have the surname Sterling. Meanwhile, Rain is now opposing Locke, and Lion, the governor of the Western Province, is also on Locke's side. But the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. The Sterling family doesn't need a friend like Ryan right now, because Ren was only a baron. It's like a CEO's daughter meeting a male classmate at school. This classmate might have some connections, but it means nothing to the CEO, who wields great power. Now Christine's father is this president, and Ryan is this male classmate. Now, what does it mean that he suddenly sends his lackeys to contact him? Either Phil is pulling the strings behind the scenes, or it's the Sterling family, because Rain has started to take control of 3 territories around Stoneraven Town and has begun to pay attention to Rain. In short, none of this has anything to do with Ren. Whatever the reason, Ren said to Liana, whatever kind of gangsters they are, high-end gangsters, low-end gangsters, it doesn't matter. I have nothing to talk about with such lowly people. Rain, you naughty kid, are you all talk and no action, or what? Liana felt that Rain was like a child who had never been in the real world. All talk and no action. Ren chuckled lightly. I am a nobleman, madam. How could a nobleman associate with the lowest of the low? The two didn't hold back in their conversation. Right in front of them, Parker was categorized by Ryan as one of the lowest of the low. In other words, when he stood next to Ren, Ren had already automatically categorized him as an inferior. As a nobleman, Ren found it difficult to look directly at a commoner, unless it's helpful to oneself. Clearly, Parker is not the kind of person who can help Ren. At least, Rain doesn't need gangs or anything like that. Because if anything happens to Rain, he won't need the gang's support. After all, he doesn't need any gangs at all. Lord Ren. What's wrong? Ren glanced at him casually, completely ignoring Pike's presence. You seem to have some questions? No, of course not. No? If you didn't have one, would you dare send your lackey to deliver a message? Ryan showed no politeness whatsoever. Do you think I'm not qualified to speak to you face to face? As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Fang party members present began to raise their heads, keeping a close eye on Ryan's movements. Clearly, they are always ready to protect their master's safety. No. I never thought that way, Lord Ren. When faced with the Baron, Pike would still choose to back down. After all, Ren is not someone to be trifled with. With so many predecessors already confirming this for him, Pike naturally dared not touch this brow. Kneel down. Ren looked at the man in front of him and pointed at Parker. At this moment, Pike was somewhat taken aback. I don't even know whether to argue or do as instructed. He was, after all, the unofficial emperor of the Western Provinces, and even the viscounts and barons within those provinces greeted him with smiles. When they arrived in front of Ren, they actually demanded that he kneel down. And in front of his own underlings? Lord Rain, what do you mean by this? Parker's tone was already somewhat annoyed. After all, he was still a lackey of the current Sterling family. The head of the Sterling family is an earl, and in terms of rank, he is no different from Rain's father. But Victor is going to become prime minister, so there's a world of difference between him and the head of the Sterling family. As a mob boss, kneeling before the prime minister's son is nothing unusual, but Pike represents the Sterling family's reputation. If you don't want to kneel, then get out. Rain's anger was not without reason. His wonderful date with Lyanna had been interrupted. What does this prove? Many people in Cheshire still don't take Lyanna, the soon-to-be treasurer, seriously. Because if the Blackwings really wanted to greet someone, they should greet Lyanna first, not Rain. After all, Rain's power was limited to Stoneraven Town, while the Black Ebony Party was spread throughout the entire Western Province. Lord Rain, I haven't even explained the purpose of my trip. Pike took a deep breath. This was the first time he had been so aggressively pressured by another character. Even if this character is a rising star in Stoneraven Town. But his focus was on the underground market of the entire Western Province, namely the Grey Market. Whatever Ryan wants to do, he can't get around him. But Ren was so aggressive. What could your purpose be? Ren sneered. From the very beginning, the Soft Feather Salon doesn't need to pay any so-called harmony fee to the Black Fang Party. Can you understand that? At that moment, Pike finally understood. Melassa and Ryan are having an affair, and Ryan is obviously very unhappy about it. After all, his woman had to pay protection money to a gang, which was intolerable to any nobleman. But the Black Fang Party is different. They were Sterling's gang, collecting protection money from these nobles who ran illegal businesses. Even though Rain didn't have shares in Soft Feather Salon, Parker couldn't back down, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain himself to his master. This matter, I cannot make the decision, Your Excellency Ren, and I cannot kneel. Parker thought that by saying such words of admission of weakness, he could make Ryan back down, but who knew that Ryan would only become more aggressive. Can't kneel. Ren patted his cheek and abruptly reached into his pocket to pull out a pack of cigarettes. He then lit one himself and blew the smoke into Parker's face. Right now, I just want to ask you, what do you want with me? Parker had investigated Ryan's background. He was a very easy person to talk to. But for some reason, it suddenly became difficult to talk to him. He even insisted that the man kneel down to speak to him. As a cunning old fox, Parker naturally refused to show weakness. The only person he could show weakness to was Earl Sterling. It was impossible for him to do so to anyone else. This was the Black Glove's understanding. Lord Ren, you want to fight me to the death, is that it? Chapter 162 Dinner. Ren never expected this guy to dare threaten him. A gang leader, threatening a baron in front of the mayor. Of course, strictly speaking, it was Ren who started the trouble first. But that's how nobles are. They would never allow villains to take their money. Even though Melassa's Soft Feather Salon has no connection with Ren yet, Ren is already prepared to partner with Melassa in business. What do you think? Ren glanced at him sideways, his tone indifferent. Seeing the other party's firm stance, Parker promptly lowered his head. I understand, Your Excellency Rain. From today onwards, we will no longer charge the Soft Feather Salon a harmony fee. The Black Fang gang has also been under considerable pressure lately, with the sudden emergence of a so-called retie society, causing many gangs in the western provinces to scratch their heads in frustration. This organization didn't resemble a gang, yet it was defined as a reactionary organization by Governor Lyon. The entire province's law enforcement team was monitoring this group, which also affected many other gangs. Now can we talk? Your Excellency Rain. Parker was a little unsure about the young man's character. See you at the Soft Feather Salon tomorrow night. Ren nodded. Since the other party was willing to compromise and even lower their stance, Ren was not the kind of person who would hold a grudge. Very well, I will prepare a ball of the highest caliber for you, Parker said, a smile spreading across his fleshy face. Before leaving, he apologized to Lyanna. After all, Lyanna was going to be the treasurer of the Western Province, a position that Pike could not afford to offend. Watching the old man leave, Ren turned to Lyanna and said, I bet he wasn't looking for me, but for you. Lyanna was somewhat dazed. If the person he's looking for is me, why didn't he say a single word to me from beginning to end? At least, he bowed down to your little lover, didn't he? Ren smiled slightly and kissed Lyanna. Madam, you're about to leave Stoneraven Town, and I'm truly reluctant to see you go. Lyanna responded to Rain's enthusiasm. Then remember, to come see me in Cheshire every week. Of course, Ren took a deep breath. Madam, wait. Go to my residence. I have already instructed the servants to prepare dinner. Good. Night had fallen, and the streetlights cast long shadows of the two people. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at Lyanna's residence. This is an exquisite three-story house located in the upper residential area of Stonecrow Town. It is not as grand as the Lord's mansion, but the environment is quiet and elegant. Inside the restaurant, crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow, long tables were covered with pristine white lace tablecloths, and scented candles burned in silver candlesticks. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat and the fragrance of roses. Liana changed into a comfortable loungewear dress, shedding the dignified demeanor of the daytime mayor and exuding a more languid charm. She poured red wine for Ryan herself, the candlelight illuminating her gentle profile and the tender affection in her eyes. Then, he picked up his glass, took a sip, and fed it to Ryan. I know you like to drink like this. Your wife understands me as always. Ren placed his hand on the beautiful woman's back. Dinner took place in a warm and intimate atmosphere. After having dinner with Liana, the two saw that the atmosphere was good, and Rain also used the Dream Violet fragrance. Then they cooked a few dishes in the restaurant. Even cooking has its techniques. In the kitchen, Ren used a knife and fork to pick up a piece of roast meat and brought it to Liana's mouth. The latter took a taste and exclaimed in amazement. Oh my goodness, good boy, the food you cooked is so delicious. Oh, is it delicious? Do you want to keep eating it? Ryan went to the stove and began cooking the next dish, constantly flipping the pan and controlling the heat. Watching the man cook so skillfully, Liana nodded, almost crying. Delicious. So delicious. I want to eat it all the time. I wish you could cook for me every day. At the Soft Feather Salon as promised. In the center of the huge dance floor, Ryan sat on a sofa, while voluptuous dancers swayed their voluptuous figures, dressed in revealing clothes. The gossamer thin gauze and shimmering sequins barely covered anything, and with the twisting of her waist and the raising of her arms, she swayed with a dazzling figure. The air was filled with a mixture of expensive perfumes, sweat, alcohol, and aphrodisiac sweet incense. The music was decadent, the lights flickered, and a decadent luxury permeated the air. On a crystal low table sat chilled amber-colored liquor, which looked exceptionally appetizing under the pinkish-purple light. Ryan leaned back lazily against the soft velvet cushions, his fingers unconsciously toying with his wine glass. Mr. Parker, I believe you invited me here tonight for more than just to watch others dance. Parker was dressed in a suit today, and he was already a little scared after his first meeting with Ryan. After leaving the park that day, Pike learned from his master that the other party's father was running for prime minister, and the results were coming soon. This almost made Parker's legs buckle. He almost died. That is to say, the person sitting opposite him is not just a baron, but the son of Count Victor, who is about to become prime minister. Now, when he thinks back to asking Ryan yesterday if he wanted to fight him, he just finds it laughable. Just as Ren had predicted, Pike's real target was Liana, the woman beside Ren who was about to become the treasurer of the Western Province. It's like this, Lord Rain. Pike began, observing Rain's expression. We've learned about Lady Liana's administrative style in Raventown, and she seems to have a particular aversion to the gray industry. After thinking about it, Raven realized that the gray market in Stone Raven Town was indeed not very developed. Whether it was the Soft Feather Salon, the slave industry in Vesper, or gambling dens, they mostly served the upper class. Not to mention loan sharks, they were extremely rare. But if a gang wants to curry favor with high society, it needs to extract enough wealth from the lower and middle classes in order to get close to them. Even though everyone knows that Pike is Sterling's man, Liana, a newcomer who has broken into the power center of the Western Province, could do something that could severely damage these gangsters. That's not true. Ryan lowered his eyes and put down his glass. For us, whether to be friends or enemies is often just a matter of attitude. An attitude problem? Parker, who had been in the underworld for many years and even became the biggest gangster in the province, naturally did not believe that a good attitude could make the nobles put aside their murderous intentions. If Liana wants to be promoted after taking office as the provincial treasurer, then all her achievements should be related to money. This is exactly what Parker is concerned about. As one of the Sterling family's lackeys, he wants to ensure he has food to eat. He would only turn to the Earl of Sterling if he truly could not handle the situation. What attitude problem are you referring to? Parker pressed again. Ryan crossed his legs, interlaced his fingers, and looked directly at Parker. I think I've made myself clear enough. Parker loathed nobles like Ren, who never spoke clearly, and who would look at him with disgust when he couldn't understand them. You mean? Parker asked tentatively. What is the Blackwing Party's attitude towards Governor Lyon? Ren scoffed, his disdain evident in his eyes. Does it matter how a gang treats the provincial governor? These words were like a vicious slap across Parker's old face. He felt as if he were being trampled underfoot by Ryan, his personality and dignity being mercilessly degraded. No matter what, he was a prominent figure in the entire province, and he also had Earl Sterling behind him. But what about Rain? He's just a baron who hasn't even left Stone Raven Town. but they just happened to have the right to be arrogant. Parker clenched his fists tightly under the table, then finally let them fall back down. He knew that displaying a corpse in front of Raymond in the park that day was tantamount to provoking Raymond's dignity. So much so that he is now trying to find ways to make amends. You're right, Parker lowered his head. Luckily, there was no one else around. Otherwise he probably wouldn't have been able to accept being humiliated like that by Ryan. But Lord Rain, I care more about your attitude. At this moment, Parker was extremely humble, and he didn't know what to do to please Rain. Money, power, and women, Rain doesn't seem to lack any of them. Parker's eyes darted around. As the largest gang in the province, no matter where the shady business was, everyone had to pay him a harmony fee. In other words, only by paying this money would his henchmen stop causing trouble. So the only way he can help Ryan now is by finding him a way to make money. Lord Ren, do you know why the western provinces are in such chaos? At this moment, Pike suddenly leaned closer to Ren and said mysteriously, What's wrong? Ren pointed to a blonde woman on the dance floor, who immediately swayed her alluring figure and came to Ren's side to pour him a drink. Smuggling. Parker began softly, whether it's local specialties, spices, alchemical potions, or luxury goods. This place is close to the Orsa Empire. As long as we can establish a relationship with the Orsa people, bypass the Empire's heavy taxes, and reach an agreement to operate in a mutually beneficial manner, we can make huge profits. This source of income has always been tightly controlled by Governor Lyon, Parker said, dropping a bombshell. Once Lady Liana takes the position of provincial treasurer, she will inevitably crack down on this behavior, or be recruited by Governor Lyon. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. It wasn't impossible that Leon would try to win over Liana. Nobles don't care about love, as long as the benefits are enough. Leon believes Liana will betray Ren. The most important thing is how Leon and Liana make their choices. If Liana feels that the money Leon offers is more valuable than political achievements, then she has already joined Leon's interest group. Of course, Rain believed Liana wouldn't do that, but politics isn't something you can simply refuse to do. There are always many things beyond your control. Ryan pinched the bridge of his nose. So, Parker coughed lightly, picked up 2 cigars, and handed one to Ryan. The blonde woman next to him tactfully took out a lighter and lit it for Ryan. Rain took a deep drag on his cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke. I remember, Weishel town is also one of the towns near the Orsa Empire. Parker nodded. That's right, and that's also the base of the Gitai Society. At this point, Pike added a timely reminder. Lady Violet Melosa was also in Orsa. He believed that Ren would understand his intentions. Simply put, as Ren's lover and soon-to-be treasurer of the Western Province, Liana could not possibly turn a blind eye to smuggling. The impact of smuggling on the treasurer was direct and fatal, a sword hanging over her head. By raising this question, Parker was also subtly indicating that Ryan's woman was about to face an unavoidable situation. Once the Empire decides to reform border trade, Liana, the new treasurer, will be the perfect scapegoat. Losing one's official position and title is the least of one's worries. One could very well suffer complete disgrace and even die without a proper burial, regardless of whether Liana was involved or not. All that's needed is for evidence to point to Liana at every stage of the smuggling chain, including key figures, fund flows, and the network of protectors. Ren knew Liana's background well. She had no one above her. Is a sudden promotion at this time really a good thing? Rain tapped the table and asked. Now, is the Soft Feather Salon, the most prestigious high-class social and entertainment venue in Stone Raven Town and even the surrounding area, more than just a money pit? Could it serve as an information hub, money laundering channel, or even a rendezvous point for a vast smuggling network? Parker knew that Ryan and Melassa were having an affair, and he would never dare to say anything reckless. I dare not make any assumptions, Your Excellency Ryan. Parker lowered his voice even further, almost whispering, a hint of cunning in his eyes. The reason why Soft Feather Salon is so popular is precisely because most of the technicians here come from Orsa. You know, in the last 10 years or so, the men of Tyre have had a certain peculiar desire to conquer the women of Orsa. I'm not satisfied with this answer. Ren shook his head. If you have other things to do, you can go ahead and attend to them. Ryan's attitude made Parker hesitate. Finally, he looked up at the blonde woman next to Ryan, who tactfully left. From what I understand, Parker said, barely managing to calm his wildly beating heart, many Orsa merchants' first stop upon arriving in the Tyro Empire is the Soft Feather Salon. Chapter 163, let's not talk about work during rest and relaxation time, okay? Parker's words revealed a lot of information. Even if Melosa had nothing to do with smuggling, the Feather Salon must have been a negotiation location chosen by many Orsa smugglers. To put it bluntly, it's simply providing a place for transactions. What? Parker continued to entice Ren, who was deep in thought. Is Lord Ren also interested in smuggling? Ryan chuckled softly. I just feel the biggest problem in the Western provinces right now isn't the so-called gambling dens and technical service centers, but smuggling. I wish I had some kind of official position. You truly care about the Empire, Pike complimented at the opportune moment. Having received Ryan's reply, Pike was relieved. As long as Rain and Liana, the provincial treasurer, don't focus on cracking down on the illicit industry, everything will be fine. As for smuggling, it's no longer a gray industry. It's illegal. By the way, Mr. Rain, I may have to excuse myself for a moment. If you ever need my help in Cheshire, please don't hesitate to ask. Pike actually had another purpose, to test Liana's attitude towards Leon on behalf of his master. Clearly, Rain now also answered Count Sterling's question on behalf of Liana. He has big ideas about Lion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said, the biggest problem in the Western provinces right now is smuggling. At this moment, only Ryan remained on the sofa in the center of the dance floor. He quietly sipped his brandy and began to ponder. Melosa, this charming and alluring woman, has actually gotten involved in smuggling. She may not have any connection with Lion, but she definitely has dealings with smugglers in Orsa. Ryan underestimated her. Just as Rain was deep in thought, a mature woman's voice sounded beside him. Your Excellency Ren. Laura and the judge came to Ren's sofa and greeted him. Laura, ever understanding, sat down next to Ryan, took his arm, and asked softly, Is something on your mind? Ryan first glanced at the judge, and only after confirming that the judge didn't seem offended by his wife's intimate contact with other men did he slowly speak. It's nothing. This woman seduced Rain during Amber Night, but after Rain learned yesterday that Laura was the wife of a judge, he saw through her scheme. This woman must have been instructed by Liana to boldly seduce Ren during Amber Night. Liana's reaction when Ren exposed her proved that Ren's guess was correct. Then why didn't you come to the masquerade ball last night? Lao stretched out his finger and traced it across Ryan's chest. You know, I was waiting for you all night, right? When I didn't see you, I went home early. Is that so? Ren didn't show much interest, but he could see excitement in the judge's eyes. It seems that Laura's seducing men in front of him is something to be happy about. Of course, Laura licked her lips and whispered seductively in Ren's ear. Let's go dancing, okay? Sorry, I'm not interested at the moment, Ryan politely declined. You're here tonight, too. Well, it's like this. The judge wasn't annoyed at his wife snuggling into Ryan's arms. Instead, he looked on with interest. We heard you were at the Soft Feather Salon tonight, so we thought we'd come and have a few drinks with you. The judge was very honest, because Speaker Lester was being tortured terribly by Rain. Of course, Rain didn't really understand his perverse tastes, since he didn't have that kind of hobby. Perhaps he wanted to see Ryan forcefully conquer Laura, but Ryan didn't want to be the actor. Sure, a few drinks are no problem. Ryan took the glass Laura handed him, took a sip, and said meaningfully, Your Honor, there's a problem that's been bothering me for a long time. What? You mean? The judge began hesitantly, adjusting his glasses and gesturing to his wife with his eyes. Lord Rain. Ron raised his head, his cheeks flushed with a drunken blush. Here, we can be uninhibited, shall we? After saying that, she kissed Ryan on the cheek in a very intimate way. Laura is stunningly beautiful, mature, gorgeous, and sexy. A beautiful leg dressed in gray lace had already quietly rested on Ren's thigh. Rain ignored this and turned to the judge. Soft Feather Salon. How much do you know about it? You mean? The judge asked cautiously, choosing his tone carefully before speaking. Rest assured, this place is absolutely private and safe. Whatever you want to do will not be made public. Ryan knew what he meant. Politicians always like to settle things while eating, drinking, and having fun. His meaning is now very clear. No matter what Ryan does for his wife while he's here, it won't have any external impact on Ryan. This is a place where political figures and the wealthy squander their wealth and enjoy life. Someone just told me that this is a place where smuggling is conducted. Ren frowned. I think this situation is very bad, and it may even be the beginning of the decline of Raventown. As the magistrate of Raventown, are you aware of this? The judge wiped away a bead of cold sweat. I'm sorry, Your Excellency Rain. I know nothing about this. Laura whispered in Ren's ear. Lord Ren, during your time to rest and enjoy yourself, let's not talk about work, okay? Rain was not interested in this. He felt he needed to have a serious talk with Melosa. Okay, then let's not talk about work, he nodded. But right now I just want to ask one question. Can I trust you? This statement is tantamount to trying to recruit the magistrate, but whether the magistrate is willing to work for Ryan is up to him. Ingratiating yourself with Ren and following Ren are two different things. As a nobleman without a title, the judge was already quite content with his current position. He just wants to maintain his current position. As for his wife, the way she and Ryan were being affectionate in front of him was just a hobby. It wasn't that he wanted to offer his wife to curry favor with Ryan. Of course, Laura didn't wait for her husband's reply before bringing her red lips to Ren's mouth and speaking, her breath sweet as orchids. Your Excellency, Ren, you can always trust me. Laura, the judge wanted to speak up and stop her, but he didn't want to say it outright. Because the judges had witnessed Ryan's brutality. Chapter 164, I'm already fascinated. Ryan noticed Laura's initiative. This woman was somewhat restless. Or, maybe the judge has some health problem? In short, at this moment, she was already somewhat infatuated with Ren. What do you think? Ryan put his arm around Laura's waist and turned to look at the judge. Mike, I'd be happy to help. Judge Mike didn't know how to refuse. Disrespecting Ren is tantamount to making things difficult for oneself. He really didn't want to get involved in any messy things, because he was already quite content with his life. Seeing her husband's cowardly behavior, Laura's eyes flashed with disdain. Then go and fetch Lester for me, Rain said, picking up a bottle of brandy and refilling the judge's glass. The latter was flattered and held the wine glass with both hands. You'll get to know me better as you get to know me. Rain wasn't arrogant because of the judge's submissive performance, or rather, it was all within his expectations. If we have money, we can make it together. If there's trouble, we can solve it together. I'm never heartless or ungrateful to the people around me. Yes, the judge drank the wine that Rain had poured for him in one gulp, stood up and left. He knew that Rain wasn't trying to get him to be alone with Laura, but rather that he really needed him to summon Speaker Lester. As for why, Judge Mike didn't know. Lester was very annoyed at being disturbed late at night. He met with Judge Mike in his living room while still wearing his bathrobe. Her gray-blue eyes stared at him. Your Honor, is there something you need? Judge Mike remained expressionless, even speaking with a hint of displeasure. Lord Rain is waiting for you at the Soft Feather Salon. Speaker, what did you say? Lester growled in a low voice. Listen, Mike, I don't want to see him right now. We'll talk about this during the day. Nobody wants to see him, Mike said, looking directly at him. But right now, he's at the Soft Feather Salon, holding my wife, waiting for you to come over. Do you think I can go back to Soft Feather Salon by myself and tell him that you're already asleep? What exactly happened? Lester asked, rubbing his forehead. How should I know? He wants to know about the Soft Feather Salon, about smuggling. And he even asked if he can trust me. What can I do? Lester, in less than a month since this man arrived in Stoneraven Town, he has already terrified me. But he can crush us like ants. And right now he's holding my wife, waiting for you. But what does this have to do with me? Lester's face turned extremely pale in the dim light, all sleepiness gone. Who told you to go and provoke him? What else did he say? Lester's voice was a little hoarse. He said we'd make money together, solve problems together, and he wouldn't be heartless to those around us. Mike repeated mechanically, his face showing no joy at being recruited, only bitterness. He's trying to tie us all to his ship. Lester, we have no choice. Not going? Do you believe that tomorrow morning he will find some way to get us out of the game? Weisper is one, Will is one, and I don't want to be the third, do you understand? I believe you feel the same way. Judge Mike irritably picked up his teacup and sipped it. Right now, my wife Laura, that bitch, is still seducing him. Lester broke out in a cold sweat. Mike is right. Ryan is fully capable of doing these things, and given his opportunistic nature, he absolutely can. That damn madman. Lester growled and slammed his fist on the oak table next to him, making the wine glasses rattle. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. What exactly does he want to know about the Soft Feather Salon? Smuggling? Melassa? We already guided Mayor Liana and Rain to think in those directions. But they completely ignored it, didn't even investigate, and didn't fall for the trap at all. I thought they were afraid to investigate, but it turns out they simply didn't know. Judge Mike pondered this. He and his group had indeed tried to put pressure on Liana to order an investigation into the Soft Feather Salon. The purpose was to make Liana a finned lion, and even cause trouble in Rain's backyard. He's not that he can't guess, he's just pretending not to see it. He's asking you to come with me tonight, so we'll back down? Lester frowned upon hearing Mike's words. We've already bowed our heads, Governor Lion. I don't know why. Never mind, let's go. With Speaker Lester's reply in hand, Attorney General Mike breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Oh, right. How about we bring your wife along too?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Speaker Lester, like an enraged lion, stormed up to Mike and grabbed his collar. "Listen, I'm not like you. I don't care if you have some kind of fetish because of impotence or what. I simply can't stand by and watch my woman throw herself into the arms of another man." Judge Mike shrugged and scoffed. Who knows? When the two arrived at the dance floor of the Soft Feather Salon, they saw Ryan and Laura kissing passionately in the distance. Lester frowned, turned to look at the judge, and found that the man's eyes were gleaming with a green light. He shook his head at this. "Don't look anymore. Let's go." "Wait a little longer." Judge Mike grabbed Lester's hand, but Lester shook it off as if it were the plague. "What are you doing? Standing here watching your wife being intimate with another man?" Mike coughed lightly. "No, I just feel it wouldn't be appropriate to go over there and disturb them now." "That's your wife?" Lester's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me?" "I'm not joking," Judge Mike said, looking at him seriously. "Let's wait a little longer." "This was my first kiss." "Your Excellency Ren," Laura said, burying her face in Ren's chest after their lips parted. "How annoying, to let someone feed you wine like this." "I've always been like this," Ryan said, embracing the alluring mature woman. "You're saying this was your first kiss? You're not lying to me, are you?" Of course." Laura clenched her fist and gently punched Ren's chest. "I was already smitten the night Liana asked me to seduce you." Chapter 163. No matter who becomes the town mayor, you are still the king here. While the two were flirting, Lester and Judge Mike quietly sat down on the sofa. "Lord Ren." Lester greeted Ren after sitting down. Ren picked up his square glass and clinked it against the other person's. "Do you know why I called you here?" Lester feigned ignorance that Ren wanted to know about the Soft Feather Salon and its connection to smuggling. He cautiously began, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Ren. I just woke up and am completely confused." Before Ren could speak, Laura, that vixen, pressed Lester aggressively, asking, "Don't know? Are you pretending not to know? Or are you afraid to mention it?" Lester didn't expect Laura to dare to intervene in the conversation between the three men. He looked at the judge in surprise, and then at Ryan. Both men remained silent, as if by unspoken agreement. Seeing Lester's surprised expression, Laura smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Speaker, is this a difficult question to answer?" Was quite satisfied with this beautiful married woman. It seemed he could bring her along on future social occasions. "Oh, I suddenly remember. It seems the judge just mentioned what Orsa merchants usually talk about when they come to the Soft Feather Salon, right?" Lester could only swallow his anger, but he was already cursing Laura countless times in his heart. Rain cleared his throat, bringing to the evening's topic. "I'm not really interested in smuggling for now, but I am quite interested in the selection of the next mayor of Stoneraven Town." Hearing this, Lester breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what it was about. It's settled now. According to the vote of the townspeople of Stoneraven, Baron Morris will be the next mayor. Baron Morris? Ren felt the name sounded familiar. This man is... Why has he gained the approval of the voters of Stoneraven Town? Baron Maurice comes from the town of Wexgel, and he has a very good reputation in the surrounding towns. It's worth mentioning. The mayor of Wexgel Town has also changed to an unknown commoner. I think his name is... Lore. Yes, that's the name. Rain suppressed his shock. Lore, a guy with no governing experience, had actually become the mayor of a border town. If Ren remembers correctly, this man is the leader of the Getai Society, and he is just a veteran. Where did he get such political resources? What he found even more unbelievable was that the Baron, who was also in Wexgel Town, had come to Stoneraven Town to serve as mayor. If Ren remembers correctly, Lion was suppressing the Getai Society, but under such circumstances, how was he still able to become the mayor of a local town? Ryan carefully considered his thoughts. First, Leon was in cahoots with Victor. The two of them were part of the Emperor's faction. So, is the biggest backer of the Getai Society from a certain figure in the Empress's faction? And the Sterling family, the Earl's family, seems to be at odds with the Marquis of Lion? So Sterling was part of the Queen's faction? Of course, there are more than two factions in the entire Tyro Empire, but the Emperor's faction and the Empress's faction are currently the most powerful. Lord Rain, no matter who becomes mayor, you will always be the king here, Laura said tactfully while Rain was deep in thought, even glancing at Lester and Mike. That's my opinion, what do you think? She looked at her husband and Speaker Lester with a questioning tone and a smile. The three men present all knew that Laura wanted to get close to Ryan, the newly emerged big shot in Stoneraven. Ren wasn't against it. She was perfectly suited for social occasions. Of course, Ren wouldn't let her seduce other men. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the music and cheers from the dance floor. Laura, however, felt no embarrassment. Instead, she gazed seductively at her husband, Mike. "Honey, say something." Mike hesitated for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 in Stone Raven. Who doesn't know Lord Rain's reputation? Very good. Laura was now acting like a bully, and as long as Ren didn't stop her, she was even more capable of doing something outrageous. "Speaker, what do you think?" Laura once again put pressure on Speaker Lester. "I think so too." Speaker Lester sneered inwardly. "So what if he lowered his head? Does saying something here mean you have to do it?" In this era where genuine feelings are hard to come by, saying a few polite words is no big deal. But Laura, as a noblewoman of Stoneraven Town, knew she couldn't just go through the motions. She slowly began. "Since you think so too, then I think you should take some concrete action." Lester's facial muscles twitched. He hadn't expected this woman to be so aggressive, and clearly with the tacit approval, or even encouragement, of Ren. He realized that tonight wouldn't be a matter of simply making a statement and getting through it easily. Practical action? Lester forced a smile, looking at Ren, trying to get some hints from him. "I wonder what kind of practical action Your Excellency Rain, or Madam, would like to see? As long as it is within my duties and does not violate imperial law or the interests of Stone Raven Town, I am naturally willing to serve." Laura giggled and pressed herself closer to Ren, as if drawing strength and confidence from him. "Speaker, you are indeed cautious. However, some things do not necessarily need to be written into the official duties, nor are they necessarily so easily confined by legal provisions, are they?" Her fingers traced lightly across Rain's arm, her gaze sharpening as she looked at Lester. For example, Laura snapped her fingers, and several waiters from the Soft Feather Salon approached. Then, Laura pointed directly at Lester and asked, "Do you know him?" Ryan looked on with interest, wanting to see what Laura was up to. Lester was also sweating profusely. He now felt that the judge's wife was extremely difficult to deal with. "Yes, I know him. He is Sir Lester, the Speaker of the Stone Raven Town Council," the waiter replied truthfully. "Very well. Now, our speaker wishes to gather all the councillors of Stone Raven Town at the Feather Salon for a drink." Laura smiled gently. "You can convey that message on his behalf." After saying that, she covered her mouth and laughed, brazenly provoking Speaker Lester. "Excuse me, Speaker. I just like a bit of excitement. You don't mind, do you?" Lester clenched his fists. This bitch had dared to make decisions for him without his consent, and he didn't even know whether he should argue with Laura. But after that night, Speaker Lester, by sitting at the same table with all the councillors of Raventown and Rain at the Feather Salon, had already sent a signal to everyone in Raventown. Speaker Lester prefers to side with Rain rather than the new mayor. Chapter 164 Now, the rules of the game need to be changed. Upon hearing the speaker's summons, the 14 councillors immediately arrived at the Soft Feather Salon. However, the presence of Ryan, a judge, and the judge's wife at the scene raised some questions for them. "It's so late, and I'm sorry I didn't consider that." Ren spoke first, his tone gentle, his face bearing a warm smile. "How could that be? Lord Ren. It is our honor, Your Excellency Ren." "Your Excellency Rain, I also have some trouble sleeping tonight. Please feel free to ask if you need anything. Oh, by the way, my wife is also having trouble sleeping at home." The members of parliament present began to flatter Ryan. The politicians and wealthy businessmen dancing provocatively with the dancers on the dance floor had obviously noticed the core of power in the entire Stone Raven Town sitting on the sofa in the middle. Ryan patted Laura's thigh, and she exclaimed sweetly, immediately pouring Ryan a drink and presenting him with a glass of wine, letting him take a sip. "Speaker Lester and I just discussed a very interesting topic," Rain said, stroking a bright green communication ring on his finger, a gift from Phil. He said, "For a very long time in Stone Raven Town, we maintained the rule that the mayor came first and the speaker of the council second. No matter who it was, everyone followed this established rule. But in such a sensitive period, it is clear that everyone needs to be flexible." At this point, Ryan looked at Lester and asked, "There shouldn't be any mistake, right?" Inside the dance floor, politicians and wealthy businessmen held their breath, listening quietly to the conversation of the group of important figures on the sofas in the distance. Such opportunities are rare. Laura chuckled softly and interjected, "Oh dear, what's wrong with everyone tonight? Why are you all so reserved? It's like someone's about to die. Wah, Lord Ren, I'm so scared." After saying that, she buried herself in Ryan's arms and started to act coquettishly. Yes, I hope everyone can speak freely, but other people's wives have been frightened. Ryan patted Laura's back, gently comforting her. It's all right, don't be afraid. I'm here. A dozen or so members of parliament took a deep breath as they looked at the judge's meditative expression. This man is incredibly patient. But they were clearly intimidated by Laura's subtle threat. Even the judge and the speaker were sitting there obediently. How could they dare to object? However, what Speaker Lester said did give me some inspiration. Now it's time to change the rules of the game. Ryan's voice carried the warmth of a friend, and no one could see a trace of hostility on his face. But the more Ryan acted this way, the more afraid the others became. Everyone present dared not breathe and could only nod in agreement. Since we're going to make changes, I'd like to share some of my own thoughts, Ryan said, seeing that no one objected, and decided to continue speaking politely. First, I express my regret regarding the recent passing of the two barons of Stoneraven Town, Lord Vesper and Lord Will. But similarly, I have learned that as prominent barons in Stoneraven Town, they have made no contribution to the town, and I find such behavior very offensive. As the saying goes, if you are in a position, you should do your job. Now, as the person in charge of the 3 territories surrounding Shia Town, I cannot bear to see the suffering of the people, especially the long-standing problem in Shia Town. That is, all walks of life are monopolized by all sorts of people. For example, the slave industry, the mining industry, and even brothels, gambling dens, ironware, and the like. For a town to establish a healthy business environment, it must break the monopoly. The members of parliament present were secretly alarmed, and even the wealthy businessman on the dance floor narrowed his eyes slightly. If Ryan were the mayor, there would be no problem with him saying these things. The key point is that he doesn't hold any official position, so it's a bit abrupt for him to say these things. Simply put, this guy is trying to overstep his bounds. The key point is that this guy seems to be a bit crazy too. Lyanna had made it clear that he would be in charge of Grey Dove territory and Blackstone territory. In other words, he could continue to completely monopolize the mining, ironware, and slave industries. He also said he wanted to cut off the monopoly. Is he really a good person? He swiftly annexed the surrounding territories. Shouldn't he now be preparing to rise to power by controlling the resources? Now you're shouting about anti-monopoly? Even Laura, who was nestled in Ryan's arms, couldn't understand, but her inability to understand didn't mean she did nothing. Laura lifted her head from Ren's embrace and said sweetly, "Your Excellency Ren, you are so kind." Ignoring Laura's flattery, Ryan continued, "So, I suggest that we should completely eliminate some unreasonable business practices. I think Stoneraven Town might need a chamber of commerce to manage our local business environment. I suggest that Mrs. Lisa serve as the president of this chamber of commerce. First, I've listed 3 industries: gambling dens, brothels, and loan sharks. We should utilize the council's administrative system in Stoneraven Town to propose a bill. That's about these 3 industries. For example, they can only operate after obtaining a legal operating license from Shia Town. As for existing ones, they must reapply, otherwise they will be defined as operating illegally. Regarding this matter, I hope that before the new mayor takes office, you can propose this bill. Do you understand what I mean?" With just a few words, Ryan suppressed industries that he had not been involved in. They even forced Lester to take sides. He wanted Lester to put a bad word to his head the moment the new mayor arrived. Let this guy know who's in charge of Stoneraven Town now. Moreover, these things had absolutely no effect on Ren. Some of the people present looked quite grim. They owned shares in some gambling dens and brothels in Stone Crow Town. Now, Ren is suddenly announcing that these businesses, if not licensed, will be considered illegal operations, which is no different from robbing them of their money. Speaker Lester himself couldn't stand it, but he seemed to have no power to refute it. This is the Soft Feather Salon, and Melosa has a relationship with Ren, so it's practically the same as being on Ren's turf. Moreover, that guy Ren is really despicable. While Lyanna is still the mayor, he doesn't push for this bill, but instead waits for the new mayor to come. To ask him to propose these bills is like putting him in a very difficult position. Chapter 165 I Can Help You. Lester was furious. That bastard Rain was planning to use him to deal with the mayor and also use him to attack other businessmen. Anti-monopoly, and such are all just excuses. Rain's actions made Lester realize that this man was very much like his father, Earl Victor. Victor, who was serving in the imperial capital in his early years, was the party whip in the imperial diet. This position differs from those in other empires. In the Tyre Empire, the party whip is usually located within the imperial diet. When it is necessary to push forward certain bills, The party whip needs to first ascertain the views of their own faction. When disagreements arise, negotiations begin. If negotiations fail, they resort to intimidation, threats, bribery, or other means to get other members of parliament with differing views to side with their master. Victor did for the late emperor. Of course, Victor's job is more than that. The party whip is a complex role that combines the roles of strategist, communicator, negotiator, and discipline enforcer. In short, the job of this position is to use an informal system based on personal relationships, transactions, information, and intimidation to subdue others. At the same time, Sir Leicester felt that there was another similarity between Ryan and Victor. For example, the Overseas Colonization Charter that has recently caused a great uproar throughout the entire Tyro Empire clearly states that without this charter, it is considered illegal plunder. The operating license that Rain put forward is similar. Any gray market activity that has not been officially recognized by Stoneraven Town is considered illegal. I understand, Lord Rain. Once Mayor Morris arrives in Stoneraven, I will begin to try to push through this bill. What could Leicester do? He could only lower his head. That's good. Everyone can leave now. Ryan cleared his throat. Mrs. Laura, please stay. A hint of regret flickered in Judge Mike's eyes as he looked at his wife. Honey, don't come home too late tonight. Okay, don't worry. Laura licked her lips, then said with great interest, by the way, darling, could you please go somewhere else to rest tonight? I'm worried that Lord Wren might drink too much and want to come to our house. The other council members were secretly wiping away cold sweat. Judge Mike was truly resilient. Ryan was very satisfied with Laura's performance. Tonight, she was essentially Ryan's mouth double at social events. After everyone else had left, Ryan slowly spoke. I won't mistreat you too. Laura leaned close to Ryan's ear, exhaling her warm, fragrant breath. You just need to take care of me. What a heartless woman. Wren took a sip of his drink. Now, we can go see Lady Melassa. Looking for her. Laura thought that she and Ryan would have their own private time together from now on. So why did she have to go looking for other women? Is there something you need, Lord Wren? Of course. Wren stood up and led her away from the dance floor, speaking as they walked. There's still one thing we haven't agreed on. Is it about? Laura didn't mention whether it was related to smuggling, since even if she knew, she couldn't help with it. I want to develop a fine wine suitable for lovers' dates, Rain said, narrowing his eyes slightly, and to establish a branch of the Soft Feather Salon in Azure Harbor. Laura didn't know how she could help Ryan with these business matters, but all she wanted to do tonight was eat Ryan. So, after we finish talking, should we go to my place or yours? Upon hearing this, Ryan smiled slightly. Of course, he wouldn't bring such a slutty and cheap woman home. I'm fine with anything. Wren led her to the door of a private booth. Whether it's to a hotel or right here, it's no problem. Really, Laura's eyes lit up. She was finally going to get to eat. She really put in a lot of effort tonight. Beautiful woman in a purple dress sat on the sofa. She swirled her wine glass and noticed that there were other women with Wren. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Mrs. Laura, Melassa spoke first. Did you enjoy your time here tonight? Certainly. Stoneraven, Laura couldn't possibly be unaware of Melassa. Basically, most of the beautiful women with some status in this town know each other to some extent. I'm very happy here. Laura sat down next to Ryan, took his arm, and looked at Mrs. Melassa. Are you interested in the liquor business? Melassa was puzzled, wondering what the other party meant by this opening line. Are you planning to sell a certain brand of alcohol at Soft Feather Salon? Of course not. I'm not a businessman, Laura chuckled softly. It's Lord Wren who wants to discuss a business deal involving beverages with you. We can handle this ourselves. Melassa frowned slightly, Laura's words making it sound like she was an outsider. But she clearly has a closer relationship with Ryan than with Laura. Is that so? Laura covered her red lips and giggled. Then you wouldn't mind if I heard it, would you? Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two women, Wren interrupted and got straight to the point. It's like this, madam. I'd like to renovate the vineyards on my estate and prepare to start making some wine. Melassa picked up her wine glass, took a sip, and then offered her red lips directly to Wren. Laura watched the two being affectionate, not annoyed, but instead revealing a meaningful smile. She just fed Wren the drink in the same way. After their lips parted, Melassa slowly spoke. I can help you. Of course. I never questioned that. Wren gave Melassa an affirmative look. But, I'd like to know, can those dream violet plants we cultivate be used as a raw material for the wine? No way. Melassa shook her head. Even if we had the technology, it wouldn't sell well. Law stretched out two fingers, picked up a cherry, and fed it to Ryan. Looking at Melassa, he slowly asked, "Oh, why aren't they selling well?" Melassa felt a bit disgusted by this woman. It was supposed to be Ryan asking the questions, but now this bitch is doing it, like she's constantly trying to get attention. During her conversation with Ryan, another person suddenly interrupted, which felt very abrupt, as if Laura was the one who was with Ryan. But she had to explain. The Dream Violet itself has aphrodisiac properties, so this wine is destined not to be sold publicly and can only circulate in the most private circles. The inability to mass-produce it limits its sales potential. Unless we price it very high, we won't even recoup our R&D costs. But, aside from Soft Feather Salon, I don't know of any other sales channels for this wine. Chapter 166: The Rivalry Between Laura and Melassa. Melissa's words were very realistic. At first, Rain also only wanted to use Soft Feather Salon as the sole sales channel. However, it remains to be seen whether other salons besides Soft Feather Salon will purchase this yet-to-be-released wine from Rin. The Dream Violet is an exclusive cultivated flower of Melissa. At least for now, no one in the western provinces has been able to cultivate it. Exclusive specialties are rare, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're profitable. The beverage industry is different. Melassa stroked Ren's cheek. You can't just rely on a salon to sell beverages. Workers' wages, workshop expenses, R&D costs, and raw materials all require funding. If we rely solely on customers within the salon, we simply won't sell much. Ren had actually considered this point, as there are quite a few drinks with aphrodisiac properties. Moreover, once people drink too much, they tend to want to do something reckless. Therefore, Melissa is not optimistic about the market for this wine. On the contrary, aromatherapy is different. It's all about enjoyment. In short, the research and development plan for a certain wine called Violet Wine is feasible, but full of uncertainties. Through their conversation, Laura had a general understanding of the situation. Leaning on Ryan's shoulder, she said calmly, "What's so difficult about that? It's just a matter of sales channels." These words calmed Rain and Melassa down, especially Melassa, whose aversion to Laura intensified. The beautiful woman in the purple dress crossed her legs, elegantly sipped her wine, and said with a hint of disdain, "I wonder what Mrs. Laura's opinion is." Laura seemed completely unfazed by Melissa's almost undisguised contempt, instead smiling even more charmingly. She even lightly licked Ren's earlobe with the tip of her tongue before slowly speaking, her voice sweet and cloying. "I wouldn't call it profound insight. I'm just a bit more worldly wise than some canaries trapped in their salons. What do those laborers, mercenaries, and clerks want most after a long day of hard work, when they've saved up a few copper or silver coins? It's a cup of good stuff that can make them temporarily forget their fatigue and regain their virility with women. This market is 10 or even 100 times bigger than the few VIPs you keep to yourself in your salon." Melassa retorted, "What a joke. Do you know how much it costs to cultivate a Dream Violet? These lowly people, how could they possibly afford it? Besides, if you're just thinking about how to regain your former glory, you don't need to rely on drinking at all. First of all, you need to understand the difference between the high-end market and the low-end market. Beverages made with Dream Violet as a raw material will not enter the low-end market. Do you understand what I mean? Fine, I'll let it go since you're so ignorant." Melassa launched into a long, rambling speech, dismissing all of Laura's ideas. Laura's beautiful face curved her red lips slightly. "It's that simple. Just dilute the ingredients, right? Just explain what's in this wine and what the effects of the Dream Violet are. Isn't that enough? We only explain the role of the ingredients, not what effect drinking this wine will have." Upon hearing this, Melassa immediately retorted, "So what are you going to do if others don't see any results after drinking it?" "Of course, it takes long-term use to see results." Laura smiled nonchalantly. "Anyway, the Dream Violet can't possibly have no effect at all, right? If we're only talking about marketing, we shouldn't care whether it works or not." Laura pointed to her head. "Gimmins is worth more than effectiveness. Do you think no one would scramble for an aphrodisiac drink that's only available in high-end venues if it were to enter the low-end market? As for research and development costs, not much at all. As long as it doesn't kill anyone, that's fine. What we need to achieve is to make people want to do that thing after drinking this wine. It's just a placebo effect. If it doesn't work, then they haven't kept drinking it. Why worry about so much? Everyone's goal is just to make money." Laura didn't know if that was what Ryan meant, but she was willing to say what Ryan didn't want to say. If she says something wrong, Ryan will naturally stop her. But Ren clearly didn't mean that. Melassa clearly realized this as well, and she looked at Rain. "You want to find some loopholes, don't you?" "I didn't think that way," Ryan denied softly. But I think what Mrs. Laura said does have some merit. Then I can help you. Melissa didn't feel that doing these things went against her conscience. It was just about making money anyway. How about this? First we need to promote the violet fragrance. Then we can plan this matter. Ren pondered for a moment. According to Mrs. Laura, she only explains the role of the ingredients, without emphasizing the role of the product. Melissa had no idea where Ren had found such a remarkable person, and the most crucial point was, Ren didn't listen to her, but instead listened to this Laura. But Laura had clearly convinced her, though she herself felt quite uncomfortable about it. Why are all the women around Ryan so troublesome? Could you provide a simpler competitor? In Melissa's eyes now, Laura is a woman who is even more difficult to deal with than Liana, because this woman has no bottom line. The same applies to Melissa. Unlike Liana, Liana is a woman with principles. So Melissa had it easy dealing with Liana, but in front of Laura, both of them were equally deserving of being called a filthy bitch. This situation is practically unsolvable. It all comes down to who can say something that better suits Ren's tastes. It's now clear that Laura has the upper hand. Despite Melissa's superior strength, in the eyes of the Tyro nobles, there are plenty of capable fighters out there. This empire isn't about who has the most powerful henchmen. It's not about who's truly powerful. At the very least, even the most powerful expert is powerless against an army of hundreds of thousands, or even millions. As the saying goes, money supports people, and resources represent everything. As a transmigrator, Rain naturally understood this principle. In this world, there are no rare treasures that allow one to rise to the top in one step. Everything revolves around the struggle for resources. It's impossible to accidentally obtain some peerless martial arts technique or a secret treasure that grants ascension to heaven. Even if such things existed, they would never be available to ordinary people. The ultimate goal for most commoners is to become nobles, and for this, they are willing to sell their conscience. Ryan tapped the table. Then this matter is settled. Next, there's one more thing. I've already reached an agreement with Mrs. Lisa and Mrs. Eileen of Azure Harbor. I hope Soft Feather Salon can open a branch in Azure Harbor, Rain said, glancing at Melissa. What do you think? Tonight, Rain is very dissatisfied with this woman, because Melissa is hiding many things from Ren. Chapter 167, The New Mayor and Ryan's Old Feud. Open a feather salon in Azure Harbor? Melissa asked, puzzled. Why? And why is it a joint venture with Mrs. Lisa and a woman I don't know? Melissa had a nagging feeling that Rain was using the women around him to weave a web. Furthermore, Melissa realized that she might also be considered one of Rain's women. In the war-torn high society, having slept together does not equate to being partners. The two never officially defined their relationship. Gleamed green in the dim light. You can tell me. Melissa felt that at this moment, Rain was like a hungry wolf that wanted to devour people. Or rather, she had never seen Ryan bare his fangs. But now that this guy has taken control of 3 territories around Stoneraven Town, his ambition has reached an extreme level. He's starting to encroach on his own territory. I just think you should lay a solid foundation first. Melissa coughed lightly. You haven't even fully mastered the other 2 areas yet, and now you're rashly starting a business in Azure Harbor, investing a large amount of money all at once. Aren't we taking too big a step? In fact, many people are paying attention to the succession battle in the Valit family, but Victor has not completely fallen yet, and the dust has not yet settled. Nobody had high hopes for Ren. Ren's maternal grandfather didn't like Ren, and besides, he was just a viscount and couldn't be of much help. Look at Locke and Carl. They're both uncles who are governors and marquises. What Rain has is a mentor and a barren fiancé. Now we might also add the mistress of a provincial finance official. Furthermore, Melissa, being an Orsa, would absolutely not dare to help Ren extend his reach into Azure Harbor. That was Victor's territory, and the man's reputation was known even to people from other empires. The whip of the Telu Empire, which was also a powerful tool for the late Telu Emperor in political struggles. If the late Emperor had not passed away, he might have become the Telu Prime Minister long ago. Unless Ren can get the support of his father-in-law, Count Sepesh. But Count Sepesh belongs to the Queen's faction, while the Valit family belongs to the Emperor's faction. If Phil's father dares to openly support Rain, then Queen Tyrell will stretch out a finger and crush Rain to death. Such a complex situation is rarely seen in a family. No matter how powerful the Queen's faction is, they cannot rebel, because Mijala's father is a duke who is still alive. Once an uprising breaks out, this ducal family will definitely step forward immediately, and then, whether they win or lose, it won't benefit Mijala. The family behind the Empress was completely wiped out after the defeat, and the Empress also lost power. Even if they won, it would be tragic. Marcella's father became emperor, and Marcella went from being the mother of a nation to a princess. Unless Marcella becomes emperor, but would Marcella's father be willing to accept that? Although Melosa was an Orsa, she was very familiar with the political situation of the Tyro Empire. The political situation in the entire Tyro Empire is in complete chaos. Even the smallest friction could lead to the outbreak of civil war. Therefore, in order to become chancellor, Rhaen's father, Earl Victor, wanted to divert all the empire's attention to the outside world. This also suited the wishes of the two major factions, but Victor was only a count. In the eyes of others, he was qualified enough, but not valuable enough. What makes a nobleman noble if he doesn't have millions of lowly people under his feet? But Blue Harbor was managed by the other party to become one of the top cities in the empire's economy. Having figured everything out, Melosa prepared to speak to Rhaen again. Rhaen, you shouldn't be thinking about these things right now, you know? Did Rhaen know that Melosa was scared, or that she was really doing it for his own good? In reality, he had no feelings for this woman. I know, Rhaen nodded. I shouldn't be thinking about these things right now, but time isn't on my side. What Ryan fears most is that Victor might suddenly die, and then he won't get anything when he goes home. Not to mention the Suanyu Gate incident. With Victor dead and the imperial legal documents issued, everything was settled. To kill Locke, Victor must be killed before Locke dies. Laura tactfully refilled their drinks, at which point she was completely speechless. Ryan was also pleased with her quiet demeanor. The woman was excessively sensible. At that moment, he winked at Laura, who hesitated for a moment before turning to Melosa and asking, Lady Melosa, the Orsa people, are you not interested in Azure Harbor? These words caused Melosa's pupils to contract. She pursed her lips. How could I not be interested? That's one of the most prosperous cities in the Tyro Empire. Melosa had to admire Laura. She was simply a genius. The two only made eye contact for a second or two, yet Laura was able to glean so much information from Ryan's eyes. The key point is that she could see satisfaction in Ryan's expression. It was obvious that Laura had hit the nail on the head. Melosa would never believe that the two of them weren't having an affair. So, is there any problem with doing business in Azure Harbor? Laura racked her brains, carefully choosing her tone. Is it a financial problem? Or an inability to manage the risks? Or fear of being targeted? Melosa frowned. I've already made myself perfectly clear. Rhaen thought that he would get Melosa's support if he did this. But he clearly underestimated this woman. She wasn't the kind of woman like Lyanna who acted impulsively out of emotion. Clearly, she had a deeper purpose in Stoneraven Town, and it was not in her interest to rashly interfere in the affairs of an earl's family. Just as Rhaen was pondering how to persuade Melosa, the woman spoke again slowly. Rhaen, what I'm thinking now is that your attention should be focused on the new mayor, Baron Maurice. What do you mean? Rhaen narrowed his eyes, his delicate eyelashes drooping slightly. I once learned that 100 elite iron cavalrymen from Wushel Town were killed by instructors from the Imperial Beast Taming Academy. And those 100 cavalrymen were none other than Baron Morris. If Melosa hadn't brought it up, Rhaen would have almost forgotten about it. He went to Wushel Town to complete a commission under Selena's guidance, and also witnessed the founding of the Goethe Society. As they were preparing to leave, they were attacked. That group of men belonged to Baron Maurice. Although Melosa's intention was to distract Ryan, and Ryan and Laura were aware of this, it was clear that she had succeeded. If Baron Maurice had already attacked him once before, was his appointment in Stoneraven Town this time to make up for the failure of the previous assassination plot? Chapter 168. No, you've come at just the right time. Of Shia Town still have old grudges against him? Rhaen never expected this. There is more than one Baron in Osher. He just happened to run into them. If you call it fate, Rhaen would never believe it even if you beat him to death. I know. But that doesn't matter. Ryan still wasn't going to give up, his voice steady. Unless you refuse me. What would you do if I rejected you? Melosa asked hesitantly. She desperately needs Ryan right now. I'll just choose to cooperate with others, Rhaen shrugged. It's not like I have to go to Soft Feather Salon. The woman in the purple dress narrowed her beautiful eyes. Are you going to abandon me? Rhaen hadn't expected Melosa to say such a thing, but now he was already at a loss and had no choice but to act. It's you who wants to abandon me, Rhaen said, looking directly into the other's eyes. Melosa responded to Rhaen. No, I never thought that way. You've already made up your mind, haven't you? Ryan patted Laura's hand. The latter stood up, offering an apologetic smile. Excuse me. I'd like to go outside for some fresh air. Is that all right, Your Excellency Rhaen? Okay. Remember to come back later. Ryan stood up and gentlemanly opened the door for Laura before returning to the sofa. He looked down at Melassa. Tell me, what did you say? Melassa hesitated for a moment. Rain, my good child. She reached out and grasped Ryan's hand tightly. You can tell Mom anything. I don't want to play these games with you right now, Rain said, shaking off Melassa's hand. I just want to know two things. First, what is your purpose in approaching me? Secondly, what mission do you have in the Tyro Empire? I can't answer that. Melassa shook her head, squeezing Ren's hand tightly again. I won't hurt you, trust me. Okay, baby? I know you wouldn't hurt me, but I know nothing about you. At this moment, Ren and Melassa held hands, and he didn't mind playing along. Can you tell me, what exactly are you planning to do in the Tyro Empire? I'm sorry. Melassa released Ren's hand. I can't explain this to you. What is it that can't be explained clearly? Ren grabbed Melassa's chin, forcing her to raise her head. Am I not qualified or what? No. Melassa let Ren pinch her chin, and when she looked up, she revealed a pitiful look in her eyes that Ren felt for the first time. No. Then what is your purpose in approaching me? The only thing Ren could think of was the dragon blood golden obsidian inside his body. It has now become one with Ren, or rather, Ren has fully absorbed it, completing the improvement in his physique. Is it because of my body? Yes. Melassa readily admitted at this moment. But that's the reason. I actually have some things that I haven't told you yet. I also enjoy being with you. Together what? To sleep together? Ryan put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear. Actually, I don't care what your identity is, nor what your purpose is. We will never be enemies. Perhaps, at least that's how it is now. Melassa gave a bitter smile. The two were separated by a huge gap in their social status. Rain will not betray the Tyre Empire, just as Melassa will not betray the Orsa Empire. On this basis, the two can communicate to a certain extent, but they will not reach the point of truly opening their hearts to each other. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Ren pondered for a moment. Actually, I don't need you to do anything for me. Just seeing you occasionally is enough for me. To be honest, these are matters within our own family, and it was wrong of us to drag you into this. We are just friends. Melassa's emotions were complicated upon hearing Rain's words. Just friends. Then what about when you sometimes call me Mom? That was just a passing fancy, Ren chuckled easily. One day, you'll return to your own empire, won't you? Melassa sighed softly. Rain, the political situation in the Orsa Empire is no simpler than that in the Tyro Empire. Factions that support and oppose the church coexist. One day, you will understand my advice today. I am very familiar with the situation in the Tyro Empire. You are not suited to be. No, no one is more suitable than me. Ren kissed Melassa, stopping her from continuing. He knew what Melassa was going to say. It was simply that she was not suitable to become the next Azure Lord. This title is equivalent to a vortex, unless Ren and Mijala break off their relationship. But Melassa already knew that Rain carried the strong aura of Queen Tyrell. This kind of relationship cannot be easily severed. From the moment Rain caught Myrcella's eye, he was already on Queen Tyrell's chessboard. Mijala hadn't tampered with the dragon blood golden obsidian and the dragon blood crimson flame fruit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to be with Rain. After all, this is no different from poisoning, and no nobleman would accept his offspring being controlled by members of the royal family through poisoning. If you want to do it, I can help you. Melassa was moved by Ryan's passionate kiss at that moment. But afterwards, if anyone finds out you've been in contact with me, don't blame me. I won't blame you. Rain smiled and continued kissing Melassa. As the two were passionately kissing, Laura pushed open the door. Sorry, I've come at a bad time, haven't I? Melassa was somewhat taken aback. Ryan also parted his lips from Melassa's and glanced at Laura. No, you've come at just the right time. Hearing this, Laura felt relieved and sat down next to Ryan, then leaned in to kiss him. Ryan did not refuse Laura's kiss. This beautiful married woman was exceptionally sensible and dared to speak up for Ryan. Ren must retain such talent. Chapter 171 The Branch of Life, The Flowing Wind, and Poetry. At the Feather Salon, Rain returned to Tulip territory. The beautiful woman, he, had already prepared breakfast for Ren. She picked up a piece of bread and spread jam on it for Ren. After Ren sat down, she gently picked up a bowl of oatmeal porridge with a milky aroma, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it to warm it before feeding it to Ryan. Is it hot, young master? Ren nodded. The temperature is just right. The four spirit pets also sat down at the dining table, quietly waiting for Ren to finish eating. This scene made Ren frown. He looked at Tilope and Vivian and said, How old are you now? Are you still waiting for Hea to feed you? Eat your own food. At this moment, Ren was quite the demeanor of a head of the household. "Why, you bad daddy," Tilope said pitifully, picking up a spoon and scooping up the special honey and white fungus soup that Hea was feeding her, spoonful by spoonful. Vivian also looked at Ryan with pitiful eyes, her heart aching as she watched he carefully feeding him bite by bite. "Oh, now that I'm all grown up, does that mean I can't be pampered by Mother He anymore, Daddy?" Ryan hadn't expected Vivian to ask such a philosophical question. Tilope also stopped chewing with a wronged expression, tilted her head, and the petals on the tulip wreath on her head trembled unconsciously. His hand holding the spoon paused in midair for a moment, then returned to normal, continuing to feed the warmed oatmeal porridge to Rain's mouth. He seemed not to hear it, but a barely perceptible ripple flashed deep in his eyes. Rain ate the next bite of food Hea offered, then wiped his mouth with a napkin. "More than being loved, I hope you have the ability to love yourselves." "Ugh, excuses." Tilope puffed out her cheeks. "That wicked daddy just wants to get all of Hea's mom's love." Ryan was speechless for a moment. Seeing Ren's discomfiture in front of Tilope, Hea secretly covered her mouth and chuckled. Ren coughed lightly, trying to regain his authority as the head of the family, but his ears seemed to have a slight, barely perceptible heat. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hea takes care of me because I'm a lord. I have many things to handle, and I need to save time." "Humph, you cunning, wicked father," Tilope retorted. "You just love how his mother only revolves around you." Although the scene was rather unpleasant, he almost fainted from happiness. Ryan could also see the blush creeping up Hea's face. This kind of giving personality often bursts forth with amazing energy and a sense of fulfillment once it finds someone who needs it. Of course, Hea only wanted to be needed by Rain. As for the spirit pets, although Hea loved them, it was because they were Rain's spirit pets. After Rain finished breakfast, Hea began feeding her two spirit pets, Sherry and Leona. Sherry's fur is now increasingly shiny, and sometimes he can even sense a change in Sherry's voice. It used to just meow. Now it's meow meow. Now, Rain has about 20,000 gold coins in his account, which is enough to start buying Leona's Golden Advanced Arcane. Open the System Store. System Shop Categories. Pet Sex Toys. How to advance and train your spirit pet. Spirit Pet Skill Secrets. Spirit Pet Weapons and Equipment. Pet Food and Medicine. Current points, 19230. Ren first opened the Pet Weapon and Equipment menu. There are only two categories inside. Tilope's Magical Codex Equipment. Vivian's Magical Codex Equipment. Ren looked at Tilope and Vivian's equipment and found some that were suitable but didn't have particularly high points. Branch of Life. A staff crafted from a branch of an ancient sacred tree, its entire surface displaying a warm, smooth wood grain, with a vibrant green natural gemstone inlaid at the top. Effect. First, it greatly enhances the holder's perception and control over natural elements, increasing the power of related spells by 15% to 25% and reducing mana consumption by 10%. Second, it passively emits a gentle life force, slowly healing minor injuries to the holder and nearby friendly units, relieving fatigue, and having a weak dispel effect on undead, decaying creatures, or rift creatures. Specific skill, Rebirth Technique. Rebirth Technique. The holder can release their own magic to bring withered plants back to life, or cause thriving plants to wither rapidly. Price, 5,000 points. Upon seeing the skill effect, Ren exclaimed, "Awesome." He explained that the Mystic Codex equipment is different from other equipment. You can never have too many of these, and equipment of the same type can be fused together. For example, two secret staffs can be combined into one by the holder. In short, this is a toy for whales, high spenders. Rain took another look at the weapon he had chosen for Vivian. It was a plucked string instrument that looked like a lyre, also known as a lyre. Many bards love its clear and elegant tone. Wind and poetry. The body of the zither is carved from pure white, warm wood, inlaid with tiny moonstones and hyacinth sapphires, while the strings seem to be woven from solidified moonlight and flowing wind. Effect. First, when the holder plays the instrument, the music can transform into tangible magical power. Depending on the magic and emotion infused, it can produce a range of encouragement or disruption effects, significantly impacting the morale of allies or the mind of enemies. Second, when suffering from psychological attacks, the holder can soothe and break free from illusions by playing music. Special skill, Enchanting Elegy. Enchanting Elegy plays a magical melody that puts a specific target into a brief state of intoxication or trance. The effect depends on the target's mental resistance and the holder's magical power. Price, 5,000 points. Although Vivian's main attribute is water, as a mermaid, she will gradually awaken the sound attribute later, so Rain did not specifically look for water-type equipment suitable for her. The main reason was that Rain also felt that giving Vivian a musical instrument was more appropriate than giving her other magical items. In one go, Ren spent 10,000 points, which, together with Leona's advanced manual, amounted to 13,000. Current points, 6230. Ren took a deep breath. These points were fine if he didn't spend them, but once he did, they just disappeared like water flowing away without a trace. Moreover, the secret weapon set isn't just one piece. Besides the staff, there are also accessories, armor, shoes, and more. However, once Sherry evolves, she'll gain a lot more points. It's time to consider raising a 5th spirit pet. After all, he's now the owner of 3 territories, so he can't be short of money no matter what. After exchanging the items, Rain first handed Leona's recipe to Hea, and then called the 2 spirit pets to sit down on the sofa next to him. Guess what I brought you? Ren gently stroked Vivian and Tillape's small hands. Silly daddy, I knew you'd bring me a cake. Tillape swallowed hard. Hurry up and fill Tillape's tummy until it's so full it can't hold anything else. Chapter 172, I'll treat her when I get back tonight. Ignoring Tillape's ramblings, Rain began handing over the 2 secret weapons to them. At that moment, the eyes of the 2 spirit pets shone brightly. Vivian hugged the lyra harp with obvious affection and gave Rain a sweet kiss. Thank you, master, sob. Unlike Vivian Iskandome, moved/touched, Tillape picked up the branch of life and took a bite, only to find she couldn't bite it. She then looked at Ren with a pitiful expression. Wah, you stupid master. Rain hugged her and kissed her. Okay, I'll kiss you too, alright. Tillape, who had just been kissed, immediately flashed a sweet smile. Hee, can my silly master go on a date with Tillape in the forest today? Okay, let's go, the whole family together, Ren said, looking at He. When hearing Rain's words, he paused for a moment. Then a gentle and bright smile bloomed on her face. The whole family together? Yes, young master, I'll go prepare the picnic basket right away. The beautiful woman's voice was filled with undisguised joy as she turned and walked lightly toward the kitchen, her steps even lighter than usual. Yay, a family outing. Tillape held up her newly acquired branch of life and excitedly spun around in place, the emerald green natural gem at the top of the staff tracing a dazzling trail of light as she moved. Vivian held her flowing wind and poetry zither, her fingertips unconsciously brushing lightly across the strings, producing a short, clear, and melodious note, like a wind chime gently swaying. Her icy blue eyes were filled with anticipation. She looked at Ryan and reached out her little hand. Daddy, hold my hand. Rain smiled, took Vivian's cool, soft hand in one hand, and naturally put his other arm around Tillape, who was still excitedly waving her staff. With the 2 little girls by his side, Ren felt much better. Before long, Hea came out carrying a wicker basket covered with a checkered tablecloth, which exuded the sweet aroma of freshly baked bread, fruit, and candied fruit. I'll do it. Mother, he told me to do it. Tillape took small steps to He's side, excitedly showing her her magic book, and then put all the food inside into the magic book space. Mwah. Tillape hugged He and kissed the beautiful woman's cheek. I'm going back to my silly daddy. Go. Yay, Mommy Hea is the best. And so, the family happily arrived in the black forest of Tulip territory. When passing by the lumberyard, Ren could see his people working inside, and they looked to be in good spirits. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood. From being penniless at the beginning to gradually introducing various industries, everyone knows that Ren has provided them with many job opportunities. Arriving at a meadow, sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, casting dappled golden and deep green hues over the early autumn forest. Hea laid out the picnic blanket and then arranged the exquisite desserts on it. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Rain rested his head on his soft, supple thighs, the delicate fragrance emanating from the beautiful woman and the sweet, yet not cloying aroma of the exquisite desserts in her hands lingering around his nose. A small strawberry tart was held between slender fingers and carefully brought to his lips. Young master, try this. It was made this morning with strawberries freshly harvested from our territory. Ryan accepted it, saying, everything you make is delicious. Tillape's soft, fragrant body lay in Rain's arms. Silly daddy, get up and play with me. We agreed that today was your date with Tillape. Okay, Rain stood up and took her little hand, walking deeper into the forest. Now that they were alone together, Tilopi was overjoyed and clung tightly to Ren's arm. Arriving at an open space, Ren picked a few wildflowers and wove a wreath for Tilopi using the vines. The young master, who had never done any handicrafts before, was exhausted. Tilopi grinned as she pinned the flower wreath to her thighs and pubic area, which, combined with her white stockings, made her look incredibly alluring. Let's go to that big tree. Rain pointed to an ancient, towering tree ahead, a smile spreading across his face. Then, a pair of fair, delicate hands covered the rough bark. An hour later, Ryan took Tilopi back, then brought Vivian back, and repeated the process. Tilopi saw Vivian wearing a flower wreath similar to her own, and then saw Vivian, who was just as breathless as she was, and gently puffed out her cheeks. Sherry nestled in his arms and had already fallen asleep. Like Tilopi and Vivian, she became unusually sleepy before evolving. Rain carried Leona to He's side, patted Sherry's head, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, He. If possible, Ren would like to take Heya to explore the depths of the forest, but one of them must stay behind to look after the spirit pets. It wouldn't be good to let them run around." "What are you saying, young master?" Herya's red lips parted slightly. "I'm already very happy to be able to go out with you, young master. Heya, can I take you out more often from now on?" Ren coughed lightly. "Of course, we won't go to those shady places like Stone Raven Town." The beautiful woman gave a coquettish reproach. "Young master went to those places by himself. How can you include me in that too?" Ryan gave an awkward smile. "I went there for work." "Yes, I know." Heya nodded understandingly. Then, as if remembering something, he hesitated before adding, "By the way, young master, Miss Zenise has been acting very strange lately." "What's wrong?" Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Even now, Ren still couldn't quite figure out the origins of this blind nun. But you could tell she meant no harm. Heyu's eyes darted away as she whispered in Ren's ear. "The demand is huge." Ren was slightly surprised, but thinking about it, it was actually quite normal. After all, she probably got a card addiction after playing cards with Ryan last time. Ren has never met a woman who could quit him. This was his self-confidence, which even the cold and aloof nun found repressive. "I understand," Ren nodded. "I'll treat her when I get back tonight." Chapter 173 Mind Situation. As the sun set, Ren returned to Tulip Castle. He first divided the troops under Hans, the current military commander of Tulip, into three. The original army of 300 was directly divided into three. The Tulip Territory, Grey Dove Territory, and Blackstone Territory has a garrison of 100 men. The army is too small now and has no advantage against experts. But once Ren starts recruiting and building an army as strong as an iron torrent, any expert will be terrified. Barons are the lowest, ranking noble lords, and the struggle between baron lords might be decided by the appearance of one or two skilled warriors. However, the struggle between high-ranking nobles places more emphasis on military strength. Building an army is a long-term and expensive undertaking. For nobles, things like contracted spirit pets, magic, and knightly skills are difficult to pass on, but an army can facilitate the transfer of power. A contract master's spirit pet only recognizes the contract master. If the master dies, it will not serve the master's next generation. As for the magic learned from the magic book, it must be compatible with the attributes of one's own offspring. Otherwise, it's a waste of time to learn it. To knightly skills. This includes weapons and equipment. The owner and the weapons and equipment must be compatible. The alchemist profession, on the other hand, allows the alchemical formulas learned to be passed down, but each new formula is built upon countless sums of money. Therefore, the vast majority of nobles, for the sake of their family's future, would rather build an army and manage their territory. Coming to his senses, Bald Baruch had already quietly arrived at Ren's study and knocked on the door. "Come in." Ren stroked his ring, his head slightly bowed, making it impossible for Baruch to see his expression after he entered. "My lord." Baruch wiped away his cold sweat. "Blackrock Territories for mines can't afford to pay wages. Now, the mines manager has come to ask for your opinion." Ren hesitated for a moment. "How much money is needed? What are the details?" It's understandable that they're asking Ren to pay them back for everything of value that was stolen from Blackrock Castle. After all, Liana directly transferred all the industrial contracts within the territory to Ren, which means that Ren is now the actual controller, while Liana acts as a legal representative. Baruch quickly pulled out a rough account book from his pocket, respectfully handed it over with both hands, and replied quickly, "My lord, The situation of the 4 mines in Blackrock territory is slightly different. Among them, the largest is the Blackrock Iron Mine, which produces iron ore of medium quality. It is the main source of weapons, equipment, and farm tools for Stone Raven Town, and has about 120 workers. The second is the Huigong Tin Lead Mine, which mainly produces tin and a small amount of lead, and has about 80 workers. The third one is Xiao Tongshan, which also has about 80 workers. The last one is the Glowing Stone Mine, the smallest in scale. It mainly mines a type of glowing stone that can weakly guide magic as a byproduct, and sometimes a small amount of silver can also be mined. There are about 50 experienced workers. Upon hearing the detailed report, Ryan nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. Baruch swallowed hard and continued his report. The total number of people who need to be paid is approximately between 330 and 350, including technical staff and management. Approximately 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins. The lowest salary here is for ordinary laborers, while technical staff and management are more expensive. This amount of money is not a large sum for Ren these days. After deducting all costs, these 4 mines can generate approximately 2,000 gold coins in revenue per month. Of course, the mines will eventually run out of resources. I see. Ren tapped the table. Take me to see the mine. The glowing stone is a mine that Ren is particularly interested in. This glowing stone is a special metal that can be used for basic enchanting of equipment. Of course, enchanting skills also require professionals. Ren's decision surprised Baruch slightly, but he immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, my lord. I will arrange the carriages and guards right away." No need to make a fuss. Ren stood up, walked to the window, and looked at Tilope, who was studying the new sheet music with Vivian in the courtyard and occasionally strumming a few notes, as well as Leona and Sherry, who were lying in the sunlight pretending to be asleep. He planned to take Leona out for a trip. Only by traveling light and simply can we see the most authentic situation. Get ready, we'll set off immediately, first to the largest Blackrock iron mine. Soon, a not-so-luxurious but sturdy carriage drove out of Tulip Castle and headed towards Blackrock territory. Rain held Leona in his arms as they sat in the carriage, while Baruch followed closely behind on horseback. Upon arriving in Blackrock territory, the outline of the Blackrock iron mine came into view in the distance. It was a mountain that had been mostly excavated, exposing gray-black rock layers. At the foot of the mountain, there were large areas of simple shacks and work sheds, and the chimneys belching black smoke were simple smelting furnaces. It was closing time, and many miners, ragged and covered in coal dust, could be seen dragging their weary bodies out of the mine. Inside the shack, a dozen or so workers huddled together, eating black bread. These low-level miners were basically given food and some wages to work. Of course, the Tyro Empire has guilds, and these guilds are not just for show. However, in remote areas, not many workers can afford to pay the membership fees. In more prosperous areas, this situation would be impossible. The miners' shed reeked of sweat. One miner, munching on black bread, looked at his fellow miner on his bed and asked, "Brother Tom, aren't you eating?" Tom, a middle-aged, burly man, gave a wry smile. "I've been owed wages for several days already, and my family is barely making ends meet. I'll save some for tomorrow morning to take home to my wife and kids." Hearing Tom's complaint, the miner on the bed took a big bite of bread. "Damn it. I knew war was no good." "Who says otherwise?" Another worker inside the shed complained. "I bet that pretty boy is enjoying himself with his beautiful wife and concubines right now, drinking and reveling in his newfound wealth." Damn it. They were all talking about building a civilized society in the Stone Raven Town Council, but they can't even pay the workers. Complaints arose, and Tom quickly whispered a warning. "All right, stop talking and go to sleep. We have to keep going tomorrow." "Keep going? They're not even paying me. I quit. Let's go on strike." "That's right, strike. Brother Tom, you have a wife and kids at home, while we're all bachelors. We can chip in and help you out. In short, we absolutely cannot bow down to that pretty boy. Once he does it, he'll do it again. He's only just taken over Blackstone territory, and he already dares to withhold wages. I don't even want to think about what the future holds." Chapter 174 Leona absorbs the power of order. Voices of resistance soon emerged from the shack where a dozen or so people lived. When Ryan arrived at the mine, he did not notify any person in charge, so no one received him. Of course, he quickly realized what was going on here. Baruch's face instantly turned cold. These lowly people were actually planning a strike. All he wanted to do at that moment was to go back to his old ways, kick open the door with his whip, and start whipping the slaves one by one. However, Ryan stopped him. Many things can be understood by putting yourself in someone else's shoes. If someone dared to owe Ryan his wages, he would also be angry. Those in positions of power need to learn not only to punish severely, but also to be tolerant of those below them. These people, no matter what, are already working for Ren. He pushed open the door and walked into the workers' shed. At that moment, all the miners were stunned. It's easy to tell from Rain's attire that he is a nobleman, and some people have also seen him at the Stoneraven Town Council meeting. Why would nobles be here? Let alone nobles. Even the management of this mine would never step into this stinking shack. After a brief hesitation, Tom immediately sprang up from the bed, and all the workers followed suit. But nobody knew what to say. Rain didn't say anything, just quietly watched them. He coldly swept his gaze over everyone present, and all the miners who met his eyes immediately lowered their heads. They just plotted a strike. I bet Ryan overheard it all. And she even called him a gigolo. Many people lowered their heads, glancing around and exchanging glances with their co-workers. Time ticked by, until the young nobleman holding a baby angel at the door slowly spoke, breaking the silence. Frankly, I admire your courage to even consider trying to overthrow my rule. Ren's voice was very soft. Born into a wealthy family, he was able to suppress his emotions in any situation, and Ren was no exception. Even though his tone didn't betray anger, all the miners instinctively shivered. Baruch was also a little unsure of what Ren was up to. Even if Ren's tone was a bit harsher, he would dare to take action against the miners closest to him. Baruch's impression of Ren was that he was very assertive, yet somewhat inexplicable. Of course, I may have been too busy lately and neglected the political affairs of Blackrock territory. Rain's voice was as friendly as if he were talking to a friend, making it impossible for anyone to feel any dislike towards him. But at the same time, it's baffling. Why would a nobleman have to explain so much to a commoner? This is a fine nobleman. Regardless, everyone present except Baruch unconsciously had this thought. Don't worry about the money. And as for your food, I just heard. The situation is very bad. It's obviously not enough to support the physical exertion required for a day's work on just a few slices of bread. At this point, Ren frowned. Has it always been like this? Tom hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, back. For a moment, Tom didn't even know what to call Ryan. Calling him Lord didn't seem appropriate either, since he wasn't the Lord of Blackrock. Yes, sir, Tom said, his face flushed, clearly nervous. It's like this every day. Ren nodded. What's your name? Tom nearly fainted upon hearing this. His fellow workers had just been calling out his name, saying he was the oldest person there and wanted him to lead the strike. My name is Tom, sir. Tom, you're very good. In my opinion, you're a good husband and a good father. Ryan walked up to him and extended his hand after scrutinizing him for a moment. This moment made the middle-aged man feel flattered. He quickly wiped his dark hands on his chest before grasping Ryan's hand. Starting today, all low-level miners will receive a 30% pay rise, and those who are married and have children will receive an additional 30% food subsidy. This land is so decayed that even the slightest change is enough to excite everyone. The miners stared in astonishment at the young nobleman, especially Tom, who remained shaking hands with Ryan, having forgotten to pull his hand away. A moment later, he shouted, Long live the Lord! Long live Rain! A dozen or so miners joined in the shouting, their voices piercing the darkness of the mine. The entire mine, with over 100 people, was instantly awakened. Ren is here. The manager screamed in the office, quickly standing up, his obese belly even bumping against the table and knocking over a wine glass. Drops of red wine fell to the floor like blood. All right, you guys should rest now. I'm very dissatisfied with this accommodation. I'll definitely have someone renovate it tomorrow. And so, Ren led Baruch out of the workers' shed. As they closed the door, Ren turned to Baruch and said, I don't like to complicate things that can be solved with money. But when it comes to money, I can't tolerate it. Baruch's throat bobbed. I understand, my lord. After saying that, the bald man went straight to the office of the mine manager. Rain looked down at Leona and asked, Do you think this is right? The little angel was being held in Rain's arms, sucking her fingers. When Rain asked her about right and wrong and matters involving order, runes flowed through her mind, like strings of code appearing and disappearing. Finally, she nodded, As soon as he finished speaking, golden rays of light began to converge in the space, forming a golden scale. On the left, a figure stands on a tray, which looks like Ryan, while on the right, there is a group of people, symbolizing the common people. At this moment, Ren and the civilians were on the balance scale, swaying back and forth, their respective weights constantly being finely adjusted until they finally reached a static equilibrium point. Then, the scales transformed into a stream of light and merged into Leona's body. Is this what they call the power of order? The power of rules? Rain kissed Leona's rosy cheek. Baby, how does it feel? MMM. MMM. The little cutie smiled sweetly and giggled. Although Ren didn't know what she had gained, he could tell that she was laughing from the bottom of her heart. Through the strange phenomenon he had just witnessed, Ren also gleaned a little bit of the deeper meaning of rules and order. Unrelenting exploitation will tip the scales, ultimately leading to resistance and collapse, as seen in the strike that was just brewing. However, giving excessively without expecting anything in return can lead to personal weakness, disorder, or being seen as weak and vulnerable by others. Ren boarded the carriage and waited for Baruch to return so they could continue their inspection of the next mine. The bald man touched the dagger at his waist to make sure he still had this weapon, which he used for both self-defense and killing, before kicking open the door to the person in charge's office. Chapter 175. Within the bounds of reason and law, try to suppress any discordant voices. When the mine manager saw Baruch, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He knew that this bald slave trader was one of Ren's men. Sir, I was just about to go down. The mine manager took out a cigar from the wooden box and handed one to Baruch. What use would you be going down now? Baruch waved his hand, refusing the other's offer of hospitality. We haven't even had a single person to greet us since we came in. It's like this. I didn't expect Lord Rain to come here for an inspection tonight. The mine manager took out a wooden box from the cabinet again, shook it slightly, and a metallic sound came out from inside. He then handed it to Baruch. Just a little something, just a little something. As the saying goes, it's easier to deal with the king of hell than with his underlings. Baruch opened the wooden box, which contained about 30 gold coins. This amount of money is nothing to Ren, and the mine manager would never use such a small sum to bribe Ren. But the mine manager was certain that Baruch would be tempted. However, Ren had already warned Baruch that he could not tolerate anything involving money. Even if you gave Baruch 100 lives, he wouldn't dare accept this money now. Take it back, Baruch said, rubbing his shiny scalp. His tone was somewhat cold. Just now, Lord Rain expressed some dissatisfaction with the workers' food and living conditions. The three men were well aware of this. As for why things were so bad, no one would believe that the mine manager hadn't embezzled funds. But they were a bit too greedy. The mine manager was also dumbfounded. He hadn't embezzled Ren's money, but the money of the previous lord, Baron Will. How could he hold him accountable? I understand. The mine manager could only concede for now. I guarantee that, under Lord Rain's rule, every penny issued from above, even a single copper coin, will be delivered perfectly to everyone who deserves it. I'll make changes to everything, including food and lodging, right away tomorrow. Baruch walked to his desk, casually glanced at the ornate decorations on it, then took a cigar from the wooden cigar box and lit it. He took a deep breath and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Lord Rain is not the kind of nobleman who eats the meat himself and doesn't let his subordinates have any soup. Long live Rain. Long live the Lord. The mine manager was secretly delighted, which meant that Baruch was going to let him go. However, when he saw the bald man looking at him with a gloomy expression, his upturned smile froze. Lord Rain is kind, but I am different. Baruch knew that if he let the other man leave the office unharmed, Ren would kill him. So he pointed to the spot where he stood. Kneel down and raise your head. The mine manager glared angrily. This lackey of Ren was actually using Ren's power to bully others. If it was Ren who made him do it, the mine manager would naturally have no complaints. But this man was just a slave trader in Stoneraven Town in his early years. Compared to a mine manager like him, Baruch was far too lowly. But now he could only clench his fists, kneel down before Baruch, raise his head, and look straight at Baruch with his gray-blue pupils. Lord Baruch, are you satisfied now? Your eyes are beautiful. As soon as Baruch finished speaking, the burning cigar but was reflected in the gray-blue irises of the mine manager's eyes. Then, Baruch stubbed out the cigar right under his left eye. The scorching cigar but sank deep into the fragile eyeball, making a slight hissing sound, mixed with the pungent smell of burning flesh. The piercing screams echoed throughout the mine, prompting many workers to come out and look at the rooms inside the only tall building in the mine. That's the mine manager's office. Now, your eyes aren't as beautiful. Baruch mimicked Ren's tone, his voice gentle. And at the same time, this mine, everyone here, every stone, every grain of iron sand, belongs to Lord Ren. Every penny of dirty money you've swallowed in the past has been a form of theft of the future of Lord Ren's great cause. The thought of Ren sent a shiver down Baruch's spine. That man was still waiting for him downstairs. I believe that Lord Ren would prefer someone close to him to take your place rather than someone he's never met. Baruch explained the situation to the mine manager. Now I only have two choices for you. First, I threw him into the miner's shack and beat him to death with sticks. Second, I'll give you a dignified end, Baruch said, tossing out a rope. Take your own life. You may not know me, but I know you have a wife and 2 children, and your mother is about to turn 83. Think it over carefully yourself. This is not my idea, it is Lord Ren's idea, Baruch emphasized again. He watched the mine manager's obese body roll on the floor. Betrayal only happens 0 times, or countless times. You dared to swallow Baron Will's money, and you'll dare to swallow Lord Ren's money in the future. Today, under your management, some workers in this mine are already preparing to try to rebel against Lord Ren's rule through a strike. Once the members of the Gitai Society learn about the wage arrears and mistreatment of workers here, they become like sharks that smell blood. What they love to do most is support strikes. This is a very bad start for Lord Ren in taking control of Blackrock territory. In other words, you're just unlucky. Baruch was also a talented person. He could instantly understand what Ren was thinking after Ren only said one sentence to him. Rain sat in the carriage, holding Leona in his arms, and drew back the carriage curtains, looking with great interest at the window of the mine manager's office. A dark shadow was cast in the window, and a rope hung from the ceiling, with a corpse suspended from it. Frankly, he didn't want to hand over the mine manager position to the miners to quell their resentment. Once ordinary people realize they can eliminate those in power above them, the flames of ambition will not be extinguished. Of course, if this happened in Tulip territory, Rain would like to handle it this way. He wants to raise a pack of hungry wolves and docile sheep. However, Blackrock territory has only just been conquered, so it's not appropriate to do so now. A few minutes later, Baruch came to Ren's carriage and bowed. My lord, it's done. Not bad. Ren nodded first, but showed no intention of leaving. After a brief silence, Baruch's eyes darted around. My lord, if the mine manager's family finds out, won't they make a big fuss? Like going straight to Stoneraven Town to seek justice? I heard that Baron Morris will be coming to Stoneraven Town to take up his post in a few days. Ren hesitated for a moment. Within the bounds of reason and law, try to suppress any discordant voices. After saying that, he knocked on the carriage window and added, It seems like Parker from Cheshire. You could try to contact him. Ryan's meaning was crystal clear. He wanted to use these gangsters to handle things. Parker wouldn't refuse a deal if a few civilian lives could buy Ryan's favor. Chapter 176, Drinking with Zennies. Arriving at the Weiguang Associated Mine, the situation here is much better than at the Blackrock Iron Mine. After all, the ore here is very difficult to mine, and the miners are mostly skilled miners. Ryan gave a few casual instructions and then returned to Tulip territory. Inside Tulip Castle, he had already fallen asleep with several spirit pets. Rain gently placed Leona on the bed as well, then strolled over to Zennies' door. A suppressed sound came from inside the room. Rain coughed lightly and knocked on the door. Ms. Zennies, are you asleep? Lord Rain, is there something you need? The alluring voice of the blind nun came from inside the door. Would it be convenient to talk? I brought a bottle of wine and would like you to try it and see how it tastes. At this moment, Ryan could only play the role of a caring younger brother. Although Zennies had needs, she couldn't say them openly. Okay, please wait a moment. Zennies hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to Rain's invitation. Nuns don't drink alcohol, but Zennies is no longer in the church, so she has no such restrictions. The rustling sound of clothes being put on reached Ryan's ears, igniting a fire in his heart. Sister Ren hasn't contacted her in a long time. Since the last time, Ren has become addicted to it, and Zennies is the same. However, Rain had other women, so Zennies could only wait for Rain. Fortunately, she finally got what she was waiting for tonight. A white nightgown enveloped Zennies' voluptuous body, and a white strip of cloth covered her eyes, giving her an aura of sacred inviolability and asceticism. At this moment, the two sat on the sofa, sipping red wine under the magical light. Is Madame settling in well at the castle lately? Ren asked, moving closer to her. Sensing Ren's approach, Zennies made no comment, only parting her red lips slightly. Thank you for your concern, Lord Ren. Life in the castle is very peaceful, and Lady Hurya's care is also very thoughtful. Her tone was polite and restrained, even carrying a hint of the pedantic manner typical of nuns. This wine has a rich aroma, and nuns are not supposed to drink alcohol. Although we are no longer under the Holy Seal, this habit and perception is difficult to completely abandon in a short time. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, but didn't drink it, as if the deep red liquid was a temptation that needed to be treated with caution. Looking at her feigned seriousness, Rain sneered inwardly. No wonder she's a nun who's cold on the outside but sassy on the inside. Good wine is like a close friend, sharing joy and sorrow. Ren reached out, his long, slender, white fingers running through the stray hairs by her ear. Many philosophers and artists on this continent have also drawn inspiration from fine wine. Zenise did not flinch at Ren's physical contact. Instead, she grabbed Ren's hand and said, "Can I see what you look like? After all, we've already done certain things." "Can you see it?" Ren asked, somewhat puzzled. "I remember you said." "I can sense it," Zenise said, bringing her cheek closer, her forehead touching Ren's. A burst of white light appeared. At that moment, the image of a young nobleman appeared in Zenise's mind. His blonde hair was meticulously combed, with only a few unruly strands falling across his forehead, adding a touch of casual elegance. Those emerald pupils were like a clear lake, their calm surface concealing an unfathomable depth. What captivated Zenise the most was the perfect bone structure bestowed upon Rain by his noble lineage, a high nose bridge and thin, well-defined lips. Zenise saw his youth, his perfect looks, and an arrogance that wasn't feigned, an aura that made her heart flutter and was irresistible. "Perfect," Zenise gave her assessment. "It's like an appearance created by some sophisticated person according to their own aesthetic." Really? Upon hearing Zenise's words, Ren was somewhat moved. Could it be that his appearance was artificially created? Any face-shaping magic, or anything like that since he was a child? Unless it was drawn before he was even born. But such life-threatening methods should be rare. At least no nobleman would joke about the life of his unborn child. By the way, I heard from a friend that the Orsa Empire has split into two factions, one that supports the church and the other that opposes it. Is that true? Rain's topic veered off course, but Zenise continued eloquently. That's right. But the factions opposing the church don't have the upper hand. Even so, they still put forward a bold view. That is, the reason why most countries with churches have not developed is precisely because the churches have hindered the development of these countries. For the vast majority of Orsa believers, the ethereal god is more worthy of reverence than the current Orsa 9. At this point, Zenise sighed softly. But whether it's imperial power or divine authority, ultimately, they cannot withstand the erosion of human nature. I see. Ryan kissed her chattering lips. Zenise's narration was abruptly cut off by the sudden kiss. She let out a soft moan, her body stiffening slightly, but she did not resist violently. Instead, the hand that was holding Ren's fingers tightened its grip even more unconsciously. After a long while, Rain slowly stepped back a little, but their foreheads were still touching, their breaths mingling. Zenise's cheeks were already flushed with a captivating blush. Rather than talking about distant empires and churches, Rain's voice was deep and powerful. "We may have something more important to discuss tonight, don't we, Mrs. Zenise?" At this moment, Zenise's pent-up emotions finally burst forth. Before Ryan could say anything more, she had already pushed him down onto the sofa. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright, and sparse stars dotted the night sky. Within the tulip territory, ripples spread across the riverbanks of the Black Forest. Chapter 177: The Showdown between Ryan and Morris. The next day, Rain got up as usual and dressed, washed, and ate with his help. After leaving Tulip Castle, Ren first boarded a carriage and arrived at Stoneraven Town. Today is the day Liana leaves Stoneraven Town, so he arrived at the town hall early in the morning. After a lengthy speech, Liana boarded her carriage amidst the blessings of the townspeople of Stoneraven and slowly departed the town. Rain stood on the side of the street, watching the head sticking out of the carriage window, and waved to Liana. He could see a deep reluctance in the beautiful woman's eyes. Ryan gave her a reassuring look. Then, the newly appointed mayor, Morris, began his inaugural address. The man had a long white beard and was about 60 years old. The two men looked like sworn enemies in the crowd and locked eyes at first glance. "It is an honor to become the new mayor of Stoneraven Town." Baron Morris stood in the town council hall, surrounded by a crowd. He glanced at Ren in the crowd, then looked away and slowly began to speak. "This time, I am also grateful for the trust of every voter in Shia Town. Next, I will do my job as mayor well and severely crack down on any illegal or unethical behavior. Morris spoke with conviction, earning applause from many in the crowd. He glanced at Ryan and said, "One point in particular is that I will not tolerate anyone who wants to establish a dictatorship over this land." Rain narrowed his eyes slightly as the man continued to demonstrate and provoke him amidst the cheers of the crowd. All the officials in Stoneraven Town were sweating profusely. Now anyone could tell that the mayor was here for Rain. After all, who has the greatest control over Stoneraven Town right now? Without a doubt, it's Rain. Rain controls 3 territories surrounding Stoneraven Town and has colluded with the judge and the speaker. Who can be a dictator? Only Ren. Halfway through his speech, a town guard came up to Maurice and whispered a few words in his ear. He nodded in response, then waved for the guard to leave. "I just received some unfortunate news." Morris began in a pained tone. "I have received a report that within the jurisdiction of Stoneraven Town, at the Blackrock Iron Mine in Blackrock Territory, the mine manager committed suicide, and his family members have mysteriously disappeared. When the suicide occurred, some people said that His Excellency Ren had inspected the area that evening. Was His Excellency Ren present at the scene?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Maurice directly attacked Ren, causing many present to hold their breath. "I'm here." Ryan stepped out of the crowd and faced Morris directly. "Mayor, you're right. I did go to the mine that night for an inspection. What's wrong?" Morris hadn't expected Ryan to step out of the crowd and admit it so readily. He coughed lightly. "So? I'd like to ask, what did you say that night?" "He didn't say anything," Rain shrugged. "This person has been in charge of mining at the Blackrock Iron Mine, but he doesn't care about the miners' daily lives. A strike broke out that night, and I went to the scene to handle it promptly. But I'd like to ask the town mayor. These are over 100 people, representing over 100 families. Their basic needs for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation are all problems. Why haven't you paid attention to these things?" Inshia Town nodded in agreement. Most knew what life was like for those miners. Only those who have no other choice will choose to become miners. "I will take care of these people's livelihood in due course, but now lives are at stake. A family of 5 disappeared overnight. 4 of them vanished, and 1 committed suicide. Lord Rain, as the person in charge of Blackrock Territory, shouldn't you give an explanation?" "I would like to ask Lord Rain, what truth are you hiding?" Ryan raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Morris in the air. This gesture is very impolite in public, but if Ryan did it, it would appear exceptionally noble and domineering. "What do you mean by concealing the truth?" Ren pondered for a moment. "Perhaps we can ask the miners who were there at the time. I only did some reassurance work." As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean, and Morris immediately turned his attention to Ren, causing everyone to secretly consider which side to take. "This is unreasonable." Morris stepped down from his speech and came to Ryan. "You have appeased the workers who were preparing to strike, so why would a mine manager choose to commit suicide? I hope you can explain everything." Morris looked around the room and shouted in front of the officials and townspeople of Stoneraven, "I don't care who I've offended, and I will not give in to you just because your father is about to become prime minister. During my tenure in Shia Town, whether 100 people die or just 1, I will pursue the matter to the end. This is not a matter of numbers, but a matter of attitude. We pursue the truth, we pursue justice." The townspeople erupted in cheers. "Good, good, good." Of course, anyone who has met Ren knows that it is impossible to suppress him by using public opinion, because this person is very eloquent. Ryan chuckled softly. "Pursuing truth and facts? You're right, but truth only becomes truth through repeated dialectics, and the truth and facts also need to be repeatedly verified to ensure their authenticity. Just because I was in the same place as him, and we've never even met, you can conclude that I threatened him?" "I didn't say that." Morris hadn't expected this student who dropped out of the Imperial Beast Taming Academy to be so difficult to deal with. "Then you've really failed in your duty as mayor." Ryan shook his head. "You can ask these miners how I've treated them, and how the mine manager has treated them." Rain, rain, rain. Many miners also came to the scene, including civilians from the Tulip territory, who kept chanting Ryan's name to cheer him on. Tom, in particular, who had shaken hands with Ryan that night, kept raising his fist and shouting. He had been won over by Ren in just a few words. Even though Ren didn't offer him many benefits, he gave him something that was both cheap and precious. This thing is called respect. How could a nobleman, whom even miners respect, be a bad person? Even if it was really Ryan who killed the mine manager, so what? This only made the miners more fond of him. Ryan thought Morris was a strange person. As a qualified politician, he shouldn't have started making enemies on his very first day in office. Even if Ryan is his target, the two should still get along amicably. So the way he's acting right now, the moment he arrives, suggests either he's missing a screw or he's eager to please someone. He said he came to Stoneraven Town to mess with Rain. Chapter 178, he's just a baron, right? Deal with him. At the town mayor's inauguration ceremony, silence fell for a moment. Ryan publicly reprimanded the new mayor for dereliction of duty, something that had never happened to any mayor of Stoneraven before. Morris is now in a difficult situation. He originally thought that by invoking public opinion, he could severely suppress Ren, but now it seems that he has instead created a highly charged scene. All I can say is that Rain handled things flawlessly, leaving Morris with no way to find a fatal flaw. Even if it turns out that the deaths of the mine owner's family were related to Ryan, so what? At worst, Ren could simply pin all the blame on Baruch, since Ren never said he wanted to kill anyone. Melosa was also secretly watching from the crowd as Ren and the new mayor clashed. Since Rain is at odds with the new mayor, she naturally won't consider trying to please him. Previously, when it was Liana, Melosa was confident she could control that kind-hearted woman, but this old man named Morris was clearly not so easy to talk to. And she couldn't possibly contradict Ryan. Morris's heart skipped a beat. Rain was already putting pressure on him in front of everyone. Just as he was wondering how to handle the situation, Speaker Lester coughed. Mayor, perhaps we could first show you around Stoneraven Town? Given Lord Rain's character, he would never do something like silencing someone. There must be some misunderstanding. All right then, Morris said, taking Lester's advice and backing down. He really hadn't expected Ryan to be so difficult. He originally thought this guy had risen to power by relying on women, and now that Liana had left, he could finally punish Rain severely. But he didn't expect. This guy not only had women supporting him, but also had good public support. After Morris left, Ryan went directly to the feather salon with Melosa. Is something on your mind? Are you worried about Mayor Morris? The two sat down in a private room, and Melosa fed Ren a sip of wine. It's not that serious. Ren's tone was somewhat dismissive. A mere town mayor. I don't care at all. The reason Ryan was deep in thought was to clarify the relationship between Morris and the Gethsemane. First, he listened to the speech of Lor, the leader of the Getai Society, and every word he uttered was aimed at the late emperor. This proves that the Getai Society and the Queen's faction have intricate connections. Even if the founding of the Getai Society was not Mijera's idea, it was definitely related to her subordinates. However, the Goethe Society originated in Wexgel, and Baron Morris was not deterred by the Goethe Society. And back then, it was precisely because Rain witnessed the establishment of the Goethe Society that he was hunted down by Morris's troops. Clearly, these people are in cahoots. While Lion's suppression of the Goethe Society was not a real conflict between Rain and Lion, most nobles in the western provinces probably knew that Lion was Locke's uncle. This is truly amazing. Be bygones after confirming the other's identity. So, the problem still lies with Mijela. Mijela couldn't possibly tell her subordinates that Ryan was her man. As the queen at the top, she was very secretive, so the baron at the bottom naturally couldn't possibly know that the queen was standing behind Ren. If Maurice knew about the relationship between Rain and the queen, he wouldn't dare to make trouble for Rain even if he had 100 lives. Therefore, from Morris's perspective, Rain is Victor's son and has already discovered the true nature of the Gethsemane. This relationship, which is both enemy and not enemy, is very complex. Rain couldn't directly tell him about her relationship with the queen, otherwise the man would accuse Rain of slandering the queen. When the scandal is exposed, Mijela's situation will be extremely awkward. Only true powerhouses could sense the presence of Mijela on Ren. Coming to his senses, Ren only heard Melosa whisper in his ear, "If you don't care about him, why are you frowning?" Ryan couldn't explain at all. He felt like he was pleasing neither side. He was both Victor's son and Mijela's lover. Of course, right now, Rain has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Empress and the Emperor. All he can do is to rapidly expand his power while protecting himself. The reason I'm frowning is because I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Ryan took a deep breath and began his performance. Madam, you're in business. You absolutely cannot afford to antagonize the mayor, understand? Even though our relationship doesn't seem that great, I don't want you to. Melosa didn't expose Ren's insincerity. She simply placed a delicate finger to Ren's lips and said, "For you. I don't care, and I don't care what others think of me." He's just a baron, right? Take him down. Rain was somewhat taken aback by Melosa's tone, which sounded like that of an underground gangster. This beautiful woman, elegant in public and wanton in private, was clearly a contrast. "This doesn't require my intervention," Ren coughed lightly. "By the way, madam, You seem to know that I have already fused with dragon blood golden obsidian within me. What is this? Melassa asked, biting her finger, looking completely bewildered. It's something that can make a man really powerful. I don't know. Melassa looked blank. I told you. I like your body. It's handsome and full of energy. What is this dragon blood and stone? Never mind if I don't know. Ren couldn't immediately tell whether Melassa was telling the truth or not. But there is no love without a reason in this world. Although Ryan knew he had a good appearance, he wasn't the only handsome man in the world. Melassa has seen countless men and women. How could she not encounter other handsome men and beautiful women? Ren didn't care about this. There was no one in this world he could completely trust. Judging by the timeline, Selena should be returning to Tulip territory soon. She will bring a golden contract master to Ren. Thinking of this, Ren smiled even more broadly. The dragon blood golden obsidian is what I obtained at the academy. After it became one with me, my physical condition improved every time I came into contact with a woman. Melassa shook her head. Such a treasure probably doesn't exist in this world. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to do anything all day but just lie on a woman's belly and live your life. In a few decades, who will still be your rival? Ren frowned slightly. Melassa's words made sense. If such a magical artifact truly existed, what woman would dare entrust it to a man? So Melassa really didn't know about her relationship with the queen? If that's the case, then according to what Phil said, powerful individuals could sense the presence of Mijala on Ren. So, what kind of powerful person would be able to sense the presence of Mijala on Ren? No, Ren blurted out instinctively. Chapter 179 Handsome little boys always have a lot of personality. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Melassa forced a smile. This world doesn't have such a treasure, and even if it did, it would definitely have limitations. Ren narrowed his eyes. What he was thinking was completely different from what Melassa had said. Rain thought that Melassa had been lying all along. She must have sensed something good inside Rain, which was why she was trying to seduce him. Since Melassa, as a gold-level expert, can already sense the dragon blood golden thread red obsidian, then, even if Morris, as a baron, is not a gold-level expert, there should be gold-level experts around him. Therefore, there is only one possibility. Either Melassa, who was able to detect the aura on Rain, is a top-tier member of the gold rank. After all, during the battle with Baron Will, neither Baron Will nor his elite guards sensed the aura of a supreme being emanating from Rain. Seeing that Ren remained silent, Melassa pressed on. What exactly is wrong? The glamorous woman found Rain somewhat inexplicable, but that was always the case with this man. Whenever he talks to someone about something, he's thinking about something else. Are you unusually sensitive to male scents? Ren coughed lightly and asked a question that left Melassa puzzled. Before Melassa could react, Ren had already grabbed her hand. Are you human? Are you a dragon? Or some kind of violet fairy? Or perhaps a fox or something? That's right. I'm a vixen. Melassa smiled seductively, her jade-like fingers, painted with purple nail polish, tracing across Ren's chest. Don't you know? What a little rascal. This woman always evaded the topic, making it impossible for Ryan to grasp the key information. Ren kissed her passionately, and he could clearly feel Melassa's momentary surprise and her body's instinctive, passionate response. Melassa kept her eyes closed during the kiss, but Ryan kept his eyes open and watched her intently. Until Melassa opened her eyes, her beautiful purple eyes sparkled with allure. When the kiss ended, both of them were breathing rapidly. Are you getting into the mood? The alluring woman traced circles of her fingers around Ren's chest. I'll serve you well, but you have to be good. Ren nodded slightly. Since he couldn't get any useful information from Melassa, he would have to make use of her for the time being. The next day, Rain left the Soft Feather Salon and arrived at Grade of Territory. This territory had always been involved in the slave trade, and Vesper controlled a significant source of slaves. But with his death, the entire territory can no longer find a second economic pillar. The key issue was that his sale of prisoners as slaves was exposed, which aroused public outrage. In order to appease the families of these victims, the provincial council investigated Vesper's assets and paid him a lot of money. However, the agricultural base of Grey Dove Territory is arguably the best developed among the 3 territories surrounding Raven Town. After all, Vesper controls a large number of serfs. Upon arriving at the study in Grey Pigeon Castle, Ren quickly glanced at the accounts in the territory and discovered that Grey Pigeon Territory could develop steadily even by growing and selling grain. And most importantly, Grey Pigeon Castle has a merchant ship in Azure Harbor. This was originally something Vesper bought at a low price in Azure Harbor through his connections with Ryan. This merchant ship was originally intended by Vesper to send people overseas to purchase foreign slaves, but now it has become Ren's property. Although it was a small merchant ship, its role was absolutely significant. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door, and a mature woman's voice asked, "Is Your Excellency the Baron in?" "Come in." After receiving Ryan's consent, the woman went into the office. Ren knew of this person's existence, but he had never met him. He had only heard Liana mention him once. She's essentially on Liana's mother's side, with some kind of superficial relationship. In short, she is a distant relative. When Liana and Rain are not in Grey Dove territory, she usually handles all the affairs within the territory. "Your Excellency Rain, my name is Ophia Miller." Ophia wore a gray dress with a red gemstone set in the chest. She tossed her short, sandy gold hair behind her ear, exuding a mature charm, her deep blue eyes staring directly at Rain. "You should have heard Liana introduce me before?" "Yes, there is." Ren extended his hand, inviting her to sit opposite him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful Ms. Ophia." Ophia smiled gently, pulled out a chair, adjusted her skirt with her hand, and sat down. "Lord Ren, there is something I must report to you." Ophia is Liana's cousin. Although both were nobles, his father was merely a nobleman and did not even receive a symbolic title like knight. She was, in a sense, a fallen noblewoman. Perhaps her ultimate fate would be to marry a wealthy, but ultimately commoner merchant, thus losing her noble status. Or perhaps he could find a similarly impoverished nobleman. After all, nobles with some power also hope their wives possess some ability, capable of boosting their careers. However, Liana gave Ophia the greatest opportunity of her life, to develop her career in Stone Raven Town. Although Ophia is now essentially a housekeeper, Liana is no ordinary person. She is currently the finance official of the Western Province. If a nobleman learns that the finance official has a cousin, he might try to pursue Ophia. Of course, none of this concerned Ren. At that moment, he casually picked up the nail clippers on the table and trimmed his nails, his tone somewhat nonchalant. "Speak." "It's like this." Ophia wasn't offended by Rain's brief reply and perfunctory gesture. "My God, with such a face, whatever she does or says, everything looks so pleasing to the eye. Handsome little boys always have a lot of personality." She calmed her racing heart, her voice slightly hurried. "Didn't you propose building a circular trade route to connect the 3 territories of Grey Dove Territory, Blackstone Territory, and Tulip Territory?" What's wrong?" Ren tossed the nail clippers aside and stared at the back of his fair hand with a bored expression. Even though he knew that if he brought a bottle of wine and had a few drinks with her, the woman would agree to sleep with him. But Ryan wasn't interested in women who didn't seem to be of any use at the moment. "During the construction of the trade route, we discovered a potential new black iron or vein underground at the junction of Grey Dove Territory, Blackstone Territory, and Stone Raven Town." Rain's expression was somewhat indifferent, as if the area around Blackrock Territory was prone to developing new small veins of ore, and this was just black iron. Mining it would require a significant initial investment of financial and human resources. Chapter 180: The Secret Under the Table. Ryan tapped the table habitually. "About how big is it?" When he tapped the table, he noticed that the sound coming from under it didn't seem solid, so there might be a hidden compartment under the tabletop. But now is not the time to focus on this. Ophia swallowed hard. "The point isn't the iron or, Your Excellency Rain. If this gets out, it could cause a lot of deaths." "Oh." Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. "Just tell me." Ophia patted her chest, startling the milky white-haired girl, Yukiko, who trembled slightly. "I heard from the people below that during the road construction, they discovered the soil underground was different, very likely a new iron or vein, so I went to investigate. But that's not ordinary iron ore at all." Ophia's eyes gleamed. "It's magic energy crystal." "Magic crystal?" Rain gasped. This was a strategic resource that could be used to create communication rings and spatial portals, including the resources needed to maintain them. In short, those are the spatial teleportation portals that Rain used at the Imperial Beast Taming Academy and the Advanced University Joint Trial Platform. The creation and maintenance of these devices all involve the use of magic energy crystals, a hard currency belonging to the entire continent. "How can you be so sure?" Ren calmed himself down and asked. "Lord Rain, although I am not a holder of the secret manual, I have studied at the Alchemy Academy in the Western Province. I studied geology, a subject that does not require possessing a secret manual. One only needs to master the knowledge of geological analysis. If my judgment is correct, the size of this magic crystal mine might rank among the top 5 in the Western Provinces. In other words, This vein could very well be mined for about 300 years. Ophia's voice trembled slightly. She hadn't originally planned to tell Ren about this discovery. But after seeing Ryan, she decided to take a gamble, and she succeeded. She will be one of the greatest contributors in Ryan's life. The prerequisite is that Ren can take control of this mine. If this vein were located within any of the 3 surrounding territories, that would be fine. But it's too big. It may have already extended into Stoneraven Town, which means the ownership of this mineral vein will also become increasingly uncertain. Even the big shots in the capital city would reach out to her, but Ophia had also learned about Rain's identity and background from Liana. This man's father is about to become prime minister. Is this matter known only to you right now? Ren smiled, suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes. Ophia shivered involuntarily, feeling a chilling aura surrounding her for no apparent reason. No, she shook her head repeatedly. Lord Ren, I still have a use for you. Okay, relax. Ren stood up, came up behind her, and patted her shoulder reassuringly. I hope it's best not to let anyone else know about this beforehand, including Liana. After all, Grey Dove territory and Blackstone territory still nominally belong to Liana. Once people find out, she might be in big trouble. Ren couldn't tell if this woman had left any backup plans. For example, a secret letter could be hidden in a sealed box. If she dies or is placed under house arrest, someone would deliver this box containing the secret to someone else. Of course, this was just Ryan's idea, but Ryan believed that this woman couldn't possibly come to tell him this earth-shattering secret without any preparation, so he could only pretend to be harmless for now. I know, Your Excellency Ren, so I didn't tell anyone. Ophia was clearly no pushover either. Ren could tell that this woman seemed to be feigning fear. But from her eyes, Ryan could glean a hint of confidence. This also indirectly proves that she did have a backup plan. As soon as she realizes that Rain is preparing to silence or control her, she will make this public. In this era where sincerity is met with treachery and betrayal, no one dares to easily trust anyone. Regardless, the fact that she told Ryan about this proves that she intended to side with him. Well then, what do you want? A title, or something else? Ren gently stroked her shoulder. Whatever you want. I'll find a way to give it to you. My current thought is to stay by your side and work for you, Ophia said, placing her hand on her shoulder and resting it on the back of Rain's hand. As for anything else, I haven't thought about it yet. I just want to stay safe and sound. I can guarantee that you will be given a baronial title in the future. Ren knew immediately that this woman had big ambitions. It's all up to you. I'll always be on your side. Ren knew that this woman wouldn't reveal the information for the time being, but once others found out, Ren's first action would be to kill her. The two are currently in a honeymoon phase. Of course, besides empty promises, there also needs to be some tangible benefits. After thinking for a moment, Rain said, if this mine belongs to me in the future, you will receive 3% of the profits, permanently. 3 points, not 30%, but even so, were enough to satisfy this woman completely. Because she knew that if she wanted more, then once Ren successfully acquired the mine, his first priority would be to find a way to eliminate her. Ophia nodded, then hurriedly left. Although nothing interesting happened between them, which she regretted, she left decisively. Rain could also foresee, perhaps she had some kind of backup plan. If she didn't leave the office within the agreed time, something would be triggered to leak the information. So Rain gave her plenty of freedom. This woman is not easy to deal with. But as long as she has no ill intentions, Ren will not easily lay a hand on her. At the very least, no impoverished nobleman can refuse the promises Ren makes. She couldn't find another partner, and she preferred to cling to Ryan's coattails rather than outsiders. Who can blame them when this little boy is so irresistible? And those other nobles really do eat people. Watching Ophia leave, Rain rubbed his temples. Right now, he can only think of 3 people he needs to find. Victor, Mijala, and Phil. Only these 3 people can help Ren take over this mine. However, Phil is not as important as the other 2, but Phil is the one that Ren trusts the most. Of course, Phil could only offer advice to Rain. She had no real power to interfere in the affairs of the western provinces. Therefore, Rain prepared to use the communication ring to urgently contact Phil. However, Ryan suddenly remembered that when he was tapping the table earlier, he discovered that it had a hidden secret, so he decided to see what secrets it held. Chapter 181, The Domineering Wife. Ryan flicked his fingers at the table, and the wooden board shattered, revealing an iron box inside. Inside was a notebook and a letter. Opening the notebook, only the first page contained written content, recording the merchant ship's transaction records. Vesper transported some of his art collection to the Far East via that merchant ship, and in return, he received a top-quality slave. This slave possesses a faint lineage of Eastern dragon blood. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, then sent a maid from Grey Dove Castle to Tulip Territory to deliver a message to Baruch, asking the bald man to go to the Stone Raven Town prison and bail out Vesper's former steward. Subconsciously, Ryan believed that all of Vesper's property belonged to him, so he needed to know who had the slave now. After all, the date the slave was transported back was exactly 1 month ago, which was also the day Vesper was stripped of his title. According to the law, this slave belongs to Liana, and he possesses a faint Eastern dragon bloodline. His value, converted into Tarot gold coins, is close to 100,000. Setting aside the transaction records, Ryan picked up the letter and opened it. The handwriting on the letter had an elegant yet haughty style. To Baron Grey Dove, I have formally conveyed your request to His Excellency the Governor. His Excellency the Governor is very satisfied with the batch of slaves you sent, but at the same time he made it clear that Blackstone Territory, as the most important mining industrial territory of Raventown, cannot be usurped without cause. This application is hereby rejected. But curiosity and ambition are the ladder to success, and considering your continued contributions, we are willing to give you a chance to prove your worth. Ren frowned. The letter ended there. There was no signature, nor any explanation of how Vesper should prove his worth. However, Vesper's interest in Blackrock Territory left Ren somewhat bewildered. But Liana was his wife at the time, so there was only one way to take over Blackrock Territory. That would be like Rain, where she would kill all the members of the Blackrock family, and the territory would naturally fall into Liana's hands. But why would Vesper go to such lengths to plot against Blackstone Territory? Could it be that he also discovered the magic crystal mine at the border between Grey Pigeon Territory and Blackstone Territory? If that's the case, Ren feels this is going to be a bit tricky. Vesper was defeated by Rain, but he also survived for a time as a civilian. In this time frame, will he expose this matter in order to get revenge on Rain and Liana? In other words, Lion may already know about the situation in Stoneraven Town, but he's been keeping quiet about it. So, is Liana's transfer to Cheshire as a treasurer a blessing or a curse? Rain is in a somewhat awkward situation. According to Ophia, the mine is located at the border between Blackrock Territory and Grey Dove Territory, and its scale may extend to the territory of Raventown. In other words, this magic crystal mine has absolutely no connection to Tulip Territory or to Rain. Therefore, the ownership of this mine can only be decided between Liana and Blackrock Town. So, at this point, if we can control Liana, or even kill her outright, then Rain will naturally be eliminated. After all, Liana is dead, and the two had no marital relationship, so it's not up to Rain to inherit. Once he understood everything, Ryan quickly called his wife. The communication ring lit up, followed by that mature yet alluring voice. Did you miss me, little Ren? Phil, the seemingly coldest but fiercest mature beauty, her voice, as always, aroused evil thoughts in Ren. Suddenly being called Little Ren by Phil, Ren took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to immediately go to the capital to find her. It's like this. Darling, I've discovered something incredible. I bet that incredible thing you're talking about is something you always carry with you, right? But I've already seen it and used it. No. Ren coughed lightly. I'm not here to talk about burning things. I've actually discovered something incredible. Are you alone with anyone right now? Upon hearing this, Feyer's expression turned serious. She stretched on the sofa, then crossed her legs and said, Speak. What is it? You must know Liana, right? Yes, I know. Then you must also know that she has now handed over the management of her 2 territories to me. Yes, I know. In the lobby of the college dormitory, Phil picked up an exquisite mug and took a sip. But let me make this clear. No one can take the position of my legal wife from me, no matter who that woman is, not even Selena. If you have any ulterior motives, you know what I can do. Ryan was somewhat afraid of his wife, Phil. He swallowed hard. That's impossible. You'll always be my love. You'd better think of it that way. Phil's full red lips curled up, revealing a smile of great interest. Wife, it's like this. I was planning to build a trade route connecting the 3 territories, but I discovered a magic crystal mine. According to expert assessment, the scale of this magic crystal mine ranks among the top in the western provinces. What can be confirmed now is that it has extended to the foot of Stone Raven Town. Upon hearing this, Feyer's heart began to race, and a sickly blush appeared on her face. Are you serious? How can you be sure? Yes. Ophia, Liana's cousin, is a graduate of the geology department of the Alchemy Academy in the Western Province. and she has now reached this conclusion. Then you should marry Lyanna first, Phil said, putting down her mug, her breathing a little rapid. Of course, she can only be a concubine. Then how is the ownership of this mine determined? Rain, now hesitant to act rashly, spoke again. Moreover, Lady Lyanna's ex-husband, Vesper, likely knew about this much earlier. In other words, Lyon is now well aware that there is a large-scale vein of magic crystals located underground in Stoneraven Town. As the governor of the Western Province, he couldn't possibly just watch such a significant achievement slip through his fingers. Hearing her young husband's words, Phil's voice rose a few decibels, and she scolded Rain domineeringly. Idiot. The mine starts from Grey Pigeon territory, so this vein belongs to us, do you understand? Who cares where it extends to? Even if it extends to Cheers City in the Western Province, this vein belongs to you, Rain Verlit, and me, Phil Tsepsh. Rain was somewhat impressed by Phil's shamelessness and domineering nature. Indeed, it's better for women to be older. She's a capable and supportive wife. Now, I'm going to arrange for you to meet with my father right away. Oh, and it would be best to bring that old man from your family along too. When it comes to absolute interests, political enemies and friends don't matter anymore. If Lyon dares to interfere in our family affairs, our two families will send him to meet his maker. That's what I said. Chapter 182. Your most important task now is to get Lyanna pregnant. Phil couldn't let Rain go to Mizela. If the royal family found out, the mine might be designated as a royal mine. In that case, no one will be able to eat a single piece of meat. On the contrary, Rain's father, a man who was about to become prime minister, plus Phil's father, an imperial general, were enough to keep them in check. You'd better remember this, Ren. This is your crucial asset for turning the tables and securing the inheritance. I don't care what you're busy with right now. You must get Lyanna pregnant, or I'll resign and go back to making sure you can't get out of bed every day. Phayer left only this sentence before cutting off the communication and leaving the academy in a hurry, without even asking for leave. Meanwhile, far away in Grey Pigeon Castle, Ren sat in his study and gave a wry smile. Phil made it sound so easy, but this wasn't something Ren could accomplish just by trying. Shouldn't we consider Lyanna's situation? After the call ended, Baruch quickly brought Vesper's old butler over from the prison. The office smelled somewhat indescribable because of the prisoner's presence. Rain removed the tulip pinned to his chest. The tulip exuded the sweet scent of tilipy, and he gently sniffed it, blocking out the stench emanating from the butler. Baruch lashed the butler's back with a whip, and the latter groaned and immediately knelt down. The fact that this 70 or 80-year-old man had to suffer such abuse was truly heartbreaking. Your Excellency Ren, what are your orders? The old steward wouldn't spout any nonsense about loyalty to one master. In this era, people with backbone are rare, especially those who have enjoyed a life of luxury. Such people rarely have any tough guys. The truly courageous people are those who have nothing, because they are willing to risk everything. I saw a Grey Dove territory merchant ship sailing with the Azure Harbor Fleet once, Ren said after a moment's thought. Where is that slave now? The old butler's lips were somewhat purple. He might be dead. Dead? Ren's tone was slightly displeased. In that case, then you can go back to prison. Wait, Lord Ren. The old butler almost burst into tears. He had been subjected to inhumane torture in prison and really didn't want to go back. I know there's a dungeon for imprisoning slaves under Grey Pigeon Castle. No one can go in except Vesper and me. The old butler had already seen Rain as his last hope, and his tone was somewhat anxious. Many slaves are in that basement, including that Eastern girl. I can take you to see her. Then take me to see him, Rain said, standing up. If you're still of any use, I'm willing to get you out of there. Ryan was very confident. After all, the judge's wife, Laura, was Ryan's mistress. Ryan only needed to say a word, and any prisoner could be legally released on bail. Upon hearing Ren's words, the old butler felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, Thank you, Your Excellency Ren. Long live Ren. Lead the way, Ren said succinctly. Guided by the old butler, they walked through the cold, winding corridors of Grey Pigeon Castle and arrived at an abandoned storage room at the back of the castle. The old butler fumbled around on the dusty wall for a while, triggering a hidden mechanism. With a low, grinding sound, a thick stone slab slowly slid to one side, revealing a stone staircase that extended downwards, exuding a damp, musty smell and a faint scent of rust. Baruch lit his lantern and went down first, followed closely by Ren, while the old butler was pushed and shoved along in the middle. The stone steps were steep and long, The walls on both sides were rough and cold, and the air grew increasingly stuffy. It took about 2 or 3 minutes to reach the bottom. This is where Vesper imprisons special cargo, the old butler explained, his voice trembling. Only a very few of his most trusted confidants know this. Your Excellency Rain, please follow me. Ren frowned. The basement contained rows of iron cells and reeked of rotting corpses. Clearly, most of the slaves imprisoned here starved to death. At the end, there was indeed a thicker and sturdier iron door than the others. Some faint magical patterns could even be seen on the door, which seemed to be some kind of suppression or confinement runes. The old butler pulled out a strangely shaped metal key from a corner of the dungeon and inserted it into the lock. With a piercing metallic clanging sound and a brief flash of magical runes, the iron gate clicked open. This is a stone chamber slightly larger than the outer passageway. It is still simple, but cleaner than I had imagined. There was some relatively dry straw in the corner and a stone trough by the wall. A petite figure huddled on a pile of straw, her back to the doorway. Ren walked in, his gaze falling on the figure. She was dressed in simple, coarse cloth clothes, with a slender figure and long, jet-black hair that cascaded down, almost covering her entire back. This delicate body was on the verge of death, and faint blue scales could be seen on her neck. Ryan knelt down beside her, reached out, and checked her breath. There was still a faint breath. The vitality of the Eastern Dragonborn is indeed very strong. They can survive for almost a month without food or water, Ren nodded, giving a high evaluation. He took out an empowering petal, pried open the little mouth of the azure dragon lowly, and put the petal, which contained life force, into her mouth. The latter let out a soft moan and took the petal that Ren had brought into her mouth. Your Excellency Ren, this was originally a gift that Vesper was preparing to give to Governor Lion. The old butler's tone was slightly regretful. This place had once been his paradise of pleasure, but now most of the familiar faces had turned to ashes. Quite a unique gift. Ren pinched the little girl's chin and examined her carefully. Although she was now as thin as a rake, her face was still unusually delicate. She's still a virgin, Your Excellency Ren. The old butler didn't know if Ren would mind, since most nobles preferred slaves who were experienced and skilled. It's all right, Ren said, turning to look at Baruch. Go and find a few maids to bring her in. Take her to be cleaned up, and take good care of her. Yes, my lord. The bald man accepted the order and left immediately. Dragon Lowly, who had fallen into a deep sleep, remained in the entire dungeon. I've heard that something extraordinary is hidden in Grey Dove territory, Rain said, still with his back to the old butler, squatting beside the little girl and stroking her cheek. You mean? The old butler asked, his eyes filled with doubt. Lord Ren, I'm probably more familiar with Grey Dove territory than anyone else, but I've never heard of anything extraordinary about it. Have no idea? Ren abruptly stood up, grabbed the old butler by the neck, and the latter's eyes widened, his breathing rapid. Ryan repeated, You don't know? Chapter 183 Returning to Azure Harbor. The old butler's neck was being tightly gripped by Rain, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, and the prolonged lack of oxygen caused his abdomen to begin to convulse. Your Excellency Ren, I truly don't know. Don't know? Ren grinned maliciously, continuing to pressure the old butler. I really don't understand what you mean. Ren slowly released his grip and said something that left the old butler somewhat puzzled. When a person faces the threat of death, the amygdala in the brain, which is the emotional center, will automatically trigger the survival instinct of fight, flight, or surrender. Under the constant pressure of extreme pain and fear, the desire to survive becomes the only goal. As long as there is any secret that can be exchanged for the hope of survival, no one will hide it. This behavior is not controlled by higher morality, and I firmly believe this. Rain gently straightened the old butler's collar, his tone soft. For a professional executioner, secrecy is merely a process, not a state. Congratulations, you've passed my test. Now we're friends. The old butler was panting heavily, his tattered clothes soaked with cold sweat. Rain was terrifying. Friend. I dare not call you a friend, Your Excellency Ren. This old servant will certainly do my utmost to serve you. His voice was hoarse, and he expressed his loyalty in fits and starts. Ren nodded. You are very familiar with Grey Pigeon territory. I am willing to give you a chance to start a new life. I hope that little misunderstanding just now will not make you think that I am a difficult person to get along with. Every resident of Stoneraven Town knows your good name. The old butler's lips trembled. He suddenly felt that prison was better than staying with Ren. Ignoring his statement, Rain turned her gaze back to the unconscious dragon-blooded Loli. He gently brushed aside the stray black hair at the side of her neck with his fingertips. Is Vesper planning to give her to Leon as a gift because Leon is interested in Eastern Dragon descendants? Or does he like little girls? The old butler struggled to recall, enduring the pain in his throat as he answered. The governor of Lion has a fondness for handsome male slaves, and for many years, Vesper has been sending the governor batch after batch of male slaves. As for why Vesper would suddenly prepare such a gift for the governor of Lion, I really have no idea. Your Excellency, Rain, I swear, I really have no idea. The old butler was terrified. He had almost met his maker just now, and now he cherished his life very much. All right, Ren said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. All right, you can go now. Ms. Ophia is now the steward of Grey Pigeon Castle. You can talk to her, and she will arrange things for you. Yes, yes, yes. The old butler knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly before leaving. Several maids appeared at just the right moment and took away the unconscious little girl from the ground. Ren rubbed his temples. Things were getting more and more complicated. Even the old butler, who was the person Vesper trusted most during his lifetime, was unaware that a magical crystal mine was hidden within Grey Dove territory. Either Vesper genuinely didn't know and simply wanted to annex Blackrock territory, but Ren believed that Vesper was just hiding it well. Once anyone discovered that he had access to a massive magical crystal mine, he would not only keep it a secret from those around him, but he would even make a deal with the devil. As for why Leon, that pervert, would suddenly develop a liking for women, Ryan also found it rather strange. Perhaps it's related to some kind of human experimentation? Ryan had previously speculated that this guy had conducted some kind of experiment on his own daughter, which led to the discord in his family. Ren frowned slightly. What exactly were the Imperial High Command doing? Perhaps these people are researching some kind of life technology? If Lion is doing this, then is Victor doing it? Or could Victor be the mastermind behind all of this? After all, when it comes to forbidden experiments, nothing is safer than the sea. Once a ship sails out to sea, no one knows what might happen inside. Putting aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Ren boarded the carriage and arrived at Tulip territory. He then took his 4 spirit pets and Heo with him and drove to Azure Harbor. At the same time, he instructed someone to pass on a message to Mrs. Melissa and Mrs. Lisa, informing them that they should also go to Blue Harbor. Inside the carriage, Ren embraced 2 little girls, Tilope and Vivian, tightly in his arms, their faces flushed with happiness. Meanwhile, Hea sat opposite Rain, holding Sherry and Leona. Sherry lay on his lap and fell into a deep sleep. While stroking Sherry's cat back, he looked at Rain and asked, "Young master, has something happened at home?" The beautiful woman was puzzled as to why Ren, who was doing so well in the western provinces, would return to Azure Harbor. Quite a few brothers in Azure Harbor who want to kill Rain. Now they are extremely jealous of their younger brother, who has risen to prominence. It's very important. Rain kissed Vivian, the whiny one, then kissed Tilope, the haughty little girl, before answering Hea's question. It concerns our future. Our future. He was somewhat moved by what Rain said. In Rain's future, she had always been a part of the reason. That's right. Hea, I must inherit the title of Earl of the Azure Lord. Only in this way can I bestow upon you the title of noble and marry you in a grand and glorious manner. Ren's tone was very serious. This is one of my life goals, and for it, I am willing to eliminate anyone who stands in our way. Rain is not powerful enough to amend the Constitution. If he wants to marry Hea, who is a commoner, he must find a way to grant her a noble title. As for getting Ren to give up his title and marry He, that's impossible. If they really did that, Phil would definitely kill Rain, and he if she went berserk. Ryan's powerful declaration moved the beautiful woman to tears. On the carriage, Rain didn't forget to interact with his spirit pets every day. Tilope and Vivian are now gold, tier spirit pets, and daily interaction with them can earn 40 points. Sherry and Leona are silver tier spirit pets, with only 30 points each. Current points, 6370. Having dealt with the pet points issue and gained favor with Hea's mother, Rain's life is always so simple and unpretentious. A few days later, Ryan brought He back to Azure Harbor. When the butler Abel saw Ryan, he bowed and greeted him. Young master, the master, General Zeps, and Mrs. Phil are already waiting in the hall. Ryan nodded. His wife's family had come to back him up. As soon as Locke heard that Rain's father-in-law had come to the house, he immediately slipped out of the manor. Carl stood in a high-rise building in the manor, gritting his teeth as he watched Ren's figure. His eyes were dark and menacing. "Rain, you damned thing. As Ren's second brother, Karl's hatred for Ren was not without reason. If it weren't for the terrible idea that Ren gave Victor, the entire Azure Chamber of Commerce would now be under the control of the Strategic Materials Tax Bureau. So, in this battle of brothers, the first one to lose was actually the innocent second brother. Chapter 184. Victor is really strong now. Rain told Heya to go back to her room first, and then he went to the living room alone. His appearance temporarily ended the conversation between the three, and everyone turned their attention to Ryan. It was also the first time that Ryan had met his father-in-law. Like Phil, he had black hair, but it was cut into a buzz cut, and he was wearing a military cap. Those were golden pupils with a red X in them. The eyes of the Tsepsh family and Queen Mijala's family are very similar, except that the Queen's family has red pupils and golden six-pointed stars. Perhaps these two families are related by blood? In short, Phil once said that the Tsepsh family's supporter was the Queen. Upon seeing Ryan's appearance, Phil's father, John, nodded slightly in satisfaction. Such a handsome son-in-law. Not bad, not bad. For nobles, image is sometimes more important than personal ability. No matter how much you cultivate yourself, you can't withstand a massive army. But a good appearance combined with excellent eloquence can make you more charismatic in public. Your Excellency John, Ren bowed slightly, performing an impeccable noble greeting. He could see the gleaming rank insignia on the shoulders of the other man's black military uniform. 5 red diamond-shaped stars are engraved on the gold rank insignia. John Tsepsh, a 5-star admiral of the Empire. The prestige of this rank goes without saying. Every 5-star general in the Empire can be temporarily appointed as Marshal of the Empire during wartime, taking command of the entire Empire's military forces. You're very good, Ryan, John said, adjusting his military cap. He was wearing white gloves on both hands. Wearing a military uniform in such a setting was clearly an attempt to put on airs for Victor. Of course, in Victor's eyes, this behavior was no different from that of a clown. So when he saw his son exchanging pleasantries with John, he looked at him with disdain. Sensing that something was off, Phil quickly stood up, grabbed Ryan's arm, and sat down. Isn't it great? Father, I told you would love this little guy. Victor tapped the table, displeased that Phil had called Ryan little guy. Let's get down to business. The existence of this mineral vein presents a challenge for both sides. It could appear in the south or the north, giving either the Velit family or the Tsepsh family sufficient power to intervene. Unfortunately, it was discovered in the western provinces, which meant that once the two families made their decision, they would have to extend their reach into the western provinces. This was enough to touch a nerve with the royal family. One is a family with a long history of military achievements, and the other is a family of merchants. Moreover, the head of this family will be appointed as prime minister in a few days. The prime minister, the head of the civil officials, could form a completely new faction if he were to team up with an imperial general. I still mean it, John said, legs crossed and arms clasped. Lord Victor, first grant one of the ports of Azure Harbor to Ren, then we can discuss the next steps. Victor narrowed his eyes slightly. My affairs are none of your business. In that case, I don't see your sincerity. John shrugged. Everything in Stoneraven Town has nothing to do with Phil. That woman is your son's lover. Even if she is to marry your son, everything she brings has nothing to do with us. John's words were blunt, which made Victor feel awkward. He doesn't like straightforward people. But from John's perspective, he wouldn't be like Phil. As Ren's wife, Phil might have gotten carried away upon hearing about such a large mine and immediately thought about how to help Ren seize it. But John knew that if he did that, he would be working for the Valets for free. It seems like Ryan got a great deal, but what does it have to do with his daughter? On the contrary, the port of Azure Harbor can provide Phil with real benefits. Controlling a port means that Ren has considerable say in Azure Harbor. In this way, Ren has a greater chance of winning the inheritance in the future. Ren becomes a count, and his daughter Phil directly becomes a countess. Even his grandson will become the next Lord of the Blue. You think you can just give away the port of Azure Harbor like that? Victor's face darkened. Its value is immeasurable. I wouldn't trade it for 5 magic crystal mines of the same size. Then let's report this to the royal family, John said, his stubbornness driving Victor to the brink of madness. Victor took a deep breath. The two were not from the same system, and Victor could not control him. As for any commercial sanctions, they're pointless. The North is already poor and has nothing to fear from commercial sanctions. The military funds allocated from the capital to the northern border each year were enough to ensure that the Capes family lived a life of luxury. They didn't need to worry about doing business. They only needed to study how to guard against the Northern D people. The Northern D Empire posed a greater threat to the Teluo people than the Orsa Empire. Victor picked up his pipe and took a puff, the smoke obscuring his eyes. Threatening me. John was immediately on high alert, a biological instinct and a subconscious feeling that he had developed from constant battles on the battlefield. When faced with mortal danger, he would instinctively tense up, but for his daughter's sake, he had to be firm. This is not a threat, Lord Victor. Next year, military spending in the north will be reduced by 30%, Victor said, pointing at John with his finger. A portion of the military budget will be diverted to develop naval warships. Is this the Prime Minister's way of showing me power? You haven't even arrived in the capital yet. John could only swallow his anger as Victor pointed a finger at him. We'll be in the capital in a few days, Victor said, puffing on his pipe, as he pulled a document from a drawer under his desk. This is my appointment document from the capital. Can you read it? When Phil saw her father being threatened by Victor, her expression also turned sour. When this appointment document was presented, it meant that everything was finally settled. John could only admire the man sitting across from him, who had risen from the rank of Earl to the position of Prime Minister, truly worthy of being the former Imperial Whip. Now, can we talk this out? Victor put the file back in the drawer. What do you think? Under Ren's astonished gaze, his five-star general father-in-law actually lowered his head. No problem. Then let's continue our discussion. Victor nodded, a satisfied look on his face. My idea to reduce military spending in the north was just a sudden thought, and doesn't count. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Victor is really strong now. Even high-ranking military officials have to defer to him. Is this the kind of power a count should have? First, let me make one thing clear. Leon is untouchable. Victor tapped the table with his index finger. But if he dares to touch Liana, is that her name? Yes, Liana. If he dares to touch Liana, I'll kill him. Phil's expression was rather unpleasant. The pressure emanating from Victor was far stronger than she had imagined. Ren never expected that Victor, an earl, would dare to say that he could take the life of a marquis. Finally, let me add one more thing, which is gilding. Victor smiled slightly when he saw John soften and fall silent. How about you give some military merits to Ren? As long as this kid becomes a viscount, and the royal family also grants Stoneraven Town to Ren, then all of this will be settled. How can I accept this military merit? John asked, his eyes showing some surprise. It's simple. Go and fight the northern barbarians. Border skirmishes happen all the time, so this is quite normal, isn't it? Then send Rain to you, and just let him go with the army. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 185 Rain must die. This is impossible. Are you out of your mind? John stood up. War between two nations is no child's play. Are you going to provoke a conflict between two empires for a little military merit? John looked at Phil with an apologetic gaze. It wasn't that he, as a father, didn't want to help, but rather that the in-laws opposite him were crazy. He even dares to keep pirates, and even wants to issue them legal certificates, called overseas colonization charters. Discussing anything with a man like this who has no bottom line is simply an adventure. Don't be fooled by how easily Victor speaks. With a single sentence about gilding Ren, many lives will be lost. The border friction that Victor mentioned was no small matter. First, he had to conceal the military situation and report to the capital that the northern border of Telo had been invaded by the Northern D people. Only then could he lead his army to cause trouble on the northern border. Falsely reporting military intelligence is a capital offense. If this is discovered, even the Empress cannot protect him. Risking one's life for a share of the profits from a mining vein is a bad deal no matter how you look at it. The recent political tsunami caused by Victor resulted in the deaths of many people in the capital, and the farce ended with the suicide of one of the former prime minister's daughters. All the important figures in the capital sensed that the emperor's faction was eager to seize the position of prime minister. Very few people knew about this, but John knew very well that the old prime minister wanted to prolong his health and refused to relinquish his power, so his daughter was forced to commit suicide. A moment of distraction brought John back to his senses. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Victor smiled, seemingly having already anticipated John's refusal, so he offered another solution. Well then, as the prime minister of an empire who yearns for peace, I also do not wish to sacrifice soldiers' lives to fulfill my own child's wishes. So, I came up with a compromise: slaughter the fattened pigs. John's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? I'm not unaware of what you've been doing in the western provinces, Victor said, exhaling a puff of smoke. I hope you can sacrifice that so-called civilian organization. This is not something I can decide, John said, knowing that Victor was referring to the Goethe Society. If Goethe were to instigate a riot in Stoneraven Town, and then Rain were to forcefully suppress it, It would indeed be a meritorious deed. Conferring a title is no trivial matter. The royal family will not grant a title lightly, without some outstanding achievements. Of course, there is another option in front of Ren now, which is to go to the capital to serve Mijala for a year or two. Upon hearing Victor's words, Rain became somewhat certain that the Goethe Society was a civilian organization cultivated by someone within the Queen's faction. John would not agree to Victor's plan to have Ryan eliminate the Goethe Society, which would undoubtedly put him on the opposite side of the Queen's faction. Victor was indeed determined to get Ren back on track. Ultimately, the negotiations between the two parties reached a stalemate. "Uncle, something terrible has happened." Just as Rain returned home, Locke also arrived in the Western Province. "What's wrong?" Leon greeted Locke in his office. He looked similar to Locke, both appearing to be middle-aged. However, when facing Locke, he still adopted the attitude of an elder. "Ren father-in-law, Count Zepesh, has come to our house with his daughter, and they are currently discussing something with my father." This made Leon's breath catch in his throat. He put down the documents in his hand and looked at his nephew with a serious expression. "What are you talking about?" "That's precisely why I feel uneasy." Locke swallowed hard. If the wedding date between the two families is set, they can't possibly keep it from the rest of the family. The fact that an imperial general personally came to Rain's home to back him up gave Locke a bad feeling. If he is determined to support Ryan's claim to the title, Locke's succession will be fraught with uncertainty. Locke noticed that Leon's expression had also become tense, and he felt that this round should be in the bag. But what Leon and Locke were nervous about was clearly not the same thing. He picked up his communication ring and contacted his secretary. "What's the treasurer doing?" Lyon's blonde, voluptuous secretary spoke with an unusually seductive voice. The sound emanating from her ring suggested a dissolute nature. "Please wait a moment, Your Excellency. I'll go check right away." Although she answered very seriously, Locke just felt that this woman was very fiery. Just hearing her voice was enough for Locke to imagine a lot of things. But his uncle likes men, so having such a succubus-level secretary by his side is a complete waste. Lyon remained oblivious to his nephew's inner grumbling. He calmly tapped the table with his fingernails until his secretary finally announced, "Your Excellency, the treasurer has left Cheshire and appears to have been picked up by people from Azure Harbor." "What?" Leon took off his glasses, suppressing his anger. "I understand." He abruptly cut off the communication, his eyes filled with an extremely gloomy expression. "Victor, that damned old man." Lyon harbored intense hatred for Victor at this moment. He had helped Victor become prime minister, and now Victor was turning around and trying to take a bite out of him. In Lyon's subconscious, the Western Province was his territory, and everything in it, whether it flew in the sky or hid underground, belonged to him. He had been thinking about how to bypass the royal family and legally monopolize this undisclosed magic crystal mine. But when Victor and John started making contact, and even sent people to take Liana away, his wolfish ambitions were obvious. "What happened, Uncle?" Locke looked at Leon, who had suddenly become angry, completely bewildered. "That woman is the treasurer of the Western Province, and also your brother Ryan's lover," Lyon said, taking a deep breath and revealing a gentle smile. "So?" Locke opened his mouth, feeling that Leon was somewhat confused. Leon pointed at Locke. "Go back and tell your father that I may not be able to do much in other places, but in the Western Provinces, I'm the boss, and no one can take what belongs to me." Locke was completely bewildered. "Then Rain?" "I want him dead." Lyon's voice was very calm, even cold. "Don't worry about this. No one can take the title from you. It's no longer a matter of who he should pass it on to. But Ren must die." Locke never imagined that the feud between Leon and Ryan was so deep. Was it because Ryan seduced his wife at the academy? But what does this have to do with Ryan's finance minister lover? As Locke left the governor's office, he pondered why Lyon harbored such hatred for Ren. There must be something very important that he doesn't know about. Chapter 186, Deep Brotherhood. While Victor and John couldn't reach an agreement, Ryan and Phil were far from idle. The couple first found a bedroom to end their longing for each other. Ryan felt that he and Phil were very compatible in some ways. Afterwards, he sat on the bed with Phil in his arms, saying, "Those two old guys have too many worries. If we really rely on them, the mine will be taken over by Lyon sooner or later." Phil leaned against Ryan's chest, took out a slender women's cigarette from the cigarette case, and lit it. This women's cigarette was very special. It didn't taste like smoke at all, but instead had the fruity aroma of cherries. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "Don't worry. Victor will definitely compromise." When Victor was mentioned, a hint of disgust flashed across Phil's face. She didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing that this man had become the prime minister of the empire. She hoped that he would not make the entire Tyro Empire a mess. Why do you say that? Ren asked, somewhat taken aback. Do you think he'll let you go to Her Majesty the Queen? Phil asked, parting her red lips slightly and kissing Rain. From the moment he agreed to meet my father, it was clear that he had his eye on this mine, but my father hadn't seen through it yet. So, in reality, Victor is constantly making demands on my father, and my father is being kept on the hook by Victor because of this mine. Phil explained everything to Rain. This matter must absolutely not be known to His Highness, otherwise we will not even be entitled to a 50-50th split. If she is in a good mood, she might even give up 10% to feed the dogs. If Lion believed everything in the western provinces belonged to him, then Empress Mijala and Empress Galania believed everything in the empire belonged to them. The best solution now is to let Victor distribute the cake. No one is more suitable than him. Ren couldn't eat all that by himself. A vein of magic crystals is equivalent to having a gold mine in Stone Raven Town. The revenue it generates is enough to support a large number of jobs and even directly boost the economy of Xia Town. This includes using this mine to cause price fluctuations in the magic crystals of the Western Province. This mine is too important. It could easily support an army of 100,000. Phil and Ren intertwined their fingers. Little Ren, you absolutely cannot give in. It's ours, and it can only be ours. At this moment, Phil began to instruct Ryan. No matter how much those two old guys want, we can only give them 10% each at most. Don't feel bad about the 20%. Consider it a reward for their hard work. Liana is the Lord of Blackrock Territory and Grey Dove Territory. She should own 30%, and the remaining 50% belongs to our family. In fact, Liana is also part of our family. At this point, Fei-Er almost burst out laughing happily. She's my good sister. If you dare to mistreat her, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. A massive magical crystal mine is enough to drive anyone mad. Even Fei-Er was no exception. In fact, Victor and John had already shown great restraint today. When they heard the news, their hearts were racing and their breathing even stopped. As Rain listened to Phil's alluring and satisfied laughter, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "We can repeat what we just did. Come on." Phil opened her arms to Ren. "My good boy, the future of the Empire is in your hands." Phil wasn't exaggerating when she said that. Ryan's current background is not something anyone can mess with. A prime minister as a father, and a general as a father-in-law. Even someone with a pig's brain like that could still take off. Now, their biggest enemy is not outsiders, but Ryan's brothers. Ryan was also grateful to his mother, whom he had never met, for leaving him with such a remarkable wife. Once Rain inherits Victor's title, takes control of Azure Harbor, and gains the support of the Zepesh family, his future will be absolutely immeasurable. The mistake was that the two families were not from the same faction. This also gave Ren's other brothers a lot of room to maneuver. At this moment, John and Victor also ended their meeting. The two still hadn't reached an agreement, and Victor made many unreasonable demands, all of which John could not accept. Victor sat in the study, looking at Locke, his face ashen. Did he really say that? Yes. Locke lowered his head. Uncle Leon said that he's the one who calls the shots in the western provinces. No one can take his things away. That's mine. When did it become his? Victor scoffed. Locke was completely baffled. What could possibly cause these two once close allies in politics to suddenly turn against each other? Money. A massive amount of money. There's nothing else besides this. Locke's breathing grew heavier. Rain must have received some incredible benefit, and Victor wanted to take it, but Leon disagreed. So, this so-called good stuff is in the western province, within the territory of Rain? Locke clenched his fists. No matter what Victor was going to do, he couldn't let Ryan succeed. This good stuff also related to the finance minister's lover in Ren. Thinking of this, he gave an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, father. I need to go back and attend to official business. Go ahead, Victor said without giving it much thought. However, Locke was a restless soul, and the first thing that came to his mind was what he had heard from Locke today, that Rain's lover named Liana was already at the Villet family's manor. No matter what benefits she may hold, killing her will prevent Ren from succeeding. But he absolutely cannot do it himself. So Locke approached his good brother, Carl. Brother, it's so late. Is there something you need? Carl greeted Locke in his own building. Go to your study. Locke's eyes were very serious, making Carl realize that something big was about to happen. The two sat in the brightly lit study, and Locke spoke first. Carl, do you want to become an earl? What did you say, brother? Carl waved his hands frantically. I never had that thought, brother. I'm serious, Carl. Now I can only trust you. Locke gave a bitter smile. I'm tired. For the past 100 years, I've lived in constant fear. I don't want to live like this anymore. Carl. Enough. Carl stopped Locke in time. This guy wasn't here to offer him a title. He was clearly here to take his life. Carl, out of our 18 brothers, you're the only one I acknowledge as my younger brother. At this moment, Locke's face showed a hint of dejection. What exactly happened? Carl's breathing became heavier, his large belly heaving. Is it because of Ren? What did his father-in-law say today? Rain got another woman pregnant, and now that woman and his wife's family are coming to our door. At this moment, Locke frantically made up a story. This woman is no ordinary person. She's the finance minister of the Western Province, and now she's come knocking on our door, demanding an explanation. Carl was stunned. How come he didn't know about this shocking revelation? What does this have to do with what you just told me? Chapter 187. Tell your brother. Is that really what you think? Don't you understand, Carl? Locke gave a wry smile. That guy Ren is too popular with women. You know, he just went to the academy for some advanced studies and he hooked up with a general's daughter, who is also his tutor, and she's a baron. A woman with a title, willing to marry a powerless and illegitimate earl. That's not all. Now, he went to the West and got a provincial finance official pregnant. The gap between us is slowly closing in on Ren. What I fear isn't Ren, but these powerful women. As Locke finished speaking, fear crept onto his face. Even if Ren didn't want to compete with me for the inheritance, those women would keep whispering in his ear, urging him to murder me. The problem is these women actually have the ability to help him. What should I do? Carl, come with me to father now. I'll explain everything to him and get him to transfer the heirship to you. You're really that kind. Carl almost bit his tongue. No, brother, why would I ever think of taking your position? We're brothers. One of us governs and the other manages the money. I'm already very content. Locke scoffed inwardly. Once he inherited the title, how could he possibly let Carl continue to sit in the position of president of the Azure Merchant Guild? Everything in the Verlet family belongs to him. Carl is still dreaming of managing his money? Locke gripped Carl's hand tightly. Carl, tell your brother, is that really what you think? It's absolutely true, Locke. How could I possibly lie to you? Locke took a deep breath. Then for the sake of our cause, we must take action. Make a move. Carl took a sip of his drink and tugged at his collar. How? That woman is at the Valet's house right now. A glint of light flashed in Locke's eyes. She can't go without food and water. The best way is to give her some abortion pills. That way, even if this matter is discovered later, we won't be accused of murdering a nobleman. It'll just be an abortion. What do you think? Carl shook his head. No, I don't even know what loss it would be for Rain if this woman lost her baby. Think about it. Whose grandson is this woman carrying? Locke's eyes flashed with resentment. If Victor knew that his unborn grandson had been murdered, who would he suspect? Field Sepsch. Carl's eyes widened, a hint of excitement flashing in them. At that time, maybe even Ren's marriage will fall through. That's right, Carl. See if the Azure Merchant Guild has any drugs that can cause abortion without the victim noticing. We need to do it quickly. Time is of the essence. Okay, big brother. Carl's breathing quickened, as if he had already imagined something happy. It's getting late. I have to go now. Locke stood up, left Carl's residence, and went to his own building. He immediately used his communication ring. Mary, tell our people in the Azure Merchant Guild that if Carl tries to find any abortion pills within the guild, they must replace them with deadly poison. A clear female voice came from the communication ring. Yes, Your Excellency. Meanwhile, Carl, still in his study, stood by the window, sneering incessantly. He then rummaged under the table and took out a round, emerald green stone. Ren was also in his own building when he greeted the butler, Abel. Young master, this is an anonymous gift sent to you. Abel handed Ren a stone. This is a recording magic stone? Ren asked, somewhat taken aback. Who gave it to me? I don't know. Abel shook his head. I'm only responsible for delivering it, not for investigating who sent it. Okay, I understand. Rain returned to the hall and listened to the contents of the recording magic stone with Phil. It was a man's voice talking to himself. That woman is currently at the Violet family's house. She can't go without food and water. The best way is to give her some abortion pills. That way, even if this matter is discovered later, we won't be accused of murdering a nobleman. It'll just be an abortion. What do you think? Think about it. Whose grandchild is this woman carrying? If Victor knew that his unborn grandson had been murdered, who would he suspect? Ryan and Phil exchanged a glance, then asked, That's Locke's voice. What is he talking about regarding abortion? Phil pondered, leaving aside the abortion issue. This recording is clearly Locke talking to someone, but the other person's voice has been cut off at the beginning and end. Victor's grandson. A glint of light flashed in Ren's eyes. Phil quickly grabbed Ryan's hand. This thing absolutely cannot be given to Victor. Even if Locke has some kind of conspiracy, you can't give it to him. Otherwise, even if Victor remembers you in his heart, he will never pass the throne to you because you were secretly monitoring his successor. Once you actually send this thing over, you will truly be kicked out of the game. The person who delivered this is clearly trying to kill you. After being reminded by Phil, Ryan realized that the person behind him was extremely malicious. You're right, but this abortion, whose abortion is it? Ren was completely baffled. Could it be you're pregnant? Rain was unaware that Victor had already arranged for Liana to be brought to the Villet Manor. He now had only 2 women with him, Phil and he. Even if he is pregnant, Locke won't target her, since he is just a commoner now. If he really wanted to kill Ren, he would definitely have targeted Phil. Fayer shook her head. I didn't even know I was pregnant. How could he possibly know? Ryan closed his eyes and pondered. The only question now was who was pregnant, and if Locke were to make a move against this pregnant woman, it would threaten him. Liana. Ren shook his head. No, this woman is inside the manor. How could Liana possibly be here? Do you think? Is it possible that Victor secretly brought her to the manor? Phil suggested at the right moment. If that's the case, Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, a murderous glint in them. Then there's only one possibility. Leon knew Liana was pregnant and then told Locke the news. Chapter 188 Wedding Preparations. Locke instigated Carl to attack Ren, and Carl then leaked the information to Ren. Victor sat in the study, smiling with interest. Opposite him were his butler, Abel, and Locke's absolutely trusted secretary, Mary. Abel and Mary looked at Victor's smile with some confusion. This man really enjoy watching his sons kill each other? Replace the abortion pills with poison, Victor pondered. It seems Locke already knows something he shouldn't know. Victor glanced at his secretary, Mary, and said, You should go back now. Yes, sir. Secretary Mary bowed and left. Leon obviously told Locke something. Victor sighed and instructed the butler Abel. Go tell John that I won't negotiate with him. After it's done, I'll give him 20% of the profits. Call Rain over here again. Victor didn't know what was wrong with him. All the children he taught were so cunning. None of these 3 are good people. Yes, sir. After the butler Abel left, Victor touched the letters on the table. This was sent by his 4th son, who is currently living in the capital and has not stayed in Azure Harbor. But Ryan, the 4th brother, also brought Victor a shocking piece of gossip. In his letter, he mentioned that Ryan and Gloria had an unusual relationship. This matter made Victor very cautious. Recalling Gloria from his childhood, who always clung to Ren, made his emotions even more complicated. That beast, Rain, actually dared to lay a hand on Goliath? Victor would definitely not stand idly by, but he didn't have any evidence at the moment. He stroked the letter, murmuring softly, 4th brother. The old man suddenly felt an unprecedented emptiness, and even realized that he was old. Now, he finds it difficult to choose between his children. Thinking of his 4th son, who had left his brother's struggles early on to go to the capital, he suddenly realized that this unassuming child seemed quite good as well. Whether it's Locke's scheme to kill someone with a borrowed knife or Carl's 2 birds with 1 stone move, Victor is quite interested to see how things will develop tonight. Now, he wanted to see what Ryan was going to do. Father, you wanted to see me? Ren quickly arrived at Victor's study. Yes, have a seat, Victor said, lighting his pipe. Get ready, you're getting married the day after tomorrow. He exhaled a puff of smoke and added, Mary too. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. You brought my woman to the manor without my permission. Victor was taken aback by Ryan's questioning, and he was momentarily speechless. Finally, he spat out through gritted teeth. Have you lost your conscience? Without me, that woman might already be dead. A look of realization flashed across Ryan's eyes. It seems that Lion really does know. You even dare to test me? Victor looked at Ren and suddenly felt that his youngest son was becoming more and more unfamiliar, and also becoming bolder and bolder. The atmosphere in the office froze instantly. Rain felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp tingling. In the dimly lit study, Victor's pink eyes gleamed with murderous intent. I wouldn't dare. Ren immediately admitted defeat and lowered his head. He was definitely being mischievous this time. Victor scoffed. Remember who you are, Ren. He turned his back to his son and said, Also, you get things ready for me. Prepare for what? The wedding. Victor shook his head. I am destined to be remembered in history. This is the wish of every politician. During my tenure as Prime Minister, I will surely defeat the Orsa people. Ryan sneered inwardly. Victor, a man who dared to call himself a politician, was just a politician, not a statesman. But Victor's words also gave Ren a bad feeling. As the Prime Minister, if Victor were to take action against the Orsa Empire, the western provinces would inevitably be engulfed in war. As Ren pondered, he glanced at the table and saw a noble medal. That's the coat of arms of the Valit family. The design is still a merchant ship carrying gold coins. Only the seawater has changed, embracing the seawater dotted with golden stars. Marquis. Ren never expected that Victor would be promoted to Marquis so quietly. Then Blue Harbor's territory will expand again. This man is almost dead, yet he's still fighting. What obsession do you have with the Orsa Empire? Ren bit his lip. Is it because of that war that ended so inexplicably back then? The Tyro Empire is the greatest empire on this continent, and the Tyro people are the greatest nation in the world. Victor exuded a sharp aura at this moment. We will plan and execute the largest and most targeted extermination operation in thousands of years, Victor said, turning to look at Ren with a very serious expression. Rain, your performance in Stoneraven Town was better than I expected. Don't let me down. Ren frowned. Is it absolutely necessary to fight? Are you kidding me, Ren? A hint of disappointment flashed across Victor's face. What do you think? The purpose of issuing overseas colonization charters? Isn't it all about collecting large amounts of currency, converting it into armed forces, and then using these pirates to plunder resources from the open sea? Once these resources are collected, these pirates we've been supporting will be useless, so to prevent internal trouble. Ren hadn't expected Victor to have this hidden agenda, and that he would actually tell him about such important matters. So, what Victor actually values is himself. The moment that ridiculous idea popped into his head, it was swiftly extinguished by Rain. But the overseas colonization charter was a huge trap that Victor had dug for himself. How could Victor just tell him something like that? In a daze, Ren realized that something seemed wrong with him. Rain couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. As for that mine, I can help you acquire it, and I don't need anything. 20% is enough for John. Victor's words made Ren feel even more frightened. His and Phil's agreement was that 20% would be given up, and Victor and John would each take 10%. Now Victor doesn't want anything? How did he know his bottom line? Moreover, was Victor's suggestion today to have John stir up some border friction to give Ryan a boost just to test to see if John, an imperial general, would lie about military intelligence to the capital? Is this a test of the loyalty of border military families to the royal family? How much of what this man says is true, and how much is false? Ren is completely unfathomable. Meanwhile, Lion is also facing a thorny problem. The Gutai Association. This grassroots organization is disgusting him again. Chapter 189, this is called Trimming the Hem. A major strike swept across the western provinces. In particular, nearly half of the workers in Cheshire participated in the strike. They stood up one after another, demanding that businessmen raise their wages, but the union ignored them. This is rather coincidental, Lion said to his secretary in his office. Scarlett, I suspect that the financial backer of this so-called Gutai Society is Victor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Gutai Society to take action as soon as I threatened him. The blonde, wavy-haired secretary elegantly adjusted her glasses, her eyes slightly blurry. How could the financial backer of the Gutai Society possibly be Lord Victor? And why did you threaten Lord Victor? Scarlett coughed lightly after speaking. I apologize, Your Excellency, I misspoke. Leon waved his hand. It's all right, it's just my guess. Scarlett took a deep breath. Your Excellency, as your secretary, I must remind you that a document has just been sent from the capital to Cheshire, requiring you to immediately appease the workers and stop this strike. Leon nodded. Did the documents mention the word suppression? No. Scarlett shook her head regretfully. Lion frowned. Call an emergency meeting. All officials, big and small, in Cheshire, including city lords and mayors from all over the province, as well as any nobles with titles, must be present. Then, what should we do since Lady Liana, the treasurer, and Lord Ren, the tulip baron, are not currently in the province? Upon hearing his secretary's words, Lion looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze for the first time. In Lion's eyes, her work ability was absolutely outstanding, and she didn't talk much, but today she was acting very strangely. They even had to ask themselves such difficult questions. You can go out now, Lion said calmly. Scarlett sensed something was wrong, but still nodded with a normal expression. After the secretary left, Leon activated his communication ring, saying, "Kill someone for me." "Who?" "My secretary Scarlet." After a moment of silence, the man in the ring replied, "Okay. I'll have her go to the protest site to calm the workers." And then, Leon didn't finish his sentence. He sensed that Scarlet was acting strangely. It wasn't even a betrayal of him. They had been lurking by his side for a long time. Although he had no evidence, it was a politician's intuition, and Scarlet's repeated mention of Ryan and Liana's alibi was definitely malicious. The purpose was to refocus his attention on Victor. In short, Lion plans to use the sacrifice of his secretary to forcefully suppress the Getai society. Inside the palace, Mizela lay on a soft couch, her pair of fair, beautiful feet crossed, the wine-red nail polish shimmering slightly in the moonlight. Elsa, the queen's chief bodyguard, knelt behind the bed, took out rose essential oil, and dripped it onto the elegant arch of Mizela's foot, beginning to massage her. "Is Rain's child getting married?" Micah stretched out her index finger and circled it in the bangs by her ear. "Yes, Your Highness," Aisha replied while tending to the fragrant artwork. "Then take some congratulatory gifts with me." Mizela sighed comfortably, her inherent languor and allure spreading with that soft murmur. "Yes, Your Highness." Aisha hesitated for a moment. "By the way, Your Highness, I just received news that Victor seems to have fallen out with Leon." "That's normal." Mizela licked her lips, her eyes revealing the confidence of someone in control of the entire empire, as if she had expected this all along. "It's called trimming the hem." She smiled slyly and flashed a peace sign. Since Victor is coming to the capital to become prime minister, he should gradually cut off his connections in the provinces. Aisha remained silent, recalling what Marcella had told her. Mizela forbade anyone to touch the vacant baronial territory. Not long after, the reward was given to Liana, who in turn received a transfer order as a result. The whole thing seems to have nothing to do with Mizela. She just took care of the woman next to Ren, and that triggered a whole series of events. Even Ren was kept in the dark. He always believed that Liana's promotion to provincial treasurer was Lion's doing. The purpose was to bring her to my side so I could control Liana, or kill her. Scarlet. Aisha hesitated for a long time before finally bringing up the name. Mizela sat up, a smile of interest on her face. "Oh, you're concerned about her, aren't you?" Aisha nodded. "Yes, Your Highness, but I care more about you." Mizela covered her mouth and laughed, her laughter unrestrained, her eyes narrowed to almost nothing. "Then I'll give her to my good child. From now on, she will have only one task, to assist Ren until he becomes the Lord of the Azure." "Yes." Aisha's eyes flashed with gratitude. Scarlet was her best friend, and Aisha naturally didn't want her to become a political sacrifice. Until Marcella gives the order, she can only obey Lion's commands and risk her life to finish the play. Seeing the moved look in Elsa's eyes, a complex emotion flashed in Marcella's beautiful eyes. She hadn't seen Ryan in a long time. Thinking of Victor again, Mizela bit her red lips with her silver teeth. Both the price tag control and the overseas colonial charter actually exacerbated the conflict between the imperial family and local nobles. Not only did they control prices, but they also swindled money from the nobles, which was ultimately used for war. Others may not understand Victor and Empress Galenia's schemes, but Mizela certainly does. However, both men were ambitious and eager for quick success. They tried to reignite the conflict between the two empires and leave a lasting mark on history. But no matter what, when the nobles realized they had been thoroughly ripped off, they would never be willing to accept it. This is not like other empires, which have the ideological foundation of the divine right of kings. In the eyes of other nobles, the royal family is just the largest noble family. There's a saying in the Far East, if the ruler commands the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. But this statement doesn't apply at all to the Western continent. "You won't take a single penny, is that right?" In Victor's study, Ren asked again. He always felt that this wasn't fatherly love, but rather that Victor had skipped a step in the process. Victor paused for a moment, then looked directly at Ren. "I don't like repeating things that are meaningless." Chapter 190, we would never do something like killing our own siblings. Ren nodded. "I'd like to ask, where is Liana now?" "She's already been taken to your room," Victor said, squinting. "Don't you have anything to say?" Ryan shook his head. "No." "All right, then you can go now. Make good use of this soon-to-be acquired mine to build an army capable of handling large-scale wars in the future." "Yes, I understand, Father." Ren bowed slightly and then left the study. Watching Ryan's departing figure, Victor stood thoughtfully by the window, pretended not to know that Rain was plotting to harm Liana with Tilak. But Ryan didn't sit idly by. He went straight to Carl. Second brother. Carl was wearing a bathrobe, his eyes still heavy with sleep. The two brothers sat on the sofa in the living room, sipping red wine. Rain, I can't believe you're getting married so quickly, Carl said with a hint of wistfulness. It's so late, is there something else? Yes, Ren chuckled softly, saying nothing, just looking at Carl. Carl picked up his glass and gulped down the wine, pretending to be nonchalant. Just let me know if you need anything. We're brothers, and as your second brother, I'll never refuse to help you if I can. Second brother, it's like this. Ren looked embarrassed, his eyes filled with conflict. Never mind. I won't say it. What's wrong? Carl asked, his tone like that of an elder lecturing someone. Rain, is there anything you can't say? We're brothers. It's a bond of blood and destiny bestowed upon us by heaven. Did something happen in the West? Outsiders may only care about how high you fly, but as your older brother, I only care about how tired you are from flying. It's okay. I'm your older brother. You can tell me anything. Hearing Carl's insincere words, Ren's eyes showed emotion. Second brother, does your merchant guild have any abortion potions? Hearing this, Carl looked confused. Yes, I do. What do you need this for? Carl's palms were slightly sweaty. Ryan was too ruthless. He got his hands on Locke's recording and was actually planning to do it himself, poisoning her own child and then framing Locke. Wrong. Carl became wary. If Ryan really wanted to do that, why would he come to him for abortion pills? It's like this. Ren pinched the bridge of his nose. As you know, another woman is pregnant with my child, and now Phil is very unhappy. I was thinking of secretly getting rid of this child. Rain. Carl slammed his hand on the table, adopting an older brother's posture. What are you doing? Huh? Are you crazy? How could you do this to an unborn child? That's my nephew, Carl, who has the blood of the Velit family flowing through his veins. I absolutely will not allow it. Ren suddenly sprang to his feet, grabbing Carl by the collar, his eyes wide with fury. He sneered. You make it sound so easy, but all you're doing is trying to ruin my wedding. You just don't want the Zepesh family to support me, don't you? How could you think of me like that? Carl opened his mouth. I'm your second brother. Then why don't you help me? She's just a mistress anyway. If she gets pregnant, you can just get an abortion. You know perfectly well that the Zepesh family is more important to me. Smack. Carl slapped him across the face, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Rain, you beast. You'll stop at nothing to gain power and climb up the social ladder. What can I do? What can I do? If Phil doesn't help me. Ryan stopped there, suddenly remembering something. But Carl was clearly not going to let Ryan off the hook. Since Ryan dared to bring it up, he dared to press further. Not help you? And then what? Help you with what? Huh. Ryan, let me tell you. You have to explain yourself to me tonight. Carl was secretly overjoyed. It turned out that Ren also had his eye on the inheritance. Otherwise, how could he be so ruthless? Go ahead and stir it up. Just keep stirring it up. Once Locke and Rain are locked in a life or death struggle, that's when he'll step in to clean up the mess. Second brother, don't you understand? Ren took a deep breath, his face flushed. From childhood to adulthood, it's always you and eldest brother who bully me. Once that bastard Locke inherits the title, he will definitely kill me. How could you think like that? Carl's eyes revealed disappointment. Rain, you are my brother, and also my older brother's brother. No matter what, we could never do something like killing our own brothers. We're family. Ignoring Carl's pleas, Ryan growled. I only have one question for you today. Can you get me some abortion pills? If I can't do that, from today onwards, we're severing all ties. You. Carl laughed angrily, his lips even turning pale. He pointed a trembling finger at Ren. Listen, I'll only help you this once, because you're my brother. But from this day forward, you are no longer my brother. I have no brother like you. Ryan kicked over the crystal table, yelling, I don't have a brother like you either. After saying that, he walked straight to the door, turned to look at Carl, and said, Leave tomorrow to me. I'm getting married the day after tomorrow. Carl stared at Ryan in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept that his brother could be so ruthless. Until Ryan left. Carl lay down on the ground and burst into exaggerated laughter. Ha! He wept with joy, wiping away his tears repeatedly. Ren's clever plan made Carl so happy he could hardly breathe. After he gave the abortion pills to Rain, Rain aborted her own child, and then used the recording magic stone to frame Locke. Carl stepped forward and confessed to Victor that it was all a stage performance by Ryan. But the recording stone also proves that Locke did indeed have the intention to harm Rain's child. In the end, he kicked Locke and Ryan out of the game. Carl's laughter echoed in the empty hall, carrying a twisted sense of pleasure and the arrogance of a successful plan. What a perfect script. Carl wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, struggled to get up from the ground, straightened the collar of his robe that had been ruffled by Ren, and still had an uncontrollable smile on his face. How perfectly in line with the fine traditions of an aristocratic family. Father, have you seen the outstanding performance of your sons? He walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a large glass of strong liquor, and drank it all in one gulp. The fiery sensation burned down his throat, but it only made him more excited. Then, he used his communication ring to contact people within the Chamber of Commerce. Locke soon received intelligence that Carl had indeed begun searching for abortion potions within the Merchant Guild. Locke growled at the ring. Replace it with deadly poison. I want that woman dead. He ended the call, a confident smile spreading across his face. This is in the bag. Completely eliminate Rain, who has the support of the Zepesh family, and at the same time, also get rid of his younger brother Carl, who has always held economic power and may have ulterior motives. This directly clears the way for future complete control of the family. He gave a mocking laugh. Carl, you really are the perfect tool in my plan. You actually believed in so-called brotherhood. Huh. Chapter 191. Feyer's picture has been generated. Back in his master bedroom, Ren saw Phil and Liana sitting together. Liana blushed like a spoiled young wife. Upon seeing Ryan enter, he immediately covered his face with his hands. Phil smiled amusedly. It's clear that these two were just talking about something that would make anyone blush. Ryan sat down on the sofa, embraced them on either side, and kissed them both lightly. My dear wives, we're getting married the day after tomorrow. Liana didn't speak, clearly still lost in her shyness. Phil touched Liana's lower abdomen. It's okay, sister, I don't mind. Liana was somewhat surprised by the sudden physical contact from Phil, his legal wife. Perhaps this is a custom of the northern nobility? Ryan then remembered something important. By the way, madam, why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? Liana was startled and released her hand from her cheek. Her delicate, flushed face was exceptionally charming. The shyness of a mature beauty was like peach wine, getting sweeter with each sip. What? I'm pregnant. When did this happen? Ryan and Phil exchanged a glance. You're not pregnant? Phil withdrew her hand, her earlier enthusiasm waning considerably. She crossed her legs and said, Rain, you've really disappointed me. Liana was bewildered. What was going on with these two? What on earth happened? Liana was utterly bewildered. Victor sent someone to tell her that he, as her father, was aware of his son's relationship with Liana and was willing to let Rain marry him. As for the mineral veins, the child didn't mention any of them. Of course, the whole thing about Liana being pregnant was made up by Locke. And Phil and Carl both believed it. Ryan nodded. That's right. What's right? Feyer looked at her with displeasure. Explain yourself clearly. The key question here is, how did Locke know that Liana was at the Villet Manor? Ryan smiled confidently. He must have found out from Lion, but Lion obviously wouldn't tell Locke about the mine. Leon knew about this mine, but he kept it a secret. Why would he tell Locke? And even if he did tell Locke, Locke couldn't help. Liana looked at Rain, then at Phil. What are you two talking about? Pregnancy, mineral vein? I have no idea about any of this. Listen to me, madam. Ren grabbed Liana's hand, stroking the back of her hand to comfort her. Leon, our governor, he wants you dead. What? Liana covered her mouth upon hearing the news. I knew he was dissatisfied with me, but I didn't know he was in such a hurry to take action. The problem lies here. A mineral vein has appeared in our area, and it has extended into Stoneraven Town. In other words, the ownership of this mineral vein can actually be defined as a non-private mineral vein. Now, all he needs to do is get rid of you, and the problem will be solved. Ren boldly guessed. So, Lion must have used the inheritance issue to lure Locke into killing you while you were at the Villet Manor. Locke doesn't want to leave any hidden dangers, so he has to find someone else to help him. And this person, there is no one more suitable than Carl. But Carl was clearly not so easily fooled, so he secretly passed this on to me. Just so that I and Locke would fight like dogs. What do you mean, dogs fighting? Phil poked Ryan's forehead with her delicate finger. Can't you speak properly? Yes. Seeing Rain being completely subdued by Phil, Liana's eyes flashed with envy. Been this obedient in front of her. In short, going back in time, this is roughly how it went. Since Victor sent people to bring Liana's mother back himself, he couldn't possibly let Locke, his eldest son, know about it. This man was extremely suspicious, even harboring doubts about each of his sons, and constantly testing their ambitions. So, Only Leon would tell Locke that you're in our house and incite him to attack you. Liana clung to Ryan's arm, trembling slightly. Your family is too scary. Let's go back to the West after we get married. Of course, Ren nodded. That's our home. But Locke and Carl, those two, I'm going to make them pay this time. What are you planning to do? Fayer asked, her eyes slightly narrowed. Phil and Liana clearly didn't like Locke and really wanted him dead. Phil needs no further explanation, but as for Liana, Ren had already told her why Will had provoked him and even started a war between the two territories. It was all because of Locke and Leon's instructions. Of course, now that Ren has thought about it, something was wrong. Perhaps Locke had nothing to do with this at all. It was simply that after Leon learned about the mine, he wanted Will to take down Ren in order to prevent Ren from taking over Gray Pigeon territory. No one expected Will to die so quickly. Will's death has always been a mystery to Ryan. His death was not normal. Melosa doesn't have the power to instantly kill Will. Phil didn't either. But now, things are starting to look promising for Ren. If Lion wants to achieve something, who would be the first to try to stop him? Without a doubt, it's Dean Vanessa. And Ryan's mother was Vanessa's student. If Phil has a spirit pet from the Rift, then Phil is also a student of Rain's mother, and the Dean is Rain's mother's mentor. Given all these layers of relationships, would Dean Vanessa not have any means from the Rift? Therefore, it's hard for Rain not to suspect Dean Vanessa. This kind of hidden protection is truly worthy of Headmistress Vanessa. Of course, this is just Ryan's guess, and it may not be accurate. Coming back to his senses, Ren realized that his mind was wandering back to things unrelated to the current topic. I suspect that if Locke had Carl administer the drug, it definitely wasn't an abortion potion. It was most likely some kind of deadly poison, Ren confessed his thoughts. So, if I go to Carl for the abortion potion, it will definitely be replaced with a deadly poison. At that time, Ren smiled slyly. You want to drink with me? Liana's eyes widened. How could this be? Ren quickly kissed the frightened and beautiful woman. How could I bear to? Just announce it openly when the time comes. Phil continued, following Ren's words. You should be honest with Victor that you and Liana don't want this child, and that you've obtained the safest abortion potion from the Azure Merchant Guild. That's right. Ren gave a thumbs up. Victor will definitely refuse. Chapter 192, I don't want money. I want my life. Wait a minute, Phil thought for a moment. All your guesses come from the information Locke got from Leon. But what if Locke, as the eldest son of this family, already knew that it was someone from the manor who brought Lady Liana to the manor, and perhaps Victor even leaked this information to him? Do you think, is it possible that those around Victor have also secretly pledged allegiance to Locke? After all, Victor is about to die. Shouldn't his ministers pledge allegiance to the next new master in advance? Phil's guess was not without merit, but Rain shook his head. I think the Empire will not choose an old man who is about to die to be the Imperial Chancellor. All of Victor's apparent weakness is likely a facade. Perhaps he didn't die so young, or he possesses some kind of life-extending technique that he simply hasn't used. Then, why should he devote himself entirely to taking care of his eldest son? This person might have some kind of fetish. He might enjoy watching his offspring kill each other. Phil and Liana were stunned by what Rain said. What kind of father could there be in the world? All right, let's go to sleep first. Ren coughed lightly. It's getting late. The south is different from the north. When I was studying in the capital, it should have already snowed at this time of day, right? Winter. What I like most is shoveling snow. In Beijing, when winter comes, you have to shovel snow, and you have to use a big iron shovel to shovel it hard. Upon hearing Ren's words, Phil and Liana exchanged a glance, clearly captivated by the winter scenery he had described. The next day, Ryan got up as usual. He touched the bedside table, where there was a pack of women's cigarettes belonging to Phil. He took one out and lit it with the wine-red lighter. Not long after, he entered the room, dressed Rain, and helped him wash up. After wiping his face, Rain looked at he. The beautiful woman blushed, stood on tiptoe, and kissed Ren. This is today's good morning kiss, young master. Happy marriage. Heya, it won't be long. Ren responded warmly to Heya. You will always be the most important person to me. He was almost out of breath when Ryan finally let go of her. Please take care of them these next few days. Heya nodded. It's all right, young master. Tillapi and the others are all very obedient. Rain hugged he again. I'm heading out now. Okay, be careful on the road, my young master. Rain arrived at a Viscount's manor in Azure Harbor. This is the residence of Lady Irene, the Viscount's widow. On the lawn in the courtyard, there was a crystal table, where 4 women sat chatting and laughing. Mrs. Eileen, Mrs. Melissa, Mrs. Lisa. and to Ryan's surprise, Mrs. Laura. The four ladies gathered together, seemingly discussing topics related to Ren. Because from a distance, Ren could always hear them talking about things like, that little rascal, or that child is naughty. Oh, Ryan, how did you manage to sneak up on us? Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? As the hostess, Eileen clearly knew of Ren's arrival, but she cunningly waited until Ren got closer before speaking. Mrs. Eileen, Ryan looked at her with deep affection. I've missed you. What nonsense are you talking about? Eileen still had short brown hair. She brushed a strand of dyed blonde hair from her bangs, her beautiful gray eyes slightly reproachful. You're about to get married. The other three women watched Ren silently, without saying a word. Compared to Phil, Liana, and Irene, they were destined to be inferior. Melosa runs a technical service center. Lisa is a wealthy woman but also a commoner, and Laura, although of noble birth, is already married. Just like when he was a child, Ryan knelt down in front of Eileen. This brought a flicker of satisfaction to the beautiful woman's eyes. She reached out her soft hand, clad in a black gauze glove, and gently stroked the top of Ren's head. It feels like just yesterday you were getting married. Time flies. The other three felt a little uneasy. Why had Ren never been so docile in front of them? But Eileen holds a high place in Ren's heart. Like she has taken care of Ren since childhood. Eileen's care was a form of private affection. It's also something that can't be brought to light. Before Ren could speak, Eileen parted her red lips slightly. I already heard them talking about it yesterday. You want to open a club in Azure Harbor? Right. I found the land for you. It's definitely in the very center of Azure Harbor. As she spoke, she lovingly stroked Ren's hair. Get up. You're a grown-up now. Do you still want to act like a little kid? You can't crawl under the table anymore, okay? It's still okay. Ren took Eileen's hand and gently kissed the fair back of her hand, which was covered by black gauze. Eileen is Ryan's biggest backer in Azure Harbor. As a Viscount's widow within the territory, her husband had been one of Victor's most trusted retainers. Victor's status is rising, and although Eileen's husband has passed away, all the bigwigs in Azure Harbor still have to keep an eye on this relationship. Although no one knows how her husband died, Eileen doesn't care. Anyway, nothing ever happened between the couple. The two estates are very close to each other, and Rain would often come over from time to time. Eileen has always doted on her neighbor, Ryan, since they were little, treating him almost like her own son. Finally, as Rain gradually matured, the two also began to explore certain areas. Eileen bent her index finger and tapped Ryan's forehead. Ryan, I know you've had a habit of crawling under tables since you were little. It's either because you've been wronged or because you want money. Melosa was deeply upset. How could Rain do this? She has money in her pocket too. Lisa shared the same idea. But as a noblewoman of Azure Harbor, Eileen's wealth is unmatched by anyone else. Stone Raven Town, in the prime real estate of Azure Harbor, were completely ignored by the wealthy ladies of Azure Harbor. If it weren't for Ryan, Eileen wouldn't even bother to look at them, including Melosa, the gold level 8-star mystic mage. If one had to choose among all of Rain's women, only Liana, the finance officer of the Western Province, and Phil, the daughter of a general, could make Eileen disregard her relationship with Rain and treat them normally. In Eileen's eyes, when Raven went to Stone Raven Town, he was playing a low-level game, which was incomparable to a place like Azure Harbor. I don't want the money, I want my life. Rain stood up, and his first words were earth-shattering. Chapter 193 Hayes image has been generated. Eileen and the other women frowned upon hearing Ryan's words. Whose life do you want? Eileen parted her lips slightly, picked up her mug, and took a sip of coffee. Melosa, Laura, and Lisa held their breath. Please come with me to the Azure Merchant Guild. Rain didn't explain further. Eileen rarely refused Ryan's requests. Let's go then. Eileen yawned. Since we have nothing else to do. The group boarded the carriage, and inside, Ren was surrounded by the group of noble women. The fragrance of a mature woman filled the small space, and Ryan could barely smell it all. Eileen sat in the main seat, her long legs crossed, her slender ankles covered in stockings peeking out from under her black skirt. She held a slender cigarette between her fingers, her gray eyes looking at Rain through the wisps of smoke. Will we ever meet again? Ryan's time in Azure Harbor was getting shorter and shorter, so short that he didn't even have time to reunite with her for one night. The slightly wistful question momentarily silenced the tense atmosphere in the carriage that had been filled with conspiracy and action. Melosa, Laura, and Lisa all instinctively looked at Eileen. The mature widow's eyes were especially mournful at this moment, as if she blamed Rain for never contacting her after leaving Azure Harbor. One day, Azure Harbor will be beneath my feet. Rain reached out and grasped Eileen's soft hand. And love will eventually bring us together again in the light. Smooth talker. Eileen scoffed, but she didn't pull her hand away from Ryan's grasp. Instead, her fingertips curled slightly, gripping Ryan's fingers instead. The small emotional ripples were quickly smoothed out, and the atmosphere in the carriage returned to normal. A slight sense of relief as he felt Eileen's fingertips respond. He knew that even when he wasn't in Azure Harbor, the widow hadn't fallen for someone else. But he is no longer the boy he once was. He now has dragon blood gold, thread red obsidian in his body. His supreme bones have been strengthened to an extremely terrifying degree. An ordinary silver knight might not be able to defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. In a moment of distraction, the carriage came to a slow, steady stop. The coachman's voice came from the front seat. Madam, Lord Rain, we have arrived at the Azure Merchant Guild. Eileen gracefully stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray inside the carriage. As she straightened up and slightly adjusted her skirt, the fleeting sorrow and tenderness that had just been present in the carriage vanished completely. Sunlight streamed through the car window, dancing on her brown hair and the strand of blonde hair with highlights. Let's go. She was the first to step off the carriage. Ryan followed closely behind, then Melissa, Lisa, and Laura. Four elegant and beautiful women of different backgrounds surrounded the young and handsome Ren as they appeared in front of the magnificent gates of the Azure Chamber of Commerce. This combination alone is already quite eye-catching. The guards at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, the managers coming and going, and even the passing merchants couldn't help but turn their eyes to this place. The 18th son of the Villett family has arrived at the Azure Merchant Guild, and he also had Mrs. Irene with him. Carl stood on the top floor of the Chamber of Commerce building, looking down at Ren and his group, his brows furrowed slightly. He originally intended to secretly give the item to Rain, but now he's come to the Azure Merchant Guild in a grand manner. Something's not right. In an instant, Carl realized that he might have fallen into a trap. Ren is definitely not a simple character. Before he could think too much about it, there was already a knock on the office door. Come in, Carl said, calming himself down before sitting on his sofa. Ryan pushed open the door and entered, where four beautiful women were waiting for him downstairs. Today, he mainly called Eileen over as a witness. This proves that he did indeed obtain the so-called abortion potion from the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Even if Carl had 8 mouths, he still wouldn't be able to explain himself. Carl, can I have the things now? Ryan remained expressionless, maintaining the strained relationship between the two brothers. Carl lit a cigar. Rain, I've thought about it. Let's just let this go. No matter what our relationship is, that child is still my nephew. I can't be your accomplice. Ren frowned slightly. He knew Carl was not easily fooled, but he hadn't expected the man to be so wary. Better to do nothing than to make a mistake. This is a true reflection of Carl's mindset today. The 3 brothers each plotted to use this incident to defeat the other 2. But now, this step has come to an end with Carl. Rain and Locke were not willing to accept this. Second brother, is that really what you think? Ren coughed lightly, choosing to continue his feigned concern. Rain, you're my brother. I can't just stand by and watch you make a mistake. Stop it. Carl sighed, stood up, and went to the window, turning his back to Rain so that Rain wouldn't see his expression. But second brother, do you know? Ren stared at Carl's retreating figure. Even if I don't kill this child, someone else will come and kill him. What did you say? Carl turned around, looking at Ren in disbelief, then rushed to Ren's side, grabbing his shoulders. What did you say? Huh? Who? Who dares to poison my nephew? It's Locke. Ren pulled out the recording magic stone. This was given to me by the butler Abel last night. Carl pretended to pick up the recording magic stone and listen to the recording inside. Finally, his hands trembled as he spoke. Big brother, how could you be so heartless? Is he even human? I want to tell my father about this. Ren pressed down on his shoulder to stop him. Second brother, once father finds out about this, he will definitely investigate thoroughly. You should have heard it too. It's obvious that another person's voice has been cut out. Yes, you're right. Carl broke out in a cold sweat, then shook his head. No, Ren, it's even better if we find out. We can take care of the other person at the same time. Second brother, you're the only one I can trust now. Ren said earnestly, almost crying. You absolutely cannot hand this recording magic stone over to father. I suspect the other person is your uncle, Lord Leon. How is that possible? Carl's eyes flashed with ruthlessness when he mentioned Lion. Even though he's Leon's nephew, why does Leon support Lockmore? Why can't he be the heir? Rain, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Then tell me, how did he find out my woman was pregnant? Ren grabbed Carl by the collar. Liana is the treasurer of the Western Province. Who else could know she's pregnant? Only the people of the West know. I'm a father who can't even protect his own child. I'm such a failure. Second brother. For a moment, Carl couldn't tell whether Ren's anger was genuine or feigned. But Rain's guess wasn't entirely unreasonable. Chapter 194. Rain and Locke both underestimated this second brother. Smack. Carl shoved Ryan aside and smashed the recording magic stone in his hand. Anyway, let's pretend this never happened, okay? Carl was truly intimidated. If anything really happens to that child, I will absolutely not let Locke off the hook. Second brother, don't be impulsive, we can't beat him. Ren gave a bitter smile. Actually, you're also biased towards eldest brother, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have destroyed the evidence for him. No, it's not like that, Ren. You have to believe me. This is definitely an outsider trying to sow discord between us. Carl kept explaining, swallowing hard. Rain, do you know? You are my youngest brother. I watched you grow up. Tell me, how could I not love you? Ren pursed his lips. If you really considered me your brother, you wouldn't be like this. You know perfectly well that I can't protect my child, and I might not even be able to protect my woman, yet you still try to stop me, and even destroy evidence. Do you know what? If I don't do it myself, I might not even be able to protect Liana. Maybe what she drank wouldn't have been an abortion potion, but a deadly poison. Carl pinched his thigh. He was someone who liked to put himself in others' shoes. Having been in business for so long, he often considers things from the customer's perspective. Yes, Ryan was an innocent victim. The ruthlessness and power-hungry behavior he displayed that night was nothing but a facade. If he didn't do this, he might not even be able to protect his own woman. Even the evidence he possessed that Locke intended to poison his child could only be hidden, presented as evidence that he had poisoned his mistress's unborn child to please his wife. If he replaced the abortion pills with poison, perhaps Liana would have died too. Wait, poison? Carl's back was almost soaked with sweat. What did you just say? I said, if I hadn't done it myself, Locke might have secretly administered not an abortion drug, but a deadly poison. Carl's eyes instantly darkened, and he forced a smile. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter what, my brother would never assassinate a baron, assassinate a provincial treasurer. He doesn't have the guts. Yes, he certainly didn't have the guts, but didn't the recording say that as long as it was an abortion drug, he wouldn't be branded as a nobleman who makes a living by exploiting others? What does this prove? It proves he's already considered poisoning. Second brother, do you and I dare to gamble on this possibility? Yes, we can't gamble, absolutely not. Carl patted Ryan on the shoulder. Ryan, you go back first. I will definitely stand up for you in this matter. Second brother, can I really trust you? Ren asked, his eyes filled with fear. Should I tell father about this? Upon hearing Ryan's words, Carl nearly bit his tongue until it bled. No, you have to trust your second brother, okay? Wait for me. Wait for me for 3 minutes. You go down first. Okay, Ren nodded. Then I'll wait for you downstairs. After seeing Ryan leave, Carl took out the bottle of medicine from the drawer and pressed the button on the table. The office bookshelves suddenly moved aside, revealing a stone platform with magical runes printed on it. Carl stood on the platform and then began to sink down as if in an elevator. The bookshelves were put back together as if nothing had happened. Carl then arrived at the basement of the Azure Merchant Guild, a place resembling a dungeon where slaves were imprisoned. The staff around Carl bowed to him. President Carl. President. Young Master Carl. The constant address made Carl feel like he was the center of attention, but he no longer had that feeling. He arrived at the entrance of a dungeon and dripped a potion into the food of a pregnant slave. Eat this food, and you will regain your freedom. In the dimly lit cell, the pregnant female slave, upon hearing that she could regain her freedom, disregarded whether Carl had poisoned her. Here, even dying from poisoning is a kind of relief. She finished her meal at lightning speed, and soon after, her face turned black, blood started flowing from her nostrils, and she ultimately failed to recover. A staff member opened the cell door, entered, knelt down, and put his finger to her nose. Then he turned to look at Carl. President, she's not breathing anymore. Carl gritted his teeth. I'll make you wish you were never born. As a businessman, he was used to calculating profits, but he underestimated the cruelty of political struggle. The staff member was nearly startled when he heard this. Was Carl going to kill him? What? President, I was wrong. I was wrong. The staff member knelt down on the spot, hugged Carl's leg, and wailed. Carl kicked him away. Who said I wanted you dead? Huh, don't bother me. After saying that, Carl went straight back to the stone platform and back to his office. He came downstairs with a grim expression, ignoring Ryan and the others sitting on the sofa in the lobby, and went straight to the front desk. "Where is Marvin?" The receptionist was startled by Carl's unprecedented expression and stammered. Yes, Chairman. Manager Marvin just went to inspect warehouse number 3. I'll call him immediately using the communication crystal." "No need." Carl interrupted her, his sharp gaze sweeping across the hall. He saw Ryan and his group sitting on a sofa in the rest area not far away. Ren hung his head dejectedly. Viscountess Eileen elegantly picked up her teacup. Melissa looked around the interior of the Chamber of Commerce with great interest, while Lisa and Laura seemed somewhat uneasy. Carl took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He can't let his emotions control him, especially now. Even if he had a pig's brain, he would know that Locke had secretly ordered someone to switch the abortion pills. He gave a cold laugh. What a ruthless scheme. What a brilliant way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Carl leaned close to the receptionist's ear and whispered, "Since Marvin is in Warehouse 3, let's make him disappear from Warehouse 3 forever." The receptionist's face turned deathly pale instantly, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Yes, President." Her voice was barely audible, almost on the verge of tears. "I'll immediately notify the relevant personnel to make arrangements." After dealing with this matter, Carl finally smiled warmly and approached Rain and the others. "Mrs. Eileen, it's been a long time." "Yes, it's been a long time, young Master Carl." Eileen sipped her black tea, glanced at the fat man, and then looked away. "Rain, I'll go with you to find our eldest brother," Carl said, adopting the air of an elder brother. "As for these others, please leave." No matter how intense the internal struggles and conflicts within a wealthy family are, they will never let outsiders see them. As the elder brother, Carl naturally had the right to drive them away, and Ren had no objection to this. Carl's words proved that he intended to take Ryan to confront Locke, or at least discuss some more private matters with him. Ryan gave the women an apologetic smile. "Sorry to have made you come all this way for nothing." Although Eileen didn't know what Ryan was going to do, since he had spoken, it meant that he wasn't needed for what was to come. In fact, Ren really didn't expect Carl to be so wary, or rather, Ren and Locke both underestimated this second-in-command. Chapter 195. For the sake of the family's reputation, I protected you. Inside the carriage, Ryan and Carl sat facing each other. The fat man opposite him was ashen-faced, and Carl harbored absolute rage towards Locke. He always played the role of a good younger brother in front of Locke. Even though he did have thoughts of killing Locke, he never showed it. What about Locke? He just ignored their brotherhood and tried to kill him? Carl decided to turn against Rain and Locke on their behalf. If he could gain Rain's help in doing so, perhaps he wouldn't be unable to compete with Locke in the future. "Rain, after you went downstairs just now, I thought about it for a long time." Carl still pretended to be a good older brother. "I want to confront my older brother about all of this." "Second brother, this matter." Ren looked troubled. "Can we really bring it up? This beast is unworthy to be an heir." Carl was filled with righteous indignation, seemingly genuinely disgusted that Locke was about to brutally kill an unborn child. "Second brother." Ryan's eyes showed gratitude. "You've helped me so much. I don't know how to repay you." Carl laughed heartily. "What are you talking about repaying? As your older brother, it's my duty to protect you. Over the years, Ren, I haven't taken good care of you. I, as your second brother, have really failed." Carl became increasingly ashamed as he spoke, and his eyes welled up with tears. Ryan was almost fooled by his acting skills too. With that obese body and kind smile, no one would have guessed that this person was ruthless. Ren smiled inwardly. Carl had ultimately been blinded by hatred and self-interest. He was just looking forward to the good show to come. Soon, Locke will learn that Carl has betrayed him, and the two will fight to the death in Azure Harbor. He can use this time to get married and return to his territory to continue developing. Just as Ren was thinking that his plan had turned out quite well, the carriage arrived at the Villet Manor. As the two men stormed off the carriage, Ryan eagerly anticipated what would happen next. The butler, Abel, immediately approached their carriage. "Young Master Carl, the Master requests your presence." "Young Master Ren, the Master wishes you to return to your room and spend some time with the ladies." Ren's eyes flashed with anger. Why did Victor have to call Carl away at this crucial moment? Carl was also taken aback. He nodded. "Rain, you go back first. I'll come find you when I get out. Father probably needs to see me about something." The anger in Rain's eyes dissipated, replaced by a mocking expression, which he then concealed. "I'll wait for you. Second brother." Carl still doesn't know enough about Victor. Did he really think he'd have a chance to fall out with Locke after meeting Victor? Idiot. Unaware of Ren's inner turmoil, Carl went alone to Victor's study. Victor's study was still filled with smoke. He held a pipe in his mouth, looked at his son, and said impatiently, "Carl, you've disappointed me too much. Kneel down." As if receiving a command, Carl instinctively knelt down in front of Victor. He felt a strong sense of oppression every time he was alone with his father. "Father, I don't understand why you're disappointed." Victor sighed. "I told you long ago, you're only suited to be a businessman, not a politician." From beginning to end, whether it was Locke or Ryan, they were using you as a pawn. Carl looked up, staring at Victor in astonishment. He hadn't expected that his father already knew everything. "Father, I don't understand. Why are you saying this?" His voice was already trembling slightly. Victor's tone was filled with disappointment and frustration. "I'll only tell you one thing. The woman next to Ren isn't pregnant at all." Upon hearing this, Carl nearly fainted. It turns out he'd been made a fool of by Locke and Ryan all along. Anger, resentment, despair, relief. A complex mix of emotions flashed through Carl's mind. He gave a bitter smile, his lips already devoid of color, his hands gripping the floor to keep himself from fainting. "So, I'm out." Victor stood up, walked over to Carl, bent down, and patted his head. "Compared to Locke and Ren, you're still too naive. Even if you wanted to turn against Locke, it wouldn't work." "Actually, he already knew you might secretly contact Ren," Victor said, pointing to the wooden box on the table. "You can go open it and take a look." Carl stood up shakily, staggered to his desk, and opened the wooden box. A strong smell of blood filled the air, and inside was a human head. If Carl remembers correctly, this head belongs to Mary, Locke's secretary. Victor smiled faintly. "When you killed Marvin, who switched the potion, Locke also executed the secretary who relayed his message. The reason Locke killed her was because he received news that Ren had gone to the Azure Merchant Guild to find you. He realized something was wrong and thought Ren might confront you directly, trying to provoke you into turning against him. He even guessed that you would be lured by Ryan to verify the authenticity of the so-called drug, then kill Marvin in a fit of rage, and he would then conveniently kill the last participant. Secretary Mary. All the witnesses and evidence in this whole affair have been cleared up," Victor sighed softly. "And you, in a moment of impulsiveness, you wanted to turn against him, which could very well result in him turning around and accusing you of framing him." "But I have evidence," Carl protested, turning to Victor and demanding, "We possess the most damning evidence." Victor shook his head, then produced the evidence. Carl was so heartbroken he couldn't breathe. He destroyed the evidence himself. He also ordered the killing of the witness. He was afraid that he would be exposed as well, and even afraid that Locke would turn around and frame him. He had already smashed the recording magic stone and killed manager Marvin. Regardless of whether this succeeds or not, it involves the life of a Baron. Even if this woman doesn't die, if things escalate, you and Locke will be accused of attempted murder of the Baron. You know, there's an Imperial general living in the manor. Do you think, if this matter blows up, he might use this as an excuse to go straight to the capital, just to pave the way for his son-in-law? So, from now on, this farce should end, ending with your defeat. Carl was instantly jolted awake. If Victor hadn't intervened in time, and he had really gone to confront Locke, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ren. Carl never imagined that he, a man in his 50s, would be no match for a teenage boy. "For the sake of the family's reputation, I protected you." Victor hesitated for a moment. "But at the same time, you should also make your bottom line clear." Chapter 196: The Sudden Appearance of Gloria. Carl had already grasped the implication in Victor's words. Rain and Locke. Carl took a deep breath. What can't you choose?" Victor chuckled softly. "Is there something wrong?" "Those two bastards." Carl was no longer afraid, because Victor had exposed all his underhanded tricks. "I think this family should be taken over by the fourth brother." Carl could say that this was the boldest thing he had ever said in his life. Victor squinted slightly. His third son is dead, died in an accident. Over the years, he didn't know who to suspect. Both Locke and Carl could be involved. After the third son's death, the fourth son immediately went to the capital, as if he feared for his own life as well. "All right, I understand." Victor exhaled a puff of smoke. "From today onwards, put away your unwarranted ambitions. I can only protect you this once." "Yes, Father." Carl was so grateful that he was speechless. Having lost his right to inheritance, he harbored immense resentment towards Ren and Locke. Especially Locke. That damn guy. Carl clenched his teeth, making a grinding, snapping sound. Inside the bedroom of the apartment building in Ren, Victor's sudden intervention is clearly out of fear of your father. Rain spoke to Phil. The two beautiful women, Phil and Liana, were already dressed in silk robes, and Ren was almost bewitched. Murdering a nobleman. Phil crossed her legs, maintaining the air of a mature noblewoman. Her toes, painted with dark green nail polish, shone brightly against her black stockings, even emanating a captivating fragrance. Whether it's green with black or red with black, it's sure to make you look old. Ren glanced at Liana and noticed that the beautiful woman was also displaying artwork. For a moment, both of Ren's thighs displayed works of art presented and vying for attention by two beautiful women. Rain, who will you kiss first? Phil asked, propping her elbows on the edge of the sofa, her hands supporting her cheek as she watched Rain with interest. Liana pretended to be nonchalant, but her translucent, rounded toes were already covered in red nail polish. The battle between green and red left Ren in a dilemma. The 5 emeralds and 5 rubies left Ren with no choice. He could only. Rubies and emeralds bloomed before Ren. In short, Rain never intended to venture into that territory she shouldn't have entered. The wedding ceremony began the following day. Ren, dressed in the noble attire of the Villette family, a blue trench coat with silver trim, dazzled with his tall, slender figure. Even the married ladies present stared intently at Ren. Carl and Locke stared at each other from below the stage, their eyes filled with hatred. But who exactly they hate remains unknown. At the wedding, Eileen forced a smile and shared a drink with the guests. The political figures and wealthy businessmen in the audience offered Victor continuous congratulations. Victor responded to each point, perhaps somewhat perfunctorily, but in any way, he covered all the issues. Until a certain woman appeared. Missa, the captain of Mijera's guard. The woman was still clad in golden armor and wearing a red cloak. His striking, tall figure made him impossible for anyone to ignore. A woman who is 2.3 meters tall, with outstanding looks and a slender figure. Everyone would notice her. She brought Queen Myrcella's gift, but no one knew Myrcella's intentions. Is this a gesture of goodwill towards the current prime minister, or is he genuinely concerned about Ren? The wealthy and political figures who had gathered in Victor's area all fell silent, not daring to say a word. Victor sighed softly and bid farewell to everyone, saying he was in good health. The Queen's representative arrived at the scene, and he, as the father, didn't offer any response whatsoever, which was enough to show everyone present his attitude. Elsa? That was Myrcella's top hound. At Myrcella's command, this royal hound would kill anyone. But Victor just wouldn't give her any face. They didn't even say a word or two. This is an award bestowed by the Empress. Victor just left like that? Everyone could sense the eerie atmosphere at Ryan's wedding. But they also envied Ryan for being able to marry two such stunningly beautiful women. Rain squinted. No one had poisoned the place, which meant Locke had dropped the plan. Why didn't Locke send a second person to carry out the attack? Ren was highly suspicious. Even if Carl no longer acknowledged him, did he really have no backup plan? Victor's departure brought Ren a slight sense of relief. His willingness to leave proves that nothing major will happen to this family. Everything was under his control. Unless he wanted to kill Liana himself, but he had no motive or reason to do so. Carl's indifferent attitude led Ren to guess. Perhaps Victor had said something to him that made this guy just give up? Locke is here. Carl is here. And the other brothers are here too. Only Ren's fourth brother is not here. This forced Ren to be on his guard. Elder brother. At the wedding ceremony, a pink-haired, blue-eyed girl stood below the banquet table, watching Ren and two beautiful women in white wedding dresses. Gloria. Ren took a deep breath. Why are you back? He was certain that he had not informed Gloria that he was getting married. Perhaps her other brothers in the family told her? But that's unrealistic. The wedding is set in 2 days, and Gloria is far away in the capital. Only her communication ring can reach her, meaning, aside from Victor himself or someone he instructs to inform her, no one will tell Gloria about it. However, Victor's early departure proves that he was unaware that his daughter would return to Azure Harbor. Otherwise, once he notified Gloria, he would have sent someone to bring her back. After all, it was Victor who first told Rain that the wedding was happening in the next couple of days, meaning that if he wanted to inform her, Gloria would have already arrived at Azure Harbor via the teleportation array. Gloria didn't say anything, but took small, quick steps to Ren and hugged him. Then she buried her face in Ren's chest and sobbed. Looking at his sister sobbing uncontrollably, Ren felt a trap was being quietly set, and it revolves around Ren and Gloria. thinking back to those days at the Noble Beast Taming Academy, how those young nobles suddenly stood up for Ren. Roger. A very unfamiliar name, so unfamiliar that Ren almost forgot about it. This person is Sean's student, and also a student at the Beast Taming Academy who has been constantly at odds with Ren. After Ren went to the capital, a lot happened around Gloria, but she ultimately did not get married. On the contrary, Roger and his brother Ralph were bullied for no reason. First, there was Roger, who was suddenly beaten by a southern nobleman at a gathering of southern young men. Next, Roger's brother Ralph knelt in front of Gloria's dormitory. In the end, he was brutally beaten and threatened by Ren. The matter seemed to have been dropped, but it ended simply because Victor didn't choose a marriage partner for Liana. But do these people really only have simple motives? Roger Ryan is another matter, but his brother Ralph is kneeling at the door of Gloria's residence. She even said that she was being blackmailed, or something like that. Chapter 197 Victor, you're a pig. Putting aside the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Ren first knelt down on one knee in front of Aisha. I am deeply grateful for Her Majesty the Queen's grace. This could be considered the second most prestigious wedding in Azure Harbor. The largest was when Victor married his first wife, and even the Emperor himself attended. The Violet family, once enjoying immense prestige under Victor's leadership, has now reached new heights. Aisha nodded gently. Her tall, 2.3-meter-tall figure was a head taller than Ryan's. Now, Ryan was kneeling in front of her, looking no different from a little boy. Rise, Baron Ren, do not let His Highness's training of you be in vain. As soon as these words were spoken, all the powerful figures in Azure Harbor realized that something was wrong. Locke, in particular, blushed deeply. What does this mean? The Queen was telling all the nobles present that Ren was one of hers. Allocated a small fiefdom of Azure Harbor to Ren in the inheritance. It was about the size of a village, but even though it was only the size of a village, its prosperity was incomparable to that of a rural place like Stone Crow Town. Even if Ren doesn't interfere at all, this small fiefdom can bring him 700,000 or 800,000 gold coins in tax revenue every year. Of course, this is an inheritance, meaning that if Victor were still alive, it wouldn't belong to Ren. After their wedding night, the next day, Ren went to Victor's study. The father and son faced off in silence once again. I already know about what happened last night. Victor tapped the table. I know you had no right to refuse, and you're already deeply entangled in this beautiful lie. Ren certainly knew what Victor meant, that in front of everyone, he hadn't denied being mentored by Queen Marcella. Seeing that Ryan remained silent, Victor could only light his pipe and say, before you leave, I still need to make something clear to you. Barons and queens are destined to belong to different classes. Each class has its own logic of behavior. When the queen starts to easily push you to a height that doesn't belong to you, then there's only one outcome awaiting you, death. Just like pigs in a sty, they never understand, until they die, what the relationship is between the farmer who feeds them every day and the butcher with the knife. This is what I mean by a beautiful lie. The pig believes that he doesn't have to do anything every day, yet someone will bring him 3 meals a day, and he completely believes it. Ren never expected Victor to indirectly call him a pig. He nodded. I understand, father. Okay, let's go back. The father and son rarely communicated, and Ryan knew that this was how the man raised each of his sons. It was precisely because of his attitude and educational methods that none of the 18 brothers of this generation of Verlit had any conscience in their bones, and they only knew how to distinguish between advantages and disadvantages. Leaving Victor's study, Ryan, holding a bouquet of lilies, went to a cemetery within the family estate. They came to a tombstone that read Eleanor Verlit. Freshly offered flowers were already placed on the tombstone, still carrying the lingering scent of Phil's mature and alluring fragrance, suggesting that she had arrived here not long ago. Rain stood tall before the tombstone, his hands clasped together in utmost reverence. Huh, Ren? Rain opened his eyes and saw a young man walking towards him in the distance, dressed in a white nobleman's robe with gold trim. Fourth brother. Ren was slightly taken aback. Why are you back? I heard you got married, so I rushed back from the capital, but it seems I've already missed it? Taravellet, the fourth child in the family, has always had a very low profile. You've grown so much in the blink of an eye. Tara sighed, filled with emotion. I just finished presenting flowers to my third brother, and now I'm heading back to the capital. Ren nodded slightly. He and his older brother had virtually no interaction. I only know that I have an older brother, but I have hardly ever met him. From what I remember, all I could learn from other people's notes was that his fourth brother, Tara, was almost never competitive and had left the troublesome place of Azure Harbor long ago. But as the saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite, and Rain was very wary of Terra. He might be behind many of the problems in the capital. It's just that Rain didn't have any evidence. After presenting the flowers, Rain boarded the carriage and returned to the western province with Phil, he, and Liana. Meanwhile, Melosa, Laura, and Lady Lisa, under the leadership of Lady Erin, successfully acquired a plot of land in Azure Harbor and have already begun renovations. Inside the carriage, Phil held the sleeping Sherry, marveling at the sight. Rain, your talent in beast taming is truly remarkable. Phil stroked Sherry's soft white cat back. Or rather, your physique combined with the dragon blood golden silk obsidian makes your lethality against every female spirit pet beyond anyone's imagination. What do you mean? Ren glanced at Vivian, who was nestled in Liana's arms, and then turned to look at Phil. Your constitution is that of a female killer contract master. Phil coughed lightly. Historically, some female killer contract masters died because they couldn't take care of their spirit pets. Their health deteriorated day by day, and they eventually died from exhaustion. But once you have the dragon blood golden obsidian, it's a different story. Besides helping you become a tireless little beast, it's also good for other women, including your spirit pets. Liana and he exchanged a glance, and the two beautiful women touched their faces. If Phil hadn't mentioned it, Liana might not have noticed. Ever since she got together with Rain, her skin has become increasingly hydrated. Heya also felt this way. Ever since Rain received the Queen's reward, her body had been undergoing subtle changes. In other words, the benefits these spirit pets receive from you are twice that of other women. Upon hearing Phil's explanation, Ryan sighed softly. That being said, none of these spirit pets had fully grown up yet, and Rain preferred the big cart. Cuteness pales in comparison to sexiness. The path to raising a spirit pet is long and arduous. Thinking of this, Rin suddenly had a bright idea. By the way, darling, do you have any spirit pets that I can help you with? Rain has done things like getting close to other people's spirit pets before. For example, Selina's six-winged angel of cold light, Shia, is often taken care of by Rain. Like Phil's temple black knight goddess, Nixu, Rain feels pretty good. This was the first time Heya and Liana had ever seen someone so blatantly demand that other contract masters, spirit pets, serve them. This is extremely rare. Even if they are a couple who are both contract masters, the contract master must take care of the feelings of their spirit pets. It's not that the spirit pets will serve whoever the contract master wants them to serve. Chapter 198, Going to see the person I want to see. Feyre crossed her legs, her red lips curving into a smile of interest. If you want my spirit pet to serve you, well, that depends on your performance. What performance? Ren wasn't a lay-chair. He just wanted to improve his physique. I don't ask anything of you. Phil swayed her red high heels lightly. Just get Della. And who is Della? Ryan had assumed that Phil would be like other wives, demanding certain achievements from her husband in his career in order to receive a romantic reward. I never expected her to be chasing women. I can't speak for other things, but he's a professional in this area. Della is also one of your mother's students, Phil said, somewhat surprised. Didn't Selina mention her to you? Wasn't she going to the Elf Autonomous Region to bring her here? She was mentioned, but her name wasn't mentioned, Ryan suddenly realized. If this woman named Della is her mother's student, wouldn't it be easy to win her over? What are you thinking? You don't actually think she's like me and Selina, someone you can just give away for free, do you? Looking into the mature, beautiful woman's mischievous eyes, Ren coughed lightly. How could that be? And what's this about giving things away for free? Darling, you and Mentor Selina are a blessing from heaven to me. Is that so? Phil rested her cheek on one hand and lit a cigarette with the other. However, for Selina and me, you are also a gift from heaven. When she said those words, Ryan could hear a rare tenderness in the mature, beautiful woman's voice. By the way, about the mine, did your father say anything more? Feyre was very concerned about this matter. After all, it would be the capital for her and her husband to make their fortune. No, Rain shook his head. It's just that he seems very displeased that Her Majesty the Queen sent someone to bestow honors upon him. There were no outsiders present, so Ryan spoke up openly. Looking back on it, Liana felt like she was dreaming. Within just a few days, she married into the Villet family, and at her wedding, she received the blessing of the most esteemed woman in the Empire. Happiness came too suddenly. Eek! Vivian could feel Liana's heart racing in her arms. At that moment, the mermaid raised her head and sucked on her fingers. Liana, mommy. Liana was still a little uncomfortable with Vivian suddenly calling her mom. I'm fine, be good. Liana stroked Vivian's hair. Go to sleep. It's normal for him to be angry. Phil exhaled a puff of smoke through the carriage window. After all, you, as his son, have chosen the Emperor's time and time again between His Highness and father. Fayer revealed a mocking smile. But His Highness's investment in you is far greater than what he gave you. Just based on the Crimson Flame Dragon Blood Fruit and the Dragon Blood Golden Silk Red Obsidian, their value is already immeasurable. Without these two things, he probably wouldn't even give you a second glance. After all, to other powerful women, you are like a gold mine. We can extract an endless stream of gold from you. Brother, is he gone? Inside the Villet Manor, Gloria arrived at Rain's residence, her eyes somewhat dazed. She had wanted to spend more time with Ryan, but he left without a word, not even saying goodbye. Stepping into the courtyard, the blue-haired girl felt that everything had become unfamiliar. This feeling became even stronger after Ryan got married. Gloria, you haven't returned to the academy yet. Hearing the voice, Gloria turned around. Brother Tara. Tara wasn't surprised by Gloria's distant way of addressing her. She only called Rain brother, and everyone else so-and-so's older brother. I'm going back to the academy right away, Gloria said, wiping her eyes as she turned and left. I happen to know your advisor. I can help you extend your vacation, Tara said with a gentle smile. You seem a bit off. I'm fine, Gloria bit her lip. Besides, I don't know what to do with the extended vacation. You can go see whoever you want to see. Tara pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. Azure Harbor is so big. Surely there are friends you want to see? Like Rebelia? Haven't you two always been good friends? To see the people I want to see. Yes, I'm going to go see Rebelia. Goliath's eyes lit up. Can you really extend my vacation? Of course, Tara said with certainty. Go have some fun. You can take your studies slowly, but you must manage your emotions in time. Then thank you very much, Brother Tara. Gloria nodded gratefully. She was going to the western provinces to see where Rain lived. Tara smiled slightly as she watched the girl walk away with light, quick steps. He then went to Carl's study, bowed respectfully, and said, Second brother, you wanted to see me? Yes, Tara, please sit down. Carl was incredibly enthusiastic at this moment, especially seeing the sincere and respectful look in Tara's eyes as she looked at her brother, which made Carl even more pleased. Carl preferred his humble younger brother Tara to Ryan's utterly disrespectful attitude, which even led him to grab Carl's collar several times. With such a personality, even if one comes to power in the future, they will be easy to control. Tara, you probably don't know. Carl sighed. Rain's marriage might not be very happy. Tara was taken aback by this opening remark. What's wrong, second brother? Do you need our help? Or what? That guy, Ren, actually tried to kill his own unborn child, Carl said, his eyes flashing with anger. If I hadn't stopped him, the wedding banquet last night might not have gone so smoothly. I don't believe Ren could be so heartless. Tara continued, following Carl's lead. Although I haven't met him many times, I know him to some extent. Since you left, this family has changed so much. It's no longer the family you remember. Carl began to guide Tara. Sure enough, Tara took the bait. What do you mean, second brother? What's wrong with this family? Chapter 199. The common people work diligently, while the nobles live a life of pleasure and romance. Down with Ren. Oppose dictatorship. Oppose being sidelined. Down with Ren. Oppose dictatorship. Oppose being sidelined. Stone Crow Town. The people rose up in rebellion, launching a large-scale resistance movement. The castles in the three territories were also crowded with people. The commoners of Tulip Territory were quite well behaved and did not go out, but the people of Stone Raven Town were not only the commoners of Tulip Territory. Baruch was sweating profusely and was no match for the sea of people. There were even newspaper reporters who interrogated Baruch with pens and notebooks. As Lord Rain's subordinate, are you aware that after the governor's secretary's office issued an investigation report on the magic crystal mine in Stone Raven Town, Lady Scarlet mysteriously disappeared? Some say that Lord Rain's marriage to the former mayor and current treasurer of Stone Raven Town is an attempt to use noble marriage laws to monopolize this giant mine. What is your explanation for this? A report from the governor's secretary's office requires Mayor Morris to fully oversee the mining operations and distribute 10% of the annual profits to the residents of Stone Raven Town. Are you aware of this? Baruch's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He had no idea what kind of mineral vein it was. He swallowed hard. Everyone, listen to me. Before Baruch could finish speaking, stones were thrown from the crowd. You lackeys of the nobility. You bloodsuckers. The mine belongs to Stoneraven Town. It has absolutely nothing to do with Wren. Hand over the governor's secretary. When Wren's carriage returned to Tulip Castle, he thought it was the commoners cheering for his wedding. After all, as their lord, Wren was like a savior, so it was normal for him to receive such treatment. But soon, these unfamiliar faces made Wren wary. It seems Lion was behind it, Wren said, taking a deep breath and looking at Phil inside the carriage. It seems this guy has broken ties with your father, Phil said, crossing her legs. I just didn't expect him to be willing to expose this rather than let us succeed. The castle's iron gates slowly opened as Wren's carriage arrived. Hans led 70 or 80 fully armed plate-armored warriors to begin evacuating the crowd and clearing a path for Wren's wagon. As Wren passed Hans, he poked his head out of the window and beckoned to Hans with his finger. The latter immediately stepped into the carriage, his iron boots clicking on the floor. My lord. He didn't know how to explain all this to Ryan, because he knew nothing about it. Many residents of Stoneraven Town held their breath. They dared to shout and yell when Rain wasn't around, but when Rain arrived, everyone became quiet again, until a stone hit Wren's carriage and bounced off Hans's armor. Breaking into a noble's castle with the intent to murder a nobleman. Wren looked at Hans. According to the noble protection law, how should this be handled? My lord, kill. Hans gripped the heavy axe in his hand tightly. Wren nodded. Then kill them. Hans looked surprised through his eyes inside the armor. Did Wren really want them, these heavily armored plate warriors, to kill unarmed civilians? Commander Hans, the Lord's meaning is, looking at the hesitant Hans, Phil's voice came from inside the carriage. Find the instigators and attackers, especially the thug who dared to throw stones at the Lord's carriage and intend to commit violence. According to the Imperial Security Law and the Noble Protection Regulations, as the military commander of the noble territories, you must now fulfill your duties and arrest the criminals on the spot. If there is any resistance, kill them without mercy. As for the other deceived and coerced civilians, handle it according to the law. Phil's words instantly transformed Ryan's seemingly cold-blooded order into a legitimate political action that left room for maneuver. Hans breathed a sigh of relief, immediately straightened up, and replied in a loud voice. All personnel, listen to my command. Eliminate all suspicious persons. Anyone who obstructs us, kill them without mercy. The civilians couldn't believe that Wren would actually dare to kill them so ruthlessly. A few of the bolder ones even dared to stand in front of these plate-armored warriors, until their heads were smashed open like watermelons by heavy axes. Only then did the common people realize the truth. This man is no saint at all. All those high-sounding words he used to criticize Vesper and Will at the Raventown Council were lies. Murder. Murder. Many residents of Shia Town began to flee in panic. However, the regular army's massacre was very efficient. Many plate-armored warriors in the front row began to crouch down, take out their crossbows, and start shooting at the mob. The creaking sound of bows being drawn was particularly jarring in the brief silence, followed by the sharp whistling of arrows piercing the air and the muffled thuds of bodies falling to the ground, and screams of agony. The crowd that had been crowding in front of the castle exploded like ants being doused with boiling water. Cries, curses, pleas for mercy, and dying groans mingled together, and the air was quickly filled with the stench of blood and fear. Within minutes, dozens of corpses lay in front of the castle gate, their blood staining the ground red. The survivors fled far away, glancing back in shock at the castle gate that had been closed again. Wren's carriage had already driven deep into the castle. Inside the carriage, Liana covered Vivian's ears, her face pale and her body trembling slightly. Hea held Wren's hand tightly. She could sense that the young master's emotions were very stable. On this land that prides itself on being a civilized society, the lives of unarmed civilians are being continuously taken. Rain, who ordered the killings, felt no remorse. He thought it was one thing for these people to cause trouble in Stoneraven Town, but for them to dare to cause trouble on his territory was simply courting death. After suppressing the riots in his territory, Rain went directly to the Stoneraven Town Council. No one expected this man to dare to come here. Mayor Morris and Speaker Lester knew very well that Rain was about to be caught in a political storm. Deploying armed forces to suppress the demonstrations is something everyone would like to do, but it's like wielding Ms. Jera's tiger whiskers. It was this woman who initially gave the march its legitimacy, and even when Ryan brought down Vesper, he did so by spreading rumors and misleading the common people. But now, the dragon-slaying boy has become the dragon himself. It's clear this is a riot attempting to overthrow the existing order, Rain said, standing on the stage. With something this big happening, he couldn't possibly hide at home. News of Rain's violent suppression of civilians within his territory has spread throughout Stoneraven Town, and the mayor, under pressure, is forced to make Rain come forward and explain. This is a conspiracy against the aristocratic class, Rain said, standing on the stage and scanning the councillors of Stoneraven and the people of Stoneraven below. Ridiculous. What do you mean by a conspiracy against the aristocracy? The common people work hard, while the nobles live a life of luxury and pleasure. You are just protecting your privileged material conditions. Below, a young man stood up and roared. Ren still recognized this man. Wilshire, the town of Pauline of the Getae Society. Chapter 200. Have I defied the law? Polly, a core member of the Getae Society, a radical youth from Wiskel Town. His sudden appearance and sharp accusations were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly making the atmosphere in the Parliament Hall tense again. All eyes were focused on this young man who dared to confront Ren and speak out, and the flame of hope was rekindled in the eyes of many civilians. Ryan looked at Paul, a knowing glint in his blue eyes. This organization, which was originally targeting Lion, suddenly turned around and targeted me? Lion has taken the use of borrowed tools to his extreme, even relieving some of his pressure. The current Getae Society is like a mad dog, wanting to bite anyone it sees. Rain knew very well that the union of Polly and Locke, the leader of the Getae Society, was doomed to failure. One is idealism, the other is extremism. They appear to be working towards the same goal, but disagreements are bound to arise. Ahem. Mayor Morris coughed lightly. Lord Rain, we have discovered a giant magical crystal mine underground in Stoneraven Town. Some people have accused you of marrying Lady Liana in order to monopolize this mine. Now, even Scarlet, the governor's secretary who first exposed this news, has disappeared. Don't you want the people of Stoneraven to benefit? The civilians' breathing became increasingly heavy. That was a giant mine of magic energy crystals. As long as its ownership was determined to be in Stoneraven Town, 10% of the profits would be distributed to all the civilians of Stoneraven Town every year. It's like someone on Earth can do nothing, just lie at home every day and receive 1,000 yuan at the end of the month. If each person receives 1,000 yuan, how much can a family of several members receive? Even the bare minimum, a family of 3 doing absolutely nothing could receive 3,000 yuan per month. However, converting it to Thai currency is a bit complicated, as prices fluctuate very frequently in this area. Rain, of course, wouldn't accept such a frame-up. What does the governor's secretary's disappearance have to do with me? I was hosting my wedding banquet in Azure Harbor and had no idea what was going on here. If you suspect me just because of a mine in Grey Dove territory and Stoneraven Town that extends into Stoneraven Town's territory, wouldn't I be completely innocent? Morris shook his head. Lord Rain, you may have some misunderstanding. This mine was discovered within Stoneraven Town, and we will begin mining operations from the entrance of Stoneraven Town. In other words, this giant magic crystal mine belongs to Stoneraven Town. With public opinion in hand, Morris is preparing to determine the ownership of this mine, including, you slaughtered a large number of civilians without cause within the Tulip territory. If this matter is not explained clearly, you may face accountability from the noble court. I was merely protecting my noble rights, not committing unprovoked massacres, Ren stated clearly, his words hitting the nail on the head. As for this mine, it was discovered on the border between Grey Dove territory and Blackstone territory, so it could not possibly belong to Stoneraven Town. Morris chuckled. This isn't my opinion, it's what Governor Lyons said. So what? Ren would never back down when it came to a struggle for interests. Even the governor cannot challenge the sacred law of protection for nobles. At this moment, Rain was indeed unable to exploit the ignorant masses. Now that things have come to this point, the truth has been revealed, and we can only wait and see how the Imperial Council decides its course of action. This lucrative opportunity was thus presented to the eyes of the Empire's high command. At this point, secretly mining is no longer feasible. Leon completely broke ties with Victor. He wouldn't allow Victor to eat the same meat he couldn't eat. What puzzled Ryan was, however, what role did Morris play in all of this? Rain had connections in both the Queen's and the Emperor's factions, but there were still people who opposed him. Logically speaking, this matter should be a sure thing. The person backing Maurice should not be Lion. After all, the Goethe Society was founded in Wiskel Town, and Rain didn't believe it had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, the Getae Society continues to cause trouble for Lion. Therefore, Morris's second patron could only be the Sterling family, but this family had already been in contact with Ryan. Having enemies is not scary. What is scary is not understanding where their confidence to be your enemy comes from. Just as the parliament was deadlocked, several provincial staff members dressed in white entered the scene. They wore medals from the Western Province's Ministry of Justice. Who is Ryan? From the moment they opened their mouths, Ryan knew they meant no harm. Following the gaze of the crowd, several white-clad law enforcement officers instantly locked onto Wren. We have received reports from the public that you are carrying out a large-scale massacre in your territory. Please come with us to Cheshire City. They were also carrying a silver handcuff, ready to cuff Ryan. At that moment, Ryan put his hands behind his back, preventing them from being handcuffed. The lead white-clad law enforcement officer gave a wry smile. What you're doing, we can consider it resistance to law enforcement. Wren stood up straight, full of confidence. Try grabbing me. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Not everyone has the courage to resist arrest in public. However, no one dares to ignore Wren's background. With the son of a prime minister and the son-in-law of a general, even a prince would avoid conflict with Wren. However, rumors also spread within the aristocratic circles of Azure Harbor that Wren was the Queen's man. This man has a very complicated background. The provincial judicial officer in charge turned pale and then red-faced. He was a powerful figure in the Western provinces. As a result, Ryan was about to slap him in the face in front of everyone. You dare to talk to me like that today? You're showing contempt for the law. The provincial judicial officer gritted his teeth as he looked at Wren. The fact that he personally led people to a place like Stone Raven Town to take Wren away was already a great honor for Wren. His only responsibility was to take Wren away. How the people behind Wren operated was none of his business. He can put on a show, but Ryan can't refuse to cooperate. Have I defied the law? Wren poked the man's chest with his index finger. Why didn't you do anything when someone attacked a nobleman? Wren looked down at him, and he had every right to be arrogant. The prime minister's son, the general's son-in-law, and the empress's lover. Any one of these three identities would be enough to make one invincible in the empire, let alone all three combined. Ryan's current achievements are all thanks to his tireless efforts.